Others can only summon one beast pet, but I can summon 9.99 million divine pets, just because I awakened the divine level talent, summoning the gods. Others work hard to reach level 10 and have one summoning slot, but I have 10 in one day. So, on the first night of 10 consecutive draws, I obtained the immortal spirit pet, three-tailed spirit fox, captivating all beings. Lying flat for 10 days and drawing 100 times, I obtained the legendary divine pet, glutton, devouring all things. But just as I awakened as a summoner, I was ridiculed by everyone, because summoners are recognized as the most expensive profession. Awakening in an ordinary family is equivalent to not awakening. What they didn't know was that I also awakened the divine level talent, summoning the gods. When I first saw it, I was stunned. Having 10 summoning slots a day that can be refreshed indefinitely, how can other summoners survive? You see, summoning new spirit pets depends entirely on luck. An ordinary summoner, even if they can reach level 100, only has 11 chances, but I can draw 10 times a day. Even if I can't get high-quality spirit pets in 10 draws, after 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, I can always get top-tier divine pets. Moreover, after my spirit pet dies, I can immediately summon it again, with no restrictions on refreshing. This means that as long as there is enough time, I can eventually refresh all summoning beasts into top-tier divine pets. The next day, when I woke up, I found that I had obtained 10 summoning slots, so without saying a word, I started drawing cards, consuming 1 point of magic, successfully activating the skill summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining a 1-star common beast pet Fire Bunny as the continuous ding 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 sounded. The first 9 times turned out to be the most rubbish beast pets. Just as I was disappointed, a pink light flashed. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star immortal spirit pet, three-tailed spirit fox. I excitedly stood up directly from the bed and drew 10 immortal items in a row. Awesome! I quickly clicked on the information introduction of this spirit pet. Summoned beast, unnamed. Race, three-tailed spirit fox. Quality, 5-star immortal spirit pet. Level, LV.10%. Life, 1000 of 1000. Mana, 100 out of 100. Power, 10. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Constitution, 10. Skills, triple clone. Charm, agile 100 claws. Tail spirit bullet. Sky flight. Transformation. It's really a spiritual pet of immortal quality. The basic attributes are really superior to mine. And it even has 6 innate skills. That's so cool. Wait, transformation. I subconsciously pointed down, and the next moment, a stream of light fell in front of the bed. Then, a girl with a height of 1 meter and 5, wearing a plain long dress, and with a pair of fox ears on her head, appeared in place. There were also 3 tails behind her buttocks, the same light pink color as the ears. This is Beast Ear Girl. Master. Master. The little fox made a soft sound, covering her eyes with both hands suddenly, but still peeking through the fingers. Looking a bit shy, I looked down and realized I was only wearing underwear, so I quickly dove under the covers in shock. At that moment, it seemed like she saw my actions and followed suit, crawling into my blanket. I was so scared that I shouted out loud, "Stop!" However, this scream startled Mother Fongya, who pushed the door open directly. What's wrong? Why all the commotion early in the morning? When she saw the timid little fox poking her head out from under the covers, she couldn't help but scream as well. Seeing this scene, I immediately knelt down and hugged Mother's thigh. "Mom, please listen to my explanation." After a moment, I watched Mother puzzled as she kept feeding the little fox. "Can summoned beasts also eat at the table?" Mother gave me a stern look. "It's not like you bought the rice. Why are you so concerned?" As I stared at the fox eating, thoughts about the skill of transformation came to mind. Transformation, summoned beasts can transform into human form, learning and mastering human skills and spells, truly deserving of being a 5-star immortal spirit pet, with such high growth potential. "What's her name?" Mother suddenly asked. After a brief thought, I replied, "Let's call her Tushan Jiao Jiao." Just as the fox finished eating, she joyfully jumped up upon hearing her name. "I'm Tushan Jiao Jiao. I have a name now." Saying that, she pounced into my arms. At this moment, the doorbell rang, and I quickly put the little fox into the summoning position. I opened the door and found my old friends Yang Dong and Mu Yunlan. They came to invite me to level up, but I hesitated for a moment and refused, because before the little fox was properly trained, I decided it was better not to let others see it. However, my refusal made them feel sympathetic, as they both thought I hadn't recovered from the awakening failure. After they left, I secretly went to the outskirts of the city to level up. With a 5-star immortal pet in hand, even though it was only level 1, I could easily slaughter common monsters below level 10. Not far from the city, I arrived at the low-level training ground, Green Grassland. Here were common monsters below level 10. very suitable for students who had just acquired professional skills to level up. Before entering, I checked my supplies and looked at the character panel. Suddenly, I was surprised to find that I had gained an extra skill. Triple Shadow consumes 3 mana points to create 3 shadows, each with 50% of the base attributes of the main body, sharing part of the skills, and consuming 1 mana point per minute to maintain their existence. Is this not one of the skills of the three-tailed spirit fox? Seeing this additional skill, I suddenly thought of the other 2 passive effects of my hidden talent, Summoning the Gods. Passive Effect 2, when a new summoned beast appears, you may randomly gain one of its skills. Doesn't this mean that by continuously summoning, one can possess dozens or even thousands of skills? While others work hard to clear levels, run dungeons, and kill monsters, they may only obtain a skill book after much effort. Whereas I only need to spend some mana to draw cards and can obtain a large number of skills. Although I am clearly a summoner with no combat power, under the empowerment of this passive skill, I will definitely develop into a hexagonal warrior directly. And with the addition of the third passive effect, this point is even more pronounced. Passive Effect 3, when your summoned beast is upgraded, you will inevitably receive a random portion of the base attribute feedback increase. Unlike Effect 2, which was completely random, this Effect 3 was that as long as there were summoned beasts upgraded, one could inevitably receive base attribute feedback. For other professionals, there are generally 3 ways to get a base attribute increase. The first is after upgrading, natural plus attributes. The second is through the transfer of duties, a substantial increase in basic attributes. The third is to obtain some can permanently increase the basic attributes of the fruit of a kind of heavenly treasures. And all 3, as a whole, have very little increase with a cap. However, Lu Zhang only needed to allow the summoned beasts to upgrade, so he could constantly obtain an increase in his base attributes. There was no need to venture out on his own to kill monsters and upgrade, no need to explore duplicates to find high-quality profession transfer books, and no need to spend huge amounts of wealth to buy heavenly treasures. He just needed to lie flat. It's true, as long as you live you keep getting stronger. With the 3 major talent passive effects, Lu Zhang felt that he was the god in charge of summoning at this moment. No, perhaps one day he would be able to summon the gods and take them as his servants. With an excited mood, Lu Zhang directly went deep into the verdant grassland. The periphery were all small monsters below level 5, like the firecracker rabbit, black-horned mouse and such small things. They wouldn't even take the initiative to attack people, which was very suitable for budding newcomers to fight monsters and upgrade. However, accordingly, the experience value gained was very little, and Lu Zhang, who possessed a 5-star immortal spirit pet, naturally could not look at these small things. He directly crossed a green grassy meadow of green grass and came above a white grassland. This was the White Mist grassland, which was filled with white misty grasses with an average height of around 1 meter and 5 meters, and the level of the monsters here was generally above level 5, with the white-haired tyrannical tooth rats as the prominent type of species. Just as he reached the edge of the White Mist grassland, a white-furred storm-toothed rat scurried out, this thing and kangaroo about the same appearance, covered with long white hair. People stand up, about 1.5 meters high, just about the same height as the White Mist grass, bared 2 big teeth, showing that it is quite not easy to mess with the appearance. Looking at the LV 7 rank words displayed above its head, Lu Zhang placed the little fox in his arms onto the ground and said with a wave of his hand, "Go on, Kayak, kill it." This white-furred tyrannical tooth rat was 5 times the size of the 3-tailed spirit fox, which was now only a level 1, but Lu Zhang felt that the other party was not a match for him at all, and indeed it does. Tushan Jiaojiao didn't rush forward at all, but only flicked her tail, only to see a spiritual light fly out of her tail steeply, hitting the head of that white-furred tyrannical tooth rat, directly blowing up its head. Skill, Tail Spirit Bomb. Effect, consumes 2 points of mana to form an aura impact projectile at the end, dealing 160 points of basic spell damage. A level 7 ordinary small monster. Blood quantity at most 70 points. This shot of Tail Spirit Bomb directly hit the damage overflow doubled, not to mention still hit the head of such a vital part. Seconds, your summoned beast Tushan Kayak kills LV 7 Whiteford Tyrannosaurus Mouse X1. Your summoned beast Tushan Kayak gains 56 experience points. You gain 14 experience points. You get Whiteford Tyrannical Rat's Tyrannical Teeth X2. Right now, the priority was still to get the summoned beasts leveled up, so Lu Zhang minimized the ratio of the experience value he gained, only taking 1/5, leaving 4/5 for Tushan Kyaku to gain. After a monster was killed, some things could be automatically separated out, such as this white-haired tyrannical rat's tyrannical teeth, but if one wanted to obtain other things on its body, one would have to master the gathering technique in order to be able to do so, or else they would only be able to watch the monster's corpse disappear after 3 minutes. Lu Zhang summoned his remaining 9 one-star ordinary beast pets and had them scout the monster's location for him. This kind of garbage beast pet with no cultivation value and incomparably slow upgrading is purely cannon fodder, and he doesn't feel any pain when it dies, just so he can continue to summon new beast pets. And maybe the next one will be another 5-star immortal spiritual pet or even a legendary divine pet. Looking at the little fox that wagged its tail proudly towards him, Lu Zhang waved his hand. Depart. Conquer this place. Chapter 5. Just lie down. The upgrade reminder is so annoying. Turn it off. Half an hour later, the wonderful voice was once again ringing in my ears. Your summoned beast, Tushan Q has been upgraded to LV. 2. All of its attributes have been increased. Summoned animal, Tushan Kayakyu. Race, 3-tailed fox. Rank, LV. 2, 0. 1%. Life, 1200//1200. Mana, 200//200. Power, 20. Agility, 30. Spirit, 30. Physical fitness, 20. Your talent summon the gods triggers a passive effect. You gain agility +2. Spirit +2. Appeared. Passive effect 3. Summoned beasts upgrading will inevitably randomly increase their own base attributes. Seeing that his basic attributes had increased by a total of 4 points, Lu Zhang could not help but grin out. It was too rare to know that an ordinary combat professional, who leveled up by 1 level, could only gain 5 points of increase in their basic attributes, and he himself had not even upgraded yet, and had 5 points of increase in his basic attributes due to the upgrade of his summoned beasts. You really don't have to do anything. Just lay flat. Looking at the little fox that had grown a third of its size, Lu Zhang stroked her tail and laughed. Go for it. Go for it. Kayak. Keep upgrading. Boing. The 3-tailed spirit fox barked, then rushed out. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour had passed, and Lu Zhang slowly touched outside a white-furred Tyrannosaurus Rex nest with little fox, and looking at more than 30 white-furred Tyrannosaurus Rexes that were more than level 6, little fox couldn't hold back and directly rushed up. Seeing the appearance of other creatures, the group of white-furred Tyrannosaurus rats all fell into a riot and instantly rushed over. The 3-tailed spirit fox jumped into midair, and in an instant, unleashed the skill triple split, and 3 3-tailed spirit foxes suddenly appeared around him once again, and in the next moment, countless claw shadows appeared, and all Lu Zhang could see was a large amount of white fur laced with blood and flesh tumbling about, and then a white-furred rat head rolled down to his feet. Looking up, none of the white-furred storm-toothed rats survived. Skill, 100 claws. Effect, consume 5 points of spells to instantly send out 100 attacks, with a single attack dealing 50 points of physical damage. This should be considered a must-kill technique, even if only half of the attack hit. That was still a full 2,500 points of damage, and with the 3 doppelgangers, in a single breath, the little fox slaughtered this group of white-furred Tyrannosaurus rats. Looking at the remnants of the corpses on the ground, Lu Zhang could not help but be quite shocked. Who would have thought that the soft and cute little fox would be so ferocious after unleashing her skills? And along with the feedback of the experience value, a pleasant voice rang in his ears. You have risen to level LV. 2. All attributes have been increased. Character, Lu Zhang. Profession, Summoner. Rank, LV. 2, 0. 1%. Life, 110//110. Mana, 20//20. Power, 2. Agility, 4. Spirit, 12. Physical, 2. Upgraded. Upgrading in this world was very difficult, and the amount of experience value required for each level up was massive. In the 3 months from the initial awakening to the college entrance exam, the average professional would be considered excellent if they were able to ascend to level 15 or above. Lu Zhang's rate of advancement nowadays was not slow enough to surpass the average professional. After all, he had gained only 1/5 of the experience value. Currently, of the 10 summoned beasts, 9 of them were only used for pathfinding, with no way to provide upgrade experience values. But as time went on, there would be more and more high-quality summoned beasts, and the moment when Lu Zhang's experience value would skyrocket would soon arrive. The day passed quickly, and before dark, Lu Zhang returned to the city. First, he went to the Hualin commercial street where life-class professionals gathered to sell all of the white-haired tyrannical rats' tyrannical teeth that he had obtained, and gained a total of 84 silver coins, then spent 80 silver coins to buy 4 bottles of miniature mana recovery potion. This world currency exchange, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins and for 100 copper coins. The purchasing power of copper coins was very strong. 1 copper coin could buy a steamed bun, and a bottle of miniature mana recovery potion was worth 20 silver coins, or 200 copper coins, which was not a small number. Whether it was a red pill or a blue pill, ordinary professionals only bought them for emergency use. But Lu Zhang would need to consume a large amount of these potions in order to refresh his high-quality spirit pet as soon as possible. Today, He had utilized the other 9 summoning bits besides the 3-tailed spirit fox to refresh them for more than 60 times, but the vast majority of them were ordinary 1-star or 2-star beast pets, with only one elite beast pet appearing before he was about to return, which was considered to be of some cultivation value. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, silverback wolf. Quality, 3-star elite beast pet. Rank, LV. 1, 0. 0%. Life, 50//50. Mana, 5//5. Power, 10. Agility, 8. Spirit, 2. Physical, 3. Skill, silver ripping claw. The difference in basic attributes between an elite beast pet and an immortal spirit pet was obvious, and there was only one natural skill, but compared to a normal beast pet that didn't have a single skill, it was already considered good. In Lu Zhang's plan, the current spirit pets that could be retained by him had to be at least elite level in quality, and trash with no skills could only be used as cannon fodder to scout the way. By the end of the day, he had boosted to level 3, and Little Fox had boosted to level 5. After a night's rest, I woke up the next day and the summoning bit had indeed become 20. Plenty of mana. Decisive 10 consecutive draws. But the kind of luck like yesterday's 10 consecutive draws directly out of the immortal goods is obviously only once. This time 10 consecutive. All of them are 1-star ordinary beast pet. Lu Zhang was not disappointed. He now had enough mana. And when he arrived in the middle of the white mist grassland, he directly released all of his summoned beasts to explore the surrounding area. And when he found his prey, he immediately struck. After these tier 1 summoned beasts died, Lu Zhang immediately summoned a new one out. After a whole day and 200 refreshes, a rare quality beast pet was finally produced. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, moon eagle. Quality, 4-star rare beast pet. Rank, LV. 1, 0. 0%. Life, 250//250. Mana, 20//20. Power, 10. Agility, 15. Spirit, 5. Physical fitness, 5. Skills, crescent wave. Crescent cross chop. This is actually also possible. Every day an elite beast pet or rare beast pet, before the college entrance exam can save up to 100. By then perhaps do not even need the 3-tailed spirit fox to make a move. You can get a high score. Get good grades. The moon-tooth eagle was a flying beast pet, and with it plus the other 1-star beast pets scouting the way, Lu Zhang could basically guarantee his safety. And when it was drawn, it once again triggered passive effect 2 of the hidden talent, gaining one of its skills. Skill, crescent wave. Effect, consumes 2 points of mana to form a crescent-shaped shockwave that deals 40 points of spell damage to a designated target. Such skills are growth-oriented, consuming more mana to unleash more damaging skills as skill proficiency increases. Time passed day by day, and as the number of beast pets of elite quality and above increased, the number of times the beast pets were upgraded increased, and the number of times Lu Zhang received feedback on his experience value grew as well. Many experience value feedback broadcasts sounded, and Lu Zhang felt a bit bored and directly gave it a forced mute. Time came to the 12th day, and Lu Zhang was going to make a big one today. Chapter 6 10 rounds of 10 consecutive draws. A stroke of luck. Legendary divine favor Tao Dai. At this point, Lu Zhang's hands held 13 elite quality beast pets, 1 rare beast pet and 1 immortal spirit pet, and he has 120 summoning bits, sending all 105 normal beast pets out to make suicide attacks on the surrounding wild monsters. All of them died in less than half an hour. He was now at level 7 with 70 mana points, took out his blue pill and prepared it, and the 100 consecutive draws began. Consume 1 point of spells and successfully activate the skill summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained a 1-star common beast pet Firecracker Rabbit, times 24. Consume 1 point of spells and successfully activate the skill summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained a 1-star common beast pet Black Horned Rat, x13. Consume 1 spell point and successfully activate the skill summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained the 5-star legendary divine pet Tao Dai, x1. The 99 1-star ordinary beast pets had originally minimized Lu Zhang's expectations, but when the last broadcast appeared, his entire being almost screamed out in pleasure. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, Tao Tai. Quality, 5-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 1, 0. 0%. Life, 100//100. Mana, 100//100. Power, 200. Agility, 150. Spirit, 150. Physical fitness, 200. Skills, Black Hole Devouring. Dharma Heaven and Earth. Darkness God Claw. Tyrannical Mist. Imperial Flight. Fierce God's Might, passive. Mana Annihilation, passive. God's Favor. 5-star legendary God's Favor. That's a lot of luck. Looking at the basic attributes of this level 1, the 5-star immortal spirit pet 3-tailed spirit fox, which had now reached level 9, couldn't compare. Only one level had a full 10,000 life points, which was thicker than even a copy boss. And it goes without saying that those skills, one after the other, are even stronger. The appearance of the divine pet once again triggered his hidden talent passive effect too, causing Lu Zhang to obtain one of this divine beast's talent skills as well. Skill, Mana Annihilation, passive. Effect, any spells that act on you with spell damage no greater than your mana limit will deal no damage, and half of the spell damage will be converted to your mana. That's a god skill. A hegemonic state with no time limit. As long as the mana cap was high enough, it would be the same as ignoring all spell damage, and could even utilize the enemy's spell attacks against them to convert them into their own mana. If this was a skill possessed by a copy boss, it would definitely be a nightmare level difficulty copy for a professional, and such a skill was undoubtedly very appropriate for a fragile summoner like him. Although he also coveted other divine techniques, Lu Zhang was already satisfied with this hegemony divine technique. Faith, Tao Tai appeared in front of him, only to see his goat body and human face, eyes in the armpit, tiger teeth and human claws, all black with strange textures, at first glance incomparably hideous and horrible. Now just a level. Shoulder height has been 2 meters, domineering and vicious. However, when facing Lu Zhang, it was behaving obediently, and even among Lu Zhang's perceptions, only from the feedback of its mental state, it seemed that the bastard was not quite right in the head and was a bit naive. The only feedback it gave Lu Zhang was, "I'm hungry." With his divine pet in hand, Lu Zhang's self-confidence was extremely inflated, and the white mist grassland, a leveling area, could no longer satisfy his needs, and then, he directly rode onto Taoye's back and pointed in a direction. Departure, Black Pine Forest. The Black Pine Forest was also a relatively low-level copy, where it was covered by a type of black-barked pine tree that was about 30 meters tall all year round, and was most prominent for its 2 monster varieties, the iron-armored squirrel that averaged around level 8, and the steel-clawed black panther that averaged around level 15. In addition to this, there were also a variety of level 10 to level 20 wild monsters, which was one of the most suitable places for level 10 or above professionals to practice, and there were quite a few similar practicing spots around the entire city, but this one was the closest, and Lu Zhang would not be willing to seek for the distance. Although Tao Tai was only level 1, this basic attribute had already blown away the vast majority of level 20 wild monsters, and in this Black Pine Forest, he could definitely run amok. When they arrived at the place, Lu Zhang released all of his 1-star beast pets and had them spread out to scout around, while releasing his rare beast pet, the Moon-Tooth Eagle, to fly into midair to patrol and ensure his own safety, while the elite quality beast pets were led by the 3-tailed spirit fox to kill in one direction. In the past, Lu Zhang had to leave a summoned beast by his side to protect himself, but now that he had multiple skills to add to his body and had gained attribute bonuses multiple times, Lu Zhang was no longer a defenseless person, and was fully capable of defending himself. He released Tao Tai and let it have free rein. Every few minutes, a series of broadcasts popped up in front of my eyes. Your summoned beast Tao Tai kills LV. 15 Steel Claw Black Panther X1. Your summoned beast Tao Tai gains 480 experience points. You gain 120 experience points. Your summoned beast Tao Tai kills LV. 9 Iron Armored Squirrel X1. Your summoned beast Tao Tai gains 72 experience points. You gain 18 experience points. Your summoned beast Tao Tai kills LV. 18 Black Iron Demon Python X1. Your summoned beast Tao Tai gains 720 experience points. You gain 180 experience points. Your summoned beast Tao Tai is upgraded to LV. 2. All attributes have been increased. Your summoned beast Tao Tai has risen to LV. 3. All attributes have been increased. Your talent Summon the Gods triggers a passive effect. You gain Strength plus 5, Constitution plus 5, Agility plus 2, Spirit plus 2. Your talent Summon the Gods triggers a passive effect. You gain Strength plus 4, Constitution plus 6, Agility plus 4, Spirit plus 2. What kind of big move did this guy use? How did he kill so many monsters in a second? Lu Zhang was a bit confused. Although he had some expectations for the battle power of a 5-star divine pet, he did not expect it to be this strong. A move that killed so many wild monsters meant that it was a large range killing skill, and with such a large range, it could instantly kill those level 10 wild monsters, which was simply terrifying. One should know that the Tao Tai just now was only level 1, one skill up to level 3. Not bad, not bad. Looks like I can get another big base attribute bonus today. Kill, keep killing. The other beast pets couldn't lag behind. All of them moved to increase my experience value. Lu Zhang was like an unscrupulous slave owner, urging those summoned beasts to kill monsters. Other summoners hated the fact that they could not raise their summoned beasts as their ancestors. It was not easy for them to cultivate a summoned beast, whereas Lu Zhang here had a large number of summoned beasts at his disposal, and when they died, they were replaced with new ones. Cannon fodder is cannon fodder. Only beast pets of elite quality or above are considered to have some cultivation value. The other hundreds of beast pets are really just cannon fodder. It wasn't long before Lu Zhang realized that he had upgraded again. You have risen to LV 8. All attributes have been increased. Character, Lu Zhang. Profession, Summoner. Rank, LV 8, 0, 1%. Life, 1200//1200. Mana, 880//880. Power, 88. Agility, 68. Spirit, 95. Body mass, 106. Skills, Summoning, Triple Divergence, Crescent Wave, Mana Annihilation, Passive, without blowing it out of proportion. Right now with his attributes and skills, killing a wild monster below level 20 was simple. So he had the three-tailed spirit fox release a level 15 steel-clawed black panther to come to his heels, and he wanted to try out his skills. However, just as he was about to cast the spell, he suddenly frowned, and in the next moment, an ice-cold arrow struck the steel-clawed black panther's body, and in an instant, the steel-clawed black panther fell into a short-lived frozen state. Chapter 7, Tao Tai. You foodie, you lost your copy? Get out of the way. Lu Zhang looked up and saw a girl in a white trenchcoat flying in mid-air on a wind demon griffin, holding a longbow in her hand and aiming it at the steel-claw black panther below, and behind it was a wand-wielding middle-aged man, who was also riding a wind demon griffin, and by the looks of it, he should be the girl's escort. That ice-cold arrow wasn't able to cause damage to the steel-clawed black panther. The middle-aged man waved his wand in his hand, and in the next moment, a fireball as big as a human head appeared and landed on the steel-clawed black panther's head, exploding with a loud bang. This was the fire spell Explosive Fireball that could only be learned by a mage of level 20 or above, and that middle-aged guard was clearly a high-level mage. Dongfang Slim looked at Lu Zhang and wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. Why are you so rude? I saved you and you don't even say thank you? Lu Zhang was speechless. You robbed me of my monsters and asked me to thank you. You really have a big face. However, he also understood that his current level was not a match for this level 15 monster in the other party's view, so he had come to the rescue out of the goodness of his heart. He didn't want to get sidetracked or expose too much of his abilities in front of others, so he pretended to be grateful. Thanks. Satisfied with the thanks she received, Oriental Curl nodded and said, no need to thank you. However, you don't have anyone to protect you, so it's better to leave this place as soon as possible. It's too dangerous to be here at your current level. Good guy. Just now I had to say thank you. Now say no thank you. Women really all have two faces. Got it. Thanks. I'm on my way. Bye. For this kind of woman, Lu Zhang knew that he couldn't get too entangled with her, or else he would definitely be in constant trouble. Looking at Lu Zhang who directly ran away, Dongfang Curl once again frowned and did not think much more about it. Although the other party had reached level 8 talent at this time, which was considered good, but that was it. She was already about to be level 10. And this was just a small hiccup that was inconsequential. Let's go. Fubo, let's upgrade as soon as possible. Before the entrance exams, I must get 2 titles so that I get enough extra points. The mage known as Fubuki laughed. Miss, with your professional quality, as long as you don't slack off, you will definitely be able to get the first place in the city, or even hit the first place in the whole county, and enter the top academy. It's not that difficult, so there's no need to be in such a hurry. Oriental Curl said proudly. I'm going for number 1 in the country. Their conversation was not overheard by Lu Zhang, who quickly left the two before once again searching for a suitable prey for his battle power test. ALV 16 level Gale Grey Wolf. Lu Zhang first unleashed a crescent wave, consuming 10 spell points, dealing 100 points of damage and reducing his blood level by 1/3. The Gale Grey Wolf was enraged and used its only skill, Wind Blade. Lu Zhang had already had the other beast pets tested in advance, and the damage dealt by the Gale Grey Wolf's Wind Blade was around 60 points, while he had a full 880 mana points, and under the effect of the passive skilled Mana Annihilation, even if he was hit, it wouldn't cause him any damage. Moreover, he still had a full 1,200 points of life value, which was even thicker than a level 16 Gale Grey Wolf, and the damage of a Wind Blade was really limited, so he directly chose to fight it hard. You suffer a skill Wind Blade attack from LV 16 Gale Grey Wolf. Gale Grey Wolf inflicts 60 points of damage to you, triggering the effect of the passive skill Mana Annihilation. Your life points are unaffected. The 60 points of spell damage are converted into 30 points of mana, and you gain 30 points of mana. Feeling that his mana value had indeed recovered some, Lu Zhang could not help but reveal an excited expression. Good, good, good. That's it. Lu Zhang was still experimenting on this side, when he suddenly saw that he had upgraded again. He froze for a moment, and then realized that the Taotai guy had already been promoted to level 10. And with the experience value fed back from the other summoned beasts, it didn't make him upgrade again. He was still playing on his side, and he upgraded in the blink of an eye. So it seems that this leveling up isn't that difficult. Immediately after, Lu Zhang realized that the Taotia's killing speed had lifted another level after being raised to level 10, and a series of sounds rang in his ears, all of which were experience value feedback. At the end of this first day, Taotai had risen from level 1 to level 13, which was too fast, and Lu Zhang felt that this didn't seem to be its limit. The level of the wild monsters around here were still a bit lower, and completely insufficient for Taotai to kill. The next day, Lu Zhang, who had come to the Black Pine Forest again, went straight to the deepest part. Within this range, the lowest level wild monsters were above level 15, and, although the highest level was still only level 20, there would be wild monsters at the level of small leader, which corresponded to the level of elite quality beast pets. The battle power was far from comparable to ordinary wild monsters of the same level. This time Lu Zhang didn't go far. He wanted to see just how Taotai had caused such a wide range of damage. Taotai was released, and in the next moment, it transformed from a shoulder height of 2 meters to a terrifying beast with a shoulder height of 23 meters, which was clearly one of its divine techniques. Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth. Skill, Dharma Heaven and Earth. Effect, consume a certain amount of mana to make the body size bigger and double all attributes. Minimum consumption of 20 points of mana per effect. Consume a certain amount of mana to make the body size bigger and double all attributes. Full attributes skyrocket. Originally, as a god's pet, Taotia's basic attributes at the same level was a completely crushing posture to other creatures, and under the effect of this skill, it was even more directly doubled, and not only doubled 2 or 3 times so simple. As long as there's enough mana, quadrupling or quintupling should be easy, and immediately after unleashing this skill, Taotai unleashed another skill, only to see it violently open its mouth. A black vortex emerged from its mouth, and in the next moment, the surrounding wild monsters and gravel soil were rapidly sucked into it, and then Lu Zhang's ears rang with the sound of a burst of monsters being killed. Skill, Black Hole Devouring. Effect, consume a certain amount of mana to create a devouring black hole, devouring everything within a certain range around it and converting it into its own energy, consuming a minimum of 30 points of mana per. The towering black-barked pine trees were shaking violently, and a LV 16-level steel-clawed black panther was clinging to a large tree, its body being pulled towards the black hole by the violent suction, its eyes filled with panic. The suction was not wind, but gravity, and could not be resisted in any ordinary way, except by immobilizing oneself somewhere. And when that big tree was also ripped off by the huge force and sucked into the black hole together, a look of despair appeared on the face of that steel-clawed black panther. Although the monsters in this world can be refreshed, each monster also has an independent mind and is not a complete energy structure type projection. So, they are also fearful, and it's some mental spells that work on them. And this scene in front of them, even though it wasn't a spiritual spell, it was enough to make them all shocked and terrified inside. As the devouring proceeded, Taotai upgraded again. His body size continued to expand, and the effect of the devouring black hole was even stronger. When Taotai was promoted to the 16th level, the gravitational force of the devouring black hole directly uprooted the black-barked pines within dozens of miles in the radius, and the entire black pine forest, as if the end had come. On the other side of the black pine forest, the Dongfang curl in the air looked at the black storm that swept dozens of miles in the distance and opened her mouth wide, her eyes filled with shock. On the other hand, Fu Bo, who was on the side, changed his face dramatically and hurriedly said, "Miss, get out of here. This copy is going to collapse." Chapter 8, Citywide Alert. Taotai is being treated like a calamity class boss. The replica collapse was an absolute disaster, especially these replicas embedded within the water globes. Once they actually collapsed, everything within the replica, whether it was a wild monster or a professional, would be swallowed up. The spot was left barren. Also, a copy that collapses means that the resources won't refresh, which isn't good. Around the city, all copies are under surveillance. The unusual situation in the Black Pine Forest immediately drew the attention of the powerful people of Liang City. In the first instance, City Lord Fan Qingli sent patrol messenger Sun Jiugon to investigate. As an 88-level second-turn powerhouse, Sun Jiugon was also considered to be knowledgeable, and after arriving over the Black Pine Forest, he immediately saw the originator from within that black storm. Obviously, this is not a copy collapse, but something much more serious. The copy wild monster mutated, and a terrifying copy boss arose. Unguided mutations could occur in any duplicate. The birth of such super duplicate bosses was unpredictable, and this monster in front of him, which was only level 17 but possessed such a terrifying wide-range killing and destructive power, clearly had great potential. He made his assessment in an instant and sent the message back to the city. Fan Qingli was startled when he saw the message. This crisis is caused by a growth mutation copy boss. Preliminary comprehensive rating. Calamity level. It is recommended to kill it immediately. Wild monsters are also divided into qualities in addition to levels, from low to high. As such, they are ordinary, chieftain, lord, overlord, king, and calamity. A calamity class monster represented that once it grew up, it would bring destruction to the city, and even a legend class professional would find it difficult to win against it under the same level. Mutant copy boss is considered a kind of wealth. If the situation is controllable, usually let it grow, waiting for it to reach a certain level before killing, to obtain high-quality materials, which in turn give the forger to make high-quality equipment. And a calamity class monster meant that its growth was completely uncontrollable and could exceed the upper limit of killable battle power at any time. So after a slight hesitation, Fan Qingli still made the wisest choice. Permission to kill immediately. However, just as Sun Jiugong had received the news, he saw that the calamity class monster from earlier suddenly disappear. Lu Zhang put it away. It was because he felt that if he didn't intervene, the Taotai bastard would probably eat the entire copy. As a superior student who had gone to school, he naturally knew how much value a copy represented. If it was really eaten up by the Taotai and then the officials found out about it, even if he took out his entire family's fortune and sold it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough to pay off the debt. He admitted that he had wimped out and was too young to be in such debt. Sun Jiugong looked at the place where that calamity class monster had suddenly disappeared and revealed a puzzled expression. He didn't take it lightly and thought to himself, could it be that this fellow still has the ability to hide his form? Suddenly, his eyes swept over the location that had been reduced to a wasteland by the black storm that had ravaged it, and when he saw that there was actually a person standing there, he immediately rushed up, grabbed him up, and with the wings of aura behind him flapping, the two of them returned to midair together in the next moment. Kid, how dare you go deeper into this place? Don't you want to die? Lu Zhang looked at him with a dumbfounded look on his face. An 88 ranked powerhouse striking out. This speed was too fast. He really didn't react to it. Seeing Lu Zhang in this state, Sun Jiugong thought of something and asked with a frown. Were you sucked over? Luckily that guy suddenly disappeared. Otherwise you would have been eaten by him. Why don't you speak? Is your brain being sucked out by that suction? Lu Zhang came back to his senses and hurriedly coughed lightly in reply. Thank you senior for saving me. Seeing that his attitude was still respectful, Sun Jiugong nodded and continued to ask. I see that you should be a senior in high school, right? It's only been 10 days since you awakened, and you've already risen to level 14. Very good talent. No wonder you dare to go to the Black Pine Forest to try out. But you'd better hurry back. That mutant copy boss is likely to be calamity level. I don't know what means were used to hide it, but it's always unsafe here. You have to leave as soon as possible, or else if you're sucked away next time, you might not be so lucky. These words were a bit too informative, and Lu Zhang hurriedly replied casually, and after being put down by Sun Jiugong, he exerted both his legs and ran away from this site at a fast pace, as if he was worried about being asked for money, and Sun Jiugong couldn't help but nod his head as he watched him run. It seems to be an assassin-type profession. This speed is outstanding. We have a lot of talent in this session of the entrance exam in Liang City. With that, he took another look at the raging pit from earlier and sent a message back to Fan Qingli. Calamity-level mutant copy boss disappeared instantly, suspected of possessing the abilities of danger perception and void concealment, suggesting that the entire city be on second-level alert to guard against its possible descent into the city. Receiving this news, Fan Qingli was once again taken aback. Originally, when he learned that the calamity-level copy monster that had just appeared was only in the teens, he wasn't particularly worried. After all, after the 88 level 2 turn, Sun Jiugong made a move. How could he have killed it as well? But if this monster was also capable of void stealth and advanced danger perception, it would be too dangerous. It was like what Sun Jiugong said. It's ready to descend into the city at any time. Not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of the unexpected. So after just a little thought, Fan Qingli immediately pulled the second-level alert alarm, and all the professionals above the first turn descended to gather on top of the city wall to prepare for the crisis. Over here, Lu Zhang had just returned to the city when he learned about the current citywide alert, with everyone forbidden to go out and the city gates closed. After taking the harvested supplies to the Living Profession Commercial Street and selling them, Lu Zhang first went to the Temporal Temple to spend 20 gold coins to expand his profession's carry-on storage space by 4 compartments. After awakening his profession, everyone would come with 20 storage compartments, each of which could store 100 items of the same kind. As Lu Zhang's high-level summoned beasts increased and the materials popped out from killing monsters became a lot more, the original 20 compartments had long since become insufficient. in order to prevent the emergence of top-notch materials with no place to load them in the future. He still gritted his teeth and spent a huge amount of money to complete an expansion. 5 gold coins expanding a grid. That is, a full 50,000 copper coins. 50,000 buns. Enough to eat for a long time. Lu Zhang's family was only able to save 4 or 5 gold coins a year. And Lu Zhang, who had become a combat professional, had earned more than 20 gold coins in 10 days. After expanding the grid and counting the supplies, Lu Zhang returned home. Seeing Lu Zhang return, his mother, Fang Ya, stepped forward and hugged him in her arms, her mouth chanting, "Thankfully, it's okay. Thank the gods." She then pulled Lu Zhang inside and cursed angrily. "You brat! Why don't you come back when you heard the alarm? I heard that a calamity-level monster has appeared outside, almost destroying the entire black pine forest, where is not far from the green grassland where you are practicing. How can you be so unaware of the danger? Don't you know that mom will be worried about you?" Looking at his furious mom, Lu Zhang directly went forward to give her a hug once again. "Mom, I know it's wrong." As soon as these words came out, the anger disappeared from Fang Ya's face and turned into a relaxed and relieved smile. Parenting, that's what it is. The next day, the whole day, is still the whole city guard, only allowed to enter, not allowed to go out, until the third day, only then lifted the guard, can be free to go in and out. Despite his mother's worry, Lu Zhang was able to leave the city by assuring himself that he was going out of the city in a different direction, not going over to the Black Pine Forest, and that there would be no danger. It was true that Lu Zhang was not going to the Black Pine Forest. The monsters below level 20 could no longer satisfy his appetite. He was going to the Red Devil Forest, which was filled with level 20 to level 30 monsters, and was considered to be the most dangerous place for professionals to practice under the first turn. Chapter 9, Alert Again. So that Calamity Boss went to the Red Devil Forest. Arriving at the edge of the Red Devil's Forest, Lu Zhang first checked the power at his disposal. Tao Tie's level had risen to level 17, while the three-tailed spirit fox had reached level 14, and then below that, the Lunar Eagle, which had reached level 12, and the rest of the elite quality beast pets, their strengths had only reached level 10, and as for the one-star beast pets, they were all basically still at level 1. The monsters in the Red Devil Forest were generally level 20 to 30. If he only had the three-tailed spirit fox as a beast pet, Lu Zhang would not dare to come here. After all, if he released the three-tailed spirit fox to fight, he would not be able to ensure his own safety just by relying on the other low-quality beast pets, such as the Lunar Eagle. However, with Tao Tai in hand, Lu Zhang was able to run rampant in the Red Devil's Forest. His own level had now reached level 15, which was higher than even the level of the three-tailed spirit fox, simply because Tao Tai had upgraded too quickly and fed back a large amount of experience value to him, even though it was only 1/5 of that. Together with the feedback from the rest of the beast pets, it was enough to allow him to advance his level quickly, and although he was only level 15, due to the basic attribute feedback given to him by the many beast pet upgrades, it resulted in his personal basic attributes far exceeding those of an average professional of the same level, and even those of the rare professionals couldn't compare to him. Releasing more than 100 one-star beast pets out to scout the way, Lu Zhang once again plunged into the killing state. Today, he didn't indulge Tao Tai in directly turning on the black hole devouring skill. He wanted to let Tao Tai assist the other beast pets in upgrading. In addition, he wanted to refresh the summoning bits a few hundred or so thousand more times today to see if he could expand the number of beast pets of fine quality and above a bit. And as a support, Tao Tai didn't need to do anything but stand in front of those monsters. Skill, Fierce God's Might, passive. Effect, releases the pressure of the Fierce God within a certain range centered on you, causing a fear effect on all targets up to your level 30, weakening your mental defense by 50% and reducing your movement speed by effect. Under this passive effect, all targets lost their will to fight, were gripped by fear, had their movement speed reduced by half, and were completely lambs to the slaughter. Coupled with the fact that the little fox struck first to inflict critical injury status on the vast majority of the targets, which in turn allowed the rest of the beast pets with lower battle power to kill wild monsters and gain an increase in experience value. The fastest leveling was still done by the little foxes themselves. When the average level of the existing 21 elite level beast pets was raised to level 15, the three-tailed spirit fox itself had reached level 18, surpassing Tao Tai. This made the little fox very pleased, actively coming forward for a hug, and even provocatively making calling noises at Tao Tai. However, Tao Tai had no intention of hitting on it at all. Tao Tai had always only spoken to Lu Zhang. "I'm hungry. This eater never seems to get enough." Seeing that it was getting late and it was time to return to the city, Lu Zhang left Tao Tai in the depths of the Red Devil's Forest and went to the fringes himself before issuing a command that allowed him to start eating. Lu Zhang had long since discovered that there was no distance limit between the beast pet and himself. You can drop the beast pet at any location within the range of mental perception, while collecting it does not require sensing the other party. A thought. No matter where the beast pet is, it will instantly return within the summoning bit. Tao Tai was very happy after getting the command that he could start eating, and in the next moment, a black storm that swept dozens of miles around appeared in the depths of the Red Devil's forest. Compared to the black pine tree, the red leaf maple tree of this Red Devil's forest was of a higher grade and more sturdy, so it hadn't been uprooted, but it had also been almost jerked away by the powerful gravitational force to almost all of its leaves and branches, leaving it with a single bare trunk. The rest of the flowers, plants and wild monsters were even more needless to say. They were all eaten into the Taotia's stomach in a single gulp. Looking at the experience value growth prompts that kept popping up on the panel, Lu Zhang gradually stepped out of the Red Devil's forest and entered within the Grey Rock Mountains where there were only wild monsters that were below level 20. He traveled quickly through the area, leaving a phantom in place. This was him using the skill he had just acquired, the shift shape, from the 3-star rare beast pet he had extracted half an hour ago. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, phantom spirit cat. Quality, 3-star rare beast pet. Rank, LV. 1, 0. 0%. Life, 200//200. Mana, 30//30. Power, 8. Agility, 15. Spirit, 5. Physical fitness, 5. Skills, phantom stab. Shifting shadows. Skill, shifting shadows. Effect, within the range of spiritual perception. Create 3 or multiples of 3 phantoms. The figure can travel within the phantoms at will. The more phantoms created, the longer the existence time, the more mana consumed. The minimum consumption of 3 points of mana. Whether this skill was used to avoid damage or to sneak away quickly, it was a divine skill that made Lu Zhang very fond of it. And while he was using this skill to run wildly, in mid-air, a figure heading for the Red Devil's forest paused slightly and let out a surprised exclamation. It's this kid again. It's really an assassin profession. Seeing as how this skill is so powerful, it's still at least a rare quality assassin professionist. Sun Jiugong just had time to sigh inwardly and didn't have time to take a closer look. The Red Devil's forest had discovered a strong energy riot and he needed to confirm the situation as soon as possible. And when he arrived over the Red Devil's forest, he couldn't help but be enraged when he saw that familiar figure flickering away amidst the black storm. Damn mutant calamity monster. Once again, I let you escape. I'll definitely strike you down next time. That being said, he perceived that the monster was obviously a bit more powerful than the last time he was in the Black Pine Forest, and realizing that this guy was constantly growing stronger, Sun Jiugong couldn't help but show a few worried looks. He quickly returned to the city, and shortly afterward, the city's secondary alert was once again opened. In the city lord's mansion, Sun Jiugong said in a deep voice, "This one is very smart. Both times it was just after I arrived on the front foot. It went into hiding on the back foot. Before, he devoured it in the Black Pine Forest. This time he devoured it in the Red Devil Forest. And the level of the target it devoured has increased, meaning that its level has also gotten a quick boost in a short period of time. Once a Calamity-class mutant monster grows up, not to mention elevating to more than 3 turns, even if it only reaches 2 turns, I'm afraid that it will be enough to destroy our little city. Next time we find it, we must kill it." And Fan Qingli said with a sad face, "You also said that it disappeared when it saw you. You can't perceive it. Even if a different expert above the 3rd turn comes, he won't necessarily be able to find it out. How can we kill it here?" Sun Jiugong sighed helplessly. "Anyway, let's alert for one night first. Contact a 3rd turn powerhouse in advance. In case that monster attacks, we can also call for help in time. It'll have to do for now." Returning home, Lu Zhang, who had learned that the entire city was once again on alert, revealed an embarrassed look. It seemed that he would have to be more careful next time, in case he was caught, whether it was destroying the copies or causing a citywide alert resulting in losses. It wasn't a small amount that he could afford to lose. Anyway, there were still more than 2 months before the college entrance exam, so there was no rush, and when he had tens of thousands of spirit pets to upgrade for himself, he could just lie down. It's decided. Let the Taotai bastard starve for a while first. Early the next morning, the alert was lifted and Lu Zhang arrived at the Red Devil's forest again. Chapter 10, Practicing Separately. I sleep to let the summoned beasts continue to upgrade. Today is the 15th day after the Day of Awakening. Lu Zhang, who had come to the Black Pine Forest again, directly made Taotai the mascot, allowing him to use his passive skills to help the other summoned beasts weaken the wild monsters, and focusing on assisting the 3-tailed spirit fox, the phantom spirit cat, and the lunar sculpture in their level advancement, especially the phantom spirit cat, which was just refreshed yesterday and is only level 5 now, so it needs to be properly cultivated. A day passed quickly. After a devouring yesterday, Taotai was promoted to level 20. while today's busy day had allowed the three-tailed spirit fox to be promoted to level 20 as well. The phantom spirit cat and the lunar tooth eagle had both been promoted to level 18, while Lu Zhang himself was also at level 18, but was actually almost level 19. He made a decision. When he went home at night, he didn't recall all of the summoned beasts, but left behind the phantom spirit cat and the moon tooth eagle to lead the 22 elite beast pets to continue killing and upgrading in the outskirts of the Red Devil's Forest. A normal summoner, but a summoned beast would be automatically recalled after it left its own spiritual perception range. However, Lu Zhang's summoned beasts could always exist, no matter how far away. In this way, Lu Zhang realized that when he went home to sleep, he could completely let his summoned beasts continue to kill monsters and upgrade, all night long, totally used as if they were serial hitters. If it were any other summoner, probably even if they had the ability to separate themselves like this, they wouldn't give up their summoned beasts to fight alone out there. After all, for them, every summoned beast was too valuable, just in case they were killed by the mutated wild monsters that appeared out of nowhere. Lu Zhang was not afraid at all. His vision was very high, and unless it was a summoned beast of immortal grade or above, a summoned beast of less than immortal grade would be nothing more than a consumable in his opinion. When he woke up early the next morning, Lu Zhang realized that the phantom spirit cat and the moon tooth eagle had both been raised to level 20, while he himself had been raised to level 19. After having breakfast, he was about to go out to the Red Devil's Forest again, but he found Yang Dong coming. He said excitedly after seeing Lu Zhang, "Brother Zhang, you can't continue to be decrepit. It's been half a month and you haven't even looked for me. I know that you don't want to drag me down, but as a brother, I can't watch you go on with such a depressed will. Come with me, I'll take you to leveling." Lu Zhang looked at him with this pained look on his face. When did I become demoralized? It was only after being dragged by Yang Dong to the outskirts of the city that Lu Zhang opened his mouth to ask, "Where are you planning on practicing? Why don't we go to the Grey Rock Mountain?" Yang Dong smiled at the excitement just now and calmed down, his face slightly embarrassed, and said, Clang, I'm only level 12 now. Isn't it a bit too aggressive to go to the Grey Rock Mountainous region, which is littered with level 15 plus and level 20 or below wild monsters? Ugh. No. Why can't I see your level? Unless they had special skills, high-level professionals could see the other party's occupation level at a glance, though they could not tell the other party's occupation type or basic information. It was only at this time that Yang Dong realized that he could not penetrate the level of Lu Zhang, the laying down professional. He could not help but be somewhat surprised. Lu Zhang revealed a mysterious smile as he beckoned, only to see a large silver-white eagle with a wingspan of 13 meters appear in front of him as he grabbed Yang Dong's shoulder with one hand and jumped directly onto the back of the eagle. "Hold on to me. We're going to the Greyfriars." In the next moment, the moon eagle flapped its wings and took off in place, quickly turning into a silver stream of light that disappeared beyond the city gates. Quite a number of low-level professionals looked at the powerful moon statue with envious expressions. The high-speed flight caused Yang Dong's legs to go weak for a while, and only when he came to a stop hovering over the grey rocky mountainous terrain did he relax and ask in horror, "Brother Zhang, is this your first beast pet? What quality is it and how many levels is it at now?" Lu Zhang shook his head and said, "This is considered my second beast pet. This is the 4-star rare beast pet Moon Tooth Eagle, now level 20. Let me show you my first beast pet, the 5-star immortal spirit pet 3-tailed spirit fox." With that, he summoned Tu Shan Kayak. This little girl had also eaten together in the morning, so she still maintained the form of a beast-eared lady, and as soon as she saw Lu Zhang, she directly jumped into his arms and let out a sticky voice, "Master." Looking at the little girl in Lu Zhang's arms, Yang Dong's eyes widened. No, she can still become human. Suddenly, he thought of something else and looked at Lu Zhang with a disbelieving gaze, saying, "So, your first summoned beast is a 5-star immortal spirit pet. The second summoned beast is a 4-star rare beast pet. How is this possible?" As we all know, the quality of the summoned beasts that a summoner can summon is basically based on luck. But if you want to increase the probability of obtaining a high-quality spirit pet, you have to increase the mana value invested in the summoning spell, and in general, the higher the mana value invested, the higher the quality of the summoned beasts obtained. Therefore, normally, a summoner's summoning beast quality is gradually raised from the first one. How could anyone summon a 5-star immortal spirit pet right off the bat? The second one is still a 4-star rare beast pet. Is Lady Luck your lover? Lu Zhang laughed lightly. As you can see. Alright, don't delay. Next I'll have Kayak. Oh, that's the 3-tailed spirit fox kill the wild monsters here. And you just follow behind to fill in the gaps and gain experience points. Didn't you say? Let me take you flying. Now start. Brother. From now on you are my own brother. It still has to be you. Who would have thought that an ordinary summoner profession could become so awesome because of you? Get started. I can't wait, Yang Dong said excitedly. Both of his parents were combat professionals, but up until now they had only just turned 1 and were in their 30s. With this kind of strength, they would not dare to bring Yang Dong to a place like the Grey Rock Mountainous region to practice leveling, as there were too many monsters to defend against. Previously, Yang Dong had followed his father in the leveling area below level 15, but today it was a great experience for him. The level 20 Black Rock Demon was beaten by the three-tailed spirit fox to the point where he had just a sliver of blood left, and then was seconded by one of his lightning strike spells, with a large amount of experience value in hand. He was just sitting on the back of the lunar eagle with Lu Zhang, as if he was patrolling his territory, and as if he was roaming around, but it was just noon, and his level had already risen from level 12 to level 14. The past 15 days had only resulted in 12 levels, but now he had risen 2 levels in half a day, and then 1 level in the afternoon half day, and 3 levels in 1 day. It felt, in one word, awesome. How arrogant Yang Dong was when he dragged Lu Zhang out in the morning. How humble his attitude was when he sent Lu Zhang home at night. Your big brother is still your big brother. This big brother's thigh, hugged since childhood, still have to be hugged in the future. During this period of time during the day, Lu Zhang appeared to be leisurely nattering away with Yang Dong, but he was actually quite leisurely as well. However, his level had still risen by 1 level, reaching level 20, simply because the Phantom Spirit Cat was still fighting with its many beast pets. On the face of it, only the three-tailed spirit fox and the moon-tooth eagle were gaining experience value for him, but in reality, there were over 100 summoned beasts working hard for him. When they came back at night, the moon-tooth eagle and Phantom Spirit Cat were still left at the outskirts of the Red Devil's Forest to continue killing monsters and upgrading. The summoned beasts were responsible for upgrading and the summoner was responsible for sleeping. The division of labor was clear and reasonable. In the blink of an eye, time came to the 8th day of bringing Yang Dong to practice leveling. Yang Dong, promoted to level 19, suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth. Brother Clang, you should be at level 20. Right, and you still haven't summoned your 3rd beast pet? Ask for a catch-up read. Please read it. Please read after me. Chapter 11, Getting Another Immortal Spirit Pet. Divine Technique, Realistic Pupil. Not to mention the 3rd beast pet. The 30th would have been summoned a long time ago. However, at the moment, Lu Zhang was still undecided on which one he wanted to exhibit as his 3rd beast pet. After all, if he followed the current hidden plan, he would need to find a strong beast pet in order to benefit his future participation in the Professionist Higher Education examination. After looking at the soon-to-be-dead reaching 100 spare summoning spots, Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Wait a little longer." Yang Dong also did not say anything more after hearing this. After all, it was only the 4-star rare quality Moon Eagle plus the 5-star Immortal Spirit Pet 3-tailed Spirit Fox. This was already enough bull. He felt that with these 2 beast pets right now, Lu Zhang could completely take first place in the city. As time came to the afternoon of that day, Lu Zhang began another 100 consecutive draws. Consume 1 point of spells and successfully activate the skill summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained a 1-star common beast pet Firecracker Rabbit, times 44. Mud. So many rabbits. I'm going back for spicy rabbit head tonight. Ugh. Wait. This is. Consume 1 point of spells and successfully activate the skill summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained the 4-star Immortal Spirit Pet Cave Spectre Song Snake, times 1. Fairy products. Another fairy product. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, Cave Pale Snake. Quality, 4-star Immortal Spirit Pet. Rank, LV. 1, 0. 0%. Life, 800/800. Mana, 80//80. Power, 10. Agility, 15. Spirit, 20. Physical fitness, 15. Skills, Pupil of Truth, passive. Transportation. Blood Spectre. Wings of the Sky. Thorn of Water. The Immortal Spirit Pet appeared and triggered his hidden talent passive effect too, giving him another skill. Skill, Pupil of Truth, passive. Effects, see through the basic information of targets no higher than 300 levels above your own level. All items can be identified freely. Mind control and illusion skills are ineffective against you. And mental damage is ineffective if the value of the mental damage is not higher than 100 times your mental effects. This is another divine skill. Not only is it immune to mind control and mental damage, it can also appraise items and is invincible. Lu Zhang directly summoned the Cave Spectre Pale Snake, and a monstrous snake that was more than 3 meters long, with a huge head, lantern-like eyes, and a purple-black body appeared in place. Yang Dong asked in surprise as he looked at the snake that appeared in front of him. Brother Zhang, is this your new summoned beast? What's its quality? And why does it give me a feeling of oppressiveness when it's only level 1? Lu Zhang said faintly. 4-star Immortal Spirit Pet. What? Another Immortal Spirit Pet? Yang Dong could not help but marvel. Clank. Are you having an affair with Lady Luck? Lu Zhang smiled without saying anything, but he had drawn it out thousands of times, so to say that he was particularly lucky was not good enough, but to say that he was unlucky was not good enough either. Alright, let's hurry up and continue upgrading. The leveling up behind us will be slow. Before obtaining the certification of a first-turn professional, they could only enter generalized copies up to level 30 and below, and as one's level increased, the experience value brought by killing wild monsters at the same level, which was originally able to reach 5% of the experience bar, might now only reach 1% or even 1,000th of it. This leads to a slowdown in upgrades. If you want to get a higher upgrade speed again, you have to get certified as a Turn 1 professional as soon as possible. Level up to level 30 for the first transfer, level 60 for the second transfer, level 100 for the third transfer, level 150 for the fourth transfer, and level 200 for the fifth transfer. In terms of the mage profession, before the first turn it was a primary magician, after the first turn it was an intermediate magician, the second turn was a senior magician, the third turn was a grand magician, the fourth turn was a magician, and the fifth turn was a grand magician. This Leyang city that Lu Zhang lived in nowadays was only a small fourth-tier city, and the strongest person was only a third-turn grand magician, and he was out leveling up a lot of the time, so the ones who presided over the battle were only high-level professionals after their second turn. The area around Leyang city was also only low-level copies below level 30, and to enter the intermediate level copies from level 30 to 60, you needed to level up to level 30 first and complete the transfer. For the average student, there is no trouble with this. Taking Yang Dong as an example, even though he had Lu Zhang leading him to level up at this point, his killing speed alone was ultimately limited. On the first day, he had leveled up by 3 levels in one day, and later on, it would be good if he could level up by 1 level in one day. By now, the small level of 19 to 20 had taken more than 2 days. Another half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, after leaving the neighborhood, Yang Dong, who had already leveled up to level 22, opened his mouth. Brother Zhang, I'd rather upgrade with my dad and the others for these next 2 months. Your summoned beasts were already going to take half of the experience value, and now you have to leave a portion of the disability for me, which is too much of a drag on your upgrade speed. Now that I have more than 20 levels, even if I don't upgrade for the next 2 months, I'll be able to get a decent grade when the National Professionals High School exam is held. Not to mention that I'll be able to continue upgrading even if I cooperate with my father. Lu Zhang sniffed and thought a little, nodded and said, that's good. You can also learn the mage's combat skills from Uncle Yang. Following the mending all the time doesn't exercise your combat skills. Raised to level 22, Yang Dong already has 3 specialized skills. Thunder Strike, Thunder Elemental Shield and Sun Lei Flash. Can fight, can resist and can also run. The ability to survive is very strong. And then go to learn the other basic spells. In the maximum of only 30 levels of low-level copies, there will not be too much danger. The two of them parted ways, and Lu Zhang arrived in another level 20 to level 30 copy of the Cave Demon's Den. Currently, his summoned beasts were divided into 2 parts. One part was a group of elite quality summoned beasts led by the Phantom Spirit Cat and the Moon-Tooth Eagles, which he had left in the Red Devil's Forest to continue upgrading. The other part was the Tao Tai, the 3-tailed Spirit Fox, the Cave Pallid Snake, and the other ordinary quality summoned beasts. The mainstay was used for continuous upgrades, providing him with a steady source of experience value and feedback on his basic attributes, while summoned beasts of immortal quality or higher naturally had unique treatment. They are so powerful that they don't need to care about this momentary upgrade. They just need to engage in an occasional massacre to get a jump in level. Anyway, before Lu Zhang's own level reached 30, there was no way to kill higher level monsters, and the experience value gained was limited. The Earth Cave Devil's Den was a place that Lu Zhang had specially picked out for Tao Tai to feast on, similar to a copy like the Red Devil Forest. In the open air, once anything happened, it would directly attract attention, and Lu Zhang was worried about being found and settling scores, so he chose this copy that was underground. Moreover, he had also heard that this kind of underground copy would refresh the treasure chests, so there was no chance that he could obtain treasures. On this side, he had just entered the Devil's Den of the Earth's Cave on his front foot, and 2 people were welcomed at the entrance on his back foot. Mak Yunlan asked as he looked at his guard. Zhao Kai. In confusion. Uncle Zhao, why do we have to come here instead of going to the Red Devil's Forest? Why bother traveling far and near? Zhao Kai said with conviction. Miss, there's no accurate news about that calamity-class monster nowadays. It doesn't know when it will pop up again. The Red Devil's Forest is too dangerous, and the Earth Cave Devil's Den is different. The space in here is narrow, and that monster is so huge that it definitely can't make things happen in this copy. So it's the safest. Mak Yunlan's realization dawned on him and he spread his face and smiled. Then let's get going.
Chapter 12 Qualified Opponent. It was that calamity-class monster again and again. Today was the 38th day after the Day of Awakening, and Mu Yunlan, who possessed the rare profession Sword Cultivator, was already at level 22. Previously, the clan had never allowed her to go to level 20 or higher copies to upgrade for safety reasons. Even after equipping her with a level 53 first-turn guard, it was not until today that she was able to come to the Devil's Den in the Earth's Cave. Whether it was the Red Devil's Forest or the Devil's Den of the Earth, as long as she was allowed to enter, she was happy. Before entering, she glanced in the direction of the Grey Rocky Mountains. Lu Zhang, although your talent is poor, I believe you are a qualified opponent and must be doing your best to catch up with me, right? I won't slack off either. I'll go all out. It's a sign of respect for you. And down below, in the middle of the cave demon's den, Lu Zhang, who was already level 26, had just killed a LV 28 Dark Sheep's Head, and as he glanced at his experience bar, which had grown by a tiny amount, he let out a sigh. It seems like it's not realistic to rely on yourself to kill monsters to level up. This is too slow. We still need to continue to cultivate more powerful summoned beasts. Nowadays, the first highest ranked under him was the LV 27 Three-Tailed Spirit Fox, then the LV 26 Phantom Spirit Cat, the LV 25 Lunar Eagle, and the Taotai and the Cave Spectre Pale Snake had both reached LV 24. During this period of time to Taotia's starvation, Lu Zhang did not allow it to let go, only occasionally allowing it to kill for a while, and not allowing it to use the Dharma Heaven and Earth and Black Hole Devouring, just for fear of inviting trouble for himself. The purpose of descending within this Devil's Cave of the Earth today is to satiate it. The grottos kept winding downwards. The paths were divided into many, but they would all be connected by a large space, forming layer after layer of structure. And the closer to the underground level, the higher the level of the monsters and the denser they were. An important part of the last few years of academy life has been the learning of monster information and copy information. Lu Zhang knew that there were a total of 16 floors in this grotto demon's den, and when it came to the 6 floors below, not only were the monsters at the lowest level above level 26, there would also be a kind of demonic pressure that weakened all the professionals. However, such an environment did not have the slightest effect on Taotai, which was capable of devouring all energies, including these demonic auras. In order to avoid causing trouble, Lu Zhang directly let Taotai delve into the lowest 16th floor. The space of the Earth Cave Devil's Cavern was limited, so after casting the Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth, Taotia's size could only reach more than 8 meters in height. But this didn't affect it from massacring the creatures here. Opening his mouth wide, he released the Black Hole Devouring skill. A huge gravitational force was generated. All the monsters on this level were absorbed, and by the time they reached its mouth, the powerful gravitational distortion had already torn them to pieces, turning them into food that would go into the Taotia's stomach, which would then bring in a huge amount of experience value. The entire underground 16th floor was quickly absorbed. Immediately afterward, through the 4 underground passages, the 15th floor was also affected by the gravitational force, and the monsters on this floor were torn apart along with it, flying from those passages and converging into Taotia's mouth. This is a gravitational force, and the closer this gravitational force is to the Taotia's mouth, the more powerful it is and the harder it is to resist, and at least within the 15th floor, no monster could resist this power. In addition, as Taotia's level increased, its control over this gravitational force became more and more precise, and nowadays, it could clearly apply gravitational force to the perceived target, so it could just sweep the monsters within the Earth Cave Devil's Den, and would not cause any damage to the environment here. Having drained the 15th and 16th floors, Taotai raised a level, followed by the 14th and 13th floors. At this moment, in the 5th floor of the Earth Cave Demon Cave, Mak Yunlan said rather confidently after releasing a sword chi and easily killing a LV 23 level Dark Dog Headman, Uncle Zhao, the level of the monsters on this floor is too low. Let's go to the floor below. Looking at the corpses of the dark dog heads that had just been decapitated, Zhao Kai nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the monsters here are no longer a threat to you and cannot hone your fighting abilities, so let's go to the next level. With that, the two entered the passage from the 5th to the 6th underground level, but just as they reached the exit of the passageway, suddenly, a strong force swept over them, causing Mu Yunlan and Zhao Kai's bodies to involuntarily fly towards a layer further down. Zhao Kai was a seasoned warrior after all, and with the berserker profession, he reacted in an instant. Berserking, mental resistance is halved, and strength and constitution attributes are doubled for a short time. Steeply, he grabbed Mak Yunlan's shoulder while his other hand forcefully thrust his greatsword into the ground's earth. Miss, plunge into the ground with your sword. Quick, lower yourself to the ground, he yelled, looking very anxious. Mak Yunlan sniffed and immediately did as she was told. And in the next moment, a large number of monsters flew from the exit of the passageway on the 5th floor, and they were torn to pieces by an inexplicable force, as if they were swept away by a torrent of water, surging towards the entrance that led to a deeper layer of the underground. The fit to the ground, along with their grip on their weapons, saved them from being swept up in the shroud. This is what's happening. Seeing this scene, Mu Yunlan was shocked in her heart, but immediately after, she realized something else. Other than the momentary pull just now, her body was no longer under force. There doesn't seem to be that gravitational pull anymore. Hearing her say this, Zhao Kai also realized that the gravitational force no longer seemed to be targeting the two of them. Instead, those monsters were still being attracted over in large numbers, but he didn't dare to take it lightly. Don't let go. Don't let go. When everything calms down, let's get the hell out of here, Zhao Kai said seriously. As a guard of the Mu family, his duty was to protect Mu Yunlan. Now this situation was completely out of his cognizance and even more impossible to control. He had to get out of the way as soon as possible in order to ensure Mu Yunlan's safety. Mu Yunlan was not a stupid person and knew how dangerous this situation was. If he hadn't grabbed it just now, or if this power hadn't dissipated from the two of them, I'm afraid that they would have been torn apart long ago. This wasn't a power below level 30 at all, and even Zhao Kai after his first turn couldn't resist it. Despite her curiosity, she wouldn't be foolish enough to explore. Look, that's a level 1 monster, the LV-21 Black Demon Rat. It's a force that's likely to have swept through the entire Grotto Demon Den. It's too dangerous. We have to get out as soon as possible. This place could collapse at any time, Zhao Kai said with some alarm, gulping as he thought of the recent rumors he had heard about that calamity-class monster in the Black Pine Forest and the Red Devil's Forest. The guy, it seems, just swept everything away and swallowed it up with a gravitational force. I thought it should not exist in this place, but I never thought that what you fear comes. Run. Have to run out of here as fast as possible. At this time, there was no longer a torrent of monsters passing through the cave entrance, and Zhao Kai hurriedly drew his greatsword. Miss, hurry up. That calamity-class monster that nearly destroyed the Black Pine Forest and the Red Devil's Forest is probably hiding at the bottom. Hearing this, Mu Yunlan couldn't help but be shocked as well. Although she didn't know much about that calamity-level monster, she had also heard that it was a monster that made the Second Turn's patrol messenger helpless. A monster that made the entire Leyang city twice on second-level alert. Definitely not something that she, a small level 20 sword cultivator, could fight against. The two immediately fled quickly for their lives. And Lu Zheng didn't realize that he had once again caused a panic. He was now opening the treasure chest. Chapter 13 1,000 Years of Moonflower Milk. Evolving Immortal Tsunami Moon Song Wolf. The teacher is sincere. There really was a treasure chest in this underground devil's cave. Lu Zheng found a treasure chest in the middle of the lair where an elite quality LV-30 Dark Minotaur head was located. No need for a key. It opens at the touch of a button. There were a total of 3 items inside. And under the effect of the acquired Cave Pale Serpent passive skill Pupil of Truth, the information of the 3 items was completely unfolded. Skillbook, Dark Spike. Effects, become a dark shadow and lurk in the darkness. Use the power of darkness to turn into spikes to raid. Lurking lasts for a minimum of 5 points of mana per minute, and a raid instantly consumes 10 points of effects. Learning requirements, Assassin class profession or spirit power greater than 100 points and mana value greater than 100 points. Seeing the skill book, Lu Zheng's eyes lit up. If this skill could be used in combination with shifting shadows, it would definitely be able to utilize a good amount of power, and could be called a nightmare for brittle skin professions like mages. It seems that he, a summoner, is also a brittle profession, but it didn't matter. He was meatier than a tank himself anyway. As for the learning restriction, his mental power and mana value were up to standard, so he immediately placed his hand on it and silently learned. And in the next moment, the skill book disappeared while he gained an additional skill sense. He immediately cast Shift Shadow, and at the same time launched the Darkness Raid skill. His body passed within the multiple doppelganger phantoms, and stabbed in the darkness, which was indeed feasible. After thinking about it, he released the triple split skill at the same time, and found that it could still be stacked, with the 3 splits, along with himself, weaving back and forth among the 9 phantoms, hidden in the darkness, and the 3 splits in his own body could launch a surprise attack at the same time. Although the 3 skills continued to consume mana, it wasn't much of a strain on him. His mana value was much stronger than the average rare professional of the same level, and with 3 skills stacked, he could still maneuver. Ha ha, nice, nice. I'd like to see which assassin wants to sneak up on me. A fragile summoner, and just reverse sneak up on myself when the time comes. Lu Zheng was satisfied with the first item that was opened, and he looked towards the second one, which was a gemstone. Item, Gemstone of Darkness. Effect, used to make jewelry or weapons, enabling the equipment to be enhanced with dark. Obviously, this was an equipment manufacturing material that was worth a lot of money. Lu Zhang hadn't built himself any equipment yet, although this was a gamified world. Hitting monsters didn't directly explode equipment, and almost all equipment needed to be crafted through the Forge Master and other related life class professionals. Right now he needed just the right short sword or dagger, and this gem was just right for that, but there were a few other materials that needed to be purchased. Let's put it away for now and look at the third one. Article, Millennium Moonflower Milk. Effects, increase the experience value of professionals, and improve the quality of summoned beasts or pets. Remarks, wolf-like creatures absorb best. The effect of increasing the experience value was directly ignored by Lu Zhang, who took a glance at its ability to help the quality of the summoned beasts to be promoted. There was no lack of wolf-type summoned beasts under his command, and immediately, he summoned out a 3-star elite beast pet quality, silver-backed pale wolf that had reached LV 24 level. Without hesitation, he directly allowed this silverback pale wolf to absorb the lunar milk. At the next moment, the silverback pale wolf, whose original size was more than 6 meters long, expanded steeply, emitting a silver-white glow all over its body, and only after a full 10 minutes did it stop changing, and at that moment, its size had already reached more than 8 meters long. The silverback pale wolf was originally gray fur on the whole, with only its back being silver-gray, and now after evolving, its whole body became silver-white fur, and even more so, it was vaguely releasing a kind of soft radiance. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, Tsunami Wolf. Quality, 1-star immortal spirit pet. Rank, LV. 26, 0%. Life, 4500//4500. Mana, 1600//1600. Power, 280. Agility, 250. Spirit, 200. Body mass, 260. Skills, Cracking Claw. Saw You. Treading Moon. Wolf King's True Body. Moon Blade. Moon Pulse Sky Rush. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Moon Treading. Skill, Moon Treading. Effects, gathering the power of moonlight under the feet. Stepping on the moon. Consuming different mana values depending on the speed and duration. With a minimum consumption of 1 point of mana per effects, gathering the power of moonlight under the feet. Stepping on the moon. Obviously, this was a flight skill that only required the consumption of mana to fly through the air, with the help of the power of the moonlight, which could be much more convenient than an elemental flight skill such as illusory wings. Lu Zhang used it immediately. In an instant, the soft light coalesced under his feet, and his body was abruptly subjected to a lifting force, which caused him to almost fall. But fortunately, his basic attributes were extremely high nowadays, and he quickly stabilized himself. After a few minutes of acclimatization, low-speed flight at about 10 meters above the ground was a breeze. At high altitude and high speed he didn't experiment. On the one hand, this cave is not high, the highest is more than 20 meters. On the other hand, high-speed flight that the gust of wind blew his eyes, although his physical quality is already very high, but under the high speed, if a grain of sand impact to the eyeballs, that is also very painful. So either you have to wait until he gains a shield-type skill or you have to wear a spectacle. Otherwise high-speed flying is not advisable. This time, the harvest from opening the treasure chest was huge. Not only did he obtain an assassin skill, he obtained an immortal spirit pet, and he also mastered a flying ability. It was simply full of harvest. Looking at the fact that Tao Tai had been raised to level 28 and his own level had come to level 27, he no longer stayed and immediately headed towards the ground. Tao Tai was put away by him. Spiritual pets above the immortal grade, he would not leave them behind to let them fight in the dark. In case of an accident, it would be too late to cry. He used his moon treading ability to fly upwards for a while, but then realized that in this environment, it would be faster to use his shifting shadows and shadow assault abilities. After all, it's not easy to recognize the path in the darkness of the twisted passageway. Blending into the darkness won't bother you as much. Due to the fact that the entire copy was bloodwashed by Tao Tai, the journey was unhindered, and as a result, just after the entrance to the Devil's Den of the Earth's Grotto, a bellowing cry gave him a fright. Stop! Ha! It's you kid again. Should I say you're lucky or unlucky? How is it that you're seen every time that calamity monster appears? But on the contrary, you just happened to escape? Sun Jiogong said somewhat breathlessly as he looked at Lu Zhang, who was scared as if he was dumbfounded. In his heart, he also sighed a little. The quality of this kid's assassin profession was really high. Just now that sneaking ability, if not for the fact that he had been paying full attention to the entrance of the cave, it was really possible for him to overlook it. Mu Nanshan, who was on the side, asked in surprise. Who's this?
Sun Jiogong said without a trace of humor.
A lucky kid. When that calamity monster first appeared, this kid was at the edge of that black storm raging and survived. The last time the calamity monster appeared in the Red Devil's forest, this kid was out there fighting monsters in the Grey Rocky Mountains, and I saw him for a second. This time, I didn't expect to see him here again this time. Speaking of this, he reprimanded Lu Zhang with quite a bit of a headache. You say you kid can't watch it. You're an assassin and you want to charge head-on with the calamity monster. Lu Zhang scratched his head awkwardly at his words and said in an innocent tone, that, and I actually didn't want to. He's not going to admit it was all his doing anyway. Chapter 14. Maybe your girl just deliberately didn't tell you. Mu Nanshan looked at Lu Zhang in surprise. I can't believe you're already level 27. Are you a graduate of this class? Lu Zhang nodded, then looked at Sun Jiogong. That, senpai, can I go now? If I don't go home at this hour, my mom's going to get mad. Sun Jiogong only noticed Lu Zhang's soaring rank when he heard Mu Nanshan's words and was quite surprised. But after hearing his words, he inexplicably felt a little angry. This kid was so talented and turned out to be nothing short of a disaster. Originally, this calamity monster had already given him a huge headache, but as a result, this kid was there every time, and the anger of not being able to find the calamity monster inevitably migrated to him. Go away. Your own little life. If you don't value it yourself, you won't necessarily be so lucky next time. Lu Zhang once again smiled awkwardly before bidding farewell to the two of them and once again unleashing his shifting shape skill, quickly disappearing in front of them. Mu Nanshan frowned as he looked at Lu Zhang's departing back and said, haven't I heard from my girl that there's an assassin of such excellence amongst this batch of professionals? This skill is at least of rare quality, and coupled with this level he's at today, how could Junlan not know about such a genius? Maybe your girl just didn't tell you on purpose. Sun Jiogong snorted inside immediately afterward. This kid is also bold. The first time I saw him in the depths of the Black Pine Forest, he was only level 14, then he was practicing alone in the level 15 to 20 Grey Rock Mountain, and now he is soloing the Earth Cave Devil's lair. He's a ruthless person. It's probably because of his sneaking ability and that transforming shape skill to save his life, and he's so bold in his art. Dodging the calamity monster 3 times is also really lucky. Well, forget about him for now. We can't wait any longer. Let's go in and see what's going on. Mu Nanshan sniffed back to God, made up his mind to go back to ask his own girl. Such an excellent young man, how did not hear her mention it? Is there something between this girl and this kid? So deliberately hide it from himself? He couldn't help but get a bad feeling when he thought about it. It has to be asked. Okay, let's hurry up and get in there. Mu Nanshan was also one of the city's patrol emissaries, and it was reasonable to say that this area was his patrol area, but regarding the matter of the calamity monster, it had always been Sun Jiogong who was in charge of it, so when they received Zhao Kai's notification, the two of them rushed here together with fire speed. However, they weren't sure if that calamity-class monster had stopped releasing that terrifying gravitational force or not, so they didn't dare to go down for a while. However, when they saw Lu Zhang emerge, they had confidence, which led them to go down to check it out. A look to the end. It didn't take long for the two to come back out. The entire cave devil's den was swept away by that guy, and it will take another hour for the monsters inside to be refreshed again. Judging from the level of destruction this time, this guy's control is even stronger, and it barely damaged the environment, so it's obvious that its strength has increased again, and the next time if it reappears, it'll probably be level 30 or above. Sun Jiogong said with a grave expression on his face. This guy's concealment means he couldn't even discover it himself when he was below level 30. If he was elevated above level 30, it was possible that even a third-turn powerhouse wouldn't be able to capture its traces. For his part, Mu Nanshan said in 2 hushed voices, at least it hasn't shown itself to be aggressive towards humans. You said the kid was lucky to survive the first time, and the last time in the Red Devil's forest and this time in the Devil's lair of the Earth's cave. A lot of people were actually affected, but they weren't swept up in it. Yunlan told me that they were only pulled by the gravitational force for a moment, and then there was no further traction. Is there a possibility that this monster was only created for wild monsters and doesn't threaten the human city? Judging from where it has appeared these past few times, it should be continuing to enhance itself. The highest we have around Liang City are only copies below 30. It's obvious that the next time it will need to upgrade amongst higher level copies, so it shouldn't be a threat to Liang City anymore. If you analyze it like that, it's somewhat reasonable. But an ever-enhancing calamity-level monster, we can't just let it grow up no matter what. You've reminded me of that. We must report this matter as soon as possible, so that the high-level cities can be alerted and destroy it as soon as possible once it's discovered. Sun Jiogong had a stern look on his face. He would never allow a monster he had discovered to continue to grow to the point where it would be enough to bring true calamity to mankind. And he must find a way to stop this tragedy from happening. Mu Nanshan certainly had no objection to this. Okay, let's go together and report to the city lord. Not long afterward, the city lord's mansion. Fan Qingli nodded after listening to the two men's report and said,
Inspector Mu's analysis makes sense.
And Inspector Sun's concerns are also well thought out.
It seems like there's no need for the entire city to be on alert this time, but there's still a few of you to take the trouble to patrol a few more times to prevent accidents. I'll immediately report the matter of the Calamity class replica monsters, so that the surrounding high-level cities and towns raise their guard. This world has a strict hierarchy of cities and towns. Liang City is a 4th level war city. The highest level of the surrounding copies is 30 levels under the limit of 1 turn, above it is a 3rd level war city. The highest level of the surrounding copies is 60 levels under the limit of 1 turn, and so on. A 2nd level war city. The limit of 100 levels under the limit of 2 turns, a 1st level war city. The limit of 150 levels under the limit of 3 turns. Any higher than that, it's not a war city, but is called the main city. The 4 main cities roughly form a circular range. The war city is within the circle. The monsters within the circle in principle is equivalent to the captive. All the monsters rule to stay in the copy. Generally will not threaten the safety of the city. While the main city not only had to fight off level 150 plus copy monsters, but also many wandering demons and such. Each main city had a 6th turn saint level powerhouse sitting in it. For a calamity class monster that kept growing in strength and was able to wander into multiple copies to appear in a captive area within the boundaries of the battle reserve city was definitely something to be taken seriously. Someone from above was immediately sent down to verify, and Lu Zhang, the originator, had already made up his mind that he would not let Tao Tai out again before the first turn. It's too much of a way to get yourself in trouble, and the point is that you get caught every time. He felt that he couldn't continue to stay near Liang City to kill monsters. The strength of the monsters here was too weak. He now had a few hundred summoned beasts under his command, with the number of elite quality summoned beasts amounting to 115, which was already a very large force. Each summoned beast shared half of its own experience value. That was also equivalent to 57 elite-level professionals working for themselves to earn experience. However, the level of the duplicate monsters around Liang City was generally too low to truly take advantage of their strengths. And as for the several immortal spirit favors and that legendary divine favors in their hands, not to mention the fact that they were unable to satisfy their desire to fight at all. However, one was not allowed to leave the city until he or she reached level 30, and if he or she didn't complete the transfer, the experience value gained from killing monsters would only accumulate and could not be further upgraded. After Lu Zhang had made up his mind, he directly adjusted the percentage of experience value gained by all beast pets from the original 80% down to 50% to fully help himself level up. 3 days later, he managed to reach level 30, and at the same time reaching level 30 were the 3-tailed spirit fox, the cave specter Tsong snake, and the tsunami Tsong wolf all raised to level 29. Lu Zhang couldn't wait any longer, and early in the morning, he arrived at the Transformation Sanctuary, ready to receive the first transformation quest. Chapter 15 5-star Inferno level transfer quest, Slay Fallen Dark Demon Dragon. The Transmigration Sanctuary is a semi-artificial service that was formed naturally after the world's mutation, but there are people in charge of managing it. It is usually a lifelike professional who serves as the manager. Entering the Transmutation Sanctuary, Lu Zhang met a fiery black leather-clad woman, who immediately greeted him and smiled when she saw someone coming in. Little brother is here to transfer? You need 10 gold coins. If you don't have all of them, I can lend them to you. Tang Xueting's eyes put on light. Such a boyish and handsome young man cannot be seen often. At a young age to complete the first turn, the future prospects are also very good. If you can as a long-term meal ticket is certainly pleased, even if only for one night, then it should also have a good experience. Feeling such a blazing gaze from this woman, Lu Zhang's old face flushed. He was a pure-hearted male where could he withstand this kind of test? Ahem. Thanks sister. I brought money. Here are 10 gold coins. He hurriedly took out the money, and Tang Xueting took the money, but she grabbed his hand in a smooth manner, and then walked while talking. Come with me. Once you're inside, you only need to touch the transfer spirit platform to obtain the transfer quest. If there's no requirement for items to be turned in for the transfer quest, you'll automatically be transferred in place after completing it and gain the transfer skill. The transfer skill had nothing to do with Lu Zhang. He was a summoner with one summoning technique from start to finish, and after the transfer, it was just a matter of increasing the level of the summoning technique and increasing the probability of a quality pet appearing. Of course it was a good thing, although the probability of increase was very low, but the number of times one experimented enough, then the number of obtaining high-quality summoned beasts in the same sample would follow. A few minutes later, Lu Zhang placed his hand on top of the transfer spirit table, detected that the current level of the professional, 30, has reached the conditions for the first transfer of the professional.
Congratulations on receiving the 5-star Hell Rank difficulty transfer quest, Slay Fallen Dark Devil Dragon. Quest description: the once flaming dragon Vixen was tempted by the darkness and fell into the darkness of the demonic dragon, was hunted down and seriously injured by the dragon clan,
and is now lurking in the roof mountain, recovering its strength by sleeping, and with the passage of time, its strength will gradually be restored.
Quest requirement: please kill LV 200 Overlord Boss, Dark Devil Dragon Vex alone. I'll go. A 5-star Hell level difficulty mission.
You congratulate me on this. The difficulty of the transfer task is divided from low to high into 4 major levels: normal level, difficult level, dangerous level, and hell level, and each major level is divided into 5 stars, and the 5-star hell level difficulty means the highest level of caliber.
He himself was just an ordinary summoner, so it was logical that he should be an ordinary level. Also, I'm a level 30 summoner, and you're asking me to kill a level 200 demon dragon. Is that reasonable? Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any king's law? Lu Zhang's current mood was one of exasperation.
Watching his face steeply become gloomy after he took the quest, Tang Xieding stepped forward and grabbed his hand and said softly, "Little brother, if the transfer quest is too difficult, you can first continue to improve your skill proficiency, purchase equipment, and increase your own strength before completing the quest." Lu Zhang took a glance at the item. As time passes, its strength will gradually recover. Amongst the mission description, his face darkened, and with a flick of his hand, he dropped a sentence and twisted his head to leave.
Thanks for the reminder, sister. Looking at Lu Zhang, who ran away without looking back, Tang Xueting couldn't help but stomp her foot hard, and when he was far away, she couldn't help but put the hand that had just touched Lu Zhang under her nose and sniffed it, and in the next moment, her face flushed red and she couldn't help but sigh. Ah,
that's the flavor of a strong teenager.
After Lu Zhang exited the transitional temple,
he first went to buy 2 city return scrolls as a life preserver.
After all, this was reality. There was no resurrection to speak of, and dying could be a real death. And then, he went directly through the teleportation array and headed to the mission location.
According to the quest information prompt,
the Roof Mountain copy was just outside of Blackstone City, a 3rd-level war city next to Leiyang City.
It was an intermediate professional copy with monsters of level 50 to 60. It was filled with dragon blood demonized monsters, which were so strong that it could be called the strongest copy of Blackstone City.
However, no one knew that this copy,
which had just descended for 10 years,
still contained a 200-level dark demon dragon, and Lu Zhang's mission was to kill it. Really, the more I think about it, the angrier I get.
Lu Zhang felt that he might have been deliberately targeted. Professionals without a first turn were not allowed to leave the boundaries of the city they were in, but if they went out to do a transfer quest, not only were they allowed to go out, but they also used the teleportation array for free. Normally, people would have symptoms of dizziness and vomiting the first time they rode a teleportation array, but Lu Zhang, who had strong mental power and a divine passive skill with extremely high mental resistance, was unaffected. When he arrived at the Blackstone City, Lu Zhang did not stop and directly left the city before stepping on the moon and flying away. After seeing him take off, many people revealed a look of amazement, because for the vast majority of most professionals, it was only after their strength reached the 2nd turn and became a senior professional that they would master flight spells, and the strongest patrol emissary in Blackstone City was only a senior professional, and the appearance of any strong person at this level was something to be feared. No one noticed that the so-called senior professional was just a level 30 summoner. After all, no one would believe it even if they said it. Summoner? What a sewer profession. It's worthy. Lu Zhang needed to hurry up. The dark demon dragon was constantly recovering its strength, and his own efforts to upgrade would not be able to catch up with its faster recovery speed. Not to mention that he couldn't level up yet. His level was already stuck because of the transfer quest. Ugh. Wait. I can't upgrade, but my summoned beasts can. Thinking of this, Lu Zhang's flying speed lurched, followed by turning his head and flying towards the misty forest not far from the Roof Mountain replica. The Forest of Mists is a comprehensive and large-scale copy. The edge of the copy is level 10 to level 20 monsters. As you go deeper, the strength of the monsters increases according to the circle. The deepest part of the deepest part of the deepest part of the deepest part of the deepest part is coiled with a large number of level 40 to 50 monsters. This is exactly the right place for a summoned beast to be upgraded. Currently, Lu Zhang couldn't count on any other summoned beasts, and the only hope for a successful transfer was the 5-star legendary divine pet Tao Tai. Therefore, after arriving at the place, Lu Zhang directly summoned it out and gave a command. Eat vigorously. The quantity and quality of the monsters in the misty forest could be a notch higher than the copies Lu Zhang had been to before, which certainly made it more exciting for Tao Tai. Immediately, the Dharma phase heaven and earth was cast out. directly transforming into a terrifying beast with a shoulder height of 32 meters. And its huge body made the other professionals practicing inside the misty forest instantly feel a huge sense of oppression, causing a wide range of panic. And after it opened its huge mouth and unleashed the devouring black hole, those professionals were almost scared to death and fled. In an instant, a terrifying black storm formed. And even though the Tao Tai was only level 28 now, even those fine monsters that were level 30 or above were torn into pieces under this terrifying gravitational storm, and then sucked into the Tao Tie's mouth. Huge amounts of experience value poured in crazily. Lu Zhang's own level had stopped growing, but that 1/5 of the massive experience value was stored. Tao Tie's level began to soar wildly, swallowing a bite and boosting by 2 levels, officially reaching level 30, yet its level continued to rise. After the first turn, that is, monsters above level 30, each of them brought a lot of experience value and leveled up wildly. And within the Black Stone City, the sound of second-level alerts sounded throughout the city. Chapter 16 Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth. Full attribute increase. Doubled, and doubled again. Level 2 alert. Attention all professionals of Black Stone City. Calamity class copy monsters have appeared in the Forest of Mists. Attention, all professionals evacuate as soon as possible and return to the city. Professionals above the second turn should gather on top of the city wall immediately. Fan Qingli had already reported the news of the mobile Calamity class replica monster long ago, and Blackstone City even held an emergency meeting last night, specifically to discuss how to deal with this Calamity class monster, and strengthened the patrols of replicas everywhere. Who would have thought that this specific countermeasure hadn't even been discussed yet? And this guy really showed up. A huge and terrifying figure. A black storm that seemed to devour everything. There was no doubt that this was the Calamity level monster. And now it had indeed come to wreak havoc amongst the higher level copies, devouring the copy monsters to raise its level. Blackstone City sounded the alarm at the first opportunity and summoned a large number of experts to gather on top of the city walls. As a third-level war city, the strength of the patrolling messengers were all above the third turn. That is, above level 100, and including the city lord. There were a total of 3 level 100 plus powerhouses standing on top of the city wall with heavy faces, looking at the black figure in the distance, and it was difficult to choose for a while. It has already reached level 33 and is still leveling up rapidly. If we want to make a move, we need to do it as soon as possible. A level 30 plus Calamity level monster. Even if the 3 of us join hands, we won't necessarily be able to kill it. Not to mention that it has the ability to conceal itself in the void. Blackstone City's left patrol emissary. Level 128 third turning powerhouse Luo Xinyan opened his mouth. Right patrol emissary. Level 134 third turn Grand Magician Wang Qiuyu also looked at City Lord Lei Hong and said, "You decide as soon as possible. Otherwise we really don't have a choice." Lei Hong swept a glance at the professionals outside who were scrambling to flee towards the city and said with a sigh, "We can't take the initiative to provoke it. Call for help. Call for help immediately. We are not at all sure of taking it down. Rescue it as soon as possible. Let a 4th or even 5th turn powerhouse deal with it. Otherwise if something goes wrong, this Blackstone City will have to be destroyed in our hands." After making the decision, Lei Hong immediately went back to report the news, leaving 2 patrol messengers with people to continue to hold down the city walls. The number of monsters in the Misty Forest was really high, and even though it could only absorb 80% of the experience value, Tao Tie's level soared, and by the time it completely devoured the Misty Forest's monsters, its level had already soared to level 36. Looking at this level, Lu Zhang was not very satisfied, and immediately took it to a slightly worse copy of the frenzied swamp next to him. The level of monsters here was concentrated at level 30 to 40, although it was not as large as the amount of Misty Forest, but it was also considered a source of experience value. The Black Storm appeared once again, and the monsters in the entire frenzied swamp were swallowed up. At this time, Tao Tie's level was barely into level 38. Lu Zhang took a look at Tao Tie's basic attributes and felt that it was much worse, so he had to give it a try. First to see how powerful the Dark Demon Dragon was and what the gap was, but the big deal was to just put away the pet and run. In the next moment, they arrived within the Roof Mountain replica. As expected, the monsters here were all of high quality, and any random one was a level 50 or higher Dragonblood elite monster. There were no ordinary monsters at all. The Tao Tai descended. His figure skyrocketed to 36 meters, and with a large mouth. Even the Dragonblood elite monsters were directly torn and inhaled into his mouth. And these high-quality monsters once again caused the Tao Tie's level to skyrocket up. In the blink of an eye, he broke through level 40. A few moments later, the wild monsters in the entire Roof Mountain were devoured, and Tao Tie's level soared to level 44. Just as Lu Zhang, who was outside the mountain, was thinking about how to open the quest, the entire Roof Mountain steeply experienced a huge tremor, and in a flash,
the mountain cracked open with a huge hole, followed by a dragon roar appearing. There is a difference between Western and Eastern dragons. Western dragons are dragon roars and Eastern dragons are dragon chants. There was no doubt that in here was a Western dragon awakening. After the mountain cracked open, demonic aura filled out. Huge black dragon claws poked out of the hole. Then a huge dragon head poked out. Fiercely, it turned into a black light and flew into midair. A dark dragon with a wingspan of 50 meters appeared in the sky above the roof mountain. Lu Zhang hurriedly used the pupil of truth to look at it, thinking that he might not be able to see it, but he did not expect the information to be fully displayed. Monster, Vickers. Race, Dark Dragon. Quality, Hegemonic. Rank, LV. 200, Serious Injury. Rank, LV. 60, Real. Life, 2 million / 2 million. Mana, 80, 000 / 80, 000. Power, 12, 500. Agility, 1100. Spirit, 13,200. Body mass, 1400. Skills, Dark Fury. Dragon's Breath. Black Flame Meteor. Magic Spirit Shield. Fire Rain Magic Flame. I see. Lu Zhang came to a realization. This demonic dragon was only level 60 in its critically injured state, which was why he could see its attribute value. And just by looking at this attribute, it appeared that he was not without hope of winning. After all, a level 44 Tao Tai was not weak. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, Tao Tai. Quality, 5-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 44, 0. 1%. Life, 440. 000 / 440. 000. Mana, 40. 000 / 40. 000. Power, 4,800. Agility, 3,600. Spirit, 2,500. Body mass, 600. Skills, Black Hole Devouring. Dharma Heaven and Earth. Darkness God Claw. Tyrannical Mist. Fierce God's Might, passive. Mana Annihilation, passive. Looking at the basic attributes alone, Tao Tai was fully suppressed, but in reality, it was already dominant. Under the passive effect of the skill Fierce God's Might, the Dark Demon Dragon Vex, which was actually only level 60, had its mental defense weakened by 50% and its movement speed weakened by 50%. The Dark Demon Dragon's skill attacks were obviously all spell attacks, and the vast majority of these attacks would be directly obliterated under the effect of Tao Tai's other passive skill, Mana Annihilation, which not only couldn't cause damage, but would also replenish Tao Tai's mana. Take away the spell damage and it's a physical fight. Although all the attributes of Tao Tai were suppressed by the Dark Demon Dragon, Tao Tai had a skill that could be called invincible in a physical fight. Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth. Facing the terrifying Dark Demon Dragon, Tao Tai did not have the slightest fear, but instead revealed a greedy gaze, as if he was looking at a delicious feast. Such a gaze made the Dark Demon Dragon Vixen couldn't help but once again let out a roar, directly releasing its dark rage. A fierce black light flew out from the ground like a pillar of the heavens, seemingly wanting to send Tao Tai flying through the top directly. Skill, Dark Fury. Effects, invoke the power of underground darkness, transformed into a shock light, from the bottom above the full impact, causing continuous damage. A single impact minimum damage of 10,000 points. Sustained damage caused by 500 points per. How to say? This skill is definitely a killing move for other people. Impact breaks defense, continuous damage. A skill may give the opponent seconds, but this skill, with the passive effect of Mana Annihilation, was simply a skill that gave Tao Tai a constant return of mana. Not only did it not cause any damage, but in the black light, Tao Tai was even more energized, but that just angered it. Phantom Heaven and Earth Unleashed. Full attribute increase. Doubled and doubled again. Chapter 17 titled Dragonslayer Warrior. Copy disappears permanently. Requesting for follow-up readings. Tao Tai's Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth skill hadn't really been fully opened once. After all, once it was fully opened, every second of mana consumption was massive. But facing such a dark demon dragon, Tao Tai was truly enraged. In its eyes, everything, except for its own master, was just food, and a food that dared to provoke itself like this. Surprisingly, I was given the wow factor. Immediately, it completed the full effect of the Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth skill for the first time, and its body size swelled once again, skyrocketing from its original 36 meter shoulder height to 66 meters, and its full attributes doubled once again, directly reaching 8 times the extent of what it had just achieved. Race, Tao Tai. Quality, 5-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 44, 0. 1%. Life, 3. 52 million / 3. 52 million. Mana, 38. 000 / 40. 000. Power, 38. 400. Agility, 28. 800. Spirit, 200. Body mass, 4,800. In addition to the continuous consumption of mana, the life value directly skyrocketed from 440,000 to 3,520,000, and the power finger, which had originally been crushed by the 12,500 points of power of the Dark Demon Dragon, skyrocketed to 38,400, reaching more than 3 times its size. The Tao Tai, whose size had increased dramatically, directly released the devouring black hole. Naturally it couldn't tear Vex apart by gravitational force alone, but it could pull it directly in front of it. And in the next moment, the Tao Tai pounced on Vex and took a bite out of its wing. After a violent scream, a wing was ripped off so hard. Then, it was devoured by Tao Tai into his stomach in a big mouth. The Dark Demon Dragon Vixen desperately resisted. It was a former level 200 monster. It released its demon spirit shield. A dark red shield formed on the surface of its skin, but immediately after, Tao Tai took a bite, and the shield shattered under the strong force. Roar! The Dark Devil Dragon let out a miserable sound. Even so, after those monsters among the low-level copies heard this sound, they were still trembling in fear and their battle power was greatly weakened. If someone comes to practice at this time, they can definitely pick up a big win. Unwilling to be eaten in one gulp, Vex spewed out its dragon's breath, and the flames filled the Taotia's entire body without doing any damage. In terms of Taotia's physique now, not to mention the passive effect of mana annihilation, even without this skill, this dragon's breath would not be able to cause much damage. It would just be a futile attempt to resist, but Vex still didn't give up, and it defiantly unleashed another skill, Black Flame Meteor, only to see, in the distance, a huge black meteorite formed, with black flames burning on it, and fell towards the ground at great speed. The meteorite was 100 meters in diameter, and after it fell at high speed, not to mention Tao Tai and the Dark Demon Dragon, I'm afraid the entire copy would have to be destroyed, and it would even cause a major earthquake, directly reducing the Black Stone City next to it to rubble. Vickers was fighting to take Tao Tai even if he had to die with him. Seeing this scene, the crowd on the city walls panicked. As a matter of fact, as early as when the roof mountain cracked open and the Dark Demon Dragon appeared, the entire Black Stone City was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair. A level 200 overlord monster, the Dark Demon Dragon, peak of turn 4. Unless a powerhouse at the level of a 5th Revolution Great Magical Instructor descended. Once it impacted the city, in an instant, Blackstone City would be reduced to rubble. Upon seeing this guy appear, the level 134 third turn Grand Magician Wang Qiuyu was so scared that she hurriedly flew towards the city lord's mansion. She had to call for help as soon as possible. A 4th turn powerhouse was no longer able to disarm the crisis. An even bigger crisis had arisen, and it was necessary for a 5th turn powerhouse to come. And immediately afterward, Luo Zhenyang, the left patrol messenger who was still on the city wall, watched as the Calamity-class monster whose breath had doubled multiple times and whose size had skyrocketed by several times directly pounced on the Dark Demon Dragon. And when the two monsters fought, he in turn breathed a sigh of relief. These two copies of the monster first, not to mention who can win, can at least delay a little bit, at least one less monster threat, but it all happened so fast. Originally thought that the two monsters would be equal, fight to the death and lose. But the result was that the 200 level Dark Demon Dragon was actually being pressed by that Calamity monster that was only level 44. Luo Zhenyang expected the Dark Demon Dragon to resist, hoping that its skills would work, but it never occurred to me that this guy was going to directly destroy everything. Sure enough, it's a magic dragon. Once that huge meteorite fell on the ground, the shockwaves generated would probably cause a major earthquake in Blackstone City. He immediately flew to the city and shouted for everyone to stay away from the buildings and turn on their shields. Not only to avoid the collapse of the houses caused by the earthquake, but also to avoid being injured or even directly shocked to death by the powerful shockwaves. Just then, Tao Tai bit off Victor's head. The Dark Demon Dragon died, and the huge amount of experience value allowed Tao Tai to directly raise to level 50, rising 6 levels in a row, just as that meteorite was about to fall on Taotia's body. In the next moment, a huge black hole steeply appeared above his head, directly approaching 200 meters, swallowing that meteorite in one bite. As a divine beast, why didn't Tao Tai have an active defense skill? That was because the black hole devouring skill trumped all defensive abilities. As long as it didn't exceed its devouring limit, all energy type attacks could be devoured and absorbed for almost all of them. At the same time, a prompt message surfaced on the panel in front of Lu Zhang's eyes. Congratulations on successfully killing the LV 200 Overlord class boss, Dark Demon Dragon Vixen. Completing the transfer quest, kill Fallen Dark Devil Dragon. Ding! You have successfully completed your transfer. Promoted to Intermediate Summoner. The only exclusive skill summoning is upgraded to Intermediate Summoning. Ding!
detecting the accumulation of a large amount of experience value, all of which has now been absorbed.
Your level has been raised. Your current level is LV 47, and your full attributes have been increased. Ding! You have successfully slain the Dark Devil Dragon,
earning the title Dragon Slayer Warrior.
Attention, due to the killing of the only hidden LV 200 Overlord boss, Dark Demon Dragon Vixen, the replica roof mountain will disappear permanently after 1 hour. Family, who understands?
I just made a complete turn, and straight away I soared from level 30 to level 47 in a row of 17 levels.
Is this the trouble with upgrades?
The Dark Demon Dragon was killed and dropped quite a few items, which Lu Zhang hurriedly picked up. Then he saw that cave where Vex appeared again and let Tao Tai devour Vex's corpse while he himself entered within the cave. Looking at a golden treasure chest inside, Lu Zhang revealed a smile and hurriedly clicked on it, collecting the contents, and with no time to take stock of what was there,
he hurriedly ran away. This time to make such a big commotion.
The roof mountain copy directly by him to get lost, although he is also forced to do. But this if really looking for him to settle the score.
He also has no way to renege. After all, it was really him who ruined it. Can't afford to mess with it. Run away. Directly using the city return scroll. The place the scroll was connected to was Leyang City. After launching it, a light wrapped around him, and after a few seconds, the light curtain disappeared, and he had already appeared in Leyang City's city return square.
There are guards patrolling around the return square to prevent people from sneak attacks when others have just returned and haven't regained their vision.
But after enjoying the service, you have to pay and leave the square after paying a silver coin.
Lu Zhang returned directly to his home to sleep.
Today was too exciting. He had to take a good rest. The next time to just lie flat.
47 Great himself want to go to any university is not easy,
but now Tao Tai can't be seen, so it's a bit hard to say that he, the summoner,
has a higher level than a main station summoning beast like the three-tailed spirit fox.
Who is protecting who?
I'll have to urge these summoned beasts to upgrade tomorrow.
On the other hand, Blackstone City, on the city wall,
everyone looked at the flattened copy of Roof Mountain and fell into a stupor.
Chapter 18, Legendary Summoners Summoned Beast? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gone.
It's really gone. It's not as if this world doesn't have copies that disappear. Some copies that exist for a limited time will disappear after a set amount of time, but it's far too rare for a copy like the Roof Mountain copy, which has been integrated into this world,
to disappear. Even if the copy boss is killed, it will be refreshed and everything will just start over. How can you still dry out the whole copy? The Roof Mountain copy is indeed a bit special.
It exists because of the Dark Demon Dragon Vex.
This guy has uniqueness.
It is because of its demonic aura that caused so many dragon blood demons to appear in the Roof Mountain.
And when Vex dies,
those monsters can't be refreshed out.
The whole copy is gone with it.
Just as Luo Xinyan and the others were still shocked at the disappearance of the copies, a light flashed from the teleportation array within the city,
and in the next moment, two people emerged from the teleportation array, and as soon as they appeared, they flew directly to the city wall. When Luo Xinyan saw one of them, he immediately came forward respectfully.
Teacher. This person had a kind face and a stout body, standing there like a big sword with a stern sharpness.
He was Luo Xinyan's teacher, a teacher of the Holy War Academy, the fifth-turn greatsword master Payan.
Payan nodded at him and asked seriously,
"What's the situation now? Where are the dark demon dragons and calamity-class monsters?" Luo Xinyan pointed to a wasteland not far away and opened his mouth.
The dark demon dragon was killed by that calamity-class monster. And then we received an alert that the Roof Mountain copy would disappear after 1 hour due to the sole hidden boss being killed.
Just a moment ago, that copy has disappeared. And before that, that calamity-class monster was long gone. The fifth-turned Grand Magical Instructor Bao Renjie, who was holding a staff next to Pei En, frowned at his words. That is to say, that calamity-class monster didn't disappear along with the copy, but once again performed the so-called void concealment. That's a problem. It could still reappear at any time,
Pei En said with a sigh.
Luo Xinyan, however, suddenly opened his mouth. Teacher, I found out that this so-called calamity-level monster didn't harm humans. Counting the Roof Mountain copy, it has swept through 3 copies here, but none of the people in them have suffered any casualties. Teacher, I mean is there a possibility that this monster is, in fact, a summoner's summoned beast, controlled by humans, and that's why it doesn't harm the human levelers? Without waiting for Pei En to reply, that great magical instructor Bao Renjie was a direct veto. It is absolutely impossible. This kind of calamity-level monster is already in the category of a legendary divine pet. In the entire Grand Xia Alliance, there is only one divine-level summoner, and that divine pet was only obtained after that summoner was promoted to the legendary summoner profession. If there is such a legendary profession, we shouldn't be unaware of it. Pei En also nodded at his words and said, According to the information you guys gave, the first time we found this monster was only in the teens. If it's a summoner, it means that he's a legendary summoner in the teens. A legendary profession. How could it not be known? It's indeed unlikely that it's a summoning beast. Don't you hold your breath. We'll be here for the next 2 days to see if anything else out of the ordinary happens. Hearing his teacher say the same, Luo Xinyan erased that bold thought of his from his mind. It should just be that he was overthinking it. If a legendary summoner appeared, how could he not know about it? The two news of the disappearance of the Roof Mountain copy and the Dark Demon Dragon's battle against the Calamity-level monsters had quickly spread within Liang City. City Lord Fan Qingli, who had received these news, was shocked but relieved. He looked at Mac Nanshan and laughed. In that case, this monster is just constantly going to the high-level copies to devour monsters, and there's a high probability that the Liang City side won't come back. At the very least, our side is considered safe. Instead, a flash of worry appeared on Mu Nanshan's face. This monster can kill a level 200 Dark Demon Dragon when it's only level 40 or so. With such strength and such a growth rate, once it grows to level 200 or more, won't it be able to directly destroy the main city? Don't think about it so much. This matter has been reported. Naturally there will be strong people who will pay attention to it. It's no longer something we can change anything. Even if it appears now, you and I are no match for it. Sun Jiugong spoke out in relief. Fan Qingli also smiled. Right. The most important thing right now is still to urge the students to practice leveling and prepare for the National Professionals Higher Education Examination that will be held more than a month later. By the way, I heard from Old Sun that you guys have found a very good assassin profession seedling. He's already level 27. This is a treasure. Nanshan, you have to ask your master to pay more attention to take care of him. Don't let him go deeper into such a dangerous place by himself. Hearing Fan Qingli mention this, Mu Nanshan frowned and said, I asked my father and also my daughter. Amongst the students of this term, there isn't a single rare grade assassin professional that has appeared. Not even one of elite grade quality. He should have relied on his own chance and gotten the hidden profession transformation skill book. And if I want to find him out, if I don't make a wide-ranging exclusion, I guess I can only wait for the college entrance exam. Oh, hidden profession. Transferring by yourself. Then this is considered a dark horse for our Liang City. Not bad. Then let's look forward to the arrival of the day of the national occupation exam. Ha ha. When Fan Qingli finished speaking, Sun Jiugong was the one who spoke. This kid and I have a destiny. I have never asked him his name, but I have already met him 3 times. When I see him next time, I will ask for his information. I will protect him to grow up. This kid has high talent and good luck. Maybe in the future, he can also take me to practice leveling. Upon hearing this, Fan Qingli and Mu Nanshan together gave a thumbs up to Sun Jiugong. It's still you. Lu Jing didn't know that he had been missed. He woke up with a start and didn't draw any cards the next day. Nor did he even go out to practice. Instead he started to count his gains. Let's start by looking at what dropped from Vixen. Item, Horn of the Magic Dragon ×4. Effect, containing the power of dragon, darkness and flame. Used as a material for making equipment. There were a pair of 2 dragon horns. But this drop was a material, not a complete dragon horn. Item, Scale of Magic Dragon ×30. Effect, containing the power of dragon, darkness and flame. Used as a material for making equipment. The scales were large. One piece was as big as a faceplate. The best thing was to use them to make armor. It wouldn't take more than a few pieces to make a pair. Item, Bone of the Magic Dragon ×10. Effect, containing the power of dragon, darkness and flame. Used as a material for making equipment. A piece of dragon bone was about half a meter long. Used to make wands, it should be a good material. And its value was certainly not low. Lu Zhang had been planning to create a dagger. Using the dark power gemstone that he had gotten last time combined with the dragon horn, it should be very good. But it was estimated that there were no forges capable of making this level of equipment in the entire Liang City. Let's put it aside for now and see what treasures are in the dragon's treasure chest. Just seeing the first piece, Lu Zhang almost screamed out in surprise. Out of gear. Chapter 19, Taking Stock of the Harvest. Purple Obsidian Divine Armor. Megalodon Friendship Medal. The vast majority of the equipment in this world relies on forges to make it. And if you can get equipment in the middle of a copy, it is invariably a very powerful existence. The equipment obtained from this giant dragon's treasure chest was a mask. And this kind of special equipment that was not weapons or armor often had unexpected effects, making Lu Zhang look forward to it even more. He directly utilized the passive skill Pupil of Truth to complete an appraisal on it. Equipment, Dark Mask. Quality, Purple Obsidian 1 star, Unique Binding. Equipment requirement, LV. 60 or above. Darkness profession or true spirit value greater than 100. Spirit plus 800. Physical fitness plus 200. Darkness spell resistance plus 100. Skill, Masked Illusion, passive. Fusion of darkness. Durability, permanent. All the equipment quality from low to high is divided into black iron, silver, gold, obsidian. 4 big levels. Each big level is divided into 5 small star level. The quality of the equipment from the basic attribute increase. Bring their own skills and other aspects of the multi-dimensional evaluation. Each piece of obsidian level equipment are worth a lot of money, while equipment below the purple obsidian level had durability. Once the durability was depleted, the equipment would simply be damaged and disappear. Purple obsidian level equipment, unlimited durability, unlimited use, and uniquely bound, cannot be dropped. Once the user dies, the equipment will also disappear, and the 2 skills it brings are very powerful. Skill, mask illusion, passive. Effect, your true rank and information cannot be probed, and you will look different to everyone. Good fellow. That is to say, as long as one wears this equipment, then one doesn't have to worry about the problem of identity exposure. The level can't be probed, the information can't be perceived, and even the appearance has become a mosaic. Skill, fusion darkness. Effects, you can walk in fused darkness. In this state, you are immune to physical damage, immune to darkness spell damage, and the damage of all attribute spells other than divine spells is reduced by 50%. Your darkness spell attack is increased by effects. You can walk in fused darkness. Lu Zhang already had a darkness raid skill to sneak into the darkness, but in that case it was a constant drain on spell value. Whereas now, by simply wearing a mask, he could hide in the darkness at will. And furthermore, the power of the darkness raid was directly increased by 50%. Identity concealment and violent surprise attacks. So I'm really an assassin? Glancing at his basic attributes, his spirit value was 1224, just enough to equip it, and he put it on directly. Anyway, he could hide it and call it up at any time. Immediately after, Lu Zhang looked at the other items in the treasure chest. Skill book, Dark Guardian. Effect minimum consumption of 500 points of mana. Fit the whole body to release a layer of darkness shield. Increase 100 points of basic defense. Mana consumption increases the defense value. Learning requirements, LV. 60 or above, darkness profession or true spirit value greater than 100 and mana value greater than 100. This was the shield type skill that Lu Zhang had been lacking, and now that he finally had it, he hurriedly clicked on learn and then unleashed a Dark Guardian on himself. Raising his hand, he could notice that a layer of black light appeared on the surface of his skin, which did not affect the various movements in the slightest, and he even realized that the skill could also be released on a single small part, such as the eye area, but it would still consume a minimum of 500 mana points. But when you think about the 100-point base defense bonus, it makes sense. The dragon's treasure chest had 4 items in total, besides the dark mask, the skill book. The other 2 were a scroll and a medallion respectively. Item, Scroll of the Abyssal Gate. Effect, using the scroll opens an abyssal gate, which lasts for 72 hours and allows up to LV 300 level creatures to pass through it. That's a big deal. If one opens a gate at the city gates, it's a direct result of the abyssal invasion. Put it away quickly so you don't accidentally use it. Item, Dragon Friendship Medal. Effects, gain dragon pressure. All targets not higher than your level will have their agility weakened by 50% and their spirit weakened by 50%. All dragons will be more favorable to you by 50%. And you can enter the Valley of the Dragons with this. Seeing this medal, Lu Zhang froze for a moment, then he reacted. That vixen was a magic dragon that had defected from the Gargoyle clan and had been corrupted by the darkness. And it was not strange to kill it and gain the friendship of the Gargoyle clan. But thinking about the fact that he appeared to have earned a Dragon Slayer Warrior title, it made him cry a little. Title, Dragon Slayer Warrior. Effects, hatred of dragons towards you increases by 50%. Your damage to dragons and dragon-blooded creatures increases by an additional 5%, strength plus 500, constitution. So, title plus medals equals not good or bad? After things were inventoried, Lu Zhang didn't go out that day, laying flat for the day and resting and relaxing. The next day, he arrived at another tier 3 war city, Heavy Shield City. These days his plan wasn't to upgrade. Summoned beast leveling up was one aspect, but more than that, he was still making money with all his might. Kill monsters for materials, sell them for gold, and save up a fortune out of it, because he wanted to go to someone to build equipment. And according to the information that he had inquired about, forging a 1-star silver equipment would cost at least 50 gold coins, and gold equipment would cost several thousand. And with the materials that he had taken out, he would have to forge a gold preparation anyways. These thousands of gold coins might not be enough. At least 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins would be enough. Fortunately, Lu Zhang was not fighting alone. Today was the 44th day after the Day of Awakening. With 440 summoning bits, he had mastered 166 elite quality summoned beasts,
plus a few immortal spirit pets in his hand. Together they fought monsters for him to obtain materials. All he, the master, had to do was to keep charging the materials to be sold and then return. Working so efficiently, his wealth grew by leaps and bounds, and just on the first day, he earned a full 3,000 gold coins, which was equivalent to the purchasing power of more than $30 million, a figure that his parents in this life could not earn in their entire lives. Lu Zhang had already given his parents more than 100 gold coins, but neither of them had spent them, saying that they were saving their wife's books for Lu Zhang. His parents had worked hard all his life, and now it had become a habit that could not be changed in a short period of time. Much less would he be allowed to be distracted at this most critical moment of the upcoming college entrance exam. Therefore, Lu Zhang did not think of doing anything more to help them, and only waited until he had gone to university to reassure the two old men before helping them to level up and gain strength and wealth. 10 days passed in a flash, and in 10 days' time, Lu Zhang had managed to save a full 58,000 gold coins, which was a considerable amount of wealth. The frantic process of making money incidentally raised the level of all the summoned beasts under his hand a bit. In addition to the 5-star legendary divine pet Taoya's level remaining unchanged at level 50, the levels of the other summoned beasts had all received huge boosts, with the three-tailed spirit fox reaching level 48, the cave specter song snake and the whistling moon song wolf both reaching level 46, and the mirage spirit cat and the lunar tooth eagle reaching level 44. In addition to that, the remaining 200 elite summoned beasts, on average, had reached level 40, which brought Lu Zhang huge amounts of experience value and basic attribute points feedback, causing Lu Zhang's own level to step into level 48. The only thing I found less than satisfactory was that none of the summoned beasts drawn these days were of rare quality or above. At the moment, he had 540 summoning bits, and the summoned beasts above the 300 or so summoning bits were just cannon fodder at the level of a 1-star normal beast pet. Today, he was ruthless to consume all the cannon fodder in one breath and try 300 consecutive draws to see if he could draw something good. Chapter 20, Great Outbreak of Character. 3 rare and 1 divine favor. Requests for follow-up reading. It wasn't that he hadn't tried 10 consecutive draws and 100 consecutive draws in the past few days, but even now that he had been promoted to an intermediate summoner, and the probability of summoning a high-quality summoned beast had increased, the results were already very distressing. At most, it was just a 5-star elite quality summoned beast, not a single rare quality one, and in fact, other summoners, at the intermediate summoner stage, would already be very good if they could summon a 3-star or higher elite quality summoned beast. Some of the family background of the family. If someone awakened the summoner profession, successive use of the summoning scroll to refresh, but also just bet to a 3-star elite quality of the summoned beast will not bet again. If hard to a rare quality summoned beast before giving up, it is estimated that even if emptying the bottom of the family cannot do, the quality of Lu Zhang's starting summoned beasts is too high. The first 10 consecutive draws directly out of a 5-star immortal spirit pet. Rare quality beast pets in his eyes are just average. It's only natural that he can't look at elite quality beast pets. Perhaps it was because all the luck of the past few days had accumulated to this day, and looking at the harvest in front of him, Lu Zhang could not believe it for a moment. Consume 1 point of spells and successfully activate the skill summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained a 1-star normal beast pet Firecracker Rabbit, X35. Consume 1 point of spells and successfully activate the skill summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained the 3-star rare beast pet 3-headed Firecrane, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You gain the skill, Start a Fire. Skill, Fire and Prairie. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 mana. Inflicts sustained flame damage to an area within a certain range, but the impact inflicts a minimum of 500 points of damage, and sustains a minimum of 50 points of damage per. Consume 1 point of spells and successfully activate the skill summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained the 2-star rare beast pet Thunder Stripe Demon Tiger, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Thunder Grid. Skill, Thunder Grid. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 mana to create a grid within a certain area, causing a paralyzing effect, with a minimum of 500 points of damage from a single lightning strike, and a minimum of 50 points of sustained damage per. Consume 1 point of spells and successfully activate the skill summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-star rare beast pet Xian Ice Turtle, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Ice Aura. Skill, Ice Aura. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 points of mana, and is released on a single or group of targets, causing a freezing effect that inflicts 500 points of freezing damage in a single pass, and a minimum of 50 points of sustained damage per second. The 3 rare grade quality summoned beasts possess the flame, thunder and ice attributes respectively, and each gave Lu Zhang a spell skill of the corresponding attribute. directly turning him from an ordinary summoner into a mage specializing in all 3 types of spells.
These 3 rare summoned beasts, on the other hand, weren't even the biggest haul this time around. Consume 1 point of spells and successfully activate the skill summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained the 4-star legendary divine pet 9-headed immortal bird, ×1. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, 9-headed immortal. Quality, 4-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 1, 0. 0%. Life, 800/800. Mana, 100/100. Power, 100. Agility, 150. Spirit, 200. Body mass, 180. Skills, Underworld Firebrand. 1000 Birds Incarnation. Death Scythe, Sea of Immortal Fire. 9 Heads of Immortality, passive. Nirvana Rebirth, passive. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Nirvana Rebirth, passive. Skill, Nirvana Rebirth, passive. Effects, when you die, you will immediately be reborn in the Underworld Flame, doubling your attributes after rebirth for 1 hour. The second time you die within this time will be your real death, and after 1 hour, your level will fall to level 1. And your attribute bonus from upgrading will be deprived of all of them, and the passive effect will be restored, and you can be triggered again. Strong, ridiculously strong, worthy of being a divine pet. Rebirth, second life, doubling all attributes after rebirth. This is a great trick to turn the tide against the wind. Although it was said that the level would drop to 1 after rebirth, it was nothing compared to having a life. Moreover, this skill theoretically means that it can be refreshed again after an hour. And it is definitely a true life-saving skill. Originally, he was already very strong. Not only did he incarnate as a dark assassin, but he also had the ability of a 3-system mage. And now he could even be reborn. So how could he let other people play? He was really cool himself. Though, no shipments for 10 days, but as a result, 3 rare beast pets and a divine pet came out today in one breath. Sweep the days since the depression. At this time Lu Zhang's mood that is incomparably happy. Thought to hurry up to the divine pet upgrade. But a look at the sky is not early. He had to hurry home, or else mom will be angry. The old rules, the beast pets below the immortal level stayed behind to continue to work for him at night to earn experience value, and then directly use the city return scroll to quickly go home. The next morning, Lu Zhang had wanted to go and get his equipment built today. He had already accumulated 10 days of gold coins just so that he could build good equipment for himself. But just as he opened the door, it was at the door that he saw an unexpected person. Squad leader. What are you doing here? Standing at the doorway was none other than Mu Yunlan. In fact, she had already been standing at the doorway for several minutes, only that she had not knocked on the door, as if she was not ready to communicate with Lu Zhang. At this time, Lu Zhang suddenly pushed the door out, giving her a fright, and then hurriedly said in a calm manner, I came to see you. I just got here just as you were coming out to save me knocking on the door. Can I help you? Come inside and talk? Lu Zhang asked. Into the house? Doesn't that mean you're meeting the parents? Mu Yunlan had been hesitant to knock on the door before. It was this aspect that she had considered, and now that she was being told this by Lu Zhang, as if her heart had been poked out, her face brushed with a reddish color. A few moments of shame welled up in his heart. No, you come with me and we'll talk as we walk. Saying that, she took the first step towards the outside, as if she was afraid that Lu Zhang's parents inside would come out. Lu Zhang was puzzled, but he didn't refuse, as he was about to go out anyway. Closing the door, he quickly followed Mak Yunlan's footsteps. It was only after he had walked out of the neighborhood that Mu Yunlan settled his mind and opened his mouth. It's like this. Outside of Icebird City next to Leyang City there is a copy called the Tower of Trials. This copy is very special. It can generate different levels of trial difficulty based on different levels of professions below level 60. And after you pass it, you can obtain a trial treasure chest and a title. Each person can go in just twice. Once before level 30 and once before level 60. The title you should know very well what it means. Not only can it carry a permanent effect, but it can also gain extra points in the National Professionals High School examination. And today I've just come over to invite you to participate in the copy trial. Lu Zhang's face revealed a lost color when he heard this. Good guy. There was a chance before level 30. He had already wasted a treasure chest. He had opened a total of 2 treasure chests now, and there was a huge harvest in each of them. And he could not help but feel bad at heart at the thought of losing one of his treasure chests. And after Mu Yunlan saw the expression on his face, he thought that he was not confident that he could pass the copy, and immediately gritted his teeth and said, the trial tower has a multiplayer mode that will determine the difficulty level according to the highest level among the multiplayers. I can take you through. Lu Zhang looked at the overhead display of LV. 27 leveled Mu Yunlan in surprise and said with a smile, you can take me through?
Mu Yunlan thought that Lu Zhang had too much pride and was unwilling to accept this kind of charity help,
and immediately spoke out. Don't get me wrong. I just don't want you to be surpassed by me in the entrance exams because you don't have a title. We have to compete fairly. With that, she suddenly realized something and asked suspiciously, how come I can't see your rank? Chapter 21 9-Layered Demon Tower Trial. You choose Purgatory difficulty. How come you can't see my rank? Lu Zhang felt a little amused at his words. What right do you, a mere LV 27 leveled little trash, have to see through the level of my dainty Trisystem Magician Dark Assassin Hexagonal Warrior Ordinary LV 48 leveled Divine Pet Summoner? As a former competitor, Lu Zhang was still afraid of striking this female classmate. After all, the other party was able to come over and inform himself of the news of the Tower of Trials. This was a favor. People helped themselves. How could they mock back in reverse? Immediately, he equipped his dark mask and smiled. This is the equipment I got by chance. It can mask the level. Let's go to the Tower of Trials. I love opening treasure chests. Is there another outfit like this? Mu Yunlan glanced at Lu Zhang's mask and didn't say anything more. And the two of them then arrived at Icebird City together. Icebird City is very close to Liyang City. They didn't even use the teleportation array, but directly took a taxi over. Within this captive area protected by the main city, there are no magic creatures running around. The monsters are all within the replicas, so the passage is very safe. Half an hour. Arrived outside the copy of the trial tower in Icebird City. Just a few steps away, Lu Zhang suddenly heard a familiar voice. Ha! It's you! Are you here for the copy trial too? Turning his head to look, he saw a woman riding a griffin looking down at the place, and it turned out to be the girl who had robbed himself of his monstrous kill in the Black Pine Forest that day. When Mu Yunlan noticed Dongfang Slim, a trace of hostility inexplicably arose, and she blurted out, "Who is she?" Lu Zhang replied casually, "A boring person. Met once." Hearing that the two had only met once, and that they didn't care about this person from Lu Zhang's tone of voice analysis, Mu Yunlan felt much more relaxed, and looked towards Dongfang Slim and replied, "We're in the trial together." When Dongfang Curl saw that Lu Zhang was not taking care of himself, or that a girl had spoken up to pick up the conversation as if she was not allowing the two to speak, the idea of engaging in a battle of wills arose in her mind. Seeing Mak Yunlan's rank, he smiled. 27 levels, only one level lower than me. His strength is very good, but if you take him with you, you may not be able to pass the level, so be careful of hurting your own life. At first, if I hadn't come to his rescue, he would have already died in the Black Pine Forest. Hearing this, Lu Zhang directly rolled his eyes. "No, that day when you robbed my monster, I didn't bother with you. Why are you still messing around today?" "Alas, forget it, class president. Let's just hurry up and go to the trial. I have other things to do today and don't want to waste time." Saying that, Lu Zhang directly grabbed Mu Yunlan's wrist and walked towards the Tower of Trials. The latter had wanted to dislike Dongfang Slim a few times back, but after being grabbed by Lu Zhang's wrist, her face immediately turned red and she couldn't say anything for a while. She just froze as she was pulled into the Tower of Trials. Watching the two walk in together, Dongfang Curly gritted her teeth. "What an abomination. Obviously it was me who saved you, and counter-slandered me for robbing your monster. When you come out, I'll definitely beat you up." Fu Bo, who was next to him, suddenly spoke up and reminded, "Miss, just now that kid is a bit strange. I can't see through the strength. The mask on his face is not an ordinary equipment. This period of time may have some strange encounters. Do not be impulsive." "Humph, my granddaughter, the granddaughter of the Icebird City Lord, can't be slandered, no matter what. Uncle Fu, before I come out, you mustn't let him go," Dongfang Slim said and directly entered the Tower of Trials. Lu Zhang pulled Mu Yunlan's arm into the Tower of Trials, and the two of them appeared within a white space, and a panel suddenly appeared before their eyes. "You have entered the replica 9 layers Demon Tower, and you will be rewarded after passing the trial. 9 layers of trial, and you can choose to return after each layer of trial. Basic attribute detection is complete. Detected as 2-player trial mode. You can choose the following difficulty for the trial. Difficulty 1 to 5 stars, Danger 1 to 5 stars, Abyss, Purgatory." According to Mu Yunlan's understanding, the difficulty of the Tower of Trials was divided into 6 levels: Simple, General, Elite, Difficult, Dangerous, and Abyssal, of which the first 5 levels were all divided into 1 star to 5 stars, while the Abyssal difficulty was currently not passed by more than 10 people, whereas trialists below 30 were usually given 3 trial difficulties of Easy, General and Elite. Now not only was the difficulty given, which only appeared above the 30th level, the Dangerous Abyssal difficulty, there was also a Purgatory level, which made Mu Yunlan, who had originally been a little confused because she had been pulled by Lu Zhang's wrist, instantly come to her senses. How could this be? If it's elite difficulty, I'm still sure I can take you through. But the difficulty level? I'm having trouble clearing it alone. It's too dangerous.
Mu Yunlan accidentally said what was in her heart, but it was immediately followed by a scene that made her even more horrified.
This was because Lu Zhang had directly chosen the purgatory difficulty. In the next moment, the two were teleported away, and when they regained their vision, a prompt came to their ears. Attention, you have opened the first level of the 9 layers Demon Tower Trial Purgatory difficulty. After 30 seconds, the protective boundary disappears and you can pass this level of the trial by killing all targets. Countdown, 29, 28, 27.
The two were protected outside a layer of semi-transparent light curtains, and through the light curtains, one could see that 10 meters away from the outside, there was a black panther with a shoulder height of more than 6 meters eyeing this side intently.
LV 52, Demon Shadow Leopard Demon. Monster levels, unlike player levels, can be seen no matter how many levels, as long as they are not intentionally covered up.
As Mu Yunlan scanned the circle, her face directly turned pale as she saw that there were a full 10 leopard demons that were also level 52. This was the purgatory difficulty, with level 60 or below participating in the trial, and just the first level, one had to deal with 10 level 50 or above monsters at the same time. She stood in front of Lu Zhang and said in a trembling voice, "You're a summoner. You hide behind me and let your summoned beasts protect the rear. As long as we make it through this level of the trial, we can escape." She hadn't yet performed her first turn, and at only level 27, she had absolutely no chance of winning against 10 monsters that were almost twice her level. At this moment, these words were meant to reassure Lu Zhang, as well as to appease his own fears. As soon as her words fell, the countdown ended, and the next moment she was about to rush forward, but she realized that she was wrapped around Lu Zhang's shoulders, which was so strong that she was not able to break free for a while. "Squad leader, don't be impulsive. Let my summoned beast go first." It was at this moment that the Demon Shadow Leopard Demon pounced, while Lu Zhang used the skill, treading on the moon, wrapped his arm around Mu Yunlan's waist, and quickly ascended into mid-air, followed by summoning the crescent moon sculpture, and the two of them stood on top of it. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. These things don't fly at first glance, so as long as they get to mid-air, they won't get hurt at the very least. And in the next moment, the level 46 Cave Spectre Pale Serpent and Whistling Moon Pale Wolf were summoned together. None of them could match the level of that Demon Shadow Leopard Demon. But these Demon Shadow Leopard Demons were just normal level quality monsters, as could be seen from their size, and as soon as the two summoned beasts appeared, they directly suppressed the 10 Demon Shadow Leopard Demons. The Cave Pale Snake's body length at this time reached a terrifying 38 meters. The lower half of its body coiled up, its head right underneath the moon sculpture, a pair of large dark red eyes, as if it was connected to the underworld, while the Whistling Moon Pale Wolf had a silvery white fur like silver armor. Its shoulder height reached more than 13 meters. Not only was it powerful and domineering, but it also looked very handsome. Mu Yunlan looked at the two terrifying beasts in front of him and asked in shock, "Are these all your summoned beasts?" Chapter 22 Hold on to me and take you flying. Pass. Purgatory difficulty copy. In Mu Yunlan's cognition, an ordinary summoner, before the first turn, would at most just have an elite quality summoned beast, even if they were very lucky. A rare grade summoned beast would top the sky, but these two giant beasts in front of him, from all aspects, did not look like ordinary summoned beasts. This aura, incomparably powerful, carried a sense of soulful oppression, so much so that the 10 Demon Shadow Leopard Demons that had aggressively surrounded them just now had unexpectedly stopped without a second thought, not daring to come forward. But while they stopped, Lu Zhang did not make the two summoned beasts stop. Two blood-red rays of light were released from the eyes of the cave pixie Tsung snake, striking a Demon Shadow Leopard Demon, after which it was very simply too late to dodge, and then it didn't even let out a single miserable scream, directly collapsing. This was the Cave Spectre Pale Snake skill, Blood Spectre Divine Light. Skill, Blood Spectre Divine Light. Effect, consume a minimum of 500 points of mana to release a Blood Spectre Divine Light. When hit by the Blood Spectre Divine Light, without spiritual defense, the spiritual value is less than 1,500 points of spiritual collapse. Judged as death, non-death situation, a single 1,500 points of spiritual damage, and an additional 100 points of continuous spiritual damage per second, lasting 5 seconds. This skill is very overbearing. Simply put, if there is no spiritual defense skill, spiritual power below 200 points will die for sure. Below 1,500 points instantly die violently. The level 52 Demon Shadow Leopard Demon in front of him only had 750 spirit points, and couldn't carry this skill attack at all. On the other hand, the Whistling Moon Pale Wolf also attacked, and it too unleashed a skill, a regular attack skill,
Splitting claw. Abruptly, a huge silver-white claw formed in midair, attaching itself to the right front paw of the whistling moon pale wolf, and after it landed, it directly tore a demon shadow leopard demon into 7 or 8 pieces. Skill, Cracking Claw. Effect, consume a minimum of 200 mana to unleash a rift claw that deals a minimum of 400 points of physical damage, with a bonus of 10 points of physical damage for 1 point of strength. Tsunami Kangwolf is also considered to be a physical combat power type summoned beast. Level 46, it has 2,850 points of strength value. Under this skill, converted into damage value plus the basic skill damage, it is a full 32,500 points of damage value. This demon shadow leopard demon's life value was only 13,500 points, so it was reasonable to destroy it with a single claw. Under the killing of the 2 immortal spirit pets, in just half a minute's time, the 10 demon shadow leopard demons were exterminated cleanly, and a panel prompt surfaced in front of Lu Zhang and Mu Yunlun. Attention, the first layer of the 9 layers Demon Tower Trial Purgatory difficulty is passed. Please choose whether to end this trial. If you do not make a choice, after 30 seconds, the second layer of the trial will be opened. Countdown, 29, 28, 27. Before Mu Yunlun could return to his senses, he realized that Lu Zhang had once again chosen to open the trial. Immediately afterward, the two appeared on the second level. Seeing the newly appeared monsters outside the boundary, Mu Yunlun then settled her mind and looked at Lu Zhang with a complicated gaze, asking, "So you're sure you can take me through the purgatory difficulty trial, right?" Lu Zhang, on the other hand, directly wrapped his arms around Mu Yunlan's waist again and laughed. "Hold on to me and I'll take you flying." This time, Mu Yunlan practically sensed Lu Zhang's hand on her waist, felt the sense of strength and security coming from above her arm, and 2 pieces of scarlet could not help but appear on her face, and just as she was about to say something, the boundary disappeared, and the 2 of them flew up into the air, and 10 monsters pounced on them outside. The second level of the purgatory difficulty trial, killing 10 LV, 54 level demon scale poison pythons, which were still normal level quality monsters. No doubt still half a minute to end the fight. On the third level, 10 LV, 56 level demon eyes thunder eagles. This time they were flying type monsters, but it didn't matter. The cave specter Tsong snake had the empty sky spirit wings skill, and the tsunami moon Tsong wolf had the treading moon skill. Both could fly, and they still swept across the board. Moreover, after this battle, killing 30 level 50 or above monsters in a row caused both the cave specter pale serpent and the whistling moon pale wolf to level up to level 47. Their battle power increased once again, and the mana they had consumed was directly restored. On the 4th level were 10 LV, 58 level demon tusk steel pigs, and on the 5th level were 10 LV, 60 level 4-armed demon apes. So far, the previous 5 levels, all of them were still just monsters that had reached ordinary level quality. Even the LV 60 level 4-armed demonic ape was still just a high ordinary level monster. On the 6th level, there were still 10 normal quality level 64-armed demonic apes, but at the same time, there was also a low level head quality LV 60 level 6-armed demonic ape. The difference between the 6-armed demon ape and the 4-armed demon ape could not just be as simple as having 2 more arms. In terms of body size, the same level 64-armed demon ape was only 10 meters tall while the 6-armed demon ape reached 12 meters tall. This kind of monster could form a magic explosion fireball through the palms of its hands. With 2 more arms, the frequency of attacks increased by half, and the destructive power broke through a limit. There was no doubt that despite being of the same rank, the 6-armed demon ape's combat power was a notch stronger than the 4-armed demon apes. Of course, the result is still the same. After all, even a LV 60 level 6-armed demon ape had a mental power value of only 1,200 points, and it simply couldn't withstand a blood specter divine light. Push across, or push across. On the 7th level, 10 LV 60 level 6-armed demon apes were once again swept away by the whistling moon pale wolf and the cave specter pale snake. Immortal spirit pet. The corresponding level of wild monsters is at least king level. The district chief level monsters. Even if the level difference is more than 10 levels, that is just a mantis in the face of these 2 immortal spirit pets. On the 8th level, there were 10 LV 60 level 6-armed demonic apes, as well as 1 LV 60 level 8-armed demonic ape. The 8-armed demonic ape, with a body size directly reaching 20 meters tall, was clearly a Lord level monster. Lord level quality monsters were already very strong and were reaching level 60, which was definitely a situation where one would need to fight for their lives to have a chance at survival for other pre-turn 2. Level 60 or below professionals. The level 60 Dark Demon Dragon Vixen that Lu Zhang had killed back then was only of Overlord quality, just 1 level higher than the 8-armed demon ape. Still, it was killed in seconds. The current Lu Zhang was already different from the time when he fought against Vickers. although the 8-armed demon ape possessed a total of
600 points of mental power and the same demon spirit shield skill as the dark demon dragon Vickers. But then the whistling moon Kangwolf used the skill Lunar Pulse Heavenly Rush to cooperate with him, and still killed him in seconds. However, with the skill Moon Pulse Sky Rush used by Tsunami Moon Song Wolf, he was able to kill him in seconds, only to see that the 8-armed demonic ape was suddenly impacted by a silver-white pillar of light underneath his body and flew up. The demonic spirit shield shattered in an instant, and then the blood specter divine light impacted over, and by the time he fell to the ground, the 8-armed demonic ape was already dead through and through. Next, on the 9th and final level, the goal was to kill 10 LV, 60 level 8-armed demon apes, 10 peak first turn lord level monsters, each with 3,300 points of blood. The total amount of blood was 330,000. Just standing still and letting you fight. That would take quite a bit of time. But then the Tsunami Kangwolf and Cave Spectre Kangsnake's cooperation still did not take much effort. This for other professionals to reach the Purgatory level copy, a total of less than 15 minutes, through the completion of the pass. Moreover, both summoned beasts were raised to level 48 due to the large amount of experience value. You have cleared the 9 layers Demon Tower Trial, Purgatory level, earning the title Demon Nemesis and a treasure chest. Title, Demon Buster. Effects, you can accurately identify demonized targets and deal 5% extra damage to demonized or enchanted targets. Spirit plus 200. Physique. In the white space, Mu Yunlan stared blankly at the golden treasure chest in front of her. The scene just now seemed like a dream, making her still a little unbelievable. We've cleared the Purgatory difficulty trial here, Lu Zhang said with gusto. Of course, here comes the most exciting moment. Opening the treasure chest. It's about to hit the shelves, so I'm begging for a catch-up read, recommendations, and monthly votes. Chapter 23, Are you going to stop me? No way. It's absolutely impossible. The pass title is for both, but there is only one treasure chest. Lu Zhang wasn't someone who would be polite. He directly went up and tapped on the treasure chest and found 3 things inside. Equipment, Demon Streamer. Quality, Purple Obsidian 2-star, Unique Binding. Equipment requirements, LV. 60 or above professional and mental power value greater than 100. Strength plus 500. Physical fitness plus 500. Mana recovery speed plus 100%. Skill, Ordering Demons, passive. Absorbing Demons. Durability, permanent. Skill, Calling the Demons, passive. Effect, within a range of at least 500 meters centered on yourself. All demonized targets, not higher than your own level, cannot attack you and passively accept your skill, Absorbing Demons. Effect, the controlled demon can be absorbed into the demon streamer and sealed. And the number of demons that can be absorbed is the limit of your mental power. Good baby. By possessing this item, one could directly control a large swath of demons without having to worry about suffering a group siege of demons. And it also increased the mana recovery speed, which was the best ability for him. Someone who constantly consumed mana to refresh his summoned beasts. That's a good haul for just one thing. Look at the next one. Skill book, Sword Chi of Evil. Effects, consume a minimum of 100 points of mana to form a sword chi to subdue evil, with a base physical damage of 500 points and a spell damage of 500 points. With an increase in mana consumption and an increase in spell damage, inflicts an additional double the spell damage on a demonized. Learning requirement, LV. 30 or above sword cultivation professional. Obviously, there was no way for Lu Zhang to learn this thing. This pointing was too strong and only sword cultivators could master it. Lu Zhang estimated that the formation of this treasure chest item also referenced the profession of the trialist, which in turn generated this skill book as a reward. One last thing. Item, Summoning Scroll of the 4-armed Demon Monkey. Effect, after using this item, you can summon 100 level LV, 64-armed demon monkeys to fight for you, and 100% of the experience gained from the kills will be returned to you. This stuff, it's strong. However, it was only a one-time thing, and to Lu Zhang, someone who had mastered a large number of summoned beasts, it was simply something like a chicken rib. After all, if he encountered a large-scale battle, why wouldn't he let his summoned beasts be killed and upgraded unless he had a pit in his brain? It was obvious that the latter was more cost-effective. Well, it can be sold for money. Lu Zhang nonchalantly put away the demon streamer and the summoning scroll without even letting Mu Yunlan look at them, before picking up that skill book and handing it to Mu Yunlan. This one is for you. Mak Yunlan hurriedly waved his hand at his words. No, I didn't do anything. I already got a title, and everything here is yours. If I didn't have the means to learn it myself, I would have learned it straight away. Lu Zhang laughed. This is yours. For one thing, this skill book is limited to the sword cultivator profession, and I can't learn it. For another, if you hadn't informed me that there was still the matter of the Tower of Trials, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known about this news.
Mak Yunlan said as he waved his hand again. Usually 10 days before the entrance exam, the academy will notify about this, and you will know about it by then. You can't use the skill book. You can sell it. I didn't do anything. I already got a title for nothing. I can't ask for anything else. Having been together for 3 years, Lu Zhang also knew the arrogant nature of Mu Yunlan, who felt that she did not play any role and really did not want to accept the gift. Lu Zhang directly shoved the skill book into her arms and said with a smile, "Don't dawdle. I have other things to do. Consider the skill book as something I'm selling to you. And when you earn enough gold coins on your own after your strength improves, just pay me again." After saying that, Lu Zhang grabbed Mu Yunlan's arm and chose to exit the Tower of Trials. The two of them appeared at the entrance. And looking at her arm being grabbed by Lu Zhang, Mu Yunlan came back to her senses and hurriedly put the skill book away first, sheepishly following him out together. There were many questions in her mind, and she had just cleared her thoughts and was about to open her mouth when she realized that a person was standing in front of Lu Zhang. "This young master, please wait. My young lady has something to discuss with you. She should be out soon." Lu Zhang looked at the Fubo in front of him and could not help but let out a light laugh after seeing the LV 47 level display above the other party's head. "I'm not interested in hitting on her. Are you trying to stop me?" Fubo suddenly felt a sense of oppression, and it was a little hard for him to believe that this feeling was actually coming from this teenager across the street. "Please don't make it difficult for me. Young master. Humph. Let's see if you can stop me then." Before the words fell, a light blue aura steeply struck Fubo, and in the next moment, his entire body was covered in a layer of frost, and in just a single breath, his entire body was turned into a large pile of ice. It was the skill Shen Ice Aura that Lu Zhang had obtained from the Shen Ice Turtle, one of the 3 rare summoning beasts he had just acquired yesterday. The control effect of this skill was very strong, and Lu Zhang did not dare to cast the spell at full strength for fear of directly freezing this Fubo to death. After all, the damage of this spell was not low, and as long as the opponent did not break free, it would continue to inflict frozen damage every second. After freezing the people on, Lu Zhang directly summoned the Lunar Eagle, pulled Mu Yunlan to stand on it, and flew towards Liang City. And shortly after he left, a dozen seconds later, the ice layer shattered. Fubo stood in place with a pale face. This move directly took half of his life, and hurriedly took out a life potion and drank a bottle to restore his life value. However, the look of shock in his eyes did not diminish at all. This teenager, surprisingly, had already surpassed himself and completed the first turn, and just from the power of this spell, its rank was likely to be on par with his own. But from that day when we met in the Black Pine Forest to judge, this person is clearly the current senior students. Now the young people are so fierce? He couldn't help but look towards the direction Lu Zhang and the two of them had left with palpitations. If the other party wanted to kill himself, he would definitely be dead through and through. There was no time to react at all, and this spell casting speed was too fast. Just like those monsters, it was almost instantaneous. Where in the world did this little monster come from that was so terrifying? While he was rambling, Dongfang Curl walked out with an excited face. "Uncle Fu, I passed the level, and also broke through to level 29. Are those two not out yet? Humph. I'll wait here. When that kid comes out, I'll definitely give him a little color and let him know what it means to know what's right." At this time, however, he saw Uncle Fu come forward and said with a grave expression on his face, "Miss, they've left." "What? How could it be so fast?" "Oh right, they must have failed the trial and ended it early. But didn't I ask you to help me stop them?" Oriental Curl complained. Fubuki replied with a bitter smile, "I stopped it and didn't stop it. That teenager, he's most likely an ice mage professional whose level is similar to mine, or even exceeds mine. One of his skills froze me in place and almost killed me outright. Miss, he's too powerful. You must not clash with him." Dongfang Curly's eyes steeply widened at his words. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He and I were in the same class. And you're telling me that now he's not only completed the first turn, but his level may have even reached nearly level 50. Could it be that he's a legendary profession?" Chapter 24. You're slaying a dragon. The eyes of Dongfang Curl were full of disbelief. She could not accept the fact that she was wrong. If Lu Zhan was really that powerful, that day it was not possible that she had really robbed someone else's monster, which caused her to produce a sense of shame and refused to admit it. Fubuki said with a sigh, "This kind of genius, indeed unheard of, is a bit strange, but at the time of the National Professionals Higher Education Examination, he will definitely come into his own, and at that time, Miss will naturally know where that person comes from. But right now, Miss must not provoke the other party again. His strength is very terrifying. I'm only afraid that the young man's hand will not have a light hand and jeopardize Miss's life." This was a very straightforward statement, which meant that Dongfang Curl should not go looking for a fight and send it to death.
Although he was indignant in his heart,
Dongfang Curly was no little cutie.
Clenched her teeth and turned her head to look at Uncle Fu.
Let's go. I'm going to continue to go leveling.
Within 10 days, I must complete the first turn. On the other hand, Lu Zhang brought Mu Yunlan to fly into midair on the Lunar Eagle, and Mu Yunlan finally had the time to ask questions.
Lu Zhang, didn't you awaken the summoner profession? How come you could still unleash ice spells just now? Could it be that you're a dual profession? Dual career? This situation exists. That is, there is an explicit career and a hidden career. Dual career means that the two career leveling up will bring 2 copies of the basic attribute bonus. Every dual career person are very powerful existence. Lu Zhang shook his head and said, no, I just awakened a summoner talent. When you arrive at Liang City ahead, make your own arrangements for what you're going to do. I still have things to do, so I won't be joining you. Cheer up.
I'll see you at the National College Entrance Examination.
Talent awakening, which was as rare as second profession awakening, but not an unspeakable secret. It was only that talent, like dual careers, involved the privacy of one's strength. So naturally, one could not inquire about it in depth. Mak Yunlan nodded as she sniffed. Good. I knew that you definitely won't go on being disheveled and inactive. It turns out that you're already so strong. I will also continue to work hard, and in the examination center, we will compete again.
She was already an unconquerable nature, and instead of being struck down by Lu Zhang's power, she was inspired to fight,
giving her a sense of urgency,
as if she had found that feeling she had when she was studying with Lu Zhang during the 3 years of high school.
It made her feel good. As they spoke,
they arrived at the place and put down Mu Yunlan. Lu Zhang put away the lunar sculpture, and before they parted, Lu Zhang said in conclusion,
my opponent, I await your challenge.
Mu Yunlan looked at Lu Zhang's back as he left, his gaze gradually firming up, but it seemed that he thought of something else. His face suddenly flushed, and then hurriedly walked away immediately after. Over here, Lu Zhang passed through the Liang City teleportation array, directly spending huge sums of money and teleporting multiple times, from this level 4 battle reserve city, into a level 3 battle reserve city, then into a level 2 battle reserve city, a level 1 battle reserve city, and finally to Fengdu City, which was one of the 4 major cities in the 5th region. The entire Daxiao war zone was divided into 24 counties, with each county containing 5 or 6 districts, and each district encompassing 4 to 7 main cities, each of which was in turn divided into dozens of war cities.
Fengdu City, also known as Fengdu City, is divided into a number of war cities including Icebird City, Liang City, and Blackstone City. The National Higher Examination for Professionals, when it began, was divided into 3 parts, the city examination, the county examination, and the national examination. Sooner or later, Lu Zhang would come here, and he came today in order to find a top-notch forger to build himself 1 or 2 good pieces of equipment.
Most of the living professionals in the war preparation city are pharmacists and farmers and other common occupations.
Equipment is not the average person can consume, or in the main city,
before they can find a senior forger. After his strength reached the first turn, the world was so big that he could go anywhere,
so he traveled all the way unimpeded,
spending a considerable amount of teleportation fees to arrive at Fengdu City.
He wandered around the city until noon, ate lunch, and finally decided where to go to build his equipment.
Yushin Pavilion Fengdu City Branch.
Deacon Yui Hon looked at the youth in front of him, and a brilliant light appeared in his eyes.
With years of experience, even without the use of appraisal, he could tell that the mask on Lu Zhang's face was definitely not an ordinary item,
and it was at least a gold-grade equipment. Does this gentleman have equipment for sale? Our Moon God Pavilion will definitely give you a price that will satisfy you.
Lu Zhang opened his mouth.
I want to build equipment.
I need a level 100 or above forger to step in.
Which forger do you have here right now? At that moment, a man happened to walk in through the door, and hearing this, chuckled. To build any gear, just when I'm free.
Lu Zhang turned his head to look at what he heard, only to see an old man with a clean face, silver hair, and a scholarly air between his eyebrows appear at the door.
Yui Han sniffed and immediately took the initiative to introduce himself.
Guest, this is my Moon God Pavilion's forging master,
Grand Master Tantai Shifeng. When he strikes, the lowest quality is silver level.
There are quite a lot of gold equipment created by his hands.
If he is willing to strike, you are considered very lucky.
A forger with an occupational level above level 150 and below level 200 was called a forge master, and such a character, when placed amongst the several main cities,
would be a resounding big shot.
When Lu Zhang heard this,
he immediately got up and politely saluted. Greetings, Grand Master. Tantai Shifeng laughed. No need to be polite. You have such a tone of voice. I think you must have some extraordinary materials. Take it out and let me take a look at it. If I think I can look at it, I can go out and build it for you. Yui Hong followed with a sniff. Guest, please rest assured. Our Moon God Pavilion is one of the 3 major forging master organizations in Great Xia, protecting all your rights and interests, and will definitely not encroach on your things. These words of his were the reason why Lu Zhang had come to this place. In fact, this kind of organization charged very expensive fees, 10% to 20% more expensive than the average private forger, which was not a small amount of money. But there is no way to prove that something is yours if a 4-man forger covets it. That's why you need to go to a big organization like this, to kind of have a guarantee. Lu Zhang directly took out 3 things, since it had long been identified by his passive skill. Both Yui Hong and Tantai Yufeng saw the material information. The horns of a demon dragon, the scales of a demon dragon, the bones of a demon dragon. Yui Hong couldn't help but blurt out when he saw this. Asterisk asterisk. You're slaying a dragon. Lu Zhang didn't move as he sniffed and casually replied. Picked it up. Then he looked at Tantai Yufeng and asked. Dare I ask the Grand Master, these materials, can I ask you to take a shot at them? Tantai Shifeng had already picked up one of the demonic dragon's horns, felt the energy fluctuations within it, and laughed. The energy is weakened, but it's indeed a material produced by a giant dragon. Heroes come out of the woodwork. I'll take this job. Let's go. Let's talk in detail in the private parlor and see what kind of equipment you want. A giant dragon with a strength of at least level 150. But Tantai Shifeng could tell at a glance that the energy fluctuations of these materials were very low, and the giant dragon's strength had been severely weakened over. But it didn't matter because its material hadn't changed, and it was definitely one of the top-notch forging materials, worthy of his hand. Chapter 25 Free Build. Moon God Pavilion Black Gold Card. Begging for a catch-up read. Fengdu City. Moon God Pavilion Branch. Within Tantai Zhanfeng's exclusive private parlor, Lu Zhang took out the Darkness Power Gemstone and opened his mouth. Archmage. I wish to use this gem plus the horn of the demon dragon to create a dagger or short sword. The dragon bone and scales can be used to create other such equipment as armor and wrist guards, depending on how you play it. I only have these materials, other metals and such. How much it costs, plus the cost of forging, pay it all together. Tantai Yufeng nodded. Yes, why don't you pay a deposit of 10,000 gold coins first? I can guarantee that I'll build you at least 1 gold equipment. As for the rest, we'll see the results then and calculate the cost for you. From the preparation of materials to the completion of the forging, it will take about 10 days. After 10 days you can come and pick up the equipment. Yui Hong got up and said with a smile on his face. Guest, come here. I'll register for you. After registration, all materials and deposit data will be uploaded to the headquarters. Fully guarantee your rights and interests. Lu Zhang sniffed and said to Tantai Zhanfen with a bow of his hand. In that case, I'm counting on the Grand Master. With that said, Lu Zhang was just about to leave when the door to the parlor was suddenly pushed open, only to see a girl wearing creamy white armor and carrying a sledgehammer on her shoulder rushing in with an excited face, grabbing Tantai Shifeng's arm with a clear goal in mind and shaking it vigorously. Grandpa, I've reached level 30. Give me the reward you promised me. I'm going to complete the transfer. Looking at Tantai Shifeng, who was swaying madly like a rag doll, Lu Zhang could not help but take 2 steps back. This girl's strength was really not small. Fine. Bonus for you. Don't you shake me. Besides, Grandpa was talking to someone else about something. Why did you furtively rush in here? Can't you see there's an outsider there? Tantai Mingyue sniffed and turned her head, only to realize that there was another guy wearing a mask. Instantly, he spat out his tongue and laughed. Sorry to interrupt. This girl was reckless, but she was sensible. Unlike the girl who shot arrows and was so brash, Lu Zhang wasn't the type of person to be calculating, and since things had been talked over, it wasn't considered a disturbance to open his mouth. There's no harm. We've finished. Archon, farewell. After speaking, Lu Zhang directly turned around and left the parlor, following Yui Hong to complete the registration. After seeing Lu Zhang leave the parlor, Tantai Mingyue turned around just in time to see the materials placed on the table and was instantly surprised. Magic Dragon's Horn. This is a material from a giant dragon. If only I could have equipment crafted from such a material. This is the material of a demonic dragon. It strongly clashes with your holy light attribute. You don't have this blessing. Tantai Shifeng said so, but inwardly he was thinking about where this thing came from. Recently heard of the demon dragon incident. It seems that there is only that one place in the roof mountain, but that copy of the whole thing disappeared. How could there be any materials left behind? It shouldn't matter. Humph. I don't care about it yet. What kind of equipment don't I have with Grandpa around? Grandpa, hurry up and give me a reward. While Tantai Mingyue was excitedly claiming her rewards, Lu Zhang completed the registration and deposit payment on his side and opened his mouth to ask, Deacon Yu, I've heard that the Moon God Pavilion also accepts materials and can also consign items, right? Of course. Our Moon God Pavilion is a forging organization, so naturally, we will accept materials. Moreover, we also have our own auction. Not only can we consign them, but we can also consign them for auction. Yui Hong's eyes were glowing. Lu Zhang had just paid 10,000 gold coins. This was a big customer. There must be something good left. Guests, come with me this way. We'll appraise the materials and be sure to give you a satisfactory price. Lu Zhang was brought into another box by Yui Hong, who was an appraiser himself, and the materials that Lu Zhang took out were all obtained in the Tower of Trials, such as the Demon Shadow Leopard Demon's Fur, Demon Scale Poison Python Scales, Four-Armed Demon Ape's Bones, and so on, which were all monster materials above level 50, and so on, which were all level 50 plus monster materials. Although it was said that it was only of ordinary quality, it was still a good thing amongst the intermediate materials. Together with the materials of the Alpha level 6 armed demonic apes and the Lord level 8 armed demonic apes in the back, all of them were valued and sold, and they received 13,000 gold coins. The prices of basic materials were not high, and Lu Zhang was already satisfied that these things could be sold for so many gold coins. He took out the last item, the four-armed demon ape summoning scroll. Lu Zhang couldn't look at this thing, but it was definitely a very rare treasure for other middle and low-level professionals. 100 LV. 64 armed demon apes kill monsters for you for experience value with no limit on usage. Meaning that with this item, you can get a flying boost at low levels, especially for auxiliary professionals, whose leveling up was difficult. It would be a great help if they had these 100 summons continuously brushing their experience value for them. When Yui Hong saw the price show of this item, he was directly shocked and stood up from his seat. Then he thought of something and laughed out loud. Guest, you want to sell this item? The best buyer has just been met. The Grand Master will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Lu Zhang's brows furrowed as he heard this, and with Yui Hong saying these words, it was unlikely that he would even want to go anywhere else to sell it, because if Tantai Yufeng really needed this item and he didn't sell it to him, there was no guarantee that his opponent wouldn't do his best to craft his own equipment. While it was possible that he was thinking in small terms, it was the sort of thing that had to be considered. Well, then, let's meet the Grand Master again. Not long after, the two of them returned to the parlor from earlier. Yui Hong knocked on the door and entered. Tantai Minghua had just gotten her reward and was full of smiles. Seeing Lu Zhang come back again, Tantai Shifeng asked, "Does little brother have any more requests?" Yui Hong took the initiative to speak. "It's like this, Grand Master. This guest wanted to consign an item here with us. I thought it was something you might need, so I brought him straight here to you. Look, this is it. Oh, I'd like to see what kind of treasure it is." Tantai Yufeng just swept a glance and immediately got up with a big smile. "Ha ha, okay, Akatsuki, come over here. This is for you." Tantai Minghua stepped forward, and after the scroll arrived and she saw the introductory effect, she immediately revealed a look of joy as well. "Great! With this, I'll be able to upgrade quickly after completing the transfer." With that, she turned to Lu Zhang. "Thank you." Tantai Shifeng also looked at Lu Zhang and spoke. "Little brother, this item is really needed by my granddaughter. She is a priest profession and upgrading is very difficult. This scroll is enough to give her a notable boost before the National College entrance exams. The value to me is inestimable. In this case, here is 10,000 gold coins. The deposit is considered to be what I paid to the Moon God Pavilion, and I won't charge you any more later on, and I guarantee to craft 2 gold equipment out for you. How about it?" Lu Zhang was overjoyed at his words. This scroll was worth at most 30,000 to 40,000 gold coins in his opinion, and the cost of building 2 pieces of gold equipment would cost at least 50,000 to 60,000 gold coins, so he had made a profit this time. Good. A promise is a promise. Thank you, Elder. No, it's me who should thank you. This kind of good stuff can be extremely rare. If some disciples of the big powers see it, they will probably exchange 5 or 6 pieces of gold equipment with you. Count me as taking advantage of you. This is the Moon God Pavilion Black Gold card. After that, if you come here to buy something, you will always be given a calculation based on a 90% discount. Tantai Shifeng pushed a card in front of Lu Zhang, who accepted it without any politeness. He, for one, had never been one to turn down a good offer. "By the way, little brother, I haven't asked you what your name is." Chapter 26, 5-star gold set. Dragon Emperor Magic Armor. Get the purple obsidian divine armor again. Lu Zhang was still wearing a mask at this time, and when he heard Tantai Shifeng's words, Lu Zhang hesitated for a moment and replied, "My surname is Lu. You can just call me Lu Kid." Going out, since he decided to disguise his identity, he will not directly expose himself, or a little more secure a better? Just in case, Tantai Shifeng didn't pursue the question any further, but laughed. Little friend Lu, 10 days from now, come to the Moon God Pavilion and I will naturally give you something satisfactory. In that case, please. After Lu Zhang finished speaking, he said goodbye and left. For the next period of time, Lu Zhang focused his main efforts on the matter of upgrading and refreshing his summoned beasts to improve their overall quality. Time came to the 66th day after the awakening day. Lu Zhang's level had risen from level 48 to level 54, while the current highest leveled summoned beast, the three-tailed spirit fox, had risen to level 56, and the total number of summoned beasts amounted to 660, with the number of elite summoned beasts standing at 300. After the summoning technique reached the intermediate level, it did have an impact on the probability of summoning an elite summoned beast, plus as Lu Zhang's strength increased, his mana value increased, and the number of times he refreshed each day also increased, which allowed him to accumulate 300 elite summoned beasts. The average level of these elite summoned beasts was only 43. And a significant portion of them hadn't even reached level 30 yet, but on the whole, the speed of acquiring experience value hadn't decreased. Lu Zhang was completely certain that he would be able to raise his level to 60 and complete his second turn before the National Professionals Higher Education examination came. As promised, on this day, he didn't go out to fight monsters and upgrade, but instead came to the Moon God Pavilion in Fengdu City to collect his equipment. He had thought that he would be guaranteed 2 pieces of gold equipment, and at most 3 pieces of gold level equipment. But unexpectedly, Tantai Shifeng had given him a big surprise. Moon God Pavilion, private parlor. Tantai Shifeng placed a whole set of dark red equipment on the table, and just the equipment form, which hadn't even been worn yet, had already released a not-so-weak pressure, and under the effect of the passive skill Pupil of Truth, the attributes of this set of equipment were also visible. Equipment, Dragon Emperor Magic Armor, Set, Quality, Gold 5-star. Equipment requirements, LV. 60 or above and a physical value greater than 100. Strength plus 800. Agility plus 500. Spirit plus 500. Physical fitness plus 800. Life recovery speed plus 50%. Mana recovery speed plus 50%. Spirit recovery speed plus 50%. Defense plus 100. Skills, Magic Dragon Emperor Might, Passive. Dark Dragon Flame. Magic Flame Meteor. Durability, 100/100. Skill, Magic Dragon Emperor's Might, Passive. Effect, Release Pressure. Weaken 10% of all attributes of all targets whose level is not higher than 10. Immune to spiritual damage with a single burst of less than. Skill, Dark Dragon Flame. Effect, at a minimum cost of 200 mana. Unleash Dark Dragon Flame on a single target or group, dealing at least 100 points of base spell damage, with the damage increasing with mana consumption. Skill, Magic Flame Meteor. Effect, spend a minimum of 500 mana to create a meteorite that falls from the sky, dealing at least 200 points of physical damage and 100 points of spell damage to a single target. This is a whole set of gold equipment, including a helmet, chest armor, skirt armor, left and right leg guards, left and right boots are 7 pieces of equipment. Just take out a helmet, that is also gold 3-star level. The entire set, with an increase of 100 points in defense, for basic attribute enhancements, 3 recovery abilities, and 3 skills, was absolutely top-notch. Let's just say, it's worthy of a 5-star gold set. Such a set of equipment was worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins, while the materials that Lu Zhang had paid for were only worth a few tens of thousands of gold coins at most. And it doesn't end there. Next to the Dragon Emperor Magic Armor, there was a short sword. Equipment, Magic Dragon Spit, Short Sword. Quality, Purple Obsidian 1-star, Unique Binding. Requirements, LV. 60 or above assassin profession or mental strength value greater than 100. Strength plus 100. Attack speed plus 100%. Movement speed plus 20%. Attack power plus 100. Skill, Magic Dragon's Kiss. Durability, permanent. Skill, Magic Dragon's Kiss. Effect, consume 200 points of mana within 30 seconds. Attack speed plus 100%. Attack power plus 100%. In addition to the basic damage, inflicts an additional 500 points of magical flame erosion damage per second. There it is again. The Purple Obsidian Divine Costume. Although it was only Purple Obsidian 1-star, it was still permanent equipment. The basic attributes didn't increase much, but doubling the attack speed, 1/5 of the movement speed, and 10,000 points of attack power. It was definitely quite a lot. The strongest place is still that only skill. The attack speed is doubled again, and the attack power is doubled, which is a stable output of bludgeoning damage within 30 seconds. 30 seconds was not a short period of time, and after the increase in attack speed, Lu Zhang himself could at least send out at least 40 attacks when he had something to think about, And if all of them were converted into real damage, he could definitely take away a second turn or higher ranked copy boss within 30 seconds.
This was another treasure with a value of over 1,000,000 gold coins.
When a Grand Master makes a move, it's really extraordinary. To be able to create the purple obsidian divine armor and the gold 5-star set, I've taken advantage of it this time. Thank you, Grand Master,
Lu Zhang said rather excitedly.
Looking at him like this, Tantai Yufeng joked, "It's good that you're satisfied. I also didn't think that I would be able to create such a good equipment. If it wasn't for the fact that after receiving that scroll, counting that my old man already owes you a favor, this violet obsidian equipment, maybe I would have left it myself."
Lu Zhang sniffed respectfully at once.
"I believe that the great patriarch is righteous and will definitely not do such things as bullying a junior." Tantai Shifeng smiled and cursed. "You talk a good game, but you still refuse to reveal your real name to me until now? You're a hypocrite with a big heart and a big mouth." Hearing this,
Lu Zhang did not hesitate to wave his hand, lifting the facial camouflage effect of the dark mask, but the ability to hide rank and basic information was still in use.
"Kid Lu Zhang, greetings to the Grand Master. So young." Tantai Shifeng couldn't help but gasp after seeing Lu Zhang's face.
This youthful appearance was clearly still a high school student. Although he had guessed that Lu Zhang wasn't very old before, he had thought that he would at least be a college student, but he hadn't expected to look so young.
"You're a senior this year?" Lu Zhang nodded at his words and replied, "I'm from a rank 4 battle-ready city down there, Leyang City." Tantai Shifeng immediately lamented. "A real dragon can come out of a shallow puddle. My granddaughter is in the same class as you. She is a supporting professional, rare profession, Warhammer Priest. I hope that in the next period of time, you can bring her along to upgrade. Even in the high school exams, it is best that you guys can help each other as well. In the future, if you still need to build any equipment, you can find me at any time, and I will put down my other orders to fulfill your needs first." It had to be said that this Forge Grand Master was very bold, and the meaning of these words was almost tantamount to saying that he, a Forge Grand Master, would be allowed to serve Lu Zhang, a high school graduate who had yet to attend university. Who could resist such a temptation? Even though he understood that this was just the other party intentionally doing some discursive baiting, this was actually only beneficial to Lu Zhang and did no harm. The ability to heal was indeed something that the current Lu Zhang did not possess. Just as he was about to agree, a shrill alarm sounded, followed by a mechanical beep. Chapter 27 Sudden, Beast-Tide Attack, City Defense Battle, begging for a follow-up read. Even Tantai Shifeng's face changed drastically when he heard the alarm sound. Obviously this level of alert was enough to make him feel dangerous. And in the next moment, Lu Zhang realized the seriousness of the problem. Attention, the outbreak of the Beast Tide. Chengdu City enters the first level of alert state. All level 30 or above professionals are forced to participate in the city defense war. During the defense war, professionals can't leave the city. This was the basic logical setting of the city, which no one could violate. And Lu Zhang could not leave even if he wanted to now. The teleportation array could only go in but not out. And professionals above the first turn in the city would be automatically teleported back into the city when they went outside the city 2,000 meters away. Unless one had the strength to destroy the city outright, one could only passively enter the war. "Go! To the walls!" Tantai Shifeng said anxiously, and before his words fell, he had already left. He was a class 190 Forge Master, and his battle power wasn't low. Combat class professions could only gain experience value by killing monsters, while life class professions could gain leveling up in two ways. On one hand, profession experience, and on the other hand, still killing monsters experience. Both parts are fulfilled in order to advance in rank. For all professions, the total amount of experience value needed to upgrade at the same level was the same. For different life class professions, the percentage of experience value needed for upgrading was different for killing monsters. For the Forge Master profession, the percentage of experience value gained from killing monsters is half. So Tantalum multiplied the wind this 190 levels. Half of the experience value is gained from killing monsters, so he has experienced quite a lot of killing, and his battle strength should not be underestimated. Lu Zhang immediately followed. It was the first time he had encountered a beast tide, and he didn't know what kind of scene it would be, but seeing that the level 190 Tantai Shifeng was so nervous, this hurdle was only not going to be easy to get through. Before going out, he put his gear on. When the dark red armor was worn on the body, a solemn majesty was involuntarily released, causing the people on both sides to look over. The two of them, one after the other, quickly arrived on top of the city wall. Looking into the distance from this 87-meter-high city wall, one could only see a group of professionals running wildly in the direction of the city wall. These people were all very poor in financial resources and had lower professional ranks. If they had a high rank and money,
They would definitely return to the city at the first opportunity using the city return scroll when they were being chased by the seemingly endless army of monsters behind them. Some of the powerful professionals had already left the city walls and went to the area as far as 2 kilometers beyond the walls to meet those people. Thanks to the effect of the passive skill True Pupil, Lu Zhang could see the levels of those monsters from a long way away. The tallest one, he had reached level 280, which was the level of the late 5th turn, against the great magical mentor, the Sword Dao Patriarch, just one, whose battle power was enough to destroy a level 3 or 4 battle-ready city. Such a monster, however, was amongst the vanguard of monsters, from which it could be deduced that there were definitely powerful individuals above level 300 and at the level of 6 turns behind them. Fengdu City is indeed in a crisis. However, Lu Zhang did not panic. The greatest characteristic of humans was that they were very united in the face of foreigners, and if things really came to a point where the safety of the city was jeopardized, the other main cities would surely send helpers. Moreover, no matter what the outcome was, it was not something that he, a mere first-turn ordinary summoner, could influence. He was somewhat glad that he had just obtained a set of gold 5-star equipment as well as a purple obsidian 1-star weapon, which undoubtedly greatly strengthened his survivability. Looking at the overwhelming number of demonic monsters, Lu Zhang thought of the treasure he had obtained from clearing the 9 layers demon tower, the demon streamer, utilizing its ability to control demons. This might be a good opportunity to brush up on his experience value. Anyone with the word demon in their name basically belonged to demons, and according to what Lu Zhang had learned from his textbooks, more than 80% of the monsters wandering around outside were demonized monsters, with demonized monsters in particular making up the majority, accounting for about 60%. Therefore, the demon streamer should be able to play no small role in this battle. The monsters in the distance were getting closer and closer. There was a 4-winged devil dog with a wingspan of more than 40 meters and 2 pairs of wings that reached LV 120 level. There was a 100-eyed demon spider with 1 leg that reached more than 20 meters and a body that looked like steel, but with a lot of gray eyeballs that reached LV 180 level. There was also a cold ice demon sheep with a body that looked like an amethyst, releasing a shocking cold air and freezing the earth wherever it passed by. That reached LV 230 level. These were all demons, but unfortunately, Lu Zhang's current level was only 54, and the demon hatchet could only control a certain range of demons whose level was not higher than his own, and it had no effect on this horrifying existence. Grandpa! A voice came from behind, and immediately after, Tantai Mingyue ran over from a short distance carrying a sledgehammer. The solid sledgehammer that looked like it was at least 100 pounds or more was as light as a small toy in her hands. Although she had already seen it once, it still felt a bit incongruous to see a bright-eyed, rather cute-looking little girl holding a sledgehammer as tall as herself again. Seeing Tantai Mingyue appear in front of him, Tantai Shifeng let out a sigh of relief and revealed a smile. Tantai Mingyue also discovered Lu Zhang next to her, and a look of envy appeared in her eyes, immediately followed by pampering Tantai Zhanfeng. Grandpa, I want the gold set too. I have this one, and it's still only silver level. This holy light attribute suit of hers was obviously specially created for her by Tantai Shifeng and was worth a lot of money. An ordinary family couldn't afford one of these equipment in 10 lifetimes, but just like that, she still wasn't satisfied. After all, her grandfather had just built a set of gold equipment for someone else. There was even a piece of obsidian equipment. It was almost enough to make her cry with gluttony. However, she was a person with a moral bottom line just like Tantai Shifeng, and didn't directly covet these equipments. She could only pander to the old man to make an effort. Tantai Shifeng glared at his granddaughter in a rare and serious manner. What time is it? Still playing around? You go and assist little friend Lu in the battle. After being reprimanded, Tantai Mingyue immediately curbed that little girl posture, picked up her sledgehammer, and looked towards Lu Zhang. Thanks to your scroll, I'm now raised to level 39. I will assist you well. Just past 10 days. When they first met, they were only level 30. Within 10 days, they had risen 9 levels in a row, and it was level 9 after the first turn. The effect of the scroll was indeed very good. Thanks for the kind words, but the way I fight, I'm not really suited to assisting. At least, not in this situation. Tantai Shifeng sniffed and thought of the short sword that Lu Zhang had asked him to build and asked, "You're an assassin by profession?" Lu Zhang smiled at his words and shook his head, but did not reply. Humph. There are many people who want me to assist. I am a rare profession Warhammer priest. A hammer down can let you recover half of your life value. A good assistant like me is hard to find. Reject me. You don't regret it. Tantai Mingyue was in the end from an extraordinary background and had her own pride. Lu Zhang didn't answer her, but looked out of the city and opened his mouth. The battle has begun. It can't wait. Before the words fell, he directly leapt up from the city wall. The power of the moonflower flashed under his feet.
and his figure split into multiple phantoms, reaching the ground in the twinkling of an eye and rushing into the tide of beasts. Subsequently, Tantai Yufeng also landed on the city wall, and Tantai Minghua did not go down. She still had the brains to be a just a turn 1 assist. The walls were where she should be. Just looking at where Lu Zhang had disappeared, he gritted his teeth unwillingly. Chapter 28 Second Kill 100 Level Flame Demon Monkey. That sky cracked open. The battle for the defense of Fengdu City has officially begun. The entire city, surrounded on 3 sides, was under heavy attack in the other 3 directions, except for the direction behind it, which was against the battle-ready city center. All the professionals above the first turn joined the battle. The huge amount of monsters almost surrounded the city on 3 sides, and a human defense line constructed by the human professionals kept them out. Lu Zhang was interested in testing the equipment he had just obtained, so he held the magic dragon spit short sword and utilized the shifting shadow skill to quickly arrive in front of a monster that had reached level LV 100. Monster, Torch Monkey. Quality, Chieftain. Rank, LV 100. Life, 100. 000 //100. 000. Mana, 20. 000 / 20. 000. Power, 300. Agility, 300. Spirit, 500. Body mass, 400. Skills, Torch Blast. Meteor Fire Rain. Madness Fire Whip. The Torch Demon Monkey was huge, 10 meters tall, and at first glance it looked like a dark red monkey, but its shoulders were shrugged up, and there was a torch burning on each of its left and right sides, with high temperatures bursting out, and it seemed like there was magma boiling in it. Wherever it passed, the air was scorched, as if it had entered a volcano. It swung its arms one after another, and with each swing, the flames on its shoulders would gather in its hands and then jet out in the direction it swung, which was the effect of its first skill, Torch Jet. At that very moment, Lu Zhang came to its side, and with his high sensitivity and skill boost, he appeared directly at the Torch Demon Monkey's head position, and stabbed out with a sword when it was unable to react. Although Lu Zhang was only level 54, he had a base strength value of 300 points. The Dragon Emperor's magic armor increased his strength by 800 points, and the magic dragon spitting short sword increased his strength by 100 points, for a total of 100 points of strength value, and dealt a base damage of 500 points. Using the skill Demon Dragon's Kiss of the Demon Dragon's spitting short sword, the attack power doubled by 100 points on top of the attack power, and the damage value reached a staggering 100 points, while under the effect of the title Demon Nemesis, which inflicted an additional 5% damage on this demonic creature. The damage of a single strike, the total value soared to 550 points. Lu Zhang's current sword attack was on the Torch Demon Monkey's head, dealing an additional 20% bludgeoning damage, and in the final settlement, this single attack had reduced the Torch Demon Monkey's blood quantity by a full 450 points. Lu Zhang was not fighting alone. He had used the skill Triple Split obtained from the three-tailed spirit fox early in the morning to create 3 splits, and despite only having 50% of his base attributes, even a normal attack was enough to deal tens of thousands of points of damage in a single strike, and the 3 splits added up to an additional 30,000 or so points of damage value. Therefore, on the whole, it was that he landed one attack, and the alpha-level demonic monsters that had reached level 100 were killed by him in seconds. In this way, Lu Zhang also had a rough assessment of his own battle power, but he still needed to continue fighting to obtain more dimensional estimates to determine his own weight, so that he would not let himself get caught in the gutter again in the future. As he killed himself, he didn't forget to unleash his summoned beasts. This was a rare opportunity. With so many monsters clustered together, it was really hard to say if you didn't seize the opportunity to have a good upgrade wave. Lu Zhang also did not forget the plan he had at the beginning, as he equipped the Demon Streamer, collecting and controlling a large number of demons to strike out at other monsters in the vicinity, and directly turning back a large number of demons below the level of the second turn, greatly easing the many professionals' pressure. And along with this killing spree, his experience value grew by leaps and bounds as he began to level up. His performance wasn't exactly outstanding. After all, his summoned beasts were scattered and not concentrated around him. Even most of them were far away from the professionals, raiding and killing at the back of the monster beast-tied army. Moreover, there were numerous third, fourth and even fifth turn powerhouses present here. Those powerful fourth or fifth turn mages released a skill that directly exterminated a large swath of monsters, causing considerable damage. Flames fill the sky, ice seals thousands of miles, and lightning strikes the heavens. These scenes were much more spectacular than his killings, and people's eyes were, basically, drawn to them. Lu Zhang also unleashed quite a few spells, but he was after all of a low level,
And although the spells he unleashed were given by the rare grade beast pets and were very powerful,
they were limited by their mana,
and there was no way to compare them to those 4th turn and 5th turn powerhouses.
Divine beasts he did not release.
There was still quite a bit of trouble on Tao Tai, and the 9-headed immortal bird Lu Zhang did not want it to be noticed right now. Immortal spiritual pet was already shocking enough. The divine beast was the ultimate bottom card, and he wouldn't take the initiative to show it until he had to. As Lu Zhang's level gradually rose to level 58, the beast tide crisis gradually came to an end. The true final wave of the rush appeared, and the strongest monsters, too, were revealed. Monster, Battle Axe Bull Demon. Quality, Lord level. Rank, LV. 350. Life, 15 million / 15 million. Mana, 2 million / 2 million.
Not to mention anything else,
the $15 million of blood was enough to make the professionals feel devastated.
Lu Zhang's multiple additions nowadays, and the damage from using skill bursts could only reach around 110,000,
which was just scraping the bottom of the barrel against this level of terrifying existence.
Of course, he could inflict multiple attacks and get 4 or 5 million damage in a minute to do so, but only if the defense can be broken.
A Lord-level quality 6-turn monster had a terrifying level of base defense that couldn't be broken, and then it was impossible to deal damage. This thing was far more powerful than that level 200 Dark Demon Dragon.
After all, the latter had been weakened too much, and despite its overlord quality, its actual level was only 60,
which allowed Lu Zhang to pick up a bargain.
Otherwise, even with a divine beast in hand,
it would probably take a long time to complete that mission, and now that he was faced with such a terrifying creature, Lu Zhang of course rushed to run as far away as he could, and the same was true for the other professionals.
There was only one person, the 6th-turn Saint-ranked professional sitting in Fengdu City, the LV. 360 ranked Dragon Blood Martial God, Fu Songli, Daxia Union, one of the Empire's top 100 professionals, and the pride of Liyang City's first high school. This person's portrait was not only hanging everywhere in Liyang City's first middle school, even in many public places in Liyang City,
there were portraits of him. After all, it was definitely an immensely inspiring thing for such a strong person to come out of a 4th-grade battle-ready city in the district. As Lu Zhang looked at Fu Songli, who was single-handedly holding a gun and standing in mid-air in black armor to spar with that Lord-level monster for aura, his heart was also filled with a few feelings of longing.
A great man should be like that. Fu Sangli's breath had overpowered the Battle Axe Bull Demon at a certain moment.
At this very moment,
he moved,
and the lance in his hand was like thunder falling from the dome of the sky,
stabbing straight towards the Battle Axe Bull Demon's head.
And this strike, it was really extremely fast, and if it was not for the fact that Lu Zhang possessed the pupil of truth,
he would not be able to see it at all. Tomahawk Bull Demon made a momentary parry.
This black bull demon that was more than 48 meters tall and held a huge white bone axe in its hand, violently swung the huge axe in its hand and collided with that astonishingly earth-shattering gunman.
The Battle Axe Bull Demon with a huge figure took 2 steps back,
facing Fu Songli, who was only 2 meters tall. Such a small thing, but in terms of strength, lost to the other party. And with the advantage of this strike, Fu Songli took advantage of the situation and unleashed a skill, or maybe not a skill. It was seen that he grew all over and transformed into a half-dragon man with dragon horns and scales, while the sky above his head cracked open. Chapter 29, 9th place in total output. Title, City Guardian. The terror of a 6th Revolution Saint-level powerhouse was something Lu Zhang had seen for a long time today. After Fu Songli transformed into the Dragon Man state, the sky split open and opening. A huge blackened lance flew out from the sky. Everything around him seemed to lose its color in an instant. A horrifying destructive aura, causing all the surrounding beings to feel 10,000 times more fearful. The Battle Axe Bull Demon with a huge figure was locked by this aura, and it became even more manic, raising its huge axe high above its head with both hands, as if it was trying to meet that terrifying attack. This guy also has a powerful skill, but it didn't get to use it. Just now, Fu Songli had the advantage in order to seize the opportunity to deal it a fatal blow in this instant. The Battle Axe Bull Demon was unable to use its skills to fight against it, and only fought against it with its own physical strength in a hurry. However, under the destructive divine spear that seemed to have arisen from the edge of the heavens, its axe was directly knocked out of its hand and flew out, and both of its hands were even directly destroyed by the destructive power. Immediately afterward, half of its body was destroyed, and it let out an unwilling roar, just missing by a single move and directly causing a serious injury. Fu Song's crushing advantage over the Battle Axe Bull Demon had already been established. Next, the shadow of the gun shrouded the entire Battle Axe Bull Demon in an instant, and just a moment later, this saint-ranked demonic monster completely collapsed, turning into a massive amount of experience value that entered Fu Song's body. And after the death of this Battle Axe Bull Demon,
The remaining wild monsters that had surrounded the city and attacked it fled in the direction away from the city, and the outcome of the war was already determined. That's when the sound of settlement came to his ears. The hidden mission Resist the Beast Tide, Defend the City has been completed. The output value ranking statistics have been released. The top 10 will receive the title City Guardian. First place in total output value, Futsangli. Second place, Ranmingqiu. Third place. Congratulations on your 9th place in total output value and the title City Guardian. Title, Guardian of the City. Effects, when you are in a city defense state. Your defense is increased by 5%, strength plus 200. Physique, above the sky of Fengdu City. A huge golden list appeared, with the names of 10 people floating in the sky, including their total output numbers. Out of the 10 people, 9 of them were resounding figures within Fengdu City, and 6 of them were mage professionals, who were well known and held high positions within the city. Among the 10 people, apart from Lu Zhang, the one with the lowest strength was also a 4th turn powerhouse with a rank of 178. Within Fengdu City, there was one 6th turn saint level powerhouse, 4 5th turns, and 56 4th turns, and Lu Zhang's attainment of 9th place in terms of output meant that the total value of his output surpassed those 53 4th turn professionals among them. Lu Zhang was a bit surprised by this, but did not feel anything wrong. Not only did he have a large number of summoned beasts, but he also had demonic streamers to control a large number of demons, and it wasn't something impossible for the total value of his output to surpass those 4th turn professionals. But in the eyes of the rest of the people in Fengdu City this name was a bit of an eyesore. Even Fu Zhongli pondered slightly after hearing his name, not recalling that there was such a figure within Fengdu City. Immediately, he had someone go and find out where this Lu Zhang, in the end, had come from. On top of the gold list, the rank was not announced. Otherwise, if people knew that the 9th ranked professional was only a 58 level intermediate professional, I'm afraid that it would directly explode. And at this moment, Tantai Yufeng, the only one who knew the true nature of this name, was already filled with shock. Although he knew that Lu Zhang was very strong and might even have an epic level occupation, he still somewhat couldn't believe what he was seeing when he learned that a senior graduate had gotten the 9th place in the City Guardian battle, and after confirming that it was indeed that name, he immediately made up his mind that he must let his granddaughter follow Lu Zhang. An excellent auxiliary needs to follow a strong enough output so that he can play his role and follow to gain great benefits. The summoned beast levels had generally increased by a small margin, and he had also obtained a title. So Lu Zhang was in an exceptionally good mood. He returned to the Moon God Pavilion because his previous exchange with Tantai Shifeng had been interrupted and he needed to come back to continue the conversation. And he still cared very much about this Forge Grandmaster. One day, if you can change a whole set of 5-star purple obsidian divine armor, that would be awesome. And after Lu Zhang knocked on the door and entered, he found that Tantai Mingyue was here as well. And when she saw herself coming in, the latter arrived directly in front of him with gusto. 9th place on the gold list. Is it really you? Lu Zhang nodded at his words. This was not something unseemly. As long as it did not expose the divine favorite's bottom card, the rest of it should be shown or had to be shown, without a big enough potential. On what basis would it be able to get the attention and investment of the strongest people? Wow! So you're so powerful. How many levels are you now? And your output can actually crush those level 150 plus 4th turn professionals. Are you really a student in the same class as me? Tantai Mingyue asked questions many times in a row, not hiding her curiosity and admiration for Lu Zhang at all. This girl is quite straightforward, without the coyness of other little girls, and before Lu Zhang refused her assistance, but at this time it was completely thrown out of her mind. Before Lu Zhang could reply, Tantai Shifeng over there chided. Why are you so rude, this girl? What's it like to block people at the door? You go out first. I want to talk to little friend Lu about things. Although Tantai Mingyue was big-headed, she was still obedient to Tantai Shifeng's discipline, and could only reluctantly walk out of the parlor first upon hearing this. After the door closed, Tantai Shifeng let Lu Zhang sit down and then asked, the thing we talked about this morning, letting my granddaughter follow you to practice. How have you considered this matter? After the question was thrown out, he seemed to be afraid of Lu Zhang's refusal and continued. Mingyue's parents disappeared in the copy when she was 10 years old. I took care of her all these years by myself. It's inevitable that there's some spoiling and disciplining that can't be done. If you agree to let her follow you to practice leveling, after that, how to discipline her, you decide it yourself. And I'll definitely not intervene. Hearing this, Lu Zhang could not help but be speechless for a while. It's just a teammate. Why does that sound like marrying someone and committing yourself for life? Ahem. The Archmage is serious. I can bring her along to practice, but I can't guarantee to be together every time. Some of the places I go to are too dangerous to guarantee her safety. When Tantai Shifeng heard that Lu Zhang had loosened up, he immediately laughed. Okay, Usually let her practice on her own. When you have time, just call her anytime. You wait, I'll call her here. You two add a friend, and you can discuss the matter of practicing by yourselves. With that, he walked out of the parlor with a smile on his face. Lu Zhang waited here for 2 minutes, and 2 minutes later, Tantai Zhanfeng pushed open the door, but did not come in with Tantai Mingyue behind him, followed by a middle-aged man in black armor. Lu Zhang recognized the pattern on the armor, a dark red dragon head, representing that this person was from the Saint Guardian Corps under Fu Xiangli's command. Sure enough, the man stepped forward and clasped his fists. Mr. Lu, the Sage Lord has an invitation. I hope you can come with me. Chapter 30, The Sage Accepts a Disciple. Summoner's Limited Time Copy, The Call of the Ancients. Lu Zhang did not feel unusual that Fu Xiangli was able to find out his existence. Even if he hid himself no matter how much, he could not help but use the teleportation array which required a real name. And with just one clue, following the trail, it was too easy to find someone with the influence of a saint. He was a bit curious as to what Fu Xiangli was looking for himself for, but after a little thought, it shouldn't be a bad thing. After all, the two didn't have any bad blood, and they were even kind of related. Then meet. I'd appreciate it if the general would lead the way, Lu Zhang said politely, then turned his head to look at Tantai Shifeng and smiled. It looks like it will have to wait until I get back to continue. You go. If you need anything, come to me anytime. I, a Grand Master, can help a little in the end? Tantai Shifeng said so, and these words were to give Lu Zhang the bottom line. This old man is a can get along. Something really on. Not long after, under the leadership of the black-armored warrior, Lu Zhang arrived in a very large compound, which was the saint's residence. He also saw Fu Xianli sitting in the middle of the gazebo. At this time, he had already unloaded his equipment. He was wearing long hair, but there was no gray hair. Just by looking at his appearance, he looked like he was in his 30s or 40s, while in reality, he was 65 years old. Fu Xianli has never married in his life, and he has fought for his country with great dedication, and now he is still alone. When he entered the compound, Lu Zhang had already put away his mask. After reaching the front, Fu Xianli nodded his head and complimented. There is no college entrance exam yet. Surprisingly, you have already reached level 58. I'm afraid that before the college entrance exam, you are going to carry out the second turn. This talent, looking at the whole alliance, that's one of the best, stronger than I was back in the day. Could it be that you have acquired a legendary profession? But this should not be. If it is a legend-level occupation, it has long been publicized. Well, you should have gained some kind of top talent, right? Lu Zhang sniffed and immediately replied respectfully. Indeed, I'm just an ordinary profession, a summoner, but I have obtained a very strong talent, and I ask myself that after being empowered by this talent, I'm not a few points worse than the epic rank profession Sha. Ha ha, you're no worse than an epic level profession. As I said, you're much stronger than I was back then. My dragon blood martial god profession, amongst the epic rank professions, that's able to be ranked. You're much stronger than me at the same time. Your potential definitely has a legendary rank. I just found out you're from down in Battle City. Where are you from? Fu Xianli asked. Lu Zhang immediately replied. I'm from Leiyang City. I come from Leiyang City No. 1 High School, which is your alma mater, and you've always been the object of my admiration. And seeing you fight that saint rank monster today makes me yearn for it. Anyone would be willing to listen to good words, not to mention the fact that it would also bring them closer together. So Lu Zhang didn't have any stage fright at all. Hearing that Lu Zhang was actually from Leiyang City No. 1 Middle School as well, Fu Xiangli burst out laughing. Ha ha, good, old me. I've never married in my life. I didn't expect to meet an outstanding descendant heir. Although our professions are different, I can instruct you to break the shackles of entering the saint rank and give you enough resources. Are you willing to worship me as your master? Would anyone refuse such a good thing? A saint-level professional represented a huge accumulation of human resources and other wealth, and the fact that Fu Xianli didn't have any offspring yet meant that becoming his disciple was the sole heir to all of his resources. The reason why Lu Zhang had missed an opportunity to try out for the 9-layer demon tower in the first place was because of the unequal resource information. If one had a saint-level professional as a master, one certainly wouldn't miss any opportunity to make great gains. What's more, the other party's age was enough to be his grandfather, and more than enough to be his master. Lu Zhang immediately bent down and saluted. Disciple greets master. Fu Xianli got up at his words and personally came to help him upright. Smiling, don't bend over and bow your head. It will weaken your sharpness. When you are young, you should be spirited. Today we meet in a hurry. I have not prepared any good meeting gift. You rest here for a few moments. I go to investigate. There is no suitable for you now to pass the copy. Some copies are limited to the level. Often the lower the level of the copy of the lower the level of the copy of the more. To obtain the rewards are also more abundant. Lu Zhang couldn't help but light up when he heard this. He didn't expect that he could use the resources of a saint-level powerhouse to his advantage just after he had been worshipped. He immediately thanked him joyfully and then waited. He wasn't made to wait too long. Just 10 minutes later, Fu San Li walked over with a tablet and tapped on a copy of the introductory information. Limited time copy, Call of the Ancients. Copy content, within a certain period of time, kill a large number of monsters that appear. Before the end of the copy, the final settlement. The replica is divided into 3 stages, low, medium and high. At each stage, the professional with the highest output damage value will be rewarded. Requirements, limited to summoner, and low, medium or high level professionals. Recommended participants, level 30, level 60, and level 100 summoners who have not been transferred. Time remaining on copy, 5 days, 22 hours, 35 minutes. Your cumulative damage output ability is the strongest I've ever seen. My suggestion is that you go for the intermediate summoner trial tomorrow and use this copy to level up to level 60 in one fell swoop. Then complete your second turn in 3 days before proceeding to the advanced summoner trial. That way, you might be able to get the 2 highest damage bonuses, but you might have to go on a long trip. This copy is in Redguard City in the 2nd district of Jianhua County. It's not close to Tianyang County where Arfengdu City is located. Even if you use the teleportation array and toss it around once, it'll take half a day to get there anyways. Because of the uncertainty of your second turn mission, it's important to allow plenty of time to leave as soon as possible in the morning and come back this way when it's all over. In just these 10 minutes, Fu Sangli had not only found a copy resource for Lu Zhang that he could utilize right at that moment, but also planned out what he was going to do next. Living up to his name as one of the Empire's top 100 and the great summer god of war. With such attention and care for this master just after worshipping him, a touch of emotion even grew in Lu Zhang's heart. Don't worry, master. I will definitely get the first of the 2 trials and won't let your hard work go to waste. His face was full of determination. Just like a proud teenager, Fu San Li laughed. Okay, I believe you, but everything still has to be about staying alive. Your master I can become a saint. Apart from the reason of the epic profession bonus, it's also because I know how to save my life and survive in order to continue fighting. Here potions for you. Give you too much to easily form a dependency. First give you 100 bottles of each. Item, Advanced Vitality Restoration Potion times 100. Effects, immediately restores 100 points of life after taking it, and then restores 500 points per second for 8. Item, Advanced Mana Recovery Potion times 100. Effects, immediately restores 500 points of mana after taking it, and 100 points per second thereafter for 5. What? 100 bottles isn't too much? A bottle of Advanced Vitality Recovery Potion is 50,000 points of life. 100 bottles is 5 million points of life value. As we all know, only the copy boss will be so blood thick. So I've become a copy boss? Advanced potions were worth a minimum of 100 gold coins, and out of the blue was 200,000 gold coins, worthy of being a 6th revolution saint. Let me just say that it's important to worship a good master. Thank you, master. I will live. Lu Zhang left the saint's residence with his harvest in a beautiful manner and returned to the Moon God Pavilion once again. Chapter 31, Give him some color. Immortal Fire Sea. Begging for a follow-up read. Tantai Zhanfeng was with Tantai Mingyue, and he did not ask about Lu Zhang's trip to the sage's residence this time. He only told Lu Zhang and Tantai Mingyue to add their friends as soon as possible, and urged Tantai Mingyue to make sure that she obeyed Lu Zhang's commands in front of Lu Zhang. Long before Lu Zhang had returned, Tantai Mingyue had been instructed by Tantai Zhanfeng, so she had agreed dryly. Lu Zhang, please teach me more in the future. Her attitude towards Lu Zhang had changed drastically after learning that he had gained the 9th place in the city defense battle output. People originally had a general admire the strong mentality, and she was still an auxiliary profession. For the strong, even more dependent, Lu Zhang in her age is still so powerful and excellent. Of course, will be recognized by her. Lu Zhang nodded as he sniffed. I'll be going on a trip within the next 5 days, and when I return, I'll take you with me to upgrade. After making an appointment, Lu Zhang hurriedly took advantage of the fact that it was still early in the day to use the teleportation array to return home, and after arriving at home, Lu Zhang told his parents that a teacher had arranged a copy for himself and needed to leave for 5 days. Although his mother Fangya was very worried, his father Lu Yuantu gave his support this time. Young people should fight while they're still young. Go on. Dad believes you'll be able to return safely. Having received support, Lu Zhang rushed out early the next morning to head for the teleportation array, and after a few turns, fortunately, he could almost ignore the teleportation array's effect on his spirit, and after spending half a day, He finally arrived at Redguard City in the 2nd district of Jianhua County. He didn't make much of a stop, ate a meal at noon, asked for the location of the replica directly in the city, and then hurriedly came. The entrance to this copy was a cave, and next to the cave there were 3 flat stone walls that displayed the top 10 rankings of the total value of output damage for summoners at the low, intermediate and high levels. When Lu Zhang arrived at the entrance of the cave, he happened to see a big-bellied, Chinese-suited teenager walk out of the cave, and the moment he came out, the low-level summoner output leaderboard immediately jumped by 1, with the original first place dropping to the 2nd place position, and the first place being replaced with the name Wang Jun. First place, Wang Jun, level, LV. 30, total output damage, 347,485 points. There was no doubt that the big-bellied teenager was Wang Jun, who had set a new record for low-level summoner output and had surpassed the current 2nd place by almost 50,000 points of damage value. Young Wang is number 1. Young Wang is invincible. His lapdogs immediately surrounded him, as if they were all stars, and surrounded Wang Jun in the center, praising him one after another, making the face of Wang Jun in the center almost turn into a chrysanthemum with a smile. Lu Zhang was in a hurry, and when he saw that these people had surrounded the entrance, he immediately picked his way through the crowd. Excuse me, please, thanks. Lu Zhang's strength was great, more than twice the strength of a berserker of the same level, and these low-level professionals, with a gentle flick of his hand, were pushed to the side. Even Wang Jun was no exception. His body was uncontrollably peeled to the side. Wang Jun felt provoked and was just about to turn around and scream curses when he saw that the man had directly disappeared into the cave entrance. You! Very well. This young man will wait here. All of you will be my witnesses that he started it. I'll challenge him when he comes out later. So don't say that this young man is bullying others. As the Wang family's major in Redguard City, it was the first time that Wang Jun had been ignored like this, just like garbage being directly peeled aside, making him feel that his personality had been insulted. And today, he had to get back. His bravado earned a good cheer from his men, who yelled for Wang Xiao to give that kid a little color. Just now Lu Zhang's appearance Wang Jun didn't see clearly, but listening to the voice which was still very young, he was sure that the other party should be a teenager of the same grade as himself. And looking at the clothes it didn't look like any great rich family. Although he didn't see the rank, he felt that the other party was definitely not his opponent. He's very confident. On the other hand, Lu Zhang entered the cave and was directly teleported above a grassland, and a prompt immediately came to his ears. You have entered the time-limited copy of Ancient Summoning Intermediate Summoner Challenge. 30 seconds after the countdown starts, monsters will come in a steady stream. Duration 1 hour. Timing starts, 29, 28, 27. Lu Zhang scanned around through the protective light screen and found that the surrounding area was filled with monsters that were around LV 35 level, so numerous that they could not be seen at a glance, and the farther away they were, the denser they became. To his surprise, he was the only one here, and the copy space that everyone was in was different, so it was possible to satiate Tao Tai. As the countdown returned to 0, Lu Zhang raised his hand and released all the summoned beasts, whether they were elite summoned beasts, rare summoned beasts, or even immortal or even divine pets. All of them were released in his head. As soon as Tao Tai appeared, he directly used the Dharma Heaven and Earth skill, transforming into a tens of meters tall behemoth. The devouring black hole opened up and a large swath of monsters were emptied. Moreover, a steady stream of monsters from afar were sucked in, and the terrifying gravitational force crushed and killed them all. The 9-headed immortal bird then directly unleashed a ranged move, the Immortal Sea of Fire. In a matter of moments, in the direction of Lu Zhang's left and right, a black sea of fire ranging up to the size of 10 soccer fields was formed, and a large number of monsters were directly burned to death. And after their deaths, a monster that was almost identical to the monster's shape and made up of black flames rushed towards the place beyond the sea of fire, killing those monsters that were still alive. Skill, Immortal Sea of Fire. Effects, consume a minimum of 100 points of mana to create a sea of undead fire within a certain range, inflicting a minimum of 200 points of flame damage per second on targets within the sea of fire. Creatures engulfed in the sea of fire, their souls merge with the undead underworld fire, transforming them into undead fire spirits, which will attack the surrounding targets. And if the sea of fire is not extinguished, the fire spirits will not affect. On the day of the defense of the city, it was also the day that Lu Zhang did not want to expose his divine pet. Otherwise, if he had let the 9-headed immortal bird unleash the skill on that day, even if the total value of the output was not able to surpass that of Fu Sangli, Lu Zhang felt that he would at least be able to take a second. Undying Sea of Fire is simply a group attack invincible skill. Mana unending, killing more than just super large range, but also can create undead fire spirit.
Other summoners tried to gather as much battle power as possible to protect themselves.
Lu Zhang's summoned beasts directly killed through the army of monsters, clearing out a large area of safety for him.
Lu Zhang himself was not idle.
On the one hand,
he continued to refresh his summoning bits to obtain new summoned beasts.
On the other hand,
he also kept releasing his attack skills,
utilizing the 3 types of magic to keep causing kills.
The unfortunate point was that the monsters here didn't drop any materials, or else they could have made a huge profit. Lu Zhang now had 2,000 grids and was able to store a lot of things. The monsters in this copy are all kinds of giant beasts.
There are also dinosaur monsters such as Velociraptor, but the highest level is only level 50. The average level is only about level 40, is to highlight a huge number.
The massive amount of experience value caused the Tao Tai and the 9-headed immortal bird to level up furiously,
and after an hour of attacking time was over, both of them reached LV 60,
and the other summoned beasts also improved a lot,
feeding back a large amount of attribute points,
as well as Lu Zhang himself stepping up to level 59. As the 1-hour challenge duration ended, Lu Zhang appeared at the entrance of the cave, and Wang Jun immediately rushed up and drank.
"Kid, don't go, I'm going to challenge you."
And as soon as he said that, he was tugged by one of the minions next to him to look at the stone wall leaderboard over there.
Chapter 32, last time I was allowed to slay dragons, this time I'm allowed to kill gods, right?
Wang Jun looked at the stone wall and realized that none of the 10 rankings in the row of low-level summoners had moved, turned his head to look at Lu Zhang and sneered.
"Not even in the top 10. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant, and dare to pickpocket me? Today, I'll let you country bumpkins grow up." At this time,
the junior brother under him was even more eager.
"Boss, you're looking at it wrong. Look at the intermediate summoner rankings."
Wang Jun sniffed and looked, only to see that the first place of the intermediate summoner output ranking had changed by a person's name.
First place, Lu Zhang, level, LV 59, total output damage, 1736598 points.
His eyes went wide and his lips quivered.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 figures, over $17 million.
Wang Jun rubbed his eyes vigorously. He was sure that he had read it correctly. The first place on the senior summoner list only had an output of more than 12 million, but now this person in front of him, with his intermediate summoner rank, had dealt more than 17 million damage. The zeros were over 360,000, more than his own total output.
Lu Zhang looked at him and smiled. "Brother, thanks for making way for me just now.
So I'll agree to your challenge.
But I'm in a hurry, so let's do it as soon as possible." "Put." Wang Jun directly knelt on the ground and clasped his fists.
"Big brother,
I admit defeat. Don't make a move. Good guy. His own output is not enough for a fraction of others. If this moves, will not he directly turn himself into a slag in seconds?
That's a pretty decisive surrender." Lu Zhang grinned and slapped him on the shoulder,
chuckling. "Good. Then let's say you failed the challenge. I'm still in a hurry. We'll see each other again sometime."
Before the words fell, Lu Zhang directly summoned the lunar eagle,
jumped onto its back,
and flew towards a high-level replica that had long been selected outside. He had to level up to level 60 as soon as possible to open the second turn quest.
And only after watching Lu Zhang's back disappear,
Wang Jun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and was helped up from the ground by his 2 juniors.
"Luckily, little master, I reacted quickly, or else I would really be killed.
Where did this monster come out from?
Looking at him, he's not too old. He should be about the same as me. He's still a summoner. How did he elevate to level 59? This is too scary. Do we have a big family named Lu in Manhwa County?" Wang Jun asked as he looked to the side at an intermediate mage level guard.
The man shook his head.
"Among the big families of Manhwa County, there is no surname Lu. It should be from the outside. This person is likely to be a powerful epic level professional. Not yet a second turn,
hitting a damage output that is higher than that of a senior summoner.
Right now that senior summoner ranking number 1 is a rare level quality summoner professional,
which is not even comparable to him."
Wang Jun's eyes rolled and he immediately waved his hand. "Let's go. Go back first, let the old man check it out. If it's really a great god who's in my term, I'll have to seize the opportunity to hold on to his thigh and let him bring me along."
Lu Zhang didn't know that he was being premeditatedly hugged. He had already arrived in the middle of a high-level copy where the lowest level of monsters was level 65.
Copies of this level were not even available outside of Liang City,
but outside of this main city,
they were very easy to find. Entering it and killing for half a day,
Lu Zhang managed to raise the 3-tailed spirit fox and himself together to level 60. This kind of non-enclosed copy,
he didn't dare to release his godly pet now.
If he wasn't careful and lost the copy again, it would be too troublesome.
As the sky darkened,
Lu Zhang placed rare and elite beast pets such as the moon-tooth eagle,
phantom spirit cat, and Xian ice turtle in an intermediate level copy.
letting them continue to work at night to earn experience value, while he himself looked for an inn to stay in.
The next morning, he went directly to the Redguard City Transfer Sanctuary. I didn't expect to see an acquaintance, not someone else, but the fat guy from yesterday, Wang Jun. After Wang Jun saw Lu Zhang, he came forward in surprise. Boss, are you here to perform a transfer as well? It's only been half a day and you've leveled up? Not bad for you. Lu Zhang nodded. I'm here to transfer, but what are you calling me boss for? I, Wang Jun, have been convinced by you, boss, so I plan to hang out with you in the future. Boss, don't reject me, okay? Saying that, this fatty even squeezed out a pitiful look. Looking at Lu Zhang felt quite disgusting. Put it away. Don't. I'm afraid I can't help but punch you. Wang Jun immediately collected his expression and said with a straight face, I listen to everything the boss says. I'll do whatever the boss says. Lu Zhang lazily ignored him and waved his hand, saying, leave me alone. I have to take the mission as soon as possible. With that, he walked over to the transfer desk and placed his hand on the transfer spirit table. Detected that the current level of the professional, 60, has reached the conditions for the second transfer of the professional. Congratulations on receiving the 5-star Hell rank difficulty transfer quest, Battle, Vulcan's Wrath. Quest description, in 4 hours, a projection of the God of Fire will appear on Vulcan Island, and at that time, the entire island will be greeted with the wrath of the God of Fire, Laban, and you will need to fight with the God of Fire for 3 hours until the projection of the God of Fire disappears, causing at least 10 million damage. Mission requirement, continuous battle with the projection of Fire God Laban for 3 hours, causing no less than 1 million points of damage. Another 5-star Hell level difficulty. Last time I was allowed to slay dragons. This time I'm allowed to kill gods, right? Playing around. Doing 10 million damage to Vulcan is like I can ing break defense. Moreover, the Vulcan projection would appear in 4 hours, and one simply didn't have any extra time to prepare for it, so one could only harden one's heart and go straight for it. Wang Jun, who was on the side, saw Lu Zhang's face steeply gloomy and asked cautiously, Boss, my transfer quest is on Vulcan Island, and the difficulty is 3 stars on the danger level. Where are you? Hearing that Wang Jun was also on Fire God Island, Lu Zhang turned his head and asked in return, what exactly is your mission and is there a time limit? Generally speaking, no one would tell other people about their transfer quests in order to prevent others from destroying them, but Wang Jun only hesitated slightly before answering directly. I am required to kill a Vulcan guard, with a time limit of 4 hours. Lu Zhang nodded as he spoke. Let's go. Finish the mission as soon as possible, and then hurry up and get out. Otherwise, you might not be able to get out. Wang Jun immediately exclaimed at his words. Could it be that your transfer quest, boss, is to destroy a copy of Vulcan Island? Lu Zhang, who had already walked to the doorway, had a footstep and replied without looking back. That's not true, but it's close. He needed to level up Tao Tai and the 9-headed immortal bird as soon as possible within the limited 4 hours, and the monsters in the middle of Fire God Island. Killing as many as he could was basically similar to destroying the entire copy. At the time of life and death, he could not care so much. The copy is ruined. How to say that he now also has a saint-level master cover. After finishing this job, he will run away. After successfully advancing to the master's mansion, is there anyone else who dares to go to the saint's mansion to board the door to ask for a person? Not. Of course, this all presupposes that he has to survive first. Wang Jun froze at his words, then hurriedly chased after him, right behind Lu Zhang, not knowing what he was thinking. Half an hour later, the two entered the Vulcan Island replica, and as a famous fire mage leveling replica, there were quite a few people here. They headed directly towards the core area, and when they reached the center of the island, they saw a large group of people besieging a copy boss. LV 150 Flame Lord. Chapter 33. Boss, is your quest really to destroy a copy of Vulcan Island? The Flame Lord was the boss of the Vulcan Island copy, and when this thing died, it could fixate on dropping a gem called the Heart of Flame, which had an extremely high value, and was even a supreme treasure for fire mages. As we all know, the fire mage is one of the many professions with the most furious output, regardless of any power. Fire mages were an existence that was vigorously cultivated, and this Heart of Flame had a price. The output of such a thing was limited, so naturally it wasn't something that could be acquired by just any force. All forces negotiated and finally reached an agreement that everyone would fight the monsters in an order, successively, and it was up to them to see how they would ultimately reap the rewards. The packers of the Flame Lords today were the people from the Skyhunt Guild. The Skyhunter Guild was a large guild in the middle of Redguard City, and within the organization there was a 5th-turn Grand Magician. But dealing with a LV 150 level replica boss obviously didn't require a 5th-turn powerhouse to make a move,
And here there was only a level 178 fourth turn professional leading more than 40 of the guild's experts in a siege to kill the Flame Lord. Seeing Lu Zhang and the two of them appear, one of the LV 135 ranked professionals flew in front of the two of them and blocked them. Both of you. This boss has been occupied by our Sky Hunter guild today. Please stay away. Lu Zhang looked to the side of the Flame Lord and pointed and said, "This brother of mine needs to kill a Vulcan guard without robbing your boss, so please be accommodating." The other party did not do anything rude, so Lu Zhang also acted quite politely. And even though he was a bit annoyed by that 5-star hell difficulty transfer quest right now, he was not someone who lost his temper indiscriminately at others. Zhang Fong glanced at Wang Jun and realized that he had reached level 30, and immediately had a guess that this person should be here to complete the transfer quest. He opened his mouth. A Vulcan guard is level 100. Need help? The quest for only the first turn was to kill the level 100 Vulcan guard, which was obviously not a transfer quest that an ordinary professional could pick up. Zhang Fong realized that Wang Jun might be a rare professional, so he offered to help. It was a show of hands for him, and gaining the favor of a rare professional might help his future self. Lu Zhang shook his head and said, "Thanks for the kind words. I'll just help him." He paused and then continued. "As a reminder, within 4 hours, leave the Vulcan Island replica as soon as possible. Here, a great danger will befall you." Wang Jun was already considered half of his little brother. The other party showed his goodwill, and Lu Zhang gave a kind reminder. As for whether the other party would believe it or not, it was not something he considered. Since Lu Zhang was wearing the dark mask, Zhang Fong could not see Lu Zhang's rank and age, and only thought that Lu Zhang was an elder amongst Wang Jun's family, who had come over to help his juniors complete their tasks, subconsciously judging that Lu Zhang's rank was higher than his own, and placing him on top of a class with himself. If Lu Zhang had shown his true level of 60, Zhang Fong wouldn't have cared about Lu Zhang's words, but now that he assumed in his mind that Lu Zhang was a third-turn professional who was at least higher than his own level, he took his words quite seriously. After a slight hesitation, he couldn't decide on his own, so he quickly approached Luo Duanfeng, the fourth-turn professional who was leading the guild's team to brush the boss. Luo Duanfeng sniffed and opened his mouth. "Let's kill the Flame Lord first, and in another half hour, we'll be done with it, and if there's really any danger, we'll have enough time to leave." Zhang Fong thought about it. A Flame Lord was just a Flame Lord. It wouldn't take too long to kill. Even if there was a change of heart, everything would be in time. Over here, Lu Zhang led Wang Jun to a place not far from a Vulcan guard. "Release your strongest summoned beast. I'll see how much output it has. I'll help you cripple it, and leave immediately after you kill it. Don't linger here." Wang Jun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Lu Zhang and asked, "Boss, your quest is really destroying a copy of Vulcan Island?" Lu Zhang glared at him and urged, "Hurry up, don't delay me." Wang Jun immediately winced, thinking of Lu Zhang's damage output of over 17 million within an hour. He stopped worrying about anything and released his summoned beasts. "Come out." Thunder roaring mad rhinoceros. Appearing in front of the two of them was a LV 45 rhinoceros-shaped summoned beast, and according to Lu Zhang's perception, its quality had reached the rare level. It was not bad as he expected. Wang Jun was able to get the first place in that limited time copy. The level of the summoned beast must not be low. As a young master of a big family, Wang Jun did not lack of people to help him practice leveling, and up to now he just reached level 30. Obviously, even for the sake of completing multiple low-level professional copy quests to gain more benefits. Once the transfer was completed, the accumulated experience value was converted into levels, and instantly the level would soar up to over level 40. For a student from an average family, being able to have a rank of 15 or more before the entrance exams was already considered more outstanding. But with the big families holding all sorts of resources, completing a turn became a standard. Reaching level 40 or higher before the high school exams is expected to be considered the outstanding group, and those reaching level 50 should be there as well. However, Lu Zhang estimated that there should not be any that could complete the second turn. For one thing, the higher the level, the more massive the amount of experience value needed, and other professionals, even if they had the help of their family, might have so many summoned beasts like themselves to assist in leveling day and night. Secondly, the second turn of the mission is more dangerous. The time cannot be determined. It is likely to delay the college entrance examination, so it is estimated that very few can turn 2. The thunder-roaring mad rhinoceros unleashed an attack at that fire god guard. Thunderbolt. It did 500 points of damage, which is pretty good. After all, this Vulcan guard had reached level 100, and being able to break defense and generate over 4,000 damage indicated that the power of this thunder-roaring mad rhino's skill attack was considerable. If there were 2 more summoned beasts of the same quality and level, Wang Jun could have soloed this quest. This quest of his looked dangerous. A level 30 summoner who hadn't even turned 1 yet needed to kill a level 100 monster. When Lu Zhang first turned, the true level of the dark demon dragon he killed was only level 60, and it might seem like his first turn quest was not as difficult as Wang Jun's, but that was actually not the case. On the one hand, the two monsters weren't even on the same level. The dark demon dragon was said to be only level 60, but that was a weakening of some of the base attributes, and even after the weakening, its blood quantity was still as high as 2 million points, and a level 100 Vulcan guard only had 90,000 points of blood. Moreover, Lu Zhang's mission was a solo mission. Other people could not intervene, and all damage had to be inflicted by him. There was no limit to the number of people on Wang Jun's mission, so he could completely ask for help and only needed him to complete the final blow. There was still a big difference between a danger level 3-star mission and a purgatory level 5-star mission. After determining the damage level of the thunder-roaring mad rhinoceros, Lu Zhang didn't dawdle and directly summoned the cave specter pale serpent, allowing it to unleash its skill, Xian Shui Stab, on the fire god guard. Skill, Xian Shui Zhizhen. Effect, creates a field of arcane water, releasing an arcane water spine attack in any direction on the target within the field, with a minimum of 500 points of physical damage and 100 points of spell damage from a single attack. Abruptly, an orb-shaped mirror world created with Xian Shui formed, enveloping the two of them, Lu Zhang, as well as some of the monsters such as that fire god guard. A dozen or so Xian Shui thorns landed on that Vulcan guard, and in the blink of an eye, that guy was left with a blood skin of over 200 life points. Wang Jun let the thunder roar mad rhinoceros make up the final blow, and immediately received a prompt that the transfer quest was complete. So easy to finish? Chapter 34, Epileptic Slaughter. Mutant Boss, Flame Monarch, Vulcan Island Core. Wang Jun completed the first turn quest. The level shackles disappeared, and the massive amount of experience value he had accumulated before directly allowed him to soar to level 41, and after realizing that he had become stronger, he attentively came forward. Boss, I've gotten stronger. Let me help you finish your mission. Lu Zhang sniffed while saying seriously, hurry up and leave. Once my mission opens, you may die here immediately. Seeing Lu Zhang looking so serious, Wang Jun asked cautiously, Boss, the difficulty of your mission? Purgatory level. 5 stars. Hearing this reply, Wang Jun immediately shivered, then gritted his teeth and said, Boss, I'll wait for you outside. I'll hug your thighs. You must get out alive. When he finished, he turned his head and walked away. A 5-star transfer quest of the purgatory level. It was simply not something he could get involved in, or rather, the probability was that anyone could not participate in it. If he stayed, he was only adding to Lu Zhang's confusion, and recognizing this, he left very decisively. Lu Zhang watched him leave and did not pay any more attention. Instead, he scanned his surroundings. He had to grab the limited time he had to level up his 2 divine pets some more. Among the Vulcan Islands, the lowest level monster was the Flame Demon Spirit, with a level of 70. The vast majority of monsters were around level 100, with more below level 100 and quite a few above level 100. Just the thing to speed up the upgrading of the 2 divine pets. 9-headed undead bird flew out, directly releasing the sea of undead fire. Although the monsters here are all fire attribute, but the 9-headed undead bird is the fire of death. Not only can cause damage to these monsters, at the same time can also devour these flames. Reduce the consumption of undead sea of fire on their own mana. The immortal underworld flame devoured those flame monsters while transforming into immortal fire spirits that attacked other flame monsters. And when those high-level flame monsters unleashed their flame counterattacks on the 9-headed immortal bird, the 9-headed immortal bird didn't resist at all because there was no need to resist. Skill, 9 heads of immortality, passive. Effect, if all 9 heads are not destroyed within 3 minutes, life value will be restored to full, immune to fire and death spell damage. Under the effect of this passive skill, the 9-headed immortal bird ignored the spell attacks of these flaming monsters, and every 3 minutes, its life value would be restored to full value. And if the 9 heads were not extinguished, it would not die. It was a completely lopsided massacre, and it kept fluttering around, expanding the scope of the sea of undead fire. This place was filled with rich fire elements. These monsters converted a large amount of fire energy after their deaths. The 9-headed immortal bird didn't need to consume much mana at all to maintain the undying sea of fire, and in just a short quarter of an hour, it let 1/10 of the range of the fire god's island turn into a sea of fire, and killing so many monsters also made its level rise rapidly. From the original level 60, directly came to level 75, rising 15 levels in a row. The Taotai on the other side wasn't killing any slower than it was. Under the effect of the Dharma phase heaven and earth skill, the size of a level 60 Taotai soared to 90 meters, and after his full attributes skyrocketed, he unleashed the skilled black hole devouring, and in mid-air, A terrifying black hole with a diameter of 100 meters was formed. Berserk gravitational force was generated, regardless of whether it was level 80 or 100. All the monsters, under this kind of horrible gravitational force, as long as they were within a certain range, all of them couldn't run away. They were attracted close to each other quickly, and then they were ripped to shreds by the twisted gravitational force, and transformed into experience value to be devoured by Tao Tai. This scene was truly like the end of the world, and with so many high-level monsters being slaughtered, it naturally brought a lot of experience value. In a quarter of an hour's time, Tao Tai had swallowed up 1/5 of the monsters on Vulcan Island, and his level had soared to level 79. Lu Jiang had the 9-headed immortal bird in Tao Tai in the east and the other in the west, so as not to affect the leveling up of both parties. In half an hour's work, more than half of the monsters on the entire Vulcan Island were cleared out. Vulcan Island core. Zhang Fong looked toward the Sea of Fire in the east and the Black Hole in the west and anxiously persuaded, "Paul Master, let's quickly leave. With such a big change here, forget about the boss. It could affect us at any time in the next second." Luo Duanfeng looked at the Flame Lord's remaining 2% of blood and gritted his teeth. "We've held out until now. We have to kill this boss. Otherwise we can't explain it to the top." However, right after his words left his mouth, he only saw the opposite Flame Lord suddenly let out a violent roar, and in the next moment, the original orange-red flames on his body steeply turned into a dark red color, and his entire body also underwent a huge change. The Flame Lord's appearance was similar to that of a human, like a giant wearing an orange-red armor with flames coming out of it. But at this time, although it was still humanoid, its height was steeply raised from the original 36 meters to 56 meters. Its orange-red armor turned into dark red robes, and a crown appeared on top of its head. A prompt rang in the ears of everyone in the Vulcan Island replica. "Attention! Due to the massacre of a large number of fire spirits on Vulcan Island, the LV 150 Flame Lords have changed into LV 200 Flame Monarchs, and the Flame Monarchs will indiscriminately attack all the professionals within Vulcan Island until all the professionals within the replica are dead." Hearing this prompt, Lu Jiang could not help but be stunned for a moment, which seemed to be due to his own massacre. He looked towards the massive Flame Monarch, its message emerging in his eyes. Monster, Flame Monarch. Quality, hegemonic. Rank, LV 200. Life, 5 million / 5 million. Mana, 200. 000 / 200. 000. Power, 1200. Agility, 1200. Spirit, 300. Body mass, 400. Skills, Flame Field. Flame Excalibur. Lava Spray. Summon Fire Devil. Fire Armor Shield. A true level 200 Overlord level monster. As soon as it appeared, it directly turned a sea of dark red fire within a 10-mile radius centered around it. Lava erupted, and the raging fire energy inflicted huge amounts of damage on the entire Skyhunter Guild's members. If they hadn't come here purposely wearing a lot of equipment that increased their fire resistance, many people would have been killed in seconds even as soon as the Flame Monarch first appeared. But just because they didn't die immediately didn't mean they survived, because after the Sea of Fire was formed, a fire demon golem holding a flaming warhammer and standing as high as 20 meters was summoned. Their levels reached 120, creating an overwhelming advantage over the vast majority of the Skyhunter Guild's members. Seeing this scene, a flash of despair flashed through Zhang Fong's eyes. "It's over. This is dead." As for Luo Duanfeng, who was the head of the hall and the person who led the team this time, an endless color of remorse surged in his heart. He could die for his own wrong choices, but so many of his brothers shouldn't all die here because of his mistakes. "Run! You guys run! I'll stop them!" Luo Duanfeng roared loudly, and as he spoke, he rushed towards a fire demon puppet as if he was crazy. Yet the rest of them didn't move. Not that they didn't want to run, but in the midst of the Sea of Fire, they had nowhere to run. Everyone was almost in boundless despair, when a high-pitched and straight-to-the-soul cry rang out, followed by a 9-headed giant bird with a wingspan of 88 meters and a body burning with black flames appearing in the sky. People are even more desperate. A Flame Monarch was already enough to slaughter them all. How was there a boss? Chapter 35, The Only Chance to Escape. Death Scythe. Flame Monarch. Pawn. The 9-headed immortal bird was extremely powerful at first glance, and its terrifying aura caused the Skyhunter Guild members who were already in despair to become even more powerless. But Zhang Fong soon realized that something was wrong. This newly appeared monster seemed to be targeting that Flame Monarch. Moreover, along with the appearance of the 9-headed firebird, a black fire spirit monster also emerged and attacked those fire demon puppets. Realizing this, Zhang Fong immediately shouted, "Everyone, run quickly! This strange bird is targeting the Flame Monarch. This is our only chance to escape." Everyone, including Luo Duanfeng, was immediately shaken in spirit.
scanning the circle and realizing that it was indeed like what Zhang Feng had said. The strange bird had not attacked them all, and in the next moment, everyone immediately took off in a frenzied run for their lives. Run hard, and leave the desperate copy space of Vulcan Island as soon as possible. The 9-headed immortal bird's target was indeed the Flame Monarch, a 200-level Overlord-class boss that represented a huge amount of experience value. Killing it would allow the 9-headed immortal bird, which had now reached level 83, to be boosted again. The monsters in the entire Vulcan Island had been killed by Lu Zhang by more than 60%, and all of them would have to be refreshed again by tomorrow. And this level 200 experience pack could definitely not be spared. The flame field released by the Flame Monarch had a wide range, but when the 9-headed immortal bird appeared, the sea of immortal fire flew and swallowed up this large field of flames, turning it into a part of the sea of immortal fire. And the fire demon puppets in it were even blown to smithereens by those immortal flame spirits with the explosive skill. These fire demon puppets were also over 100 levels in rank, generating quite a bit of experience value, and just destroying all of them allowed the 9-headed immortal bird to raise its rank by 1 level once again. Sensing the threat of the 9-headed immortal bird, the Flame Monarch immediately unleashed a powerful single attack skill, Flame Divine Sword. High in the sky, the fire element instantly condensed and a huge dark red greatsword 33 meters long was formed, with a blazing flame still burning on it. This sword chopped down as if it was going to destroy the entire replica space. The powerful pressure caused the people from the Skyhunter Guild, who had already run to the edge of the replica, to flee outward in even more terror. However, in the face of this terrifying attack, the 9-headed immortal bird did not dodge or avoid it. Instead, it directly retaliated with an identical single attack skill. Skill, Death Sigh. Effect, consume a minimum of 100 points of mana to coalesce a flaming scythe that induces the power of death, inflicting a minimum of 200 points of physical damage, 100 points of flame damage, 400 points of death power spell damage to the target, and the power of death erodes the soul, inflicting an additional 400 points of spell damage per. All skills were given a minimum consumption, and when enough mana was injected, the skill became incredibly powerful. The 9-headed immortal bird directly injected 100,000 mana points, and a huge 88-meter black flame scythe appeared steeply, slashing towards the Flame Monarch's body. It appeared as if a huge wound appeared in the sky, and within the wound, an endless power of death was released, and just by looking at it, one would feel as if one's soul was being pulled by it, and one's body was shocked out of a cold sweat. And in the face of such a terrifying attack, the Flame Monarch reacted at the first opportunity. A crimson protection suddenly appeared on its entire body, which was clearly the effect produced by its fire armor shield skill, which had a very strong defense. Not only could it ignore flame spell damage below 100,000 points and physical damage below 50,000 points, but it could also autonomously absorb the surrounding fire elements to help the Flame Monarch recover its mana. When the Death Scythe landed on the Flame Monarch, there was no doubt that the flame damage was completely blocked by the fire armor shield, but the powerful force was directly causing the fire armor shield to collapse away. At this time, the Death Scythe's physical damage reached a terrifying 200,000. 50,000 physical damage was offset by the fire armor shield, and 150,000 damage was output to the Flame Monarch. The Flame Monarch itself was a half-elementalized creature, and this 150,000 physical damage only caused the Flame Monarch to lose 20,000 points of blood in the end. However, the main event was the Death Force spell damage that accompanied it, an indiscriminate attack of energy that eroded the Flame Monarch's soul and contaminated its body, directly causing it to plummet by 400,000 blood, and after that, it continued to decrease by 40,000 blood per second. A layer of grayish-white aura permeated the Flame Monarch's body. This was the power of death. If it wasn't dispelled as soon as possible, this power would continue to inflict damage. Even if it had a whopping 5 million blood, it wouldn't be able to withstand it for much longer. On the other hand, the Flame Monarch's Flame Divine Sword also landed on the 9-headed immortal bird's body, immune to all flame energy damage, and ended up only dealing 20,000 points of physical damage. This amount of blood reduction was only a matter of 10 seconds or so for the now level 84 9-headed immortal bird to recover. What's more, under the effect of the passive skill 9 Heads of Immortality, as long as it didn't die within 3 minutes, its life value would be restored to its full value. And this amount of damage, it wasn't worth mentioning. The Flame Monarch was injured by the Scythe of Death, and immediately had to find a way to dispel the influence of the power of death in its body. After all, with a blood reduction of 40,000 a second, the 5 million blood it had left wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 2 minutes before it would be emptied out straight away. But how could the 9-headed immortal bird give it this chance? all of the transformed undying fire spirits appeared around the flame monarch, and they recklessly rushed towards the flame monarch, and when close enough, they directly launched their self-destruction. It's kind of a hidden skill. The immortal fire spirit exploded itself, instantly generating a high damage value, enough to break the defense of a 200-level flame monarch, and the power of death in it would cause additional damage to the flame monarch. The damage dealt by an undead fire spirit was low, even, and the flame monarch could recover in a second. But when tens of thousands of undead fire spirits together to launch the blast, under the indiscriminate bombardment, the flame monarch's whole body was almost covered by a grayish-white breath. Its blood volume, at a speed visible to the naked eye, lowered by more than half. 5 million of blood. In the undead fire spirit's self-detonation will be nearly 90% after, directly fell to only 2 million of the way. Even more deadly was the fact that more death force was pouring in, causing the blood reduction to be even more severe, with a display of 80,000 blood lost popping up every second. The nine-headed immortal bird, on the other hand, took advantage of the immortal fire spirit launching a suicidal attack to unleash a powerful single skill once again. Skill, Underworld Firebrand. Effect, consumes 100 points of mana in the base, and 500 points of mana per second for a sustained period of time, continuously releasing a line of ethereal fire containing the power of death on a single target, dealing a minimum of 100 points of flame damage per second, and the power of the ethereal force impacting the body and soul, dealing a minimum of an additional 200 points of spell damage per. A bucket-thick dark flame coalesced from in front of the nine-headed immortal bird and fell towards the flame monarch, and what had originally been a reduction of 80,000 blood per second had now directly turned into a reduction of 100,000 blood per second. It struggled hard, but it was all in vain, and in less than 20 seconds, Lu Zhang's ears rang with the beep of successfully killing the flame monarch. Your summoned beast nine-headed immortal bird kills LV 200 flame monarch x1. Your summoned beast nine-headed immortal bird gains 4,000 experience points. You gain 1,000 experience points. You get flame crown x1. You have obtained the gemstone heart of the flame monarch times 1. Chapter 36, The Truly Great Terror, the Fire God Descends. The fifth turn powerhouse couldn't tense up. Worthy of being an overlord-level monster, the experience value generated was abundant, once again allowing the nine-headed immortal bird to raise 2 levels to level 86, and it wasn't far from rising to level 87. And, surprisingly, it dropped equipment. As we all know, the monsters in this world basically don't drop equipment, they just drop materials, and the ones that usually drop equipment are the monsters themselves. Lu Zhang instantly recognized that this so-called flame crown was the one that the flame monarch wore on his head. Under the effect of the passive skill Pupil of Truth, the equipment was automatically appraised. Equipment, Crown of Flames. Quality, Gold 5-star. Equipment requirements, LV 60 or above, mage profession and physique value greater than 100. Spirit plus 800. Physical fitness plus 800. Fire spell resistance plus 100%. Mana recovery speed plus 50%. Spirit recovery speed plus 50%. Durability, 100/100. Skills, Fire Spirit Shield, passive. Summon Fire Demon. Flame Field. It was definitely a treasure of great value, and for fire mages, it was considered a divine artifact, coming with a domain skill, a defense skill and a summoning skill, with each of the 3 skills having their own characteristics. The only unfortunate part was that the restriction was that only mage professionals could use it, so they had to put it away first. Lu Zhang next looked at another dropped item. Item, Heart of the Flame Monarch, Gemstone. Effects, rich in fire elemental energy, can be used to make weapons, equipment and jewelry. Holding can increase the speed of flame mana. This gemstone was also worth a lot of money. The Heart of Flame gemstone dropped by that flame lord had already been snatched up by various forces, and the gemstone dropped by the flame monarch was naturally even rarer. Put it away and find a chance to sell it in the future. At this time, the Tao Tai on the other side had also finished upgrading. It had basically wiped out all of the remaining monsters on the entire Vulcan island, and its level had just about increased to level 86 as well. Calculating the time, there should still be nearly 3 hours before the Vulcan projection descended, and just as Lu Zhang was planning to take a break, a prompt came to his ears. Attention! Due to the killing of all Vulcan followers on Vulcan Island, incurring the wrath of the God of Fire, the Vulcan projection will descend in 30 seconds. 29, 28, 27. Lu Zhang was instantly furious when he heard the words, this ING dog mission. Originally there were 3 hours of respite time. Now there were only 30 seconds left. Angry or not, Lu Zhang still hurriedly ran towards the edge, while summoning the cave specter Pale Snake to surround and protect himself in the center, using it as a meat shield. while the Tao Tai and the nine-headed immortal bird were standing by. On the other hand, the people who escaped from the Vulcan Island copy brought the news within Redguard City, and after learning that a level 200 mutant boss had appeared on the Vulcan Island copy, a few Turn 5 powerhouses were immediately interested. To them, the experience value provided by normal monsters was too little to even be interested in fighting, and this mutated boss was right up their alley. Several people flew out of the city and gathered towards the entrance of the Vulcan Island replica almost at the same time. Before they reached the entrance, a few people met and realized that they were all acquaintances. They even humbled themselves. The big-bellied Vice City Lord Wang Zhoucheng looked toward a crane-haired, square-faced old man wearing a mage's robe and opened his mouth. President Yao. The Flame Lord that was refreshed this time was originally owned by the Skyhunter Guild, and the mutated Flame Monarch. It's only right that it should be owned by you as well. So how about I go along with you and help you exterminate the monster? Song Yu, the president of the Sacred Fire Guild, then interjected. I can give up the experience value to President Yao, but I won't give up the gems dropped by the Flame Lord. Although the Flame Lord is theirs this time, they don't have the ability to kill it and have already sort of given up. So naturally, it's our Sacred Flame Guild's turn to give up the experience value, which is my biggest step back. Thanks Vice City Lord. I'm not an unreasonable person. The Flame Monarch is a new monster, so let's go in together, each according to our own abilities, and whoever kills the Flame Monarch, this jewel will be theirs. Yao Hui said so. Ha ha, good. President Yao's atmosphere. Then we'll each rely on our own abilities. Please. There were a total of 5 fifth-turn professionals, and when they arrived at the entrance of the copy, Wang Zhoucheng saw a familiar figure not far away and drank. Brat, what are you doing here? Why don't you hurry back? Wang Jun sniffed and looked over, and immediately ran to his heels in joy, exclaiming, Grandpa, what are you doing here? Are you going in? If you go in, help me see what's going on with my boss right now. Wang Zhoucheng frowned. Your boss? What boss? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry back. A level 200 Flame Monarch appeared in here. No one will survive except for the fifth-turn professionals. Wang Jun, however, said stubbornly, no way. My boss will definitely survive. If you don't help me forget it, I'll wait here. After saying that, he ran to the side again and crouched behind a big rock. When Wang Zhoucheng saw his appearance, he was helpless. This grandson was spoiled and too disobedient. But since the 5 of them came together, the Flame Monarch inside couldn't make any waves, and the outside was still safe. So they didn't care. Afterwards, the 5 of them entered the Vulcan Island copy together. And just after entering this place, they felt an incomparably powerful aura. The kind of aura that almost made them directly kneel down. And immediately afterward, they saw a scene that they would never forget. Over the core area of Fire God Island, the sky cracked open a mouth. This was not a description. It was a real crack. In that crack, it seemed as if there were endless flames. And in the next moment, a figure descended from the crack into the Fire God Island. It was 100 meters tall, holding a scepter, wearing crimson armor, with a cape behind it, and a crown on top of its head, and all of its body and mind showed the majesty of a superior being, a higher being. It looked down on the living beings and slowly opened its mouth as if it was scornful of everything, and its terrifying flame breath instantly swept through the entire copy. Griffin, how dare you provoke the gods? Monster, Vulcan Laban's projection. Quality, King Grade. Rank, LV. 350. Life, 25 million / 25 million. Mana, 5 million / 5 million. Power, 400. Agility, 500. Spirit, 100. Physical fitness, 100. Skills, Vulcan Field. Scepter of Sanctions. Divine Wrath. Vulcan Legion. Ring of Fire Resistance. Fire Rain. Divine Fire Chain. Fire Blast. After seeing the attributes of the Vulcan projection, Lu Zhang instantly wanted to break into a rage. This was a solid saint-level monster. A level 350 king-level monster. Even if his current master Fu Zhongli came, he wouldn't necessarily have the certainty of defeating it, and now letting him, a level 60 summoner who hadn't even had his second turn yet, to fight it, was that reasonable? It wasn't just Lu Zhang who wanted to curse. The 5 fifth-turn professionals who had just entered the copy also wanted to curse. And even Song Yu couldn't help but start cursing already. Mud. Which is talking nonsense. Is this a level 200 Flame Monarch? Viewing it with my probing eyes, this is clearly a level 350 Fire God projection. God of Fire. For a few of us fifth-turn professionals to come in, isn't this a way to die? Hurry up and go. At this time, Wang Zhoucheng but said with a gloomy face, I can't get out. I tried just now and was prompted to close the Vulcan Island copy due to the descent of the Vulcan projection and its forced intervention. I just used the return scroll, but it also prompted that I was in the middle of the Fire God's domain and couldn't use it. Hearing this, Song Yu furiously yelled at Yao Hui. It's all your people's doing. Chapter 37, Invincible Ring of Resisting Fire. Tao Tai. Devour. Seeing Song Yu in this state, the others did not blame him. After all, it was normal to have a mental breakdown in this situation. Facing a god, this was too desperate. Wang Zhoucheng's brows furrowed as he gritted his teeth. Surprisingly, I can't even send a message. My grandson is still out there. Once this copy is collapsed by the Vulcan projection, I'm only afraid he'll be in danger as well. Compared to the impatience of these people, Yao Hui was the most composed one. He looked calmly in the direction of the Vulcan projection and spoke. It's not targeting us right now. Let's see what happens. A few people sniffed and looked, only to see a large bird with 9 heads and burning black flames confronting that fire god. Although Lu Zhan was also a bit furious, but thinking that he only needed to hold on to live for 3 hours, he still felt that he could put up a fight. After all, he had 2 divine favorites anyways, and although this projection was a bit higher ranked, it wasn't a true god in the end. His own divine favor, on the other hand, was an actual true god-level existence. Not without a fight, he immediately decided to repeat the same trick, first letting the 9-headed immortal bird release a powerful attack, Death Scythe, to try how strong this guy's defense was. The Death Scythe that cut through the sky fell towards the Vulcan projection, but this time it was not able to hit the Vulcan projection, only to see a flame aura suddenly arise, preventing the Death Scythe space from approaching. Skill, Resist Fire Ring. Effect, Immunity to physical damage up to 100,000 points. Immunity to flame spell damage. Immunity to other spell damage up to 100,000 points. Half of the damage exceeding 100,000 points is returned to the source of the damage in the form of flame damage, and half of the damage is converted to the consumption of an equal amount of mana to counteract it. This skill, it's so overbearing. Under 100,000 points of damage is nullified, and above 100,000 points, he will never take real damage and will have damage bounce back as long as he can't clear his mana. This guy had a whopping 5 million mana points, and even if he could deplete its mana, the rebound damage would be enough to kill the 9-headed immortal bird several times. But fortunately, the returning flame damage the 9-headed undead bird happened to be immune to, and wouldn't be injured as a result. But damage doesn't work, and that's no way to block the opponent. And after releasing a ring of fire resistance, that fire god Laban's projection immediately once again released another skill on the 9-headed immortal bird that dared to provoke him. To be precise, it was a joint release of 2 skills. Abruptly, a dozen huge lava chains formed in the fire god's domain that had been open long ago, binding the 9-headed undead bird in midair in an instant. This was clearly that fire god projection's still divine fire chain, and at the same time as the 9-headed undead bird was bound, many basketball-sized fireballs appeared around it. These fireballs burned with a blazing flame, and the interior could be vaguely white, and when it came close to the 9-headed undead bird, it directly produced an explosion. Pyrokinesis. This skill directly causes the flames to explode, producing not only flame damage, but also impact damage from the explosion. The damage caused by a flame explosion was nothing, but when countless flames exploded, just like when the 9-headed immortal bird used the immortal fire spirit to self-detonate to consume the flame monarch just now, as long as it could cause damage, then the damage caused by the final accumulation was a very terrifying number. And at this time, the 9-headed immortal bird's life value was only 1,280,000, so it absolutely could not be allowed to consume. In the next moment, the 9-headed immortal bird was surrounded by huge flames and instantly transformed into thousands of small firebirds that flew away, which was precisely the effect of its skill, Thousand Birds Transformation. Skill, Chidori Incarnation. Effects, consume 100 points of mana. You can divide yourself into 1,000 parts, and among the 1,000 birds, the surviving one will not die, and you can launch attacks or use some of the skills. The 9-headed immortal bird lived up to its name of immortality. Half of its multiple skills were used to save its life, and one of them could even be reborn. After utilizing the 1,000 bird transformation skill to get away, Lu Zheng understood that the 9-headed immortal bird would only find it difficult to inflict damage on the fire god's projection right now, and although it could continue to pull with the fire god's projection, among the quests, there was a requirement of inflicting 1 million points of cumulative damage on the fire god's projection. This meant that he had to be a threat to the Vulcan projection in order to do so. Tao Tai, it's up to you. Since outputting damage doesn't work, it's time to try out the power of devouring. Having received Lu Zheng's instructions, Tao Tai began to perform the skill of Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth, pulling it straight to full capacity, his body expanding to a shoulder height of 120 meters. Instantly attracting the attention of the fire god's projection. Under the effect of the Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth skill, Taotia's full attributes doubled multiple times, reaching a point that even the fire god projection could not ignore. Race, Tao Tai. Quality, 5-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 86, 48. 8%. Life, 8.
8 million / 8.
8 million. Mana, 120. 000 / 120. 000. Power, 100. Agility, 800. Spirit, 600. Physical fitness, 100. Taotia's life value and mana were not as good as the Vulcan projection,
but his 4-dimensional comprehensive attributes were on par with the Vulcan projection.
This is a truly divine technique.
The skill of the 9-headed immortal bird was also a divine skill,
but it focused on survival while Tao Tai focused on attack.
On the basis of this attribute, Tao Tai unleashed the black hole devouring skill, directly creating a huge black hole with a diameter of 150 meters in mid-air.
The terrifying gravitational force instantly devoured and absorbed the surrounding flame energy crazily towards the black hole.
Lu Zhang took the opportunity to have the 9-headed immortal bird fly in front of the black hole and absorb some of the flame energy.
Absorbing flame energy, this was considered a hidden ability. After all,
as a special creature formed by the power of flame and death, its ability to absorb free energy was not surprising.
This energy, too, was transformed into a considerable portion of experience value, allowing the 9-headed immortal bird in Taotia's levels to continue to rise.
The energy contained in a 350-level king-level Vulcan projection was too rich, and just the flame energy that permeated the entire copy of Vulcan Island was not a small number.
And by absorbing this energy, not only could it replenish the consumption,
but it could also destroy the Fire God's domain's skill of the Fire God's projection.
Facing Taotia's threat,
the projection of Fire God Laban was even angrier.
The majesty of God is not to be trampled upon. It let out a high cry, and immediately afterward,
a huge scepter identical to the one it was holding appeared steeply in mid-air, with a dark red gem at the very top blazing with flames,
and the bottom of the scepter aimed at Tao Tai, falling down towards its head. Skill, Scepter of Sanctions.
Effect, consumes a minimum of 500 mana to create a scepter containing divine power,
dealing a minimum of 300,000 points of spell damage and an additional 200,000
points of divine damage to a single target. There was no doubt that this super strong single attack skill far exceeded the limits of Taotia's passive skill Mana Annihilation.
After all, its current mana value was only 120,000, and at most it could annihilate 120,000 points of damage.
But this belonged to the 350-level king-level single attack, which had a minimum of 500,000 points of damage.
Lu Zhang wasn't sure how much mana this guy had injected, but he couldn't gamble, and in an instant, he made a decision.
The 9-headed immortal bird instantly expended all of its mana to unleash its death scythe to slash towards the Fire God's projection, while it itself appeared above Taotia's head to block that sanction scepter.
Chapter 38, Nirvana Rebirth. Could it be that the boss is really dead?
There were no surprises.
The
800,000 points of damage caused by the 9-headed immortal bird sparing no effort to unleash its powerful attack skill Death Scythe ended up only consuming a mere 350,000 points of mana from the Fire God's projection,
and returned 350,000
points of flame spell damage. And while these flame damages were ineffective against the 9-headed undead, the attacks of the Scepter of Sanctions were effective. Just one skill directly caused the 9-headed undead bird's entire body to explode and die on the spot.
The level difference was too big.
The 9-headed undead bird had no powerful increasing skills, just relying on itself to resist this attack. Although the flame damage was immunized, the divine power damage was directly overflowing, letting the 9-headed undead bird die. The passive skill Nirvana Rebirth triggered, and a ball of spectral flames became larger and larger, gradually becoming a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 20 meters.
Abruptly, a cry was emitted, and in the next moment, the figure of the 9-headed undead bird appeared from it. After being reborn, the full attributes were doubled,
and all attributes such as mana value were restored,
and the 9-headed immortal bird once again unleashed its death scythe.
This time it was also directly consuming all the mana. A black scythe that was several times more powerful than the death scythe just now appeared in the air.
After doubling the full attributes, due to the improvement of the spiritual power,
a little bit of mana consumed was able to mobilize more elements of heaven and earth, and the power of the skill wasn't just doubled so simple.
The death scythe chopped down and was still blocked by the ring of fire resistance. However, the death scythe, which had a total damage of 4 million, had consumed 9 million mana points from the Vulcan projection,
despite the fact that 200,000 of the damage had been cancelled out,
and half of the remaining
8 million damage had formed a flame spell damage bounce.
The Vulcan projection only had a total of 5 million mana points only, and now only half of it was left. However, the purpose of this attack by the 9-headed immortal bird was not just to consume its mana, but more importantly, to counteract the fire god projection's ring of fire resistance effect. According to Lu Zhang's observation, he found that although this passive skill was theoretically an absolute defense with infinite triggers, it needed to be triggered again when it was fully loaded to withstand an attack. That is, after taking a full 200,000 points of damage. And that's the opportunity. At this instant, Tao Tai, who had long rushed towards the fire god's projection, directly unleashed his strongest single attack skill, the Dark Divine Claw. Skill, Darkness Claw. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 points of mana to form an attack with Darkness Divine Power, dealing a minimum of 100,000 points of basic physical damage and 200,000 points of basic darkness spell damage. The ring of resisting fire failed, and it was like a giant claw poking out from the abyss, reaching out from the void and directly penetrating the body of the fire god's projection. At Lu Zhang's request, Tao Tai directly consumed all 120,000 mana points to release this attack, and the total damage output reached a terrifying 3.6 million. However, the Vulcan projection's body resistance was very strong and its defense was awesome, and in the end, it only consumed 3 million of the Vulcan projection's blood, which was considered to be a certain amount of injuries for its total blood count of 25 million. But not that serious. This attack, however, was what caused Vulcan Laban to become even angrier. It was a great insult for him as a god to be harmed by a being from the lower realms. Humble ants, how dare you blaspheme? Die! The rage value came to a peak, and the Vulcan projection unleashed a powerful single attack skill, Divine Rage Spray. The entire fire god's domain seemed to boil in an instant. A large amount of flame energy constantly converging towards the direction where Tao Tai was, and the entire fire god's domain was like a volcano as if it was about to erupt at any time. In just one breath's work, a huge layer of fire clouds formed above Tao Tai's head, and then, like a volcanic eruption, it erupted downwards, aiming precisely at Tao Tai. Lu Zhang had successively made both of his divine pets run out of mana, so naturally, he had something to fall back on. The nine-headed immortal bird, because it had many life-saving skills and was immune to flame damage, had only struck that blow to remove the effects of the ring of resisting fire while attracting the attention of the fire god's projection. Tao Tai was different. Lu Zhang dared to let it consume all of its mana value because that devouring black hole had been working and it was about to upgrade. Right after unleashing Dark Divine Claw, it completed its upgrade and its mana was restored. Immediately afterward, as the volcano that had grown in the middle of the sky erupted downwards, a black hole arose above Tao Tai's head, and all of the flames that had erupted furiously were swallowed up within it. Not only that, with Tao Tai actively launching the devouring effect, the gravitational force along with the converging fire clouds were pulled towards the black hole. This fire cloud was the energy body formed by the combination of the Vulcan projection's Vulcan domain and flame eruption skill, which constantly absorbed the Vulcan projection's mana and converted it into flame energy to attack. And at this moment, it was being crazily devoured by the black hole, and the Vulcan projection's mana was being drastically consumed. Tao Tai could devour all energies and turn them into experience value, enhancing his own level, and if he could maintain the current situation, the one who would win would definitely be Lu Zhang's side. But the Vulcan projection was clearly no cutie pie. After realizing that his mana was being frantically consumed, he decisively stopped continuing to maintain the effects of these two skills. The fire cloud dispersed and the Vulcan domain lifted. The entire Vulcan Island's confinement disappeared, and the 5 people who were at the entrance of the Vulcan Island's replica of course noticed it immediately. Song Yu was the first to rush towards the exit. Hurry up and run. Those two monsters are too low-leveled. They're obviously no match for that fire god's projection. I'm afraid this place will soon be destroyed. We must ask Lord Red Lotus Knight to come and suppress it. The rest did not hesitate and left successively. After Wang Zhoucheng exited the copy, he directly grabbed Wang Jun who was still hiding behind that rock, and without giving him a chance to open his mouth, he took the people with him and flew away towards the distance. Grandpa, what are you grabbing me for? Quickly put me down. I told Big Brother to wait outside until he comes out. Wang Zhoucheng shouted. There's no one inside anymore. Now the monsters inside are in a big battle. One of them is a saint-level existence. What Big Brother you are! As long as you're not a saint-level powerhouse, it's impossible for you to survive. Hearing this, Wang Jun was stunned. The Vulcan Island copy. Surprisingly, a level 300 or more saint-level monster emerged, and there was some kind of monster battle that broke out, which was too scary. Could it be that the boss he's really dead? Under such an onslaught of information, Wang Jun had no idea to believe that Lu Zhang, who was only level 60 and had yet to turn 2, could survive. Even if he had crushed a high-level summoner in the midst of the summoner copy trials in terms of total output for an hour, a senior professional was only a second-turn professional, and a saint level, that was a 6th-turn existence. I just recognized my boss. And he's just gone.
Wang Jun could not help but feel a bit of sadness in his heart. Lu Zhang had helped him complete the transfer task,
And in his heart,
he had already taken Lu Zhang as his real boss, and at this moment, his heart was suddenly flooded with sadness, and he muttered,
"Boss, you have a good journey. Every year today, I will burn paper for you." In the midst of the Vulcan Island copy,
Lu Zhang inexplicably felt a bit uncomfortable, and then he immediately focused his mind and looked at the Vulcan projection that still had less than 2 million mana values, and he made a difficult decision.
Tao Tai, nine-headed immortal bird. Together, meet wrestling. Chapter 39, Beheading the Gods. Fragment of the Godhead. Title Godslayer. This physical fight is not a physical fight. The Vulcan projection could actually ignore 80% of physical damage. This guy was just an energy creature after all. And as a projection, he was basically immune to physical damage. However,
when Lu Zhang had the Tao Tai charge up, he did not use his fists to punch or his claws to tear apart, but rather, he used his mouth to devour. In the face of the fire god projection that possessed great battle power and recovery, a war of attrition was not really desirable, and the amount of attrition created by Lu Zhang just now was exchanged for the deaths and disabilities of the two divine beasts.
That's a means of consumption that can't be replicated for use, and unusual means, no effect at all. Only now, seize the opportunity to expand the results of the war. It is possible to complete this time. Tao Tai rushed to the fire god projection and directly pounced on it.
Faced with Tao Tai taking such a risk,
fire god Laban was incomparably angry,
and the scepter in his hand struck upward towards Tao Tai with great force, but failed to break through Tao Tie's defense.
At this time, Tao Tie's physique was as high as 100,000 points, and physical damage below 200,000 points couldn't break the defense,
and under the effect of the passive skilled mana annihilation,
spell damage below 120,000 points was also ineffective. Although the Vulcan projection rank was high, the effect of an unusual and ordinary strike was not enough to break through Tao Tie's defense. When Tao Tai bit down, the devouring black hole in his mouth was activated,
and it directly swallowed a large piece of his body, reducing his blood volume by 100,000
and his mana by 30,000. Seeing this gain,
Lu Zhang immediately rejoiced, allowing the nine-headed immortal bird to move forward to pounce as well.
However, instead of attacking Laban,
the nine-headed immortal bird's role was to use itself to help Tao Tai block the damage from absorbing the excess flame energy. After these few encounters, Lu Zhang discovered the flaws of the fire god's projection. Its attacks were skewed towards the flame spell aspect and its skills were even more skewed towards long range,
so as long as it was close enough, it would be able to prevent it from utilizing its strengths. As expected, under close combat, the Vulcan projection was simply helpless. The gods are not to be insulted, he bellowed, and immediately after, unleashed the skill Vulcan Legion. At the next moment, a huge fireball appeared in the mid-air, followed by a figure coming out from it.
They were more than 10 meters tall.
Their bodies were like lava, and their appearance was similar to that of a human being,
but they had no ears and nose,
and their faces only had mouths and a single eye that looked like a jewel.
These were none other than the regular warriors amongst the Vulcan Legion,
the one-eyed fire demons.
Each one-eyed fire demon had a level as high as 200, with a quality of alpha level,
so their battle power was naturally not to be underestimated.
And such monsters,
that big fireball, in one breath emerged thousands of them.
All of them Mercedes-Benz toward the direction of the fire god projection.
Its hands appeared out of a crimson lance.
Look at the situation seems to want a Tao Tai and the nine-headed undead bird to be killed.
Seeing this scene, not only did Lu Zhang not feel worried, but instead, he was bursting with joy. In an instant,
the nine-headed immortal bird unleashed the skill Immortal Sea of Fire. It just so happened that the battle just now absorbed quite a bit of flame energy, allowing it to regain some mana, and it was now fully capable of unleashing this skill.
It was now in a resurrected state with its full attributes doubled, and after releasing this skill,
the undying underworld flame produced was extremely powerful.
At the same time,
Lu Zhang sent out the cave specter Song Snake,
the whistling moon song wolf and the three-tailed spirit fox to join forces to kill these one-eyed fire demons.
Although its level was high, the three great immortal spirit pets struck together and instantly killed many one-eyed fire devils. And these killed one-eyed fire devils were swallowed up by the sea of undead fire and turned into undead fire spirits in the next second. These undying fire spirits that had undying underworld flames transformed into them pounced on those one-eyed fire demons around them.
A few moments later, the army of thousands of one-eyed fire demons, all transformed into immortal fire spirits,
pounced on that fire god projection. The army that had originally been summoned by the Vulcan projection to protect him had all mutinied in the blink of an eye and become part of the attack on him.
By this time, Vulcan Laban had lost 8 million blood and had only 1 million mana left. Tao Tie's level had come to level 89 after a few devourings,
and was still in full bloom as he continued to kill furiously. Looking at the army of undying fire spirits that were transformed to kill towards him, fire god Laban was furious, and sparingly consuming a huge amount of mana. He once again opened the fire god's domain, and the flames filled half of the copy of the fire god's island, and at the next moment, his figure steeply disappeared from his original location, appearing at a place where the flames were ascending. One of the abilities of the fire god's domain was that it could allow him to instantly move in any location. However, to maintain such an ability, it consumed a lot, coupled with the fear of Tao Tai consuming his own mana with the help of his domain just now. He didn't unleash this skill again before, but now, if he didn't get out of the trap, he might be consumed by the Tao Tai and the nine-headed immortal bird a little bit, so he had to pull away. Looking at Laban, who had gotten out of the trap, Lu Zhang did not hesitate and let the nine-headed immortal bird control the immortal fire spirit to launch a self-destruct attack. 1,000 level 200 monsters blowing themselves up produced extremely powerful damage. Although Laban had the Ring of Fire resistance skill to immunize against flame spell damage, explosive shock damage and death force spell damage were not immune to resisting 100,000 points, and the remaining half of the damage was a reduction in blood. And, soon enough, his mana was depleted due to the Ring of Fire resistance, and he couldn't even maintain the fire god's domain. After the skill effect of resisting the Ring of Fire followed suit, the damage generated by the self-destruct was even stronger. Watching the Vulcan projection's blood volume explode and decrease to less than 5 million, a flash of blazing color flashed through Lu Zhang's eyes. He originally thought that he would be able to hold on for 3 hours and that would be enough to be able to do it, but he did not expect that with the help of the other party, he would in turn have the hope of directly killing his target. Without these 1,000 level 200 monsters summoned by Vulcan Laban's release of the Vulcan Legion skill, it would have been absolutely impossible for Lu Zhang to achieve victory, and sticking around for 3 hours would have been a blessing, but with 1,000 self-locating explosives brought to you by your enemies, nothing is the same. When a wave of these things rushed towards Laban to complete the explosion, its blood level dropped to just a little over 2 million out. Right at this moment, Tao Tai directly consumed all of his mana and once again unleashed the dark-reaching claw. A claw of divine power that was a bit larger than the last time probed out from the void, and with one blow, the last of the fire god Laban's projection's blood was directly cleared out, spilling over 2 million damage. Ding! Your summoned beast Tao Tai kills LV. 350 fire god Laban's projection x1. Your summoned beast Tao Tai gains 14 million experience points. You gain 35 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained the item Sigil Fragment x1. Ding! You have successfully slain a god, earning the title Godslayer. Title, Godslayer. Effects, inflicts an additional 5% damage to gods and divine power holders, spirit plus 200. Physique. This title is awesome. The basic attributes directly skyrocketed by 400 points. Good lord. Before Lu Zhang had a chance to be happy, a roar and a prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Humble mole cricket. Sooner or later, you will die at my hands. Attention. Due to you killing the projection of Fire God Laban and being cursed by Fire God Laban, the base hatred of all fire monsters towards you is raised to 90%, and the fire monsters fighting against you will receive the blessing of the fire god. The power of fire spells will increase by 100%, and some of these monsters will have a small probability of being alienated and enhanced by the influence of the fire god. Upon hearing these contents, Lu Zhang's entire face immediately turned green. Is this god so careful? I just killed one of your projections, and you let all the fire monsters increase their spell damage by double to screw me. Lu Zhang couldn't help but clench his teeth, and a wave of anger ran through his heart. Old me will definitely slaughter your real body one day. Chapter 40, Another Copy Gone. Nine-headed immortal bird's hidden skill. As a traveler, Lu Zhang did not have the fear of the gods that these people in this world had, and he was not the kind of person who would suffer. This Vulcan Laban was targeting him so much. If he grew up in the future, he would definitely have to kill this guy when he got the chance in order to solve the hatred in his heart. Do you really think I was given the title of Godslayer for nothing? Ding! It has been detected that the Vulcan projection has died, and you have successfully completed your transfer. Promoted to Advanced Summoner. The only exclusive skill summoning is upgraded to Advanced Summoning. Ding! Detecting the accumulation of a large amount of experience value, all of which has now been absorbed. Your level has increased. Current level LV, 92, and your full attributes have been increased. Attention, due to the killing of Vulcan Laban's projection, Vulcan Island has been abandoned by Vulcan, and the replica Vulcan Island will disappear permanently after 1 hour. The last time the transfer was completed. A breath of air soared from level 30 to level 47, raising 17 levels? This time it was even more ruthless, directly raising from level 60 to level 92, a full 32 levels. Also, it looks like you've screwed yourself out of another copy.
I can't be blamed for this. It's all because of that damn mission. Lu Zheng didn't leave right away. His eyes scanned the surroundings in an attempt to find a treasure chest or something. But unfortunately, apart from an item called a godhead fragment that had just been dropped, there was surprisingly nothing left behind. It's normal that the equipment didn't drop. It was just an energy projection after all. The treasure chest is even less so. He couldn't help but think secretly that it must have been that Vulcan Laban guy who had lost everything here. Really not a hair left for Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng glanced at the 9-headed immortal bird. There's still more than half an hour left for this guy to drop to level 1. It's useless to take it to fight monsters and upgrade it now. The mental exertion is too great today. He needs to take a good rest. Taking out a city return scroll and using it, Lu Zheng returned directly within Redguard City. As for Wang Jun, who had previously promised to wait for him at the entrance of the duplicate, Lu Zheng had already forgotten about him after the battle earlier. However, after Wang Zhoucheng's 5 people flew back to Redguard City, they immediately informed Redguard City's Saint-level profession Red Lotus Knight Yuan Ro of the news that Saint-level monsters had descended on the Vulcan Island copy, and the latter also rushed over immediately. However, when he rushed and entered the Fire God Island copy, he found the entire copy empty. Not a hair left. It's like a rock that's been burned clean out of the ground by a fire. And there's nothing there. And a line of prompts appeared before his eyes. Attention, due to the killing of Vulcan Laban's projection, Vulcan Island has been abandoned by Vulcan. And the replica Vulcan Island will disappear permanently after 1 hour. Killed. The Vulcan's projection. The symbol of the gods. The 350 level king grade quality Vulcan's projection was unexpectedly killed. In the entire Redguard City, it seemed that there was only one saint-level professional himself. Could it be that a passing saint-level professional had struck? With a belly full of doubts, Yuan Ro returned to the city and informed the crowd gathered at the city lord's mansion of the news. What? A monster that powerful was killed? Song Yu asked incredulously. To know, when he was inside, he perceived that was an absolute suppression, and even couldn't help but kneel down and worship the kind. There was no resistance at all. Even when he faced Yuan Ro, he didn't feel this way. He knew very well that it was the majesty of a god, the projection of the fire god, surely capable of utilizing divine power. Yet such a terrifying existence was killed. Yuan Ro glanced at him and said in a cold voice, "What? Do you suspect I'm lying to you?" Song Yu's body immediately trembled at the words and hurriedly replied, "No, of course not. I naturally believe in Lord Saint's words completely. It's just that I'm amazed at just how kind of an existence it is to be able to slay such an avatar of a god. Lord Saint, with your strength, can you do this?" Song Yu's rhetorical question caused Yuan Ro to be silent for a moment before shaking her head and saying, "I'm not sure. The odds, 50 to 50. Admitting that he couldn't do it was impossible. Yuan Ro had his own pride. But according to the descriptions of the 5 people, that powerful king-level quality fire god projection, he really didn't have the certainty that he could eliminate it. At this time, City Lord Nangonyu spoke. "Let's leave this matter at that. Since the crisis is lifted, just tell the people about the disappearance of the replica, and what happened inside. Don't publicize it so as not to cause panic. I'll make a report on the specifics and submit it to the top." Lu Zheng returned to Redguard City and went straight back to the inn to rest. And it wasn't long before the 9-headed immortal bird had indeed turned into a level 1 state, so it seemed that he needed to hurry up and level it up tomorrow. There were still 3 days left until the end of that summoner's limited time copy, and Lu Zheng needed to complete the advanced summoner level challenge on the last day to obtain the exclusive rewards belonging to summoners. Based on what he knew from what he had learned before, this kind of exclusive profession limited copy often had a not-so-small specialization increase effect on the professions. Any little chance to get stronger he couldn't let go. After all, he kind of had a god as an enemy now. The next day, after an early morning meal, Lu Zheng left Redguard City and headed to a high-level copy to brush up on monsters. The highest-ranked summoned beast in his hands today was undoubtedly the 5-star legendary divine pet Tao Tai, reaching level 94, but the other spirit pets were pulling down a bit. Not to mention the 9-headed immortal bird whose level had fallen to level 1 due to Nirvana rebirth. Besides the 2 divine pets, among the immortal spirit pets, the highest level now was the cave-pale snake, which had reached level 72, then the 3-tailed spirit fox was at level 70, and the whistling moon-pale wolf was only at level 69, with the average level of the rare beast pets at level 55, and the average level of the elite beast pets at only level 50. It was too low to keep up with Lu Zheng's personal upgrades as a whole. For example, an elite beast pet, the experience value gained from killing monsters for a day was not even as much as an immortal spirit pet killing a high-level monster. With such low efficiency, Lu Zheng, the capitalist summoner, was very dissatisfied. He felt the need to go all out to refresh the quality of his summoned beasts, striving to get some more rare beast pets out.
and at the same time strengthening the overall leveling requirements for all beast pets, urging them to work even harder to kill monsters for themselves to gain experience value. It's really not right to charge you only 20% experience value tax and still be so unhelpful.
Then don't blame me for the final elimination mechanism.
Entering the copy and summoning the 9-headed immortal bird first, Lu Zhang suddenly realized that this fellow seemed to have an additional skill.
Fire-bathing underworld phoenix, hidden.
Effects: in this state, you can devour flame energy and death energy to convert them into your own experience value. Immune to fire spell damage. Immune to death spell damage. Immune to physical. Note, this skill can be activated only after one Nirvana rebirth. I'll go. The 9-headed immortal bird also has an additional devouring trait. This skill still appeared only after the 9-headed immortal bird dropped to level 1. If this skill had appeared earlier, that Vulcan projection would definitely have been eaten to death, and it wouldn't have been such a tough fight. It's not bad now, so it looks like we'll have to pick a new copy with plenty of flame energy.
In the blink of an eye, time came to the third day,
which was the last day of existence for the limited time summoner copy, and Lu Zhang once again came here and directly entered, opening the Advanced Summoner Profession Challenge.
Chapter 41, Another Divine Favor. Passing the copy of Ancient Summoning. After 2 days of fighting monsters and upgrading, at this time,
Lu Zhang's level had already reached level 94.
And among the summoned beasts, Tao Tai was level 95.
The 9-headed immortal bird was level 90. The 3-tailed spirit fox was level 89. And the cave-spectered song snake and the whistling moonsong wolf had both reached level 88.
These 2 days, 2 more rare beast pets were summoned. The sacred light white deer and the Vajra gorilla, each giving Lu Zhang a new skill. Now, on the 71st day after the Day of Awakening,
the number of rare beast pets in Lu Zhang's hands was 7,
with an average level of 80,
and 400 elite beast pets with an average level of 60.
After he turned into a senior summoner,
his summoning technique was upgraded to a senior summoning technique. The probability of summoning an elite beast pet was greatly increased.
Yesterday in 2 days,
nearly 40 elite beast pets were refreshed in one breath.
According to this probability, one day the lowest quality beast pets in his hand could reach elite quality. After all, an ordinary quality beast pet Lu Zhang would not let it live.
This summoner's copy was a good place to refresh the summoning bits, with a dense number of monsters that made it easy for the low-level beast pets to hang up, and then Lu Zhang could keep drawing 10 or 100 times in a row. You have entered the time-limited copy of Ancient Summoning Advanced Summoner Challenge.
30 seconds after the countdown starts, monsters will come in a steady stream. Duration 1 hour. Timing starts, 29, 28, 27.
As Lu Zhang looked around amidst the light screen, the average level of the monsters around him was level 90, and they all seemed to be dinosaur-type monsters.
Iron-headed Triceratops, steel-clawed Velociraptor, black-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, and so on.
It turns out that what was summoned from the distant past was these things.
Lu Zhang released all the summoned beasts except Tao Tai.
He was not worried at all about the total value of his output. Only one Immortal Sea of Fire skill from the 9-headed immortal bird would be able to completely clean up the place. He mainly still wanted to use this place to refresh his summoning bits, so he didn't lock on to the output in the first place.
Under the high density of killing, the low-level summoned beasts died quickly. 10, 100, 200.
Lu Zhang was immersed in the fun of drawing cards.
Anyway, he now had a full 150,000 mana points due to the basic attribute bonus from the feedback from the summoned beasts. This total amount of mana was comparable to that of a saint-level professional, and due to the extremely high spiritual attribute,
the mana recovery speed was also at the saint level.
Advanced summoning consumes 100 mana points per release,
so there's no need to worry about consumption at all.
Unconsciously, after tens of thousands of summons, suddenly, a dazzling name appeared before his eyes.
Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning.
Congratulations,
you have obtained the 5-star legendary divine pet Kuei-nyo, ×1.
Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, Kuei-yu. Quality, 5-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 1, 0. 0%. Life, 800/800. Mana, 1500/1500. Strength, 150. Agility, 100. Spirit, 200. Physical fitness, 200. Skills, Domain of Razor, passive. Thunderbolt, Thunder Blast, Thunder Elemental Shield, Thunder Net, 5 Thunder. Triggering the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2.
You gain the skill Domain of Razor, passive.
Skill, Razor's Domain, passive.
Effects, form a spherical field with you as the center.
Spell damage is not higher than your mana limit. Damage is blocked by thunder power.
Immune to spell damage, immune to all thunder spell damage.
Any thunder power entering the domain of Thunder Zephyr. Spell damages not higher than your mana limit will be swallowed by the domain of Thunder Zephyr, which can be used to restore mana or convert it into experience. A divine skill, no less. Immunity to spell damage and the ability to absorb the power of thunder to restore mana and grow experience points was too strong. If you find a copy that keeps falling thunder, you can upgrade yourself just by lying in it. It overlapped with Taoya's passive skill Mana Annihilation, but one more of this kind of domain power wouldn't be too much for anyone.
Once again obtaining a legendary divine pet, Lu Zhang's mood became exceptionally beautiful. The gloom of not being able to draw a high-quality summoned beast all these days was swept away, and he even felt that there was still love in this world. It just so happens that the monsters here are numerous and dense. So let the god's favorite upgrade first. Divine pets were the key to Lu Zhang's ability to pass the transfer quest, and the greater the number of divine pets, the more certain Lu Zhang would be about passing the quest. This has to be fostered vigorously. Release a skill first to see the power. Skill, Thunderclap. Effect, consume a minimum of 100 points of mana. Within a certain range, invoke the power of Heavenly Thunder, releasing a wide range attack, causing a minimum of 200 points of basic spell damage per second to the target. This skill didn't seem very powerful, but nowadays it was the Kueiyu's low level and low mana value. Thunderbolt invoked the power of Heavenly Thunder, which wasn't an unusual power. With the help of Heaven's might, it continuously attacked. In an instant, a large black cloud appeared above the sky within a 3-mile radius, and immediately afterward, a large amount of arm-thick thunder fell. It was just that the thunderclap released by 100 points of mana was low in power and could not break the defense of the level 90 dinosaurs here, but some of them had been killed by Lu Zhang's other summoned beasts, and when they were struck by the thunderclap, they were directly hung up. By virtue of picking up the pieces, the Kueiyu killed a few level 90 dinosaurs, and with the massive experience value feedback, its level immediately soared up, and it immediately re-released Thunderclap. This time, it directly consumed 100 mana points and dealt 20,000 points of damage per second, successfully breaking the defense against the dinosaur monsters, and once again, a large number of dinosaurs were exterminated. Such a wide-range attack skill, or the ability to attack with the help of heavenly might, in such a confined, monster-intensive copy, it was simply an upgrade weapon. After a quarter of an hour, the Kueiyu's level directly soared to level 75, and by the time the copy quest time was about to end, its level had already come to level 84. In order to prevent the output value from being insufficient, in the end, Lu Zhang had Kuei-nyo consume 200,000 mana points to release Thunderbolt once, and in an instant, the entire copy was enveloped by thunder, and before he left, Lu Zhang saw that the entire copy was empty, and all of the monsters, which had been cleared out, did not even have time to refresh. Outside the duplicate cave, Wang Jun came back to check the leaderboards once again and was relieved to find that he was still at the top of the junior summoner leaderboards. Then seeing that the intermediate summoner output leaderboard still had Lu Zhang's name hanging on it, with the total output value riding high, he could not help but feel a bit of sadness when he thought that Lu Zhang had fallen in that copy of Fire God Island. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the senior summoner ranking moving and subconsciously looked over. First place, Lu Zhang, level, LV, 94, total output damage, 13428,433 points, $134,280,000, 9 figures, wait, Lu Zhang. Wang Jun abruptly turned his head to look at the entrance of the Call of the Ancients copy, only to see a familiar figure appear there. He stormed up, and with a sliding knee he reached next to Lu Zhang, directly embracing the latter's thighs. Boss, you're still alive. Great, I knew it, you're not dead. Lu Zhang was startled by this meatball that leapt out, and if he hadn't just come out in a good mood with a divine favorite, he would have directly given him a kick to send him flying just now. At this time, Lu Zhang suddenly remembered that this guy had said that he would wait for himself to go out at the entrance of the replica, but he had directly used the return scroll to go back to the main city to rest, which was equivalent to letting the other party off the hook. He couldn't help but be slightly embarrassed. Ahem, I was more seriously injured that day, so I went back to the city to rest and didn't go out through the entrance. Okay, let go of me. I promise, it won't happen next time, okay? Chapter 42. The treasure chest is opened. The treasure chest is opened. 2 titles, and Wang Jun was a smart man, and when he heard Lu Zhang's words, he guessed that Lu Zhang was not aware that he had been taken away directly that day. So technically, he had not kept his promise either, but he didn't point it out. After all, it was too rare to have the boss give assurances. Wang Jun hurriedly got up from the ground and asked with gusto, "Boss, I don't blame you, but you're too scary. It's only been 2 days since the transfer, and you've risen from level 60 to level 94. Did you go and slay the gods?" Lu Zhang thought to himself, you really did guess right, but he didn't answer. considering he'd messed up another copy, so he just smiled twice.
At that moment,
A voice suddenly rang in his ears.
ding!
The challenge time for the limited time copy Call of the Ancients has ended, and the rewards are now being settled.
Ding! You have won the first place in the output challenge of the time-limited copy of Ancients Summoning Intermediate Summoner Profession, rewarding you with the title Ancient Overlord. Ding!
You get the exclusive golden treasure chest ×1.
Ding!
You have won the first place in the time-limited copy of Ancient Summoning Advanced Summoner Profession Output Challenge,
rewarding you with the title Ancient King. Ding! You have obtained the exclusive Purple Obsidian Treasure Chest X1. Title, Ancient Overlord. Effects, Life Recovery Speed plus 100%. Strength plus 800. Physical Fitness plus 500. Title, Ancient King. Effects, Life Recovery Speed plus 150%. Strength plus 100. Constitution. Getting 2 more titles, but this was considered an unexpected blessing. What Lu Zhang cared about was whether there was something that would truly help the summoner profession improve their battle power. There were 3 treasure chests in front of them, and apart from Lu Zhang's 2 treasure chests, there was also a silver treasure chest. Wang Jun said joyfully as he looked at the silver treasure chest. Boss, let me open this silver treasure chest first and see. With that, he opened the treasure chest. Lu Zhang looked over as the passive skill Real Pupil was activated and all the information surfaced. Item, Summoning Scroll ×10. Effect, after a summoner's summoned beast dies, use the scroll to regain a summoned beast. Item, Summoning Bit Expansion Gem ×1. Effect, use the Spirit Power Pack Jewel to gain an additional summoning bit after use. Items, Ironhead Triceratops Dinosaur Egg ×1. Effects, after Blood Contract, a 2-star elite quality Ironhead Triceratops beast pet can be. All 3 things were indeed very useful for summoners, especially the second one, which allowed one to obtain an extra summoning bit, and was definitely a treasure for the average summoner. But to Lu Zhang, all of these things were simply chicken ribs. Well, it's all garbage. He has 10 summoning positions a day, unlimited refreshment of summoning positions, and the lowest quality of the summoning beasts that catch his eye is rare. Are these not all things that he should give up? Looking to my 2 treasure chests and praying inwardly, don't let me down. Open the golden treasure chest. Item, Summoning Scroll ×20. Item, Summoning Bit Expansion Gemstone ×2. Item, Frost Pterodactyl Dinosaur Egg ×1. Effects, after Blood Contract, a 1-star rare quality Frost Pterodactyl beast pet can be. Item, Ancient Summoning Lucky Bracelet. Effects, after wearing it, the probability of obtaining a high-quality spirit pet will be increased by initiating summoning. The first 3 items, see Lu Zhang a burst of brain congestion. The last thing out, Lu Zhang is finally a long sigh of relief. Did not come in vain on the good. Increases the probability of summoning a high-quality spirit pet, which is nice. Open the Purple Obsidian Treasure Chest. Item, Summoning Scroll ×30. Item, Summoning Bit Expansion Gem ×3. Items, Fiery Tyrannosaurus Rex Dinosaur Egg ×1. Effects, after Blood Contract, a 5-star rare quality Flame Tyrannosaurus Rex pet can be. Skill Book, Aura of Inspiration. Effect, at a minimum cost of 100 mana. Unleash an Aura of Inspiration on a single target, while in inspiration state. The speed of life regeneration is plus 50%, and the speed of mana regeneration is. Requirements, Summoning Profession or Aura Specialization Profession. Not bad. Finally a good thing appears. Seeing this skill scroll, a smile finally appeared on Lu Zhang's face. Even if it was a 5-star rare quality beast pet egg, it was still like chicken ribs in his eyes, not much use at all. This kind of non-summoned beast but the contract to obtain the beast pet, although it can also obtain the other party to fight monsters to upgrade half of the experience value, but it does not have the exclusive space of the pet beast, travel with very inconvenient, and also need a lot of food to feed. Unlike other summoned beasts, they didn't need to be taken care of at all. And when they returned to the middle of the summoning bit, they automatically restored all their status and healed their injuries. Lu Zhang would definitely not use it himself. It was too inconvenient. Overall, of the 2 treasure chests opened, the only 2 that were useful to him were the Lucky Bracelet and the other was the Inspiring Aura skill book. And what seemed disgusting to him, the other summoners around him, including Wang Jun, were drooling after seeing it. Boss, so many summoning scrolls. If you have any extra, sell them to me. Wang Jun said blearily. He didn't dare to ask for other things, but this summoning scroll Lu Zhang got so many at once, so he could ask. Summoning scrolls are something that no life class professions can make, and can only be dropped by professionals brushing copies, and relatively speaking, they have always been in short supply and have a price. As a dirt cheap profession, summoner really isn't something the average family can afford. With a lift of his hand, Lu Zhang collected everything within his storage space and then said, "Come on, let's go back to the city and talk about it." It can be seen, Wang Jun, This kid's family is very rich. These things Lu Zhang is certainly to sell. Sell to who is not selling. To Wang Jun. Perhaps also less middleman to earn the difference in price.
Wang Jun scanned the circle and saw the hungry eyes of those summoners around him as he hurriedly agreed.
Walk, big brother, go to my house. My Vice City Lord Grandfather has long wanted to meet you. It was a not-so-low voice, meant for the other summoners who were foolish enough to have a Vice City Lord Grandfather. After all, he had one. Lu Zhang was also a bit surprised to hear his words, not expecting this little fatty to have such a deep background. Well, it looks like it could use some more money. It didn't take long for the two to return to the city and arrive within a mansion, and as soon as they entered the courtyard, Wang Jun yelled, "Quickly someone, my boss is here. Hurry up and serve me the best bilyuokun." As a result, the two had just entered the house and sat down when a voice appeared, giving Wang Jun a shock. "Brat, touching your grandpa's bilyuokun. You're going to turn over a new leaf." As the words fell, he saw a big one Wang Jun walk in from the door, and judging by his age, this person should be Wang Jun's father. Lu Zhang immediately got up and greeted him politely. "Hello uncle. Ha ha, have a seat." Wang Songting said and looked at Wang Jun and asked, "Is this the same boss you spent half the night crying and mourning yesterday and had to burn paper for him?" Hearing this, Lu Zhang's face darkened as he looked at Wang Jun with an unkind gaze. Wang Jun immediately stood up with a jolt and laughed with him. "Boss, I'm just worried about you. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll go to the temple to pray for you. I promise to get rid of your bad luck." Looking at him, he looked a lot like his own brother, Yang Dong, and Lu Zhan was too lazy to bother with him. Nodding slightly. Over here, Wang Songting took his seat and looked at Lu Zhang in awe. "Wang Jun said you're in the same class as him, and now you've reached level 94. That's too scary. Are you an epic level professional? Chapter 43. Just give me a goal and I will go after you." Without waiting for Lu Zhang to reply, Wang Jun over there could not help but open his mouth already. "What's an epic level professional? My boss is definitely a legendary level professional. Dad, do you know what my boss's output was in that ancient summoning copy?" At this point, he paused deliberately, then held out both hands and flexed one finger. 9 figures, 134 million damage. Cliffhanger number 1. Hearing this number, the flesh on Wang Songting's face also trembled, then spoke. "Little brother, I wonder if you have any intention of joining a certain force? Our Wang family can take out all of our resources to help you." Lu Zhang smiled and refused. "Thank you for your kind words, my master. Fengdu City Dragon Blood Martial God Fu Songli, so I won't bother the Wang family." Wang Songting smiled with a color of understanding. "So that's how it is. One of the Empire's top 100 Dragon Blood Martial God. With a master like that, you indeed don't need the help of any other forces. In that case, I'll have to ask you to take care of my untalented son." Lu Zhang smiled as he raised his hand and took out 50 summoning scrolls, 5 summoning bit expansion gems and the Frost Pterodactyl's dinosaur egg. All of these things can be sold to the Wang family. Wang Jun was immediately surprised to see this. "Boss, you're not keeping any of them?" Lu Zhang shook his head and said, "I have enough summoning bits and enough summoned beasts. These are best for you to use. You're too weak." Originally listening to the first few words or let Wang Jun quite touched, but heard the last sentence. To him the whole broken defense. He couldn't help but give Lu Zhang a sly look. "Boss, compared to you, anyone is weak." Wang Songting, on the other hand, coughed lightly and opened his mouth. "Xian nephew, then I'll thank you for Juner. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price for these things." Lu Zhang nodded. "I believe uncle won't let me suffer. Let's stop here today. It's been a few days since I came out. I have to go home to report my safety. These things, after valuing them, just transfer them directly to my account." He was not worried that the other party would devour his belongings. For one thing, he had the relationship with Wang Jun in place, and secondly, there was still the majesty of the master of the saint-level professionals in place, so he could leave without worrying. Wang Jun, on the other hand, got up violently and said, "Big brother, you're leaving right now. I still want to hug your thigh and let you take me to upgrade." Lu Zhang sniffed and replied, "Right now during this time, uncle will be able to help you, and after school, I'll take you to upgrade. There's less than a month left, and if you can't be in one place after the college entrance exams, this month now won't be much use." Wang Jun was stunned for a moment at his words, then hurriedly asked, "Boss, which university are you going to get into?" "The top 10 universities for professionals in the country. You have to give me an exact target, otherwise how am I going to find you?" "I'm not sure yet. I'll have to go back and confer with my master, and I'll let you know when I have a result." Lu Zhang thought for a moment and replied. He hadn't really looked into the university situation, and really needed to talk to Fu Sanli to see where the resources were better suited to him. "Don't worry boss, no matter where you go, Just give me a target and I'll definitely go after you. Wang Jun patted his chest and said. Lu Zhang nodded slightly before looking at Wang Songting. Uncle. The latecomer takes his leave. Wang Songting got up to see him off, and together with Wang Jun, they sent him outside the mansion. And looking at Lu Zhang's back as he left, Wang Songting spoke. This boss of yours is not bad to recognize. Whether or not the Wang family can go to the next level in the future may depend on whether or not we can get his help. Wang Jun sniffed as a look of pride appeared on his face. There aren't many people who can convince me. Wang Jun, Dad, why don't you ask Grandpa to help me improve my strength? I have to keep up with the boss or I'll just be left behind. Lu Zhang was eager to go home, and after a few bounces, he finally returned to Liang City before dark, and then went straight home. After entering the door, his mother, Fang Ye, looked over and instantly revealed a look of surprise, putting down the dishes she was serving on the table and coming to the door. Lu Zhang thought that his mother was going to give him a hug, and he opened his arms, but he heard Fang Ye say, "Where's Kyo Kyo? You didn't let her get hurt, did you? Quickly release her. She hasn't had a good meal for so long. She's really suffering from following you." A happy smile on Lu Zhang's face froze immediately, but the next moment, it was hugged. "Brat, Mom is teasing you. It's your first time out of town. Did you cry at night?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang almost burst into tears and hugged Fang Ye tightly, laughing out loud. A few moments later, the family of four had a pleasant meal together. Tushan Kyo Kyo ate the most. She herself ate half of the meal before the remaining half was eaten by the three members of Lu Zhang's family. After returning home, the little fox was obviously also quite joyful. After eating also helped Fang Ye to brush finish, just like a good daughter. No wonder her mother would like her. What woman can resist a furry, pink, and very well-behaved little girl? Early the next morning, Lu Zhang came to Fengdu City and paid his respects at the saint's residence. The first time Fu Sangli saw Lu Zhang, he directly praised him. Yes, 94 levels. That's really great. I thought that completing the second turn before the college entrance exams was already a unique genius, but I didn't realize that you're on the verge of making the third turn here. What? Are you planning to complete the third turn before the college entrance exam? The average professional university, the second turn can be graduated. The top professional university, the graduation standard is also only 3 turns in already. This kid hasn't taken the entrance exams, hasn't enrolled, and is ready to graduate. Such a genius. Becoming his own disciple made Fu Sang's mouth really hard to suppress, so he just stopped suppressing it and kept smiling. When he heard Fu Sangli say this, Lu Zhang was shaking his head violently. Learn from your mistakes. He's had 2 rips. Turn 1 to slay dragons. Turn 2 to kill gods. The hell knows how horrible the third turn quest must be. It's better to level up the summoned beasts first so that you can be sure of completing the quest. Otherwise you can't count on good luck like the second turn quest. He opened his mouth. Master, I barely completed the second turn quest this time. It's too dangerous. So I don't intend to open the third turn quest so early. At least I have to wait until the main battle summoning beast level reaches 130 or above before I'll open the quest. Fu Sangli said rather gratifyingly after a little thought at his words. It's fine. It's good that at your age, you're able to hold back from upgrading out of the limelight and make the most prudent plans. That copy, how was the harvest? Lu Zhang smiled as he raised his hand to take out something and laughed. The harvest was okay, and I brought you a gift. Fu Sangli looked towards the huge dinosaur egg that was 2 meters tall that Lu Zhang had taken out. A 5-star rare quality favored beast egg. That's worth a lot of money, and it should be considered a very good beast pet. Why don't you use it yourself? Lu Zhang replied. Beast pets are much inconvenient. To me, summoned beasts are fundamental. There's no need to carry a beast pet. Master, you are guarding Fengdu City. If you can cultivate it, if there is another beast tied in the future, it can also be used as a guarding force to reduce the pressure on the city's defense. Ha, good. It seems that this disciple of mine has not been taken in vain. It's only been a few days and he's already helped me reduce my stress. I'll take this. Come on, let's get down to business. What do you have in mind regarding the choice of university? Fu Sangli didn't make himself polite with Lu Zhang and directly collected the dinosaur eggs before mentioning the question Lu Zhang was planning to ask. Lu Zhang spoke his thoughts. I'm begging for a catch-up read, a recommendation, and a monthly pass. Chapter 44 Target, Jinan University. You've turned into a senior professional? Lu Zhang's needs were simple. There were only 2. One was that it would be helpful for the summoner's career development, and the second was that among the school's resources, there were side books with the right level of monsters and dense enough to allow him to kill a lot of monsters to upgrade. After listening to the 2 demands, Fu Sangli took out his tablet and called up the information he had collected on various universities in the past few days, and one by one, he would give it to Lu Zhang. With Lu Zhang's rank, Fu Sangli felt that no academy would be able to refuse him.
It depends on which academy is more favorable to his development.
The academies that Fu Sangli recommended to Lu Zhang were all ranked within the top 30.
And each of the 10 top academies had their own strengths and weaknesses,
especially in the cultivation of mage professions and specific professions,
which all had exclusive resources.
For example, Yendi University could be said to be a paradise for fire mages, fiery swordsmen, fire spirit sorcerers,
and some other fire professions. Some of the surrounding copies were full of various resources that could assist fire professionists in raising their strength.
However, within these universities, there wasn't a so-called university that focused on training for the summoner profession. After all,
it wasn't a strong profession.
At least not until Lu Zhang appeared. Even the summoner profession, characterized as a semi-assistant profession, was used to assist other professionals in battle. In the end, the result of their discussion was to join Jinan University, one of the top 10 academic institutions. Jinan University is a comprehensive university. The training of various professions, relatively speaking, is relatively even, but it has a condition that no other university has. It's located on top of a holy level copy, the Abyssal Demon Cave. The Abyssal Demon Cave's demons were constantly being generated and coming towards the ground. One of the graduation conditions for Jinan University students was to get a title called Demon Slayer. And the way to get this title was to kill no less than 100,000 monsters that were LV 30 or above in the Abyssal Demon Cave replica. The Professionals University program was a 3-year program, and killing 100,000
of them in 3 years meant killing at least 100 abyssal demons every day.
The high number of demons, their concentration, and the relatively secretive environment in which they fought against each other were perfect for Lu Zhang's idea of utilizing summoned beasts to develop in a covert manner. Moreover,
Lu Zhang not only had the title of Demon Nemesis to increase his damage output against abyssal demons, but also had demon hatches to directly control and absorb the demons, allowing them to be used for his own purposes and kill more efficiently.
As for the help to the growth of the summoner profession, several universities were similar when compared.
While Jinan University also had a specialized summoner copy with a probability of obtaining a summoner profession skill book, which was important to Lu Zhang.
Right now,
he only had an additional skill of Inspiration Aura that he had obtained in the Ancient Summoning limited time copy, and with this one skill, he could increase his battle power by at least 10%. So if he could obtain some more summoner skills, it would help him greatly in passing the transfer quests afterward. If he could obtain some more summoner skills, it would help him a lot in passing the subsequent transformation quests.
Good. Then make sure it's Jinan University.
It just so happens that I have a friend who holds the position of Deputy City Lord in Tiannan City,
where Jinan University is located.
So I'll have her take care of you when the time comes,
Fu Songli said with a smile.
Lu Zhang's eyes lit up at the words.
Jinan University was in the south, far away from this side of Liang City. Fu Sangli needed to guard Fengdu City, so far away. Leaning on the mountain was not good. Having an elder to look after him, or a deputy city lord, would be great, and a lot of things could be kept out of trouble.
Thank you, Master. With a clear goal in mind, Lu Zhang did not have any other major events for the next less than a month. It was nothing more than grasping the time to raise his level, especially the level of the 3 divine pets, all of which had to be raised to at least level 130 or above, so that he would have the confidence to open the 3rd transfer quest.
It's not an easy thing to do.
Leveling up to 100 or more levels would become even more difficult to raise, and the experience value needed at every turn was counted in the billions. The vast majority of elite professionals, after reaching level 100, often needed a year or even more to level up a level, and this was still based on practicing relentlessly every day. Lu Zhang was killing monsters on a large scale across levels,
gaining a lot of experience value, but it wasn't easy to move up a level. It's a no-brainer to go up 3 levels in a day.
There simply wasn't that great a density of high-level monsters waiting for him to kill.
After coming out from Fu Songli's side, Lu Zhang went directly to the nearest high-level copy, arranging for the army of summoned beasts to start brushing and hanging upgrades. And one day down the line,
among the 3 divine pets,
only the Kuei Nyo, whose level was still relatively low, was able to raise 1 level, and the others did not rise 1 level at all. After returning home that night, Lu Zhang sent a message to Yang Dong, and early the next morning, Yang Dong was waiting at the door. Yang Dong had already completed his first turn and was now ranked at level 31. He was very excited to see Lu Zhang and said excitedly, "Boss, you're finally back. I was going to ask for your help to do the transfer quest. I didn't realize that you were out of town. Are the copy monsters out there stronger? I've wanted to go out for a spin for a long time." Lu Zhang said with a smile,
"Come on, I'll take you to upgrade, and when the time comes, you'll enroll in a college with me, and I'll fly you." Hearing him say that, Yang Dong became even more excited and asked gleefully as he walked outside,
Boss, how many levels are you now? Let me guess. It must be over level 40 already, right? Lu Zhang nodded. At level 94, it does exceed level 40. I knew it. So where are we going to practice? Fondo City. Professionals can only enter low-level copies until level 30, but after level 30, it is possible to enter any copy. You can also just go ahead and challenge saint-level monsters without fear of death. Apart from Yang Dong, Lu Zhang had to bring one more person with him. When he had promised to bring Tantai Mingyue along, he wouldn't break his promise. Anyway, 1 duck is a rush. 2 ducks are also a rush. It wouldn't waste much of his energy. Most of the summoned beasts he had already arranged for, so it would be fine to let them fight monsters and practice on their own. And Lu Zhang, with Tantai Mingyue and Yang Dong in tow, wouldn't be going to places that were too dangerous. Within Thingdu City, after Tantai Mingyue, who had already reached level 44, saw Yang Dong, she could not help but open her mouth. Boss, is this the player you were talking about? He's so weak. Let me assist him. Yang Dong looked at Tantai Mingyue, who was holding a sledgehammer, and although he was a little scared in his heart, he still summoned up the courage to reply. I'm not weak. I'm a level 31 elite profession Thunder Domain Mage, Tantai Mingyue proudly said. Me, level 44 rare profession Warhammer Priest. I'm a support. Yang Dong was dumbfounded at his words. Auxiliary, level 44? How is this possible? Boss, who has a higher level between you and her? Lu Zhang laughed lightly. I'm taller. Tantai Mingyue on one side, however, rolled her eyes and opened her mouth. I can't compare to the boss. After the beast tied a few days ago, he's already level 58. Now, boss, have you completed the second turn quest? Lu Zhang nodded slightly. Yang Dong, on the other hand, was filled with shock, appalled and depressed. Just a few days gone, and you've turned 2 into a high-level professional. Compared to you guys, I really am a weakling. Although he truly hoped that Lu Zhang, his good brother, would become strong and be able to take himself flying, this was too strong, and it was all a bit hurtful to his brother's self-esteem. Chapter 45, Take the Fly. Take Flight. Terrorist Night? Seconds. From the 74th day of the Awakening Day, Lu Zhang brought Yang Dong and Tantai Mingyue together to upgrade. It wasn't until they practiced together that Tantai Mingyue realized that Lu Zhang was actually a summoner, which left her rather speechless. After all along, she and Tantai Shifeng had thought that Lu Zhang was an assassin professional. The so-called practicing was also for Tantai Mingyue to assist Yang Dong, and Lu Zhang was purely a spectator. A few summons were released to give these two a space to play. Lu Zhang didn't expect to upgrade himself in the process. The real upgrades were in the gods and immortal favors that he had placed in different copies to slaughter like crazy. Previously, he had been worried about immortal favors and divine favors being injured, so he had kept them with him. Now it was decided to let them work their way up to a higher level than themselves. Keeping them around tied them down, arranging them in the right place, recalling them straight away if their lives were in danger, and giving them to me to upgrade day and night if they weren't in danger. The Black Heart of the Capitalist was launched, and Lu Zhang completely entered the mode of lying down and eating melon. Tantai Mingyue and Yang Dong were both exhausted from being trained by Lu Zhang every day, but the experience value they gained was less than a fraction of the experience value that Lu Zhang, a layabout, gained every day. After all, not everyone can be a capitalist, and under this kind of high-pressure training by Lu Zhang, these two people's levels increased by leaps and bounds. Time turned to the 95th day after the Day of Awakening, and there were still 5 days left before they would open the National Professionals High School examination. At this time, Lu Zhang had naturally long since leveled up to level 100, coming to the limit of the second turn, while Tantai Mingyue had reached level 50 and Yang Dong had reached level 48. Both of their strengths had been substantially increased. Fu Sangli found another resource for Lu Zhang. Copy of the Regimental Battle, Cemetery of the Dead. Copy content, enter the cemetery, kill the undead boss. You can get the title and treasure chest. Treasure chest has the probability to open the group combat auxiliary class skill book. Requirements for the copy: 2 or more than 10 people can enter the group and the highest level of the professional is level 100. All people only have one chance to participate. Recommended participants, level 60 or above. Level 100 or below. Number of participants, 10. This copy wasn't difficult for Lu Zhang. What Fu Sangli was looking at was its possibility of dropping group battle support class skill books, which was important to Lu Zhang as a summoner. The Graveyard of the Dead is not a time-limited copy, but a cyclical copy that opens 3 months out of every year. It had just opened in the past few days. Fu Sangli had been keeping an eye out for resources that Lu Zhang could use, and after discovering this copy, he immediately called Lu Zhang to tell him. The next day, the three of them set off together, and 2 hours later, they arrived outside of Autumn Thistle City. one of the main cities in the 4th district of Naturalization County. At the entrance of the replica, looking at the grayish look inside, Lu Zheng opened his mouth. Check the potions and scrolls you're carrying. Go inside. We'll hold out for at least an hour before the copy boss appears. Kill it to complete the copy quest and get the treasure chest and title. The opportunity is only once. You can't miss it. Yang Dong pointed forward with the gold grade equipment magic dragon staff that he had just obtained 3 days ago, which had been handcrafted by Tantai Shifeng, and said with bravado, "Don't worry boss, watch me shatter the darkness with thunder." Tantai Mingyue directly demolished the stage. Come on you. There are quite a few level 70 or 80 monsters in there. So you, a little mage who hasn't even turned 2, you'd better stay honestly by the side of the boss. You'll have to let Kayakyo take the shot. In the past few days, Tantai Mingyue had also gotten to know a few of Lu Zhang's summoned beasts, and although she was also shocked when she saw those immortal summoned beasts, she thought that it made sense that if he didn't have such a dependency, Lu Zhang shouldn't have upgraded so quickly. And when once she saw Tu Shan Kayak transformed into a human form, she directly fell in love with this soft, cute and very powerful little fox. Every day, if she wasn't in the middle of a battle, she would have to hold the little fox with her and strongly condemned Lu Zhang for letting the little fox massage and pinch his legs, saying that it was beyond the scope of a summoned beast service. Of course, as the boss, Lu Zhang directly ignored her accusations, letting little fox give herself a massage while urging her and Yang Dong to practice leveling. Tantai Mingyue's words directly caused Yang Dong to vent his anger. This copy was indeed not a place where he could be arrogant. Lu Zhang then waved his hand. You're both the same. Mixing titles with me. Hearing Lu Zhang say that, they didn't argue. It was indeed all the same. It's all exhausting. As they spoke, the 3 of them entered the mist, and a prompt immediately appeared in their ears. You have entered the group battle copy Graveyard of the Dead. Please complete the formation. Ding. You've successfully teamed up with Tantai Mingyue and Yang Dong. Ding. Group battle mission released. Kill LV. 100 copy boss Terror Knight. Countdown to the opening of the mission. 29, 28, 27. The curtain of light in front of his eyes disappeared, followed by a click-click sound of bones rubbing together from within the gray mist, and Lu Zhang raised his hand to summon a white deer with milky white fur, which released a skill. Instantly, a milky white ball of light appeared in the sky, directly dispersing the gray fog within hundreds of meters around. Skill, Holy Light. Effect, spend at least 500 points of mana to release an orb of holy light that creates a purification effect within a certain area, causing targets within the area to be free of negative statuses and increasing the speed of vitality recovery by 50%. This was the skill of the 4-star rare beast pet, the sacred light white deer, which Lu Zheng himself had obtained. This skill has a drawback, that is, the position of the holy light orb cannot be moved. It can only work within a certain range. Want to be effective on other ranges, you have to resummon. And both summoning and maintaining the holy orb again consumed quite a bit of mana. Of course, in the present case, a holy sphere of light is perfectly adequate. After the gray fog dispersed, the images of the surrounding monsters were revealed. It was a moving skeleton of bones, most of which wore white bone armor and held white bone greatswords or white bone staffs. Monster, Silver Skeleton Swordsman. Quality, General. Rank, LV. 80. Life, 20. 000//20. 000. Mana, 800//800. Power, 2800. Agility, 2500. Spirit, 200. Body mass, 2500. Monster, Silver Skeleton Mage. Quality, General. Rank, LV. 80. Life, 20. 000//20. 000. Mana, 1200//1200. Power, 200. Agility, 200. Spirit, 300. Physical fitness, 200. All of them were just ordinary monsters, but their levels were not low, and within the range of the holy light orb, their life value had been decreasing and their defense and other aspects had been weakened due to the fact that they belonged to the negative energy as undead. Looking at Tantai Mingyue who was eager to try, Lu Zhang waved his hand. Go up and fight. It just so happens that your attribute restrains the necromancy system. Yang Dong, you assist her. Yang Dong was speechless. I am a Thunder Domain Mage. I have become an auxiliary? However, he still listened to Lu Zhang's words, so the 2 of them began to cooperate in killing monsters together. The 2 of them couldn't play much of a role. Lu Zhang released the 3-tailed spirit fox, the cave specter snake, and the tsunami moon kangwolf to kill the 4 directions, and soon an hour had passed, and the copy boss had finally appeared. In the midst of the black fog, a knight riding a skeletal warhorse and wearing black armor killed out with a greatsword in his hand, and his eyes burning with ghostly blue flames were filled with indifference to life. Monster, Terror Knight. Quality, Chieftain. Rank, LV. 100. Life, 100. 000 //100. 000. Mana, 20. 000 //20. 000. Power, 500. Agility, 500. Spirit, 300. Body mass, 400. Skills, Aura of Fear. Death Rush. Dark Crucifixion. Seeing this, Lu Zhang revealed a smile, finally appearing. He raised his hand, and the cave specter Pale Serpent next to him unleashed the skill Blood Spectre Divine Light. 500 points of mana infused. Once struck, the spirit value below 4,500 directly collapsed in the soul and was judged to be dead. In an instant, the Terror Knight, a level 100 copy boss that had just appeared, flopped in place and turned into a pile of bones. Seconds up. Chapter 46, The Night Before the Exam. Bursting Liver brushes out 3 great immortal spirit favors. As someone who slayed dragons before killing gods, Lu Zhang had no interest at all in this kind of level 100 avatar quality monster. Thinking about when he hadn't been transferred yet, in the middle of the beast tide, he struck out on his own and single-handedly killed a LV 100 level alpha quality monster Torch Demon Monkey in seconds. And now that this level of existence, killing them was really as simple as pinching an ant for him. Yang Dong and Tantai Mingyue were clearly frightened when they saw the level 100 copy boss Terror Knight appear, and now they were not really a match against this level of existence. Just that sense of oppression alone made it difficult for them to utilize their full battle power. As a result, this kind of monster, which they regarded as a flooding beast, was killed in a single strike by the summoned beasts under Lu Zhang, which gave them too much of a shock. We're all the same age. How is it that the gap between people is so wide? Boss, just how many levels are you now? It can't be. Like, 3 turns already? Yang Dong asked creepily. Tantai Mingyue also revealed a curious gaze, but Lu Zhang only smiled and did not answer. Open the treasure chest. Ding. You have successfully killed the LV 100 copy boss Terror Knight, completing the quest and obtaining the title Conqueror of Death. Ding. You've obtained a golden treasure chest ×1. Title, Conqueror of Death. Effects, 5% chance of restoring a certain amount of life value when killing undead monsters, spirit plus 100. Physique. And Lu Zhang expected well. This title was very general. After all, everyone involved in the group battle had it. Easy to obtain. Just ordinary level. Titles had different colors, according to the rarity, presenting 6 levels of white, red, silver, gold, purple gold, and black gold. And this Death Conqueror was just a white title. The basic attribute increase was very little, and there was only a very small probability of recovering a certain amount of life value. Such an effect was very weak. It was just normal for it to be white. However, every title was hard to come by, and even the white title was not something an average person could get. Take this copy for example, an alpha quality level 100 copy boss. Even if 10 level 100 elite professionals teamed up, it would still be difficult to kill each other. Open the treasure chest. Lu Zhang hadn't come here for the title. It was for this treasure chest, or to be precise, the team support skill book that might be inside. The treasure chest was opened and there were 3 items in total, and Lu Zhang saw the skill book inside at a glance. Skill book, Strike Aura. Effect, consume a minimum of 100 points of mana to unleash a bludgeoning aura on a single target. Under this state, each attack has a minimum 10% probability of generating a bludgeoning effect, dealing an additional 100%. The 10% probability of bludgeoning is a minimum probability, which can be increased by increasing mana consumption, up to a 50% probability, consuming 100 points of mana. That's pretty good. It's the equivalent of getting a blast out twice, and the damage output is absolutely explosive. It is a divine skill. With this thing, the trip was worth it. Take the skill book and then look at the remaining 2 items. Item, Undead Plane Pass. Effect, holding this item allows you to enter a copy of the undead plane belonging to the holy level or higher. This thing is a voucher. Put it away for now. Maybe it'll come in handy. Item, Scroll of Terror Knight Summoning. Effect, summons a level LV 100 Terror Knight to fight for you after use. Limited to 3 hours before death. Garbage stuff. The only purpose of this scroll for Lu Zhang was to sell it for money. But originally, he didn't have any other expectations. The items in the treasure chest Lu Zhang had put away himself, and Tantai Mingyue and Yang Dong were just going through the motions. Just like what Lu Zhang had said at the beginning, the 2 of them had just come over to follow along and mix up a title, and anything in the treasure chest had nothing to do with them. So when Lu Zhang took everything away, they didn't say anything. Leave the copy and return to Fengdu City to continue practicing. Turning to 4 days later, today was the last first day before the college entrance exams. Lu Zhang separated from Tantai Mingyue and the others in the afternoon, and came alone to a certain copy. It had been more than 20 days since a new summoned beast had appeared that satisfied him. Tomorrow was the day of the college entrance exam. He was going to refresh it 100,000 times today to see if he could summon something good. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained a 1-star normal beast pet Firecracker Rabbit, ×1. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained the 2-star elite beast pet Steel Helmet Bursting Bear, ×1. In the blink of an eye, the time came to dusk. Lu Zhang had unleashed more than 90,000 summoning spells. His spirit was incomparably tired. But there was a fire in his heart that made him never give up. He had to continue. And if he couldn't get a satisfactory summoned beast today, he wouldn't go back. Suddenly, 3 voices as wonderful as immortal sounds rang in his ears one after another. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained the 3-star Immortal Spirit Pet Paiyan Crane, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Taking Off the Clouds. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained a 4-star Immortal Spirit Pet 6-Winged Frost Pet, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Frozen for 1,000 miles. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained a 3-star Immortal Spirit Pet Double-Headed Shin Icejiao, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Raging Sea. 3 Immortal Spirit Pets. Lu Zhang's originally depressed spirit steeply became incomparably exuberant. 100,000 times summoned. Kung Fu was not worth it. Not in vain he listened to the broadcast to hear the ears are almost tinnitus. Finally shipped. And 3 in one breath. Feedback gained 3 skills. Frozen 1,000 Miles and Raging Sea were obviously both ranged damage moves. With these 2 skills, no one would doubt that Lu Zhang acted as a mage. Rather, that prancing was a bit of fun. Skill, Taking Off the Clouds. Effects, consume a certain amount of spells to create and harness a cloud, which can be used for flight or defense or. This can be a very vague skill. Spell consumption is unknown. Spell use is unknown. Can be used for flight, but also can be used for defense or attack. In short, with this skill, consume mana to control the clouds, and arbitrarily arrange the shape you want. Lu Zhang loved the skill, just from the first time he used it. Nothing else, it's very pushy. With this skill, he's a man who comes with his own special effects out of the gate. There was a loud bang in the sky. The clouds exploded, and Lu Zhang shone. Very much the legendary kind of the gods descending on the scene. Other effects aside, handsome is a lifetime thing. With 3 immortal spirit pets and such an explosive skill, Lu Zhang was finally satisfied and returned home to wait for the entrance exam tomorrow. The district's high school entrance exam is just a matter of minutes. Chapter 47, Your Brotherhood is Deep. It's me who doesn't deserve it. There are 3 stages to the National Professionals Higher Education Examination. The Municipal Examination, the County Examination and the Union Examination. Municipal exams are also known as main city exams. That is, taking the main city as a unit. The students of the appropriate age within the subordinate warring cities at all levels will be assessed, and the results of the assessment will be recorded into the National Occupationalist Examination System, and those who are qualified will enter the next level of assessment. 90% of the students will only have this one examination. Among them, more than half did not study. The top part can go to some ordinary universities to continue to study, to obtain the Alliance resources to assist in the promotion. The 10% of students who pass the test will have to take the county exam, and the students who advance will have a second test within the roughly 30 or so main cities throughout the county. All students who participate in the county examination have a university to be. Only the first examination, as yet, cannot be carefully divided to distinguish between true geniuses and ordinary excellence. After this examination, 1% of them advance to go for the third examination, the Alliance examination. The third test was used to distinguish between geniuses and demons. Early in the morning before 8 o'clock, Lu Zhang arrived at Leyang City No. 1 middle school and once again met the class president, Mu Yunlan. Today, every student will be issued a pass, and the school will lead the students to the main city. And during the college entrance examination, the use of the pass will offset all basic expenses, including the use of teleportation arrays, the purchase of basic recovery potions, and food and beverage expenses. After Mu Yunlan saw Lu Zhang, she smiled and said, "It's been a long time, and I really still can't see through your rank, but I think that the current me should have a fighting chance against you." Lu Zhang glanced at her level. 52. Very good. It looked like her family had helped her a lot these days, and she had worked hard enough on her own, and it wasn't surprising that her profession was already powerful enough to have a rank like this. But to say that you have a fight with yourself is hilarious. Nowadays, Lu Zheng himself was still level 100, while the three main battle divine pets had all reached level 120. The three main battle immortal pets in the second echelon had reached level 110. The average level of the rare beast pets had reached level 100. And even for the 632 elite beast pets, the vast majority of them had reached level 80 or above, with more than 200 of them being above level 90. All of this aside, he also had a demon streamer in his hand, which held more than 30 level 80 or 90 demons, and half of these released could also tear Mak Yunlan to shreds in a matter of moments. Well, we're all classmates, so we have to give some face, right? As expected, you're very powerful. Even if it's me, it would take a lot of effort to defeat you, Lu Zheng complimented. Hearing his former rival boast about himself in such a way, Mu Yunlan revealed a wave of confident smiles. Although many days ago, Lu Zheng was able to defeat level 60 monsters with her immortal summoned beasts, the current her could also manage to easily kill level 60 bosses with her sword cultivation profession, which was definitely at the output ceiling level, so she had a strong sense of self-confidence. And Yang Dong, who happened to walk over, could not help but reveal a few strange smiles when he heard Lu Zheng's words. He was only level 49 now, but he also knew Mu Yunlan's level, and he had to know that one of Lu Zheng's summoned beasts had destroyed the level 100 boss Terror Knight in a single strike. So a mere level 52 Mu Yunlan shouldn't be able to use a second attack to defeat her, right? That's a lot of effort. Mak Yunlan was quite surprised to see Yang Dong and said, Yang Dong, you've actually raised to level 49. How did you do it? Of course it's boss who brought me to upgrade. The boss disliked that my level was too low to even qualify to follow him, and purposely spent more than 20 days to help me upgrade. Alas, I'm too much of a waste to let the boss bother me. Mu Yunlan's eyes widened at the words, and she looked at Lu Zheng with disbelief. Did you really spend more than 20 days dedicated to helping him level up? Don't you know that every day of these 100 days before the college entrance exam is a prime time to raise your strength? Without waiting for Lu Zheng to reply, Yang Dong spoke. Of course boss knows that. But our brotherhood is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. In order not to leave me behind, boss slowed down his own upgrading speed and purposely helped me. This sentiment, I will remember it for the rest of my life. Mu Yunlan glanced at the emotional Yang Dong and finally looked at Lu Zheng, sighing and saying rather sourly in his tone, yes, you have a deep brotherhood, and it is I who am unworthy. When she finished, she turned away from the two men. These words made Lu Zheng feel a moment of puzzlement. You are not my brother. You are not taking me as a rival. What is worthy or not worthy? With the counting of the number of students completed and the issuance of passes completed, under the leadership of the class teacher of each class, all the students were brought within the service area of the special license transmission array for the college entrance exams, and outside the service area, there were numerous parents of the students. Lu Zheng also sought his parents. Father Lu Yuantu said some words of encouragement, and Mother Fong Ya finally urged, be careful not to let Kyo Kyo get hurt. It's okay if you don't eat, but you can't starve our Kyo Kyo baby. Got it. Big deal. I won't let her fight. Okay, Lu Zheng said helplessly. That won't work. I'm sure Kyokyu can protect you. You're a summoner. Remember that everything is about protecting yourself. Fong Ya's previous words were obviously said that way in order to let Lu Zheng relax, but at this time, when she was in a hurry, she still said what was in her heart directly. Lu Zheng gave Fong Ya a big hug. Don't worry, dear mom. Just wait till you see the TV broadcast. First in the league, my ass. After saying that, he let go of Fong Ya, waved his hand, and walked towards the middle of the teleportation array. Attention all candidates. The licensed teleportation array for the college entrance exam will be activated in 3 minutes. Please enter the teleportation array as soon as possible. And those who do not enter will be considered to have abandoned the exam. The crowds were surging and the candidates, and their parents respectively, were quite excited. There can be no theoretical part in the professional's advanced examination. It's all a copy of the actual combat test, in which there may be deaths, accidents, they are inevitable. Fong Ya leaned in Lu Yuantu's arms. Even though the mortality rate of the college entrance exam was less than 1 in 100,000, it was still dangerous after all, so she naturally couldn't help but worry. Lu Zheng stood in the middle of the teleportation array and saw Fong Ya opening her mouth to say something. He reads it. Go for it, son. Lu Zheng returned a big smile, and in the next moment, the teleportation array was activated, and all the candidates disappeared in place, and by the time they regained their senses, they had already arrived directly within Fengdu City. Unusual professionals who wanted to enter the main city from a level 4 war city would need to go to a level 3 war city first, and then go up one level at a time. And this kind of direct teleportation array was something that only candidates were qualified to use, except for the privileged management of the city.
It is evident that the status of the candidates in this period was very high in the whole union.
After entering Fengdu City, all students were led to the square to gather. Under Fengdu City, there were a total of 43 warring cities. Counting the one school in the main city, there were a total of 62 senior high schools, each with more than 300 students, and there were as many as 20,000 candidates in just one main city. So many people gathered together. The momentum is quite large, crowing, very lively. However, when a person appeared in mid-air, the entire room became quiet.
The one who came was no other than the saint-level professional,
Dragon Blood Martial God, Fu Songli. Fu Sangli scanned the circle, and after seeing Lu Zhang, he revealed a smile but did not open his mouth. Fengdu City City Lord, Fang Xianbin, brought his Vice City Lord, Chen Dongming, and a group of other senior officials to the high platform and spoke words of encouragement to the students below for a few minutes before the head of the examination read out the rules for the first round of the examination. The municipal examination. Chapter 48. Where did this guy come from that can lick better than me? Attention all candidates. The National Higher Examination for Professionals is about to begin,
and the municipal examination copy difficulty level assignment test will now take place.
Occupiers participating in the examination ascend the occupation inspection stage in turn,
and depending on the occupation classification and occupation level,
you will be given different symbols.
The white markings are for professions whose level is below level 15. You will be participating in the beginner difficulty copy examination.
Yellow flags are for professions with ranks of 16 to 25.
You will be participating in the intermediate difficulty replica examination.
The silver mark is for professionals with a level of 26 to 30.
You will be participating in the advanced difficulty copy examination. The golden mark is for professionals with a level of 30 or higher. You will be participating in the top difficulty replica examination.
All candidates, according to the signs they have been given, will gather at the designated location, and will be transported by a special vehicle to the location of the corresponding test copy,
and will participate in the test in batches.
Upon completion of the examination, you will immediately receive a score, and after everyone's examination is completed, the candidates for the county examination will be decided based on the total ranking. Below,
all of you will ascend the testing platform in order.
The municipal examination is only to distinguish the outstanding from the ordinary people, so the upper limit of the examination is at the level of 1 turn. Within 100 days, there are very few people who can reach 1 turn. These people are definitely able to participate in the county examination,
but for the sake of fairness, they still need to be involved in the replica examination.
Different difficulty copies, the level of monsters inside is not the same.
The final output data produced is naturally different.
The comprehensive evaluation score, but also the higher difficulty ceiling is higher. The primary test is full of 1,000 points. The intermediate test is full of 3,000 points. The advanced test is full of 5,000 points. And the top test is full of 10,000 points.
With a low grade,
you are not even eligible to get a high score, and you are not given a chance to perform at all. In such a world of professionals, rank is just so naked and unabashed.
The lower the level of the candidate, the easier it was to put together a caravan. Silver standard students had to wait a long time for a full wave to be sent away,
and gold standard students had even fewer, and didn't put together a caravan. Soon arriving on the side of the students of Liyang City No. 1 Middle School, the 3 of them, Mu Yunlan, Yang Dong and Lu Zhang, had 3 gold labels in a row, causing many people to let out gasps of astonishment.
Among the gold label students, a student from the Tier 1 Battle Reserve City,
Fengyang City, Manhwa spoke up.
I didn't expect that a district amongst a 4th level War Reserve City would produce 3 gold standard students. Our Wingyang City however only has a total of 6 gold standards.
This situation is really rare.
A student next to him with triangular eyes named Sun Zhang said disdainfully.
There's also a difference between a gold standard and a gold standard,
and the 3 of them are estimated to have only just completed their first turn.
At this time, Lu Zhang's 3 people came,
but one of them leaped directly in front of Lu Zhang and said incredulously,
"No, why are you a summoner? Aren't you a cold mage?"
Lu Zhang frowned at the oriental curl in front of him and said slowly,
"I never said I was a mage, and please stay out of my way." Everyone was a student.
It was the critical moment of the college entrance examination, and he didn't want to create any trouble and cause trouble for his master when the time came, so his tone was still quite polite, though he was rather annoyed with the somewhat shady girl. When Dongfang Slim was looked at by him, a touch of fear was inexplicably generated in her heart. This was the oppression brought about by a powerful professional and super spiritual power, making her subconsciously move out of the way.
Yo, this student looks arrogant, being so rude to a girl, thinking that you can do whatever you want just because you're wearing a mask that hides your rank?
Sun Zhang stepped out and blocked Lu Zhang and said.
Lu Zhang was speechless. He had obviously been very polite. How could this kind of ungrateful one still pop up? No. Who the hell are you to talk to my boss like that?
Yang Dong stood out and said coldly. He saw that the other party was only just level 45. How dare he provoke the boss? It was really a death-seeking behavior. The boss has a good temper. And he, as a little brother, can't put up with it. It was only at this time that Sun Zhang noticed that not only could he not see the rank of the masked Lu Zhang, but even the ranks of the two men following him, Yang Dong and Mu Yunlan, could not be seen. He looked at Yang Dong with some uncertainty and asked, "What level are you?" Yang Dong was about to reply when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice coming from behind him. "Boss, I've finally met you. I missed you so much." Wang Jun ran from the side of the testing table and launched himself like a cannonball to Lu Zhang's side, even directly lying on the ground and hugging one of Lu Zhang's legs. Yang Dong saw the situation where he still had the mood to take care of Sun Zhang. Where the hell did this guy come out from? Even more lickable than himself. If he doesn't take action as soon as possible, won't he lose his position as the #1 dog under Lu Zhang? Who are you? Get off my boss. This is my spot. Yang Dong grabbed Wang Jun's arm angrily. Sun Zhang, Dongfang Curl and some other students were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Quite a few of them were high-level sons and daughters. Of course they recognized Wang Jun's identity, the personal grandson of Wang Jiucheng, the Vice Lord of Redguard City, as well as the personal grandson of Chen Dongming, the Vice Lord of Fengdu City. The level is said to be at 54 now. He was supposed to participate in the examination in Redguard City, but as a result, he was suddenly transferred to Fengdu City some time ago, which was already notable. And now, such a guy with a big background and high strength was lying on the ground and hugging the thigh of a student from a Class 4 Battle Reserve City High School and shouting boss. Wang Jun was pulled by Yang Dong and got up angrily. No, what are you pulling me for? What with your position? The boss has already promised to let me hug his thighs, and I'm going to the same college as the boss. At this time, Tantai Mingyue walked over carrying a sledgehammer. You two stop fooling around. Yang Dong, Wang Jun is indeed boss's follower. Wang Jun, Yang Dong is the boss's classmate, an iron buddy, and during this time the boss is the one who brought me and him together to practice leveling. Wang Jun sniffed and glared at Yang Dong, letting go of his hand before looking at Lu Zhang pitifully, his face full of grudges. Boss, it's fine for you to bring Sister Mingyue along to practice leveling. I'm all for the two of you cultivating a relationship together, but how can you leave me behind to bring this Yang Dong guy? Tantai Mingyue's face reddened as she sniffed and fainted. Wang Jun, what, we are together? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll hammer your dog's head. Yang Dong was also enraged. Brother Zhang and I are hairy kids, we grew up together. What's wrong with him taking me on? And you, the latecomer, are still so arrogant. Lu Zhang rubbed his forehead. These two goods, Yang Dong and Wang Jun, although one of them was a bamboo pole and the other was a fat man, their personalities were almost the same. Really, flattering to the extreme. But that doesn't make it any less annoying after all. Who doesn't like to be held up? Alright, both of you shut up. We're all brothers, so don't argue in the future. Do it if you can, but wait until you go to college. And if you can't get to the same college as me, don't blame me for not taking you guys to upgrade. As soon as Lu Zhang opened his mouth, the two men stopped talking and glared at each other, standing beside Lu Zhang on the left and the right, which in turn pushed Mu Yunlan to the back and stood together with Tantai Mingyue. Mu Yunlan couldn't help but look at Tantai Mingyue and ask in a small voice, "You, what is your relationship with Lu Zhang?" Chapter 49. It's the kind of relationship you're thinking of. He really couldn't stand up now. Mak Yunlan's sudden question caused Tantai Mingyue to freeze for a moment, and she was just about to subconsciously answer that it didn't matter much, but then she suddenly looked sideways and saw Mak Yunlan's look, and ghostly, she answered, "It's the kind of relationship you're thinking of." When she finished speaking, she couldn't help her own face from turning steeply red. After spending these days together, Lu Zhang's power had left a deep impression on her, and she had already had a little ripple that day during the beast tide, and with these days together, the kind of adoration and admiration in her heart became even more pronounced. At this time, when she found out that a competitor like Mu Yunlan had appeared, she subconsciously wanted to defend her position. Though, she doesn't have any status yet. Hearing Tantai Mingyue's reply, Mu Yunlan's body abruptly shook as if she had been struck by lightning, as if something beloved had been taken away from her, causing her heart to ache and a feeling of emptiness. She's a smart girl, though. Upon noticing Tantai Mingyue's expression as well as recalling her words just now, Mu Yunlan thought of something, settled his mind, and laughed. "Oh, so it's just an ordinary friend relationship, ah? Introduce yourself. My name is Mu Yunlan. I've been Lu Zhang's front desk for 3 years in high school. Sort of, a childhood friend." That's a clear declaration of war. As the granddaughter of the Moon God Pavilion's grandmaster,
Tantai Mingyue wouldn't be the type of nature to admit defeat, and immediately disliked back. What kind of childhood friend is the front table? It's just a regular classmate. An ordinary friend and an ordinary classmate.
The two of them looked at each other and gave a cold snort in unison,
walking up on the left and right,
pushing Yang Dong and Wang Jun away from Lu Zhang.
Yang Dong and Wang Jun, who had fallen behind,
looked at these two girls and inexplicably felt a chill.
Couldn't afford to mess with them. Both couldn't afford to mess with them. Dongfang Curl's current level was 49, the same as Yang Dong,
and she thought of that day when Fu Bo said that Lu Zhang's level had probably reached nearly 50. So looking at this situation now, it was obvious that his strength was not generally strong.
Thinking of a possibility, she couldn't help but ask, You
wouldn't have completed the second turn already?
Wang Jun grabbed the reply.
Of course. My boss turned 2 more than 20 days ago.
Hearing this,
the rest of the gold standard students changed their faces drastically, especially Sun Zhang,
who was so arrogant just a moment ago,
was so scared that he directly knelt down.
Big brother, I was wrong.
I spoke in a bit of an impulsive tone just now and offended you.
I'm very sorry.
A ruthless person who had completed the second turn more than 20 days ago.
This kind of person was definitely an epic level or higher professional. With such a talent, it was definitely not something he could mess with. The last session of the national first, but only 57 level only, ever, before the college entrance examination to complete the second turn of the professional. There are only 3 people, none of them is to become a party of the strong, and in addition to the one who died in the war, the remaining 2 people are now one of the Empire's 5 strong. Therefore, when he heard that Lu Zhang had already turned 2, it directly gave Sun Zhang a chill down his back and almost peed. Yet the shock wasn't over. A man landed in the sky and the crowd saluted. Greetings, Lord Saint. Fu Sangli nodded to the crowd, then looked at Lu Zhang and with a smile. When you are assessed in a while, you must not use too much power. Otherwise the copy may be crushed by you and reconstruct the high school copy, which will be very troublesome. Lu Zhang sniffed and immediately agreed. I remember. Master. Fu Sangli scanned Sun Zhang and the others, and then gave another admonition before leaving. Don't bully them.
Lu Zhang's basic attributes were very strong,
which Fu Sangli could perceive.
Therefore, he had already classified Lu Zhang as a strong level,
not just a disciple or a student. In his opinion, whoever amongst the students struck out at him was actually Lu Zhang bullying them.
Hearing Fu Sangli's words,
Lu Zhang was rather speechless, but he hadn't done anything. Without good humor,
he glanced at Sun Zhang who was kneeling on the ground.
Don't kneel, get up, lest master say I'm bullying you guys again.
Sun Zhang would like to stand up, but he really can't stand up now. Originally thought that the identity of a second-turn powerhouse was already terrifying enough, but he didn't expect that this person was still a disciple of the saint-level professional dragon blood martial god. With such an identity, it was really no different from looking for death if he messed with the other party. If Lu Zhang became angry, not only himself, but his own family, I was afraid that they would all suffer a huge blow.
Yang Dong, on the other hand, was staggered. Boss, when did you become a saint's disciple? That's a dragon blood martial god, the pride of our Liyang city, the number 1 person in the entire Fengdu city. Such great news, and you didn't even tell me. On the side,
Mu Yunlan was also inwardly shocked, not expecting Lu Zhang to have this layer of background.
Wang Jun, on the other hand, took the opportunity to say triumphantly, Ha, I've known about this matter for a long time. This could have been a secret before. I've known that for a long time, too. Tantai Mingyue deliberately looked at Mu Yunlan and said,
Yang Dong and Mu Yunlan looked at Lu Zhang with complex expressions,
and the latter hurriedly waved his hand and said, Okay, now you know. Now the most important thing is the college entrance exam. Don't think about these things. Focus, let's go. It's time to get on the bus. The number of gold standard students was enough for 1 trip,
and the person in charge took the students aboard to the location of the top difficulty test copy.
In mid-air, a few people looked at the vehicle's faraway direction, and Vice City Lord Qin Dongming opened his mouth and laughed.
After not seeing him for more than half a month,
Mr.
Fu's disciple's strength should have improved greatly by the looks of it.
Back when he hadn't even carried out his second turn yet, he got the achievement of 9th in total output when the beast tide came, and he's now estimated to be at level 70 to 80, isn't he? The first place in this county examination is not his. The first place in the entire league is also possible. Congratulations to Mr. Fu in advance, accepting this wonderful disciple. No regrets in this life. He didn't even mention the first place in the city exam,
and there was no need to say much about the board.
Ha, it's not that I'm boasting. My words will be placed here. This time the first in the entire alliance. It's not my Fu Songli's disciple. Fu Sanli was not a modest person, proud since childhood. He would not be modest about anything at all. But he knew that Lu Zhang had already reached the full level of 100, and would have been able to make the third turn long ago, if not for the fear that the third turn mission would be too dangerous. I am afraid that he would have become the first professional ever to complete the third turn before the college entrance exam. But even if it's just a second turn, every candidate who has ever completed a second turn has been the first in the entire league for that session. If the level 100 Lu Zhang still couldn't get the number 1 spot in the entire alliance, then he would have to, God forbid, have a good argument about what kind of shady practices had been created. City Lord Fong Xianbin had only recently learned that Fu Sangli had taken on a disciple, and when he heard him boast about his disciple in such a manner, he immediately smiled and said, "I've been busy for a while now. It's the first time I've seen your disciple, so I'll take this opportunity to get to know him. Maybe in the future, when he graduates, I'll be able to abduct him back to take up his post, and in the future, we'll have 2 saints sitting in Fengdu City." Ha ha. The crowd agreed, and together they headed to the Gold Standard Students Trial Replica examination. On the other side, Lu Zhang was also the first to open the examination, surrounded by a crowd of Gold Standard students. Chapter 50, Top Difficulty. That's it? Are you sure this disciple of yours is a summoner? Lu Zhang's strength and status were there, and none of these people dared to make a fool of themselves in front of him, so they let him be the first reference student. Checking his pass and entering his information, Lu Zhang entered the copy. You have entered the self-constructed copy of Undead Wasteland. The assessment quest is open. Quest, after the countdown ends, LV. 30 level normal quality skeleton swordsman X100 and LV. 45 level chieftain quality skeleton knight X1 will be refreshed in front of you. You need to kill the skeleton knight or hold on to it for 30 minutes in the shortest time possible. Countdown begins. 29, 28, 27. Lu Zhang froze for a moment at his words. Top difficulty. That's it? A level 100 alpha quality terror knight had been seconded by him in a single move. And for a level 45 skeleton knight in the district, Lu Zhang really didn't bother to summon out his spirit pet. But that makes sense when you think about it. After all, this was only a municipal exam. The test was only to differentiate the excellent from the mediocre. For those average gold standard students, facing a siege of 100 level 30 monsters was already a very dangerous thing. And adding an alpha quality level 45 mini-boss made it even more difficult. Other than that, Yang Dong is not too easy to pass. Brittle Mage. If he can't decapitate the target quickly, these small monsters are likely to give him a run for his money. Lu Zhang scanned the circle, choosing the most suitable one among his many skills. The countdown ended and the protective light screen disappeared. He then raised his hand, and instantly, a huge electric grid enveloped all the undead. And with the first flash of thunder, the soul flames of the 100 skeleton swordsman and that skeleton knight went out in the blink of an eye. And even the skeleton blew up into crumbs. This was the feedback skill Thunder Grid from the 2-star rare beast pet Thunder Stripe Demon Tiger. With high mana focus, the instantly inflicted lightning damage directly blasted all the undead into dregs. Originally this was supposed to be a group control type of skill with a paralyzing effect. Speaking of was a sustained damage, but obviously, the difference in level strength was too great, and the paralyzing effect didn't have time to take effect before all the undead became scum. Congratulations on completing the assessment task. Total time spent on the task, 1 second. The test is over. Your score is 100. The actual time spent is definitely not 1 second, but the detection mechanism of this copy of the smallest timing standard is 1 second. As long as the time is within 30 seconds is a full score. More than 30 seconds according to the gradient deduction. Some people can get 10,000 points because the maximum score is only 10,000. At the entrance of the duplicate, Lu Zhang's figure emerged. This caused Yang Dong and the others to be incomparably surprised. Boss, it's only been half a minute. Why did you come out? Did the copy malfunction? Wang Jun asked suspiciously. He would not think that it was Lu Zhang who had failed the test. He had absolute confidence in Lu Zhang's strength. But the man had just gone in and come out. There must have been a problem at some point. Lu Zhang was about to reply when the results broadcast appeared on the big screen. Candidate, Lu Zhang. Task time, 1 second. Score, 100. Yang Dong instantly shouted in excitement when he saw this. Boss Bullpen. Finished the mission in a second. No shame. The rest of the surrounding students revealed a look of horror. Was this the strength of a second turn? A top-level difficulty test copy. But it was so easy to pass it. Completing the task in a second. This was too terrifying. And it was at this time that Fong Xianbin and the others arrived within the viewing hall. Looking at the results broadcast on the big screen, Chen Dongming laughed. Lord City Lord wants to see Lu Zhang's performance. It looks like we'll have to wait for the afternoon. It was done in a second and didn't give us a chance to watch the battle at all. Fu Songli also said, "The district municipal examination is not much to look at.
It's simply not enough for that disciple of mine to utilize 1% of his strength."
Fang Xianbin said as he waved to the invigilator. "Alas, more or less, we can still see something. We can't come for nothing. Open the video of Lu Zhang's battle just now. The self-built copy has a video recording feature,
which is to facilitate the grading of student performance. Video footage of each candidate's fight is saved in all footage, before the final overall results are read out, is reviewed a second time and uploaded to the Union Education Department for archiving." The images of Lu Zhang's battle appeared on the large screen in the viewing hall, and after seeing him raise his hand to release a thunder grid that filled the entire replica,
Fang Xianbin looked at Fu Sangli suspiciously. "Mr. Fu, are you sure this disciple of yours is a summoner? The quality of this lightning spell is at the very least something that a rare class lightning mage profession can master, right?"
Fu Sangli actually wasn't very clear about the abilities and summon beasts that Lu Zhang had mastered, but that didn't stop him from continuing to be proud.
He is indeed a summoner. Except that apparently this level of replica isn't even worth using his summoned beasts. Who says that a summoner can't use lightning spells?
It's not just lightning spells, there are many other skills this disciple of mine knows, so perhaps the county exam in the afternoon isn't worth him using up a summoned beast. The tone in those words was clearly saying something about how the city exams and the county exams were all trash, not even worthy of letting his disciple use a summoned beast, and that kind of smugness could be felt by everyone present. However, everyone also felt that there was nothing wrong with this statement, just the power of that one spell just now. Everyone here could not necessarily resist it without any injuries. Just a second turn summoner. The thunder spell released was so powerful and strong that it was shocking. Ha ha, I'm looking forward to his performance. It's just a pity that I won't be able to go to the afternoon's county examination as I have to attend it in the surroundings of Tianyang City, which is located in the 1st district, but I'll have to watch this battle scene in real time. Let the geniuses under the rule of my Fengdu City give those people outside another shock.
Fang Xianbin said with a big smile.
The last time Fengdu City made a big splash was 47 years ago when Fu Sangli came out of nowhere, and since then there hasn't been another genius powerful enough to shake the alliance.
And today, it's finally time for Fengdu City to make a splash again.
The appearance of such a genius within his own term of office was a manifestation of political achievement.
And Fang Xianbin was very happy. Municipal exams are all over in the morning. The examination of more than one self-built copy.
The lower the number of copies, the more the number of copies.
You can let a lot of people participate at the same time, even if it is a top-level copy. In fact, you can also enter 10 people at the same time. 9 o'clock to open the examination. A morning is enough for all the gold standard students to complete the examination.
There were a total of 62 middle schools in the entire Fengdu City, and there were only 56 gold standard students, and there was not a single gold standard student within many of the 4th or 5th level war cities, and a quarter of the gold standard students came from the middle schools in the main city. Small places have very limited resources, and the bottom feeders have even more limited resources. These gold standard students, more than 80% of them came from the great families within each city. Just take the people Lu Zhang knew. Mu Yunlan, Dongfang Curl and Wang Jun. All of them came from the great families, and even Lu Zhang himself, he also had a saint master. And Yang Dong still dabbled in his light to be able to reach his current realm. After lunch, the score line of the municipal examination has come out, and the students who have reached a test score of 876 points or more can only go to the county examination. This one score requirement directly eliminates 90% of the white marks, or the average student below the 15th grade, outright. They, for one, don't even have another chance to express themselves. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all the candidates for the second examination entered the teleportation array and came within the county city Tianyang City, and all the information was approved and registered again. Compared to the simple and rough examination of a copy of the city examination, the county examination will be more strict. Chapter 51 Titles plus Points. In front of my boss. They are all scum. Please read it. All candidate grades and information on the county exam are reapproved and new flag information is obtained. Professions with ranks below level 20 receive a white mark and can only take the easy difficulty test. Professionals ranked at level 21 to 30 receive the red-colored mark and can choose to participate in either the easy or hard difficulty tests. Professionals ranked at level 31 to 35 receive the silver mark and can choose to participate in either the difficult or dangerous difficulty tests. Professionals ranked at level 36 to 40 receive a golden symbol and can choose to participate in either the dangerous or nightmare difficulty tests. Professionals with a level of 41 or higher receive the black mark and can choose to participate in either the nightmare or abyss difficulty tests. Among them, the easy level difficulty cap is 1,000 points. The hard level cap is 3,000 points. The dangerous level cap is 5,000 points. The nightmare level cap is 8,000 points.
and the abyssal level cap is 10,000 points. Obviously, at this level of the county exam, even if you divide the best and the talented, let the geniuses show what they're really made of. In addition to this, the replica test score is a base score, and registering the title, you can get extra bonus points. 300 points for the white title, 500 points for the red title, 1,000 points for the silver title, 2,000 points for the gold title, 3,000 points for the purple gold title, and 5,000 points for the black gold title. A title is a reflection of an ability, and many titles are group gaining and helpful to the entire human race, hence the extra bonus points for titles. However, the title is extremely difficult to obtain.
A significant portion of them come from the limited time copies or super copies.
These candidates want to obtain a very difficult. Other than that, even Lu Zhang's only white title, Conqueror of Death,
if he hadn't stepped in to help and crushed his way to victory,
just by virtue of the two guys, Tantai Mengyue and Yang Dong,
it would have been impossible for them to pass their copies and obtain the title. After completing the rank test to obtain the mark,
students from each main city began to register their titles.
It could be seen that most of the students who obtained the title were above the gold standard, and the silver standard possessing the title were very few.
Moreover, the vast majority of the titles were white,
and the appearance of the red-colored title would cause a burst of exclamations.
Suddenly, a burst of golden light flashed,
and the boy who was registering revealed a haughty look. The golden title on top of his head seemed to make his entire person exude a noble aura.
His target swept over everyone like a monarch,
his eyes full of disdain for everyone.
Undead monarch, golden title. Geez, that's 2,000 points. The upper limit of the easy difficulty test is only 1,000 points.
A title addition directly presses all the students who chose easy difficulty over.
People are black marks, challenging nightmares and abysses. Do you think people will compete on the same stage as ordinary people like us? We don't deserve it at all. I know him. He is the grandson of the county governor, Jun In.
No wonder. I heard that he was a rare profession when he was first awakened,
but completed his promotion in the first turn and became an epic profession. He's definitely the number one in this session of the county exam. Alas, with a good birth, unbelievable qualifications, and unlimited resources. Who's strong if people aren't?
Look, it's not just golden titles. There are also 2 silver titles and a red-colored title.
The titles add up to 500 points. How can anyone else compete with this?
Listening to the comments of the people around him,
the corners of Junyin's mouth couldn't help but rise.
He had practiced hard for so long and fought tooth and nail to obtain the golden title just to show his sainthood in front of people at moments like this.
Enjoying the honor and gaining admiration and envy. He enjoys the feeling of having this honor added to his body. After Junin went down, not even a single silver title had appeared amongst the remaining people.
Yang Dong and the others also went up to the stage in turn.
Yang Dong only had a white title.
Dongfang Slim and Mu Yunlan both had a ruddy title.
Tantai Mengyue had a white title and a ruddy title. And Wang Jun had a silver title.
Some titles were acquired with special characteristics.
For example, the silver title that Wang Jun had gotten was from the time-limited copy of Call of the Ancients that Lu Zhang had also participated in at the time. Limited occupation. There is a lot of room for maneuvering,
which is why Wang Jun got a silver title that is extremely difficult to obtain.
A silver title ancient lord above his head made Wang Jun very proud. Someone below couldn't help but speak up. It's not just a silver title.
My boss Junin who has a golden title isn't as showy as you are.
Wang Jun sniffed and glared over. It's as if I don't have a boss. What Junin? In front of my boss. They are all scum. My boss's title put out. Guaranteed to light up your dog's eyes.
The man was about to curse angrily,
but was stopped by Junin behind him.
Junin looked at Wang Jun and laughed lightly.
I'd like to see if there are still any masters who can match me in the middle of this Tianyang County. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhang couldn't help but frown. Wang Jun, this little fatty, was really good at pulling hate on himself. And Wang Jun,
who was being stared at by Junin, felt a pang of discomfort and hurriedly ran to Lu Zhang's side and opened his mouth.
Boss, let them grow up.
Lu Zhang said to Yang Dong next to him with an expressionless face,
pulled his fat ass over to the side and beat him up. Yeah.
Yang Dong's eyes lit up at the words and grabbed Wang Jun's arm and yanked it towards one side while yelling from his mouth.
The boss told me to beat you. If you fight back, you'll be disowning the boss.
As Wang Jun held his head to the side to be beaten, Lu Zhang walked up to the title registration table.
The first title, white, Conqueror of Death. Seeing that there was only a white title, quite a few people underneath burst out laughing, but immediately after that, the City Guardian's silver title appeared, and the crowd couldn't laugh anymore. Or rather, is afraid to laugh. This title is not uncommon,
but basically very few students before the college entrance exam can get it.
The output of the top 10 among the Beast Tide Guardian War
which means that the output damage crushes those who are 4 turns strong. And those who are able to get this title are basically 5 turns strong, and then no better than 4 turned. A candidate in the district was the one who got this title, and all those who recognized the meaning behind what this title represented were incomparably shocked. And immediately after that, the golden title Ancient Overlord appeared, immediately causing Junyin's eyes to become sharp. To be able to get the golden title, this was an opponent worth paying attention to. Subsequently, the Ancient King purple golden title popped up, then caused his eyes to steeply widen. Junyin's mind turned quickly. The Ancient Lord that had just appeared above Wang Jun's head, and now the 2 titles of Ancient Overlord and Ancient King that had appeared above Lu Zhang's head in turn, clearly were of a single series. And according to the learned knowledge judgment, this kind of series of titles means that the difficulty of obtaining a gradual increase, and often has a level requirement. If the requirements of the Ancient Lords is before the first turn, then the requirements of the Ancient Overlord is before the second turn. There is no doubt that the conditions for obtaining the title of the Ancient King is after the second turn. After coming to the conclusion, his body abruptly shook as he looked at Lu Zhang in horror. You've already turned 2? Chapter 52 Black Gold Title. Even if the Dragon Blood Martial God made a move, could he do it? Junyin's current level was 60, which he had reached 3 days before the entrance exam, but he had not dared to take on the second turn quest. According to the family elder's prediction, the second turn quest for him who had been transferred into an epic level profession would be much more difficult and dangerous than the first turn quest. So he was told to save up some more strength and obtain some suitable equipment as well as a few titles before proceeding to the second turn. However, he had never thought that he would run into an opponent who had completed his second turn in the middle of the county examination. Hearing Junyin's question, everyone around was shocked as they looked at Lu Zhang on the stage, while Lu Zhang did not reply to Junyin and just continued to display his title on his own. Next title, Purple and Gold. Demon Buster. Another purple golden title. I thought that epic level professional Junyin was already unrivaled in Tianyang County, but I didn't realize that there were still experts. 2 purple gold titles and 1 gold title. Just the title bonus points amounted to 8,000 points. Tian Na. Is this the difference between a genius and a mortal? What are you thinking? This is clearly a battle between geniuses and geniuses. We ordinary people can only look up. The 2 purple gold titles were already enough to make the crowd feel shocked. They only recognized the purple gold color, but they didn't know the meaning behind these 2 titles. And when the next title appeared, instant chatter exploded. Purple and gold title, Dragonslayer Warrior. After seeing this title, even Wang Jun and Yang Dong, who were Lu Zhang's junior brothers, could not hold their nerves. Holy, boss actually slayed a dragon. Wang Jun exclaimed incredulously. To the side, Oriental Curl was horrified. How is this possible? A dragon is at least 200 levels, and it's still of a quality of at least Lord level or higher. Even if he's already turned 2, how could he kill such a powerful existence? Compared to Dongfang Slim, Junyin, the son of the county guardian, knew more, and he was also clear that there were 2 other very harsh conditions if he wanted to get this title. First, you must kill a dragon solo. Second, one's level must be lower than the level of the dragon at the time of the kill. The dragon was a powerful creature with high physical resistance, high legal resistance, strong physical attacks, strong spell attacks, and almost no weaknesses. Wanting to single-handedly kill a dragon was really something like a fantasy. What's more, Lu Zhang was only in his second turn now, so there was no reason for him to be able to kill a giant dragon. The crowd's skepticism and horror did not affect Lu Zhang as he continued to display his title. When the black and gold color was revealed, the crowd didn't even need to look at the content, but with this color, they were completely dumbfounded. Top title, black and gold. All the professionals in the entire alliance put together. There are only a handful of people with a black and gold title. None of them are one of the top 100 in the empire. And now, a senior high school graduate in the district even has a black and gold title. Who would believe it when it's said out loud? And when everyone saw what the title displayed, they were even more completely silent. The King Slayer. Junyin's eyes were even more lifeless as he muttered under his breath. God Slayer. God Slayer. He actually killed a god. With the body of a mortal, he killed a god. After seeing this title, everyone was silent, including the many senior officers of Tianyang County who were watching the students testing in the battle watching hall. And at the head of them was the county governor of Tianyang County, Junyin's grandfather, Jun Xiaotian. When Lu Zhang displayed his first golden title, Jun Xiaotian and the others had tuned into Lu Zhang's information, and after learning that he was actually the only personal disciple of the Dragon Blood Martial God, Fu Songli, they were not so particularly shocked by the purple golden title that he had achieved afterwards. Although this purple golden title was indeed rare, but after all, having a saint as a backing,
coupled with one's own strong enough talent, obtaining a purple golden title was not something that could not be understood. It was only after the second purple golden title appeared that Jun Xiaotian couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the dragon blood martial god is really attentive to this child. Completing the second turn, 2 purple golden titles? This strength, the current top 3 in the whole alliance. He is almost bound to enter. My grandson. But it's not as good as it should be. Next to her, the saint-level town guard of Tianyang City, Lai Mei-shi, looked at Lu Zhang in the middle of the screen and also sighed with emotion. Watching the youngsters getting stronger from generation to generation. This is something to be happy about. With such talents as Lu Zhang and Junin in this generation, I'm sure the whole won't be too bad. And it's one step closer to our counterattack on the abyss. At this time, Lu Zhang's third purple golden title, Dragon Slaying Warrior, appeared. And the expression on Jun Xiaotian's face did not hold back a steep change. Dragon Slayer. How is this possible? Has a giant dragon appeared in our county recently? It can't be that Fu Zongli took his disciples to the Valley of Dragons to kill a dragon and then returned, right? Only the strength is strong enough to understand what a giant dragon means. Even the most common one, its attributes exceed the average rare level professional of the same level. Otherwise Fu Zongli is only a half-dragonized dragon blood martial god profession, and would not have become an epic level profession. How could a giant dragon be such a powerful kind of creature? How could it be killed by a mere high school graduate? Ri Mei-shi, on the other hand, revealed a thoughtful look and suddenly opened her mouth. Does Lord Sheriff still remember the dark demon dragon that appeared in Blackstone City earlier? Jun Xiaotian responded, nodding his head. The copy of Roof Mountain changed. A dark demon dragon and an unknown monster with a goat-like head appeared. The two monsters died together and the copy disappeared. You mean to say that this kid was there, picked up the slack and killed the dark demon dragon, and then survived? It should be like this. Fu Zongli is the town guard of Fengdu City. It's impossible for him to leave Fengdu City without authorization. And the Valley of Dragons is so dangerous. It's also impossible for him to bring a disciple forward. In the entire Tianyang County, there were only traces of a giant dragon in the middle of that one strange incident. And he is, probably, a lucky child. Of course, to be able to survive under those conditions and still pick up the pieces to kill the dark demon dragon is also a reflection of strength. Boldness, nothing more. Li Meishi still had a high opinion of Lu Zhang, but she did not think that with Lu Zhang's personal strength, he would be able to kill a giant dragon. And even if that giant dragon was weakened, it was still a real adult giant dragon. Jun Xiaotian followed suit and agreed. If that's the case, it's reasonable. At that time, he had only just awakened not many days ago, right? To be able to inflict damage on a weakened dark demon dragon is already very rare. And to be able to seize the opportunity to complete the final blow, this kind of mind is not comparable to that of my grandson. Just after this paragraph was finished, Lu Zhang's last title, the black and gold title Godslayer, was revealed. And the smile on Jun Xiaotian's face disappeared, replaced by eyes full of incredulity. The King Slayer, first slaying a dragon, then killing a god. This little high school student, this is going against the heavens. The smile on Lai Meishi's face was also frozen. Dragon slaying could be explained by picking up the pieces. Deicide. Even if dragon blood martial god Fu Zongli himself, could he do it? Chapter 53. His summoned beasts may be far more powerful than we think. The moment the title of Godslayer appeared, it directly gave all the students present and the county guards and others in the observation hall a dry spell. No one has ever earned that title. Deicide. What a horrible word. And when it comes to a senior, it makes even less sense. However, this time Jun Xiaotian thought of something before Li Meixian opened his mouth. I know. A while ago when the copy of Fire God Island disappeared, it was said that a Fire God projection appeared, a 350 level king grade quality Fire God projection, and it was actually killed by this kid. Lai Meishi frowned and spoke. Could it be that this one is picking up the pieces again? I heard that at that time, there were two powerful monsters that fought with the Vulcan projection, but it's not certain if they were killed by those two monsters in the end. And at that time, those people from Redguard City were afraid of being affected, and as soon as the domain restriction was lifted, they immediately ran out. In the end, it was only after the Holy Red Lotus night when Ro went over to check it out that he learned about the killing of the Fire God's projection. Jun Xiaotian, however, turned his head to look at Li Meishi and said seriously, this is the sort of thing where once may be a pickup, but twice is never likely. You seem to forget this guy's profession. Lai Meishi said in shock. You mean, the monsters of Dragon Slayer and Godslayer are probably both summoned beasts of this guy? Jun Xiaotian nodded. This kid is too mysterious. There's almost no information flowing out about his summoned beasts, and no one knows how powerful he really is. In the morning's city exam, he didn't even release his summoned beasts, and directly released a spell on his own to knock out the copy in seconds.
His summoned beasts are probably far more powerful than we can imagine.
And even, the battle power is enough to rival that of a saint. He definitely has a god-level summoned beast. Speaking here, Jun Xiaotian suddenly burst out laughing. It seems that the first place in this alliance exam is already set. A god-ranked beast pet and saint-ranked battle power. Who's going to compete with the district's professional high school exams?
Lai Mei Shi exclaimed.
It's unbelievable. If everything is as you guessed.
I'm only afraid that this grandson of yours is going to be struck down miserably.
To be born in the same era as such a monster. Everyone is destined to be enveloped in his glory. This is his good fortune. When Lu Zhang grows up, it might be the time when we humans are able to counterattack the abyss. Junin was in the same era as him before he had the chance to make a name for himself in history. This kid is high-minded and proud. And it's good to have someone who can suppress him. Alright, let's see if he will take out a summoned beast today.
Jun Xiaotian is a person with a wide range of temperament. Or else he cannot sit in this position now.
The county governor of a county land, which is a feudal official. In this era,
how can a mediocrity be allowed to sit in this position? The angle he considered was placed on the level of the entire alliance and the entire nation. And while he was certainly concerned about the growth of his grandson, he would not hesitate if sacrificing his grandson's future could be exchanged for Lu Zhang's better development.
The grandson had gotten enough under his umbrella to deserve some responsibility. At this moment, at the title registry, Lu Zhang's total personal bonus points for his titles were tallied. 1 white title, 1 silver title, 1 gold title, 3 purple gold titles, and 1 black gold title. Total additional 17,300 points. Abyss difficulty cap is only 10,000 points only. Nowadays the most points is Junin. 2 silver, 1 gold and 1 red, plus 500 points. Even if his copy of the test full points, Lu Zhang copy of the test 0 points. He is also less than Lu Zhang full 2,800%. The score quickly passed through Junin's mind, which made his face pale and powerless. The first place in the county exam is definitely untenable. And even without mentioning the score, facing a guy who slayed dragons before killing gods, Junin didn't have the certainty of surpassing his opponent. At this time, Wang Jun looked at the little brother next to Junin just now and once again could not help but open his mouth to mock. Well, is my boss more powerful than your boss? Lu Zhang directly gave him a kick, then waved at Yang Dong and said, when the test is over, beat him up again, netting me trouble. As his words fell, this side also began to call for people to get into their cars and head for the test copies. Junin also sat in a car with Lu Zhang, and, in the position right next to Lu Zhang, after getting on the car, after 2 minutes, he suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Zhang. Hello, I'm Junin, Epic Profession Celestial Calamity Mage God. I'm currently level 60. I'm glad to have an opponent like you. Lu Zhang's principle was to have one less enemy if he could have one more friend, and when others were polite to him, he would be polite in return. Lu Zhang, Ordinary Profession Summoner, now at level 100. Junin was dumbfounded at his words, his eyes wide with disbelief. Pooh, Common Profession, 100 levels. Lu Zhang nodded and continued, it's a pleasure to be your opponent. At this moment, the two of them, Mu Yunlan, who was sitting behind Lu Zhang, as well as Dongfang Slim, who was sitting in front of him, almost instantly opened their mouths wide. A trance passed through Mak Yunlan's heart. She had thought that after she had awakened the rare profession, she would be able to steadily suppress Lu Zhang, and later realized that Lu Zhang's growth speed and strength had left her in the dust. But today, after hearing Lu Zhang's true rank, she then realized how big the gap between the two really was. Once a rival. Ah, now I'm afraid I'm no longer qualified to be his rival, right? While the Oriental Curl was even more bitter in his heart. The first time they met the other party was still lower than his own level, and now his own level was less than half of the other party's. Is this still a human being? Almost the entire bus was shocked by Lu Zhang's rank, and by the time they got off the bus, many of them still hadn't regained their senses. Lu Zhang was the first one to enter the abyssal level difficulty examination copy. The county examination is different from the simple and rough city examination. A total of 3 rounds of examination are set, and the final score is a composite rating of the 3 rounds of examination. The first round of tests tests the highest damage. Attention candidates! The use of any non-professional specific equipment and magic potions and items of the increased class is prohibited in this examination. In front of you is a LV 100 level normal quality iron armored storm bear. It will not launch any attack on you. It will not dodge. After the countdown is over, you have 10 minutes to attack it. The system will record the highest single output damage you have dealt and give you a score. Monster, Iron Armored Storm Bear. Quality, General. Rank, LV. 100. Life, 50. 000 //50. 000. Mana, 10. 000/10,000. Looking at the 10-meter tall monster in the midst of the wildness in front of him, Lu Zhang revealed a disinterested expression. Looking at the pitiful attributes, he really didn't bother to unleash his summoned beasts. As the countdown ended and the protective light curtain disappeared, he once again raised his hand and poured in his mana. And in an instant, a huge silver-white crescent moon 30 meters long was formed. And the huge crescent moon slashed down like a great sword. This iron-armored tyrant bear was just an artificial setting monster. It wouldn't dodge at all. The crescent-shaped shockwave slashed down diagonally, directly splitting the guy in half from the left side of his brain to his right foot. With 0 blood and 50,000 points of damage overflow, even if it was 2 iron-armored tyrant bears put together, Lu Zhang would still be able to give it seconds. You have completed the test and your single score is 100. In an instant, the curtain of light enveloped him once again, and the scene outside changed, from wilderness to desert. And in the distance, a huge black shadow stood on a sand dune, surrounded by densely packed monsters. Chapter 54. A second turn summoner releases a holy level mage skill. Is this reasonable? The second round of assessment tests the ability to sustain output. Attention candidates! The use of any equipment or magic potion is prohibited in this test. In front of you is a LV 100 level alpha quality twin-tailed scorpion king, which will not launch any attacks against you, but will summon 10 LV 40 level normal quality twin-tailed scorpions every second. Initially there are 100 two-tailed giant scorpions around. After the countdown, all the two-tailed giant scorpions will attack you, and the system will record the total damage dealt when your blood level is reduced to less than 1/3 of the total damage dealt, and give you a score. This is an interesting test. If you're resistant to punching, you can maneuver around for a little while longer, and if you're flexible and can dodge, you can maneuver around for a little while longer as well. To a large extent, there is a fair test of the abilities of the various combat professions. This was the abyssal difficulty. To choose this test, one must at least have the strength of level 41, and those who had such strength in this time period were at the very least an elite profession, and none of their battle prowess would be bad anymore. An alpha quality level 100 monster, the same level as the boss Terror Knight in the Tomb of the Dead copy. Lu Zhang could kill it solo, but he was worried that the total damage accumulated from killing just this one would not be enough, so he decided to try out his newly acquired skills. However, before releasing this skill, he first added a layer of defense to himself, the skill Dark Guardian, which consumed 10,000 mana points and directly increased his base defense by 100,000 points. And only then did the party begin to release the attack skill. 80,000 mana points were consumed, and a large range of clouds formed around them in an instant, including all of the twin-tailed scorpions, including the twin-tailed scorpion king. The next moment, a huge explosion rang out, deafening, only to see that the cloud just now was instantly compressed. The air burst into flames, and a terrifying explosion swept through almost the entire copy, no matter if it was the LV 40 leveled normal quality twin-tailed giant scorpion or that LV 100 leveled chieftain leveled quality twin-tailed scorpion king. They were blown to pieces in a split second. The aftermath of the violent impact hit the Dark Guardian's defense, surprisingly causing a full 60,000 points of damage. That's the edge of an explosion, and so much power. Looking around, the hills on the desert were gone, and that twin-tailed scorpion king was even more of a dud. Such an effect shocked even Lu Zhang himself. The skill he used was the skill, Tangyun Driving Mist, obtained from a 3-star immortal spirit pet, a skill that could control clouds to attack or defend, and he had thought of using cloud high pressure to ignite the air last night to create a cloudburst effect, hence this cloudburst technique. As a result, I didn't expect the power to be so great. Super large range damage. The output was directly pulled up to full capacity, and the edge range of 150 meters away was surprisingly 60,000 points of impact damage. You have completed the test, and your single score is 100. In the observation hall, Jun Xiaotian, who saw this scene, hurriedly asked, "The copy didn't blow up on him, did it?" The man in charge came back to his senses and hurriedly checked it out, shaking his head. "No, it can still continue to be used. The strength limit of the Gao Gao Abyss copy is 350 level epic profession Sword Saint's full strength, but it's already close to the critical value. We need to remind him that if the instantaneous damage is any higher, I'm afraid that the copy will really collapse." The person in charge was in a bit of a trance when he said this. The strength of this replica was not set for students, but to prevent any saint-level monsters from raiding during the college entrance exams, ensuring that the replica didn't collapse in order to ensure the safety of the students inside. As a result, the mechanism that was originally used to prevent saint-level monsters was nearly nullified by a single candidate. This is outrageous. Jun Xiaotian nodded and said, "Hurry,
Remind him immediately that I'll report to the imperial capital later and demand that they immediately reinforce the National League exam copy strength limit.
For her part, Nihi said breathlessly, as a summoner, this guy's spell power is already no weaker than that of a saint-level mage. Who's going to justify this? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't believe this matter. Lord Sheriff, you have to take the video to the top to see who can stand this. No, I still can't figure out how strong his base attributes must be. Has he already reached the saint level? A summoner. On what grounds? She had to admit that as a saint-level mage she felt jealous of Lu Zhang, a junior, because she was a saint-level mage. She knew very well that the spell skill just now was definitely a saint-level skill, with such a large range and such a strong destructive power. Among the skills she had at her disposal, in comparison, it was surprisingly weaker than the other party. If Lu Zhang was an epic mage professional, if Lu Zhang had also reached the 6th turn saint level, she wouldn't have felt much of anything. There was always someone stronger than her, wasn't there? But on the contrary, this kid was just a summoner, a level 100 summoner who hadn't even turned 3 yet. Is it reasonable for you, a second turn summoner, to unleash a holy level spell skill? The genus kind of broke my defense ante. Over here, Lu Zhang was once again enveloped by the light curtain, and while he was reading the rules of the third round of examination, a prompt rang in his ears. Attention! Student Lu Zhang, the strength of your attack is about to exceed the limit. During the third round of the test, do not exceed the instant damage limit of the second round of the test, or the copy will collapse. This voice rang 3 times in a row, so it was evident that the other party was very eager, just afraid that Lu Zhang would not be able to hear it. Lu Zhang hurriedly responded, as a copy destroyer, he is not a time to mess with no copy. The previous copy is okay, he did it secretly, but if he messed with this copy of the college entrance exams, it is not a matter of compensating a sum of money. He couldn't afford to take the responsibility of delaying the progress of the National Professionals Higher Education examination. Lu Zhang copy. Leader, don't worry. I'll make sure the next round of assessment damage control is in place. Seeing him in this state, Jun Xiaotian could not help but laugh. This little guy has a great awareness. The third round of tests. This time testing general ability. Attention candidates. The use of any non-professional specific equipment and magical potions and items is prohibited in this test. Your profession is summoner, and you are now matched with a monster of the same level. LV. 100 Lord quality, Witch Demon Lord. When the countdown ends and the target is killed or when your own blood level falls below 1/3, the test ends. Monster, Witch Lord. Quality, Lord level. Rank, LV. 100. Life, 150. 000//150. 000. Mana, 40. 000//40. 000. Power, 200. Agility, 400. Spirit, 800. Body mass, 400. Skills, Dark Summoning. Ice Armor. Dark Frost. Soul Howl. The third round of assessment was directly a boss of the same level, and the characteristics were also matched based on different professions. Lu Zhang was a summoner, so he was matched to the Witch Demon Lord, as he was also good at summoning. No, just after appearing, he directly summoned 2 LV. 100 level skeleton knights and 2 LV. 100 level skeleton mages. Lu Zhang actually had the certainty of emptying them all with his spells, but considering the possibility of impacting the copies, he chose a gentle approach. With a lift of his hand, the level 110 Cave Spectre Pale Serpent appeared, unleashing the skill Blood Spectre Divine Light. 500 points of mana infused, shooting directly towards the Witch Demon Lord in the center. Once struck, the spirit value below 900 directly collapsed in the soul, and was ruled as death. In an instant, the Witch Demon Lord that had just completed the dark summoning swooped down, and its summons collapsed straight away as it lost its mana support. You have completed the test and your single score is 100. For the 3 rounds of the test, the area that took the most time was instead the process of reading the seconds on the protective shield, with the test taking a total of 2 minutes. Chapter 55. To be fair, there will have to be an additional exam opened for him. You have completed the County Exam Abyss Difficulty Replica Examination. Overall score, 100. Additional points for title detected, 17. 300. Candidate, Lu Zhang, total score in County Examination, 27,300. Lu Zhang appeared outside the copy with a brush, which caused the crowd waiting outside to stare again. The mouthy Wang Jun blurted out, "Boss, why are you so fast again? It's only been 2 minutes and you're done? Isn't there a full 3 tests in the county examination?" Lu Zhang directly gave him another kick, and at that moment, Lu Zhang's final score of 27,300 points appeared on the large screen where the results were announced. After seeing this score, Yang Dong screamed out, 27,300 points. That's awesome. Another perfect score. Boss, I think the number one in the country is yours too. Lu Zhang was non-committal and looked at Jun Yin and smiled. It's your turn to test. In contrast to the lightheartedness on his side, in the Imperial Capital Education Department, there was a heated discussion because of a video of an examination that had been uploaded here by Jun Xiaotian. Deputy Administrator Shani spoke up. Everyone has seen Lu Zhang's information. Just awakened for 100 days. Summoner profession. Second turn perfection level 100. And judging from the 2 titles he obtained, he killed a weakened dark demon dragon as well as beheading a saint-level fire god projection. In a comprehensive analysis, he had at least 1 legendary grade divine pet in his hands, probably awakening some sort of legendary grade hidden talent. And so far, his battle power had already reached the saint grade level. Analyzing from this copy test image, even without using a summoned beast, he himself had strength not weaker than a 5th turn professional. Now, let's all say what we think about the next upcoming Alliance exam copy strength upgrade. Xuemingzhen, one of the 10 saint-level town guards of the Imperial Capital, spoke first and said, the Alliance exam is not limited to equipment. This kid's strength once there is an equipment increase, the destructive power will only double again. With the existing copy strength, it is indeed dangerous. If we want to use the current copy test, we have to strengthen the copy. We can't limit people's play. It's not fair. Lin Shuhua, General Director of the National Professionals Higher Education Examination, followed. Strengthening a copy is unrealistic. It's a waste of resources to increase the strength of a copy for one person, and it takes too much time, potentially requiring a delay in the start of the Alliance exam and affecting the credibility of the test. But Elder Shui is also correct in saying that we can't influence others to play, so I suggest opening an additional test directly, with a real copy of an additional test for the top 20 of the Alliance exam. This will save resources, ensure fairness, and weaken the power of the Abyss and the Demon Realm. Deputy Administrator Shani rubbed his bald head and laughed. Good, let's do it. Shaolin, this matter will be left in your charge. I only have one request. Additional exams. Make sure to test out the depths of this Lu Zhang kid for me. I'd like to see just how powerful this session's junior is. All of the copies of the gauntlet are controllable, self-built copies that can be monitored. But such copies easily reach their limits and consume a lot of resources to keep them running. Real copies meant that the dangers were uncontrollable, such as mutant bosses and other situations. But for the strong, this kind of real copy would really allow them to show their strength. Lu Zhang was still unaware that he had become famous in the Imperial Capital Education Department. And, as the news spread, the entire Imperial Capital was rumoring that an extraordinary graduate had appeared in Tianyang County, who had just awakened for 100 days, and had a saint-level combat power. The vast majority of people scoffed at the story, thinking it was nothing more than a rumor that got more and more exaggerated. A senior high school graduate with saint-level battle power. What a joke! The students who could reach level 60 or above in the second turn were already a phoenix in the sky, and the saint level, that was level 300 or above in the sixth turn. The gap between them could be said to be as if it was the difference between a heavenly rift. No sane person would listen to such rumors. However, the saint-level battle power might be fake, but the county examination scores that were uploaded into the National Professional Candidate System could not be faked, and the additional points for the 3 purple gold titles and 1 black gold title could not be faked either. All of this aside, the matter of rising to level 100 in 100 days was enough to silence everyone. In this world of professionals, upgrading is incomparably difficult. Those who are strong at the holy level, at least 35 years of age or more, on record, the youngest one to enter the 300 level of the professional is called Nangong Wuwen. At that time he was 36 years of age, is an epic level professional. The vast majority of saint-level powerhouses were in their 50s and 60s. Ordinary professionals, relying on personal strength, before the age of 25 to be able to complete the first turn even if it is more outstanding. Like Yang Dong's parents, although they are both combat professionals, but they are only ordinary professions. 40 years of age is also about 40 levels. For the vast majority of ordinary people, after completing the first turn, there is nothing to run in this life, and the second turn is out of reach. Of course, for geniuses like elite professionals or rare professionals, the upgrading speed would naturally be faster. But completing a turn before the college entrance exams and getting the gold standard was even very good. In just 100 days, Lu Zhang had not only completed his second turn, but had also raised his level directly to level 100, which was a bit too terrifying. If he rose 1 level a day, wouldn't he be already 365 levels a year, directly becoming a saint-level professional? What they didn't know was that this 100 levels was already the result of Lu Zhang's deliberate leveling down for fear that the third turn quest would screw him over. As soon as he completed the transfer, he would rise to level 120 or more in minutes. Lu Zhang, who now possessed 1,000 summoning bits. Even during today's examination period, he still released more than half of his summoned beasts to continuously gain experience value for him amongst the copies outside. The process of the college entrance exam did not delay him from continuing to accumulate experience value. Just waiting for enough strength to complete the third turn, he could break through to a very high level in one breath. This was considered one of the advantages unique to the summoner profession, being able to cultivate summoned beasts before advancing to the next level, increasing the certainty and bottom line of completing the transition. The previous two transfers were too rushed due to some reason. The first transfer was because he couldn't enter level 30 or above copies without transferring, which greatly slowed down his upgrading progress, so he eagerly transferred when he reached level 30. The second transfer was due to the fact that he had to get the rewards of the summoner's time-limited copy of the Summoning of the Ancient World one after another, and he had to transfer as soon as possible. The second turn was because he had to get the rewards of the Ancient Summoning time-limited copy of the Summoner, so he had to transfer as soon as possible. But now that the third turn wasn't something that forced him to transfer as soon as possible, coupled with the fact that the two 5-star purgatory level difficulty transfer missions had caused Lu Zhang to suffer quite a bit, he had only then resolved that this time around he would inevitably have to build up enough power before he could make the third turn. The most important thing about the continuous upgrading of the summoned beasts was not the experience value they brought. After all, they were of low level and the experience value they fed back was relatively small. Compared to this, the increase in attribute points brought about by the upgrading of each summoned beast was what Lu Zhang valued the most. It was because of this effect that he possessed a heaven-defying base attribute comparable to that of a 6th turn saint-level professional at a mere level 100. The second to complete the abyssal difficulty assessment is Junin. Compared to Lu Zhang 2 minutes to end the process of the 3 assessments, he used up nearly an hour before completing the assessment. The copy of the assessment score of 9,450 points, additional points of 4,500 points, the final total score of 13,950 points, the abyssal difficulty copy, even Junin, a level 60 epic level professional, had not been able to get a full score. This further emphasized the gold content of Lu Zhang's 300 points, chapter 56 with such a battle power. Who can teach him? After Jun Yin's assessment was completed, his eyes looked at Lu Zhang with even more complexity. Originally, Lu Zhang had completed the 3 tests in 2 minutes, and he had thought that the abyss difficulty should not be particularly dangerous either. However, after he was allowed to start the assessment, he realized what kind of strength Lu Zhang's achievement was to be able to acquire. At least all of them had to possess a battle power of over 100 levels. That is, over 3 turns. The epic level professional's battle power was not weak, and he could barely reach the level of an average 3rd turn professional, but it was simply impossible to crush and win. He can only try to get as many points as he can. Congratulations! The first place in the county examination is bound to be you. Junin smiled and spoke to Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang also responded politely. Congratulations on second place. This sounds a bit awkward, but once he thought that he was only losing to a Dragonslayer and Godslayer monster, Junin in turn didn't care that much. He joked about himself. Hopefully you can get first in the league exams as well, and let me and the others fight it out for second. This kind of performance, he would never have had before. At that time, he had succeeded in obtaining an epic level profession in his first turn, and was arrogant and complacent. Now, it was by Lu Zhang's might that he was completely bowled over. People may grow in this moment. The county examination ended in the afternoon of this day. There were no surprises, and although the scores weren't that high, Mu Yunlan, Tan Tai Mingyue, and the others all managed to advance as well. Aside from the students who had passed the second round of the examination and were going to enter the imperial capital to take the third round of the union examination, for the vast majority of the students, the National Professionals Higher Education examination was already over. According to the itinerary plan, students who hadn't advanced could go home and wait for the notification, and those who had advanced would enter the capital in the evening through the teleportation array, rest for the night, and start the alliance examination in the morning. The Great Xia War Zone, also known as the Great Xia Empire, possessed 24 counties, and in these places, the number of people who were able to enter the 3 rounds of examination after all the candidates had been uniformly selected was a mere 3,427, which was less than 150 when spread out evenly to each of the counties. There are 600, 000 to 700, 000 candidates in one county, and as many as 15 million candidates in one session nationwide, with so many professionals joining every year. But the defense force is still not enough. It can be seen how serious the invasion of the human world by the Abyss and the Demon Realm is right now. It could be said that every one of these students who were able to enter the 3 rounds of examination was at least a future mainstay of the Alliance. In the evening, the crowd took the direct transmission array to the imperial capital. received by special people, placed in the hotel. Food and accommodation conditions are excellent. If it is self-funded lodging, a night's lodging fee will have to be 2 silver coins, resting peacefully for the night. The next day, gathering at 8 o'clock after breakfast. At 8:30, all the candidates of the 24 counties came to the examination office in the western suburb of the imperial capital, reapproved their identity information, issued their passes, and entered the waiting area. The alliance exam is no longer divided into levels, and all candidates are entering the same copy test, with only 2 tests in total. At the very front of the large waiting area was a large screen showing how the test would be conducted. The first test, a single limit kill rating, within a time limit, solo against monsters, starting at level 41, level by level. The higher the level of monsters you are able to kill, the higher the score you will receive. Each monster has a maximum of 10 minutes to kill, and failure to kill within 10 minutes is the end of the test. The second test, solo extreme output damage, within the time limit, single player against monsters, starting from level 31, level by level. Each level releases 100 monsters. When the previous level of monsters are all killed, the next level of monsters immediately refreshed. The more total output damage can be inflicted, the higher the score. Each person has only 1 hour, and the total damage output is accounted for after 1 hour. Both tests are conducted within a single replica, supporting simultaneous 500 students together, assigned within different test spaces. In the examination space, mana can be instantly restored after being consumed, and life value is locked and will not be injured. All of the above is for the assessment of combat occupations. Auxiliary class occupations to the third round of alliance examination has a single recruiting candidate score examination criteria, will be brought to a different copy of the test. Overall, the whole thing is still fair for all. Moreover, compared to the previous process of city and county exams, the setting of locking blood in unlimited blue volume fully guarantees the safety of students, while also eliminating the inadequacy of ordinary students compared to other noble students who do not have enough money to buy potions to enhance their range. Everything was done to ensure relative fairness and the safety of these Daxia Union talents. Just as Lu Zhang and the others were carefully studying the examination rules for the third round of examinations, the various cities and towns across the country released the results and overall rankings for this year's city and county examinations. Lu Zhang came out of nowhere. Not only did he take the first place in the city exam with a perfect score, he also got the first place in the county exam, and in the county exam, he even rode ahead of the second place with nearly double the score. 3 purple and gold titles and 1 black and gold title were widely rumored. The identity of the only personal disciple of the Dragon Blood War god Fu Xanli has added another legendary color to his personal resume. The entire Liyang city was boiling. It was as if they had once again seen the rising Fu Xanli. And this Lu Zhang's grades were obviously even better than Fu Xanli's. Even Fu Xanli hadn't accomplished the feat of slaying dragons and killing gods before the college entrance exams. Not to mention others. Fu Xanli himself was very surprised when he learned of the title that Lu Zhang had displayed during the county examination. He didn't know anything about Lu Zhang slaying dragons and killing gods. He wasn't a summoner after all, so he had only helped Lu Zhang find some resources, but hadn't guided him in his cultivation, and he wasn't even sure what summoned beasts he had. All along, he had not had an intuitive judgment of Lu Zhang's personal combat power either. It was not until he saw Lu Zhang blow up almost the entire copy of the county examination with a single move of the cloud explosion technique that he realized that this disciple of his was not as simple as he had imagined. Originally, the Lu Zhang in his mind was already very powerful, and there were absolutely no students who had risen to 100 levels before the college entrance exam. But after watching the video of that one test, he realized that he was still a bit too conservative in his thinking. This disciple's battle power was far more formidable than he had imagined. It seems like he could be looking for some more upscale resources for him based on this battle condition. Teaching is impossible to teach. This skill that almost blew up the county exam copy even if he resisted it head-on. He had to be injured lightly. 100 level has not yet turned 3. There is such a battle power. Who can teach him? On the day the results were released, Lu Zhang's house was visited by 3 waves of people. On behalf of Liyang City, Fan Qingli, the city lord of Liyang City, sent Lu Zhang's parents 1,000 gold coins as a reward for raising such an outstanding child. On behalf of Fengdu City, Chen Dongming of Fengdu City gave 10,000 gold coins as Lu Zhang's reward for getting first place in the city exam. Jun Meizhu, the education department of Tianyang City, on behalf of Tianyang County, gave 100,000 gold coins as a reward for Lu Zhang getting the first place in the county examination. In this era where 1 gold coin was equivalent to $10,000 of purchasing power, Lu Zhang's family was the equivalent of obtaining a prize of $1,100,000. In fact, Just the first in the county exam or the first in the city exam didn't have so many bonuses, but Lu Zhang was different. At level 100, he had basically locked the throne of the first in the alliance exam, and his results were unprecedented, so he carried out a transgression reward. After the 3 waves of people left, the 2 people, Lu Yuantu and Fang Ya, were completely numb. How to spend so much money? Chapter 57, Solo Limit Examination? No, it's a copy limit test. Imperial Capital. At 9 o'clock, the union exam officially begins. The first batch of 500 students entered the examination copy, just now playing the examination rules on the big screen, at this time divided into 500 small screens, playing the contents of the examination copy within the screen. In order to ensure the fairness of the assessment, the footage of everyone's assessment would be live-streamed and monitored by all the professionals. Of course, those who took the test after the second batch were obviously in a better position to be able to see how different people fought, find out what worked for them, and gain more points. However, there are resources on the web for past assessment videos, and the vast majority of students have seen them in advance. After all, observing and analyzing battles is part of the secondary school curriculum. Lu Zhang was the second batch, so he was still observing the battle. After observing, he was sure of one thing. Among the copies of the alliance exam, there is no experience value for killing monsters. It is just a combat simulation that does not provide experience value. That left him with a lack of interest. Originally, he had thought of taking this opportunity to level up the 3 immortal spirit pets he obtained on the eve of the college entrance exams, but now it seems that it's better to let them continue their struggle to kill copies outside of Fengdu City. As early as before the city exam, Lu Zhang had left the batch of summoned beasts that needed to be upgraded by killing monsters without interruption in the duplicates outside of Fengdu City, and although his level was restricted to death and couldn't be raised anymore, the experience value was accumulating every minute and every second. From time to time, there is also attribute point feedback from summoned beast upgrades. Sitting, lying down, doing nothing, he can continue to get stronger. Even if his level could never be raised, his basic attributes would be able to crush all saint-level professionals sooner or later. Among the first 500 to fight, one man stood out. Epic level professional, level 60. First turn complete. Divine Fire Mage Duanmu Rin. The Duanmu family was a large family in the south. The clan possessed 5 saint-level professionals. The later generation of disciples, there were quite a few geniuses, and Duanmu Rin was one of the most outstanding in recent decades. If Lu Zhang hadn't come out of nowhere, Duanmu Rin would definitely be the first place winner of the alliance exam and one of the best candidates for the National Professionals College entrance examination. However, at this moment, in front of Lu Zhang, who was at level 100 of the second turning perfection, such strength was obviously a bit inadequate. The monsters in the first single-player limit test are all of ordinary quality, and before level 70, Duanmu Rin can kill them all in one move. However, after reaching level 70, he would have to use the second move. These mage-type professions, releasing skills had a casting time requirement, and the more powerful the skill, the longer the casting time. However, Lu Zhang realized that the skills he obtained through the feedback from the summoned beasts were all instantaneous, and with a single thought, he could make the mana infusion complete, and heaven and earth would change color in thunder. Epic careers still carry a lot of gold. With unlimited mana, Duanmu Rin killing monsters under level 100 wasn't considered much of an effort, basically resolving the battle within 3 minutes. However, when the level of the monster came above level 100 and stepped into the level of the third turn, the defense power increased substantially, and it would take more than 5 minutes for him to kill a monster. After the monster level was raised to level 120, Duanmu Rin showed the phenomenon of straining, and finally, when it came to killing level 134 monsters, it exceeded 10 minutes and still didn't complete the kill, and the score stopped at level 133. This is already very good. Single kills is not the mage profession's strong point, and the current highest record of the first test is only 150 levels. He hadn't turned 2 yet, after all, and the current highest alliance exam records were all held by professionals who had turned 2 before the high school exams ever. The second test, solo extreme damage output, was his strong point. Large range high damage output. Base level 31 monsters 100. 1 skill second. With only 1 hour of output in total. The combat process was actually more intense than the first test. Fortunately, mana was unlimited. Otherwise this kind of wide-range damaging spell skill would have to run out of mana and lose combat power within a few releases. Divine Fire Mage's spells were so powerful that before the monster level was raised to level 50, Duanmu Rin could kill all the monsters directly with 1 skill. In addition to the simple fire attribute blast damage, the additional divine power damage ignored defense and directly inflicted real damage, which was simply unreasonable. However, Once the level came to 50 and above, he would need 2 skill damage to finish killing all the monsters, and after coming to level 60, it was even more of a struggle, requiring multiple skill stacks and starting to take attacks. During a real battle, it would be impossible for him to continue fighting, but in the examination copy, he would not lose blood and had unlimited mana, so he could continue fighting. The 1-hour assessment time quickly ended, and Duanmu Rin's assessment level stopped at level 76. In fact, under the conditions of life force lock and unlimited mana, he was fully capable of killing these 100 level 76 monsters, but he was running out of time, and when he killed the 87th one, the 1-hour examination time ended, and the total damage was calculated for ranking. Total kills, 4587. So far, the record score for the second test is 98, with a total of 786 kills, created by the current Saint-level powerhouse, epic-level professional Thunder Magic Cannon Master Wu Tuahai, who was ranked 74 at the time of that year's entrance exam. As the same epic-level professional, there was still a huge difference in strength whether or not they had completed the second turn. The National Careerist Advanced Placement Examination, NCP, kill criteria scoring varies from year to year, giving a grade based on previous year's student assessments. But one thing doesn't change. The only way to get a perfect score is to break the record. That is to say, if you want to get a full score, you need to kill level 151 monsters for the first test, and you need to kill more than 6,786 monsters for the second test. A single perfect score is extremely difficult. 2 perfect scores, that is, unless one is rank crushing the strongest of all time. And obviously, Lu Zhang, at level 100, had such capital. Therefore, when the second group of candidates entered, the eyes of almost everyone in the entire alliance fell within the screen of the copy of Lu Zhang's examination, anticipating his performance. And before the examination began, the 500 candidates who were in the middle of the copy were hearing a voice at the same time. Attention, candidate Lu Zhang! In order to prevent you from exerting your instant destructive power above the saint level causing the replica to collapse, you are hereby notified to gather your battle power. The top 20 of the All-Student Alliance's unified examination will go to the real replica for an additional examination, so you can exert your full power then. This voice stunned all the candidates, and the many professionals watching the live stream were dumbfounded. It's unheard of for the National Professionals Examiner to go on short notice because of one person and specifically instruct the person not to destroy the copy. The students in the waiting area were talking, all very excited. Asterisk. The rumors turned out to be true. Not only has this guy reached level 100, but his battle power is actually comparable to that of a saint-level professional. Good lord, what kind of monster are we competing with? This means that the replica might not even be able to withstand it if he explodes at full power, right? Hoping that the replica tests our limits, Lu Zhang is here to test the replica's limits. I heard that Lu Zhang only let a summoned beast show up in the third round during the county exams, so when do you guys guess that he'll release his summoned beast this time? Out. It's coming out. Lu Zhang released a little fox. Nima. You call this giant beast with a shoulder height of 15 meters and a tail more than 20 meters long a little fox? In the middle of the examination copy, Lu Zhang, who heard the official prompt, chose to lie down directly, killing monsters with no experience and restricting his battle power to play. He didn't even bother to fight. He directly summoned the 3-tailed spirit fox and let it play freely, while he himself directly summoned the lunar eagle, and flew to the mid-air to lie down and sleep. Chapter 58, God's Favor Present. Ignited copy. Stop you. In full view of all. Such an important and solemn examination. He's lying down. He literally laid down without a glance at the battle below, and the 3-tailed spirit fox below had already killed madly. Lu Zhang had put 2 auras on Tushan Kayak at the start, costing 20,000 mana points. An inspiration aura with plus 200% life regeneration speed and plus 200% mana regeneration speed, and a blast aura with a 50% chance of generating a blast effect that deals an additional 200% damage. Right now, Tushan Kyokyo's level was 110, and with the quality of a 5-star immortal spirit pet, it had a crushing killing power against these ordinary monsters. Starting from the first level 41 monster to the 150th level monster, all of them were directly killed by her with a single hit of Tail Spirit Bomb. The 151st level monster appears. 2 Tail Spirit Bombs, kill. Seeing this scene, Rin Tuki, who was in the waiting area, asked a purple-haired girl next to her in a bewildered tone. He's like breaking the record. Ji Zaire gazed at the fox on the screen and said slowly, he is setting a record that will almost never be surpassed. In the middle of the Alliance exam observation hall, Lin Shuhua looked at these 2 summoned beasts summoned by Lu Zhang and shook her head. This isn't the summoned beast that fought the dark demon dragon that day.
Nor is it any of the two summoned beasts that fought the fire god projection that day.
A legendary great divine favor. He hasn't used it yet. Or rather, can't use it at all.
Saint Level Town Guard Schwemmingen said smilingly.
These two summoned beasts aren't simple either.
According to the results of the copy's automatic appraisal, that sculpture-type summoned beast is a third-turn level that has reached level 108, a 4-star rare quality summoned beast. And just the battle power of this one summoned beast is enough to counteract those geniuses. And this three-tailed fox was even more uncomplicated.
Level 110. Third-turn level. 5-star immortal spirit pet. This was enough to crush all the other students. What's more, even though this Lu Zheng kid only released 2 skills at the beginning, the supporting effect of those 2 auras was so strong that it nearly doubled that fox's combat power. And with this one fox, I'm afraid that both copies would have to be killed through by this kid. Immortal spiritual pets and professionals correspond to even epic level career levels. 5-star immortal products, which is the level of the top epic level career. And this fox has reached the level 110 level of the third turn level. And the strongest of those candidates is the first turn of the perfect 60 level, not even the second turn. The difference is too great. In fact, this assessment process was a bit of a disadvantage for summoner professionals. After all, the copy could only guarantee that the summoner himself would have a bloodlock and unlimited mana. But the summoned beasts would be injured and their mana would be depleted. But for now, it seemed that at least for Lu Zheng, a summoner, this was not a problem at all. Monster level before the 200 level. The three-tailed spirit fox is completely playful, casually attack 2, produce a blitz effect directly second each other. It was only when it got to level 200 that it was allowed to get a little bit more serious, but only just a little bit more serious. By the time it reached level 250 or above, the monsters were always putting some pressure on it. After all, it was only at the level of 3 turns, and against the monsters of 5 turns. Even if they were of ordinary quality, their defense in all aspects of the basic attributes were already not weak. But it continues to kill. The 2 skills of triple split plus spiritual 100 claws could allow Tushan Kyaku to instantly send out hundreds of attacks, and under the effect of the blitz aura, half of those attacks produced a triple blitz effect, an explosion of damage. Therefore, it was still able to break the defense and continue the fight. 275, 285, 295, 300. When the level 300 monster appeared, Lu Zheng chose to have the three-tailed spirit fox delay the battle, no longer pursuing victory and waiting for the end of the examination time limit. This score is enough and there is no point in continuing to waste time here. He's all woken up from a nap. The three-tailed spirit fox's mana could no longer be replenished, and there was no point in summoning other summoned beasts to aid in the battle. That's it. Final grade, 299. Can anyone else top themselves? The results are broadcast and a new record is born. No one cheered, and the students in the waiting area outside only felt a pang of bitterness. Everyone could see that this was not Lu Zheng's limit. With only one summoned beast, he had the full ability to exert saint-level combat power, but he terminated this process of continuing to set records, because it's totally unnecessary. He just lay there and there was no one to challenge the new record that he had set so casually. The original record was only 150 levels, and he directly pulled it up to 299, 1 level short, which was a direct doubling. Duanmu asked as she bitterly looked to the side at Ji Zairu. Do you think it was like a joke just now when he watched me try so hard to behave? Ji Zairu laughed softly. You're overthinking us. We, at all, are not in his eyes. Rumor has it that he has a divine pet, which this one isn't. But judging from this performance, a 5-star immortal spirit pet is already considered to be of demigod level quality. He's too strong. On the other side, in the middle of the viewing hall, Schwemmingen Skadin shook his head. This fox summoning beast is already enough to kill through the second test. It seems like there's no hope of seeing this kid use his divine pet today. Lin Shuhua, however, steeply exclaimed, Elder Shui, look, the divine favor has appeared. Regarding the matter of exposing the divine favor, Lu Zheng had planned for it long ago. To get enough resources, you had to show value, although there was a saint-level master, but one's resources were limited after all, and as he was going to college soon, he had to show a certain amount of capital in order to bring in more revenue. So, he thought that no matter what, he would have to show a divine favor. It wasn't true that God's favor was his bottom card, but it wasn't like he only had one bottom card, and, in the future, he would have more. Think of it in the worst possible light, in case you are targeted by the bad guys. When the enemy set up their means against this divine favorite that Lu Zheng had voluntarily exposed, Lu Zheng directly released the second, third, or even the 100th more powerful divine favorite to give them a big surprise. Taking a step back, with the many skills added to the body and countless attribute points added, the biggest card, in fact, was Lu Zhang himself. If the summoned beasts don't make your excellency's day, then the summoner himself is slightly versed in fisticuffs. Therefore, exposing one of his cards didn't make Lu Zhang panic at all, as he still had countless other cards. Xuemingchen heard Lin Shuo's words and hurriedly looked at the screen, and what came into his eyes was a sea of fire. Apparently, the copy had just finished refreshing, and Lu Zhang had directly ordered the entire copy, only to see that in the sea of fire, Lu Zhang stood on a strange bird with a wingspan of more than 100 meters, 9 heads, and a body burning with dark red flames, and the quality identification given by the copy of this strange bird was clearly a 4-star legendary divine pet. The entire copy was covered in dark red flames, and the first monsters refreshed and died instantly, transforming into 100 undead fire spirits after their deaths, attacking the newly appeared monsters. The killing power of the undying sea of fire was so strong that monsters with an initial level of only 31 would instantly die as soon as they appeared. Within a few breaths, the level of the monster had already come to level 100, already exceeding the achievement record for the second test with a limit of level 98 and a total kill count of 6,786. The key wasn't this, but the 700 undead fire spirits, whose presence caused great running pressure on the copy, and the entire copy was almost burned through. Lin Shuo's face changed when she saw the warning, and it was too late to discuss with the others, so she immediately raised her voice again to remind them. Lu Zhang, stop it. The copy is not going to hold up. Chapter 59, Opening the Additional Exam. This kid definitely still has reservations. Hearing the reminder, Lu Zhang revealed a speechless expression. He hadn't even powered up yet, just letting his divine favor show off, and this was about to collapse. This copy was a little too unstable. However, he still immediately put away the skill effect, stopped casting the spell, and also recalled the 9-headed immortal bird within the summoning position. And then, in the next moment, he was directly teleported outside the copy. It was as if he was afraid that he would give another big move in the next second and just up the copy and collapse it. The situation was also a sight to behold for the students in the waiting area. 2 tests. The first test Lu Zhang play tired. Boredom initiative to end. The second test is more outrageous. The official worried about Lu Zhang destroy the copy, forcibly give released. Good lord, if that's the case, why didn't they just leave him out of the test in the first place? It's too much of a psychological blow to other students. Lu Zhang, who had been forcibly withdrawn from the competition, was still a bit confused when the big screen displayed his second assessment result. The second test had a final rank of 112, total kills, 8, 200. The first assessment score, out of 10. The second assessment score, out of 10. Final grade on the league exam, perfect score. Ranked, first place, even though at this point in time, the union examination had only made a beginning, with nearly 4,000 candidates and less than 1,000 having finished the examination. All the professionals in the country were already certain as well as certain that the national scholar had already been born. He has a track record that no one can surpass. At least, there was no one, from among the candidates of this session, from among the candidates of previous sessions in previous years, who could be compared to him. Hello classmate, get acquainted. My name is Ji Zairu, from Tiannan County. Looking at the purple-haired girl who appeared in front of him with a smile on her face, Lu Zhang returned to his senses and smiled politely. Hello, I am Lu Zhang, from Tiannan County, Ji Zairu said with a smile. I've already heard of your name. My grandmother and Elder Fu are close friends, but Elder Fu asked my grandmother to take care of you. At those words, Lu Zhang could not help but be stunned. Then he remembered that Fu Sangli had said earlier that in the middle of Tiannan City, he had a close friend who served as the vice city lord, and it seemed to be this Ji Zairu's grandmother. Then please give my regards to grandma first. It's better for you to go in person. I'll wait for you at Jinan University. Oh. After saying that, Ji Zairu returned to her seat. This is, after all, the waiting area. Everyone has their own fixed position. Just say hello. If you disrupt the order, you will definitely be held accountable. Lu Zhang did not care too much about this matter. After he showed his divine pet today, whether that one university would take him under their wing, it was sure that there would be no slacking off. After all, having a divine pet was almost the same as being a legendary level professional. So far, in the entire Grand Xia Alliance, there was only one true legendary profession possessor, the only level 400 plus demigod level powerhouse in Grand Xia. In this regard, Lu Zhang's appearance meant the birth of a second demigod. It would be a shame to say that such a self would be neglected. Lu Zhang, who had returned to his seat, ignored the gazes cast by the several thousand pairs of eyes around him, and closed his eyes to feel the feedback of attribute points brought about by the summoned beast's upgrade. His 4-dimensional basic attributes had all broken 10,000 long ago. The single-digit attribute points fed back by the low-level summoned beasts could be said to be a very small boost to him, but as fewer things add up to more, sand is gathered to form a tower. 1 feeds back a single-digit number, and 1,000 feeds back is a quadruple-digit number. Nowadays, the summoned beasts under his command had surpassed 1,000, and most of them weren't even of a low level anymore. With the elevation of the summoner's professional level, the probability of obtaining high-quality summoned beasts by summoning technique was greatly enhanced. Immortal spirit pets and legendary divine pets were not an extravagance, but after he was promoted to the 3rd turn, the ones that could be left behind by him had to be elite beasts pets at the very least. Ordinary quality beast pets were no longer even qualified to be cannon fodder. The Alliance examination one day was finally the end of all the examinations, and as a result, no accidents happened, and Lu Zhang's score became the first in the total score without any suspense. But who also knew that this score, or the power that Lu Zhang had played out under the restriction? The results, despite being out, were not fair to Lu Zhang. The official then announced the notification that the top 20 would undergo an additional assessment, and the copy of the assessment had already been finalized, which was the holy level copy of the Devil's Collar. From time to time, the demon territory randomly refreshed a saint-level demon as the copy boss, in which there were a large number of demonic creatures. There weren't many real demons, only 100 or so, each of which was over 200 levels, and the rest of them were demonic creatures, with a minimum battle strength of over 60 levels. The way the additional exams were assessed was simple. Within an hour, the 20 candidates could kill the monsters using all non-outsider-aided methods. After an hour, the ranking is done by calculating who has killed more, leveled up, and gained more experience points. After passing this replica test, the true final overall national ranking is determined. There was still no suspense as to who the first-place winner would be, but everyone still had great expectations for Lu Zhang's performance. After the afternoon meal, the 20 candidates assembled and were uniformly brought to the entrance of the Demon Territory replica. There were also 25th turn professionals who entered this copy together, on the one hand to ensure the safety of these people, and on the other hand to broadcast the entire battle of the 20 people to ensure the fairness of the examination. The 5th turn professional responsible for filming Lu Zhang was named Hua Jing, a wind mage. Upon entering the copy, she reminded, the saint-level demon boss has been refreshed. Try not to get close to the very core of the area. The demon is a higher creature. Even though you have a battle power comparable to that of a normal saint-level professional, such a monster, try not to mess with it. It's too dangerous. Lu Zhang nodded in agreement. This is the real copy. Killing monsters can have experience value, and the quality of monsters is very high, dense and not low level. It is suitable for his summoned beasts to upgrade, although most of the summoned beasts have already been arranged by him among other copies, but there are still some of them in his hand. Lunar Eagle, Three-tailed Spirit Fox, Nine-headed Immortal Bird, Cave Spectre Song Snake, Six-winged Frost Centipede, Pai Yun Crane, Whistling Moon Song Wolf, Cold Ice Berserker Lion, Thunder-striped Demon Tiger, Sacred Light White Deer, Vajra Orangutan, and Fire-tailed Fiery Horse. He was now level 100, and according to the standard of a normal summoner, he should have 11 summoned beasts, and someone with a background like him would surely find a way to obtain 1 or 2 more summoning spots, so it made more sense to display 12 summoned beasts. It seemed to the higher-ups that he was leaving behind 1 or 2 summoned beasts as a base card. Of course, none of this matters. 12 summoned beasts were released in one breath, and the lowest quality was at the 2-star rare level, and the lowest level was over 100. Lu Zhang stood atop the head of the level 129-headed Immortal Bird and waved his hand. Kill! In the next moment, a sea of fire descended on the demon collar, and a dozen powerful summoned beasts united 2 by 2, killing in different directions. In a matter of moments, a variety of wide-range, high-damage spell skill effects filled the live broadcast screen, and the professionals watching the live broadcast became excited, as if they were enjoying a visual feast. Xuemingzhen was also quite shocked as he looked at the 12 summoned beasts in the picture. 6 rare, 5 immortal, and 1 divine favorite. Is this his true strength? No, this kid's been holding back for so long. He's definitely not the type of nature that would expose all of his cards. This guy, he must still have reservations. I'm begging for a catch-up read and a recommendation. Chapter 60, Strange Change. The God of Fire lashed out at the saint-level boss Flame Demon King. The people watching from outside the arena were completely abuzz. Although they had known for a long time that Lu Zhan was very powerful, they had never had an intuitive performance before, and it was only after all 12 summoned beasts were unveiled that they recognized their true fearsomeness. It was already very rare for other summoners to be able to have a rare quality summoned beast before the 3rd turn, and rare quality, in Lu Zhang's case, was just a bottom of the barrel existence. Immortal spirit pets, a full 5 of them.
5 immortals plus a god was already a thoroughly unbeatable pairing, and 6 rare beast pets.
At this point, even seemed a bit redundant.
Those who were interested noticed that the levels of these beast pets were surprisingly all above level 100, and that divine pet had even reached level 120, which meant that Lu Zhang had actually been able to start the third turn a long time ago, and if he completed the third turn before the college entrance exam, it would be the first high school examinee with the third turn in history.
In the observation hall,
hearing Xue Mingzhen's words, Lin Shuhua looked at the 5 immortal spirit pets that had emptied a large swath of monsters above level 100 and asked in astonishment,
all 5 immortal pieces are on display,
and this has reservations.
Xue Mingzhen nodded.
I remember that among the monsters reported below about killing the dark demon dragon and the fire god's projection, there was a goat's head-like monster,
which is not found in any of these 12, so I'm guessing that it's also a powerful god's favorite. Lu Zhang possesses 2 divine pets, and that one is his last card.
Lin Shuhua did not doubt Xue Mingzhen's analysis and marveled.
2 divine favorites. When cultivated, that's 2 demigods.
It's equivalent to raising the highest combat power of my Great Summer Alliance by 2 times.
This student must be given enough attention. Attention should definitely be paid, but he already has Fu Zonli to back him up, so the officials should not create a momentum for him,
so as not to inflate his mind too much.
After all, he is still a youngster.
Xue Mingzhen laughed. Elder Xue is right. I'll summarize the contents for the report.
This child is extremely important to us. Even if we can't show too much, we have to come up with an attitude,
or else it's inevitable that he'll develop resentment.
Like you said, this is still a young man.
Lin Shuhua left after saying that, and Xue Mingzhen continued to watch Lu Zhang's battle. Lu Zhang's battle could be summarized simply in 2 words.
Horizontal push.
Regardless of whether it was a level 100 or 200 monsters,
under the cooperation of Lu Zhang's 12 summoned beasts, there was no enemy at all,
and the Devil's Collar was directly swept away by him to cover more than 80% of the area,
with the remaining 20% being where the other 19 candidates were, and he didn't meddle to intervene.
Although the level of the monsters was high, the quality was low. Those that didn't reach the commander level were at the highest level of leader,
and most of them were just ordinary.
Therefore, for Lu Zhang's group of rare grade summoning beasts whose lowest quality was also against the high lord grade, it was completely possible to kill them over the levels. And with mutual cooperation, it was not difficult to kill them beyond a few dozen or even 100 levels. Massive amounts of experience value were absorbed by them, and several more summoned beasts were upgraded. More than half an hour had passed,
and it looked like in another quarter of an hour, the examination would be over.
Lu Zhan was obedient and didn't go to the real core area to mess with the saint-level copy boss.
This was after all an examination and he didn't want to carry out a dangerous battle. Right now his thought process was to develop silently and let the divine favor grow.
But when he came within range,
suddenly, a prompt came to his ears. Attention! Due to you being cursed by the fire god Laban, the base hatred of the replica Bosself,
330 level flame demon lords towards you has increased to 90%,
and the flame demon lords have been blessed by the god of fire, producing a mutation. Attention! Mutant Bosself, 350 level flame demon king, coming soon. Me again. Immediately after Lu Zhang was prompted,
he felt a strong heat wave arise,
and not far away,
a dark red figure was flying rapidly towards this side. It was 50 meters tall, with a pair of bat wings sprouting from its back, a pair of black bull horns growing from the top of its head, wearing leather armor, and a hideous and terrifying face.
Seeing this contraption, Hua Jing, the 5th turn wind mage who was filming Lu Zhang on the side, immediately shouted, "Not good, the saint-level boss has mutated. Let's run." Lu Zhang waved his hand at her and said, "You run, this guy is rushing at me. If I run out, it will follow me out as well, causing too much destruction. Don't worry, I've killed gods, it's just a demon. I can kill it too."
As he got closer, the attributes of this mutant boss were displayed in front of him. Monster, King of the Flame Demons.
Quality, Hegemonic. Rank, LV. 350.
Life, 2 million / 2 million. Mana, 4 million / 4 million.
Power, 500. Agility, 500. Spirit, 800. Body mass, 800. Skills, Demon Whip, Demon Guardian, Demon Bite, Dark Cage, Demon Flame Rain, Earth Fury, Lava Summoning.
The quality of the Overlord level was 1 level lower than the previous Vulcan projection, with weakened spiritual attributes and physical attributes but strength, but it looked like it could still be dealt with.
Last time, defeating the Fire God's projection was considered a trick, but nowadays,
the 9-headed immortal bird had been raised to level 121, stepping into the level of the 3rd turn, and its strength had increased drastically, and at the same time, it had awakened a hidden skill.
bathing flame underworld phoenix, which could absorb flames and the power of death. Moreover, he had also mastered 2 major aura skills that could be called divine techniques, which could definitely allow the 9-headed immortal bird's battle power to double again. Lu Zhang felt that there was no need to use any other divine favors. A 9-headed immortal bird might be able to really take care of it. During the battle just now, the undying fire sea had devoured a large number of monsters, giving birth to thousands of undying fire spirits that were ranked at over 100 or 200. These are the keys to winning in the end. And before that, Lu Zhang needed to break through this Flame Demon King's defense first, and before breaking through the defense, he also had to control his opponent and not let him release his attack first. A Saint-level demon of overlord quality was bound to release a very powerful mana, and Lu Zhang still knew the reasoning behind preemptive strikes. In battle, the most important thing was not to inflict damage first, but also to control the enemy first, so that he could master the rhythm of the battle. Therefore, Lu Zhang firstly enchanted himself with an inspiration aura and a strike aura before instantly releasing 2 Shen Ice Spirit Lights at the King of Flame Demons. Although Shen Ice Aura was only a skill provided by a rare quality summoned beast, its effect was very good. On the one hand, as a light type skill, it was extremely fast and almost impossible to be dodged. On the other hand, its freezing effect and freezing damage can be stacked, causing a combo effect as long as it is released consistently. 2 channels of Shen Ice Aura, each of which was released by consuming 50,000 mana points, were sent out twice in a row just to trigger the Blitz effect, and he didn't expect that the first one triggered the Blitz, and the second one didn't. Without triggering the Blast effect, 50,000 mana points deal a single 200,000 points of frozen damage. The frozen effect lasts for 20 seconds, and it continues to deal 20,000 points of frozen damage per second. Under the bludgeoning effect, the single damage was as high as 600,000 points. 60,000 points of freezing damage was continuously dealt per second, and the most crucial part was that the freezing effect was also increased to a full 60 seconds. As a demon, this monster had a high spell resistance, but the freezing damage happened to be its lowest resistance, instantly inflicting 700,000 points of real damage, and continuing to inflict 50,000 points of blood loss per second. If it could continue to work for 80 seconds, it would inflict 4 million points of damage, and even a demon king with 20 million lives would be seriously injured as a result. However, that was only a theoretical effect, and the actual duration would definitely not be more than half of that, so Lu Zhang needed to hurry up and deal damage to it. Chapter 61 Dark Cage. If you don't help, the divine favorite will be killed? The 9-headed immortal bird released the skill Death Scythe at the instant the freezing effect was formed, directly consuming 100,000 mana points to condense a huge death scythe of more than 100 meters. The black and evil scythe with dark red flames arose out of the void and cleaved upwards towards the head of that Flame Demon King. This attack did not produce a bludgeoning effect, but the physical damage also reached 300,000 points, breaking through the Flame Demon King's defenses, followed by a burst of Death Force, dealing 500,000 points of Death Force spell damage. The power of death that remains within the King of Flame Demons continues to inflict an additional 40,000 points of damage per second. Looking at the King of Flame Demons that was about to get out of the trap, Lu Zhang decisively had Paiyan Crane release the skill taking off the clouds and driving the mist to create a large amount of clouds and mist, while he himself was releasing this skill at the same time and using his own mana as a guide to release his self-invented skill, the Cloud Explosion technique. Under the impact of the huge explosion, the Flame Demon King in the center of the area directly suffered up to 1.3 million points of impact damage, and Lu Zhang focused on taking care of the guy's wings, leaving one of its wings blown away. At this moment, the Flame Demon King had lost a total of nearly 3 million blood, more than 1/10. However, it was clear that Lu Zhang had not yet gained an absolute advantage. After such an explosion, the Flame Demon King was completely freed from the freezing effect, and it immediately suffered a self-destructive attack from thousands of undying fire spirits. The intensive and constant onslaught made it impossible for the King of Flame Demons to release his regular attack skills, and in the blink of an eye, he was consumed by a full 4 million or so more blood, and by this time, around 80% of the undying fire spirits had already been consumed out. The pressure from the King of Flame Demons weakened, and immediately released a Demon Guardian skill, the demonic power coalescing around his entire body in a circle of black aura, pushing all of the undying flame spirits outward. With a chance to catch his breath, he followed up by releasing his second skill, Lava Summoning. The earth cracked, dark red lava gushed out, and a giant lava fire demon over 10 meters tall rose up from the ground before charging towards those undead fire spirits. Seeing those hundreds of LV 250 level lava fire demons, Lu Zhang not only did not panic, but instead revealed a look of surprise. The immortal fire spirit was almost consumed just now, and now it was just the right time to replenish it with these lava fire devils. He immediately let the other rare quality and immortal summoning beasts do it to these lava fire devils, and then let the immortal fire sea transform the dead lava fire devils into new immortal fire spirits. Of course, for the time being, these lava fire demons did block the attacks of the remaining undead fire spirits, allowing the king of flame demons to pull out and look towards the nine-headed undead bird that was storing up energy and recovering in midair. Under the effect of the aura of inspiration, the nine-headed immortal bird's mana, which was already recovering at a fast rate, was already almost full. The king of flame demons, on the other hand, gathered 500,000 mana points and released a long black and red whip that was hundreds of meters long, lashing up towards the nine-headed undead bird. The nine-headed undead bird had a huge body, and the skill speed of the king of flame demons was very fast. Direct dodging was impossible to avoid, and in the next moment, it directly transformed into thousands of small firebirds, scattered and flew away, causing this attack of the king of flame demons to hit the ground. It is the effect of the skill Chidori incarnation. Although the nine-headed immortal bird was almost oblivious to flame damage and physical damage, the demonic power on this whip could definitely injure it severely, so it should never be resisted, because it's far from the time when you need to fight to the death. Over here, Lu Zhang's mana was recovering rapidly under the effects of his skills and the mana recovery potion, and he repeated his old trick, as two Xian'ai spiritual lights flew out and landed on the flame demon king who did not even put him in his sights. Summoners and summoned beasts were one and the same, and although the overall flame demon king had hatred towards Lu Zhang, the object of hatred was Lu Zhang and all of his summoned beasts, and thus, the hatred on Lu Zhang could be drawn away by the summoned beasts. At first, the flame demon king's target of hatred was the nine-headed immortal bird, as this fellow was the strongest among its perceptions. This was what gave Lu Zhang the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Although the king of flame demons had enchanted his with demon guardian, its energy was partially consumed by the undying fire spirit, and it only blocked the first Xian ice aura, with the second Xian ice aura hitting, and it managed to inspire a bludgeoning effect. Immediately, the king of flame demons lost his ability to move once again. The nine-headed immortal bird once again released the skill Death Scythe on the flame demon king, and this time the skill triggered a blitz effect. More than 100 meters of pitch-black colored flame scythes fell. 900,000 points of physical damage coupled with 1.5 million points of death force damage, directly reducing the demon king by a full 2,200,000 blood. His defense was not low, offsetting much of the damage value, but it was not bad. Now that the king of flame demons had only half of its blood left, the newly transformed undying fire spirit rushed up to the wave of self-destruction. After lifting the frozen state, the flame demon king's blood level was only 8 million left. Seeing that victory was just around the corner, Lu Zhang did not dare to be careless, because half-blooded monsters were the most ferocious, and as expected, when the flame demon king lifted his control, he immediately consumed 1 million mana points to release the skill Dark Cage, and in an instant, half of the copy space was shrouded in darkness, and Lu Zhang then received a prompt. You are attacked by the king of flame demons skill Dark Cage skill. The speed of life force recovery is reduced by 50%, and the speed of mana recovery is reduced by 50%. The power of darkness inflicts 20,000 points of erosive spell damage to you per second. Spell damage. Lu Zhang didn't care at all, because under the effect of the passive skill Mana Annihilation given by Tao Tai, any spell damage, where the single damage was not higher than the upper limit of his mana value, would not cause real damage to him. And with his mana value being as high as 200,000 points nowadays, a mere 20,000 points of damage could be completely ignored. But this reduces the mana recovery speed by half, which is a bit tough. Moreover, the other summoned beasts didn't have the passive skill of Mana Annihilation, and this kind of erosive spell damage was very difficult to defend against, and it completely just inflicted real damage on the other summoned beasts, so he couldn't continue to delay the battle, and he needed to fight quickly. Since there were still 2 level 120 divine favors that hadn't been released, Lu Zhang didn't panic at all as he commanded the nine-headed immortal bird to charge towards the flame demon king. Exhausting all of his mana, he unleashed the Death Scythe. Since he had already unleashed his skill once earlier, his mana hadn't recovered much, and this time, consuming all of his mana, he merely dealt 800,000 points of true damage to the king of flame demons. Immediately after that, the nine-headed undead bird flew onto the king of flame demons, utilizing its 9 heads and claws, as well as the undying underworld flame on its body to carry out a sustained attack on the king of flame demons. The flame demon king also immediately counterattacked, and within a few breaths, he tore down one of the heads of the 9-headed immortal bird. Hua Jing was still dedicated to live streaming, mainly because she wanted to run just now, but it was already too late.
The dark cage had locked her inside, so she just continued to live stream the battle. And here's an image that made almost everyone watching the battle tense up. Lin Shuhua even said directly to Xuemingzhen, "Elder Shui, go help him. Any later and I'm afraid that this divine favorite will be killed." It's not just his loss, it's also a huge loss for our great Xia alliance. Chapter 62 God's favorite is dead. This is still within control. Almost everyone thought that Lu Zhang had already reached his limit, and that 9 vultures had already had both of its heads torn off by the king of flame demons, so it could be said that it was on the verge of being killed. Once the divine favorite was killed, Lu Zhang, who was a summoner, would definitely be even less of an opponent and could only die there. People have left messages on the internet, letting the officials help as soon as possible, not letting such a heavenly pride fall in the examination hall of the college entrance exam. Whose college entrance exam lets students kill saint-level copy bosses? Is this reasonable? While facing Lin Shuhua's impatience, Xuemingzhen was smilingly looking at Lu Zhang in the middle of the screen and replied, "If he's not panicking, why are you?" These words made Lin Shuhua immediately froze, and subconsciously looked towards Lu Zhang in the picture, only to see him quietly watching his summoned beasts fight with the king of flame demons, as if he didn't take this matter to heart at all. Or perhaps, all of this was still in his grasp? Xuemingzhen continued, "Don't forget that he still has another divine pet that he hasn't released. If it really comes to a moment of crisis, he will definitely release that divine pet. At that time, he could kill a level 350 fire god projection. Now it's just a level 350 flame demon king. How can he not kill it?" Lin Shuhua thought about it and thought that it was quite reasonable, but still said worriedly, "But that second divine pet thing, after all, it's just our speculation. None of us have seen it before. In case he doesn't have any other cards left, the loss of a divine pet would be quite a blow to the alliance." "Ha ha, you're just caring. Doesn't this kid care more about his divine pet than you do? For such a long time after his awakening, he's been hiding the matter of his divine pet, and now he's taking the initiative to release it on the day of the college entrance exams. Is it just so we can see the divine pet being killed? Wait in peace and see what he has planned." Xuemingzhen waved his hand, letting Lin Shuhua continue to sit down and watch. And by this time, the 9-headed undead bird had only one head left. Under such a ferocious melee, the Flame Demon King's blood quantity was also reduced to over 6.5 million. Jun-in and the rest of them had already evacuated the demon territory copies. They were notified to evacuate immediately the first time the Flame Demon King appeared. Only Lu Zhang's side wasn't notified, as the officials wanted to see what it would be like for Lu Zhang to exert his saint-level battle power from the very beginning. It's too late to get him to pull out now. Outside the demon territory, the students who had come out gathered to watch the battle scenes inside through the devices that followed the mages. Upon seeing that only one head was left of the 9-headed immortal bird, Jun-in could not help but open his mouth. Why haven't the officials come yet? None of the 10 saint-level town guards in the imperial capital have any time to spare? Aren't there specialized saint-level town guards in charge of guarding the examination halls? Are they just going to watch the divine favorite get killed like this? This is a future demigod-level combatant. How can we just watch it die like this? Ji Zairu said with a frown. The officials are definitely more far-sighted than us. If the situation really deteriorates to an unmanageable point, they won't refrain from making a move, and the fact that they haven't made a move now means that in their opinion, everything is still within Lu Zhang's control. The god's favorite is dead. This is still within control. Duan Murin couldn't help but let out a sharp pop as she looked at the 9-headed undead bird that was completely dead in the picture. As an imperial youth who grew up with an elite education, he had an incomparably strong faith in Daxia, but sitting back and watching a divine pet being killed, this kind of thing, almost caused his faith to collapse. He didn't want to believe that the upper echelons of Daxia would be so short-sighted. Also letting out a sharp pop was Lin Shuhua in the viewing hall, her voice trembling a bit. If His Holiness knew that we watched a divine pet fall in the middle of a copy, he would be extremely angry. Looking at the literally dead 9 vultures on the screen, Xuemingzhen could not help but frown as well. He originally thought that Lu Zhang would do something next, such as summoning a second divine pet to give that Flame Demon King a surprise attack. As a result, Lu Zhang just watched the 9 vultures being torn apart a little bit by the King of Flame Demons. It shouldn't be. How could he let his divine favor be killed? Just as everyone was grieving over the fall of their divine pet, the 9-headed immortal bird's passive skill Nirvana Rebirth triggered, and a ball of underworld flame became bigger and bigger, gathering the surrounding flame energy and gradually becoming a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 30 meters. Abruptly, a cry was emitted, and in the next moment, the figure of a 9-headed immortal bird appeared from it. After being reborn, the full attributes were doubled, and all attributes such as mana value were restored. And at this time, Lu Zhang's mana was also restored, and the 2 Xian Ice spiritual lights hit the Flame Demon King just in time. Freeze, control. A crack appeared in the sky,
and a huge black scythe of more than 150 meters formed, instantly chopping down as if it was going to split the Flame Demon King in half with one strike. But at this time, still in the darkness cage, the King of Flame Demons broke free from the control at the moment of crisis, and this slash chopped at his shoulder, directly chopping off one of his arms, directly reducing its blood quantity by 2 million, and the terrifying power of death continued to cause erosion effects. In the next moment, Lu Zhang once again teamed up with Paiyun Crane to release the Cloud Burst technique, and with a loud explosion, another 1.5 million damage was inflicted, not to mention that the other arm of the King of Flame Demons was also blown to pieces. At this time, the Flame Demon King's blood level was already less than 3 million, and even though it could continue to regain blood in the dark cage, the erosion of the power of death and the damage from the undying sea of fire made it merely able to maintain its blood level without falling any further. The point was, the guy's defense had basically been completely broken open, and it was becoming easy to inflict real wounds on it. The 9-headed immortal bird suddenly put away the effects of the undying sea of fire skill, and in the next moment, huge waves 100 meters high suddenly sprung up around it, drowning the Flame Demon King almost instantly and continuously dealing impact damage to it. This was the 3-star Immortal Spirit Pet dual-headed Xian Icejiao's wide-range skill Raging Sea Waves, and when it was cast in a place like this, it was obviously not powerful enough, and it only inflicted more than 100,000 points of damage on the King of Flame Demons, but it was enough. This is because this skill was not meant to output damage either, but to change the environment. After Raging Sea Berserker was released, the next second, the 4-star Immortal Spirit Pet, 6-winged Frost Pet, released the skill Ice Seal 1000 Miles. In an instant, the water froze, half of the Flame Demon King's body was frozen in the water, and the upper half of his body on the surface of the water was also covered with a layer of frost, once again causing a freezing effect. Frozen 1000 Miles was a mega range skill that didn't have enough control over a single unit, so it was necessary to have the dual-headed Xian Icejiao change the environment first, creating a large water after which it would use it to directly freeze the Flame Demon King. Large range skills were extremely mana-consuming, and before that there was the effect of the undying sea of fire, which couldn't be released in such a stacked fashion, but now was the moment to end it at last. The 9-headed immortal bird had no more mana. Its attack power was not enough to kill the King of Flame Demons. Moreover, after being reborn, its level returned to level 1. There was no point in completing the final kill. It would be a waste of experience value for nothing. It would be better to let other summoned beasts use this to level up. Here it is, the moment to witness the miracle. Real output. Your turn. Chapter 63. You're amazing. You're the strongest man. The moment the Flame Demon King was frozen, the pink and white figure had already arrived at its side. The 3-tailed spirit fox that was enchanted with the blast aura appeared above the Flame Demon King's head, releasing the skill Triple Split, splitting into 3 of itself in the twinkling of an eye, and then releasing the skill Spiritual 100 Claws together, inflicting 100 attacks in an instant, instilling 20,000 mana points to release this skill could instantly send out 100 attacks, with a single attack dealing 10,000 points of physical damage, with half of them triggering the Aura Blitz effect to triple the damage, meaning that the total damage output reached 2 million points, and with the addition of the attacks of the 3 doppelgangers, each doppelganger dealt 1 million damage, which combined was 5 million damage. Before, due to the King of Flame Demon defense is too high, the area of 10,000 points of damage simply cannot break the defense, but now this guy 2 arms and wings are no longer. The defense is greatly reduced. 5 million damage is just being defended down 500,000 points. The remaining 4.5 million minus the amount of blood, but also directly letted blood to 0. Ding! Your summoned beast Tushan Kayak kills LV. 350 Flame Demon King X1. Your summoned beast Tushan Kayak gains 12 million experience points. You gain 3 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained the item Flame Demon Heart X1. Ding! You have obtained the exclusive Purple Obsidian Treasure Chest X1. Seeing the 3-tailed spirit fox standing proudly on top of the Flame Demon King's corpse, Tantai Mingyue, who was watching the battle in the waiting area, couldn't help but jump up directly in excitement, hugging Mu Yunlan next to her and happily exclaiming, "Winning! Great! Kyo is really great! When they come out, I'll treat Kyo to a big meal." Lu Zhang had brought the little fox after transforming into a form together rooting Tantai Mingyue and also Yang Dong for a meal, so the dry rice little fox's reputation Tantai Mingyue was aware of. Seeing that in the end it was the budding Tushan Jiajia that completed the final blow, the joy that this brought to Tantai Mingyue was even more immense than Lu Zhang personally striking out to kill it. After all, she was treating the little fox as a good friend, a little sister. For his part, Mak Yunlan was a bit overwhelmed by her hug. All the high school students were in great joy and everyone cheered together. For For a candidate to have killed an overlord-quality saint-level monster was definitely something that would go down in history, and as candidates who were in the same class as Lu Zhang, they all had a feeling of being honored. And, even just looking at this from a layman's point of view, a human professional killing a powerful saint-level monster was definitely something worth celebrating, let alone under such a large crowd. Originally, the moment they saw the death of the divine favor, almost everyone's mood sank to the bottom. However, once the nine-headed undead bird was reborn in fire, everyone's passion was ignited, and everyone was expecting the human race to gain the final victory, and Lu Zhang did not disappoint, using what could be described as a very voluminous means to achieve a resounding victory. First, the water was flooded, and then it was frozen for thousands of miles, and then the little fox had a set of consecutive moves to kill the king of flame demons in seconds, showing an overwhelming strength that greatly gave people confidence, which had a great uplifting effect on the entire human race in terms of fighting against monsters in the demon realm and the abyss. The joy amongst the cheers of the crowd was not felt by Lu Zhang. He saw that Hua Jing the woman was even still insisting on live broadcasting, and hurriedly opened the treasure chest, and without looking at what it was, he first loaded up the stuff and then walked towards the outside of the copy. Wealth does not reveal itself. Being live-streamed the opening of a treasure chest was something he was not used to, and it was best for the treasure to be hidden. After leaving the Devil's Collar copy, he saw Yang Dong and Wang Jun who had unexpectedly run here at some unknown time. Wang Jun directly rushed up to hold Lu Zhang's thighs, and Yang Dong, who saw that his position as the first dog leg under Lu Zhang's seat was going to be snatched, hurriedly rushed up as well. Lu Zhang's eyes were quick, and he dodged and flew into midair as these two crashed together, even hugging each other. You two stand there and don't move. Again, I don't like men. Don't cuddle with me, Lu Zhang said seriously. For his brother, he could help out in any way he could, but he could never sell his body. At this time, a purple-haired figure was the one who arrived in front of Lu Zhang, opening his arms and smiling. I'm a female, can I give you a hug? Lu Zhang looked at Ji Ziru in front of him in surprise, and without waiting for him to answer, Ji Ziru took him as his default and directly gave him a hug. You are so awesome. You're the strongest man I've ever met. Mu Yunlan and Tantai Mingyue, who were just a short distance away, were so angry that their noses almost went askew when they saw this scene. The two of them hadn't yet competed up and down. And here came another halfway car, and, they had to admit, Ji Zero was even better than them. The national rankings are in. Mak Yunlan won the 88th place in the alliance exam, Tantai Mingyue won the 74th place, and Ji Zero was the 20th place. She was originally the student who participated in the final additional exam, only that she didn't use her full strength, and scored at the bottom of the list, yet she was also the 20th place. That's a big gap. In everyone's perception, being in the top 20 meant being able to discuss side by side with Lu Zhang, while students outside of the top 20 were not qualified to be compared. Even though the two women were extremely angry, neither of them was Lu Zhang's official girlfriend, so they were not qualified to stop Ji Ziro's behavior, and could only watch from the side with gritted teeth. Lu Zhang laughed as he received a compliment from the beautiful maiden. Thanks for the affirmation. That, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'm tired and need to rest. Ji Ziro sniffed and rolled her eyes. You've slept twice, haven't you? Still tired? Well, since you don't want to chat with me, I'll just have to be sensible and leave. The lie was exposed to his face, but Lu Zhang remained persistent in his sophistry. Though I did get some sleep, commanding the battle at the end took a great deal out of me. Ah, yes, you're right about everything. I'll see you in Tenant City. Ji Ziro made a dashing turn and left directly. It looked like she was going to return to Tiannan City overnight, and with the teleportation array, it wouldn't take long. According to the usual practice, there was also an awards conference tomorrow, but only the top 10 in the alliance exam were eligible to participate, and it was normal for Ji Ziro to go back as she had nothing to do. The additional exam marks are out and the total marks have been accounted for and released. Although the live broadcast had ended, the discussion of Lu Zhang on the internet was far from stopping. After all, a student who directly killed a saint-level boss on the college entrance exams was bound to go down in history. And those who witnessed the history were even happier than Lu Zhang, the person himself. After thanking Mu Yunlan and Tantai Mingyue and the others for sending their concern, Lu Zhang shut down all other socializing and returned to his hotel room, where he began to check his gains from opening the treasure chest today. Just the first item he saw gave Lu Zhang a feeling of joy. With this item, this wave was not a loss. Chapter 64, The True National Scholar. The Summoning of a Demigod Powerhouse. It was another skill book for an aura-type skill, and it was a skill that had once caused Lu Zhang to suffer a considerable loss, making him feel very greedy at the time. Skill book, Fire-Resistant Ring. Effects, consume a minimum of 100 points of mana to release.
attaching a ring of fire resistance to a single target. Immune to physical and spell damage under 100 points. Immune to flame damage under 200 points, for any damage dealt. Half of the overflow of the damage dealt is dealt to its own true damage, and the other half is returned to the source of the damage in the form of flame. Requirements: Summoning Profession or Aura Specialization Profession or Fire Mage Profession. This was the divine skill that the Fire God Projection had mastered in the beginning. One thing that was different from the Vulcan Projection skill was that half of the latter's over 100,000 points of overflow damage could be counteracted with mana and did not cause actual real damage. So it could be said that as long as there was enough mana, one could screw the enemy to death just by virtue of the skill's anti-damage effect. However, with Lu Zhang's skill book, half of the overflow damage would deal real damage. Still, it's a divine skill. After all, this thing was not only immune to a certain number of spell damage and physical damage, but it could also cause a counter-damage effect, which was already enough to crush the vast majority of auxiliary skills. Lu Zhang hurriedly learned this skill book. This kind of divine skill, learning and mastering it earlier would increase his strength sooner. Then he looked to what was left. There were 2 other items in total, an obsidian equipment and a token. The purple obsidian equipment belonged to fire mages. Lu Zhang couldn't use it, so he could use it to exchange it with others for some high-level resources. And the tokens were somewhat interesting. Item: Abyssal Demon Pass. Effect: holding this item allows you to enter a copy of the abyssal plane belonging to a saint level or above. Previously, Lu Zhang had also gotten an undead plane pass, and these 2 things were similar. It's kind of nice stuff too. After all, the general copies nowadays had too low a rate of return for Lu Zhang, and if he wanted to quickly increase the level of his summoned beasts to ensure that the third turn quests could go smoothly, and no longer be completed almost like walking a tightrope like before, he did need to enter this kind of top-tier copy to upgrade. It's good to have one more option. In addition to the items in the treasure chest, Lu Zhang remembered that the Flame Demon King had dropped one more item. Item: Heart of the Flame Demon. Effect: containing the origin of Flame Demon. Any target can be transformed into a flame demon after swallowing it. Demons, angels, gods, dragons, which all belong to the higher races and were born with powerful skills and basic attributes. The lowest level flame demons were also 4th turn creatures, and as long as they grew up normally to adulthood, they could reach level 200, which was the limit of the 4th turn. Slightly more accomplished chieftains will be able to step up to 200 levels or more and reach the 5th turn. Overall, as a summoned beast, it should be a good one to cultivate. Lu Zhang himself had no intention of devouring this thing. He was proud of his human identity. However, if one had a flame demon as a summoned beast, one should be able to be of considerable help in the future when one entered the abyss. Even if it didn't help much, enslaving a high and mighty demon was pretty cool to think about. Thinking of it and doing it, Lu Zhang quietly went out of the city, found a place where no one was, summoned a 5-star elite beast pet flame ape. Using this as a base, one couldn't afford to get a demon of a quality that wasn't as good as it was now, right? Taking out the flame demon's heart, Lu Zhang allowed it to be devoured. And in the next moment, a ball of black flames enveloped the flame ape, and the flames became bigger and bigger, increasing in size by a full 5 times before coming to a stop. And then, the flames suddenly converged. The original flaming ape was gone, and in its place was a flaming demon that was more than 8 meters tall, with a pair of demonic wings behind it and a demonic horn on its head. It worked. The level is still the same as the original level 80. Look at the quality. After seeing that there was only a 3-star rare grade quality, Lu Zhang frowned. He was not short of monsters of this quality. However, he then saw the line of notes that followed. Note: by devouring the hearts of other flame demons, the quality can continue to improve. Seeing this, Lu Zhang revealed an expression of surprise. Surprisingly, it was one that could be metamorphosed. Knowing that the quality of all his summoned beasts was fixed, and now that there was one that could be metamorphosed, it really made him a bit surprised. This meant that as long as enough flame demon hearts were provided, one day, this flame demon could metamorphose into a flame demon king or even stronger. There is still some nurturing value. The treasure he had obtained had not gone to waste, so Lu Zhang was still quite satisfied and returned to the hotel contentedly, but instead of going to sleep, he began to check where there were sufficient flame demons. Originally, there were quite a few demon collars, but yesterday, he had killed the mutated flame demon king with a flurry of kills, and he didn't know how long it would take to refresh them. At least 10 days and half a month. There shouldn't be any monsters in there. High-level monsters' originally refresh cycle is very long. Lu Zhang first set fire, and irrigation, and finally ice thousands of miles. Fortunately, is a copy of the world. If it is, the reality is so messed up, even a grass cannot grow out. The next day, Lu Zhang was woken up early in the morning by the person in charge of the candidates in Tianyang County, telling him to hurry up and eat.
and then wait for the award ceremony that would start at 9 o'clock.
Despite the fact that the National Professionals Higher Education Examination was held once a year,
and the ceremony was also held every year.
This year, with the presence of such a legendary candidate as Lu Zhang, the people who had come to watch the ceremony had already filled up the entire venue at 8 o'clock. And if it wasn't for the ban on non-staff flights, I'm afraid that the place would have piled up into a mountain of people.
Amidst all the attention,
Lu Zhang and the other 9 students made their way through the crowd and stood on the high podium. There were no extraneous parts like leadership speeches or student testimonials,
just the handing out of awards.
6th through 10th place will each be rewarded with a gold equipment and 100,000 gold coins. The 2nd through 5th places were each rewarded with a piece of obsidian equipment and 150,000 gold coins.
For first place, 1 piece of obsidian equipment, a skill book of your choice, and 200,000 gold coins are awarded.
The Great Summer Alliance was still very generous. 10,000 gold coins equaled 100 million. It was just one candidate.
The minimum reward was 1 billion, which if it were an ordinary family like Lu Zhang, the family would not be able to spend 100 lifetimes on it.
Seeing that Lu Zhang got another reward of 200,000 gold coins, Lu Yuantu and Feng Ye in front of the TV set could not help but frown.
The 11,000 gold coins rewarded before,
even the fraction of 1,000 gold coins was still not known how to spend it,
and this rewarded 200,000 gold coins again. So much money, how should it be spent? Actually, that's not too much money. Professionals make money easily,
but they also spend it like water.
Taking this assessment,
Lu Zhang used up a lot of super mana recovery potions. This thing was 1,000 gold coins a bottle. It was normal to consume a dozen or so bottles in a battle,
and that was 1 or 2 million spent.
Not to mention the various expenses such as building equipment.
Lu Zhang was not short of money to spend,
as he had many summoned beasts that killed a large number of monsters every day to get a large amount of materials, which he sold to get a steady stream of gold coins. Other professionals who don't have the support of their families are living in a tight spot. Compared to the gold coins, Lu Zhang was more concerned about the reward of that self-selected skill book. After the ceremony, he had thought that he was going to be taken to select a skill book, but who would have thought that the ushers told him that it was the demigods who had summoned him.
Chapter 65, Divine Armor, Blessing Ring. Da is the one who helps the world.
There was only one demigod in the Grand Xia Alliance,
the only legend-ranked professional,
a true imperial guardian god above level 400,
the god of the divine heaven's gun, Xian Yuan Wuji.
His profession was the legendary rank profession Divine Heavenly Mage, mastering the Divine Heavenly Thunder,
and at level 1,
he could cleave a turn 1 monster to death. This was the terror of a truly legendary profession.
But this one,
who came from a military family and had learned the family's gun techniques since childhood,
would not willingly become a mage who fought in the rear, so he developed in his own way and became a melee mage,
the god of the Divine Heavenly Guns.
His crossover proves that a pro's career isn't a complete limitation on where one can grow.
Some say he is like a thunderbolt in the darkness,
bringing hope to the human race. And now,
this textbook legend was right in front of him.
Surprisingly, it's a big handsome guy.
Lu Zhang had thought that this kind of older legend-ranked powerhouse would be a white-haired old man,
or at the very least,
a middle-aged man with a stalwart face, but he did not expect it to be a handsome young man who looked to be only in his 20s,
with an aura of Englishness and dominance.
He suddenly remembered something. It seemed that aging could be slowed down after becoming a saint-level professional.
So after becoming a demigod, returning to old age and youthfulness would be reasonable to think about. What? Are you disappointed to see that I'm more handsome than you? Xian Yuan Wuji asked with a smile.
Lu Zhang smiled awkwardly at his words. He had actually been guessed, but he would not admit that the other party was more handsome than himself.
Seeing that Senior's elegance remains the same,
I am even more hopeful for the future of the Grand Xia.
So how could I be disappointed? Senior, what is it that you are looking for me for? Ha ha, you kid is good at talking. Sit down. No need to be formal. I'm not that serious. Looking for you is to get acquainted.
I've been running around from south to north and east to west day after day,
and this time,
I also heard that a legendary summoner has appeared, so I came back to take a look on purpose.
If I'm not mistaken, you should be an ordinary professional who has awakened a hidden talent? Xian Yuan Wuji asked. Lu Zhang nodded as a reply. Well, it seems to be an extraordinary summoner talent.
I watched that 9 vulture of yours fight, a very powerful divine pet that can be revived after death and doubled in strength after rebirth, but that shouldn't be without a price, right?
Xian Yuan Wuji's chatty tone was very relaxed,
and coupled with the fact that the other party seemed to be about the same age as himself, Lu Zhang did not feel any pressure and said casually, the 9-headed immortal bird is actually very difficult to kill. As long as all 9 heads are not taken out, it can recover indefinitely.
Rebirth after death does come with a price. The attribute doubling state only lasts for an hour. After an hour, the level drops to 1 and the increased attributes are zeroed out. Oh, wouldn't that be equivalent to directly scrapping a top-tier battle force? You kid must have more than one divine pet. Tell me, how many are there? Xian Yuan Wuji asked as he looked into Lu Zhang's eyes. Lu Zhang thought about it briefly. An existence at this level could not harm himself, and there was no point in cheating, so he nodded his head. At the moment, there are only 3. Xian Yuan Wuji suddenly laughed out loud. Good, that's really good. 3 is already enough, as long as they grow up. No, as long as you grow up. Let's see which of these countries and foreign races around us still dare to covet our territory. With that, he added a look of regret. I still need to go to the border though, so I can't watch you grow up. You can't slack off. I'm on my own and I do get a little tired. As he spoke, Xian Yuan Wuji revealed a look of exhaustion. Lu Zhang didn't know much about the border and the foreigners, as well as other countries, but seeing him behave like this, he knew what kind of burden it would be for a person to bear pressure from so many sides. A few moments of admiration could not help but be born in his heart. Elder, I'll work hard to become stronger. Xian Yuan Wuji laughed. No need to be so melodramatic. I can still hold my own now, but the future definitely depends on you guys. I'm not married yet, and I'm still thinking of finding a young and pretty one to live a good life after I retire. So you remember to grow up as soon as possible and take over from me. Nice guy. Not bad for you. If I remember correctly, you are over 80 years old and you still like young and pretty ones. What a dedicated man. Don't worry, senior. I will urge my summoned beasts to grow up as soon as possible so that they can take over. After all, I also like young and beautiful ones. Ha ha, you kid. This is for you. I'm leaving. See you again sometime. Xian Yuan Wuji threw something to Lu Zhang and directly got up to leave. It was obvious that he was indeed busy. There was a tradition in Yanxia called data will help the whole world, and all powerful people would take it upon themselves to carry the responsibility for the development of the whole Yanxia, and take it upon themselves to have a heart for the whole world. The feeling of family and country has always flowed in the blood. Lu Zhang watched Xian Yuan Wuji's back disappear before checking what this demigod powerhouse had given him. Equipment, blessing ring. Quality, purple obsidian 5-star. Requirements for equipment, spiritual power value greater than 100. Spirit plus 100. Physical fitness plus 100. Mana recovery speed plus 200%. Life recovery speed plus 200%. Skills, lucky aura. Blessing aura. Durability, permanent. Surprisingly, it comes with 2 aura skills, and one of them is a lucky aura. This is simply the most precious treasure. So far, the only thing he had gotten that could increase his ability in terms of luck was a mere ancient summoning luck bracelet, and that was only for summoning spells. And the lucky aura, obviously, is even more powerful. Skill, lucky aura. Effect, consume 100 points of mana to release a lucky aura on a single target. The probability of doubling in the lucky state lasts for 100 points of mana per second of. The description in just 4 words is already something close to unbeatable. Probability doubled. Anything related to probability doubles. It was important to know that under the strongest effect of the strike aura, there was a 50% probability of generating a strike effect, and if this lucky aura was added to it, it would be a 100% probability of generating a strike effect. What a shootable thing it is to be 100% blitzed. Moreover, by doubling your luck during the use of the summoning technique, the probability of acquiring a high-quality summoned beast will be drastically increased once again. This thing was really useful to Lu Zhang, and there was something about it that made Lu Zhang want to scream out in excitement. Look at another skill. Skill, Blessing Aura. Effect, consume 100 points of mana to release an aura of blessing on a single target. Under the blessed state. Immune to all negative statuses and not subject to erosive. Holy, this skill is also against the rhythm of the world. Immunity to all negative statuses means that control effects such as paralysis and freezing are directly ineffective against the wearer of this aura, and erosive damage similar to flame damage, death force erosion damage, and darkness cage damage are also ineffective against the wearer of this aura. It's simply a bit over the limit. Sustained damage skills are greatly weakened, and as soon as blessing aura is added, it's invincible, worthy of being a demigod powerhouse. The moment he struck was this kind of heaven-defying level treasure. Lu Zhang beautifully put the ring on his own hand before following the person in charge outside to collect his skill book reward. We recommend the new book Weird Adoption, The Body of a Real Dragon, by the female bizarre Crazy Snatch. The link below direct. Chapter 66 The Final Choice. Is it really about beauty? Skill books are a very valuable resource. Basically all skill books will be used immediately after being obtained to enhance their own or others' combat power. However, there are also skill books that you can't use for yourself that circulate on the market. And there are very few skill books available at high prices. Every year,
the Empire collects a large number of skill books, which are used to enhance the combat strength of the various local garrisons. The skill books that were used as rewards for the first place winner of the National College entrance exam naturally wouldn't be bad in terms of quality, just in terms of power. They were all definitely at the holy level. However, the vast majority of skill books are still conventional type. Suitable for summoner's skill book is too little. High quality is very little. The vast majority are considered auxiliary system. Only the summoning system can also be used. The Empire took out 5 skill books to supply Lu Zhang with a selection, and Lu Zhang just casually glanced at them and directly selected one of them. Skill book, Mana Source. Effect, consume 100 points of mana to form a source of mana in a single target. The target restores 500 points of mana in a single session, and an additional 100 points of mana per second for 35. Requirements, summoning profession or auxiliary profession or mage profession with spiritual power greater than 500 points. This was a divine skill. 10,000 mana points for 40,000 mana points. With this skill in place, as long as the mana consumption intensity was maintained at a level, infinite spellcasting was almost guaranteed. It was important to know that other professionals could recover quickly or even instantly through potions when their mana was depleted, and Lu Zhang himself could do the same, but not the summoned beasts. So when it comes to fighting, the summoned beasts are much weaker in sustained combat. Although Lu Zhang now had skills that could speed up mana recovery, it was far less dominant than this mana source, which directly restored mana values. 10,000 points of mana for 40,000 points of mana, which was extremely helpful to the summoned beast's ability to sustain combat. Learning this skill required a very high amount of mental power, 500 points of mental power, which was normally only possessed by at least a 5th turn powerhouse. But Lu Zhang was able to fulfill it and was able to learn it directly. After learning it, Lu Zhang directly unleashed it on himself. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, a target could be assisted by multiple mana sources at the same time, which meant that he could directly consume 200,000 mana to create 20 mana sources, allowing the target to instantly recover 100,000 mana points and an additional 20,000 mana points per second for 35 seconds. In the end, 200,000 mana could be exchanged for 800,000 mana points. In a sense, it's quadrupling the war effort. Lu Zhang, who had gotten his hands on another divine skill, was in a very good mood, and after leaving the Imperial Treasure House, he was going to hurry home, but he didn't expect to be surrounded by a group of people without taking a few steps out. The strength of these people was not low. Each and every one of them was a 5th turn professional, either a great magical instructor or a Sky Knight. Their status was honored, and Lu Zhang could not just run away. It was only possible to come within a hotel hall surrounded by them, and the people were seated. A middle-aged man in a green and black power suit spoke. Student Lu Zhang. I'm Wang Chen, the head of enrollment at Imperial Capital University. You're already in Imperial Capital, so don't leave. Just enroll in our Imperial Capital University. All the fees are free. 3 years of schooling. You will be given a scholarship of 100,000 gold coins per year, and all other kinds of resources will also be very much given to the top treatment. What do you think? Lu Zhang scanned the circle and sort of understood what all these people were doing here. So it turned out that they were all trying to recruit themselves for enrollment. As a rule, there is a total of 11 days of vacation starting today, and after 11 days, enrollment begins at each university. Today students started filling up their volunteers and the results will be out tomorrow, and he himself had obviously performed too eye-catching. So much so that the enrollment heads of these top-tier academies had rushed over to the imperial capital, and without waiting for him to return home, he couldn't wait to come over and surround himself, just thinking that he could enroll. It's really not that hard to understand. Their own existence, that is unprecedented. Enrollment which university, is bound to be recorded in the history books. Each school, will be in order to let their own enrollment and grab the head. But sadly, one already has a choice. Just as he was about to say something, the head of the Extreme North University, Snow Dance Condensation, who was wearing snow-white mage robes, spoke up. I see that student Lu Zhang is very good at using ice spells. The ice system is the main control system. In our university, you can bring this control to the extreme, so that with your summoned beasts attacking, you will definitely be able to play a stronger battle. What control power? Lu Zhang, your divine pet 9 vultures is a true fire creature. Come to our Yen D University. Next to our university is an active volcano. It is said to be able to make your divine pet grow up quickly. As a summoner, making summoned beasts stronger is the hard way. The head of enrollment of Yen D University was a bearded man, and his voice was so loud that it shook everyone's brains. This person was not a fire mage, but a flame forger, epic level professional. Although it was only the 5th turn now,
It was not far from stepping into the holy level. The bottom line was very strong. As soon as he spoke, several university heads hesitated. After all, the man had some valid and powerful points. However, amongst the crowd, there was only one person who showed the slightest bit of timidity towards him, and that was the fifth-turn Divine Grace priest who was also an epic-level professional, and the head of the sacred university. Xiang Junting, Sun Jinhu, just show that you have a big voice. Right.
Xiang Junting glared at Sun Jinhu next to her before smiling at Lu Zhang.
Child, don't be afraid of this old thing. You come to our sacred university.
Our sacred university has the most number of auxiliary departments out of all the universities.
Come to us, we can give all the resources that other universities can give. Most importantly, with so many of your summoned beasts, we have many beautiful and powerful beauties here to assist in helping you level up.
At those words, there was a wave of exasperation from the people in charge around them.
It can still be like this. How can you be tempted with beauty? Can Lu Zhang, a young bloodthirsty young man, stand up to this kind of test?
It should be said that Lu Zhang was indeed a bit moved after hearing this.
Rather than lusting after beauty,
he just felt that if he had many aids to add status to his summoned beasts, then the battle power could indeed be increased a lot, and the upgrade speed would also be increased.
But after a little thought, with over 1,000 summoned beasts of their own, and possibly thousands or even tens of thousands in the future, even if all the aides of the entire sacred university were to step in, they wouldn't be able to help themselves. Moreover, one's own bottom card could not be exposed to these people. It's safer to take your own time to improve. Seeing his silence, the crowd thought that the dust had settled and that Lu Zhang was going to choose the holy university, but they saw another person speak up. Ji Minghan, the head of Jinan University, said with a smile, Mr. Lu Zhang, gold scholarships, copy resources, we can all provide them as well, but these are not important. What everyone can give is pretty much the same. I'll just say one thing. Our family Zyru is waiting for you in Tiannan City. You can't make a girl sad. Hearing this, the crowd looked at Lu Zhang and thought, bad.
This Shinnan University is too much of a dog to use a beauty trick in advance. As soon as Lu Zhang saw that everyone had misunderstood, he hurriedly explained.
Chapter 67. Listen, is this human language? It's so humiliating, that, I've already discussed with my master, the Dragon Blood Martial God, and I'm going to Jinnan University to thank you all for valuing me, and if I have the chance, I'll also visit various universities to catch a glimpse of you all, Lu Zhang said with a straight face. Xiang Junting of the Holy University glanced at Lu Zhang, then at Ji Minghan, and laughed lightly. The Ji family really can
I said how to send you a junior over. It turns out that you sent someone over a long time ago.
That niece of your family is very good. No wonder you can make this youngster agree.
Lu Zhang's eyebrows jumped as he hurriedly defended himself.
Senior has misunderstood. I am not going for Ji Zyru. Sun Jinhu glared. Then tell me, not for that girl, where exactly does this Shinnan University surpass our other universities? Listen, is this human language? This question was simply not something that he, a junior, could answer. Lu Zhang really had to be speechless.
No wonder Xiang Junting had to scold this guy for calling him an old thing.
Raising this question, you can really make things difficult for people. Holding his forehead, Lu Zhang smiled helplessly. It was chosen by master. Why don't you ask him? Now, the dead Taoist friends do not die of poverty. Can only first take the master out to block the gun? Their own reputation cannot be bad. Humph, you slippery kid. I'll wait for you to come over at Yendi University. That summoned beast of yours, no matter what, is definitely coming to the volcano for a walk.
Sun Jinhu saw that there was no way to reverse the result again and directly dropped a sentence and got up to leave.
As fifth-turn professionals, they had quite a lot of things on their plate,
and to be able to take the time to lower their status to recruit Lu Zhang was definitely based on the fact that Lu Zhang himself possessed a saint-level combat power, and those previous scholarship winners did not have this treatment.
Top schools, whose university hasn't enrolled a few top students. It was only a demon like Lu Zhang, who had never been seen before, that was worthy of such a great deal of effort on their part.
There was nothing wrong with Sun Jinhu's words. Lu Zhang indeed needed to go to the volcano for the nine-headed immortal bird to raise its strength. As the embodiment of flames and death energies, the nine-headed immortal bird could directly absorb the flame energies and turn them into experience values to raise itself by changing into the fire-bathing underworld phoenix state.
Volcanoes are the best choice, but now is not the time.
Xiang Junting also stood up and laughed.
When you graduate and need an assisting partner, come to our sacred university to find one. We're a concentration of beautiful women there. A group of young ladies to assist you. How happy. This one is also one for the old.
Lu Zhang touched his head awkwardly and watched the others leave.
Wherever you are, grow up as quickly as you can. The empire needs you. Wang Chen patted Lu Zhang's shoulder and left as well. The rest of the academies left in droves, not even attempting to make overtures. Finally, Ji Minghan was left to look at Lu Zhang. Zero has a high opinion of you. In Tiannan City it says that amongst the entire Great Xiao Alliance, you are the only true man under the age of 30. Quite a few people in Tiannan City but they know about you. When you get there, pay attention to safety. After that, he left as well. Lu Zhang, on the other hand, his face changed for a while. This G0, he hadn't even gone over yet. He first pulled the hate all over himself, didn't he? Finally, a helpless sigh. After returning to the hotel, he met Mu Yunlan, Wang Jun, Tantai Mingyue and Yang Dong who were waiting for him. Without too many pleasantries, the family was waiting to go back. After everyone gathered, they hurriedly took the teleportation array to return to Fengdu City. And when they arrived at Fengdu City, Lu Zhang wanted to pay his respects to Fu Sangli, but he was told that Fu Sangli had gone to the middle of the copy, so he could only go home first. When he arrived at the Leiyang City teleportation array square, he was greeted by a huge poster of himself on the opposite wall. This is clearly a screenshot of a battle screen. It says, "Congratulations to Lu Zhang of Liang No. One middle school for winning the national top prize in the Xiao Alliance's Professionals College Entrance Examination." Heading home from the teleportation array, there were huge portraits of himself at stops along the way, on mall displays, and even on buses. It could be said that in the entire Liang City nowadays, you might not know your own parents, but it was impossible for you not to recognize Lu Zhang. It's really everywhere. It's so humiliating. Fortunately, Lu Zhang had a dark mask, which allowed him to change his appearance, blur his existence, and directly vanish. Sneaking back to the house, he knocked on the door. Only when he heard someone approaching did Lu Zhang reveal his true form, whispering as if he were an underground worker making a joint. "Mom, open the door. It's me." The door brushed open and Lu Zhang was quickly pulled inside by Fangya. "You brat, you're finally back. You don't even know how many people have come to our house in the past few days." The threshold of the door was about to be broken. Fangya's words sounded as if she was complaining, but judging from her expression, this smiling face was clearly very pleased. The fact that so many people came over to grab the money and give it away was the biggest testament to her baby boy. The more people that come, the better their son is, even though in her eyes, her son is the best. But if we can get more people to agree, then of course it is a delightful thing to see. Lu Zhang opened his mouth. This is not a solution. So many people come and go, affecting your normal rest in life are. How about this? I'll buy a set of house in Fengdu City. You guys move over there? Now that we have money, we don't need you guys to keep laboring. Fangya didn't say anything, but Lu Yuan-tu in the kitchen walked out. No way. As a professional, you have to stick to your position. If all the farmer professionals follow their juniors to enjoy their happiness and not work, then what will everyone eat? Just by relying on the meat obtained from killing monsters, it won't be possible to survive. Lu Zhang sniffed and gave a thumbs up. I wouldn't say you're my father. This ideology is just high, but this low-level farmer profession is still too hard. You want to pay can also. It just so happens that I have 10 days of vacation. Counting today is 10.5 days. These days, I will help you guys to improve your profession level. You guys can keep farming if you want to. The advanced farmer profession can also grow crops that permanently increase your attributes, so you'll save them for me to cook when the time comes. The farmer profession is difficult to level up, requiring enough planting experience on the one hand, and killing monsters to upgrade on the other. But it is a matter of probability that advanced farmers can grow special crops. Special crops or fruits can be eaten to increase base attributes, and some potions have ingredients that can only be grown by high-level farmers. The salary of an ordinary farmer who grows food is just enough to feed his family, but a senior farmer is considered middle class. Lu Zhang had long guessed that neither of his parents were the type of people who could be idle, so he had the idea of helping them upgrade and grow advanced crops to lighten their workload. That's a good offer, but it won't affect your upgrading, will it? I've heard that universities have entrance-level assessments, and delaying on us can't affect your studies, Fanya said. Lu Zhang laughed lightly. With my strength, I'm still strong enough to crush them even if I don't upgrade for half a year. What's more, with so many of my summoned beasts, just let them upgrade, and I'll take you guys upgrading, without delaying the two. You guys just don't worry. Good. You're making the most money now. It's all yours. Lu Yuan-tu clapped his hands and decided down. Chapter 68 10 Days of Vacation. 100,000 consecutive draws produced another divine pet. Not long after he had returned home, Lu Zhang was blocked at home. The ones who came were no one else. Mu Yunlan and her father Mu Nanshan, as well as City Lord Fan Qingli and Patrol Messenger Sun Jiugong. After seeing Lu Zhang, without waiting for the others to speak, Sun Jiugong said with a sense of grievance, You kid fooled me so hard. I always thought you were an assassin professional, but I didn't expect you to be a legendary summoner. If I'm not mistaken, the Roof Mountain copy was what you kid made disappear, right? How can you admit such a thing? Lu Zheng directly chose to avoid it, turned a deaf ear, and just smiled as if he hadn't heard it. Several seniors, please come inside. It just so happens that it's about to be time to eat, so let's have a meal together. Fan Qingli laughed. Then we'll chime in. This guy, pulling out his chair with a light touch, seemed like it wasn't his first time. Lan, you and Lu Zheng are the same age. You two sit together. Mu Nanshan smiled and said to Mu Yunlan. The latter's face flushed, but she honestly sat next to Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng then spoke. Uncle, I met you that day and didn't recognize you as the father of Yunlan's classmate. Please don't blame me for being rude. Ha ha, no harm done. Those who don't know are not to blame. In the future, when Lan goes to college with you, I'll have to ask you to help take care of her. I'm just a second-turn professional. My level isn't as high as yours. I can't help this girl in the future. I can entrust it to you. Mu Nanshan's words were a bit too blunt. That is, he wanted Lu Zheng to be his son-in-law. Lu Zheng is not red in the face. The heart does not jump. Anyway, he did not have that idea. 2 lives, long past the age of seeing a beautiful woman on the road. The mentality is still quite robust. This kind of thing, pay attention to a water to the canal. Sincere heart is the spirit. Instead, Mu Yunlan's face was red, her head lowered, almost hiding under the table. If she had known that her father was going to say such things, she would definitely not have agreed to come along. Lu Zheng's parents were still there. It was a shame. Fanya glanced at Mu Yunlan. It wasn't the first time she had seen this little girl, and she felt it would be quite good to have this girl as her daughter-in-law. But now her son was in charge of everything in the house, so she didn't volunteer anything and laughed. They're all classmates, looking out for each other. Fan Qingli also chimed in. Yes, they're all classmates. Yunlan and Lu Zheng are both outstanding students of our Leiyang City No. 1 middle school. They're both the pride of our Leiyang City. After a simple meal, the table had been filled with the Fan Qingli trio bragging about Lu Zheng and Lu Zheng's parents, saying that Lu Yuantu and Fangya had educated a good child. The atmosphere was harmonious and no demands were made. Their purpose was to simply come over and make nice, and not much else by the looks of it. After lunch, Lu Zheng took his parents out of the city and went to one of the copies outside the city to start helping them kill monsters and upgrade. Lu Yuantu and Fangya were both 40 years old this year, with 22 years of experience in farming, and a level of 22, both of which were of the lowest level of the common farmer profession. Life class professions, on the other hand, can gain leveling up in 2 ways. One is professional experience, and the other is still experience in killing monsters. Both parts are fulfilled in order to advance in rank. Combat class professions only had 1 experience bar and could upgrade with enough experience from killing monsters, but life class professions needed both experience bars to be full before they could upgrade. However, the experience value of the 2 experience bars can be accumulated. For example, Lu Yuantu and Fangya, although now only 22 levels, but the life class occupation experience has been enough to raise to level 26. The level did not raise or kill the monster experience value limit. With Lu Zheng's help, in less than an hour, they had risen to level 26, and even the experience value of killing monsters had directly accumulated to level 27 in one breath. This is still a low-level copy of the monster level is too low. Otherwise get a few hundred level or more monsters for them to kill. They could have already turned 1. Now, what was restricting the 2 from upgrading was, in turn, the lack of experience in the life profession. In this regard, Lu Zheng didn't have a good solution, and could only use various piles of resources. For example, planting advanced crops, using experience bonus skill books as well as allowing Lu Zheng to inflict lucky aura on them to increase the probability of crops maturing in harvesting storms. Grasping these 10 days, letting the summoned beasts take care of themselves in terms of leveling. The experience value kept accumulating, and there was quite a bit of feedback from the attribute points every day, but he didn't put any of it in his mind, and in these 10 days, he only cared about 2 things. One is the leveling up of both parents, and the other is the drawing of new summoned beasts. With the blessing of the lucky aura, his probability of obtaining high-quality summoned beasts increased greatly, and with 10 days of effort, he managed to replace all of his summoned beasts with elite quality, and the number of rare summoned beasts reached 58. Although immortal and divine pets did not appear, at least the number of rare beast pets, which are the backbone of providing attribute point feedback, has increased significantly. Today is the 11th day of an 11-day vacation, and we have to leave for Tenant City tonight. Getting up early in the morning, Lu Zheng looked at the 10 newly appeared summoning bits and decided to have some excitement today. As long as rare beasts and pets didn't appear, He would keep refreshing them until all 10 of them turned into rare quality, or a summoning beast of immortal quality or above appeared. When he arrived in the middle of a low-level copy, Lu Zhang first enchanted himself with 10 mana sources and then began to frantically refresh the summoning bits, and as long as he saw that it wasn't a rare quality, he would let the newly appeared summoned beasts go to their deaths. He didn't have any sympathy for things like summoned beasts. In his opinion, these things were just tools for his own upgrades. Only those who had spent a lot of time together, such as the little fox and the cave specter pale snake and pets like Tao Tai, would have some kind of bond. Other summoned beasts, dying and summoning new ones is the mission for which they appeared. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 4-star common beast pet Berserker Warhorse, X 1987. Despite enchanting the mana source, Lu Zhang still consumed quite a few potions to replenish his mana consumption to maintain the high-speed extraction. In a flash, a full 99,999 rounds were extracted. Although 2 rare beast pets had already appeared, he was still a bit short of his goal of extracting 10 rare beast pets or coming up with a summoned beast of immortal spirit pet quality or higher. This made Lu Zhang unable to help but feel a little deflated. He himself was enchanted with a lucky aura, so it was reasonable that his hand shouldn't stink so much. Must be all the luck building up. Here, it's time to ship out, right? Today's 100,000th draw. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-star legendary divine pet Porchi, ×1. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, poverty. Quality, 5-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 100%. Life, 100/100. Mana, 100/100. Power, 200. Agility, 150. Spirit, 150. Physical fitness, 200. Skills, Fierce God Phantasm. Evil Thought Devouring. Dark Canopy. Fierce Spirit Puppet. Demon God Spirit Body, passive. 8 Wastelands Demon Lord, passive. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Demon God Spirit Body, passive. Chapter 69, graduating right after enrollment? And you want me to stay in school and become a teacher? Another god's favorite is out. After Tao Tai, the 9-headed immortal bird, and the Kuei Nyo, the 4th divine pet, Por Chi. Each divine pet is very powerful, not to mention the basic attributes. Just look at the feedback skills. Is absolutely strong. Skill, Demon Spirit Body, passive. Effects, protect yourself from all negative energy spells. When your life value and mana value are not full, your body automatically absorbs all negative energies such as magic energy, evil energy and death energy and converts them into mana or life value. When there is enough negative energy around you, the maximum efficiency of the conversion is the upper limit of your spiritual value per. This skill was just as overbearing as the Taotai passive Mana Annihilation that had been acquired earlier, even more excessive. Directly immune to all spell-like damage from negative energies. Energies like demonic power, not only can't hurt him, but will instead be converted into his life or mana value. Lu Zhang's spirit value was now up to over 28,000 points, which meant that in an environment where there was plenty of negative energy, it could restore over 28,000 points of mana or life per second. And with such a strong passive, it was just invincible under certain circumstances. With another divine favorite, Lu Zhang was in an exceptionally good mood. Having previously explained his possession of 3 divine pets to Xianyuan Wuji, Lu Zhang had now revealed almost all of his undercards as opposed to showing them to him. And now he finally had another undercard that only he knew existed. And that's a good start. And with the 4th one, there will be a 5th and a 6th. Lu Zhang believed that a new divine favorite could soon appear. After all, now that he had a lucky aura to add to the mix, there were still 10 new summoning spots every day. And the number of times they were refreshed at a time had become even higher. Nowadays, his own level was still 100. The 3 original divine pets, Tao Tai had reached 124, Kuei Nyo was 123, and the 9-headed immortal bird had only recovered to 102, which was not yet up to the level he had planned for. According to his original plan, he had to wait at least until all 3 divine favors reached level 130 or above, so that he could open the 3rd transfer quest. Otherwise there is a risk that the transfer may fail. Everything, or the main thing, is to play it safe. Today is kind of a double whammy. In addition to summoning a divine pet, the parents' life profession level had also been raised to level 30, allowing them to change professions. Lu Zhang had prepared a silver set for each of his parents, enhancing their strength, and their transfer quests were easily completed, officially making them intermediate professionals. Above level 30, there is no restriction on accessing the vast majority of copies. Lu Zhang directly led his parents to the high-level replica. and in 1.5 days, he had accumulated their combat experience value to level 60. In this way, all they needed to do was to bring up their life profession experience, and Lu Zhang would be able to help them advance to the senior farmer level by the end of the first academic year. Things settled down at home. In the evening, Lu Zhang, Mu Yunlan and Yang Dong gathered and went to Fengdu City first. After paying a visit to Fu Sangli, he called up Tantai Mingyue and Wang Jun and arrived at the teleportation square, preparing to head directly to Tiannan City. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. Oriental Curl, you filled out Jinan University too? Mak Yunlan couldn't help but ask. Oriental Curl nodded and said, Lu Zhang is a strong man. I'm going to follow him. Following in the footsteps of a strong man's growth is more inspiring. Mu Yunlan didn't really believe in this reason, but when she thought about the rumors in the past 2 days about Lu Zhang going to Jinan University for a girl named Ji Zairu, she felt that it wasn't a big deal to have an additional Dongfang Slim now. Enter the teleportation array and activate. First, they will transit to Cloud City, then go straight to Tiannan City. Yunxiao City was located in the middle of the Great Xia, and like the imperial capital, it had teleportation arrays to the various main cities. If you wanted to reduce the number of teleportations to other counties, you either had to transit to the imperial capital or transit to Cloud City, which was relatively located in the center of the country and had far more foot traffic than the imperial capital. However, as pre-enrollment candidates, Lu Zhang and the others still had priority and were able to ride the teleportation array first. Before 7 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of people came to the student reception office of the Southern University of Tenan Town, entered their identity information, and got their student ID cards, so that they could choose their own accommodation for the rest of the day. There are free communal dormitories for up to 3 years, and temporary free hotel suites, but only for 3 days. In 3 days, it's time to find your own house. Lu Zhang still preferred to have his own private space, so he stayed in the hotel suite and prepared to find an apartment to rent tomorrow. Wang Jun and the others all made the same choice. The following morning, several people entered Jinan University together and then separated to report to different departments. Wang Jun and Lu Zhang were both from the summoning department, so the two of them were together, which made it very difficult for Yang Dong. He felt that he had to follow Lu Zhang whenever he had the chance in the future, and with such a contender as Wang Jun, his throne as the number 1 junior under Lu Zhang's seat was greatly threatened. The senior who led Lu Zhang to the summoning department was named Yu Sen, who entered the 3rd year this year. That is, he had already been in the university for 2 years of further study, and the killing aura on his body was very heavy, so it was evident that he usually fought very frequently. Yu Sen's level was 114. Jinan University's graduation level restriction was to complete the 3rd turn, that is to say, to reach level 100 or above. Yu Sen had only just begun his 3rd year, and there was still 1 more academic year to go, and he had already completed the 3rd turn and become a master-level professional. His talent potential was very impressive. However, when facing Lu Zhang, he acted in a peaceful manner. Schoolboy, Director Song specifically asked me to take you to him as soon as you come over, and he's been waiting for you in his office all day. Lu Zhang immediately acted like he was flattered. Just to wait for me alone. How can you delay the director for such a long time? Then let's go faster. We can't keep him waiting for too long. In the past 10 days, Fu Sangli had long ago sent some information about Jinan University to Lu Zhang so that he could familiarize himself with it in advance. Head of the Summoning Department, Song Shiyu, 37 years old, level 258, 5-turn Great Summoning Instructor, possesses 2 immortal spirit favors, 3 rare summoning beasts as well as a number of other summoning beasts. A summoner with 1 immortal spirit pet was already considered an epic level professional, and Song Shiyu with 2 immortal spirit pets was definitely considered a very promising future saint level combatant. Such a person should be condescending and have a temper. However, when Song Shiyu saw Lu Zhang, he revealed an adoring gaze and excitedly grabbed Lu Zhang's arm and said, "Classmate Lu Zhang, you're finally here. If you don't come, I'm going to be unable to resist taking the initiative to look for you. You are the future hope of our summoning department, of our entire summoner professional community, the true leader. I've been looking forward to the stars and the moon, and I've finally gotten you here. I've made all the arrangements for your studies. As a heavenly pride that comes along once in 1,000 years, you don't have to go to class like the other students. I'll give you some books. Ask me anytime you don't understand any of these things. Your level has reached level 100. Tomorrow you will start playing the Abyssal Demon Cave copy. After completing the 100,000 kills quest, you will start the 3rd turn quest, and you can apply for graduation when the transfer is complete. This trip down, with your strength, at most half a year. After graduating in half a year, you'll just stay in school, and I'll hire you as a mentor of the summoning department of Jinan University. Lu Zhang was speechless for a while at his words. Just enrolled in school and let me graduate and got me all set up with a job. Are colleges now practicing graduation packages again? Chapter 70. This school is too licked. Summoner ring copy. Lu Zhang was still quite moved by the fact that he didn't have to attend classes. As a transmigrant who was able to stick to school until he graduated from high school, he had already had enough of the process of attending classes. Even though most of the courses at the University of Professionals are still practical-oriented, there is a big gap between his pace and the rest of the world. Studying together can be very ineffective. It was only right that a unique being like himself should enjoy the privilege of being taught individually. Only then could he grow up faster. There's another demigod waiting for himself to take over so he can get his hands on a pretty young girl. Seeing Lu Zhang reveal a thoughtful expression, Song Shiyu struck while the iron was hot and said, "You don't have to worry about resources. Those like Sam who fulfill the conditions and still don't graduate are doing so in order to obtain the school's resources through the battle power rating. But your battle power has already reached the sacred level, so special permission is given to fight them. And in turn, it's you who's bullying them. Therefore, plucking you out and training you separately is a topic that was unanimously adopted after discussion by the school authorities. Just waiting for your nod here." Looking at Song Shiyu, it was as if he couldn't wait to send resources to himself. The school authorities had arranged everything, and Lu Zhang had no reason to turn down such a good thing. "Good. Then everything is at your disposal. Director Song," Lu Zhang said with a smile. "Good. These are the books you need to know. Come and ask me if you don't understand. The Abyssal Demon Cave copy can be explored on your own with your strength. There are 9 layers in the Demon Cave. As long as you don't get to the 9th layer, you won't be in danger. The 9th floor isn't accessible to anyone, and I'm not worried about you in terms of security. After we get the Demon's Lair title, we'll attend to your opening of the 3rd turn quest together. You can also come to me if you need anything in life. By the way, there's 1,000,000 gold coins in this card. It's a financial aid from the university. In addition, you can call on all of the school's professionals below the saint level at any time, and this is the power given to you by the school. So if you need the help of a saint level professional, you'll have to come to me to apply for it, and I'll ask the principal for help." Song Shiyu took out a bunch of books and a gold card, and the words he uttered made Yu Sen and Wang Jun next to him completely numb. Yu Sen's gaze towards Lu Zhang was filled with envy, while Wang Jun was excited and adoring. "Worthy of my brother Lu, giving 1,000,000 gold coins just after enrollment, and being able to deploy professionals below saint level at any time. This school is too licky." Wang Jun was a bit skeptical that his position as the number 1 dog leg under Lu Zhang's seat was not going to be snatched away by Jinnan University as if it was. Lu Zhang himself was a bit surprised by Jinnan University's boldness. He knew that with his identity, strength and status, he should have received special treatment, and would have thought that the department head personally helping himself to speed through the university's copy would have been good enough. "I didn't realize that the university was offering even more support." Song Shiyu incidentally helped Wang Jun with class assignments before Lu Zhang and Wang Jun separated, with Wang Jun needing to go to his class while Lu Zhang was led by Yusin to a copy. Lu Zhang chose Jinnan University for 2 main reasons. One was the Abyssal Demon Cave saint-level copy, and the other was this exclusive Summoner's copy. Ring copy, Summoned Beast Glory. Copy content. 1. The replica is divided into 10 rings. The ring cap level are 30 level, 60 level, 100 level, 150 level, 200 level, that is, 5 levels, each level 2 rings. 2. The ring restricts summoner levels, not summoned beasts. 3. The ring is in one-on-one mode, and once you start guarding the ring, the summoned animal cannot be taken out of the copy. 4. Each ring at the end of the month before the refreshing of the ring masters summoning beasts to obtain a large number of experience value rewards, the summoner to obtain the treasure chest rewards. Requirements for a copy, limited to the profession of a summoner. Only summoned animals can be sent to participate. Recommended participating professionals, summoners whose summoned beast level or battle power is much greater than the summoner's own level. Remaining time for refreshing the duplicate ring, 22 days, 18 hours, 35 minutes. This kind of ring replica is not only available for the summoner profession, but also for other professions. But compared to other professions, the summoner profession has a huge advantage. The other professional ring keepers are the professionals themselves, and once they have been challenged, they must return to the replica within the specified time to accept it, or else they are considered to have failed to keep the ring. The summoner can not only have only one summoning beast, not only can you challenge multiple rings at the same time, but you can also let the summoning beast hang on to guard the ring, and you can go study or brush monsters and do some other things without any delay at all. After all, the battle in the middle of the summoner's ring, the summoner's aid was not even allowed, and could only rely on the battle power of the summoned beasts themselves. Yusun looked at the copy, then at Lu Zhang, and opened his mouth. with the battle power of your divine pet. Even those level 200 summoners, their summoned beasts are no match for your divine pet. Just wait until the end of the month, and you can sweep the 6 rings and take 6 treasure chests in one breath. The higher the level treasure chest, the easier it is to open a skill book, and the level 100 ring got a skill book. Lu Zhang nodded as he sniffed. Then wait until the end of the month. Lu Zhang was still confident in the strength of his summoned beasts, not to mention sending out divine pets. Even if it was just immortal pets, he would still be able to get a few ringmasters. Of course, he can't be arrogant. There were still a few summoners with immortal pets amongst Jinan University. Previously, inside the small city the vision had limitations. Even inside the main city like Fengdu City, there was not a single summoner with an immortal spirit pet. An immortal spirit pet corresponding to an epic level professional was a rare sight. However, it was easy to find amongst the top 10 top schools of Daxia like Jinan University. Every session, there are those 2 or 3. The college students in school, the teaching assistants who stayed in school, and the tutors who served, all added up. Those who possessed immortal spirit pets were not few. Therefore, Lu Zhang felt that it was all the more important for him to work hard on his card draws and strive to update the minimum quality of the spirit pets in his hand to immortal. At that time, waving 10,000 immortal favors and hundreds of divine favors, not to mention any giant dragons or fire god projections. Even if the true gods descended, they would still be able to tear them apart. The summoner's copy couldn't be messed with right now, so Lu Zhang went to finalize the house first, together with Mak Yunlan and the others. Several people have rented a house in a neighborhood. Around is also considered an old hometown. Take care of each other is also convenient. In the afternoon, Lu Zhang acted alone. He entered the Abyssal Demon Cave copy to try his hand at it, and bringing others would be a bit of a drag. The monsters that could make his eyes kill now had to be at least level 200 or above, so that the experience value in exchange could be seen to be a little splashy. Otherwise the experience value gained from killing monsters of the same great realm was too little in comparison to what was needed for upgrading. Other professionals are slow to upgrade for this very reason. They couldn't do what Lu Zhang did by chasing after level 2 or 300 monsters at level 100, and could only kill monsters of a relatively higher level, often requiring months or even a year or 2 before they could save up enough experience value to move up a level. Abyssal Devil Cave copy. A total of 9 layers. The underground layer. The highest level of monsters for the first turn of the perfect 30 level, the second underground layer. 60 level, the third underground layer. 100 level, the fourth layer of 150 level. The fifth layer of 200 level. The sixth layer of 250 level. The 7th layer of 280 level, the 8th layer of 300 level, the 9th layer of 400 level, but in reality, the whole copy can be divided into 2 parts. Underground level 1 to level 5. For the Magic Cave copy, underground level 6 to level 9. This is the real Abyssal copy, connected to the Abyssal Realm. Chapter 71, a 3-year assessment mission. You finished it in 3 hours. Jinan University has the task of suppressing a copy of the Abyssal Demon Cave in place. All graduates, within 3 years, need to complete the number of 100,000 LV, 30 plus demonized monster kills to get the title of Demon Slayer. The 9 underground floors of the Abyssal Demon Cave. In order to kill a level 30 or higher demonic creature, one needed to enter at least the 2nd underground floor. However, Lu Zhang naturally could not look at monsters at this level. He went all the way down, into the 6th basement level, levels 6 through 9. This is where level 200 plus monsters gather. Even for the lowest level summoned beasts in his hands, Lu Zhang's requirement for them was to follow the attacks on monsters above level 200 and earn high experience values. If they die from lack of strength, then they are resummoned. Anyway, when a summoned beast died, the experience value, attribute points and skill feedback that one had gained would not disappear. Now that Lu Zhang had a higher vision, he wouldn't be heartbroken if all the summoned beasts of other qualities died out. Except for the immortal spirit pets, he was a black-hearted capitalist, squeezing low-quality summoned beasts with all his might just to gain maximum benefit. However, before officially entering the 6th underground level, he stopped for a while. At the 3rd underground level, he had a demonic streamer in his hand, which could control demons whose level was not higher than his own. In the Abyssal Demon Cave, all of them were demonic creatures, so it could be said that they were professional counterparts, directly enslaving thousands of level 70 and 80 demons. He went all out to kill the other demons on this level, earning him experience points. A mosquito is still meat. Not to mention that the experience value generated from killing thousands of demons together wasn't exactly a mosquito leg. He couldn't upgrade right now, but the experience value could be accumulated indefinitely, just waiting for the moment he completed the transfer, directly allowing the level to take a huge leap. After settling things on the 3rd floor, Lu Zhang then descended to the 6th floor in one breath. He had still done some research on this abyssal demon cave copy. The underground floors above, from the 1st to the 5th, were all demonic creatures, created for the demonization of other ordinary monsters, but from the 6th underground floor onwards, they were all pure-blooded demons. The lowest level demons were level 200, and the demons on this 6th level were all abyssal demons within level 200 to level 250, which was just right as a target for harvesting experience value. There are many types of abyssal demons, the more common ones being flame demons and cold demons. Lu Zhang didn't forget that he still had a transformed flame demon summoner, and he pulled out the hearts of all the flame demons he had killed for his own one to devour. 3 hours later, its quality was raised from rare grade 3 stars to rare grade 4 stars. Levels also grew to 100 as the kills went on. Seeing that the quality could really be promoted, Lu Zhang was looking forward to being able to cultivate a true king of flame demons out of it. So he stepped up his efforts to collect flame demon hearts. Go directly into the 7th underground level, where the demons are of a higher level. After another half hour, suddenly, he received a copy alert. You have killed more than 100,000 abyssal demons of LV 30 or higher level, and have earned the title Demon Slayer. Title, Demon Slayer, Silver. Effects, inflicts an additional 2% spell damage on demons, spirit plus 200. Strength. The 3-year graduation assessment task of Jinan University was completed by Lu Zhang in less than half a day, and although he did not take this matter to heart, he was still relatively happy to be able to get a title. Of course, the title didn't do much for him. Only one title could be worn in work, so compared to the Demon Slayer which only had 2% extra damage, Lu Zhang would of course still be more cost-effective to wear the Demon Nemesis title which had 5% extra damage. That 5% extra damage isn't a bad deal, and equates to a 5% boost in upgrade efficiency. This copy of the Abyssal Demon Cave, Lu Zhang, was very satisfied, because this place was filled with negative energies such as demonic chi, especially in the abyssal copy level below the 6th underground level. The level of demonic chi here gave him a feeling of coolness like a fish in water. The demon god's spiritual body passive skill that poor Qi had brought to him allowed him to constantly absorb this energy into his life and mana values. Although the life value he didn't consume, constantly refreshing the summoned beasts and releasing auxiliary skills consumed a lot of mana. With the mana source skill boost and the effect of this passive skill, it really made him kill monsters and refresh summoned beasts to his heart's content as if he had endless mana. The cultivation of the summoned beasts was also a top priority. After all, she planned to wait for the divine favorite to be raised to level 130 or above before she went to open the 3rd turn quest. Nowadays, the lowest level divine pet poacher had only reached level 114, which still wasn't fast enough. The abyssal demons on the 7th floor were still not enough to kill. The refresh rate is too slow. Lu Zhang left behind a batch of summoned beasts, and brought the poor man directly to the 8th floor. This copy of the Abyssal Demon Cave, the 9th underground level, is in the middle of the real abyssal plane. This 8th level is the last barrier to enter the abyss. The lowest level demons here are also level 280 or above, although the highest level is also only level 300, but the battle power is far from those demons in the 7th level. On this level, the quality of the abyssal demons were all at least of the chieftain level, and there were not a few of the lord level. What makes it even more special is the extreme environment, either a pool of magma with extremely high temperatures, a place of death filled with poisonous barriers and black winds, or an extremely cold ice cave with a freezing cold. The abyssal demons that were here had changed the environment of this place, and coupled with the influence of the abyssal demonic chi, it ended up forming the current terrain and landscape. However, this didn't have any bad effects on Lu Zhang at all, and instead, it allowed some of his specific summoned beasts to utilize a more powerful battle force. For example, the 6-winged Frostwisp and the twin-headed Xian Icejiao released spells that were more powerful in an icy cold environment. The one who benefited most directly was still the 9-headed immortal bird. Lu Zhang had originally planned to find a volcano after a while, so that the 9-headed immortal bird could utilize the fire-bathing underworld phoenix skill to absorb the flame energy and upgrade quickly. The magma pools in this abyss were not only rich in flame energy, but also the power of death. The 9-headed immortal bird's experience value increased rapidly just by soaking in it, and Lu Zhang had already decided to just put it on this floor to upgrade, and not take it with him when he went back. Together with them, there were also poor Qi and Tao Tai. In this abyssal devil's cave, one of them could grow their experience value by absorbing evil thoughts, and the other one devoured everything to gain experience value, so they could be considered like a fish out of water in this place. The only one who can't get any extra help is Qiyu. It needs a truly thunderous environment, and that can be hard to find, but it doesn't matter. As long as 3 summoned beasts were promoted to level 130 or above, Lu Zhang would open the 3rd transfer. Whichever 3 would do. but there had to be at least 3 so that he could have a clear picture in his mind, analyzing from the previous battle experience. The divine favorite after the third turn of level 130 was on par with the 350 level Overlord quality Saint level monsters in terms of battle power. With the help of the 3 level 130 divine favors, Lu Zhang was confident that he would be able to achieve victory even if another king grade quality divine projection came his way. Time turned to the 5th day. Lu Zhang received another copy alert. You have killed over 1,000,000 abyssal demons of LV 30 or higher level, and have been awarded the title Abyssal Butcher. Title, Butcher of the Abyss, Gold. Effects, inflicts an additional 3% spell damage on demons, Spirit plus 500. Strength. That's interesting. By that logic, 10 million should get you a purple gold title. Kill 100 million and that's a black gold title. Chapter 72, Luck Explodes. New base card, 4 immortal pieces and 2 divine favors. 2 others, killing 100,000 demons would be an extremely difficult task to accomplish. It takes a lot of time and energy and persistent fighting. However, to Lu Zhang, not only could he use the demon streamer to directly enslave thousands of second turn level demons to kill for him, it was even possible to directly drive thousands of summoned beasts to kill monsters for himself. Plus, he gets to add 10 more helpers every day. With his current summoning technique level and lucky aura skill enchantment, as well as the effects of the ancient calling lucky bracelet, he could now guarantee that the 10 summoned beasts he summoned every day would be of elite 3-star quality or higher. Such a summoned beast could be cultivated as a main battle beast pet for any other summoner within 3 turns. And in his case, it was just bottom feeder cannon fodder mopping up. A number of summoned beasts die every day, but it also ensures that the ones that are replenished are of a higher quality. Overall, the battle power of the summoned beast army was becoming stronger every day. The killing speed is naturally not slow. There's another huge benefit to having a fast renewal of summoned beasts. That is, if the low-level summoned beasts are upgraded quickly, then the efficiency of feeding back the base attribute points is also high. Although the feedback wasn't much at a time, it couldn't help but be frequent and large in quantity, and when added up, it could give Lu Zhang a sizable amount of attribute point increase every day. Other professionals, who worked hard for months or even a year or two, could only gain so little increase in attribute points after leveling up, while he maintained a sufficient amount of basic attribute point gain every day. Although Lu Zhang was only level 100 now, his basic attributes were about the same when compared to Tao Tai, who was now level 127. Tao Tai was a divine pet, and every time he rose a level, the increase in basic attributes was massive. Otherwise his strength wouldn't have reached the saint level. Lu Zhang was able to be the same as it, or even taller than it, which was similar to a humanoid divine beast. To say that the only almost interesting place lies in, his skills are not into the system, but it is not weak. After all, he now has so many rare beast pets. Mastered the skills are almost 100. More skills, with a little, the combat power comparable to a divine beast. More than enough. However, Lu Zhang always remembered that he was a weak summoner, something to let the summoner beast on, and the summoner himself went into battle bare-chested unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he would never sit down if he could lie down. Living again, he wasn't here to suffer, and he was sure to enjoy himself as much as he could, not missing a minute. Soon, another 10 days passed. Today was the 17th day of coming to Jinnan University. These days Lu Zhang frequently extracted new summoned beasts, but so far, since coming to Jinnan University, a beast pet of the highest quality had appeared, and it had only reached the rare grade 3 stars. On the contrary, that flame demon, after the huge amount of flame demon's heart was fed to it, its quality had successfully advanced all the way from rare 3 stars to rare grade 5 stars, and it was just a little bit short of being promoted to immortal. Lu Zhang was confident that he could raise the quality of this flame demon, which had now reached level 123, to a 1-star immortal grade before the opening of the ring battle. However, compared to this, Lu Zhang was still more concerned about the quality of the extracted summoned beasts. Although not a single summoned beast of immortal quality or higher had appeared in the millions of extractions over the past half a month, Lu Zhang had a premonition that the next time, a higher quality spirit pet could definitely appear. And just today, after enchanting the lucky aura, in the dark, Lu Zhang felt that the time had come. The shipment is today. 10 in a row. 100 draws. 10,000 draws. 100,000 draws. Lu Zhang disliked the constant refreshing of the 100 summoning bits, and when he refreshed to the last 100 of the 100,000 times, a pleasant sound surprised him so much that he almost sprang up from the ground. Consume 100 spell points and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained a 1-star common beast pet red-tailed chicken, X94. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained a 3-star Immortal Spirit Pet negative U Turtle, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Shake the Earth, Move the Mountain. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained a 4-star Immortal Spirit Pet Gold Devouring Insect, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Gold Devouring Demon Body. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained the 5-star Immortal Spirit Pet Heaven Stealer, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Void Walk. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained the 3-star Immortal Spirit Pet Earth Demon Bear, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Earth Blessing, passive. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained the 3-star Legendary Divine Pet Shangliu, ×1. Summoned Animal, Unnamed. Race, Ayanami. Quality, 3-star Legendary Divine Favor. Rank, LV. 1, 0. 0%. Life, 800/800. Mana, 800/800. Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Spirit, 150. Physical fitness, 200. Skills, Drowning Domain, Poisonous Mist Magic Barrier, Acid Rain Blitz, Poisonous Aura, 10,000 Poisonous Devil Body, passive. 9 Heads of Immortality, passive. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill 9 Heads of Immortality, passive. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Advanced Summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-star Legendary Divine Pet White Zephyr, ×1. Summoned Animal, Unnamed. Race, White Zephyr. Quality, 5-star Legendary Divine Favor. Rank, LV. 1, 0. 0%. Life, 100/100. Mana, 200/200. Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Spirit, 300. Physical fitness, 150. Skills, Sacred Light, Power of Judgment, Light Wave of Evil, Spirit Ring of Demon Slaying, All Evil, passive. Purification Field, passive. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Power of Judgment. Lu Zhang had already lost the ability to think. He was completely overwhelmed by joy. The most enjoyable time before was only drawing out 3 Immortal Spirit Pets in one breath. This time, it was a full 4 Immortal Spirit Pets. And, even more unbelievably, there were 2 Divine Pets. Drawing out 2 Divine Favorites in one breath. This was a powerful existence capable of growing to the demigod level. To use a not-so-appropriate analogy, it was equivalent to drawing out 2 Regulus Wuji in one breath. 4 Immortals and 2 Divine Favorites. This self shouldn't have drawn the prize with his young life, right? Lu Zhang hurriedly glanced at his life value, which was 6,760,000 points, comparable to a 200-level Overlord quality boss, and immediately settled down. He hurriedly checked his newly acquired skills. This was a direct access to 4 immortal skills and 2 divine skills. Although he had already mastered dozens of skills, there were not many above the immortal level. They were all well worth studying in depth. The 4 immortal skills were not ordinary at first glance, but they could probably be understood just by looking at the names, except for the passive skill 9 Heads of Immortality that this Shangliu had given to himself, which made Lu Zhang, who only had 1 head, a bit puzzled. 9 heads are immortal, but I only have 1 head? Chapter 73, 9 Lives. Verdict. Void Concealment. Unlimited Mana. Lu Zhang hurriedly checked the 9-headed immortal skill effect first. After reading it, Lu Zhang realized that he had thought wrong. This 9 Heads of Immortality and the passive skill of the 9-headed immortal bird, 9 Heads of Immortal Body, were 2 completely different concepts. The latter is the true 9 Heads of Immortality, that is, the body of immortality. This skill of Sagiri, on the other hand, has 9 lives. Skill, 9 Heads of Immortality, passive. Effect, your life value is restored to full immediately after it is emptied, and you are truly dead if all 9 life bars are emptied. Simply put, with 9 lives. This is unlike the skill of the 9-headed undead bird in which life is restored to full value if all 9 heads are not destroyed within a limited time. But instead, 9 lives are directly gained. Consuming 1 is 1 and cannot be replenished. 2 skills, each with their own merits. But to Lu Zhang, who didn't have 9 heads, it was certainly this Sagittarius skill that was more practical. 8 more lives, which is still quite pleasing. Lu Zhang immediately looked at another divine skill from the divine beast White Zephyr. Skill, Power of Judgment. Effects, consume 100 points of mana to transform into the Power of Judgment. so that the next attack produces judgment damage. Judgment damage is real damage.
A minimum of 100 points of judgment damage, generally 10% of the damage of the attached attack, probability of triggering the judgment effect.
When the target's life value is less than 10% of its own total life value, directly clear the target's blood. It's really a god technique. Consuming 10,000 mana points allows the next attack to deal an additional 10% true damage. If the damage of the next attack was 1 million points, it would cause an additional 100,000 points of true damage. And as the battle power increased, it was clear that the more obvious the effect of this power of adjudication became. Even more impressive is that ruling effect that has a probability of triggering, regardless of whether the monster is a million blood or 10 million. If it is at least below 10%, there is a probability that it will be decapitated in one hit. When it counts, this is the last ditch, life or death stuff. And the skills provided by the remaining 4 immortal spirit pets were also very good. Skill, shaking the earth and moving mountains. Effects, consume a minimum of 100 spell points to invoke the power of the earth's veins, change the terrain, and move mountains. And this skill of the negative U turtle didn't indicate how much damage it did, but the more it was like that, the closer it was to being a divine skill. Actually, because it was a skill that directly grasped the power of the origin, it was like the previous, Tang Yunhe, skill that Pai Yunhe had provided to Lu Zhang, mastering the power of clouds and mist. While slightly developing it, he had come up with a damage-exploding spin-off skill called Cloud Explosion Technique, invoking the power of the earth's veins. If it caused earthquakes and landslides, it would be catastrophic damage to enemies who could not effectively dodge. This skill can be practiced with a bit of care, and there are some environments where it needs to be used with great caution. For example, in this grotto, if you're not careful, you might bury yourself in the ground. Skill, Gold Devouring Demon Body. Effects, consume 100 points of spells. After opening the magic body state, ignore metallic spell damage. Devouring metal can permanently increase the physique and strengthen the Gold Devouring Insect. This was the smallest sized immortal spiritual pet that Lu Zhang had seen so far. There was a general rule among nature, especially among beasts, that the larger the size, the stronger the strength. High quality favored beasts. Most of them were extremely huge in size, far more massive than the average summoned beasts of the same level. But the Gold Eater was only as big as a walnut, and it was golden, like it was carved out of gold. The size was small, but the ferocious aura made Lu Zhang feel a bit terrified just by looking at it. Obviously only level 1. That flying speed was ridiculously fast. The three-tailed spirit fox reaching level 10 wasn't even as fast as this bug at level 1. It was like a bullet flying out at high speed. Its body is very hard, and its head is like a cone head with strong penetrating power. Simply indestructible. This thing is definitely a great base card when used properly. It might serve a greater purpose than even a god's pet. This Gold Devouring Demon Body skill of feedback was also quite heavenly. Eating metal would permanently increase your physique and directly add to your base attributes. Other professionals who want to improve their basic attributes in ways other than upgrading. That's a lot of hard work to find some heavenly materials and treasures to be effective. They just need to eat iron. Who is this looking for reason to go? Ridiculously strong. Lu Zhang took out a gold coin, turned on the Gold Devouring Demon Body state, and attempted to take a bite. I thought it would cackle my teeth, but I didn't expect it to be as soft as eating tofu. Chewed a few times and swallowed it into my stomach, which metallized into a wave of energy that surged through my body. Soothing. I didn't think I'd ever eat dirt so well. Of the 4 immortal skills, the one that most concerned Lu Zhang was the skill of the heaven-stealing mouse. Skill, Void Walking. Effects, consume 100 points of spells to enter the void. Continuously consume spells after entering the void. Walking in the void, ignoring any damage, can move its own position and cross any non-spatial confinement type of. What kind of skill is this? Life preservation techniques. Vanishing into the void was equivalent to opening the concealment plus hegemony state, which to a fragile summoner like Lu Zhang, was an invincible skill for self-preservation. When the time came, he would enchant himself with a few mana sources, and then he would be able to remain meteoric in the void. Moreover, unless the power of mastery of space seals him, any other materialized or energy state siege skills are ineffective against him, as long as he wanted to run. The only ones who could stop him were strong people who had mastered the power of space. Lu Zhang hurriedly tried, and found that after hiding in the void, it did not affect the observation of the outside world. It was the process of moving that could only rely on spatial transfers, and the faster one moved, the spells consumed simply skyrocketed in an exponential form. But the good thing is that it's not too much of a drain to maintain an average speed. When necessary, by directly consuming huge amounts of spell values, one could also perform instantaneous movement, truly a divine skill. Lu Zhang realized that the heaven-stealing mouse, an immortal spiritual pet, only had 3 skills, and it seemed that this void walking skill sort of cancelled out all the other skills. Otherwise, this guy can definitely be evaluated as a divine pet. Then look at the skills of the final Earth Demon Bear. Skill, Earth Blessing, passive. Effects, contact with the Earth, receive the Earth's blessing, restores 1% life per second, restores 2% mana per. As we all know, skills that count by percentage are absolute godsends. Simply make contact with the Earth, i.e., stand on it, and 100 seconds of vitality is restored to full and 50 seconds of mana is restored to full. If a different boss got this skill, it would be basically impossible to kill it if it was coupled with a hegemony type skill. Lu Zhang, on the other hand, had quite a few of these overbearing skills. Today was a great day. Not to mention having 4 more immortal spirit favors and 2 more legendary divine favors as helpers. Even without them, just these 6 skills were enough to make Lu Zhang happy for half a month. As the saying goes, if you don't open for half a month, you'll eat for half a year. It had been held back from shipping before, so it was really just holding back a big one. Seize the time to level up all these newly acquired summoned beasts while there are still a few days left before the ring copies are refreshed. Luckily, the copy of the Abyssal Demon Cave was large, and there were very many Abyssal Demons, which was just right for him to level up his summoned beasts by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, time came to the 23rd day of Lu Zhang's enrollment, and his arrival in front of the Summoner's Ring replica immediately caused a murmur. Chapter 74, This ring, don't defend it. Can't I just admit defeat? There were still 4 hours to go before the time for the ring to be refreshed, and quite a few experts were beginning to challenge in this final hour. Although Lu Zhang had not shown up at Jinan University at all in these 20 days or so. However, as the first place winner of the Alliance exam, the first ever level 100 candidate, and a second-turn consummate professional with saint-level battle power, he was in existence that almost no one knew about and no one was unaware of. And, even though he was away these days, Song Shiyu was the one who had been using him to motivate the students and teachers of the summoning department, and those who gathered here were basically summoners. What's that saying? Although brother is not here, the legend of brother still circulates here. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted widespread attention, and there were endless murmurs. Finally showing up, the man from the legend. It's true that the real person is more handsome than looking on the screen, but whether the battle power is really that strong or not, it's better to see it with your own eyes to be sure. What? You still want to fight him? He's here now. Could it be that he wants to challenge the ring? With a level 100 ring? As long as he releases his saint-level battle power divine favor, won't he be dominating the ringmaster position for a long time? Who would dare to steal it from him? Don't tease. People probably took this month's ringmaster and graduated to the 3rd turn next month. Hurry up and start. I can't wait to see the divine favor. Lu Zhang arrived at a ring and prepared to launch his first challenge. At that moment, a voice came from not far away. Boss, finally I see you again. For so many days, you've been a dragon in the sky. You who don't attend classes are even busier than those of us who do. It's too hard to see you. I've missed you so much. Wang Jun quickly scurried out and exaggeratedly pounced directly on the ground, hugging Lu Zhang's thighs. With that look, those who didn't know would think it was like a little daughter-in-law abandoned by a negative man. Lu Zhan was about to say something when he realized that Mu Yunlan, Tantai Mingyue and the others had walked over together, but the one who walked before the few was Ji Zairu. Looks like I've come at the right time. Let me see with my own eyes what a legendary god's favor really looks like. Lu Zhang smiled back at his words. See you soon. After saying that, he gave a greeting to the several young Dong people who were walking towards him before continuing. I'm going in. Join me if you want to watch the battle. You have entered the Summoner Ring copy of Glory of the Summoned Beasts. Your profession is detected as a summoner, and you may challenge any of the rings. Note, in this copy, the summoned beast can be resurrected directly after it is killed, and is considered to have lost the battle. After entering the replica, one appears on a suspended elevated platform, which is like a stack of small to large discs, forming a circle of steps that can be used as a viewing seat, and below the high platform were 10 venues of various sizes, all in the same setting, a grassland. It's sites with different grade restrictions that have different sizes. The copy prompted that Lu Zhang could choose 6 of the rings to challenge. The 6 rings that restricted the maximum level to level 100, level 150, and level 200 respectively. For each ring, a maximum of 1 summoned beast can be sent. Now, the summoned beasts guarding the 6 rings were the level 109 5-star rare beast pet Lightning Sable, the level 112 2-star immortal spiritual pet Bloody Pupil Flying Tiger, the level 158 3-star immortal spiritual pet Vajra Earth Dragon, level 159 4-star rare beast pet Ghost Wolf, level 206 1-star immortal spiritual pet Black Ringed Golden Crowned Python, and level 207 4-star rare beast pet Frost Cold Demon Silkworm. Among the summoner group, the level of the main battle summoning beast would generally be quite a bit higher than its own level, but not by much, basically around level 10. Keeping the ring was not something that could be done by ordinary people. These ringmasters, all of them, had reached the conditions for transferring and had yet to do so. That's why their beast pet levels are all higher than the level limit for summoners. Jinan University was worthy of being a top-tier school, and this guardian of the ring was either a high-quality rare beast pet or an immortal spirit pet. Lu Zhang first challenged the lightning sable, sending out his summoned beast as the level 128 1-star immortal spiritual pet Tsunami Moon Song Wolf. This was the weakest of all his immortal spirit pets. The most prominent feature of the lightning sable was its extreme speed, and with the power of lightning, not only could it launch attacks quickly, but each attack almost always had a paralyzing effect. It was indeed an excellent summoning beast, but after all, it was only a rare quality, and its basic attributes were inferior to those of an immortal spirit pet by a large margin, while the level of the Whistling Moon Pale Wolf was still nearly 20 levels higher than it. When the Whistling Moon Pale Wolf opened the skill Wolf King True Body, its defense and speed increased substantially, plus it had a flying skill like moontreading. It easily found an opportunity to launch Cracking Claws, a skill that took half of the lightning ferret's life. Immediately afterward, a moon blade flew out, directly slicing the lightning ferret into pieces. A briefing rang out among the copies. Summoned Beast Whistling Moon Pale Wolf kills Summoned Beast Lightning Sable. The attack on the ring is successful, and he becomes the new ringmaster. Battling against the 2-star Immortal Blood Pupil Flying Tiger was a 3-star Immortal Spirit Pet, the level 129 Platoon Crane. The Cloud Platoon Crane seemed to be a very gentle summoning beast, but Lu Zhang had taught it the way to harness the clouds, which was very manic. As soon as the cloud explosion technique appeared, it exploded one after another, killing this blood pupil flying tiger alive. The scene, it was really very miserable. Paiyun Crane, the new ringmaster. These are two positions that the others have no hope of competing for. Aside from Lu Zhang, there was no summoner under level 100 who had two nearly level 130 immortal spirit favors that no one could challenge. The crowd was not expecting much from these two rings. What they were really looking forward to was the back. They wanted to see Lu Zhang's divine favor, but they were disappointed next. Against the 150 level ring, Lu Zhang still sent out two immortal spirit favors, a 4-star immortal spirit pet, the level 130 Cave Spectre Pale Snake, against the level 159 Ghost Spectre Wolf. Although the latter had entered the 4th turn level, the difference in quality was too great, and it was directly secured by a single Blood Spectre Divine Light from the Cave Spectre Pale Snake, a 5-star immortal spirit pet, a level 135 Three-Tailed Spirit Fox, versus a level 158 3-star immortal Vajra Earth Dragon. This is indeed a bad battle. Vajra Earth Dragon's quality is not low. Its level has reached the 4th turn level. Its defense is high, and it can also hide from the ground. So the Three-Tailed Spirit Fox really couldn't do anything with it at first. But Tushan Jiajiu was very smart. After revealing a break to lure the Vajra Earth Dragon out, he launched the skill charm to control the consciousness of the Vajra Earth Dragon, leaving it defenseless for a short period of time, and directly set a set of uninterrupted combos to clear out its blood level. Up to this point, Lu Zhang had knocked down 4 rings. Next, challenged the level 207 4-star rare beast pet Frost Cold Demon Silkworm. Next to him, Yangdong Hamden Hod. Boss, can you release the divine favor now and give the brothers a boost? Lu Zhang let out a light laugh when he saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him. As you wish. In the next moment, the 9-headed undead bird with a wingspan of nearly 150 meters and a body burning with dark red flames appeared, and its powerful aura shocked everyone present. And that's not all. Together with the 9-headed immortal bird, there is also a black beast more than 100 meters tall, with a goat body and human face, eyes in the armpits, tiger teeth and human claws, which is Tao Tai. The two ring keepers of the 200 level ring who were originally still holding out for a chance to see that there were actually two divine pets present. A thought could not help but float in their minds. It's fine if this ring isn't defended. Is it okay if I just admit defeat? Chapter 75, Tao Tai are taking a back seat. The real undercard is replaced, revealing the two divine favors. Lu Zhang had planned ahead. The decision to put Tao Tai on display, on the other hand, was a recent one. After this period of time, Lu Zhang's summoned beasts' overall level had been significantly increased. Among them, the one who improved the fastest was the poor man. It turned out that of all his summoned beasts, the one that leveled up the fastest was Tao Tai. After all, the skill of devouring everything and turning it into experience value was too overbearing. Just feast and eat everything to keep upgrading. Coupled with the fact that Tao Tie's own battle power was ridiculously strong, he was not slow in killing on his own initiative. But right now, the highest ranked person under Lu Zhan was the poor Qi. Tao Tie's rank could only be 3rd, not even 2nd. Let's start with the first. Poor man. The current level is 143. It was able to have such a high rank thanks to its two enslavement type skills, in addition to its own battle power, which was also top tier. Skill, Fierce Spirit Puppet. Effect, consume 100 points of mana to create a fierce spirit to take over a target whose spiritual power is lower than 4/5 of one's own spiritual power, and obtain a fierce spirit puppet after success, non-death. The fierce spirit puppet exists permanently and can continue to grow, and 100% of the experience gained from killing monsters is returned to one's own self. This skill directly allowed Poor Man to have a large number of henchmen, and as he accumulated more and more henchmen, his efficiency in acquiring experience value became faster and faster. Lu Zhang could only obtain a maximum of 10 summoned beasts per day only, and to the poor Qi, as long as the mana kept going, it could continuously create ferocious spirits and cultivate ferocious spirits to fight monsters and upgrade for it. And that's not all. Skill, 8 Wastes Demon Lord, passive. Effect, within a certain range. Control all magical creatures whose level is lower than your own, magical creatures whose level is higher than your own, but whose mental power is lower than your own have a 50% probability of being deterred. Otherwise they are regarded as taunts. The active skill Fierce Spirit Puppet still required mana to be consumed and controlled one by one, and this passive skill, 8 Wasteland Demon Lord, was the rumored king's bastard. As long as it was a demonic creature, those with a low rank were directly controlled, and those with a high rank, as long as their spiritual power didn't exceed their own, there was a half probability that they would be controlled. Lu Zhang possessed the Divine Equipment Blessing Ring, and a lucky halo enchanted it, directly doubling the probability, with 50% becoming 100%. As a 5-star divine pet, the poor man's own spiritual power value was very high. It also has a skill that directly grows mental power, and the entire field is almost turned into henchmen by it. Skill, Devouring Evil Thoughts. Effect, consume a minimum of 100 spell points to create a poor man's phantom, devouring souls with evil thoughts and permanently increasing spiritual. This skill, for those with a pure mind, is an ineffective skill, as it can only devour the target soul if it contains evil thoughts. But where was Lu Zhang's previous upgrade? That's the Abyssal Devil's Cave, and it's the 8th level of the underground filled with abyssal demons. All abyssal demons were saturated with evil thoughts, and the more evil thoughts they had, the weaker their resistance to this spell was, so much so that within a short period of time, the poor man's spiritual power skyrocketed. It far exceeded the other divine favorites of the same level, nearly reaching twice as much. However, after that, the increase was smaller because the level had increased and the abyssal demons that provided the evil thoughts hadn't leveled up as a whole. But that was definitely a total amount of spirit values that surpassed those of an average overlord level saint level boss. With such strong spiritual power, under the passive skill 8 Desolate Demon Lord and active skill Fierce Spirit Puppet, half of the Abyssal Demon Cave copy was almost under its control. In this way, the efficiency of its killing and upgrading that was really not too high. As for the second in rank, it was White Zephyr. This fellow seemed to be an uncontrollable type of auxiliary divine pet, but in the middle of a copy like the Abyssal Demon Cave, its killing power was more powerful than any other divine pet. Not to mention that power of judgment that directly cleared the blood bar with 1/10 of blood left. Just look at those other skills. Against the abyssal demons, it was simply heaven's gram. Skill, Sacred Light. Effect, minimum consumption of 100 points of mana. Inflicts 50,000 points of spell damage on a single target, and inflicts an additional 50,000 points of divine power damage on demons and evils. Against demons, with 100,000 points of mana, 1 million points of damage could be inflicted, and with the power of judgment, it would be 1 million points, and with Lu Zhang's Aura of Blast and Aura of Luck boosting it, with 100,000 points of mana, 3 million points of damage could be inflicted. Skill, Wave of Light to ward off evil. Effect, consume a minimum of 100 points of mana to release a circular wave of light centered on yourself, causing 50,000 points of divine spell damage to demons within a certain. This skill seems to have a weaker attack, does less damage, and can only work on demons and evils. However, this was a mega range skill, with 100,000 mana points released. Within a 20-mile radius, it was directly purified. Skill, Swinging Spirit Ring. Effect, consume a minimum of 100 points of mana to unleash a spirit ring on a single target. If the ring is attached to the target, it deals 100 points of divine spell damage per second. If the spirit hits the target, it deals 50,000 divine spell damage and 20,000 explosive impact damage per single hit. This skill is interesting in that it can be used as both a sustained damage skill and a single attack skill. Still very targeted and only effective against evil. The most dominating ones are still the two passive skills. Skill, All Evil, passive. Effects, within a certain range centered on itself.
All demons and other negative energy creatures are weakened in all their attributes by a minimum of 5% and a maximum of 50%, immune to the damage and effects of negative energy. Skill, Purification Field, passive. Effects, within a certain range centered on oneself. All evil demons are continuously purified. With blood loss per second equal to 5% of one's own mana, all targets within the field are not subject to negative spell damage and the first passive skill, being close forces a weakening of the demon, and also immunizes the demon from spell damage and status effects such as curses, and purifying the field forces a blood drop. Right now, Bai Zai's level was second only to the level 143 Por Chi at level 140, with a mana value of 450,000, and he could make all the demonic and evil things around him lose 22,500 points of blood per second, which was 1,350,000 blood in 1 minute. The strongest of the abyssal demons on the 8th floor is level 300. The 5th turn is complete, and has not yet reached the 6th turn, and the highest is 4 or 5 million blood, and if it can't recover its blood quickly, it will be purified for it in 4 or 5 minutes. Coupled with other skills stacked and released, White Zephyr killed a large group of people at a time, with a much faster efficiency than Tao Tai Devour. After all, Tao Tai Devouring had a limited range of influence, and it took time to attract monsters. The White Zephyr just slips in and out, and wherever it goes, it gets emptied. The two of them, it and the Por Chi, almost took over half of the monsters in this copy, killing at an extremely fast rate, and therefore upgrading very quickly. Of course, as one's level increased, the feedback ratio of the increase in experience value obtained from killing the same monsters gradually decreased, and unless one explored higher level monster areas, the speed would definitely slow down. However, there was no doubt that at present, Por Chi and White Zephyr were Lu Zhang's true killer mace, and the rest was what could be exposed. The 9-headed immortal bird and Tao Tai, since they had already appeared in front of the public, showing them off was just the right thing to do. The 6 divine pets, Por Chi level 143, Bai Zai level 140, Tao Tai level 139, 9-headed immortal bird level 137, Kuei Niu level 135, and Xiang Lu level 133. Tao Tai and the 9-headed immortal bird were considered to be in the middle of the high end of the battlefield. Chapter 76. It's not possible that your second turn quest is a hellish 5-star difficulty, is it? Lu Zhang sent out the level 137 9-headed immortal bird to battle the level 207 4-star rare beast pet Frost-Cold Demon Silkworm, and when he arrived at the arena, the sea of immortal fire directly ignited the entire ring site, and the original icy scene was instantly refined. The Frost-Cold Demon Silkworm, which was clearly of a higher rank, looked at the 9-headed undead bird above its head and shivered. In the next moment, it was harvested by a death scythe. This summoned beast had already been scared out of its wits and didn't have the slightest hint of defense, otherwise it might have been able to hold out until the second skill before dying. There was still one last ring left that Lu Zhang could challenge. The level 206 1-star immortal spirit pet, Black-Ringed Golden Crown Python, and its opponent was the level 139 5-star legendary divine pet, Tao Tai, 9-headed immortal bird. Although the crowd did not see in reality, but in the live broadcast at the time, but to see the elegance of its battle against the saint-level monsters. However, this ferocious beast, Tao Tai, was the first time everyone had seen it. Ji Zairu sighed. He really does have a second divine pet, and, from the analysis of the information obtained, this is the divine pet that Lu Zhang got in the beginning, the one that slayed dragons at level 30-something. As a member of a large family, the information Ji Zairu had obtained about Lu Zhang was comprehensive, including the trajectory of his appearance. Among the higher echelons, it had long been speculated that the monster that had fought the Dark Demon Dragon in the first place was Lu Zhang's divine pet. After all, Lu Zhang had the title of Dragon Slayer, and in fact, this was one of the reasons why Lu Zhang had taken the initiative to expose Taoya's existence. Turns out he was worried about getting into trouble, especially for fear of being held accountable for screwing up his copy, and was so weak at the time that he couldn't refuse if he was outright morally kidnapped. But now he's lucky if he doesn't pick on someone else. Therefore, it was appropriate to display a stronger battle power, so that the speculations of the higher-ups would be confirmed and he himself would be able to receive greater support. There was only one demigod in the entire Great Summer Alliance, and with 2 divine favorites of their own, that would represent 2 future demigods. In a sense, he was more valuable than Regulus Wuji, who dares to offend him, and apart from the children of the big families and the higher echelons like Ji Zairu, who had already made some guesses, the other ordinary students were all thrilled when they saw that Lu Zhang even had a second divine pet, including Wang Jun and Yang Dong, the 2 little brothers. I thought that Lu Zhang, who had 1 divine pet,
was already ridiculously strong, but I did not expect there to be a second one. And, by the looks of it, this black ferocious beast was even stronger. And the next scene confirmed their suspicions. The Dharma phase heaven and earth skill was activated, and the Taoye's shoulder height, which was already huge, came to 200 meters, and with his huge size, he displayed an almost invincible sense of oppression. The size of the 200-plus level immortal pet black-ringed golden-crowned python wasn't small, with a length of more than 80 meters, but at this moment, in front of Tao Tai, it was like a 3-year-old child facing an adult strongman, and his aura was completely suppressed. In ring sparring, there is no experience value for killing a target. Lu Zhang also had no intention of running out of time. After his full attributes skyrocketed, Tao Tai directly rushed forward and forcefully tore the black-ringed golden-crowned python into 2, 3, and many segments under its feeble resistance. It was only after its blood bar was cleared that this brutal abuse was stopped. The Tao Tai who completed the kill roared and swept the field. The summoners outside were so frightened that they subconsciously took a step back, not daring to look at Tao Tai at all. Even if it was separated by a layer of energy barrier, the majesty of a divine pet was not to be offended. Ha ha, sure enough, there are 2 divine pets. Student Lu Zhang. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to expose them now. The head of the summoning department, Song Shiyu, came to Lu Zhang and smiled. He had certainly speculated about Lu Zhang's divine pet, and he had come over today specifically to see the divine pet in all its glory. However, I had thought that you would grab 4 rings at most, but I didn't expect that you would directly take down 6. It's unimaginable that you should have 13 or 14 summoned beasts by now, of which you managed to have 4 immortal spirit favors and 2 divine favors. 13 or 14 summoned beasts? You're missing 2 zeros. It's 1, 300 or 400. Lu Zhang smiled without saying anything. There were some things that only he knew. That would be cool. Song Shiyu continued. 2 divine favors, 1 level 137 and 1 level 139. And that's still not sure about opening the 3rd transfer? It's not possible that your 2nd transfer quest is a hell level 5-star difficulty, right? His words were a joke, but Lu Zhan was suddenly unable to laugh. Next to her, Ji Zairu guessed something and asked with a smile. Let me guess. Was your first turn quest to slay the dark demon dragon of the roof mountain? Lu Zhan was completely silent. Song Shiyu immediately thought of something and was shocked. Could it be that both your first and second turn quests are hellish 5-star difficulties? In response to him, there was still silence. Song Shiyu was also silent. Good lord. The greatest difficulty among his current transfer quests was only 4 stars on the danger level, and at that time it was already considered to be a 9 deaths to get through. And Lu Zhang's first turn started with a hellish 5-star difficulty. A hellish start, and it was a miracle that he survived. No wonder you're so strong. Song Shiyu sighed. After a pause, he continued to speak. Why don't you just wait a little longer, and wait for your 2 divine favors to level up to over 200 levels, and the security will come up. Lu Zhang shook his head as he sniffed and said, No, get the skill book for this copy and I'll go start the 3rd turn quest. Although the level restriction wouldn't limit his own enhancement. After all, as long as the summoned beasts were upgraded, he could get attribute point feedback. However, his summoning technique could only be upgraded if his profession level increased. The summoning success rate of the basic high-quality summoned beasts will be increased, so that you can get more divine pets faster and master more powerful strength. Lu Zhang was remembering that he had been targeted by a Vulcan Laban. Gods are not to be messed with. It's not guaranteed that you'll suffer from his attacks at some point, so you must master more divine favorites as soon as possible and improve your upgrading efficiency so that you can become strong enough. Transfers can't be put off any longer. The original tone that was set was that the 3 divine pets would open their transitions at level 130. And now, in order to wait for the summoner's ring skill book, the 6 divine pets had all reached level 130 or higher, which had already met their own mental expectations. It's time to open the challenge. Of course, he still hoped he could get an easier assignment and just settle in. More than 3 hours passed quickly, and a prompt came to his ears. Your summoned beast Whistling Moonsong Wolf successfully defends the ring, gaining 1 million bonus experience points, and you receive a golden treasure chest X1. Your summoned beast Payun Crane has successfully defended the ring, earning you a bonus of 1,000,000 experience points, and you receive a golden treasure chest X1. Your summoned beast Cave Spectre Tsong Snake successfully defends the ring, gaining 5 million bonus experience points, and you receive a golden treasure chest X1. Your summoned beast Three-Tailed Spirit Fox successfully defends the ring, gaining 5 million experience points reward, and you receive a golden treasure chest ×1. Your summoned beast Nine-Headed Immortal Bird successfully defends the ring, gaining 2 million experience points as a reward, and you receive a golden treasure chest ×1.
Your summoned beast Tao Tai has successfully defended the ring,
gaining 2 million experience points.
and you receive a golden treasure chest X1.
The experience value did give a lot,
But what Lu Zhang cared about was what was in those 6 treasure chests. There was no cover-up.
he just clicked on it to turn it on. Each of the treasure chests opened one thing, and Lu Zhang locked onto the only skill book among them at a glance. Chapter 77, The Third Turning Quest. Not, you're really asking me to kill a god?
6 golden treasure chests were opened, and 5 pieces of equipment were opened, all of which were of gold quality,
Or a series of sets,
named Shield Mountain sets, such as the helmet of the Shield Mountain Guardian,
etc. Sets.
Lu Zhang possessed a set of gold 5-star Dragon Emperor magic armor,
And did not need a set of equipment that simply added defense.
so he didn't care about that, and still focused on the skill book.
Skill book, Bridge of Mana.
Effect, consume a minimum of 100 points of mana and release it on 2 targets to create a mana bridge.
Sharing mana between the 2 targets, and any attribute of mana can be freely converted to invoke. Requirements for learning, spiritual power value greater than 100 points. Bull pen, mana sharing, that's too awesome.
What was Lu Zhang's greatest advantage was not 1 or 2 divine favors, but the number of summoned beasts that were still growing in number. Every day, you could get 10 new summoned beasts, and now you had mastered over 1,000 summoned beasts.
If the mana of all summoned beasts was shared, it would mean directly raising the mana cap to an extremely outrageous level.
It should be known that the vast majority of divine techniques mastered by divine beasts had no upper limit of power,
And with the amount of mana infused at once, the power changed along with it.
there were only 2 things that limited the power of a divine beast's single attack skill.
One was mental power, and if there was too much mana, the mental power might be too much of a burden, resulting in not being able to release the full skill. However, right now,
The spiritual power of these divine favorites was completely sufficient, and the total value of mana was far from reaching their upper limit.
there was still a lot of room for improvement. Originally,
Lu Zhang was still a bit worried about the third turn quest, but now that he had this skill, he felt that even if he had to kill the fire god's projection once more, he would still be sure of it. Click on the skill book to finish learning.
Lu Zhang, Wang Jun and the others all left this copy. After successfully defending the ring,
One could freely choose whether or not to become the successor ringmaster for the next month, and Lu Zhang directly retrieved the summoned beast.
today he was going to go open the third turn mission.
If he was required to complete the mission within 2 days, and the summoning beast's 2 divine favors were locked up in the middle of this summoner's ring replica,
He would really have to roll over. Outside the transfer sanctuary, Wang Jun asked with some concern.
Boss, you're really going to start the third turn quest,
Aren't you? Wouldn't it be more prudent to accumulate it for a while longer?
After learning that Lu Zhang's first 2 times had been hellish 5-star difficulty transfer quests, Wang Jun felt that even if Lu Zhang had 2 divine pets, he was still a bit dangerous.
The last time he encountered the Vulcan projection,
he almost thought that Lu Zhang had already hung up.
Now that they have followed Lu Zhang to Jinan University, they really don't want anything to happen to Lu Zhang.
Yang Dong, on the other hand, was forceful.
What are you talking about?
The difficulty of the boss's transfer quest can't always be a hellish 5-star difficulty, right? As the saying goes,
You can't do it again and again. This time, the boss will definitely be able to get an easy transfer quest.
Lu Zhang raised an eyebrow at his words. He always felt that this Yang Dong fellow was a crow's mouth.
Hurrying away from it, he quickly walked to the transfer spirit table and put his hand on it.
Detected that the current level of the professional, 100, has reached the conditions for the third transfer of the professional. Congratulations on receiving the 5-star hell rank difficulty transfer quest, Judgment.
The Fall of Demigod Jacob.
Quest description: the evil god Jacob is about to break through the seal of the 9th level of the Abyssal Demon Cave and invade this world. Please enter the abyss and complete your judgment on him before the seal is broken.
Mission requirement, please kill LV 405 Overlord Evil God, Jacob alone.
Note, it is estimated that 24 days and 13 hours remain until Jacob breaks the seal.
Not, you're really asking me to kill a god?
It was only a projection last time, and this time I'm being asked to kill a true god.
Even though it's only a demigod, that's still a 400 plus level god?
I'm a level 100 professional who hasn't completed the third turn yet,
and I'm asked to adjudicate a 400 plus level demigod. Who ruled on who?
As usual, Lu Zhang, who had received the transfer quest, was once again furious. He walked out with a gloomy face, and seeing the change in his face, Yang Dong and Wang Jun glanced at each other and gulped a mouthful of saliva together.
Mak Yunlan stepped forward and asked with concern, Lu Zhang, what is your mission and can we help?
It would be impolite for Lu Zhang to put on a smelly face in response to someone else's well-intentioned concern, so he gave a forced laugh and said flatly,
It's nothing, it's just that I'm asked to single-handedly decapitate a god.
The crowd stared blankly at the words.
while Tantai Mingyue, who was straightforward in nature, even broke her defense directly and said angrily, "A third-turn quest? Single-handedly beheading a god? This transformation sanctuary is broken. Isn't this intentionally sending people to their deaths?" Lu Zhang waved his hand. "It's okay, it's just a demigod. There's still more than 20 days to go, so you guys go study. I want to be alone." The crowd tried to persuade something, but realized that there was nothing they could do. Demigods? That's also gods. How can a mortal body shake a god? Resistance is a problem. And decapitation. A 3-turn mission to behead a demigod. This was ridiculous. "Boss, you must be strong." Wang Jun finally left such a sentence and left in tears. The rest of them didn't say anything. Anything they said now seemed like adding more fuel to the fire and salt to the wound. However, Lu Zhang was already recovering from his state of exasperation, probably because he had experienced more. This time he found that he was even given a buffer of more than 20 days. Instead he still felt that this transfer to the temple was still weirdly good. It could just be, well, masochistic habits. However, after calming down, Lu Zhang realized that he was not absolutely without a chance of winning. And, if this next period can be utilized, the hope of winning is still high. With the newly obtained skill Bridge of Mana, coupled with the previously acquired skill Source of Mana, the two skills combined, the amount of mana one's divine favor could use might not be less than that of a demigod. Also, the object to be slain is an evil god. Then the next step is to focus on strengthening Shirasawa, with White Zephyr's restraining effect on evil demons. With the help of ample mana and various increased skills, killing a demigod was not impossible. Where Lu Zhang still couldn't feel it was the divine power. Demigods, who had definitely mastered divine power. This level of damage was very high, and like the power of judgment, it was almost impossible to defend against, and all hits were true injuries. Once this guy attacked too much, it could have taken White Zephyr right down to seconds. After all, White Zephyr's life force couldn't be enhanced through sharing. Lu Zhang suddenly thought of something he had gotten earlier. Item, Fragment of the Godhead. Effects, energy crystals containing divinity, can be used to build divine equipment and, it was a very simple message, but it gave Lu Zhang the hope of adding a layer of insurance for the completion of the mission. It's time to borrow from the school. Lu Zhang directly sent a message to Song Shiyu, telling him that he needed to contact a Saint grade or above Forge Master as soon as possible and ask him to create a piece of equipment that was of the Purple Obsidian grade or even above the Purple Obsidian grade. Song Shiyu was also very helpful, sending a message back 5 minutes later, telling Lu Zhang to go back to school immediately, and that the principal had already put him in touch with someone. Chapter 78 Pre-War Preparation. Creating a truly divine equipment. After Lu Zhang truly displayed his 2 divine pets, the entire Grand Xiao Alliance's attention on him rose another notch. Everything he asks for, he has to fulfill. Notice that there are no words like try, do your best, or anything like that. It's all about, it has to be fulfilled. With at least 2 demigod-level battle power at stake, this matter could not be sloppy. Previously, Ji Zyra had said that Lu Zhang was the most powerful man, pulling a wave of hatred for Lu Zhang, and there would have been some infuriated juniors who would have tried to find Lu Zhang in trouble, but all these people, they were stopped from above. No one could mess with Lu Zhang right now, so letting him grow up as soon as possible and grasp a powerful force was the only thing to consider. Everything else has to give way to this. Although Lu Zhang was also a bit surprised by the efficiency of Jinan University, when he thought about the various arrangements Song Shiyu had made for himself earlier, he felt that everything was in order. 10 minutes later, he returned to the middle of the university, and led by Song Shiyu, who was waiting for him at the main entrance, he met the principal, Chen Tsongja. Next to him sat another person, a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 30s, but Lu Zhang could tell at a glance that this woman should be able to be his grandmother in terms of age. This, a saint-level professional. By the way, the principal, Shen Tsongja, was also a saint-level professional. The principals of the 10 great academies, all of whom were one of the 100 strongest figures in the empire, were all saint-level warriors. According to the textbook was that the first task of the principal was to protect the students, and if he didn't have a saint-level battle power, he wouldn't be qualified to say such a thing in the middle of the main city. Hello principal? Hello seniors? Shen Tsongja nodded, and without saying any polite nonsense, he directly introduced himself. Lu Zhang. This is level 378, forging Saint Zhu Chengfang, the highest ranked forger in the empire at the moment. If you have any requirements, you can speak to her, and we will help you find the materials you need. Zhu Chengfang laughed. What kind of equipment do you want? Say it directly. Those old things can have quite a lot of good materials in their hands. Take this opportunity. I'll ask for it directly and help you make equipment. Lu Zhang was stunned at his words. This grandmother was trying to blackmail other saint-level professionals in her name. Although he was quite speechless in his heart,
Lu Zhang still acted politely. I want a piece of equipment that can counter divine power, preferably one that can limit the damage of divine power. I have a fragment of a divine lattice here. I wonder if you can use it to be able to create a suitable piece of equipment out of it. Zhu Chengfang looked at the godhead fragment and smiled. It seems like you killed that fire god projection. It's unimaginable that at that time, you were able to kill a divine projection with saint-level battle power. After a pause, she picked up the shard of the godhead again and said, without this thing, it would indeed be very difficult and almost impossible to create an equipment with divine power. After all, I can't mobilize divine power either. But with this thing, I'm 90% sure that I can create a true divine weapon. About what time do you need it? Lu Zhang thought for a moment and replied, the sooner the better, at the latest, within 20 days, within 10 days, whether it's a success or not, I'll give you a result. I'll take the stuff. I have to go and ask for materials from the other old things. Zhou Chengfang said that, and then he left directly. Obviously, she couldn't resist grabbing the materials. With the great righteousness of building equipment for Lu Zhang in hand, no matter how much of an iron rooster he was before, if he was known by Zhu Chengfang to have something good, he would inevitably suffer from this. Shen Songjia chuckled. Don't worry, within 10 days, I will definitely let you get a satisfactory equipment. It looks like you've received a third turn quest. Could it be that you're going to be asked to deal with a god projection again? That's not true. Lu Zhang smiled easily. Ha ha, just don't be a divine projection. With your strength, it's more than enough. Shen Songjia continued to chuckle. Well, it's the decapitation of a demigod. Lu Zhang was still wearing an easy smile, while Shen Songjia was the one whose smile suddenly disappeared. Third turn quest, beheading a demigod? Indeed. Lu Zhang spread his two hands out, looking rather helpless. Shen Songjia's brows furrowed as he asked, demigods of what place? Do they need to be among other worlds? Yes, the 9th level of the Abyssal Demon Cave, the Abyssal Plane. For 24 days, if I can't kill that evil god, it will break the seal and kill all the way up from the 9th level. Lu Zhang didn't hide it. There was nothing to hide. He was now considered a high-level person, and it was important to share the necessary information. No wonder the Abyssal Demon Cave copies have been in serious turmoil lately. The various levels of the copy passages are all a bit unstable, and could go through at any time, allowing those high-level monsters to kill directly to the ground. This matter is very dangerous. No matter what, it's necessary to inform Regulus War God. I'll have him come and press the line. In case something goes wrong, it's good to suppress it in advance. Shen Songjia said so. Lu Zhang also had this idea. If he was undefeated, he could actually just run away through void walking and fail the transfer quest and not die. Simply pick up a new quest again. But once he failed, it meant that the evil god Jacob would break through the seal and rush straight to the ground. If there was no backhand, there was no telling how many people in the entire Tiannan city would lose their lives as a result. So having Shen Yuan Wuji to sit in on the town was something that had to be done. Then I'd be grateful if you'd pass on the message. Divine power equipment, which could only be considered a preparation for the icing on the cake. It's still up to you if you want to complete your transfer. There was still a deadline of more than 20 days. Lu Zhang did not have time to delay, bought enough food to store it and directly entered the Abyssal Demon Cave. Nothing else came next, just 2 words, upgrade. Mainly help White Zephyr to upgrade. Other summoned beasts also have to be upgraded in tandem, focusing on assisting a group of summoned beasts to upgrade. After all, there will be a lot of mana value at high levels, which will have to be calculated to be one of the most beneficial to you. Ensure that the experience value is allocated to other summoned animals to maximize the benefits. Lu Zhang initially tried the Bridge of Mana skill, just letting the 6 divine favorites connect, and then letting White Zephyr unleash a wave of evil preventing light with 1,000,000 points of mana, inflicting 5,000,000 points of sacred on all demonic creatures and evils within a radius of 100 miles. Spell damage. When this spell was unleashed, all abyssal demons below level 250 within a 100-mile radius were directly killed in seconds. Such an efficient speed of killing monsters made the experience value gained by White Zephyr become even greater. The rating continues to soar. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. 8 days, Bai Zai's level came to level 149, and as he watched, he was able to break through to the 4th turn level, and when that time came, his basic attributes skyrocketed, and his battle power was once again elevated to a higher level. However, today Lu Zhang received news that he had been recalled to Jinan University, and that his equipment had been manufactured for his acceptance. Directly utilizing the city return scroll to arrive in the city, Lu Zhang instantly moved to the office entrance. Right now mana was not something he lacked. What he lacked was time, so it had to be an efficiency. Seeing Lu Zhang come in, Zhu Chengfang smiled and took out the piece of equipment.
This is the highest quality of all the equipment I've built. Chapter 79, The True Abyss. Declaring War on the Gods. The Power of a Demigod. Lu Zhang looked at the piece of equipment and marveled. It's also one of the highest quality pieces of equipment I've ever seen. Equipment, God's Forbidden Magic Ring. Quality, God Purple Obsidian 5 stars. Requirements for equipment, spiritual power value greater than 100. Skills, Forbidden God Field. Forbidden Demon Field. Durability, permanent. This piece of equipment does not have any attribute bonus or increase to the base attributes and other aspects of the effect. Simple enough to have only 2 skills, but that's enough. Skill, Forbidden God Field. Effect, within the field, the damage of the target's divine power is weakened by. Skill, Forbidden Demon Field. Effect, within the area of the domain, evil spirits and physical attributes are weakened by 50%. There are no prerequisites, no level suppression, no mental strength restrictions, and direct debilitation. Divine power damage is halved, and the spiritual and physical attributes of the evil demon are halved, in effect weakening the heavenly god and the evil god by half of their attack abilities. The method of using this equipment is very simple. It only needs to be inspired by spiritual power and unfold the field. There will not be any consumption on mana. It is purely the great power of the treasure itself. When Zhu Chengfang saw Lu Zhang's satisfied expression, she smiled. This is the first time I've built a divine artifact, but I don't think it will be the last. If you can still obtain a godhead fragment, I would welcome you to come back to me. As you know, I don't charge you anything. You're not charging me anything. You're charging other forging saints for their materials. Lu Zhang didn't poke at it either. Having the ability to build artifacts or making them for herself, it was fine for her to take advantage of it. It's not like you're paying for it yourself anyway. Good. If I can obtain the godhead fragment, I will definitely come back to trouble you again. Thank you. After getting the divine weapon, Lu Zhang couldn't wait to enter the abyssal demon cave to test it out. Sure enough, within the range of the forbidden demon domain, the spiritual and physical attributes of all abyssal demons were directly weakened by half. Spiritual attributes, affecting mana recovery speed, spell casting speed, reaction speed and other aspects. Physical attributes, affecting vitality recovery speed, physical defense, endurance and other aspects. It looks like it has no direct effect, but the weakness effect is clearly visible once combat is turned on. The efficiency of killing monsters had increased by at least 30%. In fact, the more powerful the monster is, the more pronounced this weakening manifests itself, because the higher the level, the nuance is the key to victory or defeat. A tiny difference, 1,000 miles. After directly weakening half of the attributes, the weakening of the battle power could be much more than as simple as half. The divine forbidden magic ring assisted, and the efficiency of the other summoned beasts in killing monsters increased once again, which meant that White Zephyr's mana reserves became even greater, and the bottom line was even better for this future battle. Although it was said that the time limit of the mission was more than 24 days, there was no way that Lu Zhang would actually fight until the last day. After all, if there was a change of heart, that left no time for anyone else to react, and he would have to take responsibility for that to be sure. Lu Zhang still had his own principles for dealing with things. He doesn't like trouble and he doesn't cause trouble for others. Finally, the time came to the 21st day, and looking at Bai Zhe who had been raised to level 166 and the level 154 Por Chi as well as the level 151 Tao Tai, the 9-headed immortal bird, the Kuei Niu as well as the Shangliu, Lu Zhang felt that it was time. Upon reaching the 4th turn level and then upgrading, 2 days' time would at most raise 1 level, which would not have much effect on the battle power, and instead, there could be a change of heart. Now that all of the 6 divine beasts had been elevated to the 4th turn level, their mana had increased drastically, and the other summoned beasts had basically stepped into a new stage, and their overall strength had entered a period of slow growth. This was his strongest state for a certain period of time, unless a few more divine favorites could be drawn. Evil God, I'm coming. On the 8th floor of the Abyssal Demon Cave, Lu Zhang took out an item, Abyssal Devil Pass. This was dropped when he had killed the King of Flame Demons, and with it, he could enter the 9th level of the Abyssal Demon Cave. That is, enter the true Abyssal Plane. Dimensional copies are a very special class of copies that are pioneering. If you are strong enough to pass the copy you can enter the rest of that realm with that copy. That is, enter a certain realm. Therefore, such copies are not accessible to everyone and often require some special credentials. For example, this Abyssal Demon Pass and the Undead Plane Pass obtained by Lu Zhang earlier. Song Shiyu was relieved that Lu Zhang was casually messing around in the Abyssal Demon Grotto by himself. That is, he knew that dimensional copies weren't accessible to anyone, and thought that Lu Zhang couldn't go in. In reality, Lu Zhang was qualified to enter. It was just that he didn't want to venture into the Abyssal Plane. Now it's a must to go in. Before entering, He had to get everything ready. His gear all changed, and then he had to change his title. His current title above his head was Conqueror of the Abyss, which he had obtained a few days ago from killing LV 30 or higher ranked abyssal demons that numbered more than 1 million. Title, Conqueror of the Abyss, purple gold. Effects, inflicts an additional 5% spell damage on demons, spirit plus 100. Strength. As the same purple golden title, Lu Zhang's demon nemesis could also deal extra damage to demons in addition to extra damage to demons. And not just spell damage, but the Conqueror of the Abyss base attribute bonus is more. So it's kind of each to their own, depending on what they need. And they have them anyway. Lu Zhang was rather looking forward to what the effect of the black and gold title for killing 100 million of them would be. At this moment, he was just going to replace this purple and gold title and wear the black and gold title. God Slayer, 2000 points of mental attribute bonus, 2000 points of physical attribute bonus, and an additional 5% output damage to the gods. Other than that, the fact that it still deals extra damage to gods is worthy of the black and gold rating. With the Abyssal Demon Pass in hand, Lu Zhang entered the 9th floor of the Abyssal Demon Cave. Passing through that hole with a flickering black aura, the entry point was a large desolate Jedi, without any starlight in the sky, much less the moon. The only source of light was the fireflies floating in mid-air. However, Lu Zhang did not have time to lament about this, because his surroundings were filled with all sorts of abyssal demons and abyssal fiends, and at the very front, a gigantic creature more than 200 meters tall was holding a fork and striking hard on a hole in the void that was glittering with golden light. Lu Zhang could tell at a glance that thing was the hole he had just come out of, the passageway linking the 9th and 8th levels of the Abyssal Demon Cave, and the monster in front of him with a pair of huge goat horns on his head, clad in animal skin and scale armor, and a pair of bat wings behind him was obviously the so-called evil god Jacob. Evil god, Jacob. Race, Golem. Quality, hegemonic. Rank, LV. 405, demigod. Life, 105 million / 105 million. Mana, 1, 000, 000, //1, 000, 000. Power, 200, 000. Agile, 150, 000. Spirit, 150, 000. Physical, 200, 000. Skills, Demonic Roar. Underworld Slaughter. Meteor Strike Ice. Death Strike. Demonic Touch Entanglement. Evil God Overlord, passive. Lu Zhang raised his head and looked straight at this gigantic god. That oppression from the soul level caused him to even feel a hint of fear. But then, the passive effect of the Pupil of Truth was unleashed, immediately dispensing with the oppression from the spirit. Evil God, accept my judgment. Chapter 80, The Glory of the Divine Beasts. The Fall of the Gods. What? That's how it dies. Lu Zhang's battle spirit was high, but he had no intention of charging up and going one-on-one with the evil god himself. Definitely not scared. It just feels like that's disrespectful to your profession as a summoner. As a summoner, it was the duty to let the summoned beasts fight, with myself playing a good supporting role at the back. What would it look like if you rushed to the front yourself? Therefore, the next moment Lu Zhang realized that the evil god Jacob was looking at himself. He immediately launched the void-walking skill to hide himself first, then directly summoned the 6 divine favorites. The first thing to appear was the 166 level White Zephyr, with a dragon head and tiger body, vermilion hair and horns, and a huge white body that stood over 140 meters tall at the shoulder, releasing a holy light. It was like a most dazzling light in the darkness, illuminating a good portion of the darkness and attracting the attention of all the abyssal demons and fiends. Immediately after that, the 9-headed snake-bodied Sagittarius appeared, directly turning a large area of ranged land into a swamp, with poisonous gas filling the air, so that even demons would be corrupted in it, and their blood level would continue to decrease. The 9-headed immortal bird soared through the sky as if it was a giant fireball, turning into a sea of fire wherever it went. Porchi and Tao Tai were a bit more violent. Just appearing, their bodies directly became huge, one turning on the fierce god Dharma phase and the other releasing the Dharma phase heaven and earth, both turning into huge beasts with a shoulder height of more than 200 meters, and launching a killing spree against the surrounding abyssal demons. The Kuei Niao emerged last, and the sound of its appearance was not small, with lightning and thunder and dark clouds, making the abyss a few degrees more terrifying. The levels of the 6 divine beasts were not high, just 4 turns of level, not even comparable to the lowest levels of those abyssal demons surrounding this evil god. Any abyssal demon was in existence of more than 200 levels. However, they had an aura about them that belonged to the god level, directly causing Jacob to cast his eyes over them. Lu Zhang, who had flickered away just now, was cast aside by him and was nothing more than a small ant, not worth drawing his attention at all. Similarly, the numerous immortal spirit pets, rare beast pets,
and thousands of elite beast pets that were subsequently summoned by Lu Zhang did not arouse any interest in him. There were only 6 divine favorites, and the aura that belonged to the divine level caused him to not only pay attention, but also to launch a direct attack. White Zephyr, in particular, made him feel extremely threatened. Under the effect of White Zephyr's passive skill Purification Field, Jacob was going to lose 5% of his own mana per second, and with 10 million mana, he was going to lose a full 500,000 points of blood per second. That's 30 million a minute, and he's only got 100 million in total just out of that amount of blood. At this time, Lu Zhang snatched the equipment he had just obtained, the Forbidden God Demon Ring, and directly weakened it. Since it belonged to the demon race itself, its mental and physical qualities were directly weakened by half. The sensation, as if his body had been hollowed out and his spirit had still shriveled up, made Jacob feel extremely uncomfortable and his movements slowed down a lot. The physique attribute was weakened by half. Originally Jacob could recover 200,000 blood points per second, but at this time he could only recover 100,000 points. Just by virtue of White Zephyr's Purification Domain passive effect, it was possible for him to lose 400,000 blood points in 1 second. And after driving the divine artifact Forbidden God's demonic ring with a single thought, Lu Zhang immediately unleashed the Bridge of Mana skill, linking the mana of the 6 divine pets. The attributes of the 6 divine pets were greatly improved after they were promoted to the 4th turn and broke through the shackles of level 150. Basically all of them were around 1 million points, and among them, the poor Chi, because of its evil thoughts devouring skill, had spiritual attributes that reached twice that of the other divine beasts, and had a mana value of 2 million. Therefore, after the 6 divine favorites shared their mana, the mana cap reached over 7 million points. Lu Zhang didn't hesitate at all and directly allowed White Zephyr to complete a full mana output. 10,000 mana points were consumed to enchant the power of judgment, and then all 7 million mana was poured into the evil-resisting light wave skill. For a moment, it was as if time was suspended. With Bai Zhe as the center, a huge circular light swirled away. Lucky Aura plus Storm Aura, making the power of the skill triple, inflicting a full 75 million points of divine spell damage on all demons and evils within 1,000 miles radius. This wave of light was released, not to mention any abyssal demon. Even Jacob, who was as strong as a demigod, was directly taken away nearly 3/4 of his blood, almost purified a demigod outright. And after this big move, all the surrounding abyssal demons were all killed. One must know that the number of abyssal demons around here was no less than 100,000, the vast majority of which were still above 250 levels, and there were even a dozen saint-level existences above 300 levels, which were now all seconded by such a move. The massive amount of experience value allowed Bai Zhe to directly soar from level 166 to level 178, rising 12 levels in a row, and this mana value not only recovered, but also grew to over 1.5 million. Without hesitation, Lu Zhang once again allowed White Zephyr to activate his skill, but this time it was no longer a wave of light to ward off evil, but divine light. 1.5 million mana points were instantly consumed, and a white and clean light like a heavenly punishment fell from above Jacob's head, striking him directly on his head. 7.5 million points of spell damage and 7.5 million points of divine power damage. Strike Aura takes effect and doubles the damage. The total damage amounted to 45 million. The demigod's defense was strong, and the 75 million points of damage from the evil preventing light wave ended up inflicting 65 million points of true damage on Jacob, which was enough to cancel out 10 million points of damage. This time it remained the same, ending up doing a mere 35 million points of damage. A total of 100 million points of damage were taken away from Jacob, but its blood bar still hadn't been cleared, and that's when the ruling effect triggered. With only 5 million blood left, Jacob was of course below 10% of his total blood level, and the golden power of judgment, dealing direct judgment damage. The 200-meter goathorn demon, before it could let out a roar, suddenly just exploded. It was like ice melting away, completely disappearing under the golden and milky white light. However, that fork of his flowed down. Lu Zhang hurriedly stepped forward and put it into his storage compartment. Scanning around, he found that it was surprisingly gross. Having killed a demigod, there was no treasure chest? Ding! Your summoned beast White Zephyr kills LV 405 Overlord class evil god, Jacob X1. Your summoned beast White Zephyr gains 84 million experience points. You gain 21 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained the item Sigil Fragment X5. Ding! Detected LV 405 Overlord level evil god, Jacob is dead. You have successfully completed your transfer. Promoted to Master Level Summoner. Unique exclusive skill summoning is upgraded to Master Level Summoning. Ding! Detecting the accumulation of a large amount of experience value,
which has now been partially absorbed. Your level has increased. Current level LV 150, and your full attributes have been increased. Gee, gotta. The experience bar is full again. Still have to keep transferring. But how did this battle with the gods end so quickly? Just now. It seems, he gave a demigod a second by himself? No, demigods, 400 plus levels, that's it? It's definitely not that the demigods are too weak. Then there's only one possibility. I'm really too strong. How about just starting the turn 4 quest? Chapter 81, Reporting Peace. You've seconded that evil god. Lu Zhang first returned to the 8th floor of the Abyssal Demon Cave using the passage order, and then used the city return scroll to return directly to the city. He would have liked to continue killing in the abyss for a while and upgrading. However, it was not helped by the fact that White Zephyr's skill shot just now was so powerful that it directly cleared a range of 1,000 miles in a square. Not a single monster hair left. All he could do was come back first, report the peace, and incidentally have the city de-alerted. He had informed the city before entering the abyss. After all, once the boundary between the abyss and this world was broken, it would surely be more than just a demigod-level demon rushing out. Along with it came an army of demons. Therefore, the moment before he entered the abyssal plane, the city pulled a level 1 alarm as promised, and the entire Tiannan city entered a state of level 1 alert. All of the professionals had to prepare for combat. Even the life class professionals needed to stop what they were doing and pick up their swords at this time. The second level of alert represents the survival of the city at stake. A level 1 alert meant that it wasn't just as simple as a city wipeout. A city wipeout was the beginning, and once that step was blocked, it would be a catastrophe that would sweep across the entire alliance. Xianyuan Wuji had already arrived, and he was standing on top of the city wall, looking in the direction of the entrance to the Abyssal Demon Cave. But at the same time, he would look into the city from time to time. If Lu Zhang failed and escaped, or if he succeeded and teleported back, he would return to the teleportation plaza within the city. If he doesn't show up, he's dead. In the beginning, when he knew that Lu Zhang's third turn mission turned out to be to kill a demigod-level evil god, his idea was to help Lu Zhang alone to complete the mission. Joking aside, asking a second-turn perfection professional to go and behead a god was simply a fantasy. Although Lu Zhang had displayed saint-level battle power during the entrance exam, Xianyuan Wuji did not think that just after 2 months, Lu Zhang could have the strength to rival or even kill a demigod. But nay, Lu Zhang's mission was a single person's mission. Xianyuan Wuji also persuaded for Lu Zhang to give up and release the demigods for him to deal with, but Lu Zhang still refused. Once the passageway between the two worlds was destroyed, it was likely that a large number of evil demons would pour into the surface, and by then the whole city would follow because of himself alone. He wasn't a merciful man, but he wouldn't do something this damaging either. Xianyuan Wuji also offered to let him enter the abyss himself and kill the evil god to relieve the crisis. Lu Zhang still refused, because he wanted to try it on his own. Having obtained the Bridge of Mana skill and possessing 6 4th-turn divine pets, he felt that he still had a bit of a chance of winning. Any way you look at it, it's more of a sure win than the 2 previous transitions walking the same tightrope. No reason not to try it. The demigod-level evil god, who he thought was incredibly powerful, didn't even have a chance to make a move, and was directly taken away by a set of his divine technique moves. The win was very magical, but upon review, it seems to feel like a given. When the mana gap was bridged, it didn't make sense that one would lose when aided plus attribute restraint was in place, right? If he had felt that his victory in the abyssal plane before was due to luck, when he returned and arrived in the city, he gave it a little thought and realized that he was indeed very powerful. Walks with more confidence. Exiting the teleportation plaza, he directly instantaneously moved above the city walls. Looking at Lu Zhang who appeared in front of him, Xianyuan Wuji's face was grave. He first unleashed a shield boundary type skill, isolating the sounds around him, then asked in a hushed voice, "Well, is it badly hurt?" Lu Zhang waved his hand. "It's okay, I'm not hurt." "That's good. Tell us about this evil god's abilities and find out its weaknesses, so that after it breaks the seal, I can also kill it as soon as possible," Xianyuan Wuji demanded. Obviously, Lu Zhang had used less than 5 minutes from entering to returning, and returning in such a short period of time. In the eyes of Xianyuan Wuji and all the others, Lu Zhang definitely knew that he was undefeated and rushed back, and as Lu Zhang sniffed and realized that he had misunderstood, he immediately laughed. "The evil god has been killed by me. The mission is complete. I've upgraded and can be removed from alert status." With that, he put away his dark mask equipment and unhidden his level. Seeing that the level above Lu Zhang's head had changed from level 100 to level 150, Xianyuan Wuji froze. There was no doubt that Lu Zhang had definitely completed the quest, successfully transferred.
and then was directly elevated by the huge experience value he had accumulated to the full level of the third turn, allowing him to take on the fourth turn quest. But, how is this possible? A demigod of the same level as him didn't have a total of 5 minutes from the time he went in to the time he returned. You gave that evil god a second? Xianyuan Wuji asked out loud with some loss of composure. Lu Zhang hurriedly waved his hand. No. Used a lot of skills, not a single second. It's over 100 million blood. The blood is too thick. That is to say, the preparation time is insufficient. If not at the beginning of the straight face of the evil god, so that he has time to all the rare summoned beasts and immortal spirit pet mana also complete sharing. A move to kill this evil god Jacob, but also is not impossible. So, you killed an evil god with a set of combos? Xianyuan Wuji was still a bit incredulous. Lu Zhang whispered, as you know, I still have a third divine pet. That one is a divine attribute, which just happens to restrain the abyssal demon, plus some auxiliary abilities. I didn't expect that when a set of skills was handed out, it would just pounce. I was quite surprised myself. That said as if you were accidentally killing an evil god. Xianyuan Wuji said with a straight face. Young man, I think I can give you the honorable mission of guarding Daxia now. I can't. It doesn't fit. Lu Zhang directly rejected the trifecta. My battle power is only somewhat restrained against evil demons. Besides, this is only an evil god that's just a little over 400 levels. If it was a little stronger, I wouldn't have been able to kill it so quickly. There's no way to kill it so quickly. So it can still be killed. You kid. I'll let you get away with it for another half a year at most. And after that, you'll have to help me share the burden. Xianyuan Wuji caught the loophole in Lu Zhang's words and whispered to him. Okay, 6 months is 6 months. And in 6 months I'll share the load for you. But don't you dare try to stuff me all the time. Lu Zhang said helplessly. No matter what. This time, Xianyuan Wuji had come over to help cover for himself. Moreover, that blessing ring played a big role in being able to win this time. With this favor in mind, Lu Zhang could not refuse. What's more, the experience value given by beheading a demigod level existence was really a lot. Since you have such an ability, you have to make good use of it. Not far away, looking at Lu Zhang and Xianyuan Wuji who were exchanging pleasantries, a group of Tiannan City's senior management looked at each other, wondering if they could interject and ask. In the end, it was Vice City Lord Helian Dongfeng who came over. She was Lu Zhang's master Fu Xiangli's close friend, Ji Zairu's grandmother. She asked as she broke the soundproof boundary. Your Excellency the God of War, Lu Zhang. I wonder how the situation is now. How long before that evil god breaks the seal? Xianyuan Wuji glanced at Lu Zhang before smiling. Deactivate the alert. Lu Zhang. The mission has been accomplished. Chapter 82, Directly Arranged Marriage Rite? High Priestess of Spider God Island. Xianyuan Wuji's words were not small, and without a boundary. Many people heard them. Helian Dongfeng stared blankly at Lu Zhang and asked after him. The quest is complete? You killed the evil god? So quickly. You killed it? Lu Zhang nodded. He suddenly felt that he had been a bit hasty. Shouldn't he stay in the middle of the Devil's Cave for a while longer? It seems a little too high profile to come out so soon. But on second thought, shouldn't he be high profile? In this great summer alliance, was there anyone else who would allow himself to keep a low profile? Yes, Jacob is dead and the guard can be lifted. Ha, good. I'll tell the people of the city the good news. City Lord Yuan Tong was the first to react, happy as a child, and the Helian Dongfeng, who had returned to his senses, looked at Lu Zhang with an incomparably hot gaze, stepped forward and took his arm, smiling. Old Fu praised you to the skies. My granddaughter is also saying that you are the most powerful boy. It seems they didn't look at the wrong person. Boy, Grandma agreed to the matter between you and our Zoe. I'll take care of her parents. Oh, no, not. What is it about me and your family Zoe? I've just completed my transfer task. How come I'm still on the intensity? Direct arranged marriage, right? Grandma, I'm just a friend with classmate Ji Zairu. You're mistaken. It wasn't that Lu Zhang didn't like girls. On the one hand, he was now preoccupied with upgrading. And on the other hand, he needed to keep his official status single in order to continue to woo other girls, didn't he? Nothing else. He also wanted to find a young and pretty one when his strength improved. In response to Lu Zhang's rebuttal, Helian Dongfeng did not get annoyed, but instead continued to say with a smile on his face, fine, just normal friends, but if you guys take it a little further, Grandma's got your back. Lu Zhang was speechless and hurriedly found an excuse to leave. Grandma, I still have to talk to Sage Bao about something, so I'll go first. After saying that, he didn't wait for the latter to reply. Not caring about the question of politeness, he instantly ran away. Looking at where Lu Zhang had disappeared, Helian Dongfeng muttered, this son's future is unlimited.
Roro's vision is very good. This has to let her grasp. With this child's competitive character, if you see such a peer, other male children are afraid that it will be difficult to enter her eyes. If I can't get Lu Zhang, the doll will end up alone. No! Hurry up and go find her to say a few words. The alert was lifted and the city cheered. Although they didn't know what the truth was, and didn't know that a demigod would descend leading 100,000 demons, they knew that there must be a great danger emerging, and now the danger is past. The aftermath is always a cause for celebration. While the whole city celebrated, Lu Zhang came to a deserted place and took out that weapon of Jacob's to check it out first. Equipment, Abyssal Fork. Quality, God Purple Obsidian 5 stars. Equipment requirements, strength greater than 100, 000 and physique greater than 100, 000. Skill, Fury of the Devil's Abyss. Durability, permanent. Skill, Fury of the Devil's Abyss. Effect, apply abyssal magic power to the weapon and oneself, so that the equipment attack carries magic damage, oneself gets magic increase, and defense and other aspects are improved. This was also a piece of divine equipment, but nay, it was such a big thing that Lu Zhang could not use it. Instead, it could be given to Por Chi or Tao Tai to use. Add a weapon and there's a small increase in combat power anyhow. At least it was safer to use a weapon against an attack than to fight it with one's physical body. First, he put it away, and then Lu Zhang returned to the school. He had just contacted Zhu Chengfang to inform her about obtaining the Godhead fragment again, and wanted her to build the divine equipment again. After Zhou Chengfang learned about Lu Zhang's beheading of the demigod, he immediately promised to immediately build equipment for him again. Originally, the position of Lu Zhang, who had 2 divine pets on the surface, was already an unshakable existence, and now that he even possessed the strength to kill a demigod, he naturally could not be slowed down even more. Moments later, the two met in a teahouse box. This time, Lu Zhang did not say that he would let Zhu Chengfang build his equipment at will, but instead took out one thing. This is that ancient summoning lucky bracelet, an item that specifically increases the probability of obtaining a high-quality spirit pet, not an item of equipment. I have 5 sigil fragments here, which I hope can be used to strengthen this item and turn it into an equipment to aid my summoner profession. To Lu Zhang, the most crucial area was still the quality of the summoned beasts. Although he now possessed 6 divine pets and 10 immortal pets, this still didn't make him very satisfied. The 3rd turn quest was already to kill a demigod. Who knew how difficult the 4th turn quest would be? He had to make more preparations. The leveling up of divine pets is one aspect, but leveling up is time-consuming after all. The most direct way to increase battle power is to get a few more divine pets. Anymore, it was possible to get dozens of immortal pets. Zhu Chengfang sniffed and glanced at the bracelet and then at the 5 godhead fragments, and said in 2 deep voices, "I can't do such a request alone, but I can find a few more people, so I don't think you're in a hurry now, are you? I'll let you know the news when we have an idea." Lu Zhang nodded. "Then please, senior." "Ha ha, well said. You have rescued many people this time by slaying the evil god. We can still help with such a small favor." Zhu Chengfang and Lu Zhang set an approximate time for communication, then left in a huff to find help. Something like a godhead fragment. They had definitely seen it and handled it. There should be quite a few demigod monsters that Xianyuan Wuji had killed, but it wouldn't be much. After all, they were demigods that had already transcended mundane creatures and weren't on the same level anymore. So, these forged saints have experience in making divine equipment, but not too much. The probability of multiple people joining forces to help Lu Zhang complete his equipment upgrades would be a little higher. After arranging this one thing, Lu Zhang first went back to the Abyssal Devil's Cave, and after checking around, he found that just as he had guessed, there was a problem with the copy. Due to his massive massacre during this period of time and the thorough cleansing of the 9th floor of the Abyssal Demon Cave just now, the result was that the Demon Cave copy monsters would be difficult to refresh to a sufficient size in a short period of time, and he couldn't do it if he wanted to continue to upgrade quickly here. Need to find a new saint level copy, preferably one where the monster levels are all above 250. After leaving the Abyssal Demon Cave, Lu Zhang took out his tablet to check it out. Now that his authority was at the highest level, all the information about the copies could be viewed, and there were only 2 saint-level copies in the vicinity of Jinan University, or amongst the entire Tiannan County. The first is the Abyssal Demon Cave and the other is a copy of Spider God Island. Spider God Island. Listening to this name, I know that this is a copy related to a god. The most central part of Spider God Island is the demonic Spider God Temple, which is a dimensional copy like the 9th level of the Abyssal Demon Cave. The 9th floor of the Abyssal Demon Cave had been entered by someone else, and the demonic Spider God Temple had never been broken into. This was because you needed to kill a boss first to enter the temple. The High Priestess of the Spider God, a level 450 demigod level monster. Thankfully,
This high priestess has been in the middle of Spider God's Island and is not able to break out of her copy. There were numerous monsters on Spider God Island, and there was no doubt that it was a good practicing ground for Lu Zhang. But he did not intend to go here. Instead, he planned to go on a long trip. Chapter 83, I caused a volcanic eruption. Does it affect your pack copies? Through this battle in the Abyssal Demon Cave, Lu Zhang realized a truth. Different divine pets need to be matched with different copies according to their characteristics so that they can level up as soon as possible. Divine favors like White Zephyr and Poor Favors would be suitable for demonic copies like the Abyssal Demon Cave or the Spider God's Island. The former restrains the environment and can do more damage. The latter is able to capitalize on the environment and create more output. Conditions of restraint are not well matched, but conditions that can capitalize on the environment are not impossible to find. Just like the 9-headed immortal bird could go to a volcano, while the Kueyu would need to find a thunder-dense venue. Lu Zhang was prepared to go to the volcano next to Yendi University first. The active volcano called Eye of the Fire God. He and Vulcan go way back. It already had the mark of the fire god Laban on it, and could trigger danger at any time. However, during this time he learned that there was not just one Vulcan. Fire god Laban, whose full name should be Flame Prayer Subordinate God Laban, was just one of the fire gods under the Flame God system. In the entire world, there wasn't just one copy of Vulcan Island that belonged to Vulcan. Of course, no matter what, it was an indisputable fact that Lu Zhang had been cursed by a lower true god. At least the Eye of Vulcan there wasn't Laban's domain, but a fire god named Karto, a god with a higher godhood than Laban. Among the information about the gods given by Dashya, Karto was a medium god, so the odds are that Laban's influence won't reach Karto. But the curse part will certainly work as well. After all, the curse targets all fire creatures. As a median god, Karto wouldn't care about the changes in those monsters in the lower realms. Lu Zhang's current identity to Yendi City did not require much trouble, and after first going to a phone call with that side and informing them, he would directly use the teleportation array to go there. One layover later and we're there. The whole thing was just 5 minutes. After arriving at Yendi City, Lu Zhang did not stop and instantly moved towards the location where the volcano was located. A few minutes later, the volcano was close at hand. Suddenly, a man and a woman flew in front of him from a short distance away. The woman asked, "Brother, the copies here have been chartered by our Fire Spirit Pavilion Guild today, so please go elsewhere to practice. The Eye of the God of Fire is rich in energy, where 3 copies are fused together, namely the Flaming Mountain copy, the Forest of Fire copy and the Magma Lake copy. All 3 of these copies yielded many materials that were very important to fire mages, and they would even pop out some special skill books and transfer books. At the same time, most of the monsters in them have high blood and defense after which they can also recover from consumption, making them very difficult to kill. This kind of copy, which is very unfriendly to individual leveling practitioners, usually adopts the outsourcing system, which is to let a guild or other groups pay a sum of money to pay for the right to use the whole copy. And this sum of money is given to the city lord to use for the construction of the city's defense. The Fire Spirit Pavilion Guild was rich and generous. Not only did they pack all 3 copies around them, they also directly packaged them for a month. Rumor has it that it seems like the Fire Spirit Pavilion's pavilion master has received some news that within a month, an extraordinary treasure might be born among these 3 copies. Now, it's only the 12th day of the charter. Lu Zhang said with a smile. I'm not going to the copy, I'm going to the volcano. By the way, do I cause the volcano to erupt and affect your charter copy? The man burst out laughing when he heard him say that. Brothers, don't joke around. Although this is an active volcano, but the volcano erupts. That also has a cycle. Not enough accumulated energy. How can it erupt? Lu Zhang nodded slightly at his words and did not refute them. I'm outta here. After saying that, he directly disappeared in place. The 2 men froze for a moment as they looked at where Lu Zhang had disappeared. What the hell? Is it a concealment type skill? The man asked. He can't be a superpower, can he? The woman guessed. The man thought of something and looked in the direction of the crater. Then we'll see if the volcano erupts or not. With that said, the 2 returned to the guild group and reported what had just happened to Sun Tianwei, the vice leader who was leading the group this time. Hearing the 2 describe the man wearing a black mask with a very blurred face, Sun Tianwei thought of something. He pulled out his tablet and opened a video to show the 2. Is it this mask? Right. That's the one. The face keeps changing. You can't tell the rank. The woman said. Sun Tianwei said excitedly. He came. He actually came here. Third uncle said he would definitely come. I didn't expect it to be today. That comment made the 2 across the table a very confused. Sun Tianwei, however, did not care about these 2 people at all, and thought of something and immediately commanded. Inform down. No matter what the fight is like, everyone stops fighting and stays away from Vulcan's Eye, waiting for my orders afterward.
After saying that, he himself flew directly towards the eye of the fire god. On this side, Lu Zheng directly utilized the Void Walk skill to enter the volcano and saw the churning magma inside. It does look like it's not time for an eruption yet. However, Lu Zheng needed to make it active so that the nine-headed immortal bird could gain maximum absorption efficiency. After a little thought, he summoned the flame demon. At this time, the quality of the summoned beast flame demon had been promoted to a 3-star immortal with a level of 145, and it was still quite adaptable in the middle of this volcano. After the quality was upgraded to immortal, it mastered all the skills of that flame demon king at the time. The nine-headed immortal bird blocked the crater location directly below, transforming into the fire-bathing underworld phoenix, and then allowing the flame demon to unleash the skill Earth Demon Rage. This skill was actually a skill that utilized underground magma to erupt in a flame jet, using the power of the earth to create a powerful attack with less mana. The only downside is that the attack is relatively easy to dodge, and usually needs to be released in conjunction with the control skill Dark Cage, but now there was no enemy, no need to attack the target, just to completely detonate the magma inside. Lu Zheng enriched it with 10 mana sources and also created a mana bridge to link the bodies of the flame demon and the nine-headed immortal bird. In the next moment, raging flames erupted, and violent energy erupted from the crater. Sun Tianwei, who had just arrived here, was startled and hurriedly flew higher and farther, looking towards the middle of that crater. Sure enough, he saw what was expected. A nine-headed monster bird. Lu Zheng has indeed come. Now I can see my idol with my own eyes. I just don't know where the man is. Sun Tianwei said happily. He had taken Lu Zheng as his idol after watching the image of him beheading the Flame Demon King. That nine-headed immortal bird was really too handsome. A divine pet, or a fire-type one, making him incomparably fond of it. Previously, Sun Jinhu went to recruit Lu Zheng but failed, and came back saying that sooner or later Lu Zheng would come over because there was the largest active volcano here. Sun Tianwei believed in this sentence and did not expect it to be fulfilled so soon. He had seen that legendary fire divine pet with his own eyes. It was worthy of being a divine pet. It was really handsome. Chapter 84, Thunder Hell? This is clearly a heavenly thunder bath. Requests for follow-up reading. In the fire-bathing underworld phoenix state, all flames and death energies were devoured and converted into experience value. The raging volcano erupted, but the flame energy wasn't wasted. The dust and rocks that spewed out cooled quickly and the flame energy was rained in. The experience value of the nine-headed immortal bird began to rise by leaps and bounds. Looking at this speed, raising a level or two a day wouldn't be a problem. In that case, it would be good to leave it here to hang around and cultivate. Recall it after it slows down too much to compare to killing monsters and upgrading. Suddenly, Lu Zheng spotted Sun Tianwei outside. What's the matter with you, brother? Looking at Lu Zheng who suddenly appeared in front of him, Sun Tianwei exclaimed in shock. ****. Land god. Alive. Speechless, Lu Zheng withdrew his mask and looked at him. Sun Tianwei gave a sarcastic smile. Almost 30 years old, but at this time, he was like a child who was at a loss for words. I'm sorry, I'm so excited. You are my fan. No, I am your idol. It's not right either dash. Okay, I get it. No need for words. Do you need me to give you an autograph? Lu Zheng was still quite happy to have a fan. He knew that he actually had quite a lot of fans. After all, a professional as talented as himself was unique and should be sought after and admired. Ah, is it really okay? But I don't have a pen and paper with me. There, use this. Sun Tianwei was overjoyed, and after a flurry of work, he took out a dagger and a set of armor, which was obviously meant to be engraved on the armor by Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng took out his short sword dragon spit and smiled. This works better for me, said the man, carving a few words with his hand. Bless me Yen Xia. Don't forget the beginning. Now that he was a different person, he had to be careful with his words and not be mocked, considering that his status could be even higher in the future. And seeing these 8 words, Sun Tianwei instantly regarded them as treasures. Don't worry, I'll keep them in mind. This is my heirloom now. Lu Zheng nodded, then looked towards the crater and said, my divine pet, the nine-headed immortal bird, will be cultivating inside during this period of time, so you don't have to worry. All the flame energy will be controlled by it, and it won't affect the copies outside. See you again sometime. Before the words left his mouth, Lu Zheng had already disappeared, holding his armor. Sun Tianwei once again glanced at the figure of the nine-headed immortal bird in the middle of the crater to make sure he wasn't dreaming. He was so happy that he went downstairs to show off with his many team members. Lu Zheng did not stay in Yendi City for long, but turned his head towards his next destination. To say that the strongest divine favorite in terms of single-attack battle power was not Tao Tai or Por Chi, but Kuei Nyo, the divine beast that mastered thunder. It was only that although its spells were powerful, they consumed more. and there was no need to have it appear in the middle of the previous battle against the enemy. Now, although there was a bridge of mana, it was slightly less flexible, but there's no denying that it's also very trainable as a mass murderer. As long as the leveling up is done, none of those concerns are a problem. And if you want it to rapidly increase its strength, you only need to find a place where the thunder is uninterrupted, because the power of thunder can not only be converted into experience value by it, but also into mana value, in which there is no question of consumption. It's not like there aren't any such places, and there are several, but without exception, they are all extremely dangerous copies. The copy level is divided according to the level of the professional. From low to high, it is divided into low-level copy, intermediate level copy, high-level copy, master level copy, grandmaster level copy, great grandmaster level copy and holy level copy. A saint level copy was the topmost copy, except that it also included two types of ordinary saint level copies and saint level dimensional copies. The latter is the kind of copy of the 9th level of the abyssal demon cave that goes to another dimensional world. Such copies require credentials to enter. The copy Lu Zhang chose this time was also a saint level copy called Thunder Hell, and there was a place called the Cavern of Thunderstorms in the core area, which was the entrance to the saint-level dimensional copy of the Punishment Thunder Prison. Based on some of the items obtained by previous professionals from the Thunder Hell copies that could provide feedback, it was deduced that this place, the Punishment Thunder Prison, had a high probability of being a place belonging to an elder god named Somo. Anyway, that place was dangerous, and no one had gotten the credentials to go to the Punishment Thunder Prison now. The Thunder Hell copy was next to Emoli City in the west, which was not a main city but a second-tier war city, so there was no direct teleportation array, and you needed to backtrack a few times. Fortunately, the current Lu Zhang wouldn't feel mentally exhausted even if he never slept. As the low-level summoned beasts continued to upgrade, his spirit value would increase a bit from time to time, so not only would he not be mentally exhausted, but on the contrary, he would feel more and more refreshed. As long as he has no desire to sleep, there is absolutely no need for that. Sleeping, to the current Lu Zhang, was a process of pure enjoyment, rather than fulfilling physical needs. The time when he arrived in the middle of the Thundering Hell replica was just after 9 in the evening. Even though it was this time of the day, there were still some high-level and above professionals in this copy who were still trying to kill monsters and upgrade. There would be many monsters roaming around at night, and even though Battle-Ready City was within the safe zone, it was near the defended border, so it was normal for wild monsters to appear. If it weren't for the huge amount of experience value required to advance each level, people wouldn't have rolled so much. As a slave owner who had over 1,000 summoned beasts working for him to earn experience points, Lu Zhang was certainly not qualified to accuse others. He walked directly towards the depths of the copy. The entire copy of the Thunder Hell appeared very eerie, but there wasn't any demonic chi or other negative energies in this place, only that it was shrouded by thick thunderclouds that appeared dark and sunless. Moreover, the entire earth was turned into a scorched earth due to the bombardment of thunder. Lightning was falling in the sky all the time, and in the underground pits, a monster with lightning appeared, and they looked quite hideous. Within the entire Thunder Hell, monsters are randomly refreshed anywhere, maybe even underneath your feet, so one needs to be alert at all times. The monsters, uniformly known as Thunder Beasts, varied in looks, some resembling tigers and leopards, others birds and fish, but there are two identical characteristics. One is ferocious and violent, and the other is a very powerful attack. Thunder, originally, was one of the strongest attacks among the many attributes. All of the professionals are careful here and always turn on their defenses. Not only did they have to be wary of the sudden attacks of the Thunder Beasts, but they also had to prevent themselves from being affected by the sudden landing of the heavenly thunderbolts. However, Lu Zhang had no defense at all. Without using any skills, he was already invincible by relying on the two passive skills Mana Annihilation and Domain of Razor alone. The former has the effect of not harming him as long as the spell damage does not exceed his current mana cap of 1,100,000 points. The effect of the latter was that any thunderbolt attack would not only cause no damage, but could also be converted into one's own mana, or even into experience value. The heavenly thunder fell and did no harm at all, instead making him stronger and stronger. This is called Thunder Hell? This is clearly a heavenly thunder bath. It's just one word. Awesome. Finally, he had arrived at the periphery of the Cave of Thunderstorms, which was the core area of Thunder Hell. Chapter 85, Thunder Prison Punishment Order. Thunder God Inheritance. The gods have long since fallen? The biggest difference between the core of Thunder Hell compared to the outside area is that there are trees here. A special tree known as Lightning Strike Ironwood. The average height of the Lightning Strike Ironwood was around 400 meters. Very tall, but not very thick, only 5 meters or so in diameter, which was far too poor compared to its height.
This ratio is equivalent to a 2-meter tall person being only as thick as a finger. But this lightning-struck ironwood is all over this place where the thunder is the fiercest. All things are mutually exclusive.
This lightning-strike ironwood is not indestructible,
just can guide the thunder power dispersed to the ground.
Will not cause damage to itself,
but can absorb part of the thunder energy to quench their own. Quite a number of thunder mages had the main material of their staffs being thunder-strike ironwood.
However,
this thing was only found in the core area of a replica like Thunder Hell, and such places had monsters of the 5th turn or even saint level or higher. The thunder beasts in the core area were generally above 250 levels,
and these monsters, for Kuei-yu,
were very suitable for use in upgrading. Of course, Lu Zhang had come here to have the Kuei-yu struck by lightning, not to have it kill monsters, but that's not a delay. Working together in both directions, it might instead be possible to upgrade faster than the 9-headed immortal bird. Lu Zhang had released the Kuei-yu long ago after realizing that there was no one around, and as a divine beast in charge of thunder,
the moment it appeared,
the thunder power around it converged towards it crazily.
Thunder, 4 to 5 meters thick, unceasingly fell towards it. Then, Lu Zhang realized that this guy's experience value began to grow crazily. Seeing this scene,
Lu Zhang slapped his forehead.
Too late.
But it's not. If this has long arranged the Kuei-yu to this kind of place, where there is still a need to painstakingly chase after monsters to hunt,
such a majestic energy, growing so fast experience value, 2 levels a day are said to be slow.
If you add in the experience value gained from killing the monsters in this neighborhood,
the probability of going up 3 levels in a day could be maintained.
This bull,
in a few days,
would be able to surpass the 9-headed immortal bird in rank,
and even directly surpass White Zephyr. White Zephyr is too limited.
It could only target demons and evil creatures,
and for other monsters that didn't have these 2 attributes favoring them, the killing power would be limited, and it might even heal the monster. Previously, Lu Zhang's reliance had always been on Tao Tai, but now,
he felt that the success story from last time was worth learning from, and he needed to cultivate a divine favorite with high spell bursts, and start off with a large range,
violent type spell skill shuffle. Other than that, earning a large amount of experience value not only restores mana, but also adds a little bit of battle power.
Thinking like this, suddenly, Lu Zhang sensed a strong energy fluctuation. He instantly used the Void Walk skill to instantly move nearby. It was found to be a professional taking on a level 400 monster. 400 levels, still only a holy level category. Beyond 400 levels, only to enter the demigod level. Its power has not yet metamorphosed, so the holy level professional fighting with it was not suppressed by this high level energy of divine power. Instead, it was this level 393 saint ranked professional whose attack skill,
however, came with a divine power damage attribute bonus. That makes sense.
The godhead fragments that Shen Yuan Wuji had obtained from killing the demigods were definitely going to be distributed to some of the people below him to help give them an additional overwhelming force to increase their upgrade speed. The guy was always thinking of someone to take over and let him retire early. Before a demon like Lu Zhang had appeared, he must have long ago identified some candidates and vigorously cultivated them so that they could take over his class at an early date.
However, now that there was Lu Zhang,
he obviously felt that all the others were unreliable and pinned all his hopes on Lu Zhang.
This 400 level monster was powerful and, moreover, was not a thunder beast. Monster, Thunder Guard. Quality, hegemonic. Rank, LV. 400. Life, 1. 240.
000 / 25 million.
Mana, 840.
000 / 5 million.
Power, 800. Agility, 600. Spirit, 100. Body mass, 700.
The Thunder Prison Guard was very powerful.
But at this point, it was about to be killed, and the person who killed it,
Lu Zhang recognized. This person wore purple leather armor and held a gun cannon that was almost as tall as himself. And this was the creator of the second examination record of the Alliance-wide Professionals Advanced Examination that preceded Lu Zhang.
The epic-level Professional Thunder Magic Cannon Master Wu Tuahai.
Lu Zhang did not intervene and watched him kill this monster before showing himself.
Student Lu Zhang. Meet Senior.
He remained his usual humble self.
Upon hearing this, Wu Tuahai turned his head to look and laughed out after realizing that it was really Lu Zhang. It's really you. It's really strange that you would appear here. It's hard to believe that your third divine pet is of the thunder attribute?
Lu Zhang was surprised.
How did Senior know that I still have a third divine pet?
Wu Tuahai said with a smile.
You think everyone's a cutie. Before, you brat hid and refused to reveal even one of your divine favorites.
According to this cautious character of yours, if you didn't have a third divine favorite, how could you have released 2?
Upon hearing this,
Lu Zhang smiled awkwardly and considered it a tacit admission that he had 3 divine pets.
Anyway, I have 6 of them, and I'm not afraid of being guessed to have 3. you've come at the right time. I've been wanting to kill this thunder prison guard for a long time. And today I finally killed it and popped out a purple obsidian treasure chest. Let me see what's there. With that, Wotohai opened the purple obsidian treasure chest on the ground. Inside were 3 items. A Thunder Prison Chain, Skill Book. A gem called Eye of Heavenly Thunder and a token. Item, Order of Punishment in Thunder Prison. Effect, holding this order allows you to pass through the Cave of Thunderstorms and enter the Punishment Thunder Prison Realm copy to receive the inheritance test of the Elder God of Thunder Punishment Somo. Godhead Inheritance Examination. After seeing the effects of the token, both Wu Tuahai and Lu Zhang revealed expressions of surprise, while Wu Tuahai's face then turned serious. Lu Zhang could not help but ask, Elder, is there a problem? Wu Tuahai glanced at Lu Zhang and did not answer directly, and after a little thought, he still spoke. Earlier, the Regulus War God once said something to a few of us old guys who were still reasonably strong, that the gods, most likely, had fallen. Lu Zhang immediately denied it. How is that possible? I beheaded the projection of fire god Laban earlier, and this guy held a grudge and put a curse on me. Wotohai shook his head. The Regulus War God's claim is that the vast majority of the gods should have fallen. Maybe a few are alive, and some have had their godhood stolen. Evil demons and evil gods will revive after being killed, while the righteous gods, on the other hand, need someone to inherit the divine throne. In recent years, the number of evil gods has increased, and the Regulus War God senses that the world isn't quite stable anymore. So he's been urging us to hurry up and upgrade, so that he won't be distracted one day and cause a certain direction to suffer from evil gods' destruction and slaughter. Lu Zhang heard immediately stunned on the spot. Xianyuan Wuji, that old gentleman, is not in order to retire as early as possible to find a young and beautiful girl before urging themselves to cultivate as soon as possible. The truth behind it, it turns out, is the invasion of evil gods. Chapter 86, I am the Lord of the Gods. Heaven and earth imbue me with experience value. So, Xianyuan Wuji said that on purpose in order not to create pressure on himself. Thinking about this, Lu Zhang could not help but feel a bit guilty. This Yin Xiao's god of war was really carrying too much pressure, and I was surprised that I still missed him so much. Half a year. No wonder he was eager to let himself share some part of it after learning that he was able to kill a demigod. It wasn't that he wanted to throw in the towel and quit, but he was worried that he really couldn't protect such a large piece of his home on his own. Lu Zhang's heart was more than a little heavy. He suddenly thought of the Spider God Island copy, and was now almost certain that inside this copy, an evil god should exist. That guy, just like Jacob, must be looking for a way to break through the seal and descend to this realm, and that high priest's strength was already at the demigod level. The evil god behind the curtain must be a true god-level existence. Senior, I suggest that you wait until you've stepped into the demigod level before entering the inheritance test. This Thunder Prison Guard is already at level 400, and the test inside should start at the demigod level. So now is definitely not the best time to go in and receive the test. Hearing Lu Zhang say so, Wu Tuahai laughed. Don't worry, I'm not an impulsive youngster. I definitely won't risk my own life and safety. However, the Thunder Prison Guards should still be able to be refreshed, and at that time, the probability is that you will also be able to obtain a Thunder Prison Punishment Order, so you can also try to participate in the examination. Lu Zhang nodded. I'll consider this matter afterward, but since there's a Thunder God test, there will definitely be inheritance tests from other gods as well, and it's not limited to this one. It seems like similar copies of this kind. We need to explore some more and gather more information, Wotohai said with satisfaction. Very well, you've thought this through. I'll speak to the Regulus War God about this matter. Before that, let me take a look at your Thunder Attribute Divine Favor. Legendary Divine Favor. A summoned beast with divine underpinnings, or a Thunder Attribute. Wu Tuahai was very curious. No problem. It's coming over. Lu Zhang gave the order, and the Kuei Nyo immediately flew towards this side. It did fly in. It was so large that running was too troublesome. Harnessing the power of thunder allowed the body to fly like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was already close at hand. Wu Tuahai looked at the giant beast in front of him that was more than 200 meters tall and stood with 1 foot in the middle of a thunderstorm, its body glittering with thunder, and marveled. What a strong pressure. It's obviously just at the 4th turn level. But this pressure is not even weaker than mine. It's even 1 point stronger. It's like a true god that controls thunder. What kind of divine pet is this? Does it have a name? Kuei Nyo. This divine favor is called a Kuei Nyo and has no specific name. Lu Zhang replied. Among the many summoned beasts, only the 3-tailed spirit fox, which could turn into a little lowly, had its own name, while the others were replaced by their racial names. Otherwise the messy name calling is too much of a hassle. Wotohai said with a smile. Good. That's not a bad name either. Did you come here with the intention of letting it stay here to absorb the power of thunder? Yes,
There is no distance limitation between my summoned beast and me, so I left it here to grow stronger, and went to the Eye of the Fire God earlier to place the 9-headed immortal bird there. Lu Zhang's reply did not surprise Wu Tuahai. You're a summoner that's really different from the other summoners. I can feel that your basic attributes don't seem to be any worse than mine. What a freak. Alright, my goal for today is complete. I'm going to go back. Take care of yourself. As he watched Wu Tuahai leave, Lu Zhang continued to think for a while about the divine succession examination. Should one find a god position to participate in the examination or not? Forget it. What god position will work for you? I myself am the man who holds many divine favorites, meaning, I am the lord of the gods, and I can't look at the district's divine position. However, Lu Zhang did not leave. Instead, he planned to wait here for the Thunder Prison Guard to resurrect and get a piece of the Thunder Prison Punishment Order. He could not want the godhead, but he could not be unqualified to have it. Mainly, he wanted a copy of that skill book as well. That skill book was a divine skill, and if one could master it, together with the Domain of Thunderbolt passive skill that he currently possessed, he would be able to utilize a much stronger power. 3 days later, the Thunder Prison Guard was refreshed. Lu Zhang killed it in seconds and got the obsidian treasure chest, and sure enough, 3 identical items appeared in front of him. Item, Eye of Thunder. Effects, used to make thunder equipment, which can affect the weather and induce heavenly. Skill book, Thunder Prison Chains. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 points of mana to create a Thunder Prison Chain, which can bind or attack the target, causing a minimum of 20,000 points of physical damage and 50,000 points of thunder spell damage, with multiple chains having a stacking effect. Requirements, Thunder Mage specialization or spirit power greater than 100 points. Learn the skills and learn to finish. With a thought, a chain fell from mid-air, and this was just the beginning. As Lu Zhang experimented, a chain continued to fall, and in the blink of an eye, there were 8 chains in 8 different directions, forming an all-encompassing package. He had Tao Tai try it. It was discovered that even with a chain constructed with a minimum mana consumption of 10,000 mana points, once bound, one would need at least 80,000 points of strength to break free by brute force. The composition of this thunder chain was obviously extremely different from normal skills. Furthermore, after being bound by the chains would conduct the power of thunder, constantly paralyzing and electrocuting the target, rendering the target completely unable to focus on mobilizing mana to cast spells and physically unable to move. Has the effect of restricting mobility and interrupting spell casting? As expected, this skill was as versatile as Lu Zhang had predicted. However, what Lu Zhang really cared about was not targeting his enemies, but rather putting the chains on himself. This chain was formed from the sky, and it was actually a chain that communicated the power of heaven and earth and was formed with heavenly thunder, and the mana that Lu Zhang himself consumed was just a trigger. The energy contained therein is immensely rich. When Lu Zhang added the chains to his body, a steady stream of thunder energy surged into his body. Due to the effect of the Domain of Thunderbolt, it made it so that not only did these raging heavenly thunder energies not cause damage to Lu Zhang, but instead continued to provide him with experience values. It also provides mana, but it's restored to full in the blink of an eye, so it's converted into experience. Thunder Prison Chains. As long as they are not broken free, they will always exist. The constant infusion of the power of heavenly thunder was equivalent to heaven and earth constantly providing him with the experience value for upgrading. This was really upgrading while lying down. The only beautiful thing was that the Thunder Prison Chains couldn't follow one's movement, so if one wanted to lay down and upgrade, one would have to pick a location and not move. You can use this skill in future battles, not only to restore mana and continuously upgrade it, but also as a means of defense. It's really a triple whammy, an absolutely divine technique. It was not in vain that he had waited here for 3 days. It was time to go back. Spider God Island. He had to break in. Chapter 87, Is this fog poisonous? Then I'm going to taste the saltiness after all. Requesting a follow-up. The reason why Spider God Island had this name was because the entrance to this copy was on an island in the center of a lake. This lake island was not large in size, and there were no monsters on the island. So a small city was also established here to supply occupants who were brushing monsters and upgrading in the middle of Spider God Island. And the Spider God Island copy space. That was a very large area. The Abyssal Demon Cave was huge in scope alone, with each layer covering an area equivalent to the coverage of an ordinary city. Although Spider God Island was not as large as the total area of the 8 layers of the Abyss combined, it was as large as the 4 layers of the Abyss combined. Moreover, it was much more densely populated with active monsters. This was because they didn't have a particularly strict territorial hierarchy. Although they still roughly followed the rule that the closer you were to the demon spider shrine, the higher the level of the monsters. But even at the deepest level,
There existed monsters in the teens. All the monsters are spider-like. As long as you enter the copy, look around. It's densely packed with spiders and cobwebs. And those gaps in the mountains, between the trees, are filled with cobwebs. And
many places were shrouded in poisonous mist of various colors,
flowery and colorful. It looks weird and scary.
A professional who came to the middle of the Spider God Island was bound to bring along many antidotes and a priest with the skill of removing negative statuses. Poison attribute damage was also a category of spell damage.
And Lu Zhang, who possessed the mana annihilation passive skill, directly ignored this kind of damage. Seeing the spiders all over the place and the poisonous mist that filled the air, not only did he not show a disgusted expression, on the contrary, he was quite excited. It's a place that's perfect for Sajiri to upgrade. Shangliu was a water system poison attribute divine pet, and in this environment, the growth rate could definitely soar up. The two skills it had, used here, could simply be said to be within its domain. Skill, all poison demon body, passive. Effect, within a certain range, absorbs all poison damage and converts it into mana or experience. This place was filled with poisonous mists, and as soon as Shangliu appeared, these poisonous mists actively drew closer to it, and then continuously merged into its body and were absorbed by it. Skill, Poisonous Mist Magic Miasma. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 points of mana to create a miasma of poisonous fog, assimilating and absorbing all other poisonous creatures or toxins into the fog to enhance its effect. When Xiang Lu released the poisonous mist, the mist directly refined those poisonous spiders, using their toxin energy and transforming it into part of the poisonous mist. The eyes full of poisonous spiders became the nourishment for this poisonous mist magic barrier at this moment, allowing it to expand continuously. The speed at which Sagittarius gained experience value was soaring dramatically as the poisonous mist demonic miasma spread faster and faster, affecting a wider and wider area. Luckily, there were no more living people to be seen around the place where Lu Zhang had released the Shangliu, or else an unusual professional below the 5th turn would be gone after inhaling 2 mouthfuls of people. The poisonous mist is very damaging and has very significant corrosive properties, regardless of whether it was a poisonous spider or a spider's web. All of them were turned into pus by the waves of this mist, and finally became part of the poisonous mist. An hour later, the poisonous fog had taken over a third of the entire Spider God Island. The 1/3 we're talking about here isn't a sector, it's a circular area. The entire Spider God Island was divided into 3 parts at this point. The first part is the inner circle, occupying 1/12 of the entire Arachnid Island, and is the sphere of activity of the High Priestess of the Arachnid God and the subordinates she leads. The second part was the central circle, occupying 1/3 of Spider God Island, which was covered by a dark brown, very thick poisonous fog magic miasma at this time. The third part is the outer circle, which occupies 7/12 of Arachnid Island, the area where other professionals operate. Nowadays, the professionals in the middle of the Spider God Island exploded. It was the first time that such a huge change had occurred since the Arachnid God Island replica was created. A poisonous mist that devoured all living creatures had actually spread from the inside to such a large extent that it was about to engulf the entire copy. The vast majority of the professionals fled their copies in a panic, after someone exposed the video of a LV 235 level 100 Eyes demon spider being engulfed by the poisonous mist and turned into pus in a single breath. It scared those professionals into running away, almost causing a stampede at the exit. The change in the Spider God Island was immediately fed back to the main city, and knowing full well what kind of terrifying existence was at stake, the city lord's mansion immediately made arrangements. Vice City Lord Helian Dongfang arrived at Spider God Island along with Saint-level professional Wind and Fire Sword Saint Yen Shu. As one of the 2 Saint-level copies of Tiannan City, the stability of the Spider God Island copy was a matter of upgrading for many professionals, and most critically, that demigod-level Spider God High Priestess among them. Once she stormed out and left the core area of the Spider God Island replica, it would cause a large number of casualties. So, they had to find out what was going on here. However, after the two came inside the Spider God Island, they realized that things were even more serious than they had imagined at first. Wind and Fire Sword Saint Yen Shu slightly sensed the damage of the poisonous mist and his face changed dramatically. Even, couldn't help but burst out directly. I'm yet. 50,000 blood drops in 1 second. This poison mist is too overbearing. When these words came out, Helian Dongfang subconsciously took a few steps back. She was now level 278, which was the strength of the late 5th turn, with only 3.6 million points of blood. If she was contaminated with this toxin and was unable to detoxify it, in 72 seconds, a minute and a half, she was going to be karma. And Yen Shu's next sentence made her take 2 steps back again. The Grandmaster level antidote potion is surprisingly useless. It takes a Grandmaster level antidote potion to create a 30-second resistance effect. Things like antidote potions were already difficult to formulate. And Grandmaster level antidote potions were even more expensive. Even for a saint level professional,
Yan Shu only had 20 bottles in his hands, which could only support him for a total of 10 minutes as he entered the poisonous mist.
He looked at Helian Dongfang with a grave expression on his face.
You can't go in this poisonous fog.
Give me all the Grandmaster level antidotes in your hand. I'll go in and confirm what's going on. In case it's the demonic spider temple opening up, we have to have a time to respond.
Helian Dongfang immediately took out 8 bottles of Grandmaster grade antidote potions and then said, I'll wait for you for 15 minutes. If you can't come out in 15 minutes, I'll have to report it immediately and get the God of War to step in.
Good. I'll try to get there and back as fast as I can.
After Yan Shu finished speaking, he immediately turned on his protection skill and quickly flew towards the inside.
Lu Zhang wouldn't take the initiative to hurt anyone.
At the beginning of the spread of the poisonous fog, he realized that the original Shangliu could also sense everything around him through this poisonous fog, including whether there were people or monsters or the like. Therefore, even though the poisonous mist spread over such a large area,
it didn't injure any of the occupiers, and he didn't expect anyone to enter voluntarily.
Learning that someone had been poisoned,
he also instantly moved over this way, and happened to bump into Yan Shu, who had just entered the poisonous fog. Seeing that it was Lu Zhang, Yan Shu's face changed and he immediately took out a bottle of antidote potion and said, Why are you here? This fog is highly poisonous. Drink the antidote potion.
Lu Zhang got feedback from Xian Lu and learned that it was this person who had just been poisoned.
Jokingly, this fog is poisonous? Then I'm going to taste the saltiness after all. Chapter 88, Lying Even to Yourself. Yellow Sand City needs your help.
This performance of Lu Zhan was what made Yan Shu react at once.
The kid doesn't seem to be showing signs of poisoning. You're actually not afraid of the poisonous fog? Could it be that you've already taken the antidote potion and gained a short period of antibodies? Yan Shu asked suspiciously. Lu Zhang waved his hand and said, No, I have a skill that happens to be immune to this kind of attack. Moreover, this poisonous fog was created by me. Can I still poison myself to death? You created it. This poisonous fog is now estimated to cover 2/5 of the copies of Spider God Island.
Such a terrifying range.
Could it be the work of a divine favor?
Yan Shu was very shocked when he heard Lu Zhang's words in the moment,
but after half a second,
he associated it with a divine favor. If it was a divine pet that created this kind of scene, then it was still more reasonable. Lu Zhang nodded and did not explain too much more, but instead made a request. For the next period of time, maybe 10 days and half a month, maybe 2 or 3 months, I will arrange for God's favorite to kill monsters and upgrade here. This poisonous fog will remain at this current range for a long time, so please help me to relay a message to the city lord,
and temporarily restrict the professionals from approaching.
Yan Shu did not feel bad about Lu Zhang making the request.
Nowadays, in the Yanxia sequence system, Xianyuan Wuji was sequence 01, while Lu Zhang was sequence 02, and his authority, after the evil god had been exterminated, was directly elevated to a level second only to Xianyuan Wuji.
Therefore, not to mention Lu Zhang's request for the professionals not to go near the poisonous mist, even if he were to ask all the professionals in Tiannan City to leave the area and give up the entire Tiannan region, everyone would have to comply.
Yan Shu said happily, I'm relieved that the poisonous mist was made by you, as long as it's not a problem with the demonic spider god temple. By the way, that spider god high priestess, you can't easily mess with it.
Lu Zhang nodded and said,
Elder, don't worry. I know in my heart that now is not the time to kill her.
Yan Shu froze at his words.
What this means is that you were already planning to kill the high priestess of the spider god?
Although you killed a demigod, but it's the same demigod with different abilities and different battle power.
No matter what, you have to be sure before you make a move. Right now, you are the hope of us old guys. Yan Shu droned on again.
After Lu Zhang learned of the pressure that Xianyuan Wuji was currently enduring, he gained some awareness of the expectations that he had taken on,
and replied at that moment, I will not disappoint you all. Though he's not one for stress,
he's also very much a fan of enjoyment.
But when everyone is counting on you, thinking of you, and all resources are given to you, anyone with just a little bit of conscience can't remain indifferent. However, all he could say was that he was doing his best. Everything is just to get your thoughts flowing.
Yan Shu left the poisonous fog, and when he saw him appear,
Helian Dongfang immediately went up to ask, Why did you come out so quickly? Did an invincible monster appear inside? No, it's fine. This poisonous fog, it was made by Lu Zhang's divine favorite, and he will be practicing here for the next while, so we need to coordinate to keep the other professionals away from the poisonous fog.
Yan Shu hurriedly explained.
Helian Dongfang glared. This kid suddenly disappeared for a few days, and as soon as he appeared, he made such a big commotion.
Worthy of being my granddaughter-in-law.
Yan Shu was speechless.
These days Helian Dongfang had not less passed on the remarks that G0 had an intimate relationship with Lu Zhang, really taking Lu Zhang as her granddaughter-in-law. The highest level of deception is to deceive even yourself. After Yan Shu left, Lu Zhang was relieved about this matter. He was confident in his current influence. He had put out the word that as long as his side did not let up, there would not be any professionals breaking in. He had just discovered another novelty, as Sagittarius could release poisonous mist, and its 10,000 poison demon body could convert toxins into experience value. Wouldn't this be the same as Sagittarius being able to indirectly convert mana into its own experience value? Nice guy. It turns out that the fastest upgrading divine beast is it, but it was overlooked before. As he watched the experience value soaring wildly above its head, Lu Zhang himself wasn't idle either. In fact, every time he was in the middle of a copy, he would release low-level summoned beasts for them to die, and then constantly refresh the summoning bits. But it seemed to have reached another stage of accumulating luck, and for such a long time, there had never been another summoned beast above an immortal item. He didn't give up and kept refreshing. With the experience of the last time when 4 great immortal spirit pets and 2 great divine pets came out in a row in one day directly, Lu Zhang believed that he would definitely be able to save up until he had enough luck to come out with divine pets again as long as he persevered. But there was one more thing he had to think about. Previously, he had determined that upgrading on Spider God Island was going to require all summoned beasts to upgrade here, just like in the Abyssal Demon Cave before. But right now, all the monsters above high-level quality were basically taken away by a wave of poisonous mist from Xianlu, and when they were refreshed afterward, their downfall was to be turned into pus by the poisonous mist and become part of the experience value. Therefore, Lu Zhang still had to find a new treasure trove so that the other summoned beasts could upgrade quickly as well. These past few days, the vast majority of summoned beasts hadn't upgraded much, and had been arranging for divine favors. Can't be wasting time like this. Lu Zhang hurriedly took out his tablet and screened amongst the several copies he had found long ago, finally settling on one place. Holy level copy. Endless Desert. The Endless Desert is a very special copy because it is not one copy, but a series of copies. The entire Endless Desert replica consisted of 4 parts. The Flint Desert, the Storm Desert, the Extreme Cold Desert, and the Blood Crystal Desert, 4 parts, each of which, with its huge area, and all of which contained saint-level monsters, were extremely dangerous. Lu Zhang had a large number of summoned beasts, so he needed a copy with a lot of monsters like this. After finally determining Sagiri's upgrade speed, it could probably be maintained at around 3 levels a day as well. Lu Zhang left his copy of Spider God Island and once again went on a long journey. The Endless Desert copy was in the middle of the Northwest Desert, but this time, it was a long distance away. He first went to the Imperial capital through a teleportation array, and then went to a main city at the very edge of the Northwest through the Imperial capital teleportation array. Unexpectedly, he had just arrived when he heard the sound of a secondary alarm stirring in the air. This was Huangsha City, the most powerful main city of Huangsha County. The county city. To make a county city issue a level 2 citywide alert, it meant that the monster tide outside had reached at least 5 million levels, and there were more than 3 saint-level monsters among them. Lu Zhang directly arrived on top of the city wall with an instantaneous movement, and when he looked up, yellow sands filled the sky, with black and red sandstorms among them. Looking out with his passive skill Real Pupil, the number of monsters outside was no less than 20 million and was continuing to increase, with 4 saint-level monsters in the back rapidly approaching this way. It's amazing that there's such a massive wave of monsters. It was the first time Lu Zhang had seen a monster disaster of this level, and the monster tide he had faced in Fengdu City at that time, when compared to this time, was simply like a child facing an adult. At that moment, a vibration came from his cell phone, and when he opened it, an anxious voice came from it. I am Huang Xiaotian, the city lord of Yellow Sand City. Lu Zhang, have you come to Yellow Sand City? I need your help. No, it is Yellow Sand City that needs your help. Chapter 89, Just guard the city. Outside. Leave it to me. Requesting for readings. As soon as Huang Xiaotian's words fell, he looked up to see that Lu Zhang had already arrived in front of him. At that moment, he threw his cell phone away, too late to be shocked, and said directly, right now, there are only 2 saint-level professionals in the city, Yang Lidong and Li Jiu Lake, and the saint-level professionals from the other main cities need to defend their respective cities. As this monster disaster is sweeping through the entire Yellow Sand County, I asked for help from above, and Regulus said you were here to take care of it. All hope is on you. What you say to do, we fully cooperate. Lu Zhang scanned outside and smiled. Just guard the city. Outside. Leave it to me. Before the words fell, Lu Zhang flew directly into midair, and when he raised his hand, the cloud-emptying crane came to his feet. First of all, this sandstorm had to be stopped,
or else even if the monsters were killed off, the whole city would be buried deep into the sand, and all it takes to do that is one skill: taking to the clouds. This skill of manipulating the power of clouds and mist to form clouds and mist can effectively blend the sand and dust and bring them down. However, now that there was such a wide range of sandstorms, Lu Zhang's mana alone would not be enough. He delved directly inside the black sand and dust, releasing his summoned beasts and letting them fall into the tide of monsters below, either killing them or being killed. Also released were the three divine favorites, Bai Zhe, Por Chi, and Tao Tai. White Zephyr was not involved in the battle and was only acting as a reservoir of mana supply. Poverty had to participate in the battle, specializing in chasing after those saint-level monsters to kill them, while Tao Tai was the main force in dealing with this army of monsters. Yes, a summoned beast, that's the main one. The Dharma phase heaven and earth was cast out, and in the midst of the storm, a monstrous beast bearing a pair of ram's horns appeared, its height reaching more than 250 meters, and its terrifying aura caused the monsters around it to retreat. Tao Tai's attributes had doubled multiple times after completing his transformation, and in terms of basic attributes, he was only a hair's breadth away from being a demigod. This was already beyond the level of peak saint-level monsters, and in terms of their aura, it made the four saint-level monsters that had already revealed themselves feel oppressive, and they all let out roars in this direction. Tao Tai didn't care about them at all, releasing a skill of his own. The black hole engulfs. It hadn't devoured it properly for once in a long time, and this time, Lu Zhang wasn't even going to use too much of his battle power even for the Por Chi. And these monsters, they were all rewards for the Tao Tai's food. A terrifying black hole formed in midair, reaching a diameter of 200 meters. The violent gravitational force caused the spacetime around the black hole to become distorted, and everything around it drew towards the black hole. Whether it was the monsters or the wind and sand, all of them were sucked into it and turned into pure energy, which was absorbed by Tao Tai. A large number of monsters were killed and the experience value began to soar wildly. In the beginning, Tao Tai was used as Lu Zhang's battle dependency, but as a result, it was now reduced to the second battle sequence, which had always made it want to find an opportunity to vent its anger. God's favorites still have a high level of intelligence. Previously, Lu Zhang's first favored summoned beast was naturally the three-tailed spirit fox Tushan Kayak Kiak, who was raised by his mother as her daughter, and Tao Tai was the second favored one. But with the arrival of other divine favorites, Tao Tai clearly felt left out. Therefore, it very much wanted to show its value in order to gain more attention from Lu Zhang. Now that it finally had a chance to perform and gain experience points to get back into the position of Lu Zhang's second favorite summoned beast, wouldn't it have to give its best effort? Thus, after unleashing the black hole devouring skill, it also unleashed a skill that it hadn't used much before. Skill, Tyrannical Mist. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 points of mana to release a tyrannical mist formed by the power of darkness and the power of the soul. Within the mist, 100% of targets with spirit value lower than half of your spirit value will fall into a berserk state, destroying everything around them. Targets with spirit value higher than half of your spirit value but lower than yours will have a 50% probability of falling into a berserk state. Targets with spirit value higher than yours will have a 10% probability of falling into a berserk state. As Tao Tai continuously injected energy, the tyrannical mist's range continued to expand, directly overshadowing the sandstorm and enveloping most of the monsters. Under the effect of the lucky aura, all monsters, except for the four saint-level monsters, fell into a berserk state. They start attacking everything around them indiscriminately. In such a state, it was naturally even less resistant to the gravitational pull of a devouring black hole. There were more than 20 million monsters, the vast majority of which belonged to levels above 100 to below 200. Though there was also 1/10 of those above 200, or around 2 million. That's a huge amount of experience value. Tao Tai, who was originally only level 151, came to level 155 in the blink of an eye, and his experience bar was still reaching full value at an extremely fast rate. It was the Tao Tai's devour and kill skill that upgraded the fastest when the monsters were dense and plentiful. The abilities of the Por Chi were as targeted as the White Zephyrs, and they could only kill monsters and upgrade in a hurry when they were facing evil demons. Tao Tai's killings are indiscriminate. It can devour everything. Even if it's not a living creature, it can be devoured and turned into energy. It's just that it gets less energy. Although its darkness attribute took up more, its darkness was not a mere attribute energy, but an almost rule-based application. And there was no such thing as being restrained. Watching the huge amount of monsters being frantically devoured by Tao Tai and sensing that the aura on Tao Tai's body had become even stronger, those four saint-level monsters couldn't continue to calmly wait for the right moment at the back. Among them, the LV 380 level Storm Lizard leader was the first to charge. The Storm Lizard is a bestial humanoid monster with a humanoid body, walking on two legs but with claws on all four limbs, a lizard-like head, and a thick tail behind it.
The main basis of judgment in saying they are beastmen is that these monsters commonly use weapons.
For example, this storm lizard leader was holding a black machete in his hand. A huge machete that was over 60 meters long and looked very dominant. Tao Tai can also use weapons.
Lu Zhang directly took out the evil god Jacob's abyssal demon fork.
And as soon as the 300-meter-long abyssal demon fork appeared, the momentum of the storm lizard leader's charge was instantly lulled. Although it was not afraid of Tao Tai's pressure, it saw that the other party's weapon was clearly longer and more dominant than its own, and this contrasted the gap. But at this point it was too late for it to dodge or retreat. The gravitational pull of the black hole prevented it from dodging or even moving, and it could only hold the machete in its hand to hastily fend off the abyssal demon fork in Tao Tai's hand. But its machete was just an unusual piece of equipment, so how could it block the sharpness of the divine equipment abyssal demon fork? What's more, after being increased by the Dharma phase heaven and earth skill, Tao Tai's power far exceeded it. And with this strike, the machete directly broke into two pieces. Immediately after that storm lizard leader also had half of his head sliced off by this strike. At this point, the monster wasn't dead, but in the next moment, the abyssal demon fork in Tao Tai's hand flicked upwards, and it sliced off the rest of its head along with its entire neck. This time, dead on. When the other three saint-level monsters saw this, they immediately turned around and ran back. It's too vicious. They still knew the difference between fighting to the death and sending them to their deaths. Chapter 90. Go! Hurry up! Tell the god of war that an evil god has invaded. However, how could Tao Tai let them go? With a single jump, it arrived at the closest monster, and with a swing of the abyssal demon fork, the strong force directly cut it off. Immediately after that, it threw the abyssal demon fork in its hand straight out. Under the huge power, the abyssal devil fork, which was like a cannonball, directly blew out the head of the saint-level monster that was the second closest, and at the same time, Tao Tai released a skill, Dark God's Claw. The saint-level monster that was farthest away from it was suddenly pinched by a huge black claw in midair before it was steeply clawed and exploded. Within a few breaths, the four saint-level monsters, all of them crunched away. In fact, Lu Zhang had originally wanted to give these four guys to Porchi to kill. After all, they had all come, so they had to put in some effort anyway. I didn't expect Tao Tai to go straight to killing madness with this one. Not a single one of them. They all went to ho-ho. The killing doesn't stop. The devouring doesn't stop. At this moment, it was like a demon god, crazily killing and devouring everything around it. 10 million monsters were killed by it alone. Crumbling and scattering, fleeing, Lu Zhang immediately dispatched all of his summoned beasts to hunt them down, determined not to let go of these hard-won experienced babies. From the time Lu Zhang appeared to just less than an hour later, the roiling sand and dust was gone, the roar of the monsters rising and falling was gone, and all that was left was a pitch-black mist. A moment later, the black mist dispersed. Over 20 million monsters were gone, and all that was left in the original spot was devastation. And two figures. A figure nearly 300 meters tall, goat-bodied and human-faced, with eyes in the armpits, tiger teeth and human claws, all black with bizarre textures, holding an abyssal devil's fork, like a devil god coming out from the middle of a profound hell, and at the top of its head, Lu Zhang stood proudly, like a king who ruled over the demon gods. Well, he did it on purpose. Handsome is a lifelong thing. Anyway, his strength does not allow him to continue to keep a low profile, and when it's time to be high profile, he has to be high profile to satisfy his vanity. This trip to kill had given Tao Tai a good meal, and his level had soared from 151 to 167, 16 levels in a row. That's pretty good. You don't see many feasts like this today. Lu Zhang returned to the city walls, and everyone was cheering. Huang Xiaotian, the city lord of Huangsha City, excitedly came forward and said, "Thank you. You saved the lives of tens of millions of people. No wonder the Regulus war god would say that it's okay to have you around. So it turns out that you're actually this powerful. Only so many days have passed since the college entrance exam, and your strength has already surpassed the normal saint-level professional category. It's really strong." Although Lu Zhang also liked to be praised, he wasn't overwhelmed by this joy. Thinking of something, he immediately inquired, "A monster attack of this magnitude shouldn't be normal, right? Has there been any investigation to find out what the cause is? And what exactly happened?" When he heard Lu Zhang ask this, the smile on Huang Xiaotian's face immediately disappeared, and a look of worry surfaced instead. 3 days ago, someone came out from among the endless desert copies and reported that they found the monsters in the core area inside were spreading outwards, possibly because of an abnormal situation in the desert shrine. 2 days ago, I sent out 2 fifth-turn professionals to explore, and the people didn't return. Yesterday, I asked Saint-level professional Huang Badian to probe again, and so far there's been no reply. And also this disaster has erupted today. There must have been a mutation in the Endless Desert copy. And such a mutation is not something I can handle anymore. Originally I was going to report it to the Regulus War God. What are you going to do? I'll go check it out, Lu Zhang said without hesitation. Right now, Shen Yuan Wuji didn't know which evil god he was fighting. And this situation in the Endless Desert was most likely related to the evil god as well. So apart from Shen Yuan Wuji, he was the only one who could handle it. It was just as well that now that Tao Tai had leveled up, he had some backbone. Go in and check out the situation. And if there really was an evil god, you would have to come up with a strategy to deal with it as early as possible. Even if one could not kill the other party, running should not be a problem. Anyone else who entered would surely be sent to their deaths. Before leaving, Lu Zhang suddenly asked, Huang Batian is? Huang Xiaotian replied, it's my brother. Lu Zhang left, leaving a sentence in mid-air. I'll do my best to find him. With the evil god at stake, Lu Zhang could not guarantee anyone's safety, and could only say that he would try his best to give a message so that Huang Xiaotian would know whether his brother was alive or dead. Professionals who were still willing to go deeper into their copies to explore under such circumstances were people with great righteousness and deserved respect. Lu Zhang used his instant transmission ability to quickly arrive at the first copy area, Flintstone Desert. Enter to check out some things, nothing out of the ordinary. The second, the Stormy Desert, is still not unusual. Then there's the Blood Crystal Desert. Just after entering this place, Lu Zhang noticed a problem. Generally speaking, in this kind of fixed copy, the monster refreshment has a certain range. Moreover, the monster will only attack the professional after being taunted and within a certain range. However, Lu Zhang had only just entered the place when he realized that a large number of monsters were besieging towards him with red eyes. They had long since gathered at the entrance of the cave. Looking at the levels, many of them should have been refreshed in the core area, but now they were all at the entrance location. Very strange. Either way, it's experience value and it can't be wasted. Lu Zhang raised his hand and unleashed the skill Fiery Fire, burning all the monsters to death, turning them into experience values and pocketing them. Then he directly continued to use the Void Walking skill and quickly approached the core area. The desert temple is found in one of the 4 endless desert replicas, and this is the centerpiece. According to the information that Lu Zhang had, there should be a level 400 monster called the Blood Crystal Guard outside of this desert temple. The fact that it was gone at this point meant that the guy had probably been killed. When he thought about the Huang Batian who had disappeared earlier, it was possible for him to kill this Blood Crystal Guard, because Huang Batian and Wu Tuahai were the same, both peak saint level professionals above level 390, and since Wu Tuahai could kill the Thunder Prison Guards, it was only right that Huang Batian would kill the Blood Crystal Guards as well. But after a little thought, Lu Zhang realized that things were not that simple. The anomalies in the Endless Desert had appeared before Huang Baotian arrived here, and the death of the Blood Crystal Guards shouldn't have been the cause of the disaster. Lu Zhang looked towards the temple. The problem should be here. After thinking for a while, Lu Zhang released a Vajra Gorilla Summoner Beast and let it enter inside to explore. According to the logic of other places, this shrine should also be the entrance to a dimensional copy. Sure enough, a white cave-like opening appeared inside, and just as the Vajra Gorilla was about to enter the cave, a figure suddenly fell out of it, and immediately after that, a terrifying aura appeared. This level of aura was familiar to Lu Zhang. After all, he had just killed one not long ago, and the figure that fell out of the cave entrance shouted when it saw that there were even people outside the temple. Go! Quickly go! Tell the Regulus War God that there's an evil god invading. Saying that, he unexpectedly greeted towards the demigod again. Chapter 91, Damage overflowed by 100 million. Sea beast pollution species, begging for followers. After discovering that it was a demigod-level evil god that had appeared, Lu Zhang did not hesitate and directly summoned all 3 of his existing divine favors and 11 immortal favors. While quickly releasing the mana bridge skill to link their mana, he observed the evil god's message. Evil god, SAG. Race, Dark WIRM. Quality, Hegemonic. Rank, LV. 435, Demigod. Life, 132. 3 million / 135 million. Mana, 11. 2 million / 12 million. Power, 150. 000. Agile, 180. 000. Spirit, 240. 000. Physical, 200. 000. Skills, Darkness Invasion. Cursed Light. Flame Demon Blast. Soul Howl. Skeleton Summoning. Witch Demon Holy Body, Passive. 130 million blood. 30 million more blood than the evil god Jacob that he had beheaded earlier. But happily, this guy also belonged to the category of demonic demons and evils, and White Zephyr was the nemesis of such evil gods. However, there were no other targets this time.
so Lu Zhang would not need to have White Zephyr release a wide-range attack skill, and would simply use a skill to dislike it. After killing Jacob last time, White Zephyr's level reached 181, with 1,700,000 mana. Right now, Taotia's level was 167, with 1.5 million mana. The poor man had only improved by one level during this time, reaching level 155, and his mana value was still much more than the other divine pets due to the evil thought devouring skill, reaching 2,100,000. The 11 immortal spirit favors had an average level of only 145, and each of them contributed 200,000 mana, for a total of 2 million. Lu Zhang himself now had a mana cap of 1,200,000. When these were coherent, the value of mana that Bai Zhe could mobilize at once reached 7 million points. First, a series of auxiliary skills were added, and under the power of judgment, the skill, Sacred Light, was activated. 8.5 million mana points were instantly consumed, and a white and clean light that looked like the sword of the dome of the sky tore through the void and fell down against that evil god Sag's head, directly drowning its entire body. Together with them, there was also Huang Badian who was fighting the evil god. However, not only would the divine power not cause damage to him, but it instead carried an extremely strong healing effect, allowing him, who was originally dying, to be directly revived with full blood. Regaining his senses, he watched as the evil god, who had just hunted him down like a wild dog, turned into nothingness under the holy light. With 8.5 million mana points imbued, 4,250,000 points of basic spell damage and 4,250,000 points of divine power damage, Strike Aura takes effect and damage is tripled. Total damage amounted to 255 million. Even though this Dark Witch Demon Sag's mana resistance was much higher, cancelling out a full 20 million points of damage, the remaining 235 million points of damage was enough to instantly empty his blood bar. Originally, this skill of Sacred Light was powerful enough to deal single damage to the evil god, and now there was a doubling effect of bludgeoning damage, directly hitting the overflow of a whole 100 million damage value. That was also very reasonable. After all, this was the result of the combined efforts of 3 divine pets and a Lu Zhang, plus 11 immortal pets. Ding! Your summoned beast White Zephyr kills LV. For 35 hegemonic evil god, Sag X1. Your summoned beast White Zephyr gains 108 million experience points. You being 27 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained the item Sigil Fragment X5. After killing another demigod, White Zephyr directly rose 4 levels in a row to level 185. It was even stronger. Lu Zhang felt satisfied with this upgrade speed. If he could, finding another dozen or so demigod-level evil gods to kill would allow White Zephyr to directly step into the 5th turn level, and by that time, he might even be able to try to kill a lower true god-level evil god. Huang Batian watched Sag just disappear in front of his eyes, and there was a little bit of a trance. A demigod, just dying in front of his eyes, and just now it seemed like it was himself who should have died. It all seemed so surreal. You are Senior Huang Batian, right? Lu Zhang asked. Huang Batian looked back at Lu Zhang before being surprised. You are Lu Zhang. No wonder. I said who still has the power to kill demigods. Before I heard that you killed a demigod in the abyssal plane, I thought that you used some trickery, but now it seems that you are really ridiculously strong. Who would dare to believe that a professional who hadn't even turned 4 yet had killed a demigod in seconds? Lu Zhang had heard enough compliments and boasts during this period of time, so he had basically formed an immune mentality to such words, and immediately asked, Elder Huang, what exactly happened? How did you get chased by an evil god and a monster disaster was triggered outside? Hearing that a disaster had erupted outside, Huang Batian instantly wanted to inquire, but stopped when he saw Lu Zhang. Since Lu Zhang had come here, it meant that the disaster had already passed. No matter what the outcome was, it could not be changed, or the matter at hand was more important. After a slight recollection, Huang Batian replied, Inside there is a lower true god-level evil god who is trying to occupy the divine position of the god of the Blood Crystal Desert. The god of the Blood Crystal Desert is a medium god, and the last god who possessed this divine position has already fallen. I'm guessing that it was this very thing that caused the entire Endless Desert copy to riot. The evil god's invasion had disrupted the normal functioning of the replica, which caused a large number of monsters inside to leave the Endless Desert and head towards the human cities. I went into it to explore and was discovered, and that's why I was hunted down. Lu Zhang said with a grave expression on his face. I don't know what elder has probed. That evil god. How long will it take to occupy the divine position of the god of the Blood Crystal Desert? Will it directly cause destruction to the outside world? Huang Batian, however, directly shook his head. I haven't probed anything. Inside is the desert god country realm, which has been contaminated by the evil god. It is filled with all sorts of monsters.
The lowest level is above the 5th turn level. And the information I told you was still learned through the serpent people. The serpents are a favored race that believes in the desert god, and are sort of the only race in there that still fights against the evil god. Hearing these words, Lu Zhang immediately spoke. Let's go. Go find the Regulus war god. He must have learned more information. The two then immediately flew out of the copy. For now, we could only keep Yellow Sand City silent and not enter the endless desert copy for now. Waiting for news. The evil god could appear at any time. Lu Zhang and Huang Batian knew too little to give a safe conclusion, and needed to be conservative in arranging their defense forces. Huang Batian stayed behind, and Lu Zhang went to find Shen Yuan Wuji alone. He first made a trip to the imperial capital and learned that at this time, Shen Yuan Wuji was in the Beichuan Sea, and after a few turns, he finally met Shen Yuan Wuji, who was fighting on the surface of the sea on a sea island. Lu Zhang looked towards the monster that was fighting Shen Yuan Wuji and saw information that once again caused his brows to furrow. Monster, Black Devil Octopus. Race, Sea Beast, Polluted Species. Quality, Lord Level. Rank, LV. 450, Demigod. Life, 16 million / 16 million. Mana, 15 million / 15 million. Power, 150. 000. Agile, 120. 000. Spirit, 120. 000. Physical, 150. 000. Skills, Dark Shadow. Tumbling River. Raging Water Cannon. Heavy Wave Clap. Evil Demon Body, Passive. Pollution Species? Another term that Lu Zhang had never seen before. Chapter 92 Calling the God's Ambassador is slack. Chris see the coronet. Shen Yuan Wuji killed the demigod-level contaminated species in front of him with one last shot, then turned his head to Lu Zhang and asked, "See what? Their powers? They are not their own, are they?" Lu Zhang asked. Shen Yuan Wuji nodded and laughed. Not bad. These sea beasts should only have been at the saint level originally, and there are very many saint-level sea beasts in the oceans, but they usually don't actively approach the coast. However, after being polluted by the power of the evil god, they have all been promoted to the demigod level, a full 100 levels up. Although their power isn't fully utilized and their base attributes are a bit worse than a true demigod, their life force is strong and their mana value is strong, and the destructive power they produce is that of a demigod. After a pause, he did not continue with the reason for the contamination, but looked at Lu Zhang and asked, "What are you doing here?" Lu Zhang hurriedly recounted the matter of the endless desert copy. Shen Yuan Wuji let out a sigh of relief after hearing this. No harm done. The matter of the evil god appropriating the godhead of the righteous god isn't this time either. We can't stop it. Right now. On the one hand, we don't have the strength to fight against the evil god, and on the other hand, we also haven't been able to complete the godhead examination and obtain the godhead of the righteous god before the evil god seizes it. However, based on my observations over the years, the dimensional copy passages can at most allow demigod-level lifeforms to enter and exit, and the evil god can't get out right now. Instead of worrying about it, it would be better to seize the time to improve your strength. Since you have the strength to decapitate the demigod-level evil god, you should go back one more time and go inside to kill all of that evil god's henchmen who have inherited the divine throne. The evil god who is inheriting the divine throne can't make a move against you, so don't worry about it. After killing all its demigod-level henchmen, you come over to me. The monsters of the endless desert copy are consumed quite a lot by this disaster. It's not suitable for you to upgrade anymore. This Beichuan Sea, it's all yours. Lu Zhang did not mention the previous agreement to start helping Shen Yuan Wuji share the pressure again after half a year. It's just a Kitagawa Sea area, which doesn't count as sharing the pressure. The real pressure was the various things Shen Yuan Wuji had learned about the evil god invasion over the years. Take for example the matter of the evil god occupying the position of the righteous god. What a great pressure that is. You have no idea when exactly the evil god could attack, and whether everything you've done today, everything you've desperately tried to protect, will be reduced to nothing tomorrow? It's very scary. And these, perhaps, were only part of the pressure that Shen Yuan Wuji was enduring inside. When the day came when Shen Yuan Wuji told Lu Zhang all the insider information he had learned, that would be the time to truly share the pressure. Now, at best, it's a favor to help out with the mucking around. It's just a matter of doing the little things you can do. Lu Zhang did not pursue the matter about the evil god's power polluting the sea beasts. He guessed that there must be some other appalling inside story that Shen Yuan Wuji did not want him to know, because the half-year period agreed upon by the two had not yet arrived. After many more teleportations, Lu Zhang returned to Huangsha City and briefly talked about the matter with Huang Baotian and the two Huang Xiaotian brothers. Knowing that Lu Zhang was going to enter inside to kill the other demigod-level evil gods and all the evil god dependents, Huang Baotian spoke. "I'll go with you. I've interacted with the serpent people and may be able to enlist their help." Although Lu Zhang wanted to swallow all the experience value, he did need to deal with the snake people to avoid unnecessary trouble. This current environment is so unfavorable to humanity that it needs to unite all the forces that can be united. Therefore, he nodded his head in agreement. Without delay, the two of them immediately set off and arrived in the Blood Crystal Desert replica, and found that at this time, quite a number of high-level evil demon monsters had already appeared around the desert temple, among which there were also 2 saint levels. After taking care of it in 3 tries, the two of them directly entered the Desert Divine Kingdom plane. The environment inside did not differ much from the outside, only that the presence of evil demonic power was clearly felt, and judging from the body's feedback, it was true that there were constantly evil demonic bodies trying to invade the body. It naturally didn't matter to Lu Zhang, but to Huang Batian, this would also deplete mana. Lu Zhang directly enchanted him with a blessing aura, making him immune to all negative statuses and erosive damage. And then, with Huang Batian leading the way, looking for traces of the existence of the Serpent Man race, he managed to meet the Serpent Man about an hour or so later. The upper body of a Serpent Man is no different from a human's. It's just that his hair and eyes are a different color, but it's very different from the waist down. And while you can see there's the outline of a butt, overall it's all snake body from the waist down, with skin and scales, and, on the whole, the lower part of the snake to which it belongs is larger, occupying more than 4/5 of the whole body. They were dressed in animal skins and held either staffs or weapons like swords in their hands. Some of the female serpents also have some hair ornaments on top of their heads, suggesting that they also have a more robust system of civilization and can indeed communicate. I'm Huang Batian. We've come to help you fight the evil god. This was said in Daxia Union Mandarin, and I didn't expect the other party to understand and reply in Mandarin as well. Please come with us. Led by these serpents, the two entered a huge sand dune and then came to an empty underworld. After going through many holes, they finally came to a city that looked like a tribal gathering place. Lu Zhang soon met the supreme leader of the Serpent People clan, the queen of the Serpent People clan, a peak saint-level powerhouse. Chris showed a gesture of concern after seeing Huang Batian. I'm very sorry, we can't do anything about you being hunted by the evil god, a demigod-level existence. The most I can do is just run away on my own. I can't rescue you. Luckily, you escaped. What a thing to celebrate, Huang Batian said with a smile. Thank you for your majesty's concern, but it wasn't that I escaped with my life. It was this little friend Lu who saved me by decapitating that evil god. Chris' body immediately shook when she heard this, and she immediately flew down from the throne to bow her head in front of Lu Zhang and said, Chrissy pays her respects to the God Emperor. Lu Zhang had learned some information that demigod-level existences were generally divine spokespersons, serving as high priests, divine messengers or popes and such roles. Just now, Huang Batian's introduction of himself didn't have a title like priest, sire, or anything like that, so Chris took him as a divine messenger of a certain god. Of course, one can be called a divine messenger even if one is not an advocate of a particular god. It's sort of a universal designation similar to that of a saint. Your Majesty doesn't need to be courteous. I'm just able to kill demigods, yet I'm not a demigod yet. Chris heard this but saluted again. In that case, you have the potential to become a god, and acquiring the divine position of a lower god is easy for you. It's too much to address you as a god emperor. Chris, see you. Coronet. Good. No wonder you're queen. You have a better grasp of this human condition than some of the old men among mankind. Ha. In that case, feel free to call it whatever you want. Let's talk about business. It's not too late. We need to be quick. All at the behest of the coronet. Chapter 93, One Strike, 10 million dependents of one evil god. All destroyed. Chrissy's posture was lowered. She had seen Huang Batian's strength, below demigod, at the peak of the saint level, and on par with her. At that time, she had seen with her own eyes that Huang Batian was being chased by the evil god, and she had thought that this person would be dead, but she had not expected to appear in front of her again. Lu Zhang looked very young and was initially thought by Chris to be just a descendant of Huang Batian. At that moment, Huang Batian said bluntly that it was Lu Zhang who had saved him by beheading the evil god. There is no possibility that this matter is false. Other than that, there was no reason that could explain why Huang Batian had not only survived the evil god's pursuit, but had even returned to this true copy of the Blood Crystal Desert once again. And someone who possessed the power to decapitate a demigod level was definitely worth lowering her stance to cater to, because at this time, the Snake People clan was in danger and had reached a desperate situation. Lu Zhang might just be the only hope to help them get out of their predicament and regain their lives. This is amply demonstrated by the discussion that follows. Upon learning of the two men's arrival, Chris said excitedly, I know all the gathering points of that evil god's dependence. Other than Sag, who was killed by you, there are still 7 demigod-level evil gods. I can take you there and kill them all. Lu Zhang, on the other hand, once again spoke out and asked, are you sure that the evil god who is inheriting the divine throne of the Blood Crystal Desert God won't make a move against us? Definitely not, Chris said firmly.
Ever since it started seizing the divine throne,
it disappeared into the core of the temple. And the chaos out here today is all caused by 8 demigod-level evil gods. In that case, please lead the way.
There was actually nothing to hesitate about. Xian Yuan Wuji wouldn't joke about such a thing.
So the information he gave must be very accurate.
Lu Zhang was just asking questions out of habit.
He didn't do it directly. Instead,
after scouting the number and density of the 7 evil gods and their dependents, the plan of action of killing the evil gods one by one first, and then purging the dependents of the evil gods on a wide scale was determined. It was because he realized that there was a bond between the evil god familiars and these demigods. The former could increase the latter's power. The latter was able to strengthen the former's vitality. And there was even the ability for 2 demigod-level evil gods to increase each other's power.
So, it's safest to take them one by one. Chris volunteered. I'll lure the evil god. Lu Zhang readily agreed. Originally, the serpent people and these evil gods were in conflict, and Chris was experienced in dodging the attacks of the evil gods and was not easily injured. Perfect for doing this. Lu Zhang found a relatively suitable location to complete the connection of the mana bridge ahead of time, and even in this case, he had sufficiently added a few mana sources to each summoned beast to use to restore their mana. A quarter of an hour later, a level 426 evil god was drawn in, and a holy light infused with 2/3 of all mana fell. Bludgeoning damage was dealt, and the power of judgment was not even used. The damage overflowed and another demigod was killed in seconds. White Zephyr had upgraded again, this time only by 3 levels, reaching level 188. In less than a minute, the mana of all the summoned beasts recovered to full value, and another quarter of an hour passed before a second demigod-ranked evil god was lured in and killed once again. This time, he moved up 4 levels and stepped up to 192. The things that popped out were still only 5 godhead fragments, without even a single piece of equipment like the abyssal demon fork. These demigod-level evil gods were truly weak and poor. Next, killing 4 demigods in a row, he finally stepped into level 201.
This meant that White Zephyr had officially metamorphosed into a divine pet at the 5th turn level, and his battle power had soared drastically, which could be seen from the mana value of 2.5 million that had reached 2.5 million. There was still one last demigod-level evil god left, as well as tens of millions of evil god dependents. Lu Zhang felt that it was time to complete the final silence. He directly led his divine favorites to descend in front of that evil god, and then had White Zephyr unleash the skill wave of evil resisting light, adding the power of judgment, and strike aura. A milky white wave of holy light containing a terrifying aura violently rippled out in all directions with Bai Zhe at the center. For creatures without evil energies, this is a cleansing and healing of the body, while for evil gods and their dependents, it is a shockwave that crushes the body. 9,300,000 points of mana infusion, causing 46,500,000 points of divine attribute damage, a bludgeoning effect that tripled the damage, and a 10% damage bonus from the power of judgment, resulting in 153,450,000 points of damage. The demigod-level evil god that was still alive here had 142 million life points, and its body defense carried off 22 million points of damage. Therefore, after this wave of evil preventing light, it still had 10,055,000 points of blood left. Ruling effect triggers. Less than 10% remaining blood constitutes a condition of adjudication, and the blood is cleared. With the last demigod killed, it was even more unlikely that any of the other evil god dependents would survive. After the wave of evil repelling light rippled out, the killing range reached a terrifying 200 miles in a circle, and all the monsters within this range were obliterated in an instant. Seeing this scene, Snake Queen Chris and Huang Batian were both completely shocked. This kind of power, in their opinion, was no longer something that could be possessed at the level of a demigod. Killing 10 million monsters in one strike, with a demigod among them, was too terrifying. At this moment, Chris was incredibly glad that she had acted in a respectful enough manner. If she had caused this person to be that unhappy, the entire Snake People clan might have been wiped out in an instant. After leveling up into 200, the experience value needed to raise a level was even more. Killing so many monsters, including a demigod, had only raised Bai Zhe by 8 levels to level 209. If you want to level up quickly, you still have to go to the beach, and those powerful sea beasts might be able to give you a surprise. Recalling White Zephyr, Lu Zhang looked at Chris and smiled. There shouldn't be many evil god dependents left, so I'll leave it to you to purge them. Also, I hope that the serpent people can keep in contact with the outside world and monitor the progress of the evil god's occupation of the divine throne, so that in case there are any changes, we can deal with them together.
Obey, Coronet, we will do as we are told. Chris was even more respectful than before. Previously, it was because he thought that the other party had the potential to inherit the divine position of a lower god, but now that he looked at it, he appeared to have power comparable to that of a lower god. That's a totally different concept. It's like treating a crown prince and an emperor, worlds apart. This change Lu Zhang sensed, but did not say anything. It was a wisdom of survival. He had nothing to say. With the matter of the Blood Crystal Desert coming to an end for the time being, Lu Zhang did not stay in Yellow Sand City and headed directly to the Beichuan Sea. Lu Zhang did not meet Xianyuan Wuji, and had just arrived at Beihai City, the county town of Beichuan County, when he was stopped by the city lord, Dongfang Shanglong. Dongfang Shanglong said with anxiety, the Xianyuan war god has already gone to the South Sea, and asked me to wait for you here, and let me find you to deal with anything that comes up. I've just received news that a large number of crab monsters have appeared outside of Royal Sea City. There is no lack of saint-level levels among them. The number is up to dozens of them, and there may be a demigod hidden behind them. So I need you to go and support them as soon as possible. Chapter 94 Crab Mountain. Golden Crown Crab Emperor. Crazy devouring upgrade. There was no way that Xianyuan Wuji hadn't done a thorough sweep before leaving. He wasn't the type of person to care about the head and not the tail. Otherwise, all these years of him dealing with the disaster of the entire empire alone would have already caused pandemonium. Now then, there is this unexpected situation, which can only mean one thing. The influence of evil gods has expanded, and the frequency of disasters caused by evil gods has increased. It was too late to look deeper into the matter. Lu Zhang immediately allowed Dongfang Shanglong to lead the way as they entered the teleportation array and quickly arrived within the sea defense town of Imperial Sea City. The situation is far more critical than expected, because they had just come out of the teleportation plaza that was in the center of the city when they saw the crab monster that was fighting the professionals. When he looked up, the image he saw was a bit shocking even to Lu Zhang, who had just exterminated millions of evil gods' dependents, only to see that, beyond the city walls in the distance, crab monsters were continuously pouring down from atop a large black and red mountain, and that huge mountain that was nearly 400 meters high was clearly piled up by an uncountable number of crab monsters. Surprisingly, this group of monsters didn't come in by breaching the city walls, but directly piled up a mountain of crabs and then climbed down from it. Looking around, he realized that there was not just one crab mountain, but 6 in total. What a ing crab nest to poke to get so many crabs to pop up. But the shock was followed by surprise, with so many monsters gathered together. This was a very rare condition for upgrading. Lu Zhang did not hesitate and instantly moved next to a mountain of crabs before releasing Tao Tai. The Tao Tai who appeared outside the city was directly excited to the point of swelling after seeing this crab mountain. The body suddenly became incomparably huge, swallowing a large chunk of the entire crab mountain in a single bite, followed by the emergence of the devouring black hole, into which huge amounts of crabs were sucked in the blink of an eye. Tao Tai's experience value began to soar. After the 6 crab mountains were all devoured, Tao Tai, who had originally reached level 167, rose 20 levels in a row, soaring to level 187. The average level of these crab monsters was only 60, but they couldn't help but be numerous, and the 6 crab mountains had more than a billion of them at least, being devoured. The experience value generated was naturally massive, and after the 6 crab mountains were swallowed, it didn't mean that the crisis of this crab tide was over. There were still densely packed crab monsters outside the city that continued to surge towards the city, but without the immense pressure brought about by the 6 crab mountains, order was quickly restored within the city. It was still very efficient for high-level professionals to spare their energy to exterminate those low-level crab monsters. The crabs were all pouring in from the eastern waters, and Tao Tai released a large devouring black hole placed to the east of the city, and the vast majority of the crab monsters that rushed up were sucked into it. The terrifying gravitational force crushed it into flesh and foam, followed by being turned into energy altogether. The beeps of killing monsters kept appearing, and the experience value above Tao Tai's head kept growing. Lu Zhang had no intention of rushing into the waters now to see if there was a demigod behind the curtain or not, because this raging tide of monsters right now was a very rare environment for him to upgrade. He couldn't wait for this to continue. After only 3 minutes, Tao Tai had risen another level. Maintaining this efficiency for an hour, Tao Tai would be able to step into the 5th turn level. From the analysis of the situation of the last 3rd turn career assessment mission, if one could have 3 to 5 divine pets whose grades had stepped into the 5th turn to escort them, then the safety of completing the 4th turn mission could be greatly guaranteed. Bai Zhe has already stepped into the 5th turn. Kuei Nyo, the 9-headed immortal bird as well as Xiang Lu, these 3 guys can now quickly upgrade every day, as long as to a certain amount of time. Stepping into the 5th turn is also stable. And now, Tao Tai was on the verge of rising to over 200 levels in a single breath and being promoted to a 5th turn divine pet. This opportunity cannot be missed. Devour. Continue to devour. Inside Beihai City, the people who had already gained safety looked at the huge black figure outside the city, as well as the person on top of the black figure who seemed to be standing on the clouds, filled with awe and worship. Just now, they had basically known that the one who had rescued them was Lu Zhang, the legendary summoner who had been the top scholar of the National Professionals Higher Education Examination not long ago. At this moment, the black goat-horned beast guarding them was a legendary divine favorite. Being guarded by such a powerful existence in such a time of danger made them feel extremely at ease. The originally panicked city quickly became peaceful. Half an hour had soon passed and Taotia's level had come to 198, but Lu Zhang realized that there didn't seem to be any more crab monsters coming out from the seaside. There was no telling how many years' worth of stock had been used up by this influx of so many crab monsters. The monsters behind the curtain finally couldn't hold back, and surrounded by 24 saint-level crab monsters, a huge black armored crab that seemed to be like a mountain peak appeared on the coast and rushed over this way. Monster, Golden-Crowned Crab King. Race, Sea Beast, Polluted Species. Quality, Lord Level. Rank, LV. 450, Demigod. Life, 18 million / 18 million. Mana, 18 million / 18 million. Power, 200. 000. Agile, 120. 000. Spirit, 120. 000. Physical, 150. 000. Skills, Mega Shock. Water Wave Impact. Double Hammer Sonic Boom. Congealed Water Demon Spike. Evil Demon Body, Passive. Lu Zhang's brows furrowed when he saw this. Sure enough, it was a demigod-level contaminated species. Although it was expected in his mind, the fact that he had encountered one just after arriving showed that the contaminating species had mutated extremely quickly. Otherwise, Shen Yuan Wuji would have definitely killed the monster before leaving, and wouldn't let something like a monster attacking the city happen. Without having the heart to think of anything else, Lu Zhang had already completed the linking of the mana bridge long ago. Instead of letting Bai Zhe do it, he had Tao Tai obtain everyone's mana and fully unleash the Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth skill, causing its already gigantic and incomparable body to become even taller once again. In the blink of an eye, it went straight into the clouds, more than 280 meters wide and more than 100 meters tall. The demigod-ranked golden-crowned crab emperor looked up at the terrifying creature that was more than 860 meters tall at this moment, and a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. In its perception, this horrible creature appeared as if out of nowhere. Turns out there's no such thing as a great guy. Just a second ago, among the creatures it sensed were all weaker beings than it. But now, facing such a huge Tao Tai, it felt the oppressive force from a high life level. In the next moment, Tao Tai held the abyssal demon fork and nailed it directly into its crab shell, ruthlessly thrusting it into the ground, and the entire earth shook for a moment. Lu Zhang used the shake the earth and move mountains skill in time to control the power of the earth's veins, expanding the tremors outward from the edge of the city and releasing them underground. That's what prevented North Sea City from suffering an earthquake disaster. However, the golden-crowned crab emperor was incomparably miserable. It was separated in segments by Tao Tai and then eaten into his stomach one leg at a time. At the same time, the gravitational range of the devouring black hole opened to its maximum, extending directly to the seashore and packing those remaining crab monsters to eat. With the feedback of experience value, Lu Zhang once again obtained 5 godhead fragments, and Tao Tai rose 3 levels in a row, stepping into level 201 and advancing to a 5th turn divine pet. Roar! Tao Tai let out a hiss to show his excitement. Lu Zhang then raised his hand to put it away and returned to the city. Just now, he suddenly received a message saying that his divine equipment transformation had been successful. Chapter 95, New Divine Equipment. It's finally shipped. 10 immortals and more? Lu Zhang had then given all of the ancient summoning luck bracelet and the godhead fragment he had obtained from killing an evil god demigod to Zhu Chengfang, so that she could remodel it for herself. The latter took his things and went on his errand, and has been doing so until now. When he finally gave his reply, Lu Zhang thought that he needed some help, but he didn't expect to get the news that the remodeling was complete. This made Lu Zhang a little delighted. For some time now, he had been persistently refreshing the summoning bits in the hopes of obtaining immortal or divine favors, but there had been no luck. After he was promoted to 3rd turn master summoner, he had instead replaced all of the 1,000 or so summoned beasts in his hands with rare grade beast pets. For an unusual summoner, a rare grade beast pet was basically the highest combat power, whereas in his case, it was a level of cannon fodder. But it wasn't what he wanted. What he wanted was a divine pet, or at the very least, an immortal pet. It used to be that his idea was to summon 10,000 beast pets and then lay down and pose at home by himself, but now he realized he couldn't do that. If he himself lies flat, He won't be able to lie down for more than half a year, and Daxiao will fall into a state of chaos. In a year's time maybe the evil one will have to take over the whole world. Therefore, he now wanted more divine favors as a way to add to his battle power and resist the evil god. Only divine favors could resist the gods, and immortal favors would only be able to resist the power of demigod-level evil demons in the future. However, recently, his chi was still in a period of accumulation, and he was in dire need of an external force to accelerate the accumulation of luck, so that he could obtain a divine favor again at an early date. And this outfit came along at just the right time. It was too late to celebrate with Dongfang Shanglong. Lu Zhang just casually dropped a couple of words before using the teleportation array to leave Beihai City and arrive at the imperial capital. Zhu Chengfang and the others were waiting for Lu Zhang in the middle of the imperial capital. Skyworks. The 7 Sync Grade Forgers waited for Lu Zhang's feedback. At this moment, the purple gold bracelet in Lu Zhang's hand was the result of their efforts together. Equipment, Call of God. Quality, God Purple Obsidian 5 stars. Requirements for equipment, spiritual power value greater than 100. Skill, Divine Summoning, passive. Durability, permanent. Skill, Divine Summoning, passive. Effects, issues a summon in the name of the gods, with a high probability of summoning immortal spiritual pets and legendary divine. After reading its characteristics, Lu Zhang immediately praised it with satisfaction. Good. Very good. I really like this equipment. All of these god sigil fragments are for you to use as materials. So work towards this direction and get me a few more pieces of equipment with such characteristics. Even if I only get one more piece, it will be a great achievement for me, and for the entire Dixia. Seniors, please, Zhu Chengfang said with a smile. After building 2 such pieces of equipment, I've already gained insights, and with the help of these old guys, within a month, we'll definitely be able to get you another piece of equipment out of no lesser quality. I am relieved to have your words. I'll wait for your good news. Lu Zhang thanked him once again, then simply excused himself. He was a little impatient to try it out, and he thought that today might be the day to ship it out. With a new divine favor within reach, how could he not be anxious? However, he didn't summon on the imperial capital side either, but instead took a teleportation array to return to Beichuan County once again, and then came directly on top of the small island in the sea where sea beasts were all over the place. This place was contaminated by the power of the evil god, and the level of the monsters was not low, making it suitable for brushing and upgrading monsters, as well as refreshing the summoning bits. Put your gear on and release the Lucky Aura enchantment. Once everything is ready, here is the moment to witness the miracle. Consume 100 spell points and successfully activate the skill Master Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained a 1-star rare beast pet Frozen Demon Earth, ×1. Lu Zhang had plenty of mana now, and the monsters outside were of a high level, so the summoning bits refreshed quickly, tens of thousands of times in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Lu Zhang felt something in his heart to ship out. Sure enough, the next moment, a series of beeps made him nearly stare his eyes out. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Master Summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-star Immortal Spirit Pet Hook Snake, ×10. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Soul Snatcher. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Master Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained the 5-star Legendary Divine Pet Candle Dragon, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Upside Down. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Master Summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-star Legendary Divine Pet White Tiger, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Gungjin Power. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Master Summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-star Legendary Divine Pet Koan Pang, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Water Strike 3, 000 foot. 10 5-star Immortal Spirit Pets and 3 5-star Legendary Divine Pets. Lu Zhang's entire body went numb. It was the first time he had drawn 10 identical Immortal Spirit Pets in a row. After all, it was already very impressive to be able to draw 4 at a time before, and this time, he even came out with 10 straight away. What was even more frightening was that these 10, surprisingly, were the same. 10 5-star Immortal Spirit Pets of the same breed. It's come to unite to exert a battle power that shouldn't be worse than a Legendary Divine Pet. Rounding up, Lu Zhang was equal to drawing out 4 divine favors in one breath. Moreover, these 3 divine favors in the back were one more explosive than the other just by looking at their names. Candle Dragon, the legendary powerful being whose eyes are daytime with his eyes open and nighttime with his eyes closed, whose exhalation is summer and inhalation is winter. Skill, Upside Down. Effects, minimum consumption of 100 points of mana. Upside Down effect on a single target.
Within the time and space of this state, damage inflicted on the target is transformed into healing value. And healing value is transformed into damage value. The effective status enhancement skills is transformed into the effective status weakening skills. And vice. This skill is equivalent to a hegemony effect. After all, enemies won't heal you for no reason. They'll just spam you. And all those damage values will eventually be converted into healing values. It's also possible to use it on enemies. For example, if you use it on a non-evil monster, and then have White Zephyr unleash Divine Light, the skill would be a pure healing effect on non-evil creatures, while under the effect of Upside Down, it would be a pure damage type skill. On the other hand, the vast majority of powerful individuals have a special physique that allows them to restore their blood or get an increase. With this skill effect, the monster's own increase and recovery skills may just screw itself over. This powerful skill of directly changing karma could only be possessed by a divine beast. The next divine pet, the White Tiger, one of the legendary 4 sacred beasts, wields the power of wind and the power to kill, and the skill it fed back, Gungjin Power, was the most perfect embodiment of the power to kill. Skill, Gungjin Power. Effect, consume 100 points of mana to transform into Gungjin Power, so that the next attack is accompanied by Gungjin Power additional damage. Gungjin Power has armor-breaking properties. At least reduce the target's defense value of 50%. The minimum damage caused by the base damage doubled the value of the damage. Chapter 96, Ancient Giant Kuan. Ice Kingdom. Skeleton Throne. Lu Zhang's favorite thing was this kind of skill that could double the damage, coupled with the effect of the strike aura. This output, against all odds. Moreover, the power of Gungjin also had the effect of weakening defense. In other words, a defense that was originally enough to counteract 20 million points of damage for a demigod could now counteract 10 million points at most, or even less. The more real damage you deal, the easier it will be to kill monsters. The third divine pet, Koan Pang, was also a heavyweight. There is a fish in the north of the underworld, and its name is Kuan. The Kuan is so big that I don't know how many thousands of miles it is. He was transformed into a bird, and his name was Pung. The rock's back is so big that I don't know how many thousands of miles it is. This god's pet is in a word, big. The huge size represented majestic mana and nearly invincible power. And the skill that it gave feedback to Lu Zhang was not an attack skill. Skill, Water Strike 3,000. Effect, minimum consumption of 100 points of mana. Can be transformed into the body of the Kuan Pang, with the ability to change into the ancient giant Kuan and the golden winged rock, riding on the wind and water. Instantaneous 3000 Li. It wasn't a simple rush skill, it was also a transformation skill. After transforming into a Taiku giant Kuan, he became the overlord of the water, and after becoming a golden winged rock, he could dominate the sky. This made Lu Zhang excited. Although his current base power was not weaker than that of a divine beast, that huge body, the size of a colossal beast, still made him very interested. Only when you have truly become huge can you perceive what it means to be small. The skills provided by the 3 divine favors were all very powerful, while the 10 identical immortal spirit favors had surprisingly the same feedback skills. Lu Zhang felt that he had lost a lot of money. If it was a different immortal spirit pet, he would still have 9 more immortal skills. Skill, Soul Snatching. Effects, consume a minimum of 100 points of mana to extract 100% of the soul of a target whose spirit value is less than half of its own, rendering it incapable of resisting. Inflicts a minimum of 100 points of spiritual damage to a target whose spirit value is greater than half of its. This skill looked like it could only deal weak damage if the target's spirit value was higher than half of one's spirit power, which was pretty ribbed, but in reality, even a demigod's spirit value was only about 200,000. By consuming 1,000,000 mana, he could weaken his spirit value by 100,000, and when his spirit value was less than half of his own spirit value, he could kill him with another hook. If the blast aura effect was added to it, one would only need to use less than 1/5 of their original mana to kill a demigod. Then letting the Cave Spectre Song Snake cooperate with the Blood Spectre Divine Light skill to severely injure the target's soul. Killing a demigod in seconds would be a breeze. Seeing that this skill was so powerful, Lu Zhang no longer cared about losing 9 immortal skills. With 3 more divine pets, he had as many as 9 divine pets in his hands, and 21 immortal spirit pets, which was definitely a force strong enough to subvert all orders. Of course, Lu Zhang had no desire to subvert anything. He was now thinking of leveling up all of his divine favorites as soon as possible. The sea was not suitable for the White Tiger to fight, so Lu Zhang just released the Candle Dragon and Koan Pang. The Candle Dragon was human-faced and snake-bodied, red in color, with vertically long eyes, reaching over 10 meters in length at the first level, releasing a powerful aura, casually grabbing up a level 200 monster to cripple and let Candle Dragon kill it. The level soared up and the size expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye it came to over 100 meters long.
After the huge snake body coiled up, the head that had a human face was even more terrifying. The koan pang's size was even bigger. Since this was the sea, releasing it was to appear as the image of an ancient giant koan.
With more than 20 meters at the first level, such a size was as terrifying as it was horrifying. This Taiku giant koan also had the same devouring ability as Tao Tai, and what it devoured could also be turned into experience value, but it needed to have water of the same quality to be swallowed along with it, so that the final digestion and absorption could be completed. It just so happened that the corpse of the monster that had just been killed by Candle Dragon was given to it to swallow, and it immediately turned into experience value, with its level skyrocketing wildly and its size increasing dramatically. The body length of a mere 100+ level Taiku giant koan reached a terrifying 200 meters. With such a behemoth, it would take an unknown number of monsters to keep its belly full for just one meal a day. After more than 2 hours, the body length of the Taiku giant koan that had stepped into more than 150 levels came to more than 400 meters. Candle dragons of the same level were only a mere 130 meters long. Moreover, while the candle dragon was the size of a body length, the Taiku giant koan was a rounded fat man, with a length of over 400 meters and a width of nearly 300 meters. After that large mouth that looked like the door to the abyss opened, it was really about the same diameter as the devouring black hole that Tao Tai had unleashed. The mouth of the ancient giant koan also had a huge gravitational force, especially in the water. With the help of the power of the water, the vast majority of the creatures could not escape at all and would be swallowed by it. There was no alien space in its stomach as in Taotia's, only raging water energy that crushed everything that entered it. The battle power of the Candle Dragon and the Koan Pang, which had been elevated to over 150 levels, had already reached the level of peak saint-level powerhouses, and Lu Zhang allowed them to go deeper into the sea to explore and devour more monsters. Restricted to the range of the beach, the monster density is not enough. Koan Pang and Candle Dragon, they should belong to the ocean. However, Lu Zhang still cared about the safety of the two, so not only did he allow the two to cooperate with each other, he also did not allow them to mess with demigod-level monsters. Although perhaps they had the battle power to kill a demigod-level monster when they joined forces, there would definitely be damage, and there was no need to take this kind of risk. What Lu Zhang liked was to crush his enemies with absolute strength. Winning by trickery was just like dancing on the blade. The slightest carelessness was a word of death. After the shock of the first and second turn quests, Lu Zhang was now asking for a word of stability. Nowadays, even though he already had 2 5th-turn divine pets, Tao Tai and White Zephyr, Lu Zhang still had no intention of opening the 4th-turn quest. With 9 divine pets in his hands, he wouldn't take any chances if he couldn't have 4 of them reach a rank of 5 turns or higher. Throwing the Candle Dragon and Koan Pang in the sea, there was no need to worry about the trouble on the seashore. The vast majority of the monsters would be intercepted and killed by these two fellows, and the appearance of demigod-level monsters, Lu Zhang could also be detected in the first instance, and then rushed over to the area and would not cause any damage. He left the seas and came to the far north. The extreme north of the Grand Xia Alliance was located to the north of the main border city, Snow Crystal City. Snow Crystal City was one of the major towns on the border of the Grand Xia Alliance, which not only needed to defend against the attacks of the many ice and snow monsters above the extreme northern snow plains, but also had to face the onslaught from the undead plane. The far north land possessed 2 saint-level copies. One was the Ice Kingdom. That was a multiple copy like the Endless Desert copy, and possessed a number of non-human intelligent races, that is, the dependents of the gods, to survive. The other is a copy of the Skeleton Throne that connects to the undead plane. The Skeleton Throne is a semi-open copy, in which the monsters will continue to accumulate, and after reaching a certain number, an undead apocalypse will erupt, and the undead army rushes out of the copy, descends into the extreme northern wilderness, and then kills the human cities to the south. Calculating the time, within this half a month, it would be the moment when the undead plague would break out once every 3 years. Just the thing to use to get your summoned beasts upgraded. However, just as he arrived at Snow Crystal City on the front foot, he realized on the back foot that Xianyuan Wuji had also arrived, and his presence here indicated that there had been a serious accident here. Chapter 97, accidentally turning all of them into bone crumbs. Death examination order. Xianyuan Wuji had originally sent a message to Lu Zhang asking him how things were going over in Beichuan County. However, he was told by Lu Zhang that the latter had already arrived at Snow Crystal City. The two met immediately. Did you leave a divine pet to hold down the fort in Beichuan County? Lu Zhang nodded and smiled. Yeah, but not 1, 2. Xianyuan Wuji thought of something and revealed a look of surprise. You summoned a new divine pet. Lu Zhang nodded his head once again, this time not saying that he had actually summoned 3 in one breath, and that there were a full 6 of them. Very well. It looks like that piece of equipment that Zhu Chengfang and the others built for you is pretty good.
Xianyuan Wuji revealed a smile. That gear works for me. Lu Zhang replied. What brings you over here? I wanted to come over to level up my summoned beasts. Was there some kind of accident? Xianyuan Wuji put away his smile and said in a deep voice. A riot has occurred in the undead plane, and a far greater number of undead than twice the number of the previous undead apocalypse have gathered in the Throne of Bones replica, with dozens of saint-ranked bone dragons and 5 demi-divine bone dragons as well as a demi-divine undead dragon knight appearing among them. So many demigods have appeared at once. Could it be the revival of the evil god? Lu Zhang asked. Xianyuan Wuji shook his head and said, all that can be determined now is that there is a riot in the undead plane. What exactly happened is still unclear, but it should have nothing to do with the evil god. I was planning to call you. With so many monsters and demigod-ranked undead, I definitely can't take care of them myself. You'll share half of the undead army. How many demigods are you planning to kill? Xianyuan Wuji added. Lu Zhang shook his head and said, I'm a greedy person, so why don't you, give it all to me? Xianyuan Wuji fell silent and looked at Lu Zhang, suddenly laughing out loud. I felt right. After just a few days, you've become stronger. Good. Then I'll stay here and wait for your good news. Xianyuan Wuji didn't think that Lu Zhang would joke or talk big on such matters, so he could be sure that Lu Zhang's strength had naturally increased a lot. Lu Zhang had come over here to kill monsters and upgrade, and now that he had 2 5-turn divine pets of level 1 Porchi and 2 divine pets of White Tiger that were in dire need of a large number of monsters for upgrading, he naturally had to fight for some more monsters for himself. The undead army, which was still a race that was restrained by Zay's divine power. At the same time, the top 10 5-star immortal spiritual pet hook serpent that he had just obtained, with its impact on the soul, happened to be a good way to deal with the undead as well. Leaving Xianyuan Wuji in Snow Crystal City, Lu Zhang quickly headed towards the entrance of the skeleton throne replica by himself. The entrance to this copy was a valley, and Lu Zhang immediately recognized this place. It's simply a perfect place to get stuck in a monster upgrade site. A one-trick pony. Entering the copy, this side is also a huge valley. Lu Zhang directly asked Tao Tai to guard the place, and then sent out the White Tiger and the Poor Man, a holy beast in charge of the power of killing, and a ferocious beast in control of the power of viciousness. Let them lead the army of summoned beasts in charge towards the undead army. Now that less than 6 months had passed since the awakening day, Lu Zhang had just over 1,700 summoned beasts in his hands, but each of them was at least of rare grade quality, with an average level of over 100, and their battle prowess was not bad. White Zephyr stayed by Lu Zhang's side, while Lu Zhang began to use the Bridge of Mana to connect the 4 divine pets and the 21 immortal spirit pets. The Poor Man quickly created fierce spirit puppets to help it kill more monsters more quickly and gain more experience value, while the White Tiger also displayed the power of belonging to a sacred beast. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, White Tiger. Quality, 5-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 1,0,0%. Life, 100//100. Mana, 100//100. Power, 200. Agility, 150. Spirit, 150. Physical fitness, 200. Skills, Holy Spirit Dharma. Gung Jin Power. Wind Blade. Sharp Gold Storm. White Tiger Sacred Body, Passive. Transform. The White Tiger's Tier 1 attributes were exactly the same as the Poor Man's, and there were many similarities between the two. After opening the Holy Spirit Phantasm, the full attributes were doubled and it completely changed into a killing machine. Skill Royal Wind Transformation Blade let it have extremely fast attack speed. Gung Jin Power added to let it kill the ability to increase again. A sharp gold storm of slaughter. That is, a 10-mile radius of the monsters are cleared out. With such a high frequency and wide range of kills, after only a few minutes, its level soared to level 161. The Poor Man had even raised his level to 167 in one breath. The undead army was too powerful. So many monsters as if they couldn't be killed. Lu Zhang realized that none of those demigod-level monsters had any intention of making a move. So he made a decision. First, he went all out to help a divine favorite, breaking through to level 200 in one breath, with one more 5th-turn divine pet. This would make it even easier if he were to fight against a demigod again. Porchi's skills mainly targeted demonic creatures, so the target Lu Zhang chose for the increase was the White Tiger. Skill, Sharp Gold Storm. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 points of mana to create a storm within a certain range, using the power of the wind to drive the power of gold into a gale of sharp blades, causing a minimum base of 50,000 points of physical damage and 50,000 points of spell damage per second to targets within the effect, consumes a minimum of 100 points of mana to create a storm within a certain range. The White Tiger itself possessed more than 1.5 million points of mana, while the Porchi had more than 2,300,000 points, the White Zephyr 2,080,000. the Taodai 2,600,000. The 21 immortal favors provided 2.5 million points, and Lu Zhang himself provided 1,300,000 points, a total of over 13 million mana points. Strike Aura, Luck Aura, Gung-Ho Power, opening the range to its maximum. It directly included more than half of the copy space, more than 99% of the undead. 13 million mana points were unleashed, and the base damage reached 10 million points per second. And with the addition of the power of Gung Jin, the damage doubled and skyrocketed to 20 million points per second. The Blitz Aura quadruples, going straight to 60 million points per second. 60 million points of damage per second. 2 seconds was enough to decimate a low-blooded demigod. And this deathstorm that swept through more than half of the replica space lasted a full 8 seconds. The cumulative damage was a horrifying 4.8 billion. Lu Zhang originally really only wanted the white tiger to just kill those low-level undead. I didn't realize that the sharp gold storm was so terrible. The 42 saint-ranked bone dragons and 5 demigod-ranked bone dragons as well as the 1 demigod-ranked undead dragon knight did not manage to pull through either. Despite the fact that this wide-range attack skill was not strong in terms of instantaneous single killing power, Gung Jin power specialized in breaking defenses. That's why they weren't able to resist such a ferocious storm, and they directly turned into a pile of bone crumbs. For a while, Lu Zhang's eyes were filled with kill tips and White Tiger's upgrade tips. Ding! Your summoned beast White Tiger kills LV. For 50 Overlord class undead, Bone Dragon Knight Tagum X1. Your summoned beast White Tiger gains 1.28 billion experience points. You gain 320 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained the item Sigil Fragment X5. Ding! You have obtained the item Death Examination Order X1. Item Shinigami Examination Order. Effect: holding this token to enter the Temple of Death in the Undead Plane can open the test of succession to the Divine Throne of the King of Death. Chapter 98, True God Level, Hellfire. Brother Woji. Begging for catch-up reading. Some time ago, Lu Zhang had already learned some information about the gods. The gods of the upper realm were first divided into a number of God King lineages, such as the Light God King lineage, the Death God King lineage, and the Destruction God King lineage. Below the Divine King was the Lord God, and then below that were the Upper God, the Middle God, and the Lower God, the demigods, in that order. Previously, the gods that Lu Zhang had learned about, such as Laban's Stream, were nothing more than gods below the Lord God, and now, he had actually obtained a God King examination order from a Death God King. Lu Zhang wasn't much happier for it. Instead, he was surprised that even the God King had died in that catastrophe, and what a great disaster humanity would face. Lu Zhang arrived at the entrance to the Undead Plane, above the skeleton throne. Looking at that throne, Lu Zhang fell into thought. Just now, those undead gathered here but didn't launch a direct attack, as if they were waiting for something to descend. Behind the entrance, there was most likely a more powerful existence. He wondered if he should go in and check it out or not. Suddenly, Lu Zhang remembered that he still had a split skill, so it was just the right time to put it in and take a look. In the next moment, he unleashed the Triple Divergence skill, creating 3 doppelgangers that had 50% of his own base attributes, and could also use his realistic pupil skill just to go in and explore. Credentials were needed to enter a saint-level dimensional copy, and Lu Zhang took out the Undead Dimension Pass that he had previously obtained, which his main body was holding and his bilocation could also enter. That's nice. If the diversion could not enter, Lu Zhang would have to think of another method. After entering the Undead Plane, the aura of death instantly wrapped it up, and fortunately, before entering, Lu Zhang had enchanted the doppelganger with a blessing aura, immune to energy erosion in this area. But then, Lu Zhang sensed a pressure that far exceeded the level of a demigod, and in an instant, it crushed his 3 doppelgangers, and at that last moment, Lu Zhang saw a figure. It looked like a chimpanzee at first glance, but it had no hair. Its body looked like it was made of stone. It burned with black and red flames, and in a bunch of eye sockets, there were no eyeballs, only emptiness and nothingness. Monster, Hellfire. Rank, Lu Zhang could only see a name and could not see a specific rank, which already spoke volumes. The Pupil of Truth, which allowed Lu Zhang to see through the basic information of targets no higher than 300 levels above himself, and the fact that he couldn't see through the information and level of this Hellfire in front of him indicated that it was more than 300 levels above Lu Zhang, who was now level 150. Together with the Breath Judgment, it's definitely already above 500 levels, a demigod above level 400, and above level 500. A true god, at least a lower god. It wasn't strange for the Undead Plane to have an inferior god, but it was strange for it to guard the entrance. Lu Zhang couldn't figure it out for a while. After all, he knew too little information about the Divine Realm. Solely, he stopped thinking about it and returned directly to Snow Crystal City. The entire copy was swept away almost as soon as he appeared. And from the viewpoint of the doppelganger, there weren't many undead present on the undead realm side. Next to the entrance, not many monsters could be refreshed in a short period of time, and there was no point in continuing to stay here. Shen Yuanwuji was quite surprised to see Lu Zheng return so quickly and asked, "So fast? All killed?" Lu Zheng nodded and said, "The demigods are easy to deal with. It's the inside that's hard to deal with. I used my doppelganger to go into the undead plane to check it out, and I found that there's a true god-ranked undead over there at the entrance, called Hellfire. I think the undead and demigods that entered the copy of the skeleton throne should have been driven in by it." When he heard Lu Zheng say that demigods were easy to deal with, Shen Yuanwuji almost didn't strain himself. Over the years, in order to deal with the crisis of the demigod-level monsters, he was almost on the verge of exhaustion, and was nearly killed several times. It was only after so many years of growth that one was strong enough to be able to have an easier time killing weak demigods. As a result, nowadays, this level 150 professional whose rank had not yet completed the 4th turn was able to easily kill so many demigods. This caused Shen Yuanwuji to have a feeling of the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward. However, after hearing the second half of Lu Zheng's words, he put away such small thoughts and pondered on the information Lu Zheng had uttered. A few minutes later, Shen Yuanwuji opened his mouth. 2 possibilities. The first, the Hellfire has been controlled by the evil god, blocking the killing of creatures that want to enter the undead plane to participate in the Death God King examination. The second, the Hellfire has not been controlled by the evil god, and it is itself part of what it takes to participate in the Death God King examination. Couldn't it possibly be that it's trying to invade this world of its own accord? Lu Zheng asked suspiciously. Shen Yuanwuji directly denied it. It won't. Based on my analysis of the information I've gathered over the years, all of the saint-level dimensional copies would allow the strongest demigods to pass through, and some of them wouldn't even be able to come out at the demigod level. Take for example the 9th level of the abyssal demon cave there. True gods will not descend through those entrances and exits, but true god-level evil gods will definitely appear. So we have to hurry up and cultivate some people so that they can obtain the divine position and have the power to resist the true gods. Will you not gain the godhead? Lu Zheng asked. Shen Yuanwuji spoke. I can obtain it, but I can't be the first one to obtain it, because it's uncertain now if I can return to this world to help humanity after obtaining the godhood. After a pause, he looked towards Lu Zheng and laughed. Actually, it's fine for me to obtain a divine position. After all, now that I have you, the speed at which you kill demigods can be even faster than me. Lu Zheng hurriedly waved his hand. No, I don't understand a lot of the situation, and you absolutely cannot be the first to obtain the god throne. Regarding the first person to obtain the god throne, have you determined it? It was confirmed long ago. It's in the land of the extreme north. Moreover, she has already begun the divine succession examination, Shen Yuanwuji said with a smile, and it was obvious that he felt quite proud of himself for being able to make the arrangements as early as possible. This is indeed something to be proud of. Almost too busy to touch the ground every day, he still had the energy to think about such long-term matters and make arrangements early. Worthy of being a war god that was admired by the people of Yanxia. Come on, I'll take you to meet her, Shen Yuanwuji said with a smile. Lu Zheng was curious. Earlier, I heard that there was only one demigod in Yanxia, and if that was the case, then the one taking the test should just be a saint-level powerhouse. Even the imperial god of war, the 400-plus leveled Regulus Wuji, had not taken the divine examination. So how could a saint-level powerhouse pass the divine examination? Soon, Lu Zheng knew why. Shen Yuanwuji wore Lu Zheng to the depths of the Ice and Snow Kingdom copy, and on top of a huge snowy mountain, he met a woman who was skulking around in the wind and snow. Lu Zheng saw through this woman's rank information with a single glance. Character, Snowflake. Profession, Frost Miracle Mage. Rank, LV. 400, 278. 56%. Seeing that someone had come, Snow Flying Flower flew directly to the two of them and said in surprise, Brother Wuji, you came to see me. This sweet voice made Lu Zheng shiver. He couldn't help but look at Shen Yuanwuji with an odd expression on his face. Nice guy. Should I have recused myself? Chapter 99 must not be enough power. This is just the beginning. Shen Yuanwuji didn't seem to be affected by this tone of Xue Feiwa's voice. He squared his shoulders. This is Lu Zheng. Although he hasn't turned 4 yet, his battle power is already enough to kill a demigod. And he is the successor I have elected. I brought him here because I wanted to borrow you here to let him get acquainted with the divine succession examination. You tell him about it. Snow Flying Flower sniffed and looked at Lu Zheng. Obviously she was quite surprised by Shen Yuanwuji's comments about Lu Zheng just now. After all, even now she did not have the ability to be able to kill a demigod, whereas Lu Zheng could. The Divine Throne Inheritance Examination is the only way I understand the way I am going through myself nowadays. The divine throne I'm going to inherit is the god of frost, an inferior god belonging to the life god king's lineage under the lord god Neptune. There are only 3 conditions that need to be met in order to inherit this divine position. First, reach 100% ice affinity. Second, complete the 3 tests. Third, condense the godhead. The 3 assessments were to kill the LV 400 level overlord level monster Snow Maiden, kill the 450 level king level monster Ice Elf King and pull out the frost god staff. Now that I've slain the Snow Maiden and the Ice Elf King, and my ice affinity has reached 100%, I only need to pull out the frost god staff and then coalesce my godhood, so I can inherit the godhood of the frost god. Snowflake looked a little excited as he talked about the contents. It was obvious that she was very attached to the matter of inheriting the divine throne, but Lu Zhang was certain that both the Snow Maiden and the Ice and Snow Elf King should have been killed by Shen Yuan Wuji, who helped Snow Flying Flower. In other words, the divine succession examination was able to allow for outside help. Lu Zhang asked directly, "Where is the frost god's staff? Why can't I pull it out? Is it not powerful enough?" In his opinion, if a thing could not be pulled out, it must be that there was not enough strength yet, and as long as it could accumulate a large enough force, it could be violently taken out. Shen Yuan Wuji spoke, "That frost god's staff is at the highest point of this mountain, and I've tried to pull it out, and with my power, I can't pull it out. It should require a mastery of the frost god's power before I can break the divine confinement and pull it out from within. Let's see." Lu Zhang still felt that it must be a lack of power. Shen Yuan Wuji's power attribute was just a bit stronger than his current self, and he would soon be able to surpass him. He couldn't pull it out himself, of course, but that didn't mean that the god's favorites under him couldn't give it a try. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the top of the mountain, and Lu Zhang saw the frost god staff and had one of his detachments go up and try it out. This thing, not only was it impossible to pull out, with the force, there was also a majestic cold force coming out from it, and in a blink of an eye, the detachment was covered in a layer of frost. It's worthy of being the artifact of the god of frost. You can't pull it out with brute force. Just pulling it out with brute force, the power of the cold ice released inside won't be able to withstand even a demigod. Snow Flying Flower hurriedly reminded Lu Zhang after seeing his failed attempt. Obviously, this previous time when Shen Yuan Wuji had helped her pull out the divine staff, he had suffered a loss in this regard. Lu Zhang smiled and said to the 2 Shen Yuan Wuji, "Let's back off and let my summoned beasts try." With that, Lu Zhang raised his hand and summoned the Tao Tai, the white tiger, as well as the 3 divine pets of the poor Qi, along with 21 immortal pets. After seeing the 3 divine pets, Shen Yuan Wuji was shocked. "Your kid actually has a full 6 divine pets." Previously, Lu Zhang had told him that he had left behind 2 divine favors over in the sea, and he had received news that Lu Zhang had also released a divine favors within the Spider God Island. Originally, he thought that Lu Zhang only had 1 divine favorite left in his hands, but he didn't expect him to summon 3 in one breath. Snow Flying Flower on the side also opened her mouth wide in surprise. "There are still 21 immortal spirit pets. This is too much." Lu Zhang smiled coyly and opened his mouth. "It was okay." Shen Yuan Wuji laughed out loud. "It's very possible, as long as you grow up. That's 6 demigods, so when the time comes to leave 1 in each direction, the 2 of us will then guard 1 side each, and all 8 directions can be guarded. Just demigods aren't enough right now, I'm afraid." Lu Zhang spoke, causing Shen Yuan Wuji to fall silent as well. And over here, Lu Zhang began to quickly release the Bridge of Mana, linking the mana of all the immortal favors, including himself and a few divine favors. He felt that it still wasn't safe, so he looked at the 2 of them, Shen Yuan Wuji and Snow Flying Flower. "Elder, I need to borrow your mana." The 2 of them nodded their heads together, and Lu Zhang also used the Bridge of Mana on them, cutting through all the targets. Lu Zhang looked towards Tao Tai and pointed at the frost god staff and spoke, "Pull out this stick." The part of the frost god staff that was exposed to the ice was only about a meter long, and with Tao Tai's immense and incomparable body, it was about as long as a hair on his head. Can't catch a break at all, but that doesn't matter. As a powerful mythological creature, it doesn't just rely on its flesh to grab things, it can also link through energy, only to see that the Tao Tai, who was over 200 meters tall, clasped his hands in vain, and an energy pillar wrapping the frost god staff formed. In this way, the grip is formed. Tao Tai began to exert himself, and a blue-white energy began to spread upwards along the frost god staff, gradually extending to Tao Tai's arms, causing freezing damage to them. And at that moment, Tao Tai's passive skill Mana Annihilation triggered, and all spell damage was converted into mana values to be absorbed by it. Continuing to exert force, even more power erupted as more icy cold power surged above the frost god staff. Soon, Tao Tai had reached the limit of his current stage of power. Looking at this scene, Shen Yuan Wuji could not help but say to Lu Zhang, who was next to him, "Don't try if you can't. It would be a huge loss if you hurt the divine favor, Lu Zhang said with a smile. This is just the beginning. As his words fell, Tao Tai unleashed the Dharma phase heaven and earth skill in an instant. At the same time, all the individuals linked by the mana bridge, including Xian Yuan Wuji, were emptied of mana within their bodies. Just in the blink of an eye, Tao Tai's size once again pulled up and swelled. The original size of over 200 meters was already incomparably huge, and now, it directly reached over 1300 meters tall. After a roar, Tao Tai, whose attributes had been doubled multiple times, began to power up. The power of the cold ice released from the frost god staff increased dramatically with the increase in power added to it, freezing Tao Tai's arms almost in the blink of an eye, but it was also counteracted by the mana annihilation skill in an instant. The entire snowy mountain began to shake, the earth cracked, the wind and snow stormed, and after a popping sound, the ice that trapped the frost god staff cracked. It really worked. Snowflake kind of couldn't believe his eyes. That was a test set up by a true god, meaning that the power that trapped the divine staff was at the level of a true god. But at this moment, it was pulled out by brute force by a summoner's summoning beast that hadn't even turned 4. Can't believe it. However, when Lu Zhang asked Tao Tai to put the frost god staff into her hands, after feeling the incomparable power that fit together, she believed it. That's the truth. And how can one not believe it? Lu Zhang raised his hand and put away all the summoned beasts, doubling the mana recovery speed of the summoned beasts after returning to the summoning position. He looked at Regulus Wuji and asked, Elder, this last step, condensing the Godhead, how can we help her? Chapter 100 The Path to Godhood. Follow the choice of the self. Requests for catch-up reading. Xian Yuan Wuji looked at Snow Flying Flower. Do you have thoughts? I don't have thoughts on coalescing the Godhead, Snowflake said with a nod. I've already tried this before, and with the Godhead fragment as a guide, one can attempt to condense the Godhead, but it requires a large amount of experience value. A large amount of experience value is required? Do you mean that you can only accumulate experience value as a way to coalesce the Godhead in a full level, untransformed state? Lu Zhang grasped the crux of the matter. Snow Flying Flower gave Lu Zhang an appreciative look. This was indeed the most special place. If you want to become a god, it's actually a transfer. When you reach the node of 400 levels, you can make a transfer. When you reach the node of 500 levels, you can also make a transfer. When he reached level 400 and wanted to make a transfer, he could no longer give out quests over at the transfer sanctuary. One had to accumulate a large amount of experience value and then use it to master divine power before breaking the shackles and becoming a demigod. At this time, if one is able to condense the Godhead, one can become a god. Since you can become a god as long as you condense your own Godhead, what's the point of inheriting the Godhead? Lu Zhang asked suspiciously. Snowflake continued to explain. The difficulty is different. Inheriting the divine throne, as long as you complete the examination, condensing the Godhead is a matter of time, and gaining enough experience value is enough. However, the experience value needed to condense the Godhead on one's own without inheriting the Godhead was massive, and even if one killed demigod-level monsters, I'm afraid it would take several hundred or more to accumulate enough. Moreover, you need to upgrade step by step. You can't just switch to become a god at full holy level, much less one step to directly become an upper god. You can only level up one level at a time, and the risk of cohesion failure. Lu Zhang understood. One could totally go the route of condensing one's own Godhead, because one's own summoned beast level is definitely in front of oneself. Every time one transfers, one will accumulate a huge amount of experience value, and even then, directly promoted to the next transfer request level full level still have a surplus. For himself, self-promotion and obtaining a Godhead that was uniquely his own was the most appropriate. After all, even if he inherited the throne of the God King, it could not match the position of the Lord of the Divine Beasts in his heart. He needs a higher position. It just so happens that I also need to help the summoned beasts level up. So let's do this. I'll help you gain experience value in the meantime, so that I can also have a general idea of the experience value required for Divine Throne inheritance. What does Senior think? Lu Zhang looked at Snow Flying Flower and asked. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Wuji nodded and said, it's appropriate for Lu Zhang to help you. With his many summoned beasts and comprehensive battle power, he can help you upgrade faster not just in this copy, but also by going to the next copy of the Skeleton Throne. I'll listen to Brother Wuji, Snow Flying Flower said gently as she looked towards Xian Yuan Wuji. Lu Zhang now strongly suspected that what Xian Yuan Wuji had told himself at that time should also be true. He just wanted to go have fun with pretty young girls, and this snowflake was one of them. I'll leave you to it here. I'm off. Xian Yuan Wuji left Snow Flying Flower with a backdrop, causing this one to look at her for a long time before returning to her senses. Then please take me to upgrade. Snowflake Brick chuckled. Lu Zhang suddenly thought of a question and asked, Senior, Aren't you afraid that after inheriting the divine throne, you'll ascend to the divine realm and never be able to meet with Senior Xian Yuan again? The smile on Snow Flying Flower's face disappeared as she looked in the direction that Xian Yuan Wuji had left. Fear. But I'll do whatever Brother Wuji needs me to do. Lu Zhang nodded and turned to look at the monster not far away. Let's get started. I'm looking forward to just how much experience value is needed to complete the transfer of a lower god. The Ice Kingdom copy and the Skeleton Throne copy had a large number of monsters, especially the Skeleton Throne copy. That true god Hellfire was still insisting on dispatching demigod-ranked undead this way, and these undead were all killed by Lu Zhang and Snow Flying Flower. Snow Flying Flower was only level 400, and it gained a lot of experience value from killing demigods. More than 9 days quickly passed, and on this day, Snow Flying Flower's experience value accumulation reached 1,000,000%. I think it's ready. I'm going to start condensing the godhead, Snow Flying Flower said to Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang asked, do you need me to notify Elder Xian Yuan for you? Snowflake said, shaking his head. No need. We'll meet again for sure. Don't bother him, he has his own things to do. Lu Zhang was silent. Snow Flying Flower's feelings towards Xian Yuan Wuji that was obvious, but she didn't dwell on it. She just expressed it. She just supported it. She just used what she could to help, to make it easier for Xian Yuan Wuji. This kind of feeling was really too pure, and Lu Zhang was even a bit envious. A man of 2 lifetimes, and an adult mind in this one since he was a child. It was difficult for him to fall in love, and he had always been of a bland nature. The cold ice froze Snow Flying Flower, and at this moment, it was as if she had become one with the entire snowy mountain and the environment here. Lu Zhang had been using his true pupil to look at her. Her experience value was rapidly depleting, and the divine power within the Godhead fragment was absorbed into her body, and immediately afterward, a crystal was born within her body. That's the Godhead. The process of inheriting the divine position was indeed very smooth, and with just a little bit of experience value transformation, the Godhead gradually formed. When the Godhead was completely finalized, the ice and snow on Snow Flying Flower's body melted away, and her aura changed radically. Character, Snowflake. Rank, since she had directly promoted from a level 400 Saint Perfection Professional to a level 500 plus lower True God, surpassing Lu Zhang, who was only level 150, by more than 300 levels. Her level and information were no longer visible. Lu Zhang looked at her and opened his mouth to ask, congratulations to Senior for becoming a god. I wonder if Senior can still remain in the lower realms now. Snowflake nodded and smiled. It can. However, a god's level in the lower realms will be suppressed to 500. And all attributes will be drastically weakened overall, Lu Zhang said in surprise. That is to say, even if a god reaches the lower realms, he only has the strength of a perfect demigod level? For now, Snowflake paused, and then said with a grave expression, but not necessarily later. It was at this time that a figure flew over from a short distance away. After Snow Flying Flower saw the visitor, she immediately shouted in surprise, Brother Wuji. Xian Yuan Wuji laughed out after seeing Snow Flying Flower's current state. Good. It's finally a success. We have a lower god too. Snowflake stepped forward and said, Brother Wuji, I don't need to go to the upper realm. I can stay in the lower realm, but my cultivation strength will be limited to the level of demigod grade perfection. Good. Very good. Now we have a war chest. Xian Yuan Wuji sighed once again, but another thought occurred to him immediately afterward. If you're in the lower realms, then can you continue to improve your strength? The smile on Snowflake's face stiffened. It's possible to level up, but it will be very slow. After becoming a god, it's no longer possible to gain experience value from killing monsters below the god level. And if you want to continue leveling up, you either have to kill monsters above the true god level, or you can only slowly cultivate and raise your godly power on your own. You can also raise your divine power in the lower realm. It will just be a little slower than the upper realm. Looking at the expression, it was obvious that it wasn't simply slower. It must have been a lot slower. Chapter 101, all of the divine favorites promote to the 5th turn. Open the transfer quest. Lu Zhang could see it, and so could Xian Yuan Wuji. But he didn't ask for anything outright. He still needed to consider the pros and cons. A lower god was nothing at all when put into the god realm. Even if she was allowed to return to the upper realm to cultivate, I'm afraid it would be impossible for her to advance to a mediate god in a short period of time. It's even likely that you just won't be able to get promoted. After all, this divine position of hers was only gained by transferring, and originally this was only a divine position of a lower god. There is still too little information known about the gods. You'll stay in the lower realm. We have to help more people obtain the divine position. Even if we have to go to the upper realm in the future to enhance our strength, you can't be the one to go alone. What's going on in the upper realm nowadays? We don't really know. It's too dangerous. Xian Yuan Wuji stated his reasons. As for Shui Fei Hua, no matter what the reason was. When she heard Xianyuan Wuji say that he would let her stay, she directly and brainlessly nodded her head in agreement and said happily, "Good. I'll work with Brother Wuji to protect the Grand Xia Alliance." Lu Zhang really had no eyes. This senior is really showing love no matter what the occasion is. Elder Snow has been promoted, and I'm still going to pick up the transfer quest as well. Lu Zhang opened his mouth. He thought he'd better hurry up and leave, leaving the two of them alone. Xianyuan Wuji looked at him and asked, "Are you sure about this? The third turn quest is just asking you to kill a demigod. If the fourth turn quest is asking you to kill a lower true god, then you might not be able to manage it on your own." Lu Zhang held his forehead. "You expect me to be good, but I'll make it anyway, even against the lower true gods." He wasn't unsure of himself, because the 9 divine favorites, nowadays, had all been promoted to over 200 levels and stepped into the 5th turn level. 9 5th turn divine pets, that was his bottom line. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Snowflake and asked, "By the way, Senior, can you let me know the attributes of the inferior true god level?" "Sure, I'll tell you my attributes," Snowflake replied without hesitation. Immediately after that, she gave a full account of her attributes. Lu Zhang quickly recorded this information down in his mind. Character, Snowflake. Rank, LV. 550, lower god. Life, 750 million / 750 million. Mana, 100 million / 100 million. Power, 500. 000. Agility, 450. 000. Spirit, 700. 000. Body mass, 700. 000. According to Snow Flying Flower's projection, the lowest level of an inferior god that had just broken through the demigod shackles and was promoted to inferior god had a base blood quantity of more than 500 million, with an increase of 5 million for every level up after that. The base value of mana is 50 million, with an increase of 1 million per level up. For the 4-dimensional attributes, the lowest 1 dimension of the initial lower gods was roughly 400,000 points, and the highest 1 dimension was roughly 500,000 points. This gave Lu Zhang a clearer idea of the overall attributes of the gods. Snowflake added finally, "The biggest difference between true gods and demigods lies in the utilization of divine power. Only a small portion of a demigod's mana value is divine power, whereas all of a true god's mana is divine power." There was a huge difference in physical defense, skill defense, recovery speed, and so on. The gap between a god and a demigod is already a span of life levels. Xianyuan Wuji said in a deep voice, "The difference between the strength of a demigod and a true god is too great. If your mission is really to kill a lower true god, surely you'll be going to other realms as well, where you won't be able to suppress the strength of the gods, so you'd better wait a little longer, and raise your strength some more." Lu Zhang, however, shook his head and said, "It won't be able to improve much in a short time. The level of monsters in this world was limited. There were very few ways to allow Tao Tai and the others to upgrade quickly now, and he used all that he could. With the existing methods, the rate of improvement had slowed down after they had advanced to 200 levels. If you want them to advance to level 300 or even 400 or more as soon as possible, you need to explore other realms." And with his current level limit of 150, he couldn't even see the information of monsters above level 450, which was too unfavorable for him. Without being able to see the message, the offense is not focused and cannot play to its strengths. Trying to kill high-level monsters with a low level becomes difficult. Various factors plagued him, and he needed to upgrade as soon as possible, not just to break the shackles of level 150, but the shackles of level 200 as well. "Good, then go ahead and message me if you need help." Xianyuan Wuji did not try to persuade any further because he knew that Lu Zhang had his own thoughts and plans. "If the transfer is complete, come and find me. I need to discuss with you about the other godhood successions." Lu Zhang nodded at his words and laughed lightly. "I'll leave you guys alone. Let's go." After leaving the Ice Kingdom copy, Lu Zhang recalled all the summoned beasts in a single thought, checking their current levels and attributes one by one. The levels, from highest to lowest, were Kuei Niu level 211, Bai Zai level 210, White Tiger level 208, Nine-Headed Immortal Bird level 205, Tao Tai level 204, Por Chi level 203, Shangliu level 202, Koan Pang level 201, and Candle Dragon level 201. 9 divine pets. All of them had reached the 5th turn level. For the 5th turn divine pets, the minimum mana was 2.5 million points, with the mana of the Por Chi and Koan Peng being twice that of divine pets of the same level, and the total mana value of the 9 divine pets amounted to more than 28 million points. Together with Lu Zhang's mana value, using the mana bridge link, it could reach over 30 million points. This number was a bit short of the 50 million mana points that lower true gods started with though,
But the good thing is that it's not an order of magnitude worse. Together with the various auxiliary means, Lu Zhang felt that he had a certain degree of certainty that he would be able to win even against an inferior true god. After all, he had 9 divine pets, and the skills they mastered were all at the divine skill level. As long as a means of restraint could be found, then there was a great possibility of killing the opponent. Moreover, he was only going through a 4th turn quest. There was no need to actually put a lower true god to fight for himself, right? Although he was considered an open player, he couldn't be targeted like that. It's not fair. Lu Zhang said so on his lips, but in his heart, he actually didn't hold much hope for transferring to the temple. After all, that dog's first turn quest for himself was to slay dragons, which was simply ridiculous. If he didn't have a big enough hang, he'd be done for in 1 turn. Lu Zhang still had some resentment in his heart. With this apprehensive and exasperated mood, Lu Zhang arrived at the Transfer Holy Temple in the middle of Snow Crystal City. With his hand resting on the Holy Table of Transfiguration, quest information surfaced in front of Lu Zhang's eyes, detected that the current level of the professional, 150, has reached the conditions for the 4th transfer of the professional. Congratulations! You have received the 5-star Hell rank difficulty transfer quest, Exterminate the Resurrected Blood Silk Arachnid Queen. Quest description: the lower evil goddess, Blood Silk Arachnid Queen Audra, is about to be revived. Please go to the Arachnid Island to exterminate her. Quest requirement: kill LV 540 lower evil goddess Blood Silk Arachnid Mother, Audra. Note, Audra recovered after 5 days and gradually regained her strength after recovery. Without surprise, Lu Zhang was once again furious after seeing the transfer quest. Chapter 102, The Great King. I'm here. Come and get me. Even though he had expected this outcome, Lu Zhang still almost smashed the transformation sanctuary when he saw that his transformation quest was really to kill a lower true god. With the power he now possessed, it was indeed easy to decapitate a demigod. However, true gods and demigods were 2 completely different kinds of existences, and Lu Zhang wasn't even sure if the attacks of a lowly being like himself could have a breaking effect on a god or not. The good thing was, after going through so many missions, he could kind of see where the silver lining of these missions was. Right on that cue, the Blood Silk Arachnid Mother Queen's strength began to recover after her revival, which meant that the strength of the newly revived her was not in a full victory state and could not reach the level of 550. Although the opponent's strength was definitely still at the true god level, a lesser amount of strength would give himself more chances of winning. Thinking of this, Lu Zhang immediately made arrangements. First, put the Kuei Nyo, Xiang Lu, 9-headed immortal bird. This kind of summoned beasts in a specific environment can be stable to continue upgrading in their respective copies. There are still 5 days time. 4 days can also be raised by 7 or 8 levels. Perhaps the mana from those 7 or 8 levels was the key to winning in the end. For the rest of the summoned beasts, Lu Zhang took them with him to the abyss. The abyssal plane was dangerous, and there were definitely true god-level evil gods in it. But in order to be able to level up quickly and make a last-ditch effort, Lu Zhang needed to take a risk. And, whether it's the abyssal plane or the undead plane, or any other dangerous plane, if he doesn't go this time, he'll definitely go after the transfer. The limited number of saint-ranked and demigod-ranked monsters among the copies of this world could no longer satisfy Lu Zhang's need for rapid upgrades now. Xian Yuan Wuji's arrival interrupted his conversation with Snow Flying Flower. Lu Zhang guessed that Xian Yuan Wuji was doing this on purpose, and that he did not want to inform himself right now about how a true god could exert true god-level power in the lower realm. Even though he was already very powerful, Xian Yuan Wuji did not have the intention of letting himself take over all the pressure. The 6-month appointment. He'd said he'd give himself 6 months, so there were some things he wouldn't voluntarily let himself know, but Lu Zhang could guess some of them. Like this one, in all likelihood, at some not too late time in the future, the rules will be broken by the evil one. A true god-level evil god descends, and a real catastrophe emerges. However, analyzing from Xian Yuan Wuji's reaction, it was probable that this day would not come within half a year, so he still had time to continue growing. But even so, half a year was definitely not enough if it was a normal growth rate. Therefore, he needed a bit more aggressive upgrade speed. If the transfer can be completed successfully this time, the next one will be within a month and will not be delayed for a long time. Arriving at Tiannan City, Lu Zhang entered the Abyssal Demon Cave copy and went straight to the entrance of the 8th floor. After this period of recovery, the number of abyssal demons in the Devil's Cave had once again refreshed to its previous state. But Lu Zhang could no longer look at this place. The density is still too low. He was going to kill more powerful monsters. After entering the 9th floor of the Abyssal Demon Cave, Lu Zhang directly flew in a direction away from the entrance. Logically speaking, if he wanted to save his life and escape at the critical moment, Lu Zhang's best option would be to stay near the entrance so that he could run away at any time. but he also had in his hands an object he had gotten a long time ago. Item, Scroll of the Abyssal Gate. Effect, using the scroll opens an abyssal gate, connecting this world to the abyssal plane. The abyssal gate lasts for 72 hours and allows up to LV 300 level creatures to pass through. The spatial coordinates had been established, and he could use them whenever he wanted to, opening an abyssal gate that led from the abyss to the 8th level of the abyssal demon cave. And at the same time, he had mastered the voidwalking skill, which was enough to save his life. Taking a step back, he still had 1 resurrection chance from the Nirvana Rebirth passive skill, and 9 lives to Hokion from the 9 Heads of Immortality passive skill. It's okay to die once, as long as you can manage to escape in the end. It's worth it. After all, if this transfer quest wasn't completed, then it might as well be dead. All things considered, Lu Zhang still entered the abyss directly and went deeper towards it. He summoned the abyssal demon, which had now reached level 158, and sat himself on the shoulder of the abyssal demon, letting the abyssal demon carry him forward. Since he didn't have a clear idea of the environment and terrain here, he was walking while drawing a simple map in his head. After more than half an hour, Lu Zhang encountered the first abyssal race. Monster, Abyssal Ratman. Quality, Chieftain. Rank, LV. 100. Life, 100. 000 //100. 000. Mana, 20. 000 //20. 000. Power, 500. Agility, 300. Spirit, 300. Body mass, 400. Skills, Frenzy. Dark Shock. Plague Fog. There were roughly 4,000 of this species, with level 100 monsters accounting for 90% of them, with the remaining half being hatchling monsters below level 100, and the other half being elite monsters above level 100. Lu Zheng directly killed them all with a flaming fire to gain some experience points. This experience value is too little for him. What Lu Zheng really needed was millions or even tens of millions of monsters of that scale, so that he could gain a sufficient amount of experience value in a limited amount of time. It's so time-consuming and laborious to look for it on your own. Although he had sent many summoned beasts to search everywhere, this efficiency was still too slow. The abyssal plane was too vast. Even if all the summoned beasts were sent out, the scope of exploration was still limited, and Lu Zhang could not grasp the time when trying to find a large population. He needs to take a more aggressive approach. After a little thought, Lu Zhang put away the abyssal demon and activated the voidwalking skill himself to enter the void, while summoning White Zephyr out at the same time. To say what energy is most noticeable in the abyss, that is, of course, divine power. No doubt about it. Lu Zhang's idea was simple. He wanted Bai Zhe to draw fire. The aura of a 5th turn divine attribute legendary divine pet was released, accompanied by a wave of evil warding light rippling out, like a huge light bulb lighting up on a pitch black night. It was that moment when a large part of the sky was illuminated. Many of the monsters noticed this side and began to frantically gather towards the side. White Zephyr's behavior was a provocation. It's the equivalent of you breaking into the enemy camp and getting out a bullhorn and yelling, "Great King, I'm here, come and get me." It's just, like, the mockery index pulled full circle. A large number of abyssal races rioted and flocked this way. The White Zephyr's scent was not just a taunt, it was also a delicious temptation to them. Therefore, a large number of abyssal demons quickly gathered towards this side. The powerful abyssal demons were all huge in size, and from a very long distance, Lu Zhang detected their approach. Many of them were monsters above level 300. After all, White Zephyr's aura was so powerful that ordinary abyssal demons didn't dare to approach. Looking at so many abyssal demons, Lu Zhang was quite excited and waited for the distance to be checked not much longer, directly releasing all the summoned beasts that he had brought with him, and the killing and upgrading began. Chapter 103 Title, Abyssal Demon God. A tentative attack on a true god. Kill crazy. Under the pressure of the task of killing a true god, Lu Zhang had to bring his summoned beasts to fight with all their might as if they were crazy. Wherever he passed, all the abyssal demons were slaughtered. It was as clean as if it had been swept away by a mudslide. On just the first day, Lu Zhang had encountered 4 demigod-level abyssal demons and managed to kill them. The total number of other abyssal demon kills was even more explosive. Only halfway through the first day, a beep sounded in his ear. You have killed more than 100 million abyssal demons of LV 30 or higher level, earning the title Abyssal Demon God. Title, Abyssal Demon God, Black and Gold. Effects, when worn, you deal an additional 10% spell damage to magical creatures, designate a target to release a cascade effect, and that target deals an additional 5% spell damage to magical creatures, spirit plus 200. Strength. Seeing this title, Lu Zhang's spirit was suddenly shaken. He got quite a few titles. However, these titles were all effective for individuals, and it was the first time that a title that could also designate a target to form a cascading effect had been encountered.
And the title came at just the right time. It could give the summoned beasts an extra 5% damage value, not to mention whether it would eventually work on those lower true god level evil gods or not. But for now, it could also improve the efficiency of the upgrades by a not insignificant amount. Lu Shang kept killing moment by moment, and also had White Zephyr frequently use evil preventing light waves to cause widespread abyssal demons to riot and gather. It's hard not to be noticed with such conspicuousness. He wreaked havoc for 2.5 days in a row, and on the afternoon of the third day, he finally recruited a demon god at the level of a lower true god. In an instant, Lu Zhang made a bold decision. The 6 divine favorites that had long ago established the mana bridge immediately pumped up their mana to be mobilized by Bai Zhe, releasing the skill, Sacred Light. The target was that lower true god level evil god. At the same time, Lu Zhang took out the Gate of the Abyss scroll to use and flew directly over. The last thing I saw was the image of the true god being struck by the majestic divine light. Due to the level difference being too large, Lu Zhang couldn't even see if the opponent's blood bar had decreased, but judging from the fluctuation of breath at the end, the attack had definitely worked. Not only did it work, it did some damage to that evil god. This meant that one's divine favorite's attack power was enough to form damage. So against the Blood Silk Arachnid Mother Emperor's battle, this had a basic damage assessment. With the effect of the Sacred Light, Lu Zhang managed to escape from the abyssal demon realm. The demon god, who was furious at being attacked by Lu Zhang, tried to chase him through the abyssal gate, but just as he got close, he caused the abyssal gate to tremble violently. This abyssal gate could withstand the entry and exit of lifeforms of up to 300 levels, and higher levels would cause spatial instability as they approached. As a true god, that evil god naturally understood the limitations of this door immediately. Unable to personally kill over, it gathered a large number of abyssal demons below 300 levels and above 200 levels, allowing them to rush out of the abyssal gate and chase after Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang was quite happy when he took a look at the situation. I did not expect to hit each other a bit. There is this unexpected harvest. Is worried about the number of monsters is too small. Look at this steady stream of monsters. At least today there is no need to worry about not having monsters to kill. This abyssal gate can last for 3 days without being attacked. However, the number of monsters that the demon god was able to influence was limited, and after just less than half a day, the number of monsters that came out of it decreased drastically. Lu Zhang just left 10 hook snakes to continue upgrading here, and the rest of the summoned beasts were taken away from him. He needed to get to Spider God Island. The very core of Arachnid Island was the demonic Arachnid Temple, which was a copy of the same dimension as the 9th level of the Abyssal Demon Cave. The Blood Silk Spider Demon Mother was definitely in this dimensional copy, and if he wanted to go in, he was afraid that he still needed to fulfill some conditions, something that Lu Zhang had overlooked earlier. After all, under the threat of a true god, it was inevitable that he would be negligent. It wasn't too late to think about it and find a way in as soon as possible, and he had a guess as to the method of entry. It must have something to do with the 450-level demigod Spider God Island High Priest who guarded the entrance. Leaving the Abyssal Demon Cave, Lu Zhang directly entered the Spider God Island copy. The place was still occupied by the divine favor Sagittarius, which created a poisonous mist that engulfed all the monsters, not sparing a single one. After learning that his mission was to kill a true god-level evil god on Spider God Island, Lu Zhang immediately notified the city lord of Tiannan City and asked him to call out all the professionals in the Spider God Island replica and blockade the area around the replica so that no one would be allowed to enter. Therefore, this time, he didn't need to care about hurting the people on the periphery, and directly let Xian Lu fill the entire copy space with poisonous mist. But as before, it was not allowed to strike at the high priestess of the Arachnid god and her band of henchmen. Now, it's time to do it. As Lu Zhang entered, the Sagittarius that had been instructed began to concentrate the poisonous mist, releasing the same amount of mana. It was natural that the smaller the range of such ranged skills, the higher the killing power, and even more so after the poisonous fog is concentrated. 2 more poisonous mist can exist within a unit of space, causing a drastic increase in erosion and damage. When it had concentrated to a certain point, it began to compress violently towards the interior. Those demonic spider henchmen of the Arachnid god High Priestess were immediately eroded by this poisonous mist, and their blood levels fell wildly. Generally speaking, poison attribute creatures like this poisonous spider had a high resistance to toxin damage, but Sagiri's poisonous mist was different. It was not a normal poisonous mist, but a poisonous mist that could absorb the toxins of other poisonous attribute creatures. This poisonous mist could not be counteracted by its own toxins unless it was purified, and it was clear that the poisonous spiders, being poisonous creatures, could not possess such an ability. At this time, Xian Lu had already been promoted from level 202 to level 210 after these 3 days of upgrading, and after killing all those remaining high-level subordinates of the Spider God High Priest, He was promoted to exactly level 211. There was still a level 450 arachnid god high priestess left, which could not be killed by this poisonous mist alone. With so many of his subordinates dead, the spider god high priestess had long since stormed out. The high priestess of the spider god was a humanoid creature, not too far from a normal human in size, standing over 3 meters tall, and battling 8 deep purple bony spider legs behind her back, which were like spears piercing into the ground. The 8 spider legs were so long that they supported the entire body of the spider god high priestess in midair more than 3 meters above the ground. She wore bone armor with a purple and black pattern, and held a staff in one hand while the other held a dark green crystal ball. The entire body kept escaping a gray-green poisonous mist outward. Unlike other toxins that were directly swallowed and absorbed by Sagittarius's poisonous mist, the spider god high priestess's poisonous mist blocked the swallowing from Sagittarius's skill. Lu Zhang could tell that this was the effect of divine power. Divine power is an attribute-less energy that is sufficient to resist all energies, with no restraining attributes, but as long as it is sufficient, it can counteract the damage of all spells attacks. Invaders! Exterminate! The high priestess of the spider god swung the staff in her hand and sent an attack towards Sagittarius' huge body. Chapter 104 Sagittarius singles out the spider god high priestess. A match between a 5th turn divine pet and a demigod. Sagittarius only had 5 turns now, but in terms of basic attributes, it wasn't much different than the demigod level spider god high priestess. It's just a little short on the mana and life levels. However, facing this attack from the spider god high priestess, it could still be easily dealt with. It just released a highly poisonous spirit light and easily blocked it. Immediately afterward, the 9 heads sprayed out saliva with strong corrosive toxicity together, just like torrential rain. This wasn't its skill. It was considered a regular attack that didn't require much mana to be consumed, but it would also lower its blood level quite a bit if it was hit. Monster, Arachnid High Priestess. Quality, Hegemonic. Rank, LV. 450, Demigod. Life, 107 million / 107 million. Mana, 13 million / 13 million. Power, 150. 000. Agility, 200. 000. Spirit, 300. 000. Physical, 200. 000. Skills, Spider Godlight. Evil Demon Poison Mist. Explosive Poison Star. Blood-Sucking Poison Blade. Spider God Incarnation. Spider Body, Passive. Originally, Lu Zhang had planned to have all of his divine pets come together and link their mana before killing this spider god high priestess. However, after seeing its skills, Lu Zhang was certain that the most powerful part of this guy's entire ability was the poison attribute, and the one thing Sagittarius is not afraid of is poison. Then, let Sagittarius fight on his own for once, and also let Lu Zhang see where the gap was between this level 200 plus 5-turn divine pet and a level 400 plus demigod. Could a divine favorite fight against a demigod with his own aid and without the power of other divine favors? After receiving Lu Zhang's command, Xiang Lu began to attack at full capacity. The 9 heads spewed out acidic poisonous mist. That was just a test attack to see where the other side's defense limit was. After having a rough assessment, it turned on the domain skill. Skill, Drowning Domain. Effect, minimum consumption of 100 mana to create a field within a certain range. Everything within this range will be drowned. Deals a minimum of 30,000 points of erosive damage per second to targets within the field. As the drowning effect strengthens, the damage is enhanced, and with all of them drowned, the damage per second is boosted by 10 times. In an instant, a watershed rippling with lime green waves formed. Xiang Lu directly consumed 1 million mana points to release this skill, creating a huge range of 10 miles in circumference. The waters reached a depth of over 300 meters. With such a large area, creating so much water instantly, just that 1 million mana wouldn't be enough. In addition to the effects of Lu Zhang's additional strike aura as well as the lucky aura, the key lay in the fact that this skill could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. This was also a major feature of the divine favorites skills. Otherwise, with the mana value they currently had at their disposal, the effect of the skills they could exert would be very limited. The huge amount of mana combined with the bludgeoning effect made it possible to deal a full 3 million points of damage to the target per second. And this damage could continue to be strengthened as the indulgence effect was enhanced. At this moment, the spider god high priestess was shrouded in divine poisonous mist, resisting the effects of the domain of drowning and flying out towards the top. She was in the deepest part of the drowning domain right now, and the effect was that it was increased to 10 times, with 30 million damage per second. Even if its defense was strong enough to counteract 5 million damage, 7 seconds would also be enough to kill them if they couldn't disengage in time. She hurriedly rushed out of the depths of the domain of drowning water, while at this time, Xiang Lu was charging directly towards the spider god high priestess. It was like a ferocious beast in the middle of the sea.
with its 9 heads tearing and attacking towards the spider god high priestess, and also releasing a highly poisonous spirit light from time to time, so that the spider god high priestess couldn't really escape from the drowning domain. With this kind of chasing pressure, although it couldn't keep the spider god high priestess completely suppressed inside the domain of drowning water, a part of her body was submerged in it, making it lose an average of 5 million blood per second wasn't a small number either. As the battle continued, less than a minute could take the life of this demigod-level monster as well. The spider god high priestess was of course very sure of herself. She immediately released sent to 4 pitch-black colored flying blades, more than a dozen meters long, which were directly inserted into Sagittarius' body. Skill, blood-sucking poison blade. This skill can also deal sustained damage to the target, and the blood-sucking spider silk it produces can absorb the life force within the target and transfer it into itself, thus creating an effect that can both bleed out the enemy and restore your own life value. Of course, this only slowed down the rate at which she lost her life value, and was far from being able to counteract the damage inflicted on her by the domain of drowning skill and the attacks unleashed by the 9 heads of the Sagittarius. In the next moment, the spider god high priestess's figure suddenly swelled, and his body surface was covered with divine power, cargoing a phallic-like shell. This was her other skill, arachnid incarnation. One of the reasons why Lu Zhan was in no hurry to kill this spider god high priestess was because he wanted to take a look at the effect of this spider god incarnation skill. If there was no accident, the appearance of the Dharma phase that she had changed into was the appearance of that lower true god, the blood silk arachnid mother Emperor Audra, and the aura and majesty that she displayed was a simulation of that person's performance. Generally, such avatar-type skills will either have an additional status belonging to the avatar image, or they will master a skill. Through the pupil of truth, Lu Zhang saw a layer of red energy added to its body. This energy surprisingly weakened the damage of the domain of drowning greatly once again. The high priestess who had obtained the incarnation of the spider god was filled with majesty as she bellowed, "Die!" Immediately afterward, a wave of energy coalesced next to one of Ayanami's heads and suddenly exploded. The strong impact almost blew out that head of Sagittarius, but it wasn't even close. The strongest effect of this bursting poison star skill was still the toxin erosion that was released at the same time as the explosion. But it's a shame. These toxicities were absorbed by Xiang Lu's 10,000 poison demon body and turned into mana values. Not only did they not cause any harm to him, but on the contrary, they allowed Xiang Lu to recover quite a bit of mana. Sagittarius was replenished with mana and immediately unleashed a ranged attack skill, Acid Rain Blast. Since the spider god high priestess was now incarnated as a spider god, its size had become large, and the area of damage from a skill attack like Acid Rain Blast was large and not easy to dodge. The acid rain created by the Shangliu was not ordinary acid rain. It was a super corrosive toxin energy fused with the power of the Shangliu divine beast's origin, and there was also a powerful water spell effect to add support, which had an extremely powerful erosive nature. Even when it landed on top of the spider god high priestess's layer of red defense that had a very impressive defensive power, it directly produced a penetrating corrosive effect. The spider god high priestess once again felt the threat to the safety of her life and unleashed 2 skills in succession. A large amount of purplish-red poisonous mist was released, and inside it seemed to be the shadows of magical spiders flying around, and started tearing at every inch of Ayanami's skin. This was the effect of the skill Evil Demon Poison Mist. At the same time, the demonic spider Divine Light was released, and the intense poison contained within the ethereal light invaded Shangliu's body. All 9 of Ayanami's heads roared together, not in pain, but in pleasure. The huge amount of poison attribute energy allowed it to restore its mana to full strength straight away, and in return, it instantly doubled the strength of the drowned domain. The high priestess of the spider god was entangled in the body of the excited Sagittarius and dragged into the depths of the domain of drowning water. Chapter 105 Evil God Alter Teleportation Order. Stealing the Heavenly Chance. Requesting for catch-up reading. The spider god high priestess's blood level cleared, and a beep sounded in Lu Zhang's ears. Ding! Your summoned beast Sagittarius kills LV. For 50 Overlord class Evil God, High Priest of the Spider God X1. Your summoned beast Sagittarius gains experience value of 1.28 billion points, and you gain experience value of 320 million points. Ding! You have obtained the item Sigil Fragment X5. Ding! You have obtained the item Evil God Alter Teleportation Order X1. Item, Evil God Alter Teleportation Order. Effects, you can travel between any altars of the Evil God with this token, but you need the token to mark the spatial coordinates of the different altars in. Getting these experience values, Sagittarius' level rose to 213, and all of his statuses were restored to their peaks. Lu Zhan walked towards the deepest part of the demonic spider temple and saw the Evil God altar located inside. The teleportation order in his hand gave a hint. The Worm's Nest realm has been tagged. This world's realm has been tagged, and it is possible to travel between the 2 worlds. Now, Lu Zhang only needed to step within the altar to enter the bug nest plane with the help of a teleportation order. There was still more than a day to go before the blood silk spider demon matriarch was revived. So Lu Zhang thought briefly and directly recalled all of his summoned beasts before entering the altar and teleporting. Lu Zhang realized that the different realms he traveled to almost all had the same characteristic. It's just as dark. Evil gods all liked darkness. And there wasn't much light in any of these evil god realms. Lu Zhang surveyed the surroundings. Make sure you're on top of an altar just like the one over at the demon spider temple. But there was no temple here. Just this one bare altar. Look around. Desert-like environment. Empty and desolate. With no light and air too thin for ordinary people to survive. Lu Zhang couldn't help but frown. As he had guessed, the location of the blood silk arachnid mother queen Audra was not clear. Trying to find Audra before she revives is a bit of a challenge. Suddenly, Lu Zhang thought that some sort of immortal pet of his might be able to help a little. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, sky rats. Quality, 5-star immortal spirit pet. Rank, LV. 168, 77. 23%. Skills, walking in the void. Stealing heavenly chance. Wonderful hands. Cracking the sky. Avoiding fortune and fortune, passive. Skill, stealing heavenly chance. Effect, consume a certain amount of mana to gain a glimpse of heaven. Can foresee danger. Recognize direction. And find things. The Sky Stealer was not very large. Just about the size of a small calf. However, as a 5-star immortal spirit pet that was only that much worse than a divine pet, its ability that was extremely powerful. Of the 6 skills, only one was considered an attack skill. Rift. But it was strong enough. Directly shattering space. The power of space was enough to tear everything apart. If one couldn't leave the range of the space it shattered, even a true god would be directly taken away by the shattered space. Not to mention the existence of skills like tend to good fortune and avoid bad fortune. A survival attribute that pulls full weight. However, at the moment, Lu Zhang only needed the stealing heavenly chance ability, consuming 100,000 mana points. The Sky Stealer determined a direction and approximate location. Lu Zhang immediately followed it and opened his void walking skill, and it took more than 2 hours before he arrived within a large canyon filled with poisonous mist. The pupil of truth is unleashed. The interior of the poisonous mist was in full view. There wasn't really anything, just a dense assortment of spider demons, layer upon layer of large webs, trapping the entire canyon. It's rare. So many monsters concentrated together. A rough estimate is at least around 4 or 5 million of them, and the quality is high, with most of them above level 150, representing a significant experience value income from each one. But for the biggest gains, it's going to have to be Sagiri. After all, this place was filled with so much poisonous attribute energy, and after being absorbed by it with its 10,000 poison demon body, it could also be converted into a portion of its experience value. Combined with the experience value gained from killing these monsters, it would definitely be able to move its level up a bit. This behavior of taking food in a row is definitely the fastest escalation. Getting divine favors upgraded as much as possible without making big level jumps and raising the overall mana cap is the key to overall battle power improvement. Lu Zhang knew exactly what he needed right now. Xiang Lu flew within the canyon and opened the domain of drowning water and the magic barrier of poisonous mist. In an instant, a large number of poisonous spiders were killed in seconds, and the experience value was fed back to Xiang Lu and Lu Zhang. The poison mist magic barrier spread, devouring the poisonous mist energy that originally existed in the Grand Canyon, while at the same time, Shangliu transformed more experience value by absorbing the poisonous attribute energy. A few breaths of time passed, and a third of the Grand Canyon area was swept away by Xiang Lu. The entire airspace over the canyon was shrouded by the demonic barrier of Sagittarius's poisonous mist, which was spreading downward and devouring everything. Both the poisonous spiders and spider webs were directly corroded and absorbed. And with the experience value gained from this killing, Ayagi stepped into level 214. The change above finally attracted the attention of certain lifeforms in the deepest part, and an incomparably huge, assorted spider-like evil monster rushed up. Some were pink in color, releasing toxin energy that could cause hallucinations. Some were silver-white all over, with all 8 legs being like blades, and on top of the sharp edges, they carried intense poison that could erode the nerves. Among them, there was no lack of saint-level monsters, but they end up the same way. When it enters within the realm of the domain of drowning, it will die violently on the spot in a second or two. It simply couldn't come to Sagiri's body. It wasn't until a demigod-level Sphinx Spider Godguard appeared that the real battle began. Lu Zhang enchanted Xiang Lu with 2 auras and 10 mana sources. Then it watched as it slowly killed this level 430 demigod-ranked monster. Ayanami upgraded again, coming to level 216. There were 4 Spider Godguards in total, and after one was killed by Xiang Lu, the other 3 appeared together. At the same time,
there were also numerous 5th turn or saint level monsters killing up. At this point, it was obvious that they could not win smoothly by just relying on Xiang Lu alone, so Lu Zhang released Porchi to fight with it. The poor man was now level 211, which was just the level of the 5th turn. However, as a 5-star legendary divine pet, its 4-dimensional basic attributes could already crush demigod-level evil demons below level 450, especially the attribute of mental power. In itself, it had more than double the spiritual power of a divine pet of the same level, and now it had reached a terrifying 660,000 points. The level 450 demi-arachnid godguard, on the other hand, only had a measly 280,000 points of mental power. After unleashing the fierce spirit puppet skill, the poor man directly completed his takeover of it, which was equivalent to killing the target. Not only was he able to raise 2 levels again, he also obtained a demigod puppet. Seeing this, Lu Zhang felt that the remaining 2 spider godguards could not be wasted, so he asked Shangliu to help out by allowing the poor man to take over. After taking over 2 demigods in a row and ascending 4 levels in a row, the poor man's spiritual power was even higher, but that hadn't reached the limit of its mental power boost. After unleashing the evil thought devouring skill, you can also continue to attack the monsters around you, devouring their souls and gaining a permanent increase in spiritual power. Seeing the total amount of spirit power of the poor man, Lu Zhang suddenly thought of a surefire way to deal with Audra. Chapter 106 Resurrected True God, Blood Silk Arachnid Mother Queen Audra. Snow Flying Flower had said that a lowest level inferior true god had a thinking base attribute of between 400,000 and 500,000 points. And Snow Flying Flower, the god of frost who had reached the LV 550 level, only had 700,000 points of attributes in its highest dimension. Among the quests, Blood Silk Arachnid Mother Emperor Audra's level was 540, 10 levels lower than Snow Flying Flower. Moreover, it had just been revived, and its thinking attributes and level and other aspects were definitely not yet at their full strength. This meant that there was a high probability that her spiritual power value was less than 700,000 points. After rising 6 levels in a row and reaching level 217, the poor man's spiritual power value now reached 730,000 points after devouring a large number of other monsters' souls. And the precondition for the success of its skill Fierce Spirit Puppet to be activated was that the target's spiritual power was lower than 4/5 of its own. In other words, as long as one could make the Blood Silk Arachnid Mother Queen Audra's spiritual power fall below 580,000, one could directly turn her into a puppet. Audra's spiritual power wouldn't be higher than 700,000 points, and by only weakening her spiritual power by around 100,000 points, there was every probability that she would be killed without bloodshed. At the same time, directly obtaining a fierce spirit puppet at the lower god level. Thinking of this, Lu Zhang couldn't help but be very excited. The skill of weakening mental power could be mastered by quite a few favored beasts in his hands, and one of them was very powerful. The Cave Spectre Tsong Snake's Blood Spectre Divine Light, the Hooked Snake's Soul Snatching. Not counting these, the Poor Cheese Evil Thought Devouring, that was also extremely strong. While launching the Fierce Spirit Puppet skill didn't require much mana to be consumed, coupled with the effect of the Lucky Aura, as long as one could cut Audra's spirit power below 580,000 points, then it was almost 100% possible to succeed. With this in mind, Lu Zhang's heart, which was originally apprehensive because he had to face a true god, became settled. It's just a true god. As long as the blood stripe was lit up, he had a hope of killing her himself. Due to the fact that the true god's level was too high, after Audra's revival, Lu Zhan was unable to see through the other party's attributes. So, he needs to go straight to full strength from the start, regardless of the specifics of the attributes. Just judge it by the most extreme scenario and make a set of preliminaries to try to get rid of it in seconds. The best fights are the ones where the opponent is too late to fight back. Seconds are the best defense. By now, the entire Grand Canyon had been emptied by Lu Zhang's summoned beasts. However, it was still shrouded by a layer of poisonous mist, which was Xiang Lu's poisonous mist magic barrier. From the outside, there was no way to know that drastic changes had taken place inside. Lu Zhang sensed that this realm should not be a divine kingdom realm that the Blood Silk Arachnid Mother Emperor possessed alone, but a very large realm. There may be other evil gods in there. Lu Zhang used the last of his time to accomplish two things. First, the distance from here to the altar of the evil god where he had entered the realm was determined, as well as the minimum amount of mana needed to instantly move there using the Voidwalk skill. The second was to summon both divine and immortal pets and place them around the Grand Canyon to complete the linking of the mana bridge. 9 level 200 plus divine pets, 21 level 160 plus immortal pets, plus himself. The total amount of mana gained was over 35 million points.
From here to the evil god's altar. Instantly moving over would require the consumption of 1,700,000 points of mana,
leaving 2 million points of mana as a backup. And the mana that could be called upon in its entirety was more than 33 million. And this time, other than the poor man launching his fierce spirit puppet skill, none of the other summoned beasts made a move. The skill was activated by Lu Zheng himself. After he thought about it, he determined to use the skill Soul Hooking as it had the most direct effect. Compared to the sustained damage of Blood Spectre Divine Light, the instantaneous mental damage caused by the soul snatching skill was greater, and he himself launched it in order to use the title of Godslayer. After wearing this black and gold title, Lu Zhang would be able to inflict an additional 5% spiritual damage on the evil god. 5% is quite a lot. A little more damage and one has more hope of winning outright. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Lu Zhang did not do anything else, keeping his state in full concentration on the hexagonal ceiling altar at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. This thing looked as if it was a seal, but since it was a recovery, not a breakthrough of the seal, it was most likely a spell to restore strength. Lu Zhang felt that if he could destroy this place, the odds were that he would fail to revive Audra, but the consequences were not within his grasp. It is impossible to determine exactly which evil god built this one recovery site. I'm afraid that destroying this place will directly attract an even more powerful evil god. To play it safe, Lu Zhang still decided to wait for Audra to recover. 13 hours quickly passed, and finally, a burst of energy fluctuations surfaced above the recovery altar. A giant spider silhouette emerged in midair, and energy flowed above the spell. The surrounding energy was converging towards the spell. The sky was cloudy. It wasn't a normal cloud, but a convergence of evil demonic auras that seemed to be making final preparations for the emergence of that evil god underground. Finally, the earth trembled, and the Grand Canyon unexpectedly expanded slowly to both sides. On the ground, a huge crack appeared. A thick, hairy spider leg poked out of the crack, then a second, then a third. After the 4 spider legs poked out, the huge figure jumped upwards, and in the next moment, it transformed into a woman wearing a dark red dress, a blood-red crown on her head, and 8 demonic spider legs growing behind her back. Jia. This emperor is back again. Evil god, Audra. Race, Blood Silk Arachnid Mother. Rank, that's you. After determining the target of his attack, Lu Zheng drew 30 million mana points in an instant, all of which were instilled into the soul-snatching skill and released it at Audra. As a true god, Audra sensed the moment Lu Zheng launched his attack. She was instantly furious. Griffin, just as he was about to release his skills, the next moment, his soul was violently torn apart, and his spirit value wildly dropped by a full 400,000 points. The true god's soul was indeed very solid. The skill released by 30 million mana points, coupled with the Godslayer title effect, which doubled the damage of the bludgeoning aura, only managed to deal only this much spiritual damage. It had to be said that the true god's level of life was indeed higher, but that's enough. This attack didn't just reduce Audra's spirit value by at least half, it also broke through her spirit defense. The fierce spirit puppet of the poor man was immediately released. The seizing of the house. Completed. Ding. Your summoned beast pauper kills LV. 540 level lower evil god Blood Silk Arachnid Mother Emperor, Audra X1. Your summoned beast pauper gains 2 billion experience points. You gain 8 billion experience points. Ding. Detected that the LV. 540 level lower evil god Blood Silk Arachnid Mother Emperor, Audra is dead. You have successfully completed your transfer. You have been promoted to the rank of Patriarchal Summoner. Unique exclusive skill summoning technique upgraded to Patriarchal Summoning Technique. Ding. Detecting the accumulation of a large amount of experience value, which has now been partially absorbed. Your level has increased. Current level LV. 200. And your full attributes have been increased. Success. A lower true god level fierce spirit puppet was born. Chapter 107 Mark of the Lord God level evil god. Candidates to inherit the divine throne. Killing Audra gave the poor man a massive amount of experience value back, and Lu Zhang also received quite a bit. The poor man had directly risen 25 levels in a row from level 217 to level 242. Lu Zhang was still stuck by the level restriction and could only stay at level 200, still unable to see through the attributes of gods above level 500. After all, his true pupil could only see through targets no higher than 300 levels above himself. 4 turns of a perfect rank still wasn't enough. To truly compete with the gods and have enough backbone, he would have to at least step into the 5th turn of perfection, which was level 300. This is how you can see the attribute values of targets below level 600. And just after Lu Zhang had just killed Audra, an instant later, a powerful spiritual force directly locked him in place, causing him to feel a death threat. Without hesitation, he expended his mana at full strength and moved instantly. A powerful force descended, and the recently acquired god-level fierce spirit puppet greeted it. The puppet broke, and Lu Zhang managed to arrive at the evil god altar and teleport away. On top of the evil god altar on Spider God Island, Lu Zhang let out a sigh of relief. Although the god-level fierce spirit puppet that he had just obtained was just given up for dead, and he didn't even get a single godhead fragment himself, but he already felt grateful to have picked up a life and come back. However, he didn't wait long to rejoice when a line of prompts appeared before his eyes. Attention! As you have slain the lower evil god Bloodsilk Arachnid Matriarch Audra, you have been marked by the Lord God-level evil god God-eating worm Matriarch Chandra. The base hatred of all worm monsters towards you is raised to 90%, and the worm monsters you fight against will receive the blessing of the God-eating worm Mother Emperor, increasing their full attributes by 50%. And when you enter the realm where any worm evil god belongs to, there is a great probability of awakening the evil god of the realm to launch an attack on you. Lord God-level evil god, God-eating worm Mother Emperor. It turned out that it was actually the Lord God who had struck just now, so it was no wonder that from such a distance, he had directly killed a lower true god with a single move. I can't believe I got tagged again. Last time, he was marked by Vulcan Laban, and now he had the strength to fight the lower gods with great difficulty. Now it's good to be marked by the Lord God. You'll have to be a bit more careful when you go down to the copy. It's unlikely that there's an insect system evil god hiding somewhere. Not to mention the Lord God. Even if a mediate god made a move, Lu Zhang felt that the probability of him surviving was not very high. Before he made his move, he had felt that this so-called bug nest plane was not simple, and now that he looked at it, it was truly terrifying. There would be at least one Lord God level evil god in there, and that place couldn't go by itself. Lu Zhang was in a rather depressed mood. All the good feelings of coming back from the dead were spoiled, but he wasn't down in the dumps for long. There were things to do. At that time, he had promised to go find Xianyuan Wuji once the mission was over, so there was no time to lose, and he didn't need to rest anyway. Lu Zhang immediately set off, utilizing the teleportation array, coupled with the instantaneous movement ability and the guidance of the heaven-stealing mouse. He soon found Xianyuan Wuji. Xianyuan Wuji wasn't alone. He was at sea with quite a few people. It was precisely because it was at sea that Lu Zhang had gone to such lengths to find the talent. Snow-Flying Flower was also there, and apart from her, there were 4 other people, one of whom Lu Zhang had seen before, and the other 3 had seen their pictures even though Lu Zhang had not seen them in person. Lu Zhang looked at the information they had at this point. Character, Takeshi Takumi. Occupation, Thunderbolt Artist. Rank, LV. 400, 672. 67%. Character, Shiyun Tsuru. Occupation, Child of the Forest. Rank, LV. 400, 478. 97%. Character, Lu Yen. Profession, Explosive Mage. Rank, LV. 400, 772. 66%. Person, Yu Jiming. Occupation, Windsurfer. Rank, LV. 400, 543. 43%. These 4 were all among the Empire's top 100 saint-level powerhouses, and Lu Zhang had seen them all in his textbooks. Wu Tuahai Lu Zhang had seen him once not too long ago, when he was only level 393, and on his own, the odds were that he would not be able to raise to level 400 so quickly, and also overflow his experience value to nearly 7 times more. The situation of the remaining 3 looks the same as Wu Tohai. Undoubtedly, all 4 of them had reached their current rank only with the help of Snow-Flying Flower and Xianyuan Wuji. Seeing Lu Zhang appear in front of him, Xianyuan Wuji laughed cheerfully. Ha ha, I knew you'd be fine. To be able to kill a true god on your own. I don't even have that kind of strength. Come on, you pick one, and help whoever you want to obtain the godhood. You pick. The 4 Wu Tuahai people revealed a shocked expression at his words. What did they hear? A student who had just taken the entrance exam for less than half a year had actually beheaded a true god. Could this be a code word? Snowflake also spoke at this time. The 4 of them. This one here is Jiming, who is going to acquire the divine position of the lower god, the god of flying. Lu Yen, who is going to acquire the divine position of the lower god, the god of starlight and flame. Xian, who is going to acquire the divine position of the middle god, the god of forests. And Wu Tuahai, who is going to acquire the divine position of the upper god, the god of thunder and punishment of sins. Although I can't be sure. From a general judgment, it must be that the higher the rank of the divine position, the more difficult it is to inherit. Lu Zhang asked rhetorically. Have they opened the divine succession examination? Xianyuan Wuji shook his head and said, no. Nowadays, we're not sure how much similarity there is in each person's assessment conditions, just in case certain people are immediately assessed for godhead cohesion or combat or something like that. So we're letting them accumulate some more experience value, and then we'll make our choices when the time comes. Lu Zhang looked at Wu Tuahai and said with a smile, Then I'll join Senior Marshal. We've met before.
Xianyuan Wuji immediately clapped his hands and said,
Good. Then we'll see who actually completes the divine throne succession first. Wu Tohai laughed. I'm the hardest here. It's obvious that Lu Zhang is the most disadvantaged. Why is the god of war still bullying people for being young? He's just young and his strength definitely exceeds mine. After all, I don't have the strength to kill a lower true god. While he does, neither Fei Hua nor I are certain that we can help you complete your divine succession. And now that Lu Zhang is here, it's very possible, Xianyuan Wuji said rather emotionally. Hearing him mention the matter of Lu Zhang killing a lower true god once again, the crowd was in awe. The strength displayed by Snow Flying Flower in the past few days had already made them deeply realize how big the gap was between the power of a true god level and the power of an ordinary mortal under a god. Lu Zhang, on the other hand, had only just completed the 4th turning quest now, and he could already kill gods. That kind of talent, that kind of ability, is simply appalling. I'm looking forward to it. Wu Tuahai gazed at Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang was looked at in his heart and hurriedly waved his hand. Senior Wu, come with me. Let's change places to upgrade. On his way here to look for Xianyuan Wuji, Lu Zhang was thinking about where he should go next to upgrade. For the current resources of monsters in this world, the level is too low. After savoring the feeling of killing a true god and ascending more than 20 levels in a row, Lu Zhang felt that if he wanted to quickly raise the strength of his divine favorites in order to have enough strength to deal with the next transformation quest, then the only way was to continue to hunt down true gods. Regicide is the only way to get the quickest experience value upgrades. Currently, the realms known to possess gods were the Worm's Nest realm, which had just escaped from being hunted down, the Abyssal realm, and the other was the one that Lu Zhang was going to right now. Undead Plane, Chapter 108, Capturing Hellfire, Divine Kingdom Copy Fusion, Requests for follow-up reading. The last time I dealt with the Undead Plague, I entered the Undead Plane to explore it, and was killed by a monster called Hellfire in a split. That Hellfire, judging from Lu Zhang's current perception of divine aura, should be nothing more than a lower god. Nowadays, Lu Zhang had a more intuitive grasp of various aspects such as the basic attributes of the lower gods. To put it simply, it meant that he didn't think it was that difficult to decapitate an inferior god anymore. Therefore, he decided to kill his way into the undead realm. Wu Tuahai's profession was Thunder Magic Artillery Master, mastering the power of thunder, as well as artillery, a violent output attack. Just the thing for taking on undead monsters and harvesting experience points. Killing the undead plane would definitely help him upgrade quickly. Lu Zhang made sure of one thing first. Does Elder Wu have any credentials to enter the undead plane? Wotohai sniffed and took out a undead plane pass and asked, Is this okay? Seeing that he also had credentials, Lu Zhang did not find it strange. It would only be abnormal if he did not. After all, to obtain a credential, it merely required killing a LV 100 level copy boss Terror Knight, which wasn't a difficult task for any professional who had reached the saint level. Lu Zhang nodded and said, We're going into the undead plane from the skeleton throne copy, and right now there should be a lower true god level monster guarding the entrance over there. So I need to enter by myself first, and then I'll come back to meet you and go in with you after we confirm the situation inside. Wotohai froze at his words. Although he had just heard Xianyuan Wuji say that Lu Zhang had the strength to kill an inferior true god, at this time, from the tone of Lu Zhang's speech, it appeared to be very easy. By all rights, even if Lu Zhang could kill a true god with his abilities, shouldn't it be extremely difficult? Okay, then you take care of yourself. Wu Tuahai was very self-aware of his own strength, and he would be a drag if he followed Lu Zhang. So, one can only give a blessing. There were still a large number of undead in the Throne of Bones copy, and even though Lu Zhang had carried out a major cleansing of this place last time, the Hellfire or the evil god behind it had continued to send more undead into this copy. These undead didn't attack outwards, they just stayed here and seemed to be up to something. Regardless of what they were going to do, Lu Zhang directly asked Wu Tuahai to carry out a major cleansing of the place. Millions of undead, with several saint levels among them, that was quite a bit of experience value. Letting Wu Tuahai kill here, Lu Zhang himself first took the undead plane pass to enter the undead plane copy and directly activated the void walking skill just after entering into the void to hide and stay far away. Hellfire is indeed still here at this entrance. It sensed Lu Zhang's appearance, but was not able to discover where Lu Zhang, who had vanished into the void, had run to. Spatial type skills were very powerful, and even for a god, if he did not have the relevant skills, there was no way he could pose much of a threat to Lu Zhang's safety. Lu Zhang didn't rashly launch an attack on Hellfire. After all, he didn't know much about the situation here. The last time the diversion just came in and got spiked. We'll have to see if there are any other threats around this time. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding area was densely packed with all kinds of undead. What skeleton mages, skeleton knights, horror demon bears, death crows, etc. And even not far away there were quite a few bone dragons and zombies and other powerful monsters. A rough estimate of just the number of undead observed is no less than 30 million. And for the time being, there were 11 demigod-level monsters, but true god-level, there seemed to be only one hellfire. A large number of undead were passing through the skeleton throne's replica entrance, constantly moving from the undead plane towards the skeleton throne replica. This is definitely something being plotted, not just a monster invasion. After a little bit of thinking, Lu Zheng directly released the poor man. Jean directly created 2 fierce spirit puppets to rush towards the 2 demigod-level undead. The poor man with a rank of 242 and a spirit value of 830,000 points was simply not something this demigod could resist, and instantly took control of him. The experience value gained from spiking the 2 demigods only raised the poor man by a total of 3 levels, and at the same time, almost all the undead noticed its presence, including the true god-level hellfire. In the next moment, the 2 demigod-level fierce spirit puppets charged towards hellfire. The difference in strength between a demigod and a true god was like a chasm, but even if it was only obstructed for a moment, it was enough, because at the same time, the poor man unleashed his fierce spirit puppet on the other 4 demigod-ranked undead, completing the second kill once again. Then let these 4 demigod-level puppets charge towards the hellfire, and straight to self-destruction. The impact power generated by a single demigod blowing itself up was still great. Not to mention that it wasn't just 1 demigod, but 4, spilling 4 demigods in seconds. The poor man's level increased to 251, and his spiritual attribute increased once again. Next, it dealt with the remaining 5 demigod-level undead, and again, had them use self-detonation to block the hellfire's approach. And all of this effort was not to allow poor Qi to kill demigods for upgrades, but rather to allow time for Lu Zhang to release the Bridge of Mana and establish a mana sharing channel between the many summoned beasts. Roar! Hellfire was very angry as it was bombarded by successive self-detonations, and with the 11 demigod-level fierce spirit puppets depleted, it rushed towards poor Qi. This time, mana sharing completed. Lu Zhang mobilized 30 million mana points to release the soul-snatching skill directly on Hellfire. The blast aura took effect, the title of Godslayer took effect, and nearly 500,000 points of spiritual damage was dealt in one go. At the same time, Poverty launched the skill Fierce Spirit Puppet to take over Hellfire. The takeover was successful. Lu Zhang, who once again used a true god-level Fierce Spirit Puppet, was not very excited, and he immediately disappeared within the void after releasing his soul-snatching skill, vigilantly observing the surrounding situation. After all, the last time was when he had just finished taking over his body. He was targeted by a Lord God-level monster, and if he hadn't run fast, he would have been beaten into slag. Luckily, nothing else changed this time. Lu Zhang suddenly received feedback from the poor man. It had gained part of its memories when it had taken over Hellfire. Lu Zhang hurriedly checked, not realizing that this memory happened to be about the reason why Hellfire came to the entrance of this copy. This Hellfire was really controlled by the evil god, the undead evil god. The upper god-level skeleton demon monarch Mordos was surprisingly sleeping right in the middle of a copy of the skeleton throne. And the way to wake it up and revive it is to gather enough undead breath. This Hellfire was one of its subordinates, and according to that year's plan, it had begun to transport a large number of undead into the Throne of Bones replica not too long ago, and as a result, it was all dazzled by Lu Zhang. The skeleton throne replica was surprisingly a divine kingdom of an elder god. This message is so important, because the skeleton throne copy had been fused on top of the water sphere after so many years. It meant that once Mordos was revived, he would likely be able to exert the strength of a god in the water sphere without being restricted by the rules anymore. Lu Zhang frowned. He felt that it was impossible for Mordos to have only Hellfire as a backhand. Chapter 109, Sacred Grade Poor Man is comparable to a god. Ha! This is for me? An upper god. There must be middle gods underneath. Or at least there wouldn't be only one lower god. It was clearly irrational to place all of one's hopes on a lower god. It was unlikely that a god would be so stupid. But right now, Lu Zhang couldn't directly find Mordos' subordinates, and this matter would have to be kept in mind, and there would be a way to do it afterward. As long as we waited for the strength to be a bit stronger, and then let the heaven-stealing rats help with the search. Finding some clues shouldn't be difficult, but now the strength was not enough. In case of looking for big trouble, it would be asking for death. It is still imperative to help some people inherit the divine throne as soon as possible. It's only after giving the water polo planet enough defenses to do something dangerous that it's secure. Killing 5 demigods and a true god one after another caused the poor man's level to increase dramatically. It had directly increased from level 251 to level 286, and was only one more lower true god to kill before breaking through to over 300 levels and stepping into the ranks of saint-level divine favor. As expected, it was still the experience value gained from killing gods that was greater. Since the demigod level fierce spirit puppets were all consumed by self-detonation, it was a pity that they didn't drop any godhead fragments. Lu Zhang brought Wu Tuahai over from amongst the copies of the skeleton throne. He enchanted him with an aura of blessing, an aura of bludgeoning, an aura of luck, and 10 mana sources before linking the mana bridge to him. Immediately after that, he was allowed to mobilize 30 million mana points, all of which were used to release the skill, Thunder Prison Chain. This was a skill dropped from killing the Thunder Prison Guard, and Lu Zhang felt that this should be a very important skill to master in order to inherit the divine throne. So he wanted to let Wu Tuahai try out the characteristics that brought out the maximum power. 30 million points of mana were injected into it, and a black vortex appeared in the sky in an instant, and between the flashes of lightning and thunder, 10 white-purple chains as thick as elephants dropped down from it, falling to the ground and extending towards the distance. With a thought, 10 chains swept and turned. Thunder connects the dots. Huge amounts of undead were directly crushed under the thunder chains, and even those that weren't directly crushed only struggled for a couple of moments in the ocean of thunder before they died. The experience bar above Wu Tuahai's head skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, it skyrocketed from 672, 67% to 892, 57%. According to Lu Zhang's thoughts, when Xuefei Hua had used up 10 experience values to inherit the divine position of a lower god, Wu Tuahai had to prepare a minimum of 30 experience values to inherit an upper god. That is to say, one needed to reach at least 3000% before they could go ahead and try to open the godhead succession examination. Over here, Wu Tuahai killed the undead, and Lu Zhang had poor chi control hellfire, a true god-level fierce spirit puppet, to continue to continuously summon more undead to come. By letting these undead die, it helped Wu Tuahai accumulate more experience value. Lu Zhang himself was not idle. He asked the heaven-stealing mouse to help find demigod-level undead. Killing one undead at this level could raise the poor man by more than one level, and killing two would raise him by 3 levels. True gods are not easy to find, and killing them runs the risk of attracting more powerful gods. But there should be quite a few demigod-level monsters in the large undead plane. As expected, the heaven-stealing rat soon discovered the location of a demigod-level undead, and Lu Zhang instantly moved over, allowing the poor key to kill it in seconds, transforming it into a fierce spirit puppet. Instead of retracting it, this golem was allowed to slaughter the surrounding undead below the demigod level, gain a long-term increase in experience value. The Sky Stealers continued to give feedback, this time too, still in seconds. The poor man was originally 14 levels short of being able to step into the saint level, and judging by 2 demigod levels ascending 3 levels, he only needed to kill 10 more demigods to be able to step into the saint level. It's not difficult. In just less than half a day, 10 demigod level undead were killed. Due to the fact that the heaven-stealing rats themselves had the characteristic of tending to good fortune and avoiding bad luck, the deaths of these 10 demigod-ranked undead did not incur any trouble for Lu Zhang. The poor man's very smooth ascension to level 301. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, poverty. Quality, 5-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 301, 2. 45%. Life, 350. 000. 000. 000/350, 000, 000// mana, 24 million / 24 million, power, 300, 000, agility, 300, 000, spirit, 1, 2 million, physical, 400, 000, skills, fierce god phantasm, evil thought devouring, dark canopy, fierce spirit puppet, demon god spirit body, passive. 8 Wastelands Demon Lord, passive. Having just stepped into the saint level hierarchy, there was still a demigod level in the middle of the true god level, but in terms of this basic attribute, it was only that much weaker than a true god. Though that said, from the most crucial level of mana, it was still a magnitude short. However, as long as Lu Zhang raised all 9 divine favors to this level, under the effect of the bridge of mana, then the magnitude was automatically made up. The bottom line is this. The most dominating skill of the poor man relied not on mana value, but on spiritual attributes. Its spiritual attributes could now almost be said to have completely suppressed the average inferior true gods. The undead plane, however, wasn't the poor man's home turf. Its home base is in the abyssal demon realm. The passive skill 8 desolate demon lords allowed it to directly command a huge number of subordinates, which in turn opened up highly efficient upgrades. Either way, the speed of a single self-upgrade was still nowhere near the speed of a large army helping to upgrade itself. Nowadays, most of Lu Zhang's summoned beasts below the immortal grade were placed in different copies for continuous killing and upgrading.
Even though the speed of their killing and the experience value they gained from upgrading was not comparable to that of immortal grade and divine favorites. However, more than 1,000 rare beast pets working together could give him a considerable feedback of experience value and basic attribute increase every day. Less is more. It was precisely because of this continuously growing increase in basic attributes that Lu Zhang possessed four-dimensional attributes that surpassed those of divine pets of the same level. Nowadays, other than the poor fiend, the most powerful individual was not any of the divine pets, but Lu Zhang, the summoner himself. When the poor Qi was promoted to the saint level, Lu Zhang immediately returned to the entrance with it. He still had a soft spot in his heart for the last time he was marked by the Lord God in the Bug's Nest Plane, and felt that he couldn't be too high profile, in case he provoked a powerful existence. The other party wouldn't give himself the chance to put on a 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West. Don't kidney the youngsters play. It would just be a straight-up slap in the face like that god-eating worm mother Sandra, and a mark for not dying. Speaking of which, one was not afraid of the inferior gods now. Should we find a chance to enter the god realm and take care of that Vulcan Laban first, so as not to be missed by it all the time, which is also quite disturbing. This thought flashed through Lu Zhang's mind. In the twinkling of an eye, he gave it up. Quite simply, it's not worth it. A mere inferior god was not worth the risk of breaking one's original plan. Returning to the entrance of the skeleton throne copy leading to the undead plane, Lu Zhang could not help but nod his head when he saw that at this moment, Wu Tuahai already possessed more than 2,700% of experience value. The level of the monsters around us is too low. Let's go to another copy. With that said, he had the poor man take out a complete godhead from within the true god level fierce spirit puppet Hellfire, which then simply perished. This, as a primer for your succession to the divine throne. Wu Tuahai looked at the complete lower god's godhead in his hand and was stunned. That's for me. Chapter 110, who's a college student going to behead a god as a freshman? Wu Tuahai had seen godhead fragments before, so he could tell at a glance that what Lu Zhang had given into his hands was a complete godhead. The godhead of a lower true god. This was the godhood of a god, and now it was just given to himself. Lu Zhang nodded and said, inheriting the divine throne and condensing the divine lattice requires divine power to guide you. A demigod's godhood fragment might not have enough pure divine power, and this godhood is just right to help you. Let's go. Right now these experience values aren't enough. Let's go to the abyssal demon realm. That side should be able to give you enough experience values. It was now not even 72 hours since he had left the abyssal demon realm. Lu Zhang felt that the passageway he had established using the abyssal gate scroll should still exist. Even that lower true god level evil god that was chasing him should still be over there. That being said, it seems like he's been chased by the gods on more than one occasion. Escaping from the midst of the various realms at every turn by coming back from the dead was a lot to take in. One day, I'm going to kill through all these realms, Lu Zhang thought indignantly. As he thought about it, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't focused on extracting a pet in a long time. Although it was said that it was already more difficult to upgrade on the 9 divine pets and 21 immortal pets now. But thinking about the various gods and various realms that he would have to face in the future, divine pets were still not enough. There are still too few fairy pets. This trip to the abyss was one more thing. Hopefully, I can draw something good. Without delay, the two of them immediately left the undead plane, and after coming out from the skeleton king's plane, Lu Zhang first informed Shen Yuan Wuji of the news he had obtained about the upper evil god, skeleton demon monarch Matos, and then brought Wu Tuahai to Tiannan City. The two arrived at the entrance of the abyssal demon cave copy and met a few familiar faces. Boss, you finally showed up. Wang Jun pounced up and said, with a sniffle and a tear, looking really particularly excited. Yang Dong rushed to Lu Zhang behind him and said in his heart, damn it, letting this fatso steal the show again. Then followed suit. Boss, I've really missed you. Lu Zhang glanced at the 4 women who followed behind him, namely Mu Yunlan, Ji Zairu, Dongfang Slim, and Tantai Mingyue, and it looked like a few of them were getting along quite well. It hasn't been that long, has it? Why does it seem like I've been in hiding for years? Yang Dong hurriedly said, doesn't the old saying go that one day is like 3 years? And we haven't seen each other for so many days. Not many years. Wang Jun also took out his little literary skills and followed. Yes. The old saying also says that a day's husband and wife have 100 days of kindness. Our brotherly love is like the depth of the sea. How can a day be 1,000 days of longing? Boss, I miss you to death. When will you take me to upgrade? Lu Zhang said with both hands. I don't have time for this right now. Isn't there anyone here? Lu Zhang pointed at Wu Tuahai next to him. Ji Zairu suddenly spoke in surprise. Are you the Empire's top 100? Saint-level professional, Thunder Magic Cannon Master, Senior Wu Tuahai? Wutohai said with a smile and a nod. Good, it's me. Dongfang Slim could not help but look at Lu Zhang and marveled.
No wonder you don't have time to take us upgrading. So you have a saint-level powerhouse to take you upgrading.
Wang Jun said excitedly at once.
Boss, can we follow? It's good to just watch from the sidelines and gain some insight. One sheep is still hurting,
and 2 sheep are still hurting.
So please lead us. I'm afraid this won't work, because I'm not the one who brings Lu Zhen to upgrade. It's Lu Zhang who brings me to upgrade. We're going to the abyssal demon realm, and it's troublesome for him to protect me as a drag, and he can't take care of you guys by bringing you along. Wu Tuahai rebuffed the crowd for Lu Zhang. After all, this matter could not be ambiguous. Entering the abyssal demon realm, he himself was insecure,
and bringing these juniors with him,
absolutely not.
Yang Dong stumbled over his words and asked,
It's the boss who's taking senior to upgrade you? And, to enter the abyssal demon realm. The crowd couldn't believe their ears. This was like a fantasy.
A professional who had been awakened for less than half a year was going to take a saint-level professional,
one of the Empire's top 100, to upgrade? You heard right. Right now,
Lu Zhang may not be the highest-ranked professional in Yanxia,
but he is definitely the strongest. Children, you are of the same age, so you must work hard.
The future of the Yanxia Alliance is in your hands.
I'm waiting to see the birth of a new miracle, Wodohai said encouragingly. His intentions were good,
and he hoped that he could use Lu Zhang's power to fiercely criticize these students from the same class.
However,
after these students who had just turned 2 and were only level 60 or so heard that Lu Zhan was already the strongest professional in the empire, what they felt was a deep sense of powerlessness.
Lu Zhang hurriedly interrupted. Senior Wu, it's not too late. We'd better set off as soon as possible. Good. You're afraid that evil god will run away, aren't you? Let's hurry then, Wu Tuahai said,
turning back to give Mu Yunlan and the others a cheering gesture.
Looking at the rapidly disappearing figures of Lu Zhang and the 2 of them,
Wang Jun turned his head to ask with a stunned look of having seen a ghost.
Just now, Elder Wu said that the boss is afraid that the evil god has run away. The evil god ran away.
Waves of light flowed in Ji Zyra's beautiful eyes as she asked with a smile.
What do you guys think? That evil god, is he a demigod, or a true god?
The crowd was silent.
They didn't know how demigods and true gods were powerful existences. In their impression, in the whole of Yanxia, in the whole of the empire, there was only one demigod, Xian Yuan Wuji. That's already the most powerful being known. And now, Lu Zhang was going after an evil god.
No matter if it was a demigod or an evil god,
this was already very outrageous. Who the hell is a college student going to behead a god in the first semester of their freshman year? Over here, as Lu Zhang and Wu Tuahai entered the abyssal demon cave,
Lu Zhang thought of something and asked,
Has senior ever been to the abyssal demon realm? May there be credentials to enter, such as an order of passage or something? Wotohai shook his head. No, I haven't been to the abyssal demon realm. Before that I was in the northern township, so I haven't been here. We'll have to hurry then.
That abyssal gate I created using the scroll should be disappearing soon, and we'll have to help you gain enough experience value before it disappears.
As Lu Zhang spoke, the 2 of them arrived at the 8th floor of the abyssal demon cave and met that abyssal gate. After sensing it slightly, Lu Zhang said, There are still 7 hours left. That's enough. I'll go in first. Senior, wait a moment. With that, he stepped directly into it.
That lower true god level abyssal demon god was indeed here.
Lu Zhang still hid into the void, while after the poor Qi was released, he directly unleashed the skill evil thought devouring, and the poor Qi phantasm appeared, taking a huge bite at that demon god, eating a large amount of soul energy. In the next moment, release the fierce spirit puppet and seize the body.
The poor man's spiritual power was now as high as
1.2 million points, and as long as the other party's spiritual power was not higher than 960,000 points, he would be taken over successfully.
This inferior true god soul was viciously bitten by the poor Qi, and it was even more unlikely that his spiritual power would exceed that, and he was directly devoured for his consciousness, becoming a true god level fierce spirit puppet.
Immediately afterward,
Lu Zhang discovered a good thing. This true god seemed to belong to the flame demon lineage, which meant that its heart could also be used to help raise the quality of one's flame demon summoned beasts, perhaps even to the divine pet level in one fell swoop.
Chapter 11 Opening Divine Examination, The God of Thunder Punishment and Sin, Requesting for Catch-Up Reading. It's kind of a surprise, once again killing a true god. The poor man's level soared to level 322. After reaching 300 levels or more, the experience value consumed became more for each level up.
Lu Zhang felt that it was time to start the cultivation of the other divine favorites.
The poor man could let it hunt around on its own. With the passive skill of 8 Desolate Demon Lord, releasing its bondage to it, it would not slow down in its rate of improvement.
And this lower true god level flame demon under his control right now just happened to be able to serve as Lu Zhang's escort.
The main task at hand was still to help Wu Tuahai gain experience value. Lu Zhang repeated his trick, using the Bridge of Mana to allow Wu Tuahai to obtain mana support from his divine favorites, and then allowing the true god-level evil god puppet to summon more monsters to come closer. Thunder Prison Chains reproduced Thunder Purgatory. After a furious baptism of energy, Wu Tuahai's experience value grew by a large margin. This true god-level flame demon had recruited 4 demigod-level flame demons. Lu Zhang had the Kuei-Nyo kill it to help the Kuei-Nyo upgrade. This time, I need to help Wu Tuahai to get the divine position of the god of thunder punishment and sin, and mastering the Kuei-Yu of thunder to acquire more powerful strength might be helpful when the time comes. The Kuei-Yu was originally level 219, and after killing 4 demigods, he managed to advance to level 227. Lu Zhang took out the hearts of these 4 demigod-level flame demons and had the flame demon summoning beasts in his grasp eat them, with the latter's quality being promoted. It was promoted from a 3-star immortal spirit pet to the level of a 5-star immortal spirit pet. As long as he ate the divine-grade flame demon heart that was now mastering the body of this true god-grade fierce spirit puppet, he could definitely raise this demon summoning beast of his to the divine favorite level. This is equivalent to another legendary divine favorite booster. And, perhaps, one more powerful flame demon summoner could do more. Lu Zhang continued to have the flame demon true god puppet recruit more abyssal demons, but there were only 3 demigods amongst the demons that followed, which did not make Lu Zhang very satisfied. After a lot of tossing and turning, the Kuei-Yu was only promoted 7 levels, reaching level 234. Over here, the massive amount of low-level abyssal demons allowed Wu Tuahai to gain a large amount of experience value, and in the blink of an eye, he had already come to a level of over 3,500%. Lu Zhang thought it was okay. There were still 3 hours left in the time of the Abyssal Gate, so Lu Zhang told Wu Tuahai to return to the 8th floor of the Abyssal Demon Cave first, while he himself took the true god-level puppets and went hunting further away. Demigod-level abyssal demons were few and far between, and in the last 3 hours, just 4 were killed. However, the rest of the low-level abyssal demons, which were killed in the hundreds of millions by Kuei-Nyo using the Thunderbolt skill, naturally received huge amounts of experience value, far more than what was gained from killing demigods. A total of 19 levels were raised, advancing to level 253. It was still the massive killing attack skill that was more energizing, bringing in such a large gain in experience value in 3 hours. Of course, this could not be separated from the true god-level evil god puppets called to evil demons. Lu Zhang left the abyssal demon realm, but the poor man and the true god-level puppet stayed behind. They can continue to be upgraded. In that time just now, the poor man had once again risen 2 levels. The poor man had already stepped into the 300th level, and every level up was incomparably difficult. Yet he was able to raise 2 levels in such a short period of time. This was a good indication that the abyssal demon realm was its home turf, worthy of being the 8th desolate demon lord. A true god-level puppet could only be at its strongest here, and by letting it help kill monsters together to gain experience value, the poor man's upgrade speed would be much faster. Bringing it out would instead suppress its strength and not help much. Lu Zhang left the abyssal demon realm and brought Wu Tuahai to the Thunder Hell copy, coming directly to the core area, the Cavern of Thunderstorms. Both of them possessed the Thunder Prison Punishment Order and directly entered the Punishment Thunder Prison copy. Ding! You have entered the Punishment and Sin Thunder Prison copy of the Divine Kingdom, and now open the Divine Test, the God of Thunder Punishment and Sin. To inherit the Divine Throne, you need to fulfill the following 3 conditions. Condition 1, Thunder Affinity reaches 100%. Condition 2, completion of the 6 tests. Condition 3, gathering of the Godhead. The first test, crossing the Sea of Thunderstorms. Description: the Sea of Thunderstorms is the outermost means of defense of the Punishment Thunder Prison, and an important part of the imprisonment and sanctioning of the evil demons. As the God of Thunder Punishment, you will not be harmed by thunder, and crossing the Sea of Thunderstorms is the most basic requirement. Lu Zhang looked at Wu Tuahai on the side and asked, "Did you also receive the contents of the divine examination?" Wu Tuahai nodded, and Lu Zhang continued, "It seems that this God position test is not executed by a single person. It can be completed by many people together, and who inherits the God position in the end will depend on who goes to the end first. This is a good thing. I can help you better. What's your thunder affinity now?" "Only 56%. I'm not a pure thunder mage. I should be considered a gunslinger with additional thunder attributes, so my base thunder affinity is low." Wu Tuahai revealed a helpless look. Lu Zhang nodded and said, "Good, then raise it a little bit. This Sea of Thunderstorms. It's just right." With that, he summoned the Kuei-Nyo. As soon as this guy came out, he immediately let out a joyful yelp. It was really that the environment here was too good for it. The thunder energy was more than 10 times that of the thunder hell outside. The Kuei-Nyo only needed to lie down and sleep inside for a year. and could probably become a god directly. Lu Zhang did not restrict it and let it enter inside the Sea of Thunderstorms. A large amount of thunder power continued to converge towards it, and the experience bar above its head began to rise wildly. A breath later, it was surprisingly upgraded. It seemed that the matter of accompanying Wu Tuahai for the examination was really the right choice. As long as the Kuei Nyo was cultivated into the saint level, then another true god-level battle force could be created. A 5-star legendary grade divine pet is that strong. It was only a pity that this time, when he went to the abyssal demon realm, he wasn't able to refresh a new divine favorite out. Collecting his thoughts, Lu Zhang looked at Wu Tuahai and said, I can help you quench your body with thunder and boost your thunder affinity, but there will be some pain in the process. Ha ha, come as you are. Not to mention the pain. As long as I can inherit the divine throne and play a role in guarding Yin Xia, even if it means turning me into a puppet, I'm willing, Wu Tuahai said with bravado. At his level, merit and fame are not important. The only thing he cares about is whether or not he can continue to realize his ambitions and accomplish his ideals. For the sake of Yin Xia, for the sake of the empire, he was willing to give everything. It's like Xianyuan Wuji. This is probably the spirit of sacrifice of the older generation. Lu Zhang couldn't do it. Then let's get started. With that, he also stepped inside the Sea of Thunderstorms, and the passive skill domain of Thunderstorms opened up as thunder fell and was grasped by its domain, converting it into mana or experience value. Wutuhai was also within the range of the field, so he wouldn't be directly attacked. Lu Zhang, on the other hand, transformed a portion of the thunder energy and acted on Wu Tuahai, causing the thunder affinity in his body to be boosted. Lu Zhang realized that his thunder affinity was just 100%. After all, with the passive of the domain of Thunder Zephyr in place, it was fine for him to call himself the God of Thunder. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed as Lu Zhang and Wu Tuahai crossed the Sea of Thunderstorms. The second test content opened. Chapter 112. I think it is more suitable than me to inherit this godhood. The Sea of Thunderstorms wasn't very large, and if one hurried with all one's might, one could cross over in an hour. However, Lu Zhang sufficiently helped Wu Tuahai complete a quenching, using up more than a day's worth of time to directly raise his thunder affinity to 81%. After you get to 80 points, it's very difficult to raise it again. Lu Zhang decided to take a look at the other 5 assessments first. After all, the 3 conditions, there was no order of completion. After the 2 crossed the Sea of Thunderstorms, hints appeared before their eyes. The second test, kill the thunder-fire demon spirit. Description, the thunder punishment prison holds the evil demons. The demonic energy escapes. The remaining demonic souls and the thunder together breed the crazy-killing thunder-fire demon spirit. Kill all the thunder-fire demon spirit. You can complete the. Lu Zhang looked towards a thunder-fire demon spirit floating not far away. 327 levels. He flew into midair and looked toward the distance. There existed at least 50 or more thunderfire demon spirits in the surroundings, and any random thunderfire demon spirit was at least 300 levels or more. That is to say, the lowest was at the saint level, and there were quite a few demigod levels. This was indeed a very dangerous test, and without Lu Zhang's help, it would not have been easy for Wu Tuahai to survive here. However, these thunderfire demon spirits were a feast of experience value for Lu Zhang. After 2 days of being baptized by the Sea of Thunderstorms, the Kuei Nyo had successfully promoted to level 257, and if these thunderfire demon spirits were to provide the experience value, there was no chance that it could be promoted to the saint level before leaving this punishment thunder prison replica. To Lu Zhang, then, this trip to the replica was even one more gain. The purpose of this trip was originally just to help Wu Tuahai inherit the divine throne, and now that he could have one of his divine pets promoted to the saint level in the meantime, this was a great surprise. Without delay, Lu Zhang did not hesitate and directly let the Kuei Nyo charge up. The thunder attacks unleashed by the opponent did not cause damage to the Kuei-yu, and in an environment where the power of thunder was so dense, the power of the Kuei-yu's attack skill skyrocketed. Coupled with the effects of the blast aura and lucky aura that Lu Zhang had released for it, it directly turned it into a high-powered artillery. A saint-level thunderfire demon spirit could be directly killed in seconds with just one shot of thunder blast, and a demigod-level thunderfire demon spirit didn't manage to last until the second shot under the effect of the 5 thunders blast skill. The single damage power of the skill 5 thunderbolts exploded, and with the blast aura effect, this power was even more powerful, and enough mana support could cause a one-hit kill effect, and by killing a demigod, the Kuei-yu can be upgraded. Not only does it restore all expended mana, but the mana cap is also increased. There were a total of 167 thunderfire demon spirits, with as many as 23 of them at the demigod level. All of them were killed, rising 37 levels in a row, and their level skyrocketed to 294. It could be said that there was only one step away from stepping into the saint level and comparing to a god. and Wu Tuahai sighed after seeing the Kuei Nyo mastering thunder sweeping across all the thunderfire demon spirits. I think it's more suitable to inherit this godhood than I am. Lu Zhang smiled at his words. It's just a mere divine position of an upper god. The Kuei Nyo is a 5-star legendary divine favorite, so how can it be matched with a divine position of a lord god? Ha ha, it's quite fitting to have it be my top. Wu Tuahai replied. Lu Zhang waved his hand, then continued. No kidding, let's get a grip and see what the third test is. The area where the Thunderfire demon spirit was located was a black sandy area, and when one stepped out of this range, one could see a huge pool that constantly absorbed the power of thunder falling from the sky. The third test, cohesion. Thunder Prison Dragon Armor. Description: there are many Thunder Dragon Souls in the Thunder Pool. Seal the Thunder Dragon Souls with Thunder Chains to make Thunder Prison Dragon Armor. Obtain the Thunder Prison Dragon Armor to complete the examination. Lu Zhang had long felt that this Thunder Chain skill was not simple, and was probably the key to inheriting the divine position. The end is now in sight. Trying to capture the sealed dragon soul with thunder chains was already very difficult, not to mention building the Thunder Prison Dragon Armor, which was even more difficult. This greatly tests a professional's ability to control energy and is no longer limited to the use of a fixed skill. It was like Lu Zhang's previous secondary development of Paiyan Crane's skill, taking off the clouds and driving mist, which required a mastery of the core true intent of its existence. This matter was actually not difficult for Lu Zhang, because he had the Realm of Thunder Zephyr skill. His mastery of thunder had reached an extreme level. Arriving over the thunder pool, Lu Zhang looked inside and saw that there was a dragon soul present in it. Seemingly noticing that there was someone prying outside, one of the dragon spirits surged upwards, reaching above the thunder pool in the blink of an eye, hissing hideously. But that's as far as it goes. This thunder pool had some sort of formation or something like that, binding the dragon souls to death in it, so that they couldn't get out of the trap directly. Lu Zhang released the thunder prison chain and probed it within the thunder pool, instantly binding this dragon soul that was jumping the most happily. It began to struggle desperately, but the thunder chains contracted tighter and tighter. Lu Zhang was thinking about how to incorporate this thunder dragon soul within the so-called Thunder Prison Dragon Armor, when suddenly, he thought of a direction. The thunder chains began to shrink until they shrunk to a kind of size very close to the size of the dragon soul's dragon scales. A chain bound the dragon soul, tightening it, and continuously absorbing the thunder power within it. Under the strong pressure, the dragon souls fused, and at the same time, Lu Zhang created more chains, each thunder chain, as tiny as a hairline, rapidly weaving strings. In the blink of an eye, a set of armor was formed, and with a dragon's roar, a set of Thunder Prison Dragon Armor flew out from the thunder pool. Wu Tuahai looked at Lu Zhang, who had just coalesced the Thunder Prison Dragon Armor in less than a quarter of an hour after accepting the mission, and revealed a skeptical expression. I now feel that it is you who should inherit the throne of God, and accompanying one, surprisingly, accomplished every task more brilliantly than he, the main body, did, even though he knew that Lu Zhang was very outstanding. Wu Tuahai was feeling quite devastated. Lu Zhang said with a smile, don't tease, if I want to inherit the divine throne, I still have a God King's divine throne in my hand to choose from. I can't look at a mere upper god. Wu Tuahai felt even more devastated at his words. This young man, very good. With a successful experience, Lu Zhang began to teach Wu Tuahai the Thunder Prison Dragon Armor cohesion. During the process, Wu Tuahai's thunder affinity rose to 89%, which was a nice boost. However, at this step of fusing the dragon soul, it was stuck. Wu Tuahai's power was not enough to directly subdue any of the thunder dragon souls. Each of these thunder dragon souls had an energy level at the demigod level, and not being monsters, they could not display their level, but the energy content could be perceived by Lu Zhang. In short, it was unlikely that Wu Tuahai would want to master it. Lu Zhang directly allowed the Kuei Nyo to come over the thunder pool and absorb the power of thunder. One by one, the thunder dragon souls were directly devoured and eaten by the Kuei, and the large amount of thunder energy caused the Kuei's experience value to skyrocket once again. And by the time the Kuei's level skyrocketed to 300, within the thunder pool, there was only one dragon soul left. At this moment, it was hiding at the bottom of the thunder pool, shivering. Chapter 113. Not only not afraid, but also a bit excited. The entire thunder pool was almost sucked dry by the Kuei. All of the thunder dragon souls were directly eaten by the Kuei, and the only one remaining dragon soul didn't have the slightest intention of resisting in the face of the Kuei's terrifying abilities. At this time, Lu Zhang called Wu Tuahai to complete the final step of fusion of the Thunder Prison Dragon Armor. It went very smoothly. The third test was completed, and the fourth test appeared before the eyes of the two. The fourth test, unseal, punish the Sword of Sin. Description: the God of Thunder Punishment possesses two upper divine weapons,
of which the sword of punishment is sealed in the deepest part of the thunder pool. Unseal the seal and obtain the sword to complete These tests are clearly intertwined. The first test, traversing the sea of thunderstorms, was to limit the entry of those whose affinity for thunder wasn't high enough. The second test, on the other hand, required the test taker to possess a certain amount of strength. The third test, which was a test of mastery over thunder, and at the same time, its condensed thunder prison dragon armor, which was the key to going deeper into the thunder pool and obtaining the divine sword. But now apparently it doesn't have to be that much trouble, because the entire thunder pool had already been devoured by the Kueyu. Not a single thunder dragon soul was left inside, and even the thunder energy was pitifully low. If not for the fact that the thunder pool possessed a special spell formation that was still continuously gathering thunder power into the sky, it would have long been empty inside. However, Lu Zhang did fail to realize before that there was actually a seal present at the bottom. Wu Tuahai jumped into the thunder pool, saw the seal at the bottom, and transported the power of thunder and injected it into it. Not good. I don't have enough mana. Wu Tuahai suddenly spoke. Lu Zhang immediately established a bridge of mana between himself and Wu Tuahai, and then proceeded to link the Kuei Nyo, and even summoned out the other Tao Tai, the nine-headed immortal bird, and the other 4 divine pets. In the end, it did not consume that much mana. Just the mana of Lu Zhang, Kuei Nyo and already Tao Tai were enough. The seal opened and a divine sword flew out from beneath the thunder pool. Wu Tuahai held it in his hands, then opened his mouth and laughed. The 4th test is complete. The 5th test is about controlling another upper divine artifact, the Divine Thunder Punishment Penitentiary for evil demons. The 5th test, control, God's Thunder Punishment Prison. Description: the God of Thunder is in charge of punishment, using the power of thunder to judge evil demons and the God of Sin, and mastering the Divine Thunder Punishment and Sin Prison, where evil demons are held. In order to become the true God of Thunder Punishment and Sin, the two of them, Lu Zhang, soon arrived in front of the so-called Divine Thunder Punishment Prison. It's a huge cage housed underground. It was as if an iron cage was embedded in a basin, which was rather peculiar. Looking down from the ground, there were an unknown number of layers of cages constructed like chains of thunder. Inside, black, blood red as well as gray filled the air, and none of the monsters in it had been completely killed and were still alive. Lu Zhang opened his mouth. This cage is the same as the divine sword. There is only one. You try to master it first and see how difficult it is. If you can't master it, we'll think of another way. With that, he linked the Kuei Nyo, Tao Tai, the nine-headed immortal bird, White Zephyr, himself, and Wu Tuahai with a bridge of mana. Wu Tuahai was now completely following Lu Zhang's command in everything, and he would do whatever the latter told him to do. After all of the assessment items nowadays were impossible for him to complete without Lu Zhang's help. The divine seat of an elder god was not so easy to obtain, and could not be obtained by a non-demonic genius. A normal lower god's divine throne might be something a saint-level professional could hope to obtain, but judging from the current situation, in order to inherit a higher god's divine throne, one would need to have at least peak demigod-level strength. Lu Zhang had true god-level power, so he crushed his way through. If he were another person, such as Xian Yuan Wuji, he wouldn't be able to achieve such silky smoothness, and there was even a high probability that he wouldn't be able to pass the examination. While Wu Tuahai was trying to get a hold of the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison, Lu Zhang had already asked the Kuei Nyo to utilize the domain of Thunder Zephyr to envelop the place, as a way of dealing with the thunder power that could become violent at any time, and at the same time, he could also utilize this thunder energy to restore his mana. In fact, in such an environment, as long as there was the passive effect of the domain of the Thunderbolt, coupled with the thunder chains transmitting the power of thunder, Lu Zhang would not run out of mana. Connecting to the thunderclouds in the sky or the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison on the ground with a thunder chain would allow for a constant flow of thunder energy to be converted into mana, or even experience value for leveling up. Just as Wu Tuahai attempted to take control of the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison, the entire cage suddenly flickered as terrifying thunder power began to rage, and one by one, the evil demons inside let out agonizing and hideous hissing noises. In the sky, an aura containing great pressure gradually formed. Wu Tuahai shouted, "If you want to master the Divine Thunder Punishment Sin Prison, you have to go through the Heavenly Thunder refining body first. Immediately, there will be Heavenly Thunder descending, and it won't disappear until I completely master this Divine Thunder Punishment Sin Prison or die." Lu Zhang could not help but light up at his words. "Good. You don't have to worry. Focus on mastery. Take your time and let the Heavenly Thunder come harder." Wu Tuahai was stunned. He was reminding Lu Zhang that he could let him die if he really couldn't, and then he could escape. However, he did not expect Lu Zhang to react in this way. In the face of the heavenly thunder that destroys everything, why do you look not only not afraid, but also a little excited?
Lu Zhang wasn't very excited. He had originally thought about how Kuei Nyo should break through the shackles of this 300 level. After all, this step into the first level of the saint level, upgrading, required too much experience value, unless another demigod was found to strike down. Now, there was no need, as long as there was enough thunder power. Not to mention raising one level, it was not likely that the Kuei could be raised by 10 or 8 levels. He wished that the power of this heavenly thunder was a bit more robust, so that the Kuei could have a good meal. Before Wu Tuahai could react, the heavenly thunder fell. A terrifying thunderbolt could kill an ordinary demigod above level 450 with a single strike. And this was just the most ordinary thunderbolt amongst this heavenly thunderbolt. 8 heavenly thunderbolts fell in a row, and the Kuei bull was upgraded. The power of the thunder was all absorbed by its thunderbolt domain, and Lu Zhang did not bother to fight for it. After all, right now, his level was restricted, and after accumulating so much experience value, he was not yet able to upgrade, so he needed to wait a little longer. While the Kuei Nyo was over there absorbing the heavenly thunder, Lu Zhang was not idle either. He wrapped the thunder chain around Wu Tuahai to help him continue to raise his thunder affinity. At first they thought that thunder affinity wasn't a prerequisite, but after so many tests they realized that it was obvious that many of the tests were very easy if thunder affinity was pulled full. Even now with this item, as Wu Tuahai's thunder affinity gradually increased, his mastery of the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison also went deeper. After roughly having more than 3 hours, Wu Tuahai's thunder affinity reached 100% and successfully mastered the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison, and the heavenly thunder disappeared. The Kuei, who had just been promoted to level 312, couldn't get enough. It looked towards Wu Tuahai and let out a roar, its eyes filled with anticipation. Already exhausted to the point of weakness, Wu Tuahai looked at Lu Zhang in confusion and asked, "What does it mean?" Lu Zhang said with a smile, "No offense, just want you to strike it with heavenly thunder again." Chapter 114, you mean, you're going to do it yourself? Requesting for catch-up reading. Nowadays, Wu Tuahai couldn't satisfy this need of the Kuei Nyo, but after he inherited the divine throne, there was a possibility that he could really utilize this method to quickly upgrade the Kuei Nyo. After all, the power mastered by an upper god, casually unleashing some of it, converted into enough experience value to cause the Kuei's level to skyrocket. Thinking about it a little, the idea might actually be worth a try. If one could directly raise the Kuei Nyo to the demigod level in one breath, its battle power must be incomparably terrifying. By that time, perhaps with just this one divine pet, one could complete the 5th turn quest. Lu Zhang looked at Wu Tuahai and asked, "Senior, what is the content of the last test?" Wu Tuahai looked to the panel prompt and read it out. The 6th test, Execution. The evil god in captivity. Description: evil demons and evil gods are imprisoned within the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison of Sin. Destroy all imprisoned evil gods and gain enough energy feedback. Lu Zhang sniffed in surprise. It seems like it's going to send you enough experience value to not look like a test content anymore. Wu Tuahai, however, frowned. It's not that simple. The Divine Thunder Punishment Sin Prison only has the ability to imprison. It cannot directly kill the evil demons inside. To kill these evil demons and evil gods, it seems that the only way to do so is to release them, or for me to go in. According to the feedback, there are 176 demigods, 14 lower true gods, and 1 intermediate god imprisoned in the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison of Sin. It's unlikely that I, someone who hasn't yet inherited the divine throne, would be able to kill them even if I were in possession of an upper divine artifact, right? Lu Zhang spoke his thoughts thoughtfully. I think all of these evil demons should be preparing for you to upgrade. Inheriting a god position doesn't require experience value at all, and the moment you inherit it, you'll directly reach the god position's original level. But since the previous god prepared all this, the original intention should have been for you to become a god through cultivation, first self-becoming a god, and then decapitating these monsters, and then ultimately inheriting the divine throne of the higher god. After a pause, Lu Zhang continued, "If I'm not wrong, it's possible that the process of inheriting the divine throne of an upper god would be so stressful that an ordinary person below the level of a god would find it difficult to bear. But if one were to cultivate step by step to become a god, this would take too long. If so, it would be better to directly inherit the divine position of a lower god, so that one could still master the battle power as soon as possible and share the pressure for the Xian Yuan war god." Wu Tuahai voiced his concerns. Lu Zhang shook his head and said, "Right now, what we need is a high-level battle force like an upper god, and an inferior god doesn't bring much help nowadays. And, actually, this won't be a very long time. Didn't I prepare a lower god's godhead for you? Now, take it out and cultivate it. First master the divine power and break through to the demigod level. Then I'll take you to the district to slaughter those demigods so that you can reach demigod perfection.
Then use this godhead as a guide to condense a true god-level godhead that belongs to you.
Anyway, in the end,
it was necessary to condense the godhead.
And that's another advantage. It's definitely easier to condense a lower god's godhead than it is to condense an upper god's godhead. Hearing Lu Zhang explain this, Wu Tuahai felt as if this matter was not so difficult. Immediately, he took out the lower god's divine compartment that Lu Zhang had given him earlier and began to grasp the divine power within it. Since he had already mastered the upper divine artifact Punishment Divine Sword and could mobilize divine power, it became easy to reverse to master divine power again. It was only half an hour before he completed his mastery. In itself, Lu Zhang had helped him store a huge amount of experience value, and after mastering the divine power, the shackles were broken and his level directly soared to level 432. Let's go! I'll take you to God Slayer. Although there was no poor Chi by his side, a ferocious beast that killed the lower gods as easily as eating and drinking water. Within the divine thunder punishment prison that was filled with the power of thunder, the Kuei Nyo, who had already stepped into the saint level, was an existence that could suppress all disobedience. Arriving within the first demigod's cage, Kuei Nyo directly resolved it with a thunder blast, and his level soared once again. Lu Zhang's idea was simple, to move the Kueiyu's rank upwards first just to be on the safe side. After killing 62 demigod-level evil demons in a row, Kuei Nyo's level was raised to 400, and the next step was to directly step into the demigod level. Lu Zhang was excited. This was a legendary divine favorite. By stepping into the saint level, one could already touch base with an inferior true god and even kill an inferior true god. If they reached the demigod level, wouldn't they be able to hold a mediate god? At this point, Wotohai's succession to the divine throne was put aside first. Lu Zhang continued to let the Kuei Nyo kill, and after killing 5 demigods in a row, he finally crossed the step. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, Kueiyu. Quality, 4-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 401, 37. 34%. Life, 1. 000. 500. 000. 000 //1. 000. 500. 000. 000. Mana, 105 million //150 million. Power, 1. 2 million. Agility, 1 million. Spirit, 1. 5 million. Physical, 1. 5 million. Skills, Domain of Razor, Passive. Thunderbolt, Thunder Blast, Thunder Elemental Shield, Thunder Net, 5 Thunder. Nice guy. 1 billion blood, 100 million mana points, and the basic attributes were all above the million level. Feeling the huge amount of attribute value feedback brought about by the Kuei Nyo's upgrade, Lu Zhang felt like he was almost flying with pleasure. This attribute was definitely crushing all the inferior gods, and should already be of the amount of middle gods. According to Lu Zhang's deduction, today's Kuei Nyo should be the same as before in terms of basic attributes. Comparing to the medium deity, it was definitely a bit worse, but it could completely make up for it with skills. If the level were to rise one more time, it wouldn't be impossible to kill a mediate god. As Wu Tuahai looked at the huge one-legged bull mountain and sensed the terrifying thunder power contained in its body, his heart once again gave birth to the exclamation he had felt before. Still think this divine beast is more suitable to inherit this divine throne. While excited, Lu Zhang did not forget about business. The Kuei Nyo had advanced to a demigod level of more than 400 levels and had a more precise control of energy, assisting Wu Tuahai in upgrading more easily. All of them left less than 3% of their blood, allowing Wu Tuahai to complete the harvest. The remaining 109 demigod-level evil demons were quickly slaughtered by him. 2 demigods, which only allowed him to raise 1 level, and all of the demigods were killed, only to be raised to level 486. This rating is high enough. At least before, Shenyuan Wuji probably wasn't even as high as his current rank, but that's not enough. In order to condense a lower god's godhead, one would need to reach level 500 at the very least, and one would also need to have a large amount of experience value in reserve. Neither of these are fulfilled. There's still a lot of killing to be done. The next step is to actually slaughter the gods. The sound upgrades made Wu Tuahai very excited, but after seeing that true god-level evil demon, his excited heart immediately calmed down. A demigod-level monster can be suppressed with a demigod-level legendary god pet, but a true god, can it still be so casual? The power of a true god is so strong. I'm afraid it's not good to suppress the blood level, and if you can't control it, the danger will be too great. Lu Zhang sniffed but smiled directly. Let it out. In a cage, you can't utilize your true power, and a head-to-head duel between gods is something I've wanted to try for a long time. Wu Tuahai froze for a moment, stunned. You mean, you're going to do it yourself? Chapter 115. Whether it's a god or a demon, they're all just my pets. The aura on Lu Zhang's body was already powerful. Wu Tuahai had never underestimated Lu Zhang's own battle power, but obviously, how could a summoner be stronger than the divine favor under him? Now it was a matter of pinning down a true god. At LV 530 level true god. Isn't it a bit presumptuous for you, a summoner, to rush upwards at a time like this? Lu Zhang knew what Wu Tuahai was worried about and smiled. Don't worry, isn't there a Kuei Nyo watching from the side? With Kuei Nyo's current strength, he can directly kill that inferior god in seconds, so you don't have to worry about any danger. When Wu Tuahai heard that the matter of killing an inferior god in seconds had been made light of by Lu Zhang, he also couldn't help but twitch his face. Previously, he did know that Lu Zhang possessed a divine favorite that sanctioned the taking of inferior gods, but that one seemed to have been left behind in the abyssal demon realm. This Kuei divine favor in front of him was indeed very strong as well, but after all, he hadn't fought against a real god, and Wu Tuahai wasn't completely at ease. However, at this time, all the power of speech was in Lu Zhang's hands. He was just an old-timer who had been brought along by Lu Zhang and bestowed with a divine position in passing. Faced with such a confident junior, he could only do as he was told. Opening the divine thunder punishments in prison, a lower evil god of the flame demon race quickly rushed out from within. This was specially selected by Lu Zhang. Originally, he had planned to wait until he got the heart of that flame demon inferior god puppet from the abyssal demon realm before letting his flame demon summoning beast advance to the divine pet level, but now that he could get it straight away, he was no longer dilly-dallying. Getting a divine favor first gives you an extra power. This flame demon appeared and immediately let out a roar. Being imprisoned for so many years, it is naturally very grumpy inside. After getting out of the trap, they immediately rushed up towards the closest Lu Zhang. However, in the next moment, a dozen chains flashing with thunder fell from the sky, directly binding its limbs and head, and 2 more chains wrapped around its waist. Terrifying thunder power was released, and this demon let out a miserable howl of pain. The amount of blood above his head began to decrease rapidly. Lu Zhang was the one who possessed the domain of Thunderbolt, and in this environment, with the help of the Kuei Nyo's magical power, the thunder chains created were extremely powerful. Even if it was a mediate god, it could bind it for a period of time. As for the district inferior god, it was naturally impossible to break free at all. Berserk energies were abusing as they went along, and Wu Tuahai revealed a shocked expression as he looked at the lower true god level evil demon who was not even capable of resisting under Lu Zhang, despite the fact that he was about to inherit the divine throne of an elder god. At this point he was still just a demigod who had been forcibly promoted. Facing this level of power really made him feel a fear from the depths of his soul. In front of high-level beings, low-level individuals, this was as if they were mole crickets. Soon, this flame demon's blood level was left with a blood skin. Come out with your sword. Lu Zhang opened his mouth. Wu Tuahai woke up like a dream and hurriedly picked up the divine sword of punishment and chopped off the head of this flame demon with a single strike. In fact, with Wu Tuahai's current power, with the help of this upper divine artifact, there was a certain probability that he would be able to single-handedly kill such a lower god, but he could not make it this far without such a perception himself. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it was enough to have Lu Zhang to bail him out all the way so that he could directly and smoothly inherit the divine seat of an elder god. The experience value of killing a true god was huge. The experience value of a true god was enough to allow the 200-leveled poverty chi to rise more than 20 levels in a row. And although a 400-leveled demigod required a lot of experience value to upgrade, a true god also allowed Wu Tuahai to directly raise 11 levels. It reached level 497. There were still 13 lower true gods and 1 middle god left inside. Definitely enough for Wu Tuahai to advance. After all, after beheading a true god, in addition to the experience value gained, one could also obtain a godhead, which would be of immense help to professionals who condensed their own godheads. Lu Zhang first took out the demonic heart of this demon and took it out to his flame demon summoning beast for it to devour. A moment later, the aura of this flame demon changed drastically. Lu Zhang looked at its basic attributes, and sure enough, it had turned into the quality of a 1-star legendary divine pet. Judging from its current state, if it was to be promoted to 2 stars, it would require at least a flame demon heart of median god level to do so. For now, it's good enough for one use. When the matter of divine throne inheritance was finished, he would help this guy upgrade as soon as possible, and then let him enter the abyssal demon realm to gather more demonic creatures for himself and help other summoned beasts upgrade. Lu Zhang had a premonition. Having a god-quality flame demon as a mole could definitely bring a huge surprise. Looking at the metamorphosed demon in front of him, Wu Tuahai somewhat wondered if he had misread the situation. Why do you even have a demon? Lu Zhang asked back in surprise. Who said you can't have demons as pets? Whether it's a god or a demon. It's just my summoned beast. Hearing these words, Wu Tuahai once again felt like he had suffered a blow and laughed bitterly.
I kind of know why you don't inherit the divine throne. The so-called gods are nothing more than that in your eyes.
Lu Zhang smiled at his words, but did not say anything. After all, next thing you know, Wu Tuahai would become a god, and it wouldn't be good to speak too harshly. Putting away the flame demon, which was still very low in rank, Lu Zhang opened his mouth. Let's get on with it. Wu Tuahai was an old man in the end, and quickly calmed down and began to release the second true god-level evil demon. Same routine, Wu Tuahai's final sword to resolve the target. Unsurprisingly, his leveling came to a standstill after reaching level 500, and then the experience value overflowed to 634.95%. How much experience value do you think is enough for you to condense the godhead? Lu Zhang asked. Wu Tuahai sensed it and gave a number. 5,000% or more would be safer. Lu Zhang nodded at his words and began to continue helping him kill true gods. After killing 6 more lower true god level evil demons in a row, he finally raised his experience value to over 5,400%. I will now begin to condense the godhead. Wu Tuahai was only going to condense the god frame of a lower god, the same god frame of a lower god. Snow Flying Flower had completed condensing it with just the help of god frame fragments. It was impossible for Wu Tuahai, who possessed several complete god frames, to fail. More than an hour later, the aura on his body changed and his level broke through 500. The exact number of levels Lu Zhang could not see. After all, he wouldn't be able to see it after 300 levels beyond him, a 200 level professional. But judging from the breath, it should be 500 hanging a fraction. Unlike Snow Flying Flower, the latter condensed the godhead and directly inherited the divine position, thus gaining the rank of 550 that the divine position had. Wu Tuahai was a natural breakthrough, so he was just 500 levels out, but at least he had already metamorphosed into a god. The essence of his life had changed, and it would be smoother for him to inherit the divine throne again. Now there's one last step left to kill all the evil gods. Among them, there was also a mediate god. Chapter 116, Crazy Devouring Taotai. Demigod Perfection. Not working? Nowadays, there were still 6 lower god-level evil demons and 1 middle god-level evil demon in the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison. Lu Zhang felt that even if he killed them all, he should not be able to provide the experience value needed to allow Wu Tuahai to be promoted to medium god or to reach the full rank of inferior god. Compared to this, Lu Zhang felt that what Wu Tuahai needed wasn't experience value, but rather a godhead. Getting that median god's godhead should allow him to successfully inherit the divine throne of the god of thunder punishment. Therefore, these remaining ones could not be wasted for Wu Tuahai to kill. Lu Zhang thought for a moment and didn't let Kuei Niu on. Upgrading after stepping into the demigod level required too much experience value, and at the same demigod level, the benefits from Kuei-Yu's upgrades weren't great. On the contrary, if there was another saint level or even demigod level divine favorite in hand, this is a huge increase in overall combat power. Even more, Lu Zhang felt that if he had one more demigod level divine pet, he would be perfectly capable of opening the next transfer quest. After comprehensive consideration, Lu Zhang decided to upgrade Tao Tai. As the former number 1 combatant, Lu Zhang was most familiar with Tao Tie's fighting style. Moreover, Lu Zhang had an idea that he needed to let Tao Tie's rank rise to saint level before trying it out, and perhaps he could directly promote Tao Tai to become the highest ranked divine favorite in his hands. Nowadays, Tao Tie's level is only 212. The experience value that came from killing a lower true god was huge, directly allowing Tao Tai to rise 27 levels in a row, skyrocketing to level 239. After all 6 inferior true gods were allowed to be killed by Tao Tai, it managed to advance to level 330, stepping into the level of a saint-grade divine favor. Lu Zhang could experiment with his previous idea. Tao Tai could devour everything to transform it into mana value and experience value, while the bodies of demigods, true gods, godhood fragments and even godhoods, which were rich in energy. However, Lu Zhang had previously allowed Tao Tai to devour the corpses of demigods and harvested rich experience value, but some of the divine power would affect digestion. It would take a lot of effort to absorb this divine power. But now, Tao Tai had been promoted to the saint level, and in terms of basic attributes, it was already comparable to a lower true god, such that it devoured the divine body again. There shouldn't be any indigestion. Lu Zhang directly gave Tao Tai a godhead fragment to devour. The absorption was completed in an instant, transforming a full tenth of the experience bar, which made Lu Zhang's eyes light up. One demigod could produce 5 godhead fragments. 2 demigods would be able to raise Tao Tai another level. Just now, they had killed a total of 176 demigods, and Lu Zhang directly took out a large number of godhead fragments for Tao Tai to devour. Soon, Tao Tai came to level 400. Sacred level consummation. The next step was to break through to the demigod level. This level of breakthrough required a very large amount of experience value,
But Lu Zhang still had a large number of godhead fragments in his hands at this time, and the rest of the fragments were all given to Tao Tai to devour. Tao Tai's level came to 405. After entering the demigod level, the effect of the godhead fragment diminished a lot. Next, Lu Zhang had Tao Tai eat all those true gods' corpses. The bodies of true gods are not directly scrubbed away by the will of the world as wild monsters or when they die, but perhaps they will eventually be refreshed. They will just be around for a longer period of time. But none of that mattered. Into the Tao Tai's stomach. It was its own energy. The energy contained in a true god's corpse was much richer than a godhead fragment, and a single corpse could raise a Tao Tai of over 400 levels by 2 levels. After the 16 corpses were devoured, Tao Tai was promoted to level 437. Whether it was a fragment of the godhead or the corpse of a true god, they were just appetizers. The real hard dish was the godhead of a true god. Lu Zhang directly took out that flame demon evil god's godhead and let Tao Tai devour it. This time it wasn't digested in an instant, but began to steadily digest and absorb as its experience bar continued to advance. Fully half an hour had passed before the digestion of one godhead was complete, and Tao Tai was promoted to level 450, a godhead, elevated by 13 levels. What's the holdup here? Keep letting it eat. The energy contained in each godhead was different, but again, after the absorption of the 4 lower gods' godheads was completed, Tao Tai's level came to the demigod perfection level, level 500. While he saw that Tao Tai was about to be truly promoted to the divine level, Lu Zhang received feedback. Can't keep upgrading. In order for a divine pet to be promoted to the true god level, the summoner must first be promoted to the true god level. Otherwise the divine pet would be out of the summoner's control, because the difference in life levels is too great. Lu Zhang was confused. This was the first time he had encountered a level restriction arising from the upgrading of a summoned beast. In the end, there was nothing to do but sigh helplessly. I thought that I could directly have a true god-level divine pet to roam across the 4 directions, but I didn't expect that the great cause of upgrading could only come to a screeching halt. However, he then revealed a satisfied smile after seeing Tao Tai's current attributes. Should I say no? A level 500 Tao Tai is already very powerful. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, Tao Tai. Quality, 5-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 500, 0%. Life, 8 billion / 8 billion. Mana, 800 million / 800 million. Power, 2. 5 million. Agility, 2 million. Spirit, 2. 5 million. Physical, 3 million. Skills, Black Hole Devouring. Dharma Heaven and Earth. Darkness God Claw. Tyrannical Mist. Fierce God's Might, passive. Mana Annihilation, passive. This was only the attributes of a demigod-level consummate. And according to Lu Zhang's deduction of the attributes of the gods, this could already finish off most of the mediate gods. Coupled with powerful skills, violently whacking a mediate god was not difficult at all. He himself was just a District 4 summoning patriarch, and he already possessed the divine favor of a storm-whacking median god. What was there not to be satisfied with? Well, there's still unsatisfying. The number is too small. 1 is not enough. 9 won't do. How can there be hundreds of them? It's been kind of hard to think about when the card draws haven't been shipping lately. Lu Zhang's mood adjusted quickly, and right away he thought about it again. Gotta keep boosting the other summoners. Nowadays, there was only one divine favor in hand that still had the same devouring ability. The Kuan Pang. It can change into an ancient giant Kuan. This Taiku giant Kuan also had the same devouring ability as Tao Tai, and what it devoured could also be turned into experience value, but it needed to have water of the same quality to be swallowed along with it, so that the final digestion and absorption could be completed. There were still a few lower gods' godheads left, and it was estimated that they could be raised a few dozen levels. However, allowing Kuan Pang to use this to step into the demigod level was a bit insufficient, but there's still a medium god. The experience value generated from killing a mediate god should be a lot, right? Lu Zhang looked at Wu Tuahai and opened his mouth. Are you ready? After the last one is killed, it's time for you to inherit the throne of God, and that's sure to be a very difficult process. Wu Tuahai chuckled. You're the one who helped me get through so many tests. If I can't even survive this last succession, this divine seat, it shouldn't be mine. Are you ready? That's a median god, and even though I become a lower god now, I don't have any resistance against that thing. I'm still counting on you. Lu Zhang released the Kuan Pang, which had transformed into a golden-winged rock, and had Tao Tai at the forefront. It's okay. Let it out. Chapter 117, 88 consecutive levels. The 3 great half-gods perfected their divine favors. Seeing that Lu Zhang was ready, Wu Tuahai immediately opened the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison's cage. In the next moment, the goat-headed evil god, who was over 800 meters tall, rushed out from within. one of the sides in his hand directly slashing at the Tao Tai who was blocking the way from the front. Lu Zhang couldn't even see through the rank of a lower god, let alone a middle god. But no matter what, just let Tao Tai open up and do it. Dharma heaven and earth, double the attributes. Tao Tai's size suddenly came to over 300 meters tall, and at the same time, unleashed a darkness god claw. A huge claw rose from the void and directly slapped down the goat-headed evil god flying in midair. Immediately after that, Tao Tai jumped onto the goat-headed evil god and punched it on its goat head. Click! One ram's horn snapped right off. The goat-headed evil god was furious, and a bunch of skeletons bubbling with black gas sprang up all over his body, tearing up towards Tao Tai. Then this level of attack was like scratching an itch to Tao Tai. Not only did it not cause any damage, but it instead allowed it to use it to absorb a large amount of energy, utilizing the mana annihilation skill to replenish the consumed mana. Boom! 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 Tao Tai's fight didn't have any fancy skill effects, only the absolute violence of punching to the bone. One punch dry crushed the goat's horn. 3 punches broke the bones of the evil god. The skill of Dharma heaven and earth showed an even more heaven-defying effect at this time. Millions of attribute points. Doubled that was a few million more attributes. Strong power. Crushing everything. The goat-horned evil god used all sorts of skills to resist, and the end result was a direct blow to the head. However, as a median god, its vitality was tenacious and it did not die outright. Lu Zhang told Tao Tai to come down, and the golden-winged rock flew off to take out the godhead from the defenseless evil god's body. After the godhead was taken out, it represented the true fall of this mediate god. The experience value fell to the kunai. The Koan Peng's original level was very low, only level 209, and this killing of a median god caused his level to directly soar to level 297, rising 88 levels in a row. Wu Tuahai looked at the 1,000-meter-tall fierce god Tao Tai, and a moment of confusion flashed in his eyes. Obviously, this guy was only a mere 500 levels away and hadn't yet stepped into the level of a lower true god, and now he was actually pressing a mediate god to the ground and violently beating him. A median god was actually killed alive by it. His head exploded, and even his god's frame was pulled out. That's too scary. However, Wu Tuahai didn't have much time to think about that. The very moment the goat-horned evil god was blown up, a line of prompts appeared in front of his eyes. Ding! All the evil demons of the Divine Thunder Punishment Sin Prison have been killed, and all 6 elements of the test have been completed. Divine position detected, God of Thunder Punishment and Sin. All conditions of inheritance have been completed. Divine position inheritance will begin soon. Countdown. 29, 28, 27. Wotohai said hurriedly. There's about 10 seconds left before I start inheriting the divine throne. There might be some repercussions, so stay safe. Lu Zhang sniffed and put away the Koan Pang and Tao Tai first, but streamed the Kuei Nyo. In the sky, white-purple energy converged, then steeply transformed into a thunderbolt that fell and struck Wu Tuahai's body. This thunder was not destructive in any way, just a form of energy delivery. The divine position of an elder god was extremely rich in energy. Huge amounts of energy were poured into Wu Tuahai, and his godhead began to metamorphose and his aura gradually strengthened. In the entire Punishment Thunder Prison replica, energy coalesced rapidly and a huge turbulence arose. Lu Zhang was a bit skeptical that this place would hold up. The entire inheritance process had lasted for 4 hours, and within those 4 hours, the surrounding energy had generated an enormous pressure, and had Lu Zhang not possessed the basic attributes fed back by the 2 demigod-level divine pets, his body would not have been able to hold up to this oppression. Saint-level professionals absolutely couldn't withstand it, and at the very least, they had to be a lower true god to be able to carry it off. And that's just the oppressive force attached to the periphery. One can only imagine what kind of test Wu Tuahai, who was right in the center of the pressure, is facing. But as a warrior of the older generation, Wu Tuahai persevered. The Thunder Prison Dragon armor was added to his body. Holding the Punishment Divine Sword, the aura of an elder god was released, and the copy of the Divine Kingdom was already under his control. Seeing the expectant eyes of the Kuei Nyo, Lu Zhang smiled and asked Wu Tuahai, the Kuei still wants you to strike it with heavenly thunder, okay? Wu Tuahai held the divine sword of punishment and pointed towards the sky, and in an instant, thunder fell. Moreover, the surrounding thunder clouds kept converging towards where the Kuei Nyo was, and it looked like more thunder might land at any time. Seeing that the first thunder didn't cause any damage to the Kuei, Wu Tuahai began to gather more thunder to land. The Kuei Nyo bathed in the heavenly thunder, leveling up by 1 level after only a quarter of an hour had passed. Lu Zhang brightened up and smiled. It seems that I still need your help in upgrading this divine favor of mine. Wotohai nodded. That's naturally no problem. However, I just got something. Who do you think I should take it to? With that, he pushed a crystal stone glittering with thunder in front of Lu Zhang. Item, Thor's pupil.
Effect: refining this gemstone can open the inheritance test of the main god level god position Thunder God Saras. Obviously, this represented the right to inherit the divine throne of a Lord God level deity. First of all, regardless of whether it will work or not, if you can't get this gem, you won't even be qualified to try. Even though he had become an upper god, and Wu Tuahai was now considered the most powerful existence in the entire Yanxia, he still gave the decision to Lu Zhang. Obviously, this is perfect for the Regulus War God. I remember that his profession is Divine Sky Mage, which is exactly a type of Thunder Mage, and it's only right that he inherits the Thunder God's position. Lu Zhang opened his mouth. Wu Tuahai said with a sniff of approval, "Now that I'm here, I can handle all those demigod-level threats, and I can help him as he focuses on inheriting the divine throne." The matter is tentatively settled. They didn't immediately go to Xianyuan Wuji. While Wu Tuahai was here using the Sea of Thunderstorms to help the Kuei-Nyo level up, Lu Zhang left the Punishment Thunder Prison replica with the Kuan Pang and the Divine Grimoire and arrived at the Abyssal Demon Realm. After spending a day helping Kuan Pang hunt demigods and other low-level abyssal demons, he managed to level up to level 301. And then, Lu Zhang followed the Kuan Pang to the middle of the ocean with the 4 demigods' godhead fragments and corpses. The Kuan Pang transformed into an ancient giant koan, unleashing the skill-devouring sea eyes, swallowing the demigod's corpse along with the godhead fragment, and advancing his level to level 304. Immediately after that, Lu Zhang took out the lower true god's godhead. The first godhead refining and absorbing took more than 3 hours, and the level shot up to level 19. In a row, he refined 5 lower true god's godheads and successfully promoted to level 401. Lu Zhang once again possessed a demigod-grade divine pet. At this moment, Lu Zhang still had 6 lower true god level godheads left in his hand, still allowing all of them to be absorbed by the Kuan Pang, and his level came to level 479. It's still short of 500 levels. Take out the body of the medium god again. The corpse of an inferior true god was able to raise the 400 plus level Tao Tai by 2 levels, and an intermediate god level corpse was bound to not disappoint. Sure enough, after this corpse was devoured, the Kuan Pang's level came to the 500 level demigod perfection level. The effect was better than a lower god's godhead. On the other hand, Lu Zhang sensed that the Kuei-Nyo had also reached level 500. In other words, he now had in his hands 3 500 level divine favors, Kuei-Nyo, Tao Tai and Kuan Pang. It seems that it is possible to open the next transfer quest. Chapter 118. You've inherited the throne of God? And brought me back one. At this point, Lu Zhang's hands were left with a mediate god's godhead that could theoretically help a divine favorite upgrade quickly. But the other divine favorites didn't have the ability to devour everything to gain energy. Divine favorites like Tao Tai and Kuan Pang are too rare. However, the way the Kuei-Yu was upgraded was something to learn from. As long as one could find a fire divine successor to help out, and utilize the immortal Stygian wind state of the 9-headed immortal bird, one could quickly advance by devouring flame energy. Sagittarius also had the ability to devour upgrades, but a large amount of poison attribute energy, which was not easy to find. Lu Zhang and Wu Tuahai came to the sea together. Now that almost 3 days had passed since Lu Zhang had left with him, Xianyuan Wuji's side had yet to help the 1,000-cloud crane trio acquire enough experience value. After all, the resources of this world are limited, and Xianyuan Wuji didn't have the backbone to take the 3 of them into other high-level realms to upgrade. In the event of an accident, he would die, and so would the few men he brought with him. Nowadays, although Lu Zhang, the successor, had appeared, Xianyuan Wuji was not yet able to let go of his hands in peace. That's why he needed to seek stability, which made upgrading a bit slower. But at least there was a true god like Snow-Flying Flower helping out. So at this time, those 3 people couldn't even find out that they had satisfied the experience value required to inherit the divine throne. When Lu Zhang brought Wu Tuahai to Xianyuan Wuji and Xuefei Hua, both of them were a little confused. You, who have inherited the divine throne? Xuefei Hua looked at Wu Tuahai and asked. The latter nodded as the divine artifact Punishment Divine Sword surfaced in his hand and smiled. God of Thunder, Punishment and Sin, Takumi Wu. Meet the God of Frost, Coronet Snowflake. Xianyuan Wuji couldn't help but speak. No, how are you so fast? Is it hard to believe that this kid has some secret? Wu Tuahai put away the divine sword and spread his 2 hands. You may not believe me when I say this, but I didn't do anything. All of the assessment tasks, including my Thunder Affinity Boost, were all completed by Lu Zhang for me. At that, he paused and added. Moreover, right now, his battle power is just a little weaker than mine, having just killed a median god-level evil demon. Seeing that several people were too shocked to speak, Lu Zhang took out the Thunder God's pupil gem and took the initiative to speak. Elder Xianyuan, this is the key to open the examination of the Lord God's divine position, the Thunder God, and by refining him,
you'll be able to inherit the position of the Thunder God. I think this thing is perfect for you. Xianyuan Wuji held the Thunder God's pupil gem with an incredulous expression. What? It's only been 3 days. And you've completed the divine succession and brought me back the divine succession qualification of a Lord God. Over here, Lu Zheng continued to add to what he had just said. As it happens, with the help of Elder Wu, an elder god of the Thunder God lineage, I don't think the process of you inheriting the Lord God position shouldn't be too difficult for you. Elder Xianyuan. Good man. You've got me all set up for this succession process. Xianyuan Wuji sighed. I clearly had high mental expectations of you already, but now it seems that I still underestimated you. Since that's the case, then let Wu Tuahai help me to inherit the Thunder God's throne. I'll leave the task of helping the others to inherit the divine throne to you. At this time, Snowflake took the initiative to say, Lu Zheng, you help them to obtain the godhead, and I'll replace Brother Wuji to deal with the trouble of those demigod-level monsters. It's fine to help them obtain the godhood, but before that, I have to go and complete the 5th turn quest. With these words, the crowd was even more at a loss as to what to say. A professional who hadn't even turned 5 yet, and had perfected his 4th turn, could actually kill a mediate god, which they would not have believed if it wasn't said by a higher god himself. The world is a ridiculous place. Good. Then you go ahead and complete the transfer quest, and I'll take them on to continue acquiring some of the experience value to increase the bottom line. Snowflake took the initiative to take over the task. Well then, I'm going to pick up the quest now, so you guys get busy. As Lu Zheng said that, he directly instantly moved towards the nearest city and took the teleportation array to the main city to obtain the transfer quest. Looking at where he disappeared, Snowflying Flower walked over to Xianyuan Wuji's side and put her hand on the latter's shoulder, smiling gently. With a junior like Lu Zheng around, you can relax. He's better than us now, and in the future, he'll definitely be able to reach a point that's beyond our reach. Xianyuan Wuji laughed out loud at his words and wrapped Snowflying Flower in his arms as he said amidst the latter's surprised gaze. Indeed, together, let us witness the rise of a miracle. Several men turned their heads at the sight, and only the only other girl besides Snowflake, Xian, looked at the scene with an anti-smile. They were all from the same era and stood at the top of the human race. Now, together, they are witnessing the emergence of a peak. Lu Zheng arrived in the transmutation sanctuary, now possessing the strength of a storm-lacking median god. He had no apprehension in his heart when faced with the unknown task of transmutation. The hand was placed on top of the transfer tablet, and the quest information floated in front of him. Detected that the current professional's level, 200, has reached the conditions for the professional's 5th transfer. Congratulations on receiving the 5-star hell rank difficulty transfer quest, Redemption. Alex, the demonized golden dragon god. Mission description: the main god-level deity Alex, the golden dragon god, suffered serious injuries from an attack by the evil god El Toro, and after years of healing, his injuries have worsened, and his demonic nature has invaded, and he has fallen into demonization, and has self-sealed himself within the dragon's catacombs. It is expected that within 2 months, Alex will break through the seal at any time and leave the dragon's tomb, killing everything around him. Quest requirement: travel to the Valley of Dragons and redeem Alex before he breaks through the seal to get rid of his demonic nature. Seeing that it was still the same hellish 5-star difficulty mission as always, Lu Zheng changed his usual furious look and was expressionless, as if there were no ripples in his heart. After 4 tortures, he was, for once, finally able to be majestic. District hellish 5-star difficulty quests. Take a pinch. But his face changed with a brush when he saw the content of the mission. I'll be damned. Lord God level. Breaking through the seal at any time within 2 months. There was simply no exact time for this. It could only be the sooner you went the safer it was. But a demonized dragon god at the Lord God level would instantly die once he launched an attack on himself. Isn't this a joke? What the hell? I'm just a 4th turn consummate professional. Even if I just possessed the strength to kill a mediate god. But isn't it too much for you to just put me on a Lord God level difficulty? And, let's not talk about whether or not we can redeem the dragon god. Whether or not you can even enter the dragon's tomb on your own is an unknown. Okay? Would that group of gargoyles agree to enter the tombs of their forefathers by themselves? Lu Zheng had to admit that he hadn't been able to hold it together and was once again furious. After stabilizing his mind, Lu Zheng began to think of a way to break the situation. It was impossible to fight hard. Even if he was given enough 2 months to use for upgrading, it was impossible to fight against a Lord God. After all, one needed to raise himself to level 500 or more first before his divine favor could open the shackles and continue to upgrade. Calmly, instantly, he grasped the key. Chapter 119, Mastermind Ring. Auspicious Unicorn. The evil exorcising bravery. The key to breaking the mold lies in purifying the magic. Therefore, the blessing aura on himself and the summoned beast, White Zephyr,
were the centerpiece of completing this quest. However, the specifics still needed to wait to see the real demonized golden dragon god before conclusions could be drawn. After all, if the ruling directly considered the demonized dragon god at this point to already be an evil demon, White Zephyr's ability would directly cause damage and would not have a purifying effect. White Zephyr's ability lies in purification, which is the destruction of evil spirits. And from the quest description, that golden dragon god, it was obvious that it had fused with the evil sneaky chi as one. Once purification is turned on, it is the same as killing the dragon god. Obviously, Lu Zhang did not have the strength to kill a lord god. He wasn't even sure how much blood the lord god actually had. And from the feedback given by Wu Tuahai on the base attributes of the elder gods, it appeared that he couldn't break defense against a lord god level existence. When you think about it that way, it doesn't look like White Zephyr is going to help with the trouble. It was even possible that once Bai Zhe released it, that demonized dragon god directly stormed out and claimed his own box on the spot. A look of worry surfaced on Lu Zhang's face. It's just a matter of taking one step at a time. First go to the Valley of Dragons and get permission to enter the Graveyard of Dragons before proceeding with the next plan. Lu Zhang's mindset right now is a whole lot of pure swinging. The last quest that allowed one to slay a lower true god, slaying a god with a mortal body, was already outrageous. This time, one had thought that the highest one could do was to slay a mediate god, and with the current power at one's disposal, killing a mediate god was a sure thing. However, he did not expect to face a target that was actually a lord god, crossing 3 difficulty levels directly. Moreover, the difference between a lord god and an upper god, a middle god, and a lower god was even greater than the gap between a god and a mortal. This whole thing made Lu Zhang lose his confidence in getting past the mission. It can only be just that for now and see if anything changes later. As he walked out of the transmutation sanctuary, Lu Zhang suddenly received a message. It was sent by Saint-level forging Grandmaster Zhu Chengfeng. We made a special equipment by chance. Would you see if you're interested? Below are pictures and information about the gear. Equipment, Rhinoceros Ring. Quality, God Purple Obsidian 5 stars. Requirements for equipment, spiritual power value greater than 100. Skill, Heart to Heart, passive. Durability, permanent. Skill, Heart to Heart, passive. Effect, if you want something in your heart, there is a certain probability that it will appear in front of you. After the assembly information was sent, Zhu Chengfeng spoke up. This equipment isn't low quality, but it's this effect that's too vague, so see if you have any ideas. Lu Zhang's eyes went straight after seeing the effects of this thing. Holy, I'll take this one. Lu Zhang's current trouble was that he couldn't find a way out of the situation. And if the effect of this ring could be triggered, it might really give him a way out. Where's the stuff? I'll take it and I'll come to you. Lu Zhang asked where Zhu Chengfeng was, then quickly looked for it and got the ring. At this time, Lu Zhang felt that it was true that unity was strength. With such a helper, he had this chance to break the game. Otherwise he would have been at a loss. As it happens, the summoning bit hasn't been properly refreshed at all lately. Luck has built up to the point where it's already possible to attempt a summoning, and it's time for new divine and immortal favors to appear. Lu Zhang put on his spiritual rhinoceros ring and arrived in the abyssal demon realm. The poor chi continued to upgrade, and had now reached level 385. Knowing that it was only level 324 when Lu Zhang first left, it really was perfect for upgrading in the middle of the abyssal demon realm. After Lu Zhang arrived here, he directly thought in his mind about summoning beasts that could get rid of the golden dragon god's demonic nature, and then started refreshing the summoning bits. Of course, the lucky halo, the Call of God bracelet was also arranged on a long time ago. Constant summoning. This time, I don't know if it was due to luck accumulating to a certain extent, or the new equipment, the Ring of Spiritual Rhinoceros. It's just been half an hour, less than 10,000 refreshes, and it's shipping straight out. Consume 100 spell points and successfully activate the skill Grandmaster Summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 4-star Immortal Spirit Pet 3-legged Devil Toad, times 10. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Devouring Heavenly Demon Body, passive. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Grandmaster Summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-star Legendary Divine Pet Kirin, X1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Hundreds of Taboos, passive. Consume 100 points of spells and successfully activate the skill Patriarchal Summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 4-star Legendary Divine Pet Pishi, times 1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Exorcise Demons and Dispel Evil. Skill, Devouring Heavenly Demon Body, passive. Effect, the body is not subject to the erosive damage of demonic and evil chi, and passively absorbs demonic and evil chi to be converted into mana and experience value. Passively absorbing demonic chi. It was obvious that the rate of enhancement would be very slow, and could not achieve the high-speed enhancement brought about by actively absorbing thunder power like the Kueyu. But that's pretty good. At the very least, with this skill, even if Lu Zhang was placed in the middle of the abyssal demon realm, he could gradually become more powerful by doing nothing. And, again, 10 identical immortal pets were summoned in one go. This greatly expanded the high-end combat power that Lu Zhang held in his hands. Of course, what Lu Zhang cared about the most was the 2 divine pets. Skill, hundreds of nothing, passive. Effects, blessed by auspiciousness. The energy in your body can't be closed. Skills can't be interrupted. And all forbidden and silent skills are ineffective against. This skill is obviously aimed at ability feedback like curses. Also, abilities like sealing or something like that shouldn't be effective on themselves either. Just like the demonized dragon god self-sealing, which was definitely about blocking energy. This means, could not seal Lu Zhang. Doesn't look like much use. And in fact, it's skills like this that interrupt spell casting, silencing and the like that are often the most insurmountable. The fact that you can just immunize yourself is already very impressive. However, what concerned Lu Zhang the most was the skills of the last divine favorite pixie. Skill, Exorcism. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 points of mana to unleash the skill on a single or multiple targets, expelling demonic and evil spirits from the target's body, with the efficiency of expulsion varying with the amount of mana input. This is it. Lu Zhang revealed a smile. This was the ability he wanted. The pure ability to get rid of demonic chi. It only gets rid of it and causes no harm. This is the result that is most appropriate. However, if any bit of damage was inflicted, it could pull hatred and cause the demonized dragon god to directly storm out with a move that would give him seconds. So, the next thing to do is to help Pixie upgrade. Having so many divine pets, Lu Zhang had long since discovered a problem. The skills of these divine favorites had reached the level of top-tier skills even though it seemed that there was no cap on the release effect. However, in reality, at low levels of divine favor, the skills would be relatively ineffective, even if the mana value applied was the same. Thus, it is necessary to level up the Braves. Chapter 120 Descending into the Valley of Dragons as a Savior. Lu Zhang didn't rush to upgrade, and he first went through all 3 newly acquired summoned beast skills. Then he was pleasantly surprised to find that the skills that could help with this operation were not just the pixie one. The 3-legged devil toad also had a skill called Hooked Demon Spirit Tongue that was very useful. Skill, Hooked Spirit Tongue. Effect, minimum consumption of 500 points of mana. Use on a target that possesses demonic or evil aura. Extracting the demonic or evil aura from its body and swallowing it into its own body. Replenishing mana consumption or converting it into experience. Unlike the passive skill Heaven Swallowing Demon Body, the Hooked Demon Spirit Tongue was an active skill, and the amount of demonic chi that could be seized was not particularly limited by one's level. If one shared the mana of a median god level and unleashed a skill, the effect would definitely be good. On top of that, the Kirin also possessed a skill called Heavenly Official's Blessing. Skill, Divine Providence. Effect, minimum consumption of 100 mana. Unleashed on any target, the target's soul consciousness is blessed and remains conscious, not to be confused or controlled. If it has been invaded, it will be purified and remain conscious in that state. This skill can be of great use. The demonized dragon god's consciousness must have sunk a long time ago, and it was very important to keep him awake if you wanted to avoid being attacked by him. Otherwise, even if Lu Zhang could help him get rid of his demonic chi and he could not move, it would still be for nothing. Now with this skill there is no concern in this regard. It's worthy of being a divine beast Kirin. The next step is to help these 12 summoned beasts upgrade quickly. It was only a pity that none of these summoned beasts could directly devour the godhead to gain a boost, or else this godhead of a mediate god in his hand could definitely be of great use. Holding 3 500 level divine pets in his hands, Lu Zhang was killing it in the abyssal demon realm. In less than half a day's time, the Qilin and Pishi were raised to over 300 levels by him. And along with them was the flame demon that had evolved to the quality of a divine favorite, and Lu Zhang had given this item a name called Paru, thanks to the cover of it and the other lower true god level evil god controlled by the poor man. None of the killings along the way drew the attention of powerful evil gods. During this process, Lu Zhang had even slaughtered 2 evil gods at the lower god level, getting their godheads and corpses. The one responsible for the final kill of the true god was the 9-headed immortal bird. The current 9-headed immortal bird had already been promoted from over 200 levels to over 340 levels, and it was Lu Zhang's next divine favorite that he planned to promote to 500 levels. When Pixie and Qilin were raised to over 300 levels, Lu Zhang felt that it was enough, because even if it was elevated to the demigod level, it wouldn't change anything. The power of the skills mastered now was similar to that of a demigod level, while the issue of mana was provided by the 3 500 level divine pets and Lu Zhang. It's time to go to the Valley of the Dragons. The Dragon's Hollow is a very special holy level copy that contains dragons that cannot be refreshed over and over again. That means it's a one-time copy. Kill them all and the copies disappear. But no one can get this copy through. Ordinary adult gargoyles could reach 200 levels, with a minimum quality of Overlord. Gargoyles can also upgrade all the time after they reach adulthood. It would only take about 10 years to step into the saint level. The bottleneck at the demigod level was also unhindered for them, and they could step into the demigod level very smoothly. Around 80% of the adult dragons were at the demigod level. The other 20% weren't, all just below the demigod level, and there were true god-level dragons among them. The current Dragon Emperor, Phoenix, was the most powerful of the more than 3,000 dragons in the Valley of Dragons, with his strength reaching the medium god level. The Valley of Dragons was divided into two parts, internal and external. The external part survived the giant dragons and dragon blood creatures below the god level. The internal part was the dimensional copy, the real Valley of Dragons, or the Dragon God's Kingdom, where the true god-level dragons survived. Lu Zhang did not have much reverence for the giant dragons. I should say, there's no reverence for such Western giants. In his mind, only the Eastern divine dragon could be called by the word dragon. He was just treating this so-called gargoyle as a monster with intelligence. After teleporting multiple times and flying for some more time, Lu Zhang arrived on top of a large island located in the sea. And here was the entrance to the Valley of Dragons replica. He took out an item he had acquired earlier. Item, Dragon Friendship Medal. Effects, gain dragon pressure. All targets not higher than your level will have their agility weakened by 50% and their spirit weakened by 50%. All dragons will be more favorable to you by 50%. And you can enter the Valley of the Dragons with this. The thing that he had gotten from killing the Dark Demon Dragon in the first place. He didn't expect that he would use it during the 5th turn quest. The island was large, and the tall trees were over 100 meters tall, shading the sky. Lu Zhang went deeper into it, and the pressure of the giant dragon released by the medallion made those low-level wild monsters not dare to approach. It wasn't long before he encountered a flame dragon that looked like it hadn't reached adulthood yet and was only leveled at 150-something. The Gargoyle Friendship Medal made any gargoyle have a base favorability of 50% or more towards Lu Zhang. Therefore, after seeing Lu Zhang, the young dragon named Albert took the initiative to ask, "What are you doing here?" It spoke this in the dragon's language, which Lu Zhang had already learned when he arrived. Instantly, he replied, "There will be a great disaster in the Valley of Dragons. I need to meet with the Dragon Emperor. Only I can help you through this crisis." Putting yourself in the other person's shoes and going to bring the issue up is the way to solve the problem. If Lu Zhang had directly said that he had come here for the transfer quest, the other party would definitely have simply kicked him out. But now, having come down as a savior themselves, in order to save them, they will have to be careful about this, possibly due to the existence of the base goodwill. This young dragon said to Lu Zhang after a little bit of thinking, "Come up here and I'll take you to my father. Maybe he can take you to His Majesty the Dragon Emperor." It said it was creeping down. Lu Zhang flew up, then followed him quickly into the copy world, within a huge valley. Seeing Albert bring a human inside the Valley of Dragons, quite a number of dragons cast inquiring gazes, all of them looking at Lu Zhang. Not long after, Lu Zhang met Albert's father, a demigod-level dragon named Brian. "Human, how do you know that there will be a disaster for us gargoyles? And what is a disaster?" The ardent aura, dense energy and powerful pressure coming from the demigod-level dragon did not have the slightest effect on Lu Zhang. He spoke slowly, "Because I am the only one who can save you. I know. You can't know what the disaster is yet. You just need to relay the words Demon God in Dragon's Grave to the Dragon Emperor. It should understand. Of course, if you refuse, then I'll leave now. Within 2 months, the Valley of the Dragons will be completely destroyed." Lu Zhang was not an alarmist. Once the demonized dragon god broke out of his bonds, the Valley of Dragons would definitely be directly destroyed, and those who survived would only be similarly demonized and reduced to something like slaves of the abyss. Chapter 121. Without him, the Valley of Dragons would inevitably be destroyed. Begging for a follow-up read, Brian could sense how powerful Lu Zhang was. Although the human in front of him was only a mere 200 levels, the feeling he got was surprisingly stronger than facing a true god-level dragon. Coupled with such an attitude from the other party, he decided to go forward and report after some thought. "I wonder what the gentleman's name is." "Lu Zhang." Lu Zhang did not hide it and said directly, "Please wait here for a moment. I will report to His Majesty the Dragon Emperor." Brian needed to go inside the real copy of the Valley of Dragons first, so this trip took over an hour. When he returned, he was followed by a giant dragon of the lower true god level. "Hello, Mr. Lu Zhang. I'm Magnus, the son of the Dragon Emperor, and I've come to take you into the real Valley of Dragons." Gargoyles are a proud bunch. They carry arrogance and prejudice against other races. Magnus hadn't cared much about a human before he met Lu Zhang. However, when he saw Lu Zhang, His attitude became very kind and even somewhat respectful. The giant dragon friendship medal allowed it to have a base level of goodwill towards Lu Zhang, which gave it the basis to look squarely at Lu Zhang's strength. And then, realizing that Lu Zhang was surprisingly so powerful, it naturally put away its contempt. Add to that the fact that the other party might be the savior of the Gargoyle clan, and it made sense to be respectful. Lu Zhang nodded his head in agreement, maintaining his high-flying persona as he followed Magnus to the interior of the real Valley of Dragons. True god-level dragons can change into human form. When they arrived outside an opulent palace, Magnus changed into the form of a young man with blue eyes and blonde hair and led Lu Zhang into the palace. Phoenix sat atop a golden chair, all dressed like certain kings of the West. Once inside, Phoenix let the others leave. Only Lu Zhang was left to talk to him alone. Lu Zhang, the energy in your body is indeed very powerful, almost on the same level as me, yet your level is only 200. I must admit that you are very mysterious, making me unable to figure out your exact strength. I have taken a keen interest in what you have to say. Please be specific. Lu Zhang did not beat around the bush and spoke directly. The former golden dragon god Alex was severely injured after that battle and went inside the dragon's catacombs to recuperate. But now not only has it not recovered, but it has been controlled by demonic energy. But before that, it made a last-ditch effort to seal itself inside the catacombs. But within 2 months, the seal would not be strong enough to seal it anymore, and it could break through the seal at any time and kill every creature in sight. 2 days ago, I received instructions to come to the rescue of the dragon god, and I am the only one who can do it. Time is precious, less than 2 months, and it will inevitably break through the seal, possibly today or tomorrow. I need an answer from you now, and if I am not allowed to enter, I will leave immediately and wait outside the Valley of the Dragons. Only, at that time, the Valley of Dragons will cease to exist. He acted strongly, not at all like he had come to do a quest, as if his arrival was a new birth given by the heavens to the dragons of the Valley of Dragons. Without him, the Valley of the Dragons would inevitably be destroyed. This kind of condescending, aggressive tone attitude was something Phoenix hadn't felt in a long time. He was lost in thought, and just after half a minute, Lu Zhang suddenly sighed, shook his head, turned around, and looked like this was about to go. Wait, I promise. Phoenix had been watching the changes in the dragon's catacombs all this time. Inside it has just been reduced to a place like the devil's domain. The corpses of many gargoyles turned into demonized undead, and they kept pounding on the seals of the tombs. Among them, there was even the presence of a mediate god-level demonized undead dragon. There is no way he can handle it on his own. A month ago, he attempted to contact a divine realm's superior god, only to be told that the other party had just fought a great battle with an evil god and was severely injured, making it impossible for him to come down to help. Lu Zhang's appearance was like the last straw one. I can allow you to go in, but unless the demonic aura completely dissipates, I won't open the seal to let you out. Phoenix concluded. Lu Zhang nodded at his words, then spoke. You seem to know what's going on in there. Tell me about it. I'm only receiving guidance from Redemption Alex. Phoenix sniffed as a look of gravity appeared on his face. It's very dangerous inside. I'm not sure what the golden dragon god situation is right now, but inside, under his influence, all the death giants have revived and turned into demonized undead dragons, and there's even an existence at the medium god level. If you enter it, it will definitely be very dangerous. Lu Zhang's eyes lit up. You're saying that there are tons of demigod level or higher monsters in there, right? Phoenix looked at him like this, puzzled. Yes, it's dangerous, but why do I see you seem as if you're excited about it? Lu Zhang was certainly excited. The large gathering of high-level monsters could be quite a lot to find, and with so many monsters, it should be possible for him to raise at least 2 of his divine favorites to level 500. Just elevate the unicorn and the brave. That way, one's hopes of finally completing the transfer quest would be even greater. However, Lu Zhang had no intention of directly explaining his situation. He chuckled. What I mean is that with these demonic creatures, dispersing and absorbing the demonic energy in the dragon god's body, it will be a good thing for me to save the dragon god. It's not too late. Your Majesty opened the passage to the dragon's tomb for me. Phoenix felt justified in this statement when he heard it, but he still had a skeptical attitude towards whether Lu Zhang could accomplish his redemption. The dragon's catacombs are in the deepest part of the Valley of Dragons, located in a cave in the valley. The huge hole, which reached a height of more than 500 meters, resembled an abyssal maw opened by a man-swallowing beast. Before reaching a curtain of light, Phoenix spoke. You stick it on, just for a moment, don't resist, and you're in. Lu Zhang sniffed and did as he was told, and in the next moment, all of a sudden, he felt a surge of attraction coming from above the light curtain. People are missing. Once again, he regained his senses, and a thick wave of demonic energy poured in from the surroundings. the heaven-swallowing demon body passive skill was triggered, allowing Lu Zhang's experience value accumulation to increase some more. The concentration of demonic energy here was even more powerful than the abyssal demon realm. Lu Zhang was not very surprised by this. The dragon's catacombs were now somehow considered the divine kingdom of the Lord God level evil demon, the demonized golden dragon god Alex. And within the divine kingdom of a Lord God, the energy was naturally very dense. At this moment, Lu Zhang had already put away the gargoyle friendship medal, and replaced it with the purple and gold title of Dragon Slayer Warrior. Gain 50% of the base hatred of the gargoyle directly. At that moment, a demonic undead dragon of demigod level charged up. Lu Zhang casually threw out a thunder chain, controlling it while reducing its blood level to just a sliver. Releasing his restraints, Kirin completes the mending. At level 300 or so, a demigod could only raise the Qilin by one level. It didn't matter. After a slight perception, there were no less than 1,000 demigods here. The upgrade feast, it's on. Chapter 122, coming out. Demonized golden dragon god Alex, begging to be read. Less than 200 demigods killed all of them, allowing the Qilin and Pishi to raise to 400 levels each. At level 400, killing 2 demigods would only raise 1 level. It doesn't matter, there's plenty left. After killing 400 more demonized undead dragons at the demigod level, the Qilin and Pishi were both promoted to level 500. Looking at the more than 500 demonic undead dragons left as well as the dozen or so lower true god level and 2 middle god level demonic undead dragons, Lu Zhang felt that he had really made a fortune by coming over this time. Now, in his hands, he had already grasped the Kuei Nyo, Tao Tai, Koan Pang, Kirin, and Pishi, 5 full 500 level divine favors, and with so many demonic undead dragons left, Lu Zhang could continue to upgrade his other divine favorites. In terms of the choice of divine favor, Lu Zhang did not choose White Zephyr or the 9-headed immortal bird. These 2 divine favorites were too conspicuous in this environment. For now, Lu Zhang was still adopting a steady strategy, and did not want to wake up that Lord God level demonized golden dragon god right now. The energies of White Zephyr and the 9-headed immortal bird were too furious, although the latter could absorb the death aura. The dominant aura here was demonic aura, not death aura, so it wasn't suitable to appear either. Comparatively speaking, the white tiger and candle dragon are not very irritating to the environment here. Lu Zhang began to upgrade the 2 together. The white tiger now had level 216, and the candle dragon was only level 209. Compared to this newly appeared divine favorite, Lu Zhang was still accustomed to using his old main battle divine favorites, so their leveling up speed was not fast, but this time it's a great opportunity. At a level of over 200, 2 demigods were enough to ascend 3 levels, and all of the 2 divine favors broke through to level 300, using up 120 demigod-ranked undead dragons, then consume 200 demigods and raise them together to level 400. At this moment, due to the large number of demigod-level demonic undead dragons being killed, the true god-level demonic undead dragons began to rampage. The energy around him began to become violent, and Lu Zhang knew that soon the true god-level demonized golden dragon god would appear. So he no longer hesitated and released all of his immortal grade or above summoned beasts. All of them participated in the battle, except for the poor man and the flame demon Paru, who continued to kill in the abyssal demon realm. And even though he was surrounded by the gods, Lu Zhang still kept his head clear and did not launch a brainstorming massacre. To him, these undead dragons were rare resources. It has to be utilized. It's just that the speed needs to be faster. With all the firepower, the Thunder Chain took control of the entire field, precisely controlling each monster's blood level within a desired zone, and then letting the designated summoned beasts go for the kill. Once they crossed paths with the dragon god, these true god-level demonized undead dragons would be troublesome, so Lu Zhang dealt with it at the first opportunity. Summoned beasts wouldn't get any experience value from killing monsters after reaching the level limit, and experience value couldn't be accumulated, so it was very pointless to have Kuei-ya, these demigod-level consummate individuals, to kill monsters. Their role was to suppress and let those undead dragons die at the hands of different summoned beasts as Lu Zhang needed, and everything happened just as Lu Zhang needed it to, by killing true gods. White Tiger and Candle Dragon, who had just been raised to level 400, quickly reached level 500. Lu Zhang had once again gained 2 more top-tier mediate god combatants. As for the remaining 200 or so demigod-ranked undead dragons, they were all given over to Xian Lu to kill. The experience value gained from killing all of these demigods only allowed Xian Lu to raise to level 364. It doesn't matter, there were also a few true gods left behind, enough for him to advance to the 500th level. A few moments later, the entire dragon's tomb was emptied by Lu Zhang. The 8 divine favorites, Tao Tai, Shangliu, Kuei-yu, Kuwenpeng, White Tiger, Candle Dragon, Qilin, and Pishi, had all reached level 500. They fed back to Lu Zheng a huge amount of increase in his basic attributes. The experience value is even more massive. If Lu Zheng didn't have a level restriction anymore, his level would definitely be higher than any divine favorite, because each summoned beast had to give the summoner at least 1/5 of its experience value. And not to mention the experience value brought by the other immortal and divine favors. The experience value fed back by these 8 divine favors would be enough for Lu Zheng to break through to more than 500 levels. And the rewards of emptying the dragon's tomb go far beyond that. He had also obtained a large number of god frame fragments, 17 lower god level god frames and 2 middle god level god frames, as well as a huge number of gargoyle skeletons. Of course, all of these carried a demonic and deathly aura, so I guess it was a bit hard enough to use for forging weapons. However, if it was used to be devoured by Tao Tai or Kuan Pang, it should be able to be converted into quite a bit of experience value. But now these divine favorites had a level restriction and couldn't be devoured and upgraded at all. With so many things, Lu Zheng wouldn't be able to take 1% of them with him even if he emptied his storage compartment. After all, those bones were scattered. We'll just have to wait until it's all over to think about these bones. Lu Zheng didn't expect that the demonized golden dragon god hadn't revived after he had made such a big commotion. It seemed that this guy was still relatively useful for his seal, and after so long had passed, it was only the demonic chi that leaked out and didn't directly break through the seal. Lu Zheng didn't want to keep spending time here. He first summoned both immortal and divine favors, linking them with the Bridge of Mana, and then enchanted all the divine favors, including himself, with a sufficient amount of mana source, attaching a strike aura as well as a luck aura. In the end, it was straightforward for White Zephyr to release Sacred Light. A level 500 divine pet could reach 800 million mana. Lu Zheng had 8 500 level divine pets, including a Kuan Pang, a divine pet whose mana value could reach twice that of a summoned beast of the same level. Lu Zheng's own mana value, on the other hand, was 20% more than that of the Kuan Pang. With the 8 divine favorites plus Lu Zheng himself, the total amount of mana value was as high as 120 million points. The mana value provided by the immortal pet was only 60 million points in total, and counting the mana of the 9-headed immortal bird and White Zephyr, it added up to a total of 2 billion mana. The mana source effect was turned up to maximum, restoring 500 million mana points per second. Lu Zheng directly asked Bai Zhe to infuse 500 million mana and unleash it up at the ceiling altar of that demonized golden dragon god. Sacred light and demonic chi are the most conflicting energies. 500 million mana points. That was nearly half the mana value of a full-ranked medium god. All of them were used to unleash a single skill, generating a destructive force that could be imagined. Right now, it was still the impact of the 2 hedging energies that caused a huge tremor, causing Lu Zheng to nearly think that the dragon's tomb was going to cave in. But luckily, the environment here should have been fortified by a Lord God level power, so there was just a huge tremor. The ceiling altar produced a crack that didn't break open, producing more demonic chi. Watching the mana recover, Lu Zheng told White Zephyr to continue releasing it. On the second, which had not yet broken open, the cracks became 3. Immediately after that, the third, the fourth, and so on until the 10th divine light infused with 50,000 mana points fell. Abruptly, the ceiling altar exploded, and a huge figure poked its head out of it. The terrifying pressure of demonic chi was like a shocking wave pressing towards Lu Zheng's side, causing people to almost forget to breathe in a split second. Coming out, the demonized golden dragon god Alex. Brothers, this book is not enough to read. You can check out the new book The Game Materialized into the Emperor. You want to remarry? The link below goes straight to it. Chapter 123, Isn't This Drawing Me a Big Pie? Golden Adversary Scales. Begging for a follow-up read. The divine might of the Lord God level was indescribable. Even though Lu Zheng's attributes in all aspects had already surpassed that of a mediate god at this point, it was extremely difficult to even take a step to act in the face of the Lord God level pressure. Luckily, he was also considered someone who had experienced great storms and did not panic directly because of the power of his target. Deity, Alex. Race, Golden Dragon, Magical. Rank, unsurprisingly, Lu Zheng was unable to see through the Golden Dragon god's basic attributes. Looking at the rushing demonic aura, Lu Zheng did not hesitate and let the Qilin unleash the skill. Heavenly officials give blessings. After a billion mana infusion, a golden light blossomed from the Kirin's body and was thrown at Alex's body. For a moment, Alex's original grimace became dazed and confused. The pitch-black color in his eyes disappeared, revealing golden eyes. The soul blessing was successful and directly purified. The golden dragon god will remain conscious until the effect wears off. Lu Zheng hurriedly grasped at straws and said, I'm here to help you. Now I'm going to expel the demonic chi in your body. You cooperate with me. With that, he directly had Pixie mobilize 7 billion mana values,
forming a white gold blade of light and releasing it at Alex. Alex was in a demonized state at this time, and Pixie's exorcise demons and dispel evil skill was to dispel the demonic aura. And magical aura is a source of power for the demonized Alex. Therefore, this skill that directly weakened its own strength made it instinctively want to resist. Lu Zheng decisively had the Qilin release a Heavenly Official's Blessings skill formed by 1 billion mana points once more. The demonic energy in Alex's soul was suppressed and stripped away, the power belonging to the dragon god, actively resisting the demonic energy. The exorcism energy from the outside world was welcomed by the dragon god's body at that moment. Seeing that bestow blessing was very effective, Lu Zhang had Pixie release it at a frequency of 500 million mana points a hit, once every 2 seconds. This ensures that overall the mana is still slowly recovering, while keeping Alex awake. After accumulating enough 5 billion mana points, he once again released it exorcise demons and dispel evil skill to expel the massive amount of demonic energy from Alex's body. All of this expelled demonic chi was gathered around the 10 three-legged demonic toads. They devoured these demonic chi in large gulps, and their experience value skyrocketed. It belonged to the Lord God level of demonic chi, and its quality was quite high. A few minutes of devouring made them collectively go up a level. Only an hour had passed, and all 10 three-legged devil toads had actually been promoted to level 400. Lu Zhang's immortal spirit pets nowadays were not of a high level, and the most powerful ones were only over 300 levels. These 10 three-legged devil toads were considered to be the later. In fact, if we're talking about devouring ability, of course Tao Tai would still have to be the strongest, but now that it had reached level 500, absorbing any more energy would be a waste. And the Lord God level demonic energy, this was a very huge amount of resources that should never be wasted. Then it can only be cheaper for these 10 three-legged devil toads to have a good meal. Lu Zhang's strategy of enduring depletion was completely feasible. It was a bit of a struggle at first, but later on, as the demonic energy in Alex's body continued to be consumed, he could even start a conversation with the sober golden dragon god. Thank you for your help. It's hard to imagine that the demonic erosion, which I couldn't even resist, was broken by you guys who haven't even reached the true god level. I can see that you and these divine beasts are not ordinary life forms, though your levels are still low. You all have great life potential. Your upper limits, at the very least, are all at the Lord God level. It really amazes me. Lu Zhang felt that he might be able to learn more from this Lord God level deity, so he smiled. Thank you, Coronet, for your compliments. I have been guided to come to your aid, but I am very curious as to what kind of enemy could have sent you into demonization. Alex wore a bitter expression. I was the one who became like this, just an evil god of the same level as me, but during that war, I was too severely injured to resist the erosion of this evil god's demonic aura. After returning to the dragon's catacombs, I have been trying to heal myself, but in the end, I failed, and after only the past 10 years, I lost my sense of self. Fortunately, I made a preparation beforehand and sealed myself in the altar. That's why I've been able to hold out until now, until you show up. Thanks again for saving me, Lu Zhang pursued. Why exactly did the war break out back then? What was the final outcome? I have seen many successors to the gods in this time, which means they have all fallen. Even, I have seen that there are evil gods who are plotting against the throne of the righteous gods. What catastrophe will follow, and how are we going to cope with it? Please also give a hint from the coronet. Alex began to talk to Lu Zhang about the war between the gods and the demons. There wasn't much content and it was said in a rather generalized manner. Being the main god, it didn't seem to know the real inside story. Back then, it was involved in the war mainly because of the order given by the God King of Life, the God King it belonged to. The accurate news that could be learned was that all the God Kings had fallen in that battle. There may be a few of the main gods alive, but half of them are probably reduced to demonized gods like Alex. Alex is okay in this situation. Its sense of self was not completely devoured. If the demonic chi invaded for too long and the consciousness was completely worn out, then it would also completely turn into an evil god and there would be no possibility of salvation. The fact that the evil gods have started to seize the god positions of the righteous gods indicates that the main god-level evil gods behind the scenes want to prevent the recovery of more righteous gods. At this time, one should vigorously cultivate god position successors so that these god positions can be passed on as soon as possible. After you help me complete the purification, I'll make a trip to the divine realm. If you need my help, when I return from the divine realm, you can just tell me your needs, Alex concluded by adding. When Lu Zhang heard this, isn't this painting a big cake for me? He's not going to eat that. Hurry said. I need the help of the dragon god coronation right now. The evil gods are raging today. And although the true god-level evil gods have not descended, they have created a large number of demigod-level demonized monsters that require a sufficiently powerful force to suppress them. I hope that the dragon god coronation will allow the Chiron race to help us and fight against the evil god together.
Alex sniffed and nodded after a brief moment of thought. Good. If it wasn't for your help this time, after I punched the slope seal, it would be the end of the Valley of Dragons. You have saved the Valley of Dragons and will be the most honored guest of the Valley of Dragons in the future. This is my golden reverse scale, containing my majesty. With it, you can command all the dragons in the entire Valley of Dragons, including those at the true god level. Item, Golden Scale. Effects, releases the golden dragon god's main god's pressure, weakening all attributes of gods below the main god level by 10%. Dragons below the main god level unconditionally obey the holders. It's really good stuff. Lu Zhang could not help but show great joy. With this, when Alex goes to the god realm, he'll be equal to the golden dragon god. Not only could he take the wealth of the Valley of Dragons himself at will, but even all the dragons had to be turned into his own thugs. Many thanks, Coronet. I'm going to do my best to help you purify next and help you get up there soon. Chapter 124, Holding the Dragon Clan by the Rebel Scale. Searching the Dragon's Treasure Trove. Requests for follow-up readings. How much demonic energy was in a Lord God's body? 10 three-legged devil toads that had been promoted to level 500 was the best answer. A full 3 days and 3 nights had passed since Lu Zhang had started to exorcise Alex. The 10 immortal spirit pets, the three-legged demonic toads, had already been promoted to the level of a perfect demigod grade due to absorbing the demonic chi produced by Alex. And even then, there was still a lot of demonic energy left. The Golden Dragon God had wanted to directly utilize his gradually recovering golden divine power to completely obliterate these demonic auras, but he was stopped by Lu Zhang. Although the three-legged devil toad couldn't continue to absorb it now, he could still use the passive effect of the heaven-swallowing demon body to absorb demonic chi to gain experience value. As slow as the process is, a mosquito is still a mosquito. The experience value keeps increasing as long as it can still be accumulated. This way, one only needed to continue completing the transfer quests, and one's level could advance quickly. Eliminates the need to fight monsters in the middle to gain experience. However, although the 10 three-legged demonic toads couldn't continue to absorb demonic chi to upgrade, they could utilize the hooked demon spirit tongue skill to assist in removing the demonic chi from the dragon god's body together. This would also allow one to utilize this demonic energy to convert it into one's expended mana, increasing the overall speed of mana recovery. So much for the 4th day. The golden divine energy in Alex's body shook a bit, getting rid of the last of the demonic energy in his body. It had finally gotten rid of its demonic aura completely. All that was needed was to recuperate for 2 or 3 days to allow the injury to recover quickly. Learning that it would still need to recuperate for some time before it could go to the divine realm, Lu Zhang directly asked White Zephyr to spend 7 billion mana points to release divine light to help the golden dragon god heal his injuries. If you can't be cured in one treatment, then come back 100 times. In the end, it only took 52 times to bring Alex back to full strength completely. Nothing else, just simply wanting him to go to the god realm as soon as possible. How could Alex himself rule the entire Valley of Dragons with golden adversary scales if he didn't go up there? I'm on my way. After Alex recovered from his injuries, he didn't dilly-dally and left the dragon's catacombs directly for the divine realm. Apparently he does have something important to do, and after it left, hints surfaced in front of Lu Zhang's eyes. Ding! Detecting that the main god-level deity Alex, the golden dragon god, has been detached from the dragon's grave, his demonic nature dispelled, and he has gained salvation. You have successfully completed your transfer. You have been promoted to the rank of Grand Master Summoner. Unique exclusive skill summoning is upgraded to Grand Master level summoning. Ding! Detecting the accumulation of a large amount of experience value, which has now been partially absorbed. Your level has increased. Current level LV 300, and your full attributes have been increased. The mission is finally complete. Lu Zhang's rank came to the 5th turn of perfection. Just one step away from stepping into the Saint rank and becoming a Saint-ranked professional. He had accumulated a lot of experience value, enough to rise above level 500. So far it's just a matter of completing the transfer quest. I should say, just one mission away. Professionals had a total of 6 transfers, and after 6 turns of stepping into 300 levels or more, there was no need to complete the transfer quests anymore. Reaching the 400th level to master divine power on your own would allow you to break through to the demigod level. In other words, as long as Lu Zhang completed another quest, there would no longer be a level restriction as such. So what are you waiting for? Lu Zhang felt that he needed to get through the new transfer quest with a bang. Only then could he devote himself to fighting against the evil god. Otherwise, with this restriction in place all the time, the strength of his summoned beasts couldn't continue to rise, and he couldn't make any changes to the status quo at all. As for helping a few other saint-level professions obtain the godhood, this can be put off for a while. Now that he had the golden adversary scales in his hand,
he could order the entire dragon clan to come out and help him suppress those rampaging demigod or saint-level demonized monsters. There is no shortage of people to help suppress the evil for the time being. Comparatively speaking, it's still the matter of upgrading yourself that's more pressing. Leave the dragon's tomb. Dragon Emperor Phoenix, who had been waiting outside the tomb, looked at the golden reverse scale in Lu Zhang's hand in shock. The entire dragon's grave has been purified by me, and Coronet Alex, the golden dragon god, has entered the divine realm to take care of things, and this is the golden adversary given to me by the coronet to make you all do my bidding for the rest of the day. Do you have any objections, Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor? When he asked this question, Lu Zhang stimulated the dragon god's might on top of his golden reverse scales. Despite being the Dragon Emperor, Phoenix was only a medium god. Faced with the mighty pressure of a Lord God-level dragon god that even the upper gods had to submit to, how could Phoenix still have any objections? None. Everything follows the orders of the dragon god. Valley of Dragons, at your command, Phoenix said respectfully. The golden dragon god's reverse scale. This was something that could only be dropped if it was actively given. Even if you kill the demonized dragon god, it's impossible to obtain this thing. What's more, with a strength like Lu Zhang's, in Phoenix's opinion, he definitely didn't have the strength to kill the dragon god either. Therefore, it could only be the dragon god who bestowed this piece of reverse scale on Lu Zhang. Then what Lu Zhang had said was all true, and one needed to follow the dragon god's orders. Taking a step back, Lu Zhang had completed the purification and stopped the demonized dragon god from slaughtering the entire Valley of Dragons, which was tantamount to saving all the dragons. With such a favor, it is only right to obey him in all things. Seeing Phoenix so obedient, Lu Zhang revealed a smile. First take me to the dragon clan's treasury. I need to strengthen myself. Lu Zhang was not a hypocrite. He doesn't hide his thoughts from himself. One of the reasons for being so eager to send the dragon god into the divine realm was to plot the treasure trove of the dragon clan. Rumor has it that gargoyles are a race that likes to collect treasures. There should be a lot of good equipment and other treasures and stuff, right? Gargoyles weren't just a mere mundane species. There were quite a few true god-level existences among them. The treasures they collect are naturally not ordinary contraptions. With just a cursory scan, Lu Zhang saw many divine suits. He smiled and looked over at Phoenix. These things are sitting here, and it looks like none of you need them, so in that case, I'll take them all away, and give them to the right person to use them so they can be useful. After saying this, he added, don't get me wrong, I'm definitely not greedy for treasure. The evil god has invaded and a great disaster is coming. We have to do everything we can to arm all our forces. It's not just these equipment and treasures that I'm going to take away. You guys, I'm going to take them away as well. There have been quite a few demigod-level and saint-level evil demons. I need enough helpers to fight the evil demons with me. Phoenix sniffed respectfully. All at your command. Seeing this, Lu Zhang also stopped explaining anything and said directly, first find me all the skill books and show me which one I can use. He already had quite a few powerful skills now, but among the dragon's treasure trove, there were designated divine skills, and mastering one or two of them himself could more or less enhance. Chapter 125, You don't go to inherit the throne of God, and you specially come to the beach to greet me. After seeing the skill book Phoenix took out, Lu Zhang was certain that his choice was incomparably correct. It would be a waste to waste such a good thing if one did not master it, but instead wasted it so. Among all the skill books, he directly chose out 3 skills. Each and every one of them is a divine skill. Skill book, Life Passage. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 mana, releases on 2 targets, creates a life channel. Life force is shared between the 2 targets. Unless all life force of all connected targets is exhausted, the life value will automatically move to the lower party. Requirements for learning, spiritual power value greater than 100 points. At first glance, it looked like a divine skill similar to the Bridge of Mana skill acquired earlier. Life force sharing, all summoned beasts' life force sharing, can definitely be considered a powerful skill to save one's life. After all, Lu Zhang had enough summoned beasts. There will be more in the future. As soon as the numbers come up and the levels come up, the amount of life force provided is massive. However, Lu Zhang could see at a glance that there was another most explosive use for this skill. It's the process of life connecting a high-level monster with high defenses to a low-level monster with low defenses, so that it's possible to inflict huge amounts of life value loss on a powerful single individual just by consistently inflicting damage on that low-level monster. Moreover, it was perfectly possible to build 100 or even more of these life passages. Take the life force of one monster and connect it to 100 or even 1,000 low-level monsters. You can quickly empty the blood of a high-level monster by simply consuming it against a low-level monster. However, this skill, like Bridge of Mana, had a minimum mana consumption, which meant that the more mana consumed, the more powerful it was. Non-attacking skills that are powerful mean there is a problem with success rates.
Sharing mana or life force with a powerful target has to be something the other person is willing to do. Otherwise, one has to pay huge amounts of mana to increase the power of the skill. This was why Lu Zheng hadn't used the Bridge of Mana skill to link through the enemy before. After all, his opponent was too strong. And the biggest thing about the Bridge of Mana skill and the Life Path skill is, the latter is where the party with high life is passively giving life to the party with low life. In the former case, the party with a high mana ceiling can actively plunder the mana value of the party with a low mana ceiling. If Lu Zheng linked up with those true gods, it would be the same as giving away his mana value to the enemy. The first skill picked out was so bombastic, and the other two certainly weren't bad either. Skill book, Blood-Sucking Aura. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 mana and is released on a single target. While in aura state, each damage dealt to the target creates a life-steal effect. Minimum 5% of the damage value. Learning requirement, physique value greater than 100,000 points. There is no doubt that this is another divine technique. Deal damage to the enemy, and you yourself will get blood back. Theoretically, by consistently inflicting damage, one can stay alive. Only 5% of an attack's damage is converted into lifesteal, but inflicting damage multiple times can return quite a bit of lifesteal to yourself. And the effects of the skill can continue to improve, simply by injecting more mana values. The blood-sucking aura created could transform more life values out. Moreover, when this skill was used in combination with life passage, it would allow all summoned beasts to receive a quick replenishment of their life force. If the two are used together in the middle of a group battle, they are unbeatable. Together with the strike aura and luck aura that had been mastered before, it directly increased the damage value and caused more life-stealing effects. This is simply perfect. However, if this third skill that Lu Zheng had found was added, it would be even more perfect. Skill book, Divine Blessing. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 points of mana and releases it on a single target, causing the target's 4 basic attributes to be increased by divine power, with a minimum increase effect of 1%. Requirements for learning, spiritual power value greater than 100,000 points. A pure increase class skill that consumes mana to increase base attributes. Only 10,000 mana points are needed for a 1% increase. Don't underestimate this 1%. After all, it's a divine power increase effect. A 1% increase in all attributes definitely increases combat power by more than 5%, and if a billion points of mana were infused into it, the increase would be even more significant. This skill, apparently, was stackable with its own increase type ability. For example, if Taodai gained even a 1% increase again after unleashing the Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth skill, that would be a tremendous increase in battle power. It could very well be the difference between winning and losing. 3 divine techniques: Life Channel, Blood-Sucking Aura, and Divine Blessing. He had merely come over to complete a transfer quest, and by the way, he had obtained a whole bunch of equipment not to mention these 3 divine techniques. Lu Zheng's heart was extraordinarily relieved. After learning and mastering all of these skills, Lu Zheng felt that he could go and start the next transfer quest. Learning skills, which is currently the only way you can enhance your battle cap. Adding another 1 or even 5 or 6 divine favors wouldn't make much of a difference to the increase in battle power. After all, the level cap of the summoned beasts was now stuck by itself. You must wait for yourself to level up before the summoned beast can continue to level up. Leave the Valley of the Dragons, taking a vote of gargoyles with him. Of course, Lu Zheng did not bring out all the giant dragons. Phoenix remained in the Valley of Dragons. Other than that, 1 medium god, 10 lower gods and 1,000 demigod level dragons were all brought out by Lu Zheng. More than 1,000 dragons, including 11 other immense dragons, landed from the sea. Such a scene drew the entire Grand Xia Alliance to a high level of alert. Shenyuan Wuji and Snow Flying Flower and the others came over to this side, looking at the approaching dragon horde, revealing expressions of gravity. Don't worry, after leaving the Valley of Dragons, even a giant dragon can only be suppressed to 500 levels. Snow Flying Flower whispered consolingly, hoping that Shenyuan Wuji beside her would not be too anxious. Shenyuan Wuji said in a deep voice, "No news of that Lu Zheng kid?" Snowflake said, shaking his head. "He's out to sea, says he's going on a mission, but we don't know exactly what it is." Suddenly, her eyes widened abruptly and she pointed at the head of the largest dragon on the beach. "Look, Lu Zheng is right there." As a lower true god, her perception of power at the divine level was still very accurate. Lu Zheng, surprisingly, stood atop the head of that middle god-level dragon. As they drew closer, the rest of the group was certain that the images they were seeing were not a dream. The group of dragons that had made them look like enemies was actually driven by Lu Zheng to come to them. Seeing the crowd greet him, Lu Zheng could not help but be surprised. "You guys didn't go to inherit the divine throne, and you even made a special trip to the seashore to greet me. It's just as well. These gargoyles are yours to arrange." Chapter 126, 6th Turn Quest, Facing Death. I am the God of Death.
Xian Yuan Wuji and the others were inwardly speechless for a while.
Nice guy, are we here to greet you? By the looks of it, if we don't come, the giant dragon is going to invade the Great Summer Alliance. What's with all these giant dragons? It can't all be your summoned beasts, can it? Xian Yuan Wuji asked.
Lu Zhang thought to himself, it's true that I have so many summoned beasts, but the lowest level here is demigod level,
which is too much for me.
Of course not. I saved the dragon god, so now they are commanded by the dragon god to follow my orders and help us to fight the evil god. Next, I have to continue to go on my transfer quest, so these dragons, I'll leave them to you, Lu Zhang said indifferently.
Snowflake opened her mouth to ask in shock.
What? You're talking about the golden dragon god,
a lord god level deity. Lu Zhang nodded.
If there are no questions, you will receive them. I have to go on my transfer quest as soon as possible. Xian Yuan Wuji saw Lu Zhang's rank and said,
haven't you already completed the 5th turn? Is it possible that you're going to take on the 6th turn again?
Right. My level restricts the upgrading of summoned beasts, so I can only do the turn 6 quest as well, Lu Zhang said with a sigh.
The crowd was silent again. Thinking back then,
when they went through the 5-turn quest it was a lot of effort and hard work, and then it took a long time to reach the level to go for the 6th turn.
As a result, when it came to Lu Zhang,
there was no need to worry about not having enough experience value.
The transfer was completed, and it automatically reached the strongest at the current stage. Instant full level. The 5th turn quest and the 6th turn quest in a row was the first person ever to do so.
Well, then,
never mind. You go.
Xian Yuan Wuji had originally wanted to instruct Lu Zhang to pay attention to his safety, but on second thought, even the Lord God level Golden Dragon God had to let Lu Zhang help out, and it was purely superfluous for him to say those words. Lu Zhang also suddenly thought of something when he looked at him like he wanted to say something. He directly took out the various equipment that he had searched out from amongst the giant dragon treasury. These are all divine artifacts in the Dragon Clan's treasury, and the Golden Dragon God has allowed me to take them out to help increase everyone's battle power.
See if any of you have any that suit you, or any that suit other saint-level professionals, and divide them amongst yourselves. Lu Zhang didn't take everything out. He kept the ones he could use and the ones he was going to take to his master Fu Songli. Most of the equipment,
or give it to Xian Yuan Wuji to let him distribute it to those saint-level professionals, so that the role of these equipment could be utilized. Anyway, it was impossible for Lu Zhang to use so many things by himself. It still has to be distributed properly. Lu Zhang wouldn't personally worry about such things, throwing the items to Xian Yuan Wuji and the others. He himself headed directly to the nearest main city and entered within the transformation sanctuary. Ranks were too restrictive for him, and Lu Zhang was now desperate to obtain a breakthrough. It even surpassed the emotion of getting a divine favorite again. A hand was placed on top of the transfer tablet, and the quest information floated in front of him. Detected that the current level of the professional, 300, has reached the conditions for the 6th transfer of the professional. Congratulations on receiving the 5-star hell level difficulty transfer quest, Facing Death.
I am the God of Death. Quest description: a truly strong man dares to face the truest fear, and death is the way of all life. The Lord God level evil god Osvaldo is participating in the Death God King's Divine Throne test. Stop it. Complete the Death God King's test, and seize the Death God Throne. Mission requirement: prevent Osvaldo from completing the test and seizing the Death God Throne. Seeing that there were still Lord God level existences involved amongst the transfer quests, Lu Zhang was able to stabilize his mind this time. After all, it was kind of like having an experience of facing the Lord God directly. The key now was to calm down and determine what to do about this evil god. Lu Zhang didn't want to inherit a divine position, and only thought of surpassing and defeating the gods with his own power. But the situation now was that one had to seize this divine position in order to obtain a transfer and break the level restriction. Moreover, it seemed that if one didn't inherit the throne of the God King, one wouldn't be able to destroy the Lord God level evil god Osvaldo at the end. And completing the test without inheriting the divine throne might result in Osvaldo being killed outright. Lu Zhang was caught up in thought. In the end he decided to take a step forward, because at this level, he didn't have any power to change the rules. He could only find ways to adapt to the rules and find out the loopholes in the rules. As the saying goes, the ship will surely find a way. Therefore, even though a Lord God level enemy was clearly identified this time, Lu Zhang did not panic like he had in the past. Without delay, Lu Zhang left the Transmigration Sanctuary and returned to Fengdu City first. Master, this set of divine artifacts is the one that I picked out and thought was the most suitable for you. Besides this set, there are also these others. Take them away as you look at the ones you need. Lu Zhang took out the rest of the equipment that he had scavenged from amongst the dragon's treasure trove, allowing Fu Sangli to pick it out. The latter felt very surprised at his arrival. It's not New Year's. It's not the holidays. It's not even 2 months into the school year. Why are you back here? At a glance at Lu Zhang's rank, Fu Sangli was confused. Just 2 months have passed and you've reached level 300. Also, what's with these divine artifacts? Lu Zhang's identity information wasn't considered confidential to Fu Sangli, but what was in the Imperial Professional System wasn't updated in real time. Moreover, the news about Lu Zhang slaying gods to help other saints inherit the divine throne was even more so known to only a few people. This information must not be spread so as not to cause panic. Therefore, Fu Sangli did not know much about Lu Zhang's current situation. Lu Zhang told Fu Sangli roughly what had happened during this period of time. At first, Fu Sangli exclaimed in shock a moment later. What? You killed a demigod. How is that possible? You even killed a lower true god. Ha? You helped Wu Tuahai inherit the divine position of a superior god? No. A Lord God level golden dragon god still needs your salvation. In the back, despite Fu Sangli repeatedly suppressing himself, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he heard Lu Zhang's results. Who understands? As a master, he was still struggling to upgrade at the holy rank, and his disciple could already pinch a mediate god with his hand. Just let me slow down for a minute. Fu Sangli stared at those artifacts for a while before finally calming his excitement. Are you saying that this world is in danger now that the evil god has invaded the continent? Lu Zhang nodded his head as he sniffed and replied. Right, it's very dangerous. So I'm going to help you step into the demigod level so that you can utilize the true power of your divine artifacts and gain uncommon battle power. Currently, even if a true god invades, they would have to be suppressed to level 500 when they arrive in this world. So as long as they step into the demigod level, they can have some power to defend themselves. Fu Sangli didn't hesitate any longer and directly agreed in one mouthful. It's all at your disposal. What you tell me to do is what you tell me to do. Lu Zhang had spent more than a day taking Fu Sangli to kill the abyssal demon realm, helping him to advance to the demigod level, then went home and spent the day with my parents, helping the two of them build up some combat profession experience points. On the third day, enter the undead plane. Chapter 127, God King exam opens. I'm really hard to kill. Requests for follow-up readings. The undead realm is the same as the abyssal demon realm. It's all about a world where bottom-feeding monsters and gods coexist. This implies great danger and uncertainty. A casual strike from a god could cause a large number of bottom-tier monsters to struggle for decades in vain. Under the gods, they are nothing more than ants. In order to open the Death God King's divine position examination, one needed to find the Death God Temple first. Fortunately, the Death God examination order had a guiding function that enabled Lu Zhang to accurately find the location of the Death God Temple. The entrance into the undead plane was chosen within the skeleton throne copy. This way, even if a powerful existence was incurred, there would be this copy space as a buffer zone. The undead evil god. The upper god level skeleton demon monarch Mordos was sleeping in the middle of the skeleton throne copy. This time, Lu Zhang entered the undead plane, and in the meantime, he was looking for which one of the others was Mordos' backhand. Nowadays, one's strength was not able to kill an elder god, so one needed to be a bit cautious. Can't revive Mordos. There was a large amount of death aura in the undead plane, and after the nine-headed immortal bird transformed into the fire-bathing underworld phoenix state, it could enhance itself by absorbing the death energy around it. During this inheritance of the death god seat, Lu Zhang was prepared to level up the nine-headed immortal bird. Lu Zhang now held 12 legendary divine favors in his hands, and only White Zephyr, Poor Chi, the nine-headed immortal bird, and the flame demon Paru had yet to reach level 500. The Poor Chi and flame demon Paru, who were still placed by Lu Zhang to fight together in the abyssal demon realm, had already stepped into the 400th level and should not be far away from reaching the 500th level. Lu Zhang was very comfortable with these two guys. The abyssal demon realm, to them, was like returning home, leveling up steadily and quickly. Only the nine-headed immortal bird and White Zephyr needed Lu Zhang to help boost them up a bit. Lu Zhang had originally intended for the nine-headed immortal bird to obtain enough flame energy in the divine examination of the god of starlight flame, as the Kuei Nyo had done in passing to level up, but plans can't catch up. Since he had decided to do the transfer quest first, and had also arrived at the undead plane, he had to take this opportunity to level up these two summoned beasts first. It's not difficult. With Lu Zhang's current strength, he allowed the heaven-stealing rats, which had stepped into the demigod level, to help find their targets, and after half a day, he had finished off more than 30 demigod-level undead monsters as well as 2 undead evil deities of the lower true god level, and the 2 divine favors had stepped into the 500 levels. As a result, the 500-level divine pets that Lu Zhang held in his hands reached 10. It just so happened that after the 10th divine pet, White Zephyr, reached level 500, Lu Zhang arrived at the place where the Death God's temple was located. The location where the Temple of Death was located was conspicuous.
It was a plateau built of white bones, rising more than 4,000 meters above the surrounding land.
The plateau covers roughly 10 million square kilometers. It's a big stretch. Accumulating so many white bones was definitely not something that could be accomplished overnight. Most likely,
it's an accumulation of tens of thousands of years. The Death God Temple also covered an area of more than 7,000 acres.
Very huge, towering and majestic. It released a powerful pressure, and life forms below the demigod level were unable to get close at all. Although Lu Zhang was only at the 300th level only, his life essence had already reached the medium god level, so he could resist this pressure. He stood in the void and looked beyond the temple. There were 2 bone dragons there, both of which were at the lower true god level. The position of the God King really wasn't something that just anyone could be tested for. Before the inheritance test had actually begun,
the 2 undead bone dragons at this doorway were enough to block out individuals with low strength. Lu Zhang could tell at a glance that these 2 bone dragons were a type of fixed refreshment monster. Didn't see these 2 guys from a long way off just now, and after entering within a certain range of the Death Temple itself, these 2 bone dragons appeared. The probability was that the thing had sprung up after sensing the appearance of the death examination order. If he had done it before, Lu Zhang would have definitely let the summoned beasts take action to finish off these 2 guys. But now that the main battle's summoned beasts had all reached level 500, there was no way to accumulate experience value. On the contrary, he could continue to accumulate, and it seemed that he would have to do it himself. Start by enchanting yourself with a few auras: Luck Aura, Strike Aura, Inspiration Aura, and Blood-Sucking Aura. One more divine blessing and power of judgment. Immediately after that, a hand was raised. 1 billion mana points were infused, and in the sky, a thunder prison chain that looked like a thunder dragon formed, directly sweeping across the 2 bone dragons. Strike damage, divine damage, ruling damage. The 2 true god level bone dragons were beaten into a pile of broken bone crumbs by this huge chain in an instant, slaying 2 lower true gods and obtaining 2 godheads once again. Lu Zhang had already mastered divine power, and there was enough experience value, and even the godhead had accumulated quite a lot. As long as he completed this transfer quest, he could break through to the demigod level in a single breath before advancing to the next level as a true god. Rely on your own strength to gather the godhead and achieve godhood. Instead of inheriting the throne of God, taking a step into the temple of death, a prompt appeared before his eyes the moment he entered. Ding! You have entered a copy of the Death God Temple God Kingdom, and are now opening the God exam, Death God King. To inherit the divine throne, you need to fulfill the following 3 conditions. Requirement 1, 100% death affinity. Condition 2, completion of 9 tests. Condition 3, gathering of the godhead. The first test, facing real death. Description: only after actually dying will you have the truest sense of death. Please die once first. If you die within the boundaries of the temple, there is a probability of resurrection in place. Reward: death affinity plus 5%, divine skill, hand of death. Looking at the prompts in front of him, Lu Zhang's mind was a bit confused. This was similar to the God of Thunder Punishment and Sin test that he had experienced before, with 3 conditions. The difference is that the test for Condition 2 is changed from 6 to 9 paths. Moreover, this assessment also gives a direct reward for completion. Previously, neither Snow Flying Flowers test nor Wu Tua Highs test had given rewards. It's just that the content of this one test is a bit overwhelming at once. Die once first? Listen to this as a human language. There's also the probability of resurrecting in place, which means that there's also the probability that you won't be able to resurrect in place, right? Spitting was spitting, but Lu Zhang had nothing to fear. There was no other reason, because Lu Zhang possessed 2 passive skills that could bring him back from the dead. One is Nirvana Rebirth and the other is 9 Heads of Immortality. I just don't know if the second 9-headed immortal can be counted as dying once. After all, that was just blood clearing for him, not actually dying. If the second skill doesn't count, it's kinda a pain to let yourself die once and have to clear your 9 life bars in a row. It's not a good time to kill yourself. Thanks to the basic attribute feedback given by the 10-500 level divine pets, plus the basic attribute feedback from the other summoned beasts, this resulted in his total blood quantity reaching a terrifying 22 billion. It was thicker than the blood of a medium god. 9 life bars, that's a full $200 billion of blood that needs to be empty to do so. I'm really hard to kill. Chapter 128, Nirvana Rebirth after dying 9 times. Second examination. Death Heavenly Tribulation. Begging for catch-up readings. Although it seemed very difficult to let himself die once, the test conditions were right here, and Lu Zhang had to fulfill them. It was this way of dying that he felt he had to choose one that was painless. Lu Zhang immediately thought of Candle Dragon skills. Skill, Upside Down. Effects, minimum consumption of 100 points of mana. Upside down effect on a single target. Within the time and space of this state, damage inflicted on the target is transformed into healing value. And healing value is transformed into damage value, the effective status enhancement skills is transformed into the effective status weakening skills, and vice. In this way, first enchant yourself with an upside down status, and then have White Zephyr heal himself with divine light. The healing value becomes the damage value, and you can definitely make yourself die painlessly. Thinking of this, Lu Zhang first summoned out his many divine pets. Fortunately, this death god's palace looked like just a palace, and when one entered it, it was within a vast and empty space, so it's possible to call out all the summoned beasts that are huge in size. Use the mana bridge to connect the mana of these summoned beasts together, and then have White Zephyr unleash sacred light on himself. It's very comfortable. The effect of divine light is healing for individuals with non-evil attributes, and at this point, under the effect of upside down, it was all converted into damage value. Under the infusion of 8 billion mana points, the effect of the blast aura doubled, directly causing a healing value of 24 billion. Just in time, it directly dropped Lu Zhang's tube of blood in seconds. The moment his blood was cleared, Lu Zhang was revived with full blood. He didn't really die. There was no sense of the true meaning of death at all, and the Death God's temple clearly did not recognize this death either, giving no hints of completing the content of the test. Well, go on. The second life, the third life, and on until after the ninth life had been consumed. In an instant, Lu Zhang's body was wrapped in a black flame. Spectral flames, reborn in fire. Skill, Nirvana Rebirth, passive. Effects, when you die, you will immediately be reborn in the underworld flame, doubling your attributes after rebirth for 1 hour. The second time you die within this time will be your real death, and after 1 hour, your level will fall to level 1, and your attribute bonus from upgrading will be deprived of all of them, and the passive effect will be restored, and you can be triggered. This time it's a real death. In that instant, Lu Zhang seemed to feel endless solitude and absolute peace. Death, which represents the end. Becoming an undead creature isn't death, it's just living in a different form. True death is the end. The world, henceforth, has nothing to do with you. In an instant, Lu Zhang returned reborn from the underworld flame. Ding! You have completed the first test of the Death God King Divine Throne Succession Test, facing up to True Death. Congratulations on your reward, Death Affinity plus 5%, Divine Skill, Hand of Death. Current Death Affinity, 95%. Lu Zhang's own affinity for death was very high, as he had mastered the 9 heads of immortality and Nirvana Rebirth, 2 skills that could be considered as 2 of the ultimate mysteries of death. Passive skill, Very plus affinity. For example, that Domain of Thunder Zephyr skill directly allowed Lu Zhang's Thunder affinity to reach 100%. Now with a 5% increase in affinity, it's only one step away from reaching 100% affinity. Lu Zhang's attention was focused on that skill. Skill, Hand of Death. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1,000,000 mana points to condense the power of death and attack the target, inflicts a minimum of 1,000,000 points of erosion damage from the power of death that invades the target's body to inflict sustained damage. The damage value is turned into life force, which is grabbed out and can be given to any target. Different targets absorb different amounts. Divine Technique. It was truly worthy of being a divine skill mastered by the Death God King. Not only can it deal huge amounts of damage, but it can also directly grab the life force of one target and transfer it to another. This is even more overbearing than the life passage, because this skill didn't have a level restriction. As long as the mana value was sufficient, even a God King could grab a handful of life force out of it. The life channel can only passively wait for the flow of life force, and it is not always possible to complete the channel establishment. The rewards of the first test made Lu Zhang quite satisfied. He looked at his attribute panel and realized that the passive skill of 9 heads of immortality had refreshed, gaining 9 lives once again. This caused Lu Zhang to reveal a smile. For Ayanami, it's completely over when the 9 lives are used up. However, Lu Zhang also had a Nirvana Rebirth passive, which was able to come back to life after a real death. And after resurrection, just the level drops to level 1, and all the attribute bonuses gained from upgrading are stripped away. That's all. Skills are unaffected, as are accumulated experience values. So he still has 9 lives again. Taking advantage of the effect of doubling his entire attributes within an hour of resurrection, Lu Zhang decided to seize the time to complete the second test. The second test, Defeat. Skeleton Plague. Description: the gods who control death do not fear a single skeleton. The skeleton undead are reviving. Kill them all and you'll pass the test. Reward, Death Affinity plus 10%, Divine Skill, Undead Plague. The ground began to shake, and in the distance, rolling skeletons came towards the side like a torrent. White Bone Swordsmen, Terror Knights, Necromancers, Bone Dragons, and so on. All kinds of skeletal undead seemed as if they were endless, converging towards the side from all directions.
In the face of such a horrifying picture, Lu Zhang not only did not look scared, but on the contrary, he was somewhat excited. After an hour, one's level would drop to only 1, but the experience value one had accumulated immediately after would be enough for one to recover to level 300 again. After all, it doesn't use much experience value, but it is quite consuming. Now you can just make a big profit and accumulate more. Why not? Lu Zhang directly created a mana bridge, allowing the divine favorite's mana to link with his own, adding divine blessings, strike aura, lucky aura, inspiration aura, power of judgment, power of Gung Jin, and earth blessing. Among them, divine blessing, Gung Ho power and ruling power can all add extra damage. Aura of inspiration
and earth blessing increases mana recovery speed.
Strike aura and luck aura together make the damage triple. Here is the moment to witness the miracle. Thunder prison chains. In an instant, in the sky, 8 gigantic chains fell from the black clouds. Rolling thunder, becoming even more violent under the effects of the domain of Thunderbolt copy. The huge chains swept in all directions. And no matter if it was a low-level undead below 100 levels or a holy level undead above 300 levels, all of them couldn't carry a single blow. Straight to bone crumbs. But these previous ones were so weak that they amounted to appetizers. Lu Zhang saw that at the back. There were quite a few demigods and even true god-level undead. If it was really a participant with only 300 levels of strength, I'm afraid that at this time I would have already been scared and fled out of the Death God Temple. But as a terrifying individual who could take down a median god, and now had doubled all of his attributes, not only did Lu Zhang not retreat, he instead felt that these undead in the back were too slow, and took the initiative to instantly move over, epileptically slaughtering. Chapter 129. So, I'm already this strong? Crossing the Sea of Dead Souls, requesting for follow-up readings. Lu Zhang had basically been lying down and letting the summoned beasts do the work before, and it had been a long time since he had moved his muscles. This time, it's just a little more violent. Dark Mask, Dragon Emperor magic armor all equipped. From within the dragon's treasure trove, Lu Zhang had also obtained a piece of equipment that suited him. Equipment, Raging Dragon Blade. Quality, God Purple Obsidian 5 stars. Requirements for equipment, spiritual strength greater than 100, 000 and physical strength greater than 100, 000, power plus 100, 000. Skill, Dragon God's Wrath. Durability, permanent. Skill, Dragon God's Wrath. Effect, spend 100, 000 mana to double the damage of the Dragon God's power for the next attack. This skill is equivalent to dealing double damage whenever the skill is activated. Definitely a god technique. After all, skills like Strike Aura had a probability of success. Without the aid of the Lucky Aura, the success rate of the Blast Aura will be low, and in the midst of battle, having a clear grasp of the damage value of each of your attacks will allow you to master the rhythm of the battle, making it easier to gain the final victory. For Lu Zhang, who also had a Blitz Aura and a Luck Aura, that was doubling the damage even more. The original Blast Aura allowed for 3 times the damage of the original, and doubling it again, that would be 4 times. Triple Split, bludgeoning damage. Lu Zhang instantly arrived next to a lower true god level undead, holding his sword with both hands. Boom! The berserk energy raged, and this true god level undead was left with only one of the hardest god's grids to stay in place, and the rest of the bones were all chopped into bone crumbs by this blade. A sword cuts through the gods. So, I'm already this strong? Lu Zhang chanted, then continued his own slaughter. The experience value gained from killing a single inferior god was completely sufficient for one to rise from level 1 to saint level in one breath. Just this one cut has paid for itself. This opened up a new thought process for Lu Zhang. The base attributes added by upgrading weren't much anyway. Not enough to match the more base attributes of an immortal feedback. Even if it was only a level 1, Lu Zhang could still cut down a god with a single slash. And after Death Nirvana, the full attributes were doubled, and one could explode with even more battle power. It amounts to not much of a loss. For professionals who relied on their own upgrades, having their levels zeroed out and the attributes strengthened by their upgrades gone was tantamount to losing all of their combat power. However, to Lu Zhang, this did not have much of an impact at all. Compared to the basic attribute bonuses that the summoned beasts fed back to him, the basic attributes that he gained from upgrading were nothing more than a drop in the bucket. This idea can be experimented with in the future. For now it is better to complete the second test as soon as possible. The name Undead Plague was not a boast. The number of undead produced totaled over 10 billion, of which there were over 100 demigod level undead, and 8 of the lower true god level, but there was no appearance of the median god level. It makes sense when you think about it. After all, the level of participation in the examination was probably just 500 levels, and to be able to exert true god level combat power already had a heavenly chance.
A special case like Lu Zhang was not something even the Death God King would have expected to see such a professional appear. Finally, the last of the undead were crushed. Q to appear. Ding! You have completed the second test of the Death God King Divine Throne Succession Test. Defeat Skeleton Plague. Congratulations on your reward, Death Affinity plus 10%, Divine Skill, Undead Plague. Current Death Affinity, 105%. The affinity was over 100%, which was quite surprising to Lu Zhang. He had thought that it wouldn't grow after reaching 100%, and he was surprised that it could still be exceeded. And this affinity didn't know what the exact characterization of 100% was. More than 100%. Is there something special about it? Suddenly, Lu Zhang sensed what the manifestation of affinity beyond 100% was. The surrounding power of death was actually slowly being absorbed by the body and converted into experience value. Good lord! It turns out that having an affinity of over 100% is equivalent to gaining a passive physique that can be upgraded while lying down under certain circumstances. And it looked like the efficiency of this conversion of experience value could be improved as the affinity continued to increase. Lu Zhang couldn't help but feel more energized. And then look at the newly acquired divine technique. Skill, Undead Plague. Effect, consume a minimum of 1,000,000 mana to open a projection spell. Select a range among the marked undead realms. And within the range, all undead not higher than your level will come at your beck and call. Lu Zhang thought about it for a little while and instantly comprehended what it represented. This was an effect reached by a spatial skill coupled with the rule pressure of the gods, forcing the undead under hierarchical suppression to do their bidding. However, to be effective enough, one had to identify a place where the quality and quantity of undead were high. Otherwise one would only waste energy if one could not summon a few undead. It doesn't look like it should do much for itself. After all, he was perfectly capable of using summoned beasts to fight against the district's undead heavenly plague, receiving his own level restriction. Not much use, but at least it's a skill of the Reaper. Don't like it, but respect it. Lu Zhang looked to the next test. The third test content, Crossing the Sea of Dead Souls. Description: if you want to go to the real core of the Temple of Death, you need to cross the ring-shaped Dead Soul Sea area formed by the ghosts and spirits. Crossing the Dead Soul Sea is considered as completing the examination. Reward, Death Affinity plus 10%, Divine Skill, Soul Lash. The spatial extent of this Death God's temple looked even more enormous than Lu Zhang had imagined. Inside, there was surprisingly a circle of terrain called the so-called Sea of Dead Souls. Lu Zhang quickly flew in the direction guided by the death examination order, and it wasn't long before he saw a huge canyon. The Sea of Dead Souls is a circle of large canyons with a huge crack forming in the ground. Inside and above the canyon filled with what seemed like an endless stream of disgruntled spirits and ghosts that howled shrilly. Just being on the outside, listening to these voices that go straight to the soul, one can also feel a tremor of pain from the heart. As far as the eye could see, these grudges and ghosts all carried levels and blood bars. Lu Zhang immediately had no qualms about it. Even if some of them perceived up to possess true god-level energy levels, he did not feel any fear. It's all lit up with bloodstains. Just do it and be done with it. He wasn't worried about how strong the enemy was. He was afraid that he wouldn't have the experience value if he killed them. The content requirement of the assessment was to cross the Dead Souls Sea, but seeing that the Dead Souls Sea was filled with so many monsters full of experience value, Lu Zhang could not bear to let go. The mana of the many divine pets instantly converged, and as Lu Zhang raised his hand, tens of thousands of thunder chains fell from the sky. For a moment, under the influence of the passive skill domain of Thunderbolt, the surroundings directly transformed into an ocean of thunder. As the thunder fell, none of the ghosts and resentful spirits could survive within a 100-mile radius with Lu Zhang as the center. Spectre and Death Force had no direct resistance to thunder in the first place, and were instead very prone to dealing bludgeoning damage. The entire Sea of Dead Souls resounded with a wail. Chapter 130, Drawing Cards on a Whim, Happiness with the Four Monkeys of the Mixed World. Requesting for follow-up reading. The requirement for the third test was merely to cross the Dead Soul Sea. The Sea of Dead Souls was like the White Bone Plateau where the Death God's temple was situated. Having been formed after an unknown number of thousands of years, there were an unknown number of resentful spirits and ghosts accumulated in here, and just getting through was already very difficult. In fact, if it was just a matter of traveling through the past, Lu Zhang would only need a split second. After all, he had mastered the void walking skill, and these spiteful spirits couldn't attack him at all. But he didn't want to let go of such a big piece of fat. Seizing every opportunity to get stronger is something that must be taken advantage of. Looking at the seemingly endless grievous spirits and ghosts in the Sea of Dead Souls, Lu Zhang felt that it would be a bit too wasteful if he was just accumulating experience values. Just refresh the summoning bits here and maybe get a few more godly favorites. As soon as he thought of it, Lu Zhang first exited the range of the Sea of Dead Souls, then changed all his equipment, stacked up his luck,
and started summoning. Now that his summoning technique had been promoted to Grand Master level, the mana consumption had increased and the basic summoning pool had become high-end. The lowest quality summoned is a rare level 1 star. For an average qualified 5th turn summoner, rare quality summoned beasts were barely usable. But to Lu Zhang, he wouldn't even look at it more than once. Blessing Ring, God's Calling Bracelet, and Spirit Ring are given to equip. Begin extraction. With billions of mana value, 1 billion mana could be restored every second. And even if 100,000 mana points were extracted once, 100,000 rounds could be extracted in 1 second. Moreover, after advancing to the 5th turn, Lu Zhang realized that if he didn't want this summoned beast, he could directly choose to release it back and didn't have to summon it again to let it die and vacate its summoning slot. In this way, efficiency is greatly improved. Just over an hour later, it managed to ship, and a full 4 at that. Lu Zhang also did not expect it to be so swift this time. After all, not many days had passed since the last shipment. It really did seem like this pool of summoned beasts had changed dramatically after the 5th turn. In that case, it seemed that with the completion of the 6th turn, it wasn't impossible to summon a divine pet in a day. Consumed 100,000 spell points. Successfully activated the skill Grand Master Summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-star legendary divine pet Spirit Bright Stone Monkey, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill 72 changes. Consumed 100,000 spell points and successfully activated the skill Grand Master Summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-star legendary divine pet Six-Eared Macaque, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Shimmy Hearing All Laws. Consumed 100,000 spell points. Successfully activated the skill Grand Master Summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-star legendary divine pet Thong-Armed Ape Monkey, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Catch the Sun and Take the Moon. Consumed 100,000 spell points. Successfully activated the skill Grand Master Summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-star legendary divine pet Red Shirley Horse Monkey, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Yin Yang Tongshin. The 4 divine favorites, the 4 monkeys of the mixed world, were all summoned in one breath. What surprised Lu Zhang even more was the skills they fed back to him. Skill, 72 changes. Effects, minimum consumption of 100,000 mana. Can change into any target you have seen or touched, and obtain some of its abilities. The more mana you consume, the more abilities you can obtain after the change. After the change, your own level remains unchanged. Your mana and life value remain unchanged, and your mastered skills can still be. Skill, Shimeji. Effects, by consuming a minimum of 100,000 mana, you will randomly gain a skill from a nearby target. The more mana you consume, the more powerful the skill you gain, and the wider the range of targets to which you can gain the skill. Skill, Catching the Sun and the Moon. Effects, minimum consumption of 1,000,000 points of mana. Arms expand, strength attributes surge to 10 times the original, the more mana consumed, the longer it. Skill, Yin Yang Tongshin. Effect, minimum consumption of 1,000,000 points of mana. Using the power of Yin and Yang to make the soul reach a state of divine enlightenment, deducing the direction of a certain event, and avoiding bad luck. One could only say that it was worthy of being the 4 monkeys of the mixed world. And every skill was frighteningly strong. The most common is probably that Catch the Sun and Take the Moon. A 10-fold increase in power. But in the face of absolute power, the sun and the moon can be played in the hands of the 10-fold increase, directly beyond the power of an order of magnitude. If it is the same level of fighting, the enemy easily caused by crushing. The most esoteric skill would be the Yin Yang Tongshin. This skill would theoretically ensure that when Lu Zhang made any choice, he made it in a direction that was relatively more favorable to him. On the other hand, 72 changes and Shimmy 10,000 laws were very overbearing and nearly invincible abilities now. The former allows you to directly change into your enemy's appearance and master their abilities. It is a well-known fact that the most difficult enemy a person can defeat is himself. Having this ability at hand is tantamount to being invincible. After mastering enough variations, one can utilize the method of interactions between all things to find the best variation to use against the enemy. Lu Zhang's hands held a multitude of divine and immortal spirit pets, and for these summoned beasts, he could definitely achieve a 100% perfect change, which meant that he could really fight in the guise of a divine beast. As for the Shimmy Hearing All Laws ability, this was completely evolving Lu Zhang towards an all-powerful divine beast. Consuming mana to master any skill is too dominating. With the divine pets by his side, Lu Zhang did not need a day's time to basically master the skills of all the divine pets. In this way, the changes were there, the skills were there, And the base attributes even exceeded those of a divine pet. Nice guy. I've become a divine beast patriarch. It's going to be in over time. It's guaranteed to internally question your existence. Am I actually a demon? Nowadays,
one might have to face a Lord God level evil god, and one had to seize every way to become stronger. With the 72 changes and shimmy Manhwa skills, Lu Zheng decisively began to use them. At the very least, start by mastering all the variations of divine favorites and the full abilities of divine favorites on hand. Let's just start with the Ling Ming Stone Monkey. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, Ling Ming Sure Monkey. Quality, 5-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 1, 0. 0%. Skills, 72 changes. Dharma phase of heaven and earth. Breaking delusion golden pupil. Taking off the clouds and driving mist. Incarnation outside of the body. Copper head and iron arm, passive. Among the 6 skills, phantasmal heaven and earth had been seen at Tao Tai, increasing in size and doubling the full attributes, and it could be doubled many times over. Definitely one of the divine skills. Taking off the clouds and driving the mist. Lu Zheng had mastered it a long time ago. This was the exclusive skill of the immortal spiritual pet Paiwan Crane. The remaining few, on the contrary, could directly enhance Lu Zheng's abilities. In particular, the delusion-breaking golden pupil was considered one of the abilities that Lu Zheng was currently in dire need of obtaining. Skill, paranoia-breaking golden pupils. Effects, consume a certain amount of mana to see through all the target's basic information, release delusion-breaking golden light from both eyes to cause a law-breaking effect, rendering illusions and change skills ineffective effects. Chapter 131, Incarnation outside the body. Fake it to make it real. All laws are inviolable. Avoid death and prolong life. Requesting for further reading. The breaking golden pupil looked the same as the pupil of truth skill that he had previously obtained from the cave specter Tsung Snake. However, the latter is also immune to mind control, and to appraisal of items, and immune to psychic damage. The advantage of the delusion-breaking golden pupil was that as long as there was enough mana, no matter how many levels of targets, one could see through the information. Lu Zheng casually tried. It only required 1,000,000 mana points to see through the information of a lower true god, and according to this analysis, it wasn't impossible to see through the information of a Lord God. As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. Only with all the information can the target be targeted, especially since Lu Zheng had also mastered various variations. He was more than able to utilize his strengths and win easily with his own strengths against his target's weaknesses. The other 2 skills are also strong. Skill, Incarnation. Effect, a minimum of 10,000,000 mana can be consumed to create an avatar with 1/10 of its own basic attributes in all skills. The more mana consumed, the more avatars can be created. At first glance, this skill wasn't as good as the previous 3-tailed spirit fox's skill, Triple Divergence. After all, the latter created a doppelganger that still had half of the base attributes of the main body. But, this incarnation was fixed at any level, and it was possible to create a detachment with 1/10 of the base attributes. Even if Lu Zheng became a Lord God afterward, he would only need 10,000,000 mana points to create an avatar. And the more mana you have, the more avatars you can create. 1,000,000,000 mana points would allow for the creation of 100 incarnations, which only had 1/10 of the basic attributes, but could use all of their skills and possess a certain amount of mana. Battle power is completely on the same scale. As long as the real body could do damage, this incarnation could do the same, although the damage value would theoretically be weaker. The damage caused by hundreds of avatars together would be very considerable. What's more, Lu Zheng was perfectly capable of recovering 1,000,000,000 mana in a second, meaning that he could create 100 avatars out of it in a second. After an avatar is created, it can remain in existence unless it is killed, and the 3-tailed spirit fox's triple bifurcation still required a continuous supply of mana to maintain the existence of the avatar. With this out-of-body incarnation skill, it meant that Lu Zheng could continuously create incarnations and have them in different places, continuously killing monsters and gaining experience values for himself. It could be said that with just this one skill, he could basically reach the achievement of invincibility. Skill, Copperhead and Iron Arm, passive. Effects, immunity to a single damage value of less than 1,000,000 points. 50% reduction of physical damage. 20% reduction of spell. The whole of this skill is in one 2-letter word. Dominance. Directly ignores half of physical damage and mitigates 1/5 of spell damage. Such a skill can be described as overbearing. The next one to be given access to changes in skills by Lu Zheng was the 6-eared macaque. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, 6-eared macaque. Quality, 5-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 1, 0. 0%. Skills, Shimeji. Dharma. Heaven and earth. Falsehood. Taking the clouds and fog. Out-of-body incarnation. Invulnerability to all laws, passive.
This six-eared macaque is about as good as the Lingming stone monkey. Only two skills are different. Skill, fake it till you make it. Effect, minimum consumption of 1,000,000 points of mana. Can be changed into any target, master all of its abilities, and replace the other party to establish the cause and effect of all things associated with it, including but not limited to magic treasures, blood ties, etc. After the change of the level and strength of the target and the target is completely consistent with the target, the higher the cultivation of the target is above their own, the longer the duration of the maintenance, the greater the consumption of mana. This was a skill that was very similar to the Spirit Bright Stone Monkey's 72 changes. However, the overbearing thing about this skill was that even if the level was higher than one's own, one could still make changes. It was that the mana consumption would be higher. Theoretically, as long as mana restoration can make up for the ongoing mana drain caused by the change, then it can always survive in place of a given target. Truly a fake to the core. As long as they became the target's appearance, they could even directly mobilize the other party's refined magic treasure. Such an ability was definitely a near unsolvable means for a target that relied on a magic treasure artifact against the enemy. And on its own, mastering the changing form of a much more powerful individual means that one can explode into a power that exceeds one's own many times over in a short period of time. This will undoubtedly save your life in a pinch. Skill, impervious to all laws, passive. Effects, immunity to single damage values and all erosive damage up to 100 million points. Beyond that, 20% reduction of physical damage, 20% reduction of spell. This skill was also similar to the Lingming Stone Monkey's Copperhead and Iron Arm in that both were immune to some of the damage, but with a different focus. As for Lu Zhang, who had both skills, under the effect stacking, physical damage was immune to 70%, spell damage was reduced by 40%, and single damage under 100 million points was nullified. Similarly, such passive skills of the hegemony category were also possessed by other divine favors, and Lu Zhang felt that it was possible for him to form a kind of absolute hegemony after the fusion of the various physical qualities. The next object of change and skill to be mastered was the Tongji monkey. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, Tonga. Quality, 5-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 1,0,0%. Skills, capturing the sun and the moon. Sun and moon phantasms. Qiankuan shifting. Taking off the clouds and mist. Divining the west and the east. Tongtian overbearing body, passive. Sun and moon phantasm. Qiankuan shift. And divining west-east. These three skills Lu Zhang had mastered similar ones that could help deepen the mastery, but they did not help much in terms of battle power. Instead, it was the last passive skill that once again gave Lu Zhang a certain increase. Skill, Tongtian hegemony, passive. Effects, immunity to single damage values below 10 million points. 25% reduction of physical damage. 25% reduction of spell. Physical and spell damage are both reduced by a quarter. By all rights, with the three skills stacked, the physical damage reduction should reach 95% and the spell damage reduction reach 65%. But while the spell damage reduction does reach, the physical damage reduction is only 95%. Damage reduction over 90%. Stacking effect weakened to 1/10 of its original value. That's powerful enough. Lu Zhang had already mastered Taoya's superb overbearing skill, Mana Annihilation, and as long as the spell damage was not greater than his current mana cap of 940 million, no damage would be inflicted on it. The three hegemony skills were also exempt from 111 million mana damage, and spell skill damage below 1 billion was ineffective against Lu Zhang, and damage values above that number are just under 10% real damage. I'm a little too meaty myself, and that wasn't the end of it. Lu Zhang still had many more divine favors, and a few of them still possessed hegemony-type skills for himself to master. Summoned animal, unnamed. Race, Akajiri horse monkey. Quality, 5-star legendary divine favor. Rank, LV. 1,0,0%. Skills, Yin and Yang. Shrinking the earth, moving mountains and stones, taking off the clouds and mist. Yang Shen out of the body. Avoiding death and extending life, passive. Lu Zhang saw that passive skill at a glance. Skill, avoiding death and prolonging life, passive. Effect, 50% reduction of any damage. 50% gain in healing effect. A very simple introduction to a skill whose effects are incredibly powerful. 50% reduction of all damage, plus the previous effect. So now I'm absolutely dominant. The kind that won't lose blood no matter how I hit. Chapter 132. It seems that the throne of the God King is already within reach. Lu Zhang was very curious about his current state. He directly used the pupil of truth to appraise himself, checking the essential state of his skills and the essential state of his body. After giving himself another skill that dealt a damage value, he determined what was happening now. The skill of avoiding death and prolonging life was not the same as a skill like Copperhead and Iron Arm. not a dominant class. When Lu Zhang suffered a damage, a 50% damage deduction would be performed first, and then 50% of the remaining damage would be applied before it would take effect on domineering type skills. In other words, when a skill damage reached 1 billion points, only 500 million points would work against Lu Zhang, and if those 500 million points were spell damage, it would be reduced by 65% to form true damage after deducting 111 million points by 3 stacked hegemony type skills. There is no doubt that this works better, the equivalent of directly weakening the enemy by half.
Red Shiri Horse Monkey's other skills,
Shrinking Ground,
Moving Mountains and Moving Stones are all regular skills.
Not weak, but not rare. At least the enhancement of Lu Zhang's battle power was very limited.
The other remaining skill is quite interesting.
Skill, Yangshan out of body.
Effects, consume a minimum of 1 million points of mana to make their own Yangshan out of the body.
Yangshan state.
Immune to physical attacks, but the damage to their own spells increased by 20%. The spirit of the increase in damage by 50%, at the same time. Their own release of spell skills, the damage increased by 50%. The spirit of the increase in damage by.
This skill is very much targeted to be used against enemies that deal pure physical damage. This was because if the other party had also mastered the means of attacking at the soul level, the damage would become more for himself, and it would be equivalent to gambling with his life.
The variations and skills of the 4 monkeys of the mixed world were all mastered,
and immediately after,
Lu Zhang acquired the variations and skills of several other divine favorites. It took more than a day to finally succeed in acquiring the abilities and changes of all the divine pets and some of the immortal pets.
Once again,
he gained 2 overbearing skills of the same type as Copperhead.
Skill, White Tiger Sacred Body, passive.
Effects, enhances the power of the Holy Spirit. Normal attacks add an additional 5% damage from the power of the Holy Spirit, 20% reduction of physical damage,
20% reduction of spell. Skill, Candle Dragon Divine Body, passive.
Effects, attacks triggered Chaos Demon God Guardian effect. All damage returned to the attacking target 5% true damage, physical damage reduction 20%.
Spell damage reduction. The White Tiger Sacred Body deals extra damage,
and the Candle Dragon Divine Body has a true damage rebound.
These are good abilities. However,
what Lu Zhang cared about most was the damage reduction effect.
After some testing, the original 95% physical damage immunity had become 94.5% at this point, meaning that the original 10,000
points of physical damage would now only allow Lu Zhang to reduce his blood by 550 points.
The damage is only 1/20th. The original 65% spell immunity, which at this point eliminates 95% of damage, is cut to less than 1/10
The damage had directly dropped by an order of magnitude, which meant that Lu Zhang should not be weak at all against the upper gods nowadays.
The lack of mana was completely offset enough by these 500-level divine favorites linking up. During this day or so,
Lu Zhang kept learning the changes and familiarizing himself with the skills.
The newly acquired mixed 4 monkeys were upgraded like crazy.
Thanks to the rich and high-quality monster resources of the Dead Soul Sea,
the 4 monkeys of the mixed world managed to all enter level 500.
Looking at the sea of dead souls that still had very grudging ghosts,
Lu Zhang felt that he couldn't waste it. He still hadn't gone straight there. Linking divine favors, mana infusion, releasing skills,
and devouring black holes.
Originally,
only Tao Tai and Kuanpeng had this devouring type skill,
and now, Lu Zhang could also use it. When the devouring black hole opened, in a flash, millions of unjust souls were sucked in. Millions of resentful spirits and ghosts were devoured every second, and the experience value accumulated by Lu Zhang skyrocketed. In less than a day and a night, the entire sea of dead souls was hoovered up by Lu Zhang. He didn't just unleash a devouring black hole, release a new one as soon as the mana is restored,
and continue to do so for as long as it can be sustained, turned up to maximum effect. This experience value rattled through the body. Looking at the empty sea of dead souls,
Lu Zhang was disappointed. That's the end of it. Can't carry it all in one day. It's useless.
The next moment he crossed this ground and entered the inner range.
Ding!
You have completed the 3rd course of the Death God King Divine Throne Succession Assessment, Crossing the Sea of Dead Souls.
Congratulations on your reward, Death Affinity plus 10%, Divine Skill, Soul Lash. Current Death Affinity, 115%. Skill, Soul Lash.
Effect, minimum consumption of 1 million mana.
Inflicts a minimum of 5 million mana damage and 100,000
spiritual damage to the target.
Multiple attacks can hit the soul out of the body stiffness effect.
The power of this divine skill was not in the damage value, but in the fact that it could cause a soul leaving the body stiff effect.
This translates to the ability to disable the opponent's ability to fight back after multiple strikes. The 4th course of assessment, Crossing the Dark Canopy.
Description: the Dark Canopy is forbidden to all but the dark and necromantic forces.
and is characterized by a lack of direction, a blurred sense of time, and the threat of dark ghouls. Traveling through it will lead you to the true heart of the Temple of Death. Reward, Death Affinity plus 15%, Divine Skill, Dark Canopy. Seeing the newly appeared assessment content and rewards, Lu Zhang vaguely thought of something. He summoned the poor man straight back from the abyssal demon realm and took a look at its skills. Sure enough, the poor man then mastered the ability Dark Canopy. Lu Zhang directly used the 72 changes plus shimmy Manhwa skills to learn all of Poor Chi's abilities first. Skill, Dark Canopy. Effect, minimum consumption of 100,000 points of mana. Create a dark canopy within a certain range. Within the range of all forces other than darkness and death. Inside the direction of indiscernible, fuzzy time perception. The exact same thing. After mastering this skill, Lu Zhang only felt that the dark canopy in front of him was so dear to him. Stepping into it is like entering within your own domain. It just so happened that the poor man hadn't reached level 500 yet. This place was filled with quite a few powerful demigod-class dark ghouls. After some killing, Lu Zhang had not only leveled up the Poor Chi to 500 as well, but also incidentally, the flame demon Paro that he had summoned back afterward had also been leveled up to 500. In this way, the 16 divine favorites in his hands had all been raised to level 500 at this point. The mana value directly mobilized was nearly 5 billion points. Perhaps it was not impossible to have a battle against the Lord God. Lu Zhang felt a bit bloated, especially when you hear the cue again. Ding! You have completed the 4th course of the Death God King Divine Throne Succession Assessment, Traversal, the Dark Canopy. Congratulations on your reward, Death Affinity plus 15%, Divine Skill, Dark Canopy. Current Death Affinity, 130%. Pounds and pounds of energy were converging towards one's body. And this was power. As if endless power. The Divine King's examination. The 9 paths themselves had already completed 4 of them without any pressure. It seemed that the throne of the God King was already within reach. Chapter 133, Killing him is considered recognition. Right? Dimensional fusion. Calmly, Lu Zhang quickly regained his normal mind. Having all the skills of a Kirin and a White Zephyr, he wasn't going to be swayed by any emotions at this point. The inflated thoughts that had arisen in the heat of the moment just now were instantly purified. Next, the next test begins. The 5th test, Recognition of the True God. Description: the King of Death has left behind a divine thought. Obtaining his approval will allow you to pass the test. Reward, Death Affinity plus 15%, Divine Skill, Shinigami True Body, Passive. With the appearance of this assessment prompt, Lu Zhang felt a powerful energy aura rapidly approaching. He immediately looked toward the distance. Under the effect of the passive skill Real Pupil, all that was seen was just a name and a bunch of unknown symbols. He hurriedly unleashed his Breaking Delusion Golden Pupil and consumed 1 billion mana points to watch his target. Deity, King of Death, Remnant, Rank, LV. 699, Medium God. Life, 6. 950. 000. 000 //6. 950. 000. 000. Mana, 1. 5 billion //1. 5 billion. Power, 2. 5 million. Agile, 2. 45 million. Spirit, 2. 7 million. Body mass, 2. 7 million. Skills, Hand of Death. Undead Scourge. Soul Lash. Dark Canopy. Death Blade. Blossom on the other side. Fusion of Darkness. Death Summoning. Necronomicon, Passive. Lu Zhang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was only a mere 699 levels. It was only a mere district median god. And even a peak median god could be easily taken. Even if the opponent had nearly 7 billion points of blood, Lu Zhang felt that with his current strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to kill it in seconds. But he didn't do that. He released the 2 fellows, Tao Tai and Poverty Chi, and let them tangle with the remnants of this Death God King first, while he himself unleashed his 72 transformations and shimmy 10,000 laws skills to gain access to his opponent's changes and abilities. Due to focusing on the single target of the remnants of the Death God King, the various abilities it possessed were quickly mastered. The first thing Lu Zhang focused on was the rewards of this examination. Skill, Shinigami, Passive. Effects, immunity to single damage values below 1 billion points. 20% reduction of physical damage. 20% reduction of spell damage. When you die, you will enter an absolute hegemony state within 5 minutes. With your life and mana values restored and your life value lock will not be reduced. And after the end of the absolute hegemony state, the skill will be invalidated within 10 days. And your life force limit will be permanently reduced by effects. Not bad for a god technique. Not only does it have a powerful overbearing effect, it also has a chance to revive. Although the side effect was a permanent halving of the life force limit, it was clearly a very good deal compared to actually dying once, especially since this skill would also add a hegemony effect to himself. Lu Zhan was still quite satisfied with it. With this hegemony, he has 96.5% physical damage immunity and 92.5% spell damage immunity. It was getting closer to the effect of absolute domination.
Lu Zhang looked at the effects of the other divine techniques. The first 4 were obtained in the 4 tests, while the remaining 4 skills, the skill Fusion Darkness, which was present in the equipment, Dark Mask, that was obtained, were identical. There were only 3 left for Lu Zhang to regain control of. Skill, Death Blade. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 points of mana to gather a blade of rules inside the target with pure death power, dealing 100% of a minimum of 20,000 points of true damage. This skill looked mediocre, but the effect of ignoring defense and inflicting absolute true injuries was something that Lu Zhang did not have with the other skills he had mastered. Just this feature of ignoring defense was enough to call it a divine skill. Skill, Blossom on the other side. Effect, consume 10 million mana. Cast on any target. It can instantly convert half of the opponent's mana into the power of death, inflicting the same value of damage, or instantly convert half of the target's mana into the power of life, obtaining the same value of healing value. Mana is usually an order of magnitude smaller than the life number. This skill is not characterized by its damage numbers, but more useful in that it can directly drain the target's mana. After having no mana, an empty skill could not be used, which was equivalent to being weakened by a large margin. Certainly, its treatment is effective. For an individual with extremely fast mana recovery, it is entirely possible to recover life points with this skill. Skill, Death Summoning. Effect, spend a certain amount of mana to perform a death summon on a target that has just died, transforming the target into an undead form such as a zombie, skeleton, ghost, etc., which is subject to your dominion. That's the standard skill of a Shinigami. Revive the dead. That's the real beauty of the Reaper tactic. Up to this point, Lu Zhang had mastered all of the Death God skills. He looked toward the remnant of the Death God King that had been beaten into the absolute hegemony state and laughed lightly. Looks like it's time to end it. When the 5 minutes of absolute hegemony time ended, Lu Zhang directly gathered 5 billion mana and released the skill, 5 Thunderbolts. In an instant, 5 divine thunderbolts coalesced above the head of the remnants of the Death God King, converging in one place and falling with a loud bang. Boom! The blood level instantly cleared, and the remnants of the Death God King disappeared. Lu Zhang suddenly thought of a problem. The content of the 5th test was for one to obtain the recognition of the remnants of the Death God King, but now, one had extinguished it. Is this still acceptable to him? Just as Lu Zhang was in doubt, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Ding! You have completed the 5th test of the Death God King's Divine Succession Examination, Recognition of the True God. Congratulations on your reward, Death Affinity plus 15%, Divine Skill, Death's True Body, Passive. Current Death Affinity, 145%. Lu Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. He was still more worried that he would accidentally screw up the succession test. This in turn leads to incomplete transfer quests. It didn't matter that one's level was stuck at 300. The key was that the level of the divine favorite couldn't continue to rise either. This meant that the upper limit of one's strength was completely set. Luckily, the test is done. Now that he thought about it, this 5th test should just require the divine examination participant to hold out for a certain amount of time under the attack of the divine king's residual thoughts, and just gain recognition. However, he didn't expect to encounter his own enlightened existence, which had directly sliced off the remnants of the Death God King's thoughts. Luckily, it's a form of recognition. Just as he was preparing to undergo the 6th test, Cloud Blue Star was experiencing a drastic change at this moment. Snow Flying Flower looked at the soul-devouring demon Ant Mother Emperor's divine kingdom plane that was completely fused with Cloud Blue Star in front of her, and her face was very grave. The soul-devouring demon Ant Mother Emperor was merely a regional inferior evil god in the middle of the Worm's Nest plane. Not enough to worry about. However, the complete fusion of a divine kingdom realm and Cloud Blue Star was a disruptive change. It directly broke the rule limit of Cloud Blue Star, and the original level limit of up to 500 levels was now raised to 510 levels. Don't look at the fact that it was only at the 10th level, but it was already allowing the lower gods to enter and could unleash the power of the lower gods, and the fusion of the divine realm plane of an inferior god raised the level limit by 10 levels. It was conceivable that as more evil gods fused the divine kingdom plane into this world, the end result is, the gods descend. Chapter 134 Kill. Resurrected Self. Death Heavenly Pillar. Requesting for catch-up reading. The soul-devouring demon Ant Mother was merely a small shrimp under the Lord God level evil god-devouring worm mother. However, the crisis brought about by the fusion of its divine kingdom with the Cloud Blue Star could not be small. Huge amounts of soul-devouring demon ants flew out of them and began to wreak havoc in various areas of Cloud Blue Star. The Great Summer Alliance entered into a state of readiness. All the cities and towns, standing by to make sure that casualties were minimized. Smooth out this fusion.
Over the years, though, there have been instances of wildlife infestations causing chaos. However, the vast majority of monsters are copy monsters that are peacefully in the midst of the copy and constantly refreshing. And with the fusion of the Divine Kingdom realms comes a lot of wildlife. They continuously flew out from within the range of the soul-devouring demon ant Mother Emperor's Divine Kingdom replica as if they were endless. Fortunately, most of the soul-devouring demon ants were not of a high rank, and the various cities still had the strength to deal with them. Students in the university become an integral part of it. Those who were able to enter the university basically had certain qualifications, and after this period of upgrading, they were more or less over 20 levels. It seemed like Mu Yunlan and the others had already completed the second turn and were about to reach the third turn level. Stimulated by Lu Zhang, they worked very hard, looking at the soul-devouring demon ants in the distance that were flying like dark clouds coalescing together. Yang Dong released a flame meteor skill, then exclaimed, "If the boss was here, he should be able to clear the entire sky with a single skill." Wang Jun sniffed and also thought of Lu Zhang and followed. "I don't know what the boss is doing now. Is it possible that he's slaughtering evil gods again?" Oriental Curl skimmed his lips and said, "You too have this mind to think about those useless things. You might as well kill a few more monsters and gain some experience value. Lu Zhang is slaying gods nowadays. How can we follow him if we struggle to kill even such small monsters? Now it's a struggle to even see each other." These words did not irritate Wang Jun and Yang Dong, but rather Mu Yunlan, Tan Tai Mingyue, and Ji Zairu. They had all thought about being with Lu Zhang. But now, the gap is widening. It's a bit out of place to be standing together, let alone together. All three were high-minded and proud daughters of heaven, and considered themselves to be among the best of their peers. But it turned out that a super god like Lu Zhang had appeared among his peers. Lu Zhang was not aware of what was happening outside. He was now preoccupied with completing the examination and finishing the transfer task. The sixth course of the test, Kill, Resuscitated Ego. Description: You have died in the midst of the first test and have been summoned by death, which will come back to life. Kill it and defeat yourself. Reward: Death Affinity plus 15%, Divine Skill, Death Summoning. Instantly, a black self appeared before Lu Zhang's eyes, utilizing the Breaking Delusion Golden Pupil to take a look. Sure enough, this guy's attributes and skills were the way they were before he died in the first test. The previous self was powerful, but without the aid of a divine favor, without the subsequent mixed four monkeys, without mastering all of the divine favor skills, how could he be a match for his current opponent? This test was definitely a very difficult place for that Lord God level evil god Osvaldo. All the greatness in one place, facing the same self. Few can truly overcome the ego, but for a summoner like Lu Zhang, this test, it was too easy. There were no divine favorites to share mana with, and the main body's mana value was just 1.2 billion. Lu Zhang directly used more than 8 billion mana to quickly kill this revived self. Even if the other party also possessed 9 lives like himself, and could come back from the dead once, there was no escaping the fate of being killed. Lu Zhang had a clear grasp of his weaknesses. His previous self had too many weaknesses for a summoner, but now, one can be called a hexagonal beast. No flaws, no weaknesses. Taking out just about any point and comparing it to an existence at the same level is an advantage. Ding! You have completed the 6th course of the Death God King Divine Throne Succession Assessment. Kill. Resurrected Self. Congratulations on your reward, Death Affinity plus 15%, Divine Skill, Death Summoning. Current Death Affinity, 160%. The divine techniques Lu Zhang had all mastered in advance. Right now, for Lu Zhang, the only reward left was the increase in Death Affinity. Each increase would make one's passive absorption of transformed death power a little more efficient. He enjoys this once-in-a-lifetime endeavor. The 7th examination, the Call of the Artifact. Description: Each generation of the God of Death King has its own super artifact. When the God of Death King falls, the exclusive artifact will perish with him, leaving the artifact's origin in the Abyss of Death. Go to the Abyss of Death, find the artifact's origin, and awaken your own artifact. Reward: Death Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Death Blade. The death examination order finally gave guidance again, and Lu Zhang quickly arrived at the place where the so-called Death Abyss was located. It's just a round one that looks like a water well. It was roughly 30 miles in diameter, and it was pitch black. It was complete darkness, an absolute abyss. To enter it is to be truly alone. Lu Zhang, however, did not hesitate for a second and unleashed his skill, Fusion Darkness. In an instant, he sensed where the so-called divine artifact origin was located. The goal of this test was to make the referent feel the true darkness, but he did not expect Lu Zhang to possess such a skill as fusing darkness. Even if he hadn't obtained it on top of the dark mask before, he had now obtained it directly from the remnants of the Death God King. After the fusion of darkness, darkness is absolute perception. In one fell swoop, he discovered that divine artifact origin, coming next to the origin,
turning on the effects of the death god's true body,
which itself reached 160% death affinity,
allowed Lu Zhang to easily gain the recognition of the divine artifact origin. The next step was to coalesce your own artifacts according to your heart. With a thought, the surrounding forces of death and darkness converged.
Immediately afterward,
the divine artifact origin underwent a huge change.
Originally a ball of black light, the black light faded and transformed into a pitch-black colored stick. Yes, just a stick. Equipment, Pillar of Death, Unique Binding, Quality, Super God, Growing, Skill, Destruction Stick, Durability, Permanent, Skill, Destruction Stick, Effect, impacting the origin with the rule of death, destroying the world with one full blow. The stick is strong, but it's still just coalescing and growing at the moment. It needed to continue absorbing enough death power before it could complete its true metamorphosis and become a terrifying weapon that could destroy the world with a single blow. As for why you need to get a stick, presumably it might be because of the change of fusing the four monkeys themselves? Always felt that I needed a stick. Ding! You have completed the 7th test of the Death God King Divine Succession Test, the Call of the Divine Weapon. Congratulations on your reward, Death Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Death Blade. Current Death Affinity, 180%. 7 ways up.
There were 9 tests in total,
and only 2 more needed to be completed before one could fulfill Condition 2. By condensing the Godhead again, you can complete the transfer quest. These first 7 tests were basically considered stress-free for Lu Zhang. However,
when he saw the content of the 8th test,
a stunned expression appeared on Lu Zhang's face. Chapter 135, One person is a mediate God core? This is too outrageous.
The content of the next test was not that difficult,
but, rather, it was a bit surprising to Lu Zhang. The 8th test, Harvest of Life. Description, the King of Death masters death. Now, it's up to you to personally kill the target and harvest the lives of non-undead targets. Accumulate 100 billion harvests to complete the test. Reward, Death Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Blossom on the other side. 100 billion kills for the number of targets is a little too big a number. However,
thinking about those monsters in the abyssal demon realm, Lu Zhang felt that it was actually not impossible.
This test, according to Lu Zhang's deduction, should be for the purpose of getting a rapid increase in the grade of the divine artifact that had just been acquired. After all, the fastest way to get the power of death wasn't to get it in the undead plane. Rather, it is acquired through killing. Killing 100 billion beings should be enough to gain a sizable amount of death power. After this examination appeared, a guide appeared in the death examination order. Lu Zhang followed it to an altar, which was a teleportation array. It looks like it's the location of the exit from this death temple. In that case, it was likely that the 9th examination was not completed within the Death God's temple either. Well, it was also just a guess by Lu Zhang.
No one knew what the previous Death God King or the one who had set up the Death God King inheritance test content in the first place was thinking. Lu Zhang didn't bother to think about it and directly consumed the power of death to activate the spell formation.
Instantly, he was transported to a small island. After a slight perception,
Lu Zhang was certain that he was back within the water globe planet.
However, he suddenly sensed a god-level power, and immediately frowned. In the next moment,
he directly instantaneously moved to the sky above that force. Since the fusion of the soul-devouring demon and Mother Emperor's divine kingdom plane began,
within less than a day, 3 more evil gods' divine kingdom planes had fused with the water globe planet one after another.
These 3, too, were all just inferior gods, and all of them were under the banner of the god-eating worm Mother Emperor.
They were, respectively, the plasma demon scorpion Mother Emperor, the black demon mantis Mother Emperor, and the manic ghost cicada Mother Emperor. Although for the moment,
all the true gods, including the soul-devouring demon ant Mother Emperor, had yet to show up. The mere number of wild monsters brought about by the fusion of the 4 divine kingdom realms had caused the entire Grand Xia Alliance to almost fall into chaos. Xianyuan Wuji's Thunder God examination had reached a critical stage, and Wu Tuahai had to help him, so the only one leading the resistance was merely a single inferior god,
Snow Flying Flower. Under her leadership, nowadays, she was only able to fend off the seemingly endless swarm of insects attacking her. This was clearly still just the vanguard of the Bug Nest Plane's complete integration of Cloud Blue Star. Now that the Cloud Blue Star level limit had been pulled up to 540, it was still far from the time when the true Worm's Nest realm descended upon this realm. But just the current offense has put the entire continent in a precarious situation. Just for today, a more dangerous situation has arisen. The lower true god, the 540 level evil god Plasma Demon Scorpion Mother Emperor descended. Snow Flying Flower was engaged in a great battle with it at the moment. Although Snow Flying Flower was level 550 and a little bit higher, the difference of 10 levels didn't bring much of an advantage in terms of strength. The two fought neck and neck, creating a great shockwave of energy. It was also due to the dimensional fusion that the strength of this world's space had been increased, or else I'm afraid that the space would have already cracked due to the great vibration. The time when Lu Zheng appeared was when the two were fighting. Snow Flying Flower was struck by the plasma demon scorpion Mother Emperor with a plasma cannon, and her entire body was sent flying out. And even though she had already become a god, she was still struck with stiffness. The energy of the thunder limited her divine power. At this time, she saw Lu Zheng floating in midair and revealed an expression of surprise, although he didn't know why Lu Zheng had suddenly appeared here. With Lu Zheng's ability, killing this lower god-level evil god shouldn't be a problem. After all, it wasn't the first time Lu Zheng had slain an evil god. Lu Zheng did not let her down, only to see that Lu Zheng held a stick with both hands and steeply swung it out towards that plasma demon scorpion Mother Emperor. In a flash, time and space seemed to freeze. For a moment then, the whole world went quiet and everything stopped. And in the next instant, the body of the plasma demon scorpion Mother Emperor burst open abruptly. With a single stick, he knocked a lower god to death. Lu Zheng didn't consume much mana, and didn't even unleash that heavenly pillar of death, that destructive stick skill, just purely using brute force plus bludgeoning. With one strike, a lower god with a blood bar cleared. Lu Zheng didn't freeze, taking out the sigil and then unleashing the skill, Death Summoning. The power of death wrapped the body of the plasma demon scorpion Mother Emperor, and in the next moment, a dark plasma demon scorpion with a missing head appeared. Summoned animal, plasma scorpion zombie. Level 540, weakened. This thing was not clearly injured by this stick, and although the level display was still at level 540, it was actually just barely able to utilize a divine level attack. It had no problem abusing a demigod battle power, and any lower true god level battle power could kill it. It doesn't matter, it's just a randomly summoned contraption anyway. Looking around at those insect swarm armies, Lu Zheng revealed an excited expression. With 100 billion kill targets, the most suitable choice, other than the abyssal demons, would be this insect race. What a time to show up. First, he summoned all of his divine favorites, then linked them with a bridge of mana, then unleashed his skill, out of body. 10 million mana points could create a permanent avatar. 9 billion mana was instantly consumed, and 900 avatars appeared. Mana is restored and the summoning continues. Recovering 1 billion mana per second was equal to 100 incarnations. More than an hour later, more than 7,000 avatars occupied almost the entire sky. They used skills such as Void Escape Technique, Earth Shrinking Technique, Taking the Clouds and Driving the Mist, and Qiankuan Shifting Technique to quickly traveling all over the place. Then, with the White Tiger's Sharp Gold Storm, the Poor Ghost's Fierce Spirit Puppet, and the Nine-Headed Immortal Bird's Immortal Sea of Fire skills, they killed while growing their own ranks. If it wasn't for the fact that avatars couldn't establish mana sharing with themselves, Lu Zheng felt that he could take over the entire world in a day with this skill. But even so, he had managed to take over the sky and the sea. Snow Flying Flower was in a daze as she looked at the roiling Lu Zheng. After becoming a god, it had been a long time since she had felt shock. After all, she had become a god. What else could shock her? But now, she was truly shocked. What did she see? One Lu Zheng had created countless Lu Zhengs, each one so powerful that they far exceeded the lower gods, all of them having at least the power of the middle god level. You made a medium god core all by yourself? This is outrageous. Why don't you just unify the divine realm? Snowflake spat madly inside, but she was still relieved to see the bugs being slaughtered. No matter how demonic Lu Zheng was, at the very least, the Grand Xia Alliance was temporarily spared the crisis of being overrun. Chapter 136. A summoner who is supposed to be weak and unimaginably weak is messing with the mind too much. Yes, at this point, Snowflake thought that all the crises, for the time being, could be lifted. 7,000 mediate gods, not to mention the descent of all four of those fused inferior gods. Even if more than 1,000 evil gods at the mediate god level came, they would still be directly killed in seconds. Snowflake even thought that the others didn't even need to bother with inheriting any god positions anymore. If more than 7,000 median gods couldn't guard the Great Summer Alliance, I'm afraid that even if they inherited the divine throne, they couldn't be of much use. Well, that's a totally self-defeating thought. Understandable. To think that she had gone through a lot of trouble to cultivate to the demigod level and inherit the divine throne. In that case, it was only a small lower god. But now, Lu Zheng had casually summoned more than 7,000 mediate god level combatants, making her an inferior god look redundant. Lu Zheng scanned the circle and saw that he could not add much more efficiency by summoning more, so he stopped for now. He arrived in front of Snowflake and opened his mouth. Elder, what is this situation? Why has this realm already allowed the appearance of powers at the lower true god level? Snowflake withdrew the broken thoughts in his mind. Then he recounted the matter of dimensional fusion with Lu Zheng.
When he heard about the Worm's Nest plane subsidiary plane, Lu Zhang immediately thought of the fact that he had been tagged by the god-devouring worm Mother Emperor. He was marked by the Lord God-level evil god-eating worm Mother Chandra due to killing the lower evil god Bloodsilk arachnid Mother Emperor Audra. Not only did all worm-type monsters increase their base hatred towards him to 90%, the worm-type monsters he fought against would also receive the god-eating worm Mother Emperor blessing, increasing their full attributes by 50%. Moreover, when he enters the realm to which any insect-based evil god belongs, there is a great probability that the realm's evil god will be awakened to attack him. Nice guy, isn't that a coincidence? Lu Zhang is now in need of a large number of slaughtered lifeforms to complete the assessment task. At this time the four evil gods' divine realm plane fusion, this to it slaughtered cleanly, is not a waste of a piece of people's good intentions? Lu Zhang revealed a greedy smile. Seeing this expression on his face, Snow Flying Flower had a huge doubt within her heart. How is this that he is so excited to hear that there is a disaster? You haven't completed your transfer quest yet. Ha? Is it hard to believe that your quest is to slay the Lord God? Snowflake thought of something and asked. The smile on Lu Zhang's face immediately disappeared. It had to be said that every transfer quest was an unspeakable pain for him. Not really, it's just completing the Divine King's Divine Throne succession test. Oh, and competing with a Lord God-level evil god, Lu Zhang said indifferently. As if none of it mattered so much, Snowflake sniffed then blurted out. Then it would be better to just slay the Lord God. The examination at the Lord God level had already caused Xian Yuan Wuji to suffer a huge blow, but Snow Flying Flower was aware of that. A Divine King's Throne examination that was even more terrifying than the Lord God level, which was clearly even more terrifying. Comparatively, a threat that only sounds like a Lord God level doesn't seem so scary. But then again, Lu Zhang was only a level 300 professional who had yet to be transferred into the Saint level. Allowing him to kill a Lord God seemed to be the same as letting him go directly to his death. No, directly striking down a Lord God is going to send death. Right now, I still have a chance of survival, Lu Zhang said seriously. Then choosing to skip right over the topic, he continued, alright, take me to where the other realms merge as soon as possible. I'll take all the monsters from the 4 Divine Kingdom realms. Snowflake showed a hint of a smile. Don't worry about that. No one will rob you. It was too late for everyone to avoid the insect plague. Who would dare to go deeper into the realm of those insect gods? It was only Lu Zhang, a single person who could kill through 4 copies? Alas, no. Lu Zhang seemed to be a summoner. How come his main body was so capable of fighting now? Snow Flying Flower led the way while thinking. After thinking of this question, but never could figure it out. Before this meeting, everyone, including Snow Flying Flower, had the impression of Lu Zhang as a summoner who relied on his divine favor to fight. Divine favorites should be the mainstay of the battle. The previous Lu Zhang was indeed like this, always relying on his divine favorites to fight, and almost always hiding behind or even lying in mid-air himself. Snowflake realized why she had just had a bit of a heartbreak. This was because she had subconsciously decided that Lu Zhang, the summoner himself, did not have much combat power. As a result, now Lu Zhang had actually created more than 7,000 doppelgangers that were strong enough to hang all the inferior gods and possessed battle power at the level of medium gods. Even if Lu Zhang summoned 7,000 divine favors, she might not even have a direct heartbreak. But the current situation was that a summoner who was supposed to be incredibly weak and could only hide in the back and rely on summoned beasts for protection. At this moment, he had clubbed a lower god-level evil god to death, and also summoned 7,000 doppelgangers to kill through the plasma demon Scorpion Mother Emperor's copy of the Divine Kingdom. It's really messing with the mind. But currently, the main focus was still to suppress these copies of the Divine Kingdom as soon as possible, and Snow Flying Flower suppressed her inner doubts and focused on leading the way for Lu Zhang. For every copy, Lu Zhang would spend an hour summoning several thousand avatars to kill directly into the copy. In less than half a day, all 4 copies of the Divine Kingdom were captured by Lu Zhang's doppelganger. Even the 3 lower true god-level evil deities hiding among them were also annihilated by Lu Zhang along with them. One incarnation was more than enough to kill an evil god at the lower god level, let alone several thousand incarnations. Gave it straight seconds. How efficient are 25,000 god-level avatars? 4 copies of the Divine Kingdom, 8 billion bug races, were cleaned up by Lu Zhang in less than half a day. These 4 copies, thoroughly integrated with this world. The origin of this world was strengthened, but the monsters were gone, and it became a land without a master. It's not exactly a complete lack of monsters, because after the fusion, the world automatically generated some fixed-point copies that could refresh some bug monsters for the professionals of this world to kill to gain experience value. But these were a drop in the bucket for Lu Zhang. He needs to accomplish the goal of 100 billion kills. A mere $8 billion, less than a tenth of that. Lu Zhang decided to enter the worm's nest plane to taunt it.
so that the Lord God level evil God-eating worm Mother Queen Sandra would give some feedback. Think it and do it. He arrived at the copy of Arachnid Island and found the entrance to the Worm's Nest dimension. First, he let his out-of-body avatar go in, only to find that the avatar simply dissipated after entering another dimension. At this moment, he suddenly realized, one's out-of-body skills were not invincible. The spatial power of the dimensional level would be able to sever the connection between oneself and one's incarnation. And once this connection disappeared, the incarnation would immediately vanish. After discovering this weakness, Lu Zhang nevertheless did not allow his true body to enter. After all, there was a Lord God level terrifying existence in there that had already marked him. He couldn't take that much of a risk. Out-of-body incarnation doesn't work. Triple bilocation does. This skill consumed mana to maintain the split, but it could travel through different realms, which had been verified before. Successful split. 3 splits with 50% of the base attributes of the main body. Entering the Worm's Nest dimension together. Chapter 137, Split repeated horizontal jumps enraged the Mother Emperor of the Insect God. The possibility of continued enhancement. After entering the Insect Nest plane, Lu Zhang directly asked his 3 doppelgangers to open the Dharma phase Heaven and Earth technique. And then with the skills of the Heaven-stealing rats, he searched for an insect evil god at the inferior god level. Just as Lu Zhang had guessed, the mark that Sandra had made on him was also present within the doppelganger. This kind of Lord God level means was very powerful, and due to the existence of the mark, it caused the bug evil god's hatred towards Lu Zhang to rise by 90%. It doesn't matter. Even though it was only a diversion, Lu Zhang was still able to kill 3 selected insect evil gods of the lower god level in a single move. The key was whether or not it could inspire the wrath of Sandra, the god-eating worm mother. As it turned out, the effect of Lu Zhang's plan was exactly as expected. Just in the first moment of striking, one of the doppelgangers was killed in direct seconds. This kind of reaction speed, this kind of strength, it was definitely a power only available at the Lord God level, and there was only one existence that had such control over the Worm's Nest plane, and that was the Lord God level evil God-eater worm Mother Emperor Sandra. But even if it was powerful, it was only one body, so it was just possible to kill a Lu Zhang's doppelganger in seconds. Lu Zhang did not put away the 2 doppelgangers, but instead let them instantly move to the other 2 lower true god-level insect evil gods in an even more frantic stance. Kill! Sandra was enraged. Originally, Lu Zhang had already been marked by Sandra, and at this moment, he was still so arrogant as to kill 2 of its genus gods in front of him. It's in your face provocation. As a Lord God, Sandra naturally saw that these 3 were not true bodies, and from the position of these 3 doppelgangers, she could easily tell. Lu Zhang was from the entrance to Spider God Island. How could it endure at this time? Instead, after the 3 doppelgangers were killed, Lu Zhang created 3 new doppelgangers once again, allowing them to enter the bug nest plane and continue killing and fighting. 100 billion kills on the number of targets. There was no way Lu Zhang could wait around. He had to find a way to kill more monsters as soon as possible. More than 25,000 incarnations were spread all over the sea at this time, and began to carry out a centralized cleansing of the sea beasts in the ocean that had been contaminated by the power of the evil god and mutated into contaminated species. The number of targeted individuals killed in an hour was in the hundreds of millions. This is still because most of the sea beasts are more spread out. Moreover, Lu Zhang realized that monsters of the first turn, that is, those below level 30, were not counted within the number of 100 billion kill targets at all, thus stripping out the individuals who are not counted. A 24-hour day would only kill 2 billion targets. 90 billion remained, meaning 45 days of constant killing were needed. But the number of wild sea beasts in the ocean doesn't always refresh, and the vast majority just have one life. This means that the later kills will be slower and slower as the kill goes on. Right now, there was another Lord God level evil god who was competing with himself for the divine throne of the Death God King, and Lu Zhang could not afford to spend this amount of time, so he needed to piss off Sandra as much as possible to bring in more monsters. Judging from the current feedback, the fusion of the Divine Realm's dimensional copies wasn't a one-time event, so even if Sandra was as enraged as she was, it was impossible for her to directly descend to the water sphere planet with the bit of the main god. The only way to do so was to send more genus gods to come after Lu Zhang, and in order to be able to increase the strength of the genera after they descended into this realm, the fusion of the Divine Kingdom realm copies was another imperative thing. Therefore, when Lu Zhang sent his doppelganger into the bug nest plane to wreak havoc for the 3rd time, a new bug evil god descended. Sandra was obviously really enraged. In one breath, it sent 8 insect evil gods of the lower true god level to perform a Divine Kingdom copy fusion on the water globe planet. There is a very serious cost to the fusion of God's Kingdom copies. Once the fusion was completed, it meant that one's level was fixed and could never be raised, disqualified from strength and bit promotion. Analyzing through the news revealed by the golden dragon god Alex, both the good and evil side suffered heavy losses in that war of the gods. Though from what we see now, it is clear that the evil god has more power remaining and is more powerful. But every godly level of power is also very valuable. Many lower evil gods could do so by stealing the power of the godhead of a median god level positive god. It can both increase the battle power of the evil camp and weaken the good camp. So the loss of a lower god doesn't just mean it's just a lower god. Otherwise those evil gods would have long ago started to let the god kingdom realm copies merge. It's only starting now, partly because the time has come for dimensional space to become loose and no longer impenetrable. On the other hand was that it was only at this time that a considerable number of evil gods were reviving one after another. The vast majority of evil gods have not yet truly revived. So it stands to reason that Sandra shouldn't be advancing the fusion progress so quickly. This was because the upgrade of the water globe planet plane allowed for the descent of the evil gods, and also caused the divine seat successors to lose their level restrictions. The human race is a very promising race. Once the cap was opened and a leader appeared, then a large number of strong people would surely pour out from behind. But Sandra couldn't bear it. Lu Zhang had killed one of its genus spirits the first time he entered the worm's nest plane, and now he had even released 3 detachments to enter the worm's nest plane for repeated horizontal jumps. If it could still endure such a provocation, what kind of evil god was it? The 8 inferior gods were directly dispatched, and the divine realm plane fusion began. The integration process went very smoothly. 8 interfaces appeared and powerful bug monsters swept out. However, without leaving the replica by much, they were stopped in their tracks by Lu Zhang's more than 20,000 avatars. The killing continues. 8 copies of the divine kingdom plane, bringing at least 20 billion monsters in number, of which those that could be counted as kill targets should be no less than 15 billion. A rich harvest. However, Lu Zhang did not indulge in the joy of the bountiful harvest of experience value. Something suddenly occurred to him. Now, killing yourself so much was a way to increase the number of kills and even complete this test quickly. But on the whole, the biggest trouble in inheriting the divine throne of the Death God King shouldn't be the issue of the content of the test, but rather that Lord God-ranked evil god who was competing with himself. So far, Lu Zhang still didn't have any chance of winning in this aspect of dealing with a Lord God level enemy. Although one didn't necessarily have to fight against a Lord God in the end. In the event that this was the case, one had to have a bit of a plan and a base card to deal with it. And the current means of combining all the divine favorites is not enough. Against an ascended god, there might be a few chances of winning, but if it was against a Lord God, this was too difficult. He needs to continue to strengthen. Before obtaining the 72 changes as well as the Shimmy 10,000 laws skills, Lu Zhang could be said to have absolutely no idea of battling against a Lord God level evil god, totally swinging for the fences to do the job and take one step at a time. But I didn't think that I would be able to draw a card on the spur of the moment and get the 4 monkeys of the mixed world directly. Having mastered the 2 heaven-defying abilities of 72 transformations and Shimmy hearing 10,000 laws gave him the possibility to continue enhancing his personal strength. Just keep getting more divine favorites and stacking more abilities. Chapter 138 Green Dragon. Xuanwu. Invincible skill, true blessing, requesting for follow-up readings. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. Even if you get a few more overlord-type skills to continue stacking, so that the 94.5% physical immunity and 90.5% spell immunity effects continue to increase, then one could at the very least not die even under the Lord God's attack. Not to mention defeating the Lord God. If you don't die, there's hope of winning. Previously, Lu Zhang had given up on the idea of continuing to summon divine pets, mainly because he felt that the level restriction was such that even if he summoned a new divine pet, it would only possess the battle power of a peak mediate god. But not anymore. The new divine favor is just the equivalent of a mana storage device. The main station power shifted from the divine favorite to Lu Zhang himself, who needed the divine favorite's abilities in mana. Share a little more about the life force. It makes perfect sense. Then, to summon more new divine favorites. With this in mind, Lu Zhang no longer hesitated for anything and directly began to utilize the 10 newly acquired summoning bits today for refreshing. Mana was rapidly depleted and recovered, and summoned beast information quickly swept before his eyes. As long as there were no immortal and divine favors, Lu Zhang would not have any hesitation and would directly skip them. Of course, the aura that adds luck was equipped long before that. Kung Fu. After more than 2 hours, it finally shipped, consuming 100,000 spell points. You have successfully activated the skill Grand Master Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained the 5-star legendary divine pet Green Dragon, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Ethereal Wood Power. Skill, Ethereal Wood Power. Effect, consume 100 points of mana to transform into Ethelwood Power, causing the next attack to be accompanied by additional damage from Ethelwood Power.
and Gung Jin power has the property of erosion,
continuing to permanently reduce the target's defense value,
an ability that destroys the target's defense value,
very overpowering,
and continues to permanently reduce it.
However,
Lu Zhang had to face an enemy that could have killed himself in an instant, so this was not an ability that Lu Zhang was currently in short supply of.
Lu Zhang hurriedly looked at the other skills. Race, Green Dragon. Quality, 5-star Legendary Divine Favor. Skills, Holy Spirit Dharma, Ethereal Wood Power. Spring Breeze, Divine Wood Summoning. Green Dragon Sacred Body, Passive. Taking off the clouds and
the Green Dragon and the White Tiger were of the same level, being one of the 4 sacred beasts with very similar skills.
The White Tiger provided Lu Zhang with a dominating skill.
White Tiger Sacred Body.
Qinglong did not disappoint Lu Zhang either. Skill, Green Dragon Sacred Body, Passive.
Effects, enhances the power of the Holy Spirit. Normal attacks add an additional 5% damage from the power of the Holy Spirit, 20% reduction of physical damage,
20% reduction of spell. With the 2 holy bodies enchanted,
the damage value of the Holy Spirit's power attached on top of normal attacks reached 10%, which was not a small increase. 1 in 10 damage means a greater probability of winning.
However,
what Lu Zhang cared about the most was the damage-free effect.
After this hegemony stack, it gave Lu Zhang a whopping 96.5% physical damage immunity and 92.5% spell damage immunity. No, it's not enough.
He was now but only at the medium god level of blood and battle power,
so at the very least, he had to reduce his damage to 2 orders of magnitude below,
which was less than 1%.
That's how you can keep fighting.
Draw cards and keep drawing cards. The little green dragon was summoned first to let the rest of the divine favors carry the upgrades.
Now that the 8 copies of the Divine Kingdom were fused,
there were huge amounts of monsters for Lu Zhang to use to upgrade his divine favorite and the rest of the summoned beasts.
However,
now that the rare quality summoned beasts, Lu Zhang was no longer looking at them, and had merely upgraded the immortal spirit pets en masse. The average level was now around 450, and it was still continuing to slowly rise.
After all,
without so many demigod and true god level existences to supply the slaughter,
the speed would become very slow.
Lu Zhang himself continued to concentrate on drawing cards.
3 hours later, another god's favorite came out. Consumed 100,000 spell points. Successfully activated the skill Grand Master Summoning.
Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-star legendary divine pet Xuanwu, X1.
Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Power of Thick Earth. Race, Xuanwu. Quality, 5-star legendary divine favor. Skills, Holy Spirit Dharma. Power of Thick Earth. Copper Wall. Iron Wall. Turning the River. Xuanwu Sacred Body, Passive. Taking off the clouds. Skill, Thick Earth Power. Effect, consume 100 points of mana to convert it into Thick Earth Power. Thick Earth Power will be added to yourself, and 1% of the damage value inflicted on you will be converted into an increase in defense. That's a strong skill. As long as you don't die immediately from an attack, an opponent attacking you is the same as adding a defense value to you.
It's kind of embarrassing when the enemy suddenly realizes that their attacks can't break through your defenses later in this fight.
But it's also clear that this thing is a persistent combat type gain skill. Facing an enemy that is too powerful for you doesn't work against the odds. The biggest problem facing Lu Zhang today was still the likelihood that he would end up being killed in a second with a single move. For example, when he was taken out by the Lord God level evil god Sandra in the Worm's Nest plane, he couldn't react at all. One move in a second. This skill doesn't do anything. It's still more meaningful to have bully type skills. Skill, Xuanwu Sacred Body, Passive. Effects, enhances the power of the Holy Spirit. Normal attacks add an additional 5% damage from the power of the Holy Spirit, 20% reduction of physical damage, 20% reduction of spell. Xuanwu is a divine pet that excels in defense, but unfortunately, the dominance effect is the same as that of Qinglong and White Tiger. No increase, but at least the overlap can continue. It gave Lu Zhang a whopping 98.5% physical damage immunity and 94.5% spell damage immunity. Physical damage, only 1.5% left. In fact, the effect of Red Shiri Horse Monkeys Avoid Death and Extend Life skill was added first, directly reducing the opponent's damage by 50%, followed by a 98.5% physical damage immunity and a 94.5% spell damage immunity. Then the 10,000 points of damage really dealt only 57 points of physical damage to Lu Zhang, and only 225 points of spell damage. This has been lowered by 2 orders of magnitude. Sure enough, stacking domination is the way to go. Lu Zhang's eyes showed his extreme desire for a divine pet. Draw cards, keep drawing, draw hard. Today's luck was still very good, and after another 2 hours or so of hard fighting, the third god's favorite appeared. Consumed 100,000 000 spell points. Successfully activated the skill Grand Master level summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-star legendary divine pet Jianma, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You gain the skill True Blessing. Yinglong gave birth to Jianma, and Jianma gave birth to Qilin. The Jianma was a divine beast, but Lu Zhang was quite unfamiliar with it, and after seeing the skills it fed back, he had a look of ecstasy on his face. Skill, Real Blessing. Effect, consume a minimum of 100 million mana points to add status to the next skill. If it is an attack skill, it ignores the target's defense and inflicts 100% real damage. If it is a gain skill, the current state is considered as a real state, and it directly generates an increase. If it is a healing skill, it ignores any current negative effects, and gains the skill's real healing value. If it is a control skill, it ignores any preconditions, and it is 100% successful in controlling. Invincible. This time for real. What Lord God? What God King? With this skill added to his repertoire, Lu Zhang felt that he could put no one in his sights. Gods. It's nothing more than that. Chapter 139, Tongtian Jianmu. Art of Substitution for Death. Absolute Control. Live and Die Together. Requesting for follow-up reading. As a 5-star legendary divine pet, Jianma has only 2 skills. One is Tanto Kenki and the other is this Real Blessing. But even so, it was an unbeatable position. Skill, Tongtian Jianmu. Effects, consume half of your own mana to plant a Tongtian Jianmu in the void. When the Jianmu is planted, the mana limit and life value limit will be increased to 10 times of the original. When the life value is completely cleared to 0 after death, the Tongtian Jianmu will die on your behalf, and you will be resurrected in full. The Art of Substitution. Unlike adding a life, this substitutionary death technique represents an exemption from all curses and such. All states can be restored, which is equivalent to opening a do-over opportunity in place. What's more, it could also directly increase the upper limit of mana and life force by 10 times. Simply unleash another recovery type skill on yourself or wait for a while to allow yourself to recover naturally, and you'll have 10 times the mana and life force. It's the equivalent of taking the level of life up an order of magnitude. As of now, this kind of skill that drastically increased one's potential was very important to Lu Zhang. It's just a shame that this skill can only be performed on itself. Then there were only 2 divine favorites, the Spirit Brightstone Monkey and the Six-Eared Macaque, who could receive this skill from him and thus learn and master it. With the 2 divine pets plus himself and Jianma, the original 800 million mana value became 8 billion. Which was equivalent to 37 more divine pets providing themselves with mana value and shared life force. However, what really made Lu Zhang feel that he had hope of victory even against the Lord God was that other skill, True Blessing. Ignore defense, absolute true damage, absolute gain as well as absolute healing, which are all very powerful, but the most powerful is still absolute control. The life path skill obtained earlier was a control class skill. If the target is too powerful, it will cause this skill to fail, but now with the True Blessing as a pre-skill, it was possible to make this skill take direct effect on a Lord God or even a God King. This meant that when one fought that Lord God level evil God, one could completely use this skill to bind oneself to the evil God. When the opponent struck out to attack Lu Zhang, its blood would automatically replenish Lu Zhang's body. Utilizing this skill, you can even manage to get the opponent to beat themselves to death. Because there was already a huge difference in the upper life value limit between the two, the opponent would keep sending life value to himself constantly until he reached a lower limit. In this way, it is almost the same as living and dying together. All that was needed was to unleash a powerful attack skill when both of their life values reached a similar level, while cutting off the life channel and completing the decimation of the target. Then it would all be over. After possessing a skill that was enough to turn the tide of battle, Lu Zhang felt that he could really rise up. But before that, he thought he'd better choose a target to experiment with. He immediately thought of the undead evil god that was sleeping among the copies of the skeleton throne. The upper god-level skeleton demon monarch Mortos. One couldn't hastily just go and mess with a lord god, but an upper god, the current him could still afford to mess with. Not to mention having the skill Tongtian Jianmu, even if he didn't. With the shared energy of life and mana values provided by so many of his divine favorites with peak medium god-level battle power nowadays, it would still be enough to allow him to touch base with the upper gods. Thinking of this, Lu Zhang directly left the Spider God Island copy and headed to the skeleton throne in the north. As for the 8 copies of the divine kingdoms of the insect inferior evil gods that had invaded the fusion home world, they were about to be cleared out at this point. After all, that was more than 25,000 median god battle power, not to mention 8. Even if it was 80, they could still flatten it. However, it was obvious that god-eating worm Mother Emperor Sandra was unable to withstand the deaths of all 80 inferior gods in the matter of pioneering fusion, and 8 was already the limit. As these 8 copies of the lower gods' divine kingdoms gradually merged into the water globe planet, The level limit of this world gradually increased, quickly coming to 600 levels, but it was never able to break through this layer of limitations. It's just that there's no way to break this limit with the fusion of the lower gods. The next step would have to be the descent of an evil god at the medium god level to make it possible. But medium god level combatants were even harder to find. And now that there was the thought of seizing more of the righteous god's godhoods, Sandra would have to make a trade-off as to which one to sacrifice. Just as it was weighing its options, Lu Zhang had already arrived in the skeleton throne copy. Although it was known that Moto slept here, there was really no way to find out exactly where it was. It would have to be allowed to awaken naturally. To awaken it, you have to gather enough undead breath. As it happened, Lu Zhang had just mastered the Death God King's undead heavenly tribulation skill and directly launched the summoning. Under the effect of the Tong Tianjian move skill, just Lu Zhang himself possessed a whopping 12.8 billion mana, and he directly consumed 10 billion mana to unleash the undead heavenly tribulation. A huge spatial projection range unfolded towards the undead realm, and all the undead below the level of medium god that were contained within it all followed Lu Zhang's call and descended to this realm. In one breath, he got 6 billion various undead, and the rich aura of death filled the entire copy, but obviously, not to the extent that would revive Moto's. Lu Zhang waited for 10 seconds or so for his mana to recover before consuming 10 billion mana once again to unleash the undead heavenly tribulation. This time, only 4 billion or so undead were gotten, and the death breath still wasn't enough. Lu Zhang had to repeat releasing this skill until the total number of undead came to more than 30 billion, and the entire copy of the skeleton throne began to shake violently. At this moment, the replica was crowded with all sorts of undead. To the southwest, the earth cracked open and a huge skeleton throne rose. Immediately afterward, the vast majority of the surrounding undead were instantly drained of all energy. Above the throne, a black light shrouded it, and a huge human skeleton over 200 meters tall appeared. The thing also had a pair of huge bone wings and a tail with spikes behind it. It held a huge bone blade, tipped down, in both hands, and snapped its head up, two ghostly blue flames rising from a pair of empty eye sockets. Human, was it you who awakened this king? What do you want, great power of death, or for me to kill for you? Lu Zhang was a bit surprised that this thing could speak Chinese. One has to admit that there are such cultured ones among the gods. It did awaken you. I want to kill the evil god Osvaldo. Go ahead and do it. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. After half a second, Mortos stormed off. Osvaldo is a lord god level evil god. You human, how dare you tease this king? Looking for death. Lu Zhang was a bit speechless. Why was this thing so slow to react? Could it be because it had been sleeping for too long, leading to osteoporosis? But it doesn't matter. It's too late anyway. Skill True Blessing activated successfully. Establishing life channel successfully. Come on, let's see how powerful your attack is. Chapter 140 Cultured Evil God, Curse if you can't beat them. Requesting for follow-up readings. How powerful an attack could be unleashed by an upper god level battle force was something Lu Zhang was very much looking forward to. Now that he had multiple layers of overlord skills stacked on top of each other, he wasn't worried about being killed in seconds. Depends on how much damage the other side does. Although Motos had just been revived, his level had reached 766, and at the upper god level, he was definitely one of the very powerful ranks in terms of battle power as well. The skills unleashed by its fury were naturally not to be underestimated. A death spear condensed from mana value flew towards Lu Zhang's body. Transient. However, Lu Zhang just watched as the thing crashed into him and directly disappeared. In the next moment, he felt his mana returning to full strength. Lu Zhang froze. Mortos froze as well. As an ascended god, Motos had long noticed that Lu Zhang was not as simple as the level 300 shown on the surface, and was definitely a mediate god level lifeform. So this Death Underworld Spear skill had a damage value of 8 billion. Even if it was a peak median god, it should have been beaten into a bloodied state. At the very least, the other party should be slightly injured, right? This is straight up gone. The attack is ineffective. How is that possible? Lu Zhang's side reacted. He had overlooked a problem earlier. After obtaining the Tongtian Jianmu skill, the greatest impact was not so much the tenfold surge in life value, but the surge in mana cap. Because he had mastered Taobia's skill Mana Annihilation, he was immune to spell damage as long as the spell damage was not higher than the mana limit, and he could also gain mana replenishment from such attacks. His mana cap came directly to 12.8 billion after the Tong Tian Jianmu addition. This meant that skills that dealt less than 128 billion spell damage in a single attack were ineffective against Lu Zhang. Not only could it not cause damage, it would also bring mana recovery to Lu Zhang. No, one of Morto's skills directly restored Lu Zhang's mana to full. Not only that, Lu Zhang took a look at Morto's blood level, which was only a measly 54 billion, and with the basic attribute feedback given by the original divine favor, plus the basic attribute feedback from the other summoned beasts, his total blood quantity reached a terrifying 23 billion. 9 life bars gave it a whopping 270 billion blood. Now there was also a Tongtian Jinmu expanding its blood bar tenfold, with 9 lives totaling a whopping 20. 700. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. So, it appears that the other side can't channel any life force at all. Even so, one has to channel it to the other side. Hurry up and disconnect the lifeline. The blood quantity of an upper god was nothing more than that, so the main god level, doubled tenfold or 20-fold, seemed to be just on the same magnitude as himself. And one could resurrect once in full condition by relying on the Tongtian Jinmu. You can also rely on Nirvana Rebirth to resurrect and become stronger once. After the Nirvana Rebirth, you release the Tanto Kenki once more, so that you can be resurrected once more. That's the equivalent of 3 resurrection chances. Lord God, maybe we can just touch it? Mortos reacted, disbelievingly releasing another attack. It's not just spell damage this time. Skeleton Spear. A full 5 billion physical damage and 3 billion spell damage. Lu Zhang still didn't do anything to resist, directly letting his body resist hard. He just wanted to test how strong his defense was nowadays. How long does it take to knock out a tenth of the blood volume of a superior god by letting him fight without defenses? The result was very disappointing to Lu Zhang. This attack, after the Avoid Death and Extend Life passive reduced the damage by half, and then after the Overlord body was exempted from damage, the final physical damage dealt was only 28.5 million points, less than 30 million. Lu Zhang now had 230 billion blood for a single blood bar, and according to this damage, one would have to stay put and let the other party hit them nearly 8,000 times in order for them to lose a single blood bar. This was still based on the premise that Lu Zhang's blood was not restored, and in fact, Lu Zhang's physique attribute was very high, and coupled with the other game-type skills, his blood recovery speed was also very fast. As for the 3 billion points of spell damage, of course, it was once again devoured by mana annihilation and converted into Lu Zhang's mana value. Mortos couldn't believe his eyes after seeing that this attack of his still didn't produce an effect. Am I the evil god or are you the evil god? You're so thick with this blood and so hard to break defense. Is there a mistake? What the hell are you? Mortos couldn't help but drink in the question. Lu Zhang was confused. Just complimented this evil god is quite cultured. How is this still open-mouthed cursing? You seek death. This time, it was Lu Zhang who became furious. He directly consumed 10 billion mana points to release the skill Blade of Death. The Blade of Rules, absolute true injury, directly inflicts 20 billion points of damage. The 3 Holy Spirit physiques add an additional 15% Holy Spirit power damage for 3 billion points. Ruling Power bonus, deals an additional 10% ruling damage for 2 billion points. A total of $25 billion of damage was inflicted. Nearly one half of Morto's $54 billion of blood instantly disappeared. Bloodstain Vanishing Technique. Immediately afterward, Lu Zhang discovered a problem. Mortos, an upper god, only had an upper limit of 86 billion mana only, whereas right now, he himself had 12 billion and 88 billion. The Bridge of Mana skill features the ability for a party with a high mana cap to forcibly mobilize the mana of a party with a low mana cap. Lu Zhang's eyes lit up as he directly used Real Blessing plus Bridge of Mana to link the mana of the two, then mobilizing the remaining 6.5 billion mana out of Mortos. He hitched in 500 million mana himself to make up 7 billion and unleash the Death Blade once more. Blade of Rules, Absolute True Wound, Power of the Holy Spirit, Power of Judgment, Extra Damage, deals 175 billion points of damage, 54 billion blood, 11.5 billion left in the blink of an eye. Mortos panicked. He hit the other side was a little blood did not see drop. The other side himself, 2 attacks directly left a fifth of the blood. Moreover, one's mana was unexpectedly out of control and was seized by the other party. This is just horrible. This human is more evil than an evil god. Seeing that this guy still wanted to run, Lu Zhang summoned 100 avatars to surround him and unleash the Death Blade together. Mortos didn't put up any struggle, and was simply dropped in seconds. The incarnation works well, although the full attributes, including life and mana, were weakened to 1/10 of their original value. But the skills are all available, meaning that real damage can be inflicted. The biggest drawback of this thing, aside from not being able to use it across dimensions, was that mana and lifesteal recovery was too slow. The full attributes are weakened to 1/10 of what they were, and the recovery speed is now reduced to less than 1/10. A slight estimate would be about 1% of the original. In a temporary battle, It could only be useful once. After all, there wasn't that much time for it to recover its mana. But that's not bad at all. Having the true blessing skill means that you are guaranteed to hit true damage. The total amount of true injuries from 100 avatars exceeded the main body, and by the time they got thousands and thousands of avatars, even the Lord God might be able to kill them all directly in seconds. Lu Zhang had a certainty in his heart and felt that he could speed up the progress a bit and continue with the assessment content. But before returning, he had to make sure there were enough defenses on this side. Chapter 141 I approve. I recognize her. Don't do it. Requesting for readings. If you leave yourself, all the incarnations that are here will disappear. Speaking of which, one had to anger Sandra in order to get enough kill targets to make more evil god realms merge into this world. Then the responsibility for this inviting more evil gods needs to be taken upon itself. Therefore, before entering the undead plane to continue the examination, Lu Zhang had to make sure that this side wouldn't be plagued by the evil gods problem for a short while first. Getting rid of the hidden danger that is Motos is also one of the things that needs to be done. But the right thing to do is to help them become strong. The succession to the divine throne is something he has to get a grip on. After leaving the copy of the skeleton throne with the godhead of an elder god, Lu Zhang directly found Snow Flying Flower and inquired about the progress of those few people's divine throne inheritance. The result is no progress. Due to the lack of manpower strength, there is simply no one who can help them to inherit the throne of God. And judging from previous experience, it was impossible to successfully inherit the divine throne with their own strength without help. To go is to die. Leave it all to me. Let's start with the god of starlight and flame for the first one. Lu Zhang looked at Lu Yan and said, God of starlight and flame. This was only a lower god position. Even if the succession was completed, it actually wouldn't be able to play much of a role in the current situation. But at least it's a force that can serve as one of the mainstays. Moreover, the test for the lower gods was the easiest and could be completed the quickest. It was worth mentioning that it wasn't as if they, the heirs to the divine throne, hadn't done nothing during this period of time. At least all of them had accumulated quite a lot of experience value as well as brushed their affinity to 100%. The Dasha Alliance had developed for so long that there were still some ways to boost affinity. The actual question then remains only to help them complete the test. All succession to the divine throne is subject to the fulfillment of 3 conditions. The first is 100% affinity. The second is to complete a number of tests. And the third is to coalesce the godhead. Where they needed Lu Zhang's help was the second item. There were only 3 tests for the god of starlight flame. Killing the LV 400 level overlord level monster black smoke flying dragon. Killing the 450 level king level monster lava elf demon lord and pulling out the god of starlight flame staff. The content of this is similar to the frost god's test. However, no, the first 2 required a minimum demigod level battle power, while the last one either required mastery of a divine artifact or a power that surpassed that of a lower god. Even Snowflake couldn't guarantee that this could be accomplished. Lu Zhang can do it. Half an hour later, Lu Yan began to condense his godhood and started the final step of inheriting the godhood. Lu Zhang recalled the skill he had mastered, Divine Power Blessing. This could directly allow the target to master divine power. It might be possible to speed up the coalescence of the godhead. Try it and find out that it surprisingly does work. After only 1 hour, Lu Yan successfully condensed his godhood and inherited the divine position, becoming a level 560 god of starlight flame. Now the level limit of this world is 600, so his power can be fully utilized. Letting it go to help Snow Flying Flower share the pressure of defense, Lu Zhang began to help the second person. Yu Jiming's god of flight was also a lower god's godhood, and the entire process took an hour and a half for the godhood succession to be completed. Both of these were considered additions, and for now, the only one who could really help was Qian. The divine position she was going to inherit was the god of the forest, which was a medium god level divine position. If she completes the divine succession after that, at the very least, this world will still have a mediate god level combatant when a mediate god level evil god performs a divine kingdom copy fusion. There were a total of 4 divine succession assessment contents at the median god level, 2 less than the upper gods and 1 more than the lower gods. Even though it's just 1 more item, each one is considerably more difficult. It is not as haphazard as the succession to the divine throne of the lower gods. The divine succession examination of the god of the forest was conducted in the middle of the forest kingdom replica. The first assessment is, crossing the tree people's ocean. No matter what means were used, as long as one could pass through this wooded territory where flight was forbidden, one was considered to have passed the examination. If it was Lu Zhang himself, he would definitely have directly burned the place to ashes. Don't take the experience value for nothing, but now it was to help Thousand Cloud Crane inherit the divine throne, and the time was still rushed, so it was straightforward to use the fastest way. Jian Kuan shifted, the skill of the Tomodachi, determining different targets in 2 positions, accomplishes position swapping.
Lu Zhang first used the void walking skill to directly instantly move over, then finished swapping positions with Thousand Cloud Crane before instantly moving back himself.
Speed pass. The second assessment was to kill the Devil Vine King. The Devil Vine was a monster that had been demonized after being infected by the evil god's breath, right behind the Treeman Ocean, and the most powerful of them all was the Devil Vine King, which had reached level 500. There is no doubt that this is very dangerous for an heir to the divine throne, but just by looking at it, Lu Zhang beat it down to a single blood skin before letting Thousand Cloud Crane harvest it. Appraisal passed. The third test is, save the Heart of the Forest. The Heart of the Forest was a large tree, and to be precise, this large tree was the embodiment of the heart of the forest. When the forest god fell, the great tree, the heart of the forest, withered. Now that it was enveloped by an evil aura and eroded by demonic energy, it was impossible to recover. The most powerful ability of the forest god is actually its ability to heal and purify everything, and it makes sense that a healing and purifying title would come up at this point. Lu Zhang directly unleashed a Pishi's exorcise demons and dispel evil skill on it first to get rid of the erosion of the evil aura. Then a Chilan's heavenly officials provide blessings to have its soul purified, and finally a shot of sacred light to have it instantly cured. The heart of the forest revives and comes back to life. Next comes the fourth and final test, only to see a human face grow out from above that large tree that represented the heart of the forest. He slowly spoke. The fourth test is to gain my approval. With that, he looked towards Lu Zhang. You're very capable and I recognize you. Thousand Cloud Crane was immediately embarrassed at his words. Nice guy. Am I the one who's here to chaperone the test? Lu Zhang hurriedly waved his hand. I'm not the one involved in the test. She is. I'm accompanying her. You have to recognize her. The heart of the forest looked towards Thousand Cloud Crane, frowned, and then looked back at Lu Zhang. Though the power of the forest is strong in her, and her life force is good, it is far from you. Child, I recognize you more. Lu Zhang raised his eyebrows. I don't need your approval. I'm currently undergoing the Death God King's Divine Seat Succession examination, and I'm about to complete the 8th examination. I can't look down on the divine throne of a mere forest god. Now that the evil god has revived and has begun to seize the divine throne, if you don't want to be contaminated or even directly destroyed by the power of the evil god again, you'd better recognize her now. And, if you don't recognize her now, I will destroy you. Lu Zhang displayed a powerful aura as he spoke, and the sense of oppression directly caused the forest heart to change its face. I approve. I recognize her. Don't do it. Xian was stunned at his words. Can it still be like this? Chapter 142 once again, making the examiner of the God Position examination feel threatened, requesting for catch-up reading. Threaten the examiner directly? Xian couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Today's young people are really something. In the next moment, she received a prompt that the 4th assessment was complete. I can perform Godhead Gathering, Xian said rather excitedly. After waiting for so long, I can finally become a god. Although it seems so unreal. Less than 10 minutes before and after, speeding straight through all 4 tests, and the one who helped her do this was just a 300-leveled professional. A professional who hadn't even completed the 6th turn helped her speed through the Medium God's Divine Succession examination in 10 minutes. This just sounds magical, but that's the truth. As the Godhead coalesced, Lu Zhang directly gave her a Godhead of Immediate God, coupled with the Divine Blessing skill effect. 2 hours later, Thousand Cloud Crane successfully inherited the divine throne of the Medium God of the Forest. In this way, the Great Summer Alliance finally had a battle force that could be taken apart from the upper divine Wu Tuahai, at least for the time being. A battle power at the median god level was still very good. After completing the divine succession, Lu Zhang sensed that 8 copies of the insect evil god's divine kingdom had been killed through. Check out the progress of the mission. 100 billion kill targets and the completion level came to 24 billion, just a quarter of the level. It's still quite a bit short. While Lu Zhang was pondering whether or not he should return to the Bug Nest realm to taunt Sandra again to make him intensify the invasion of this world, he suddenly received a message from Wu Tuahai. Urgent. Come to the endless thundercloud. Copy. Nowadays, there was only one thing that could make Wu Tuahai ask for help, and that was that Xianyuan Wuji's Thunder God examination was in danger. Without hesitation, Lu Zhang immediately traveled to the endless thundercloud, copy located in the middle of the East Sea via instantaneous transfer. This copy didn't belong to the Dasha Alliance. Technically, it didn't belong anywhere. There's basically no one going in there. On the one hand, it was above the East Sea and far away. On the other hand, the thunder in there was so terrifying that there was only one downfall if one entered under the saint level. Turned to flying dust by the thunder. Only saint level professionals would have to enter it to search for treasures or kill monsters. And this tie places a copy of the test for the main god level god position. The God of Thunder. To be precise, The real place of assessment was the core area of the replica, in the middle of the thundercloud storm. To be honest, Lu Zhang had not expected an accident in Xianyuan Wuji's succession test. He thought it would be alright. After all, right now, it was the only most powerful force currently being drawn, the upper divine Wu Tuahai, who had gone forward to help Xianyuan Wuji carry out the divine seat inheritance. In particular, Wu Tuahai was still a genus directly belonging to the thunder god, grasping the power of thunder, and could definitely help Xianyuan Wuji get through all of the examination contents only. There were a total of 7 body tests at the Lord God level. The first 6, with the help of Wu Tohai, passed very smoothly indeed, but the 7th and this last item, Wu Tohai could not do anything about it. It could even be said that just because of his inclusion, it made this last test almost impossible to complete. Lu Zhang quickly rushed within the thundercloud storm and met Wu Tuahai. What the hell is going on? Lu Zhang quickly inquired. Wu Tohai hurriedly replied. The 7th element of the test is the test of enduring a thunderstorm. Starting from an energy intensity of 400 levels, it goes all the way up to the highest level of perceiving the target in the middle of a thundercloud storm. In other words, due to my addition, it caused its highest level boom top test to rise to 788 levels. One level of a thunderbolt, reaching 700 levels or more. I can withstand at most 40 or so strikes, and I'm afraid I'm going to be cleaved to the point of shattering my godhead. Although I'm a god who controls thunder, this kind of thunder at the Lord God level is too high in rank, and I can at most mitigate some of the damage from the power of the thunder, but I can't resist it with hard resistance. Lu Zhang smiled at his words. So you're so sure I can carry it off? When Wu Tuahai saw Lu Zhang's look of not caring, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and laughed as well. You definitely won't be able to carry it, but that summoned beast of yours, Kuei Nyo, can definitely carry it? It's a divine beast with a 1000% affinity for thunder, so I'll just say that it's more suitable to inherit this thunder god position. Well, it's up to 447 levels of thunder now, so release it and let it go in to fight it off. Lu Zhang sniffed but shook his head and said, that would be too wasteful. It's better for me to carry it. Actually, I can carry it too. As the words fell, Lu Zhang flew directly above Xianyuan Wuji's head. Senior, just leave the following to me, Lu Zhang said calmly. After seeing Lu Zhang appear, Xianyuan Wuji did not worry at all that Lu Zhang would not be able to cope with the idea. Instead, he directly let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. I knew you kid would be able to do it, so I'll leave it to you. Seeing this appearance, Lu Zhang seriously doubted that this old boy had already looked for young and pretty girls in advance to the point that he had overworked himself. Why does it look so shriveled? It's not just being struck by lightning a few dozen times. It's not quite so cool. After thinking about it, Lu Zhang directly transformed into a Kuei Nyo and flew towards the eye of the thundercloud storm, the place where the thunder fell, because he found it so uninspiring. As for the morphing, it was to better absorb this energy. This involves a passive skill triggering sequential to issue. If Lu Zhang had kept his human form, the first priority would have been the passive avoid death and extend life, which directly messed up half of the thunder energy. The second priority was the mana annihilation skill, which directly absorbed even half of the energy. The third priority is the comprehensive domination skill, which is the spell damage reduction effect. Even if the thunder falling afterward on the 600th or 700th level could break through the mana annihilation effect, most of the remaining energy would be blocked by the hegemony body. The energy that ended up being absorbed by Lu Zhang using the domain of Thunderbolt skill was too little. However, now, after Lu Zhang transformed into a Kuei, all the Kuei skills became prioritized. The first passive that was triggered was the domain of Thunderbolt, which allowed Lu Zhang to turn all the thunder energy into his own. And as Lu Zhang rapidly approached towards the eye of the thundercloud storm, it was as if that thing suddenly realized the danger and began to release thunder in rapid succession. From the 448 levels just now, more than 100 channels were released in a single breath. Although the thunder energy did not cause any harm to Lu Zhang, the repulsive force of the energy stopped his upward soaring momentum. The thunder that had skyrocketed to 574 levels did not mess up Lu Zhang, and the thundercloud storm continued to go crazy. Another 100 or so thunderbolts were released in the span of a single breath, reaching a maximum level of 689, which was the intensity of an attack at the peak mediate god level. Lu Zhang continued to fly upwards. At the highest level, 788, the last thunderbolt fell. Lu Zhang still wanted to go up and take a look. At this time, a doll's face actually coalesced above that thundercloud. It said menacingly, "The test is over. Don't you ever come near me again." Once again, Lu Zhang made the examiners of the Divine Position examination feel greatly threatened. Chapter 143, How could there be such a scary person? Scared the hell out of this artifact, begging for a follow-up read. This thundercloud, obviously, was a bit colorful. If it was really great, it could have just given Lu Zheng a little color. Now with this appearance, it was obvious that he was extremely afraid of Lu Zheng's proximity, but wanted to maintain his majesty. Seeing that a cloud had unexpectedly emerged with a human face, Lu Zheng was a bit surprised. This is the first time I've encountered this. Lu Zheng changed back into his human form and opened his mouth to ask, "What are you?" That thundercloud said arrogantly, "I am the main divine artifact Thunder Eye. What are you and how can you still change into a human?" A black line appeared on Lu Zheng's brain as he sniffed. It sounded like a curse, even though I knew the guy shouldn't have meant it. I am just human. The changes just now were just my skills. Well, since you said you passed the test, then hurry up and help Elder Xianyuan inherit the throne of the Thunder God, Lu Zheng urged. Nowadays, the planet Mercury is invaded by various realms. If there was a Lord God level battle force to maintain the situation, then Lu Zheng could safely enter the undead plane to continue his own examination. The Eye of Thunder clearly still maintained its fear of Lu Zheng, and did not half hesitate at his request. Good. Please ask the divine successor to start condensing the godhead. Just now, Lu Zheng had behaved horribly. It was a complete and utter show of eating it up. Therefore, the Eye of Thunder couldn't wait for Xianyuan Wuji to complete the divine seat succession so that it could avoid the fate of being eaten. How could there be such horrible humans? Scared the out of this artifact, Xianyuan Wuji was also a bit speechless for a moment as he watched such a dramatic scene. Not to mention the Eye of Thunder. He had just seen Lu Zheng recklessly charging towards the place where the thunder was released. Although he felt that Lu Zheng could help himself through this crisis. However, he did not feel that Lu Zheng's direct rush towards the place where the thunder containing terrifying energies was generated was a correct course of action. That's no different than plunging right into the fire. No, far more dangerous than that. But now, it seemed as if the one who felt the danger was the thing that released thunder called Thunder's Eye. Luckily, everything went well anyway. The divine succession begins. Xianyuan Wuji had an additional median god's divine lattice in his hand. He himself had already reached the demigod level, and his control over divine power was strong. Lu Zheng still enchanted him with divine power blessing as well as several other auras and auxiliary skills to help him complete the divine succession as quickly as possible. Thanks to the fear brought on by Lu Zheng, the divine artifact, the Eye of Thunder, was also helping Xianyuan Wuji obtain the divine position, plus Wu Tuahai, an upper god belonging to the god of thunder. With the assistance of so many parties, Xianyuan Wuji completed the succession to the divine throne within a short period of time. After only using a mere 4 hours, he had directly gone from being a demigod, surpassing the lower, middle, and upper gods, and stepping into the level of a main god in one fell swoop. The powerful aura made Lu Zheng's eyes light up. Elder Xianyuan, come, let the thunder come harder. While Lu Zheng was strongly requesting to be struck by lightning, a new copy of the Divine Kingdom descended in the middle of the water globe planet. Sandra was provoked by Lu Zheng to send her subordinates to invade the water planet. It knew that a mere 8 inferior gods couldn't get Lu Zheng, so it had to send out at least a medium god. Therefore, the 8 inferior gods at the beginning were sacrifices in her plan. The real kill move is the median god. Of course, in order for a medium god to utilize his battle power, he would have to break through the level restriction of the water globe star. Kingdom of God copy fusion is a must, but the number of her own men was also limited. And the invasion of the water globes was a matter for all the evil gods, and Sandra didn't want to hitch all her subordinates to it herself. Therefore, he found a few other evil gods to discuss the matter, and finally decided on the top 10 evil god choices for the invasion of the water globe planet. Yes, this time, 10 evil gods at the median god level were sent down in one breath. 10 copies of the Kingdom of God fused reality. 4 from the Worm's Nest realm, 3 from the Undead realm, and 3 from the Abyssal realm. A single Mediate God's copy of the Divine Kingdom fully fused could raise the level limit of this world to 610 levels, and 10 Mediate Gods would be enough to raise it to 700 levels. That is, the hierarchical limit of the Medium God. However, it was obvious that if only Mediate God level combatants were sent down, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have sent 10 Mediate Gods down in one breath. This was clearly an attempt to break through the restrictions in one fell swoop, allowing even upper level gods above 700 levels to descend. It's a good thing that God's Kingdom copy fusion doesn't happen overnight. The fusion of a copy of a lower god's divine kingdom would take 2 or 3 days, and a middle god would need at least 20 days or even a month or more. It seems that this amount of time is nothing to the gods. It doesn't raise the battle power much for the average professional. But to Snowflake, Thousand Cloud Crane and the others, this could be where the chance of survival lies. As long as Lu Zheng and Xianyuan Wuji and the others returned safely, even if the upper gods descended, they would not be in much danger. After Lu Zheng entered the Endless Thundercloud replica, all of his avatars disappeared. A Lord God level copy of the Divine Kingdom obviously had dimensional attributes, which meant that a Lord God level existence could threaten the use of the out-of-body incarnation skill. Lu Zhang found out when he first entered the copy. Therefore, the only defense force on the water sphere right now were the few gods that Lu Zhang had just helped acquire the divine position. The highest combatant is Qiyun Suru, the god of the forest. But the situation is under control. On the first day of the fusion, only a large number of monsters descended, and the evil god did not appear. Just broke the rank limit now. Only lifeforms below level 620 are allowed to exert power. Obviously, those few median god-level evil gods were not of low rank, and if they could not fully utilize their power and were suppressed to enter this realm, based on Sandra's feedback, they would most likely be directly killed by Lu Zhang. Sandra had a rather high regard for Lu Zhang's battle prowess. The unanimous decision it made after discussing with a few evil gods was to gather the battle power of 10 mediate gods to destroy Lu Zhang in one fell swoop. That's the first goal. Everything else can be put aside for a while. Therefore, these evil gods needed to wait until everyone could come out before invading the water globe planet together, chasing after Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang's body bore Sandra's mark, and those 4 medium gods who were the evil gods of the insect race could easily determine Lu Zhang's location. However, with 10 median god-level evil gods, the number of monsters in the gods' kingdom was not small, and the grades are still all over the place. This puts great pressure on the Great Summer Alliance for war. However, it is also an opportunity. With such a large density of monsters, there was a lot of experience value fed back after killing them. A lot of people get a relatively quick leveling up in a short period of time. This was a speed that many people could not achieve in peacetime. After all, copy monsters were also a resource, and ordinary people had limited access to them. Large-scale wars are the easiest way to gain experience value by picking up heads in this way, an opportunity of sorts. But the situation, in general, is not optimistic. Chapter 144, 100 billion only. And that was just one of the tests. Begging for a catch-up read, Xianyuan Wuji was now a lord god with a strong grasp of energy. He unleashed thunder at Lu Zhang through the Eye of Thunder, which was completely absorbed by the latter and converted into experience value to accumulate. It was only after chopping for more than 2 hours that Lu Zhang made the other party stop. It's cool that way though, but for now, it was useless for him to acquire any more experience value. Passing the test is what matters. So, the focus now remains on the assessment task. Lu Zhang had to hurry up and leave this place, then continue to provoke the insect god and kill more targets. Now with the help of Regulus Wuji, the main god, perhaps he could just kill his way into the worm's nest plane and take out that evil god. Lu Zhang gave up after thinking about it. The evil gods were plotting to invade the water globe planet, and if they took the initiative to go deeper into the worm's nest plane, they were likely to be besieged by multiple Lord God level evil gods. It's too risky. Lu Zhang doesn't even want to go to that place. Now it's just a matter of sending in the bi-location. Currently, the human race only had Xianyuan Wuji, a main god-level combatant. Originally, there was also a golden dragon god who was barely considered a lord god-level combatant, but that guy went straight to the god realm and hasn't returned yet. Thinking about it in terms of the worst possible consequences, maybe it's already been done to death. Count on not being on. It's still necessary to let Xianyuan Wuji sit at the base camp. Can't risk him. Taking things one step at a time, Lu Zhang wasn't particularly in a hurry. As long as he could complete the transfer and master the power of the upper god level, then the out-of-body incarnation would be able to possess the battle power of that level. At that time, with tens of thousands of upper god incarnations together, even a lord god could break bread. Even for now, he wasn't very afraid of the lord god. Through Xianyuan Wuji, Lu Zhang also roughly understood what grade the attributes of the lord god level were. A lord god who had just broken through to the lowest level had a base blood volume of over 500 billion, and for every level up after that, the blood volume increased by 10 billion. The base value of mana is 100 billion or more, with an increase of 1 billion per level up. In other words, a peak lord god had a blood volume of over 150 billion and a mana value of over 200 billion. Lu Zhang had $2 trillion of blood under the full skill state, and could also be resurrected 3 times, so it wasn't like he didn't have a chance of winning. After all, the skills he obtained from his divine favor were powerful. Theoretically, as long as he had enough mana value and enough blood, he could touch base with a Lord God level or even a God King level existence. These are all afterthoughts. It's better to finish the 100 billion kill target before anything else. Lu Zhang, Xianyuan Wuji and Wu Tuahai came out of the copy together, and just as they left the range of this copy, they sensed a large number of evil god auras and demonized monsters. The 3 of them looked at each other and immediately flew towards the nearest place where monsters gathered. Seeing that it was a copy of the divine kingdom that was continuously sprouting monsters outwards, Xianyuan Wuji and Wu Tuahai's faces sank. Lu Zhang, on the other hand, his eyes lit up. These are all mine.
Lu Zhang said excitedly. Before the words fell, numerous divine favors were summoned. The bridge of mana was established. 15 billion mana was consumed, and the first 1500 incarnations were summoned, which was already enough to stabilize the situation here. Shenyuan Wuji and Wu Tuohai were shocked as they watched Lu Zhang unexpectedly create 500 doppelgangers with a single lift of his hand that reached the battle power of a low-level mediate god-level battle power. What kind of skill is this? These detachments, how long can they last? Wu Tuohai couldn't help but ask. Lu Zhang said with a smile, as long as I don't die, or I don't leave this realm, I can always exist. ***. This is too anticlimactic. Although he was already a god, Wu Tuohai still couldn't help but burst out, simply because the power of this skill was beyond his perception. Although it looked like all of these doppelgangers had been weakened quite a bit in comparison to their main bodies, their battle power was still very strong, and was still on an order of magnitude above. In other words, when summoned, it's the same level of battle power. In the midst of same level matchups, swarming is simply an unbeatable style of play. One-on-one, the opponent singles out 10,000 of your doppelgangers. It's very scary to think about. And 10,000 avatars working together to help fight monsters and upgrade. Wouldn't this be a direct takeoff if you gain this skill in the early stages? Of course, the fact is that pre-acquisition is useless. This was because the hard requirement for this skill was 10 million mana to summon an avatar, and a lowliest inferior true god only had 50 million mana. A normal professional who wanted to summon an out-of-body avatar would have to be at least level 450 or higher and have more than 10 million mana points to be able to do so. Therefore, it is not used at all in the early stages. How can you use something like this that involves rules without a certain amount of strength? And once it's used, it's immensely powerful. At this point, 1500 detachments were in complete control of the invasion of this copy. Lu Zhang opened his mouth. Elder Xian Yuan, Elder Wu, let's the three of us split up. Everywhere must be suffering from the threat of a copy invasion nowadays. We can only save more people if we split up. Good. We'll meet again after the copy fusion has calmed down. Both of them had a sense of the big picture and did not argue with Lu Zhang about anything, directly flying in different directions. Lu Zhang also left. Although he could still create more avatars to increase his killing efficiency, 1500 avatars were enough to control the situation. He had to get to the other places as soon as possible to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. Of the 10 copies of the Divine Kingdom, Lu Zhang alone quickly and strongly suppressed 7 of them, while the other 2 were suppressed by Wu Tuohai, Shenyuan Wuji as well as Thousand Cloud Crane who led them respectively. With this distribution, the monster's strong posture of attacking the cities on all sides was blocked. Then, Lu Zhang would go to different sections one by one to place more avatars. After all, 1500 incarnations was still too slow to kill. Each copy was increased to 15,000. In one breath, a full 150,000 out-of-body incarnations were created. Shenyuan Wuji sighed as he looked at the doppelgangers in front of him who were killing through the demonized monsters. It's a subversive force that can destroy the entire world. Or rather, any world, at any time if you want. Lu Zhang, however, laughed lightly. You should be able to perceive the limitations of this skill. It's fine to deal with those below the Lord God level, but if it's against those above the Lord God level, it's easy to disconnect the connection between me and my avatar once the Divine Realm plane opens up. Shenyuan Wuji also said with a smile. Disconnecting you can summon again. No matter what, you can keep a minimum of 1 or 2,000 avatars to aid in the battle, and that's more than enough to turn the tide. You've truly given me another great surprise. By the way, how's your transfer quest going? Lu Zhang pointed at the doppelganger that was killing and laughed. That's not going on. Oh, your transfer quest is to kill enough monsters? 10 billion of them? Doesn't it also have to reach a certain level before it counts? 10 billion should have been completed by you a long time ago. Shenyuan Wuji asked in surprise. Lu Zhang spread out both hands. 100 billion only. And that's just one of the test elements among the transfer tasks. Chapter 145, Slaughtering the Abyssal Demon Realm. Breaking defense classmates again. Begging for catch-up reading. Even Shenyuan Wuji was silent after hearing Lu Zhang recount all of his transfer tasks. His mission for the succession test for this Lord God level divine position was a 9 deaths. Without the help of both Wu Tuohai and Lu Zhang, it would have been almost impossible to accomplish. According to Shenyuan Wuji's judgment, a god position above the Lord God level would require at least true god level or higher battle power to participate in the examination. And while the Lord God level was already so difficult, an ultimate test like the God King level, you can imagine how difficult it is. Not to mention anything else, the 100 billion kill targets that were no lower than level 30 were already terrifying. Without the matter of the Divine Kingdom copy fusion and monster invasion, I'm afraid Lu Zhang would have had to go deep into the abyssal copy to complete his quest.
But now, it's not far from being done. There were numerous monsters in the copies of the God's Kingdom at the median God level, each of which numbered no less than 8 billion, minus the portion that had been killed by others and the portion that was below level 30. Among the 10 copies, as many as 40 billion died at the hands of Lu Zhang's out-of-body incarnations. Those 10 evil gods at the median God level had originally thought that after completing the fusion, they would join hands together to kill Lu Zhang. As a result, Lu Zhang's doppelganger had killed all of their respective copies, along with the 10 evil gods. But that's not enough. Together with the cumulative number of targets killed before, the party was a lot short of 60 billion. Shen Yuan Wuji knew a lot of information about the evil god, especially after becoming a lord god. He seemed to have received a lot of information about the gods. He opened his mouth. This time, the evil god sent out 10 Mediate God Fusion Divine Kingdom copies in one breath. And it's obviously not just for the Mediate God level evil gods to come down and wreak havoc. Rather, it's to prepare for the fusion of the Divine Kingdom copies of the upper level gods. By the time this fusion was over, it would be the time when the evil god of the upper god tier descended upon the water globe planet. By then, the number of wild monsters would only be much higher than this time. Although with my battle power, those upper evil gods can be feared. The monsters distributed everywhere will definitely put great pressure on the city defenses everywhere. If you're on this side, then it's a lot safer. Judging from the current progress of the copy fusion, it will probably take another half a month to complete the fusion of the Mediate God's Divine Kingdom copy. This time, are you sure you can complete the examination? Lu Zhang thought about it briefly. If everything goes well, there should be no problem. I'm going to go to the Abyssal Demon Realm to obtain more kill targets, and I'll strive to complete this one assessment within 3 days, and then open the final assessment. Shen Yuan Wuji frowned and proposed, why don't I go with you? Although you're strong, it's still too dangerous to face a Lord God level evil god. Lu Zhang, however, said with a smile, compared to me, it would be more prudent for Senior to sit in the Great Xiao Alliance. If Senior goes on an adventure with me, then there will be no one here to preside over the big picture. With the threats facing the water globe planet today, at least one Lord God is needed to sit in the center so that everyone can survive with peace of mind. If Senior has nothing to do, take advantage of these days to help those saint-level professionals including my master to upgrade as soon as possible. Nowadays these forces of ours are not enough. We need more professionals to inherit the divine throne. You kid has also risen. You can even arrange me now. Fine, just do as you say. But one thing, you have to come back to me in one piece and alive. Shen Yuan Wuji patted Lu Zhang's shoulder and said, after Lu Zhang had done the final wrap-up slaughter of the monsters amongst the various Divine Kingdom copies, he arrived at the Abyssal Demon Cave copy outside of Tianan City and directly entered the Abyssal Demon Realm through the 9th floor. When he arrived in the middle of the Abyssal Demon Realm, he put on the black golden title Abyssal Demon God that he had gained from killing 100 million Abyssal Demons of level 30 or above earlier. This title can deal an additional 10% spell damage to demons, 1/10 of the spell damage, greatly increasing the efficiency of killing monsters. After the title was worn, Lu Zhang directly transformed into the appearance of a flame demon before releasing his incarnation to create more demonic doppelgangers. Lu Zhang wanted to go on a killing spree in the middle of the Abyssal Demon Realm, but he didn't dare to use positive energy. The number of kills he had made was likely to attract the attention of a Lord God level evil god. Therefore, the safest way is to change into the appearance of a demon, penetrate into the enemy's interior, and then spread out before going on a killing spree. In this way, it wouldn't be particularly jarring to have flame demons slaying all over the place. After all, in the Abyssal Demon Realm, killing between various races was already a rare occurrence. As the demon clan that ruled the grassroots of the Abyssal Demon Realm, the slaughter of other bottom-layer demons was an even more common thing. Lu Zhang killed and created detachments while moving deeper into the abyss. A large number of out-of-body avatars that changed into flame demons were left behind along the way. Within 3 short days, the entire Abyssal Demon Realm was killed by a group of flame demons who had gone crazy. Lu Zhang had created millions of doppelgangers, and each of them had a terrifying battle power comparable to that of a mediate god. Kill anything you see that's alive, no matter what it is, even if it was also a flame demon. It had to be killed. Nope, and specifically chasing after flame demons to kill them. After all, Lu Zhang had raised a flame demon god pet, and now with this great opportunity, couldn't he hoard a little flame demon heart to help this guy evolve? A bit of busy work had allowed it to successfully metamorphose to the quality of a 3-star legendary divine pet, but if he wanted to raise it again, he would have to kill at least a flame demon at the Lord God level. Lu Zhang was a very contented person. When he saw that the kill target exceeded expectations to over 130 billion, he really ran away. If you don't run, you won't be able to run. A large number of bilocations were exterminated by a few main gods, and it looked like they had discovered the problem and were lining up. Guessing that they would soon be able to find themselves, Lu Zhang hurriedly escaped the Abyssal Demon Realm. After exiting the Abyssal Demon Realm, he happened to encounter Mu Yunlan and the others again. It was not easy to see Lu Zhang. Yang Dong and Wang Jun rushed up and yelled, "Boss, I've missed you so much. I haven't seen you for such a long time. Where have you been again?" Yang Dong asked. Lu Zhang casually said, "I just arrived at the Abyssal Demon Realm and killed tens of billions of Abyssal Demons. So I was chased by a group of Lord God level evil gods and hurriedly ran out." Mak Yunlan and the others were dumbstruck. If it was anyone else, even a saint level professional, Wang Jun would have definitely mocked it directly. Just blow your pen. But what was in front of them was Lu Zhang, a professional in the same age group as them who had once dry humped a mediate god. He's so good that he doesn't need any bragging rights at all. So all these words can only be true. One can only say that Lu Zhang's power was truly beyond their imagination. The gap between people is so obvious sometimes. You guys keep up the good work. I still have to go for the God King examination. So I'm going to go and get busy first. When I come back we'll get together again when we have time. Before his words fell, Lu Zhang directly disappeared in place. After hearing this, the crowd could not help but fall silent once again. Good lord, you're about to inherit the throne of the God King here, and you still have time to party with us third-turn professionals? The three girls, Mu Yunlan, G0, and Tan Tai Mingyu, looked at each other and all saw the deep sense of powerlessness in each other's eyes. She had desperately gone after Lu Zhang's footsteps, but one immediately became a divine king high above the gods, while they, even among the mortals, were just the inconspicuous one. Chapter 146, Is it really still necessary to kill the Lord God? Dry and it's over. Requesting for readings. A chance encounter with a classmate is just a blip on the radar. When Lu Zhang came into contact with Xin Yuan Wuji, it could be said that he had already cut his ties with petty love. Maybe in the future, but definitely not now. The only thing he had in his eyes was greater strength, and the ability to have great strength to protect the Great Summer Alliance and keep his parents alive and safe. If you can't even give your parents a safe place to live, what's all this talk about love? He's not the kind of relationship brain that wants to fall in love even if the world ends. After leaving the Abyssal Demon Cave, Lu Zhang headed to the undead plane at the first opportunity, not even meeting up with Xin Yuan Wuji and the others. It doesn't make sense after all. This time, you go to complete the last test by yourself, and if the test goes well, you can just come out. It can't come out, and meeting it this time is just adding to the troubles of others. Lu Zhang's nature had always been to do more than one thing. Just do it and be done with it. In the middle of the Abyssal Demon Realm, when the 100 billion kill targets were completed, it clearly showed that the 8th test was completed, and yet the 9th test does not appear. Obviously, this required entering the Death God's temple before the 9th test could be opened. Lu Zhang broke into it all the way to the location where he had teleported out earlier. The 9th element of the test finally appeared. Along with it comes the reward for the 8th test. Ding! You have completed the 8th test of the Death God King Divine Throne Succession Test, Harvesting Life. Congratulations on your reward, Death Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Blossom on the other side. Current Death Affinity, 200%. The 9th test, kill all other test takers. Description, the journey to the throne is destined to be full of death. There is only one throne. Kill all the examiners before you can inherit the real God King's throne. Bonus, Death Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Fusion Darkness. Seeing the content of this assessment task, Lu Zhang could not help but sigh. This is actually the worst possible outcome. At that time, before entering here to participate in the examination, Lu Zhang's thoughts had always been that as long as he passed the examination, after inheriting the throne of the God King, killing that Lord God level evil god would not be simple and easy. However, as he passed the test item by item, he felt more and more that this test for the position of God King was very uncomplicated. In the end, it's likely to hold a big one for yourself. The worst possible outcome is the task at hand. You need to kill a Lord God before you can inherit the throne of the God King. Perhaps, in the beginning when the God King's succession examination task was set, the previous generation of Death God Kings considered that the strongest of the other examiners would probably just be a lower god. But odds are he wouldn't have expected that there would be an evil god coveting the throne of the God King, and that a Lord God would also be involved in the succession test for the throne of the God King. This led to the fact that Lu Zhang had to slay a Lord God before he could inherit the divine throne. Under normal circumstances, which examiner's strength could reach the Lord God level? It's almost certain death. However, to Lu Zhang, there was still a silver lining. When this quest appeared, Lu Zhang instantly sensed the location of another divine examination participant, the Lord God level evil god Osvaldo. As the main god, it possesses great greatness. The test set by the God King, although he couldn't directly break it, all ignored it,
forcibly seizing it like those evil gods at the lower god level snatching the godhood of the righteous gods at the middle god level. But there are certain privileges. The first 8 tests were directly skipped by it, and it waited right here, waiting for the last test to come. Now, at last, it seemed to have waited too long, and reacted for so many moments after sensing someone's presence. In fact, it had thought of many ways before, such as allowing other evil gods to participate in the examination and thus complete the final battle. But it was trapped when it entered here. As for the examination for the position of God King, other than Lu Zhang, who had been forced to come over to participate by the transfer quest, there was simply no one who would come to attempt it. Therefore, when Lu Zhang appeared, Osvaldo thought he was hallucinating, and when it saw that Lu Zhang was only a mere 300 levels, it even laughed out loud directly. Ha ha, surprisingly, such a weak examiner has come. To be able to enter the last test is your greatest fortune. And now, your fortune, it's over. Lu Zhang looked at the monster in front of him that was over 1,300 meters tall, had a horse's head but 2 bull's horns, and humanoid but with 4 legs, quite speechless. All of them are already main god level evil gods, but they don't even have the sense that villains die from talking too much. With this amount of effort, Lu Zhang had already completed the summoning of his divine favor, the construction of the mana bridge, and the summoning of 1,500 out-of-body incarnations. This guy, perhaps having been held here for too long, was not in a hurry to kill Lu Zhang. Seeing Lu Zhang release so many divine pets and doppelgangers, it could not help but be surprised. Sure is a bit of skill. This divine skill. I like it. Eat your brain, maybe I can get your skill. Hearing it say that, Lu Zhang couldn't help but immediately release his paranoia-breaking golden pupils to probe the target in front of him. Once the 10 billion mana was consumed, Osvaldo's information unfolded in front of Lu Zhang. Evil God, Osvaldo. Rank, LV. 835, Main God. Life, 89 billion / 89 billion. Mana, 145 billion / 145 billion. Power, 28. 5 million. Agile, 24. 45 million. Spirit, 23. 8 million. Body mass, 27 million. Skills, Fever Storm. Demon Lord's Blade. Breath of Greed. Dark Demon's Shield. Evil Prisoner. All Demons Strike. Gate to the Abyss. Evil God's True Body, passive. Gluttony, passive. Lu Zhang directly accessed Osvaldo's changes through 72 changes, while accessing Osvaldo's skills through Shimi Wanfa. The first skill you get is Gluttony. Skill, Gluttony, passive. Effect, you have a strong desire to eat everything. Swallowing something may randomly increase your basic attributes, or you may gain a certain skill. No wonder this guy would say that eating Lu Zhang might give him access to his skills. It turns out to have this passive ability. It seems likely that this guy has mastered some other skills. However, what the paradox-breaking golden pupil saw was the most essential basic information, so there was no way to know what other skills this evil god had mastered. After a slight analysis, it was likely that the other party had not mastered the skills of the Death God King. After all, the skill bits of a God King were surely enough to enter the ranks of basic information. In any case, before the battle started, Lu Zhang had already acquired its skills, which was considered to be quite a lot of information, and the other party clearly still had a contemptuous attitude towards Lu Zhang. Comparing the two, Lu Zhang felt that his chances of winning were still quite large, regardless of anything else. Unleash True Blessing first, then throw a Death God King skill at Osvaldo. Blossom on the other side. Consumes 10 million mana points and instantly converts half of the opponent's mana into death power, dealing damage of the same value. Osvaldo has a lot of mana, 145 billion, and stripping half of it directly, or 72.5 billion, inflicts an equal number of blood reduction on Osvaldo. Over 70 billion blood reduction was less than a tenth of Osvaldo's blood, but it was a lot. The sudden reduction of so much blood gave it a shock. Chapter 147 Resurrection Reseconds. A Lord God, just like that, died? Requesting for follow-up reading. The effect of this skill on the other side of the river is awesome. Blood reduction is one aspect. The most powerful aspect is depriving the opponent of mana. It is essentially considered a strong control skill that adds status. However, this skill can actually be interrupted. As a Lord God, it was easy to interrupt this skill after sensing it, especially when facing an enemy whose level and energy level were much lower than one's own. However, Lu Zhang had the divine skill True Blessing provided by his divine pet Jianma. Just consuming a billion mana ensured that this skill was 100% effective, and releasing the other side Blossom merely required 10 million mana points. 1 billion and 10 million mana wiped out the opponent's 72.5 billion mana as well as 72.5 billion blood. Definitely considered a big profit. One could only say that the effect of two divine techniques stacked on top of each other was simply unbeatable.
The most crucial thing was that Lu Zhang's avatar could also use these two skills.
Even though the various attributes of the avatar were less than 1/10 of the main body, the mana value of more than 1 billion was still there. Thus, the effects of multiple blossoms on the other side were used on top of each other,
causing Osvaldo to become outright terrified. The 72.5 billion mana was quickly halved to 36.5 billion, then halved again to 18.5 billion, and continued to be halved to 9 billion, 4.5 billion, 23 billion, 1 billion, 5 billion, gone. Cumulatively, it caused nearly 150 billion blood reductions, but it was the complete loss of mana that had the biggest impact on Osvaldo.
Without mana, you can't use any of your active skills except passive ones. At the level of a god, damage output explosion is all about relying on skills to block damage and create damage, and without mana to unleash skills, this is simply too bad. And Lu Zhang had also found the correct way to use the blossom on the other side skill through this actual battle. Multiple doppelgangers used all the time ensures that the target's mana is constantly in a bottomed out state, which is equivalent to disabling the target's ability to use skills. Then the next step is just to violently output damage. Strike aura, lucky aura, power of judgment, power of Holy Spirit, power of Gung-Jin, power of ethereal wood, multiple gaining effect enhancement. Then, the real blessing skill ensures that the next attack deals 100% real damage. 5 thunderbolts. Skill, 5 thunderbolts. Effect, consumes a minimum of 5 million mana. 5 elements of divine thunder converge in one place, inflicting a minimum of 50 million points of massive thunder spell damage to a single target. This was a skill with the highest damage output of Lu Zhang's single attack. 5 elements divine thunder. 5 attributes stacked. Damage explosion, consuming 20 billion mana to release. The damage value reaches 250 billion points. The blast aura takes effect, tripling and increasing the damage value to 750 billion points. In addition, add an extra 10% to the damage of the power of judgment, an extra 15% to the damage of the power of the Holy Spirit, an extra 5% to the damage of the power of Gung-Jin, and an extra 5% to the damage of the power of ethereal wood, for a combined damage value of 10,125 billion points. Originally, Osvaldo's passive skill Evil God's True Body could counteract 20% of spell damage. However, the skill priority of True Blessing was higher than his passive skill, so it could not take effect. He also had an active defense skill, Dark Demon's Shield, which was enough to counteract 50 billion points of damage value, and 10% of the damage value in excess of 50 billion points. However, this skill required the consumption of 10 billion mana to release. All of Osvaldo's mana had been stolen by Lu Zhang's doppelganger using the blossom on the other side skill. Passive skills, active skills, can't take effect. 1 trillion points of real damage, but its blood quantity was only 890 billion. And before that, it had been replaced by the blossom on the other side's skill for 150 billion. So it was directly killed in one move. Empty the blood bar. However, it didn't die immediately. This was because the passive skill Evil God's True Body took effect after the effect of Real Blessing. Skill, Evil God's True Form, passive. Effects, immunity to 20% spell damage. Immunity to 20% physical damage. Immunity to 20% spiritual damage, can be resurrected in place after death. All attributes weaken to 50% of the original. The true body state is invalidated, and the true body state of the evil god is restored after absorbing enough soul. The resurrected Osvaldo put a dark magic shield on himself at the first opportunity. However, all of its skills had already been acquired by Lu Zhang through the 72 changes and Shimi Wanfa. Natural defense against this move. After it had just enchanted itself with a dark demon shield, Lu Zhang's incarnation utilized the True Blessing plus the Blossom on the other side skills to drain this fellow's mana. Lu Zhang now possessed 19 divine pets, all of which had been upgraded to level 500, and all of which had a minimum of 800 million mana points, with the Por Chi and Kuan Pang both having 2 billion mana points, adding up to a total of nearly 18 billion mana points. Lu Zhang himself had 13 billion mana. The combined total is 31 billion points. Just now, he had consumed 20 billion points, and now he was consuming another 10 billion releases. Still multiple gain stacks, true blessings, and 5 thunderbolts. The terrifying thunder once again converged and fell towards Osvaldo's head. 10 billion mana points, 12 million points of base damage, tripled, 36 million points, and 48,600,000 points after various gains. The shield of dark magic counteracts 50 billion points of damage and cuts 10% of the damage, leaving a final balance of 3,924 billion. After Osvaldo's resurrection, his blood level was only half of what it was, or 445 billion points. Under True Strike, its body's passive skills were disabled. There are 52.6 billion blood points left, but at this time,
The ruling effect of the power of ruling among White Zephyr's skills triggered. Since Osvaldo's bloodstain cap is 890 billion, 10% of it is 890 billion points of blood. When the target's blood level falls below 10% of the total blood level, the ruling effect is triggered and the blood bar is cleared. Osvaldo, who had just completed his resurrection, was once again seconded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing LV 835 and the Lord God and Evil God Osvaldo X1. You have gained 8,900,000,000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You've gained a Lord God level Godhead X1. Ding! You have completed the 9th test of the Death God King's Divine Throne Inheritance Examination. Kill all other examiners. Congratulations on your reward, Death Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Fusion Darkness. Current Death Affinity, 220%. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed all of the 9 examinations of the Death God King and can begin to inherit the throne of the Death God King. Lu Zhang froze for a moment as he looked at the hints in front of him and the Godhead that fell out. A Lord God. Just like that? Though it was his own hand that killed him. His own step-by-step calculations that brought him down. However, when he really saw this tip, Lu Zhang still felt a bit unreal. After all, he was still just an ordinary professional who hadn't completed the 6th turn at level 300. The experience value gained from killing a Lord God was a massive amount, but he still couldn't finish absorbing it now and still had a level restriction, so he could only continue to accumulate it. Returning to his senses, Lu Zhang looked at his transfer quest. He didn't want to inherit the divine throne of the Death God King, and now he needed to think about what to do with it. Chapter 148 Out of Body Incarnation, the Death God King, Divine Summoning Technique, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Lu Zhang glanced at the mission requirements. Mission requirement, prevent Osvaldo from completing the test and seizing the Death God throne. Take another look at the description. The first requirement was to stop Osvaldo from completing the test. Kill Osvaldo and it's done. The second requirement is to capture the Death Godhead. It's just seized. It doesn't say it's being made to inherit itself. The Divine Throne Inheritance of the Death God King fulfills 3 conditions. Death Affinity reaches 100%, completing the 9 examination contents, and condensing the Divine Frame. Lu Zhan was now close to condensing his Godhead, but he didn't want to become the Death God King himself. That would be completely limited by the Godhead. But the others obviously couldn't complete another 9 examinations of death. After all, the 9th examination consisted of killing the other participants. That is, the next person had to kill Lu Zhang in order to complete the mission. Obviously, Lu Zhan didn't want to inherit the divine throne and couldn't die. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. Is there a possibility that I don't inherit it and let the incarnation inherit it? Although it seems a bit unlikely, but on second thought, it fits perfectly. The incarnation was also Lu Zhang. Having passed all 9 tests, with a death affinity of 220%, just short of condensing the Godhead, Lu Zhang's out-of-body incarnation was very powerful, and apart from the fact that its basic attributes were 1/10 of that of its own body, the rest of its parts were basically indistinguishable from itself. There's absolutely nothing wrong with letting it inherit the throne of God. After Lu Zhang had this idea, he was unable to stop, and immediately had one of his doppelgangers start condensing his own Godhead by taking that newly obtained Lord God level Godhead. He also thoughtfully released the Divine Power Blessing to assist the incarnation in gaining divine power. This thing, divine power, wasn't such an advanced thing. Lu Zhang could have mastered it long ago, and as soon as the level restriction was opened, he could upgrade by leaps and bounds. The coalescence of the Godhead begins. Divine power gradually converged, and in less than 10 minutes, a divine grimoire containing pure death divine power was formed within the body of this avatar of Lu Zhang. To be precise, it was Lu Zhang who had condensed the Godhead within his incarnation. However, the bit of this Godhead was only at a level equivalent to that of a lower god, just as Lu Zhang was thinking about when the divine succession would begin. Suddenly, something that surprised him happened. He only saw his accumulated experience value decrease rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, more than half of it was gone, and then it continues to dwindle. At the same time, the Godhead condensed within the incarnation rapidly underwent metamorphosis and enhancement, turning into the mediate God level in the blink of an eye. In another blink of an eye, it turned into the upper God level. After 99% of Lu Zhang's accumulated experience value had been emptied, it metamorphosed into the Lord God level. and it was at this moment that the prompt for the divine succession appeared before his eyes. Ding! You have completed the 3 conditions of the divine exam, Death God King, and now begin the succession of the Death God King's throne. Immediately afterward, the breath of the incarnation in front of him changed dramatically. Surging Death God power converged from all directions, instantly raising that Lord God level gauge to the God King level. Lu Zhang could see the information of the incarnation change. Incarnation, Lord of Death. Rank, LV. 949, God King. Life, 549. 000 billion / 549. 000 billion. Mana, 149. 000 billion / 149. 000 billion. Lu Zhang was truly stunned. Although he was expecting and confident in his heart, he was still a bit incredulous to see that it actually worked. He actually did have a God King level extracorporeal incarnation. The controls are smooth and unobstructed, despite the fact that this guy's level was so much higher than his own. As an out-of-body incarnation, it's just completely under control, with no independent thoughts. It's just an empty shell with God King level battle power. Lu Zhang, who had not been happy for long after obtaining a God King level incarnation, the prompt of a successful transfer quest appeared. Ding! It has been detected that the main God level evil god Osvaldo has died. The seizure of the Death God seat has been successful, and you have successfully completed your transfer. You have been promoted to a Saint level summoner. The only exclusive skill summoning is upgraded to Saint level summoning. Ding! Detecting the accumulation of a large amount of experience value, which has now been partially absorbed. Your level has increased. Current level LV. 400. And your full attributes have been increased. Even though the out-of-body incarnation had consumed 99% of its experience value in condensing a Lord God level godhead, the remaining 1% was also a massive amount. After all, Lu Zhang had killed more than 130 billion monsters of level 30 or above, as well as numerous inferior gods, medium gods and even a Lord God level evil god. It didn't matter that the level was stuck at 400. Lu Zhang started cultivating in place, controlling his divine power and then utilizing it to hit the rank limit. 5 seconds later, the level limit broke, the experience value continued to be consumed, and the level skyrocketed to 500. The next step is to condense the godhead and become a god. Just now, Lu Zhang had already succeeded in helping his out-of-body incarnation condense its godhead, and now that he was condensing it himself, it was naturally a breeze, and it was very easy to obtain his own godhead. But he soon discovered a problem. Incarnations, as well as others, acquire the godhead in the shape of a positive polyhedron. The lower gods have a positive tetrahedron. The middle gods have a positive hexahedron. The upper gods have a positive octahedron. The main gods have a positive dodecahedron. And the god kings have a positive icosahedron. However, the godhead that one had condensed was actually a sphere. It doesn't look like a godhead. It looks like the legendary Jin Dan. Lu Zhang was a bit confused about such a difference, but it didn't look like it was affecting his upgrades. And his level continued to grow, coming to 588 before stopping. The remaining experience value would be enough to upgrade him to this level. If you want to upgrade again, you have to kill more gods. The experience value generated by normal lifeforms was too low, and unless the number of kills reached the magnitude of tens of billions, it really wasn't even enough to stuff your teeth. As he broke through to level 500 or more, a prompt came to his ears once again. Ding! Congratulations on your promotion to God level summoner. The only exclusive skill summoning is upgraded to a God level summoning skill. Skill, Divine Summoning. Effects, consume 100 million mana points to launch a summoning spell, with the probability of obtaining a summoned beast. The minimum quality of the summoned beast is a 1-star immortal spirit. When Lu Zhang took a look at the effect, where could he hold back? It just so happened that the 20 summoning spots for these 2 days were still empty. Immediately launch a summoning spell. Ding! Consumed 100 million spell points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations, you gained nothing, X1. What are you congratulating me for when you haven't gained anything? Lu Zhang was speechless. 100 million mana points were consumed. And surprisingly, not even a single hair was summoned. With the previous Grand Master level summoning technique, there was at least one rare level summoning beast as a guarantee. But Lu Zhang calmed down and thought about it. Now even if he was given a rare grade summoning beast, he wouldn't have any interest in cultivating it, and he wouldn't even be qualified to serve as cannon fodder anymore. Currently, immortals are considered to be barely in the eye of the beholder, and divine favors only feel normal. After all, he was a man with a God King's detachment. Legendary divine pets and immortal spirit pets, both still required a lot of time and energy to cultivate, whereas God King level incarnations could already be taken out and used directly. However, just as Lu Zhang had generated this thought, he suddenly perceived a problem. Chapter 149, How many attribute points can you get by upgrading yourself? It's better to let the summoned beasts work. No. It's two questions. First, the previous out-of-body incarnation of himself and himself would dissipate when he was not within the same realm. Then after one leaves the undead plane, or rather, after one leaves the Death God King's divine kingdom plane, would this Death God King's out-of-body incarnation simply disappear? Secondly, nowadays, it seems that it is not possible for gods to descend directly in the midst of this world. If you want to enter the Cloud Blue Star, you have to perform a divine kingdom copy fusion. Alternatively, other gods were allowed to carry out a fusion of divine kingdom copies to raise the energy level limit of the entire world to the God King level, so that the incarnation could be allowed to descend. So what to do with this incarnation? The second question is almost insoluble. Then Lu Zhang would have to consider how he should maximize his benefits in case the first problem did arise. Nothing else, just one word. Kill. Kill now. Kill hard. Don't leave this realm just yet. And level up your divine favor in yourself as much as you can. By the way, a little update on the summoning beasts above the non-immortal grade above the 1640 summoning bits currently in hand. It doesn't have to be all updated. At this level, Lu Zhang was obviously not particularly after the number of summoned beasts. What he needed was a powerful divine favor like the mixed four monkeys. Speaking of which, Osvaldo had also provided Lu Zhang with a good passive skill. It's the evil god's true form. Not to mention that resurrection ability, 20% immunity to physical and spells. That's pretty good. Originally, Lu Zhang had 98.5% physical immunity and 94.5% spell immunity, which now became 99.15% physical immunity and 96.5% spell immunity. Physical immunity was successfully reduced to less than 1%. It was a great experience. Lu Zhang had the Death God King's out-of-body incarnation kill a lower god-level evil god, and the experience value was all gained by himself. Incarnation is a skill that's level-locked. A lower true god had only allowed Lu Zhang to raise one level, and when you did the math, it wasn't even half of the experience bar. After reaching the god level, leveling up became more difficult. Lu Zhang inwardly sighed. Then he let the Death God King lead his many divine favorites to upgrade, while he himself found a patch of land and began to work on his summoning techniques. Lucky aura, and lucky equipment, all arranged. Ding! Consumed 100 million spell points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations, you gain nothing, X1. Ding! Consuming 100 million spell points. You have successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining a 1-star Immortal Spirit Pet Shentong Spirit Turtle, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Turtle Shield. Lu Zhang didn't care so much about passive effects gaining the skills of summoned beasts now. After all, he who possessed the two divine techniques of 72 changes and shimmy 10,000 laws could master all the skills of all summoned beasts. Naturally, you don't care about a skill gain or loss. He used these two skills to gain the changes and skills of his new Immortal Spirit Pet while continuing to unleash his divine summoning technique. Soon after half a day had passed, a total of 12 summoned beasts were summoned, all of which were Immortal Spirit Pets. It's pretty good compared to what it was before. At this rate, summoning 20 immortals a day wouldn't be a problem. It would take 3 or 4 months to replace all the summoned beasts with immortal or higher quality, but it can never be considered a surprise. After all, it did seem a bit disappointing to not even have a divine pet. Among the 12 immortal products, there were no skills that were particularly outstanding. They were all middle of the road. Can't say weak. Leveling up and placing it at the lower god or even middle god level. It was also very capable of fighting, but it just couldn't make Lu Zhang very happy. He was still looking forward to the appearance of an immensely powerful skill like True Blessing or Tong Tian Kenki, or come up with a strong control skill that is the same as the type of other Side Blossom. That's also very nice. Keep smoking. There's still plenty of time. The evil god's next dimensional fusion would be 10 days later, and Lu Zhang promised Shenyuan Wuji that he would rush back himself, so it can still wreak havoc in this undead plane for 10 days. As the Death God King, the Lord of the Undead Plane, it was very easy to kill those demonized undead. However, for now, Lu Zhang still had to upgrade his divine favorite first. He was a summoner himself, a knowledge that Lu Zhang still had, as important as it was to be strong on your own. In this case, upgrading on your own wasn't the fastest way to get stronger. Getting more divine favors to upgrade and then feed back to your base attribute points maximizes the benefits. How many attribute points do you get for upgrading that yourself? Totally unnecessary. If it wasn't for the fact that his previous level limit had caused his divine favorite to be unable to continue upgrading, Lu Zhang wouldn't have taken the risk of taking on such a horrifying transfer quest. It's still kind of coming through with a lot of trepidation, but it's clear that not a lot of benefit has been gained.
All of Lu Zhang's abilities were acquired from the summoned beasts, and with the 9 tests of the Death God exam, the rewarding skills he had long since mastered amounted to only an increase in death affinity.
The significance is not great. Comparatively speaking, it was still more beneficial to level up the divine favorites. 5 days passed quickly. The average level of divine favors had risen to 580, while Lu Zhang's side still had not obtained a divine favor.
A whole 100 newly acquired immortal spirit pets.
Release all of them and let the gods' favorites carry the upgrades. The qualifications of immortal spirit pets could not be considered low, and after they had grown to saint level or above, the amount of basic attribute points that they fed back to Lu Zhang with every upgrade was also a very considerable amount. There were still 5 days left before leaving the undead plane, and Lu Zhang had to seize this last period of time to try to get that 1 or 2 divine favors. Otherwise, it always feels like a big loss. After all, before, he was able to summon a few divine pets every now and then, but now that the summoning technique had been upgraded to the divine level, he couldn't summon them in return. So how could he accept this? Keep summoning. Another 4 days passed in a flash. Today was the last day of the planned stay in the undead realm. The 19 divine favorites, all of them had now risen to over 600 levels, with an average level of around 610. When you went up to the 600th level, it would be at the mediate god level. The evil gods that could still be found amongst the entire undead plane had almost all been slaughtered by these 19 divine pets and 227 immortal spirit pets under their command. The increase in the basic attributes fed back to Lu Zhang from the divine favors promotion to the middle god level was enormous. Nowadays, Lu Zhang's thinking attribute wasn't much worse even when compared to the Lord God. Seeing that the rank was just a tiny lower god, but he could violently whack a middle god before he became a god. Now that you've become a god, it makes perfect sense to violently whack the main god, doesn't it? But while the increase in strength certainly made him rejoice, the fact that there had been no shipments made it quite difficult for Lu Zhang. The joy of drawing cards was one of the few pleasures he had in a long time, and now that full anticipation had not been met, it was as if a breath was stifled in his chest. He's still holding on, though. God doesn't fail stupid kids. Planning to leave after the last 100 consecutive draws and ship out. Chapter 150, The Holy Spirit Vermilion Bird, and its 7 Starry Night Divine Favorite Minions. Begging for a follow-up read. Consecutive draws are king. Single draws are only scraps. Ding. Consumed 100 million spell points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations, you gained nothing, x89. Ding. Consuming 100 million spell points. You have successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining a 1-star immortal spirit pet Shin Tong Spirit Turtle, x3. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Turtle Shield. Ding. Consumed 100 million spell points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star legendary divine pet Jing Mu Jail, x1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Star Power. Ding. Consuming 100 million spell points. You have successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star legendary divine pet Ghostly Golden Goat, x1. Ding. Consuming 100 million spell points. You have successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star legendary divine pet Willow Earth Swineherd, x1. Ding. Consuming 100 million spell points and successfully activating the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star legendary divine pet Star Sunhorse, x1. Ding. Consumed 100 million spell points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star legendary divine pet Zhongyu Deer, x1. Ding. Consumed 100 million spell points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star legendary divine pet Winged Fire Serpent, x1. Ding. Consuming 100 million spell points and successfully activating the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star legendary divine pet Square Water Earth, x1. Ding. Consumed 100 million spell points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Vermilion Bird, x1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Vermilion Bird Sacred Body, passive. The 3 immortal spirit pets Shin Tong Spirit Turtles could only be considered additions. In one breath, there were 8 divine pets, 7 4-star legendary divine pets and 1 5-star legendary divine pet. Lu Zhang's originally very low mood became incredibly beautiful in a flash. A wave of fat this is. His old Lu drew cards for such a long time. Drew not a billion times but also a few tens of millions of times. But never a breath of time out of the 8 gods' favor. This is a great surprise. Moreover, these 8 divine favors were clearly a series. The Vermilion Bird needed no introduction. Lu Zhang already had the White Tiger, the Green Dragon and the Xuanwu, and with the addition of this Vermilion Bird, The 4 sacred spirits of the innate heaven could be regarded as a direct set. This divine pet also provided Lu Zhang with the Heart's Desire passive hegemony skill, which was still a 20% double reduction in physical and spells, and now Lu Zhang had 35% physical damage immunity and 5% spell damage immunity. The other 7 divine favorites were the 28-star constellations, the 7-star constellations that the Vermilion Bird Star constellation belonged to. Its feedback active skill Star Power. That was also a very powerful gainful skill. Skill, Star Power. Effect, consume 100 points of mana to convert it into Star Power, causing the next attack to produce additional Star Power damage, with the damage effect being a minimum of 50% and a maximum of 200% of the true damage. That is to say, as long as after attaching the power of the stars, the minimum damage could be made to be 1.5 times the original, and the maximum could be 3 times the original. Of course, this is limited in that real damage must be dealt before additional damage can be dealt. If the damage generated by the basic attack cannot break the defense to cause a reduction in the target's blood, then the addition of Star Power is ineffective. Lu Zhang had the true blessing skill of his divine pet Jianma, which guaranteed that he could deal real damage. So this meant that this skill, in Lu Zhang's hands, was exactly equivalent to a minimum increase of half the damage output. It is a divine skill, and after Lu Zhang had obtained the 7 Starry Night changes and mastered all of their skills, he had steeply discovered that the potential of the Starry Night divine favor was far more than what was seen on the surface. There are multiple duplicates of the skills of the 7 Stargazer divine favorites. In addition to Star Power, there's also a skill that's sort of exclusive to Starbucks, which is very interesting. Skill, Circumstantial Stardust. Effect, requires at least 7 individuals of the same level possessing the power of the stars, or individuals in multiples of 7 or 12, to form a perimeter star dipper formation, in which the basic extra damage effect of the power of the stars is increased. Lu Zhang briefly tested it. 7 individuals with star power, that is, 7 astral hosts forming a formation, could increase the minimum base additional damage of star power from 50% to 55%. It's just 7, and it's a 5% more increase, which is a godly skill. After all, it's very rare to have 5% more damage value without any increase in overall energy consumption. He tried it with 12 doppelgangers immediately afterward, and the inspired skill succeeded, constituting the circumstantial stars and ducks formation, with a base additional damage of 60%. Continue to increase the number of doppelgangers that make up the formation. 21 detachments with a 65% increase in base damage, 36 detachments with a 70% increase in base damage, 49 detachments with a 75% increase in base damage, 72 detachments with 80% increase in base damage, 108 detachments with an 85% increase in base damage, 240 detachments with a 90% increase in base damage, 360 detachments with a 95% increase in base damage, 490 detachments with a 100% increase in base damage. In other words, it would only take less than 500 doppelgangers to use the power of the stars to double the damage. Lu Zhang's out-of-body incarnation had its full attributes weakened to 1/10 of its original size, so its attack power was cut down tremendously. And at this point, having this formation, it's completely possible to do the damage to make up for it, allowing the doppelganger to utilize an attack power that wasn't even weaker than the main bodies. This increase was not for one of the bilocations, but all of them were being increased by the power of the stars together. Lu Zhang continued to expand the scale of the experiment. When the number of doppelgangers reached 3,600, the base damage increase reached 105%, and when the number of doppelgangers reached 10,800, the base damage increase came to 200%. To the head, the maximum damage that star power could add was 200%, which meant that the overall damage was tripled. Just by consuming a measly 10,000 mana points, you could triple the damage. If such a skill wasn't considered a divine skill, then there was no such thing as a divine skill. With 8 newly obtained divine favorites, not only did he get a dominating skill again, he also had such a powerful increased skill. Lu Zhang was in a good mood. Finally, I was satisfied and ready to return. He left the undead plane, and in the meantime, had been sensing again the presence of the death body as this incarnation. After returning to the water sphere planet plane, the other out-of-body incarnations directly disappeared, but the incarnation of the Death God King still existed. Lu Zhang got feedback. Through his senses, he realized that he only needed to make the avatar reach the God King level to remain in contact despite the dimensional barrier isolation at this level. As long as the connection exists, then the incarnation will not disappear. This may sound like nothing. However, one must realize that among the positive gods in the entire God realm, there were only a handful of existences at the God King level. It was simply delusional to ask Lu Zhang to raise each of his avatars to the God King level. The sky's the limit. but at least, this incarnation of the Death God King was sort of saved. Next, it's time to hit the door yourself. Chapter 151, who are they waiting for? Could it be that the Xianyuan war god is coming here? Begging for follow-up reading, Lu Zhang was not a generous person, not to mention that he was still being hunted by the evil god. Of course he wanted to take revenge at the first opportunity after grasping the power. Sandra got a mark on him that got him hunted down by the worm evil god, despite the fact that it all became the value of his experience. But Sandra's objective was to get him killed. This revenge must be avenged. He had just killed a Lord God level evil god, and now that he had also completed his transformation, his strength had increased tremendously. Lu Zhang felt that he was still 10 times more likely to kill a Lord God nowadays. After leaving the undead plane, Lu Zhang still came out from the entrance of the skeleton throne copy. After coming out, he first sensed and found that the current world level limit was 695 levels, which was still a little short of the 700 levels needed to reach the limit of a mediate god. In other words, those 10 copies of the mediate god's divine kingdom had not yet completed a thorough fusion. Just in time for his own return, utilizing the Voidwalk skill, he quickly arrived in front of Xianyuan Wuji. The latter is removing the evil gods hidden in the deep sea. It's all some lower gods. These things were hidden in the ocean, and their original level was suppressed and they could not utilize their battle power, and because injuries need to be recovered through gradual infection. Now that it was so hard to recover and the level restriction was gone, he ended up encountering the Lord God level Thunder God Xianyuan Wuji. It's all been cleared away. Xianyuan Wuji looked towards Lu Zhang and after sensing it slightly, he immediately marveled. Did you carry out the 6th transformation or did you inherit the divine position? And your energy level has unexpectedly reached the Lord God level. How did you raise so much in one breath? I remember that you were only at the intermediate god level before. How did you even directly skip a god level and directly become a main god? It's hard to believe that you ate that Lord God level evil god. Every time they met, Lu Zhang would give him a big surprise. Although every time, Xianyuan Wuji would have a higher mental expectation, he still kept underestimating Lu Zhang's terrifying rate of strength growth. Straight up doesn't begin to describe how fast he is. That's the kind of speed that crosses several steps in one step. No, several floors. Which professional's battle power reached the Lord God level directly after completing a 6-turn Saints transfer quest? Lu Zhang said with a smile. That's about right. Its godhead has already been used by me. Xianyuan Wuji thought of something and asked suspiciously. Could it be that you've inherited the divine throne of the Death God King? But that shouldn't be the case. Your native strength doesn't exceed mine. I didn't inherit it. My doppelganger did. I left it in the undead plane, and it didn't come back on its own to help resist the evil god invasion. Lu Zhang said with a smile. Xianyuan Wuji froze for a moment. As a Lord God, there were already very few things that could make him think for a moment. Obviously, Lu Zhang's words were one of those cases. What did he hear? An alter ego that inherited the divine throne of the God King. The position of God King represented the strongest power in this world, and as a main god, Xianyuan Wuji knew very well how powerful an existence that was. Absolute world-dominating power. Now you're telling me that your doppelganger became a God King? Your doppelganger has become a God King. Doesn't that make me look a bit out of reach as a Lord God? Xianyuan Wuji didn't pursue what exactly was going on. Lu Zhang wouldn't joke about such a thing, and that was the truth. What exactly happened? He didn't need to know. At least, nowadays. The human side had mastered a divine king level combatant, and that was enough. Xianyuan Wuji sighed. Now this young man is really something. Good. Very good. Then what are your plans for the next? Let's wait for now. After the fusion of the evil god realm of the upper god, I'll kill the bug nest realm and get that bug evil god killed. This guy has marked me and wants to kill me, and I won't feel comfortable until I kill it. Lu Zhang said casually. Hearing him speak in a flat tone about killing a Lord God level evil god, Xianyuan Wuji was a bit silent for a moment. There was a time when Xianyuan Wuji thought that after achieving Lord God, there was nothing in this world that could threaten him. But now, hearing that Lu Zhang appeared to be able to take out a Lord God with ease, suddenly he didn't feel particularly safe either. Lu Zhang took the initiative to ask when he saw that Xianyuan Wuji was not speaking. Elder, how are the arrangements for my masters and their rank advancement and divine position inheritance going now? Regulus Wuji sniffed back and replied. Now that I've helped 13 people reach level 400, I've accumulated some experience value, but the accumulation isn't enough. When you reach the saint level and above, it takes too much experience value to raise a level, and the normal monsters don't provide enough. 27 divine succession tests were found, and based on the characteristics of different people, they were given their choices, and 14 people had already opened their divine succession tests. When the experience value accumulates enough, it won't be difficult to help them obtain the divine position. Lu Zhang said after 2 seconds of silence. Tell you what, Let them all go into the 8th floor of the Abyssal Demon Cave, and I'll get some high-level monsters out of the abyss to help them gain enough experience value as soon as possible. Others were just along for the ride, and to his own master, Lu Zhang still wanted to help as much as he could. Although Fu Sangli hadn't helped him too much, the initial few replica resources had greatly helped his own growth. So this friendship was something that Lu Zhang still cared about. A drop of kindness is returned by a spring of water. Not to mention the fact that the two still had the name of master and disciple in them. Alright, I'll immediately send a message to Fei Fei and the girls to gather outside the Abyssal Demon Cave. Xianyuan Wuji agreed with alacrity. He himself couldn't leave this world, and as other people didn't dare to go deep into these dangerous realms such as the Abyssal Demon Realm, only Lu Zheng could be so bold. No, it's not bold either. Pure strength and certainty. Taking advantage of the work of gathering the saint-level professionals, Lu Zheng first went back to his home, leaving Tushan Jiaojiao behind to accompany the two old men. On the one hand, it helps them to upgrade and protect them. On the other hand, raising them as daughters can be an antidote to loneliness. Right now, he was too busy to slack off despite possessing a battle power at the Lord God level. The parents already had a level of over 70, which meant that they had completed the second turn. Life class professionals. This level of life on the level of no trouble, good health, eat well. There was no need for them to be as high as they were right now. And after this Divine Kingdom copy fusion was over, it would be good to help them raise to the demigod level in one breath. Leveling up too soon can be a bit psychologically taxing instead. It is because every Yanxia person has a kind of bosom and ambition of to reach the world and help the world. If they had great strength, they would definitely be thinking of doing something for Xia, but instead, they would be in greater danger. A small fortune is enough for the well-being of the small people. While Lu Zhang and his family were enjoying a short get-together, outside of the Abyssal Demon Cave replica, it was bustling with activity. The normally rare gathering of saint-level professionals caused the entire Tiannan city's professionals to watch in curiosity. Wang Jun opened his mouth doubtfully. Who are they waiting for? Could it be that the Regulus War God is coming here? Chapter 152, what kind of treatment is this? It's almost like a dream. Requests for readings. Numerous saint-level professionals waited together. Other than the god-level Regulus Wuji, they couldn't think of anyone else with such qualifications. Just as their hearts were filled with doubts, a person appeared not far away. Asterisk. It's the boss who's here. Can't it be that all these saint-level professionals are here to greet the boss? Yang Dong said in horror. The next moment, his suspicions were verified. Only Lu Zheng quickly arrived in front of the many saint-level professionals and opened his mouth. You all have been waiting a long time. The crowd returned the salute and smiled. It should still need more help from you. Lu Zhang also agreed with a smile, and immediately walked over to Fu Songli and said with a smile, Teacher, are you ready? Fu Songli looked at the disciple in front of him. His heart was quite emotional, although he saw this disciple very much and felt that he would definitely be able to break through. However, he never expected that in less than half a year's time, this disciple had already far surpassed himself and reached a height that he could hardly reach. He was still hovering at the saint level here, slow to step into the threshold of demigod. This disciple gave a breath of air to ascend to the Lord God level. Not only had he become a god, he had also directly stepped into the level of Lord God, a level that was considered a ruling class in the god realm. This is, great. The so-called hopefuls. The master has such expectations of his disciples as well. Now that he saw that his disciple had such a good development and a bright future, and could even take flight himself, Fu Songli was naturally very joyful. He felt incredibly proud to have such a disciple. Ready, Lu Zhang. Those of us can leave it to you to protect them. Are you sure? Fu Songli smiled and joked. Don't worry, totally take it. Lu Zhan laughed. Immediately afterward, his gaze swept over to Wang Jun and the others. You guys are coming down with me too. Wang Jun and Yang Dong are both his juniors, and they have not been in charge for such a long time, so this time, he will help them to upgrade. After all, it was a shame that these two boys were hanging on to their names and their ranks were too low. Wang Jun and Mu Yunlan and the others revealed expressions of surprise at the words. With their current level, they naturally couldn't go deeper into the depths of the abyss, and if they wanted to upgrade, they could only challenge over a dozen or so levels, and they simply couldn't gain a large amount of experience value at once. As for Lu Zhang, he had taken numerous saint-level professionals to upgrade, so the ones he must have killed were all very powerful existences, and killing one of them should have allowed them to ascend dozens of levels. This time, it's really going to get carried away. Long live the boss! Wang Jun shouted excitedly. Many people in the surroundings revealed envious gazes. They also wanted to be taken flying, but they didn't have such a good boss. At this point, the value for money of following the right person comes through more clearly. Lu Zhang then led the way directly in front.
bringing a group of saint-level professionals to the 8th floor of the abyssal demon cave with Mu Yunlan and the others. Master, you take them to upgrade first, and I'll find a suitable location in the middle of the abyssal demon realm before letting you guys enter to upgrade. Wang Jun and the others were not allowed to enter the abyssal demon realm, and with their current strength, they would be infested with demonic chi if they entered it. Although Lu Zhang could have given them blessed status protection, it was completely unnecessary. The monsters on the 8th floor of the abyssal demon cave were enough for them to quickly upgrade. With a higher level, they couldn't even break defense. Even if Lu Zhang gave a beating with one blood skin left and they couldn't grind it out, what was the point? Fu Zhongli nodded at his words and instructed. Although I know you're very powerful, the abyssal demon realm is the evil god's territory after all, and everything is based on your own safety. To put it bluntly, if all of us die, you can't die either. You're not living for yourself, but for the hope of the entire Great Xiao Alliance. With the evil god's invasion, you and the Xian Yuan war god are the last dignity of our entire Great Xiao Alliance. Lu Zhang didn't say anything, only nodding slightly. Immediately after that, he raised his hand. 10 million mana points were consumed, and a doorframe glowing with black light rose from the ground. Skill, Abyssal Gate. Effects, can establish a channel between any realm with spatial coordinates and the abyssal plane. The maximum level of the individual entering or leaving the channel does not exceed the caster's own level. The time of existence is unlimited, and the channel can be closed at any time. This gate allows you to enter the abyss from any world and then enter any world through the abyss. Sort of a space-based skill that uses the abyssal demon realm as a staging area. It itself is considered a common means for the Lord God level evil gods in the abyss to attack other realms. But it's just a passageway. It doesn't break the hierarchical limitations of the original world. So the main god can come to this world at any time, but doesn't dare to come. After all, when it came to this world where levels were suppressed and full attributes were limited, there was a high probability of turning over in the gutter. After opening the door to the abyss, the crowd couldn't help but look inside. It just felt as if there was some kind of magic in it that was going to devour every living thing that entered. It makes you look at that empty world and shudder. Lu Zhang took a step into it, and the next moment, the door to the abyss closed. This door is just abandoned. After all, Lu Zhang needed to find another suitable coordinate point person before opening the new abyssal gate, which would in turn allow the crowd to enter inside. Taking advantage of Lu Zhang's efforts to enter the abyss in search of a suitable target, Fu Zhongli and the others began to help Mu Yunlan and the others upgrade. A few of them were beyond excited, though it was a bit different from what was expected. Lu Zhang leading them to upgrade. But there are more than 100 saint-level professionals here. Wang Jun, Yang Dong, Mu Yunlan, Tantai Mingyue as well as G0 were only 5 people in total, and on average, each of them had at least 20 saint-level professionals to bring with them for upgrading. What a treat this is. It's like a dream. Half an hour later, they all reached level 100, but the crowd didn't stop, still helping them kill monsters so that they could continue to accumulate experience value. Idle is idle. A few of them were quite talented, and they were all juniors that could be cultivated a bit. Of course, the most crucial thing was that these could all be brought by Lu Zhang. Helping them to upgrade was also a task explained by Lu Zhang. After a while, they still had to let Lu Zhang bring these people of theirs to upgrade. If they couldn't do their best to help Lu Zhang's people, how could they ask them to do their best to bring themselves? For a while, Yang Dong's few people were frantically saving up their experience values. The hippest of them all was of course Wang Jun. After all, there was currently no limit to the leveling up of his summoned beasts, and the maximum level would not be reached until it reached 500. So it's him who has the fastest growing composite right now, and with a summoned beast whose level exceeded your own by several large stages, completing the transfer quest would become much easier. The upgrade after that is going to be a straight shot, so to speak. Mu Yunlan and Wang Jun and the others developed more gratitude towards Lu Zhang. On Lu Zhang's own side, after 4 hours, he finally identified a suitable area. At this moment, he had already created tens of thousands of out-of-body avatars, all of which were still in the form of flame demons, supervising a good-sized area centered on the ash wasteland where he was now. With this level of protection, even if a god king came, he could still resist for a bit. Open the gates of the abyss. Chapter 153, drawing out the 7 stars of the green dragon in 4 days. It's still you, requesting for follow-up readings. When Fu Zhongli and the others arrived at the abyssal demon realm, they were almost scared to death. Lu Zhang's out-of-body avatars all took on the appearance of flame demons, each standing more than 300 meters tall, with a terrifying aura that would make even an elder god wince when they perceived it. What's more, Fu Zhongli and the rest of them were all just saint-level professionals. Moreover, they weren't being watched by one such flame demon that possessed the aura of a lord god, but a group of them. It was as if gazed upon by an abyss. If they didn't trust Lu Zhang very much, looking at such a scene,
They would have thought that it was not Lu Zhang who had surrendered to the evil god and was going to help the evil god to wipe them out. Seeing their faces change drastically, Lu Zhang hurriedly said, "Don't worry, these are my doppelgangers," taking on the appearance of flame demons to minimize the impact. "Next, these doppelgangers will take you guys to upgrade so that everyone can get the most help." Fu Zhongli breathed a sigh of relief, then sighed. "You can actually create so many doppelgangers. By the looks of it, having you alone is enough to fend off all the evil gods." Lu Zhang waved his hand and said, "This skill still has limitations. Resisting the evil god requires all of us to work together in order to do so." Kidding aside, though he did seem to be able to take on all the evil gods by himself, but he's not going to make a big deal out of something like this. In the event of an accident, it's just a pain in the ass. Resisting the evil god was a matter for the entirety of the Grand Xia Alliance, and he definitely couldn't do everything by himself as a great injustice. For the rest of the time, Lu Zhang focused on leading these people to upgrade and accumulate experience points. They were all only 300 or so levels, a level where the experience value required to upgrade wasn't considered too exaggerated. It's okay for the quantity to go up and the quality to be poor. In order to prevent attracting the attention of Lord God level evil gods or even terrifying existences at the God King level, Lu Zhang did not make a big deal of having his divine favorites upgrade along with him. Instead, he had the avatars help Fu Zhongli spread out their upgrades while continuing to draw cards. Of course, the Vermilion Bird, Wellwood Jail, and the other 8 divine favorites were still at a very low level and were upgraded along with them, although it had just been shipped out not long ago. But holding idle was also idle. Every second can be restored 10 billion mana value. Draw once only consume 100 million points. A second can come once 100 consecutive draw. That's enough of that. Extract like crazy. Either none or at least an immortal spirit pet anyway. An immortal spirit pet is a bit underqualified to be used as a main combatant, but after leveling up, it would be more than enough to put it outside to guard a city. Before bringing Fu Zhongli and the others into the abyssal demon realm, Lu Zhang left behind 20 immortal spirit pets to bring Yang Dong and the others to continue upgrading. It's kind of hard to come all the way here and not rack up the experience value in one fell swoop. There weren't many opportunities like this. After all, Lu Zhang was usually too busy taking advantage of this opportunity to at least give them the chance to build up their experience value to the level of a saint-ranked professional in one breath, so that they would only need to increase their skills, change their equipment, and complete the transfer quests before they could directly step into the saint rank. For the time being, the saint level was considered to be a force that could barely be considered a share of resistance to the invasion of the evil god. At least a few people could be protected in the face of the overwhelming number of evil god familiars. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. 100 extractions a second. That's 6,000 a minute. And 360,000 an hour. And a full half a day had passed. Only 2 3-star immortal spirit pets had been drawn out. All the other mana is kind of wasted. To an ordinary summoner, an immortal spirit pet was enough to be used as a dependency for upgrading to the demigod level. However, Lu Zhang still felt that his face was a bit dark. This hand is a little too bad. You know, he was using his equipment and skills together to give himself a lucky status. After another 3 hours, there was finally a divine favor. Ding! Consumed 100 million spell points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star legendary divine pet Horned Wood Jiao, X1. After seeing the attributes of this divine favorite, Lu Zhang could not help but be stunned. This was another Stargazer divine favorite. The 7 that were drawn out last time all belonged to the 7 Vermilion Bird Lodges. This Horned Wood Jiao, on the other hand, belongs to one of the 7 constellations of the Green Dragon. Taking a look at the skills, they are really similar. Sort of a warhorse, but without that differentiating surprise. Still, it's shipping anyhow. Congratulatable. Keep drawing cards. In a flash came 4 days later. Within 4 days, counting the Horned Wood Jiao from the first day, Lu Zhang had obtained a total of 13 immortal spiritual favors and 7 divine favors. Needless to say, Immortal has no particularly colorful skills. The 7 divine favors all belong to the 7 constellations of the Green Dragon, which are the Horned Wood Jiao, the Hyper Golden Dragon, the Earth Raccoon, the House Sun Rabbit, the Heart Moon Fox, the Tailed Fire Tiger, and the Minnow Water Leopard. Not much of a surprise though. However, all of these divine pets were also of 4-star quality, and taking out any one of them alone, they all had the potential to evolve to the Lord God level or even higher. 7 divine favorites in 4 days. There's nothing unsatisfying about being so rich, and during these 4 days, the Vermilion Bird as well as the 7 divine favors of the Vermilion Bird 7 constellations had all risen to over 500 levels. For this reason, an evil god at the upper god level was also alarmed. Lu Zhang directly secured it without causing too much commotion. Nowadays, Lu Zhang wasn't worried at all when the average evil god was out and about.
unless an existence above the level of a Lord God was alarmed and a great war was triggered. Although he had managed to take out a Lord God, Lu Zhang could not guarantee that he could kill in seconds. This meant that the other party would most likely recruit more Lord Gods to join forces against them, or even get one or several God King level existences. It's always a bit risky. In terms of the Daxia League as a whole, people are still in a developmental period, so it takes time to grow. It is not advisable to show power early enough to be a threat to the evil god, for that will inevitably be met with a fierce blow from him. In 4 days, all of the saint-level professions were leveled up to 400. Moreover, almost every saint had accumulated 20 to 30 experience bars, which was definitely enough for inheriting the divine position of a lower god or middle god. Counting the days, today the divine kingdom copies of the 10 mediate god-level evil gods would be fused and completed. It was time to go and take care of it. Lu Zhang returned to the 8th floor of the Abyssal Demon Cave with more than 100 saint-leveled full-ranked professionals, then brought along the uninterested Yang Dong and several others back to the surface. Just after returning, Lu Zhang saw a message from Xin Yuan Wuji. The divine kingdom copy of the first upper god-level evil god has begun to merge. Come immediately upon receiving the news. Taking a look at the location, it wasn't too far from Tiannan City. Lu Zhang directly took more than 100 saint-level professionals to the nearby city on a teleportation array. At this moment, a fierce battle was already going on above the city called Lookout Moon. Lu Zhang scanned the area and determined that there was basically no danger here, and that it should be the monsters that Xin Yuan Wuji had intentionally released over for the professionals in the city to use for upgrading. No need to pay attention. When Lu Zhang arrived at the front line with more than 100 saint-level professionals, Xin Yuan Wuji took a look at those people's promotion progress. After realizing that all of them had reached the 400 level limit and had accumulated a huge amount of experience value, they exclaimed to Lu Zhang, "It's still you. Chapter 154, is summoning a divine favorite so casual now? Let's let you inherit all the divine positions." Requesting for follow-up reading, Lu Zhang was already accustomed to Xin Yuan Wuji's exclamations. He chuckled. "I don't care about the divine title inheritance. After this fusion crisis is over, I have to go to the bug nest plane first." "Good. You've done enough. This time, the fusion of the divine kingdom copies of the elder gods should take a short period of time. Enough time for you to handle a lot of things." Xin Yuan Wuji nodded. Remember that they had previously agreed to give Lu Zhang half a year to grow before letting him take over. And now, crisis after crisis, Lu Zhang took the initiative to step forward and help solve a lot of troubles. Naturally, Xin Yuan Wuji would not ask Lu Zhang to do anything more. After all, he had already done enough. This first fused copy of the divine kingdom of the superior god is not that of the insect evil god. I have already killed that superior god. It belongs to the abyssal demon realm, under the command of one of the 9 demon kings of the abyss, the abomination demon king. It was mentioned in the information passed down by the thunder god that in that great battle, the 9 demon kings of the abyssal demon realm had all died, but they would still come back to life. Only 6 of the demon lords were so thoroughly destroyed that resurrection would take a long time, and the odds are that they won't show up at the present time. We can have to face just 3 demon lords, the demon lord of abomination, the demon lord of greed and the demon lord of fear. Now it looks like the abominable demon lord may have come out. The 9 demon kings of the abyss are all existences at the god king level. I originally wanted to enter the abyss to deliver a message to you, but I was worried that my entry would directly trigger turmoil. The rest of us aren't really comfortable if we put them in, so just wait until you come out. It's not too late to know now. You need to be more careful in your future actions. If the 3 great demon kings unite against you, I'm afraid that your death god king's doppelganger won't be able to keep you safe." Lu Zhang waved his hand. "There's no harm. I have my own measure. Thanks for informing me, Senior. I'll leave this divine kingdom copy dependent of the upper gods to me. It just so happens that I've newly obtained 7 divine favorites. I have to help them level up properly." "What did you say? Getting 7 new divine favors? Are you so casual about summoning divine favors now? You summoned 7 in one breath?" Xin Yuan Wuji asked rather breathlessly. Lu Zhang said with a smile. "It wasn't summoned in one breath either. Within 4 days, one by one, sloppily. I'll strive to summon out a few more to increase my battle power reserves." "That's great. Keep up the good work," Xin Yuan Wuji said very sincerely. The more powerful Lu Zhang was, the better. If he could take care of all the evil gods by himself, he could just retire and go have a baby with Fei Fei to spend his days. That being said, is there a fertility quarantine when a main god has a child with a lower god? Lu Zhang had brought too many shocks, so much so that it made Xin Yuan Wuji start to think wildly. In fact, even if Lu Zhang was already powerful today, the situation facing the Grand Xia Alliance was not optimistic. Unless after Lu Zhang could summon a doppelganger that was comparable to a god king, then only then could he be said to be able to suppress all the demon kings.
the devil doesn't go away. He just comes back to life over and over again. As for the position of God King, nowadays, Shen Yuan Wuji only knew that the God King of Death's divine position had been inherited by Lu Zhang's doppelganger, and there was no other information about the other God Kings at all. A possibility suddenly occurred to Shen Yuan Wuji. Opening his mouth to Lu Zhang, he asked, "Is there a possibility that you let your doppelganger inherit all the other God Kings' divine positions? That way we can have enough battle power to fight against those revived demon kings, and even, once your divine king's bilocation dies in battle, you can have another bilocation to inherit the divine king's throne. Anyway, this positive God position won't disappear just like the demon king, so it's the same as keeping the position of the God King firmly in the hands of our Great Summer Alliance itself. I don't think those primordial gods can be relied on. It's better to have our own people." I'm relieved. Lu Zhang couldn't help but be shocked at his words. Truly worthy of being the generation of war gods that led the Great Summer Alliance to glory. This thought process and ideas were really very clear, but it doesn't seem impossible. After all, since the Death God King's divine position could be inherited, it didn't make sense that the divine positions of other God Kings wouldn't work. That's a proposal we'll discuss after I destroy the main insect god Sandra. Lu Zhang opened his mouth. He did have his heart set on the idea. At his current level, the number of evil gods he needed to slay in order to raise himself to the God King level would have to be in the thousands, and the quality couldn't be too low. It's a very long process, but if one were to inherit the throne of the God King, one would only need to pass the examination. One more Divine King level doppelganger was one more safety. Instead of counting on other people to inherit the Divine King's detachment, it would be better to go straight on themselves. After all, who could be more experienced than yourself? The offer? It's solid, worthy of being the great Xiao war god. He found the key to the way to break the situation at once. At this point, the gold of the name Warlord is still rising. It took Lu Zhang less than 2 hours to kill through this copy of the evil god's divine kingdom that had just fused 1/50th of the upper god level. The 7 newly arrived divine favors had all been raised to over 500 levels and were in the second tier. The first echelon of divine favorites in Lu Zhang's hands were all already over 600 levels, which was the mediate god level. At this time, they could definitely be honored as divine beasts. Lu Zhang was still persistently summoning new summoned beasts. Anyway, there were still a lot of empty summoning slots, and he wouldn't mind if there were a few hundred more divine favors, but it's clear that divine favor is not always available. It's a good thing that fairy pets can pop up once in a while. It's a bit of a soul saver. And at that moment, he suddenly received a message. When I opened it, it turned out to be from Wang Jun. "Boss, I've successfully transferred and summoned a 2-star immortal spirit pet." It was accompanied by a picture of him and the spirit pet below. Lu Zhang glanced at the 2 4-star immortal spirit pets that had just been sent out to upgrade. He couldn't help but sigh. It's true, people don't have the same sadness and happiness as each other. Once upon a time, I was so easily satisfied that a mere immortal spirit pet made me jump out of bed with joy. And now, with 2 immortals in one breath, I still have no ripples in my heart. Even, there was that loss. Lu Zhang returned a message. "Congratulations. Looks like I'll have to keep working hard to summon 7 more divine favors as well. Cheer together." Wang Jun did not expect that Lu Zhang would have the time to immediately send a message back to him. Originally, he was still quite happy, but after reading Lu Zhang's reply, the smile on his face disappeared. He simply thought he had misread it. Summon 7 more divine favorites instead of 1. It meant that not long ago, Lu Zhang had just summoned 7 divine pets in one breath. It's still thinking about doing it again. He was so complacent when he just got a fairy spirit pet, and the boss had to whip himself up to continue to work hard when he got 7 divine pets in one breath. Let's just say, it's not bad for the boss. There was just a difference between mortals and gods, and at this moment, Wang Jun realized this very deeply. Definitely don't message him next time. It's too much of a shock. What he didn't know was that Lu Zhang had just finished replying to the message when he realized that another divine favor had come out. Chapter 155, Deprivation of Bad Curse. Listen to the words spoken. Requesting for follow-up reading. This divine pet appeared somewhat unexpectedly, because he wasn't focused on making the invocation. His mind wasn't pious and he actually shipped it. After all, Lu Zhang had just been replying to a message, and the summoning technique was completely in the mode of hanging summoning, so he hadn't paid much attention to it at all. But it was such a careless summoning that it actually shipped. Ding! Consuming 100 million spell points. You have successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary Divine Petting Recruit, X1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Deprivation Curse. Looking at the horse-bodied, human-faced, tiger-striped, bird-winged divine favor in front of him, Lu Zhang revealed an expression of surprise. I thought that it was another astral divine pet, but I didn't expect it to be a 5-star legendary divine pet. Also, the skills are so empowering. It's a type he hasn't mastered. Skill, Deprivation Curse. Effect, consume a minimum of 10,000 points of mana. Release on any target. Permanently deprive the target of one of its original basic skills. If the target's original basic skills are all taken, it will take away the target's life or mana. The extent of the seizure with the increase in the amount of mana consumed and strengthened, deprived of their own skills have a probability of directly obtaining the deprivation of life or mana. There is a probability of direct increase in the upper limit of life and mana. This divine favorite was full of evilness at first glance, and this skill was so evil as well. Directly strips skills, life and mana. Just this one skill seems to turn a powerful enemy into a weakling. However, Lu Zheng liked it. And one more thing to praise, it really deserves to be a 5-star legendary divine pet. This skill is simply as domineering as the 2 skills of Jianma. Depriving him of the effect of possibly gaining access to his opponent's skills was not something Lu Zheng cared about. With the 6-eared macaque's shimmy hearing 10,000 laws skill in place, he could just directly copy whatever skills he wanted. No need to spell probability at all. What Lu Zheng cared about was also getting a permanent life force cap and mana cap boost. Who would mind having a thicker blood bar and more mana? Lu Zheng had never had a way to increase the mana cap other than having to summon beasts feed back their spiritual attributes before. But now he could be considered to have one. One should know that with Taotia's passive skill Mana Annihilation in place, as long as his mana cap was high enough, he would theoretically be immune to all spell skill damage. Lu Zheng's was still very serious when it came to his own life. This copy of an upper god level evil god had been killed off, leaving only a large swath of space in gradual fusion with this world. Lu Zheng had to go to the sea and find a Saint Grade Sea Beast, and began to unleash the Deprivation Evil spell skill on it. The deprivation was accomplished by consuming only a minimum of 10,000 mana points. This Saint level Sea Beast only had 4 native skills 40,000 mana points stripped it of its skills and released the Deprivation of Evil spell once again. And in the next moment, Lu Zheng felt an influx of life force. Under the effect of the Pupil of Truth, he saw that the Sea Beast's life cap was shortened by half at once, and the increase in the life force limit that one received was only 1/10 of its shortened size. It seems that deprivation is not cheap. The life cap of a Saint-level Sea Beast was too low. Taking half of it would still only transform 1/10 of it, and the final increase could be said to be minimal. He continued to unleash it, taking mana, also half, transforming 1/10. It's not much, but it's a tangible increase. That's something to be happy about. Sacred targets have a low lifesteal cap, so go ahead and take the lifesteal and mana cap of a true god. A lowest level inferior god's base blood was over 500 million, and its base mana value was 50 million. Converting 1/20th of it means that you can increase your blood cap by 25 million points and your mana cap by 2.5 million points. 1 sees 2.5 million mana points, 10 would be 25 million, and 100 would be 250 million. A mosquito is still meat. Of course, capturing higher level evil gods is obviously more cost effective. If one could capture a medium god, one could get a minimum of 10 million mana points. If one could capture an upper god, one could get a minimum of 100 million mana points, and if one could capture a lord god, the guaranteed bottom line would also increase by 5 billion points. To be able to capture a god king, ahem, you can't be overly ambitious. So let's just aim to capture the main god first. Also this English move can be nurtured to allow it to take some mana and lifesteal, and it's good to use it as a mana reserve and lifesteal for yourself. Also, the Lingming Stone Monkey as well as the 6-eared macaque were first allowed to learn the changes and skills of Ingji, and these two also had great potential. Lu Zheng's cultivation strategy was to maximize the potential of each divine pet. The two monkeys with the highest potential in hand right now are the 6-eared macaque and the Spirit Bright Stone Monkey, as they can learn and master all the changes and skills of the other divine favorites. In terms of overall battle power, Lu Zheng ranked first, with the 6-eared macaque and the Spirit Bright Stone Monkey tied for second. It's indistinguishable from the two, if not from each other. If they weren't Lu Zheng's summoned beasts, Lu Zheng wouldn't be able to tell which one was which. After doing so, Lu Zheng suddenly thought of something. Taking out his cell phone, he took a group photo of himself and Ingzhua, then sent it to Wang Jun, with a line of text. Working on it, 1 5-star legendary divine favorite has come out. Still 6 more to go. Let's work together. Wang Jun, who was eating with Yang Dong and the others, could not help but shout out in surprise when he saw that Lu Zheng had actually taken the initiative to send a message to himself. Yang Dong scolded him without a good mood. Damn you! What's all the fuss about? Did the boss contact you? Wang Jun subconsciously nodded. Yeah, a message from the boss. Several people, Yang Dong, immediately gathered around and looked at Wang Jun's cell phone. After they saw the content of that message, each one of them was staring blankly. Listen to the human language being spoken. 5-star legendary favors. 6 more to go? Nice guy. Yang Dong patted Wang Jun's shoulder, sighed, and shook his head. What do you think you're showing off to the boss? Boss's first summoned beast was a 5-star immortal spirit pet, and now he's pinching a handful of divine pets in his hand. You're purely asking for trouble. Wang Jun was silent. Mak Yunlan spoke up. We need to complete the transfer quest as soon as possible. Right now, we have enough experience value to raise to the saint level, which is already a great deal of effort saved. We can continue chasing his footsteps. At the very least, become a god. Ji Zairu echoed. Right, we want to become gods too. Lu Zheng didn't realize that he had inspired his former rivals and minions once again. He was just posting a random picture to express his bad taste. After sending the message over here, Lu Zheng sensed a new copy of the Divine Kingdom at the upper god level descending and beginning to merge with this world. It was now considered to be just a millionth of a degree of fusion, and a stable dimensional connection had been initially established. Lu Zheng directly instantly moved over. Chapter 156, to look like this and still come out to meet people. I sentence you to death. Requesting readers. An hour later, the entire copy along with that upper god level evil god was killed by him. To be precise, it was for Engzhu to slaughter them all, with Lu Zheng providing it with mana. It only needed to keep releasing the deprivation of evil spells skill to quickly gain a large amount of mana and life value cap. Gain an occasional skill. Less is more. The number of skills in Engzhua had now surpassed Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng didn't seize it. He had no eyes for those low-level creatures. Instead, that upper god was seized by him once, allowing himself to increase his mana cap by 100 million points and his blood cap by 1 billion points. The second wave of descent also only had a total of 2 upper god-level evil gods appearing, and the other copy of the monster Xianyuan Wuji was used to help more 5th turn and saint-level professionals gain experience value, which Lu Zheng did not bother to snatch. After speaking with Xianyuan Wuji, he was prepared to go into the Worm's Nest dimension this time to exterminate Sandra first. Instead, Xianyuan Wuji took out something and handed it to him. Item, Magic Stone of Destruction. Effects, after refining, it can open the test for the succession of the Divine Throne of the God King of Destruction. Another God King level test. This is what I just got. The God King of Destruction is the direct God King of the Thunder God. The Thunder God belongs to the God King of Destruction's lineage. And when your doppelganger succeeds to this divine throne, I'll be your doppelganger's little brother. Xianyuan Wuji said with a smile. Lu Zheng took the magic stone and mulled it over in his mind. Okay, I'll take this god position. The position of God King. If one more is grasped, one can acquire one more power against the evil god. It's still the same. Regardless of what other people did, the power one held was naturally the stronger the better. Moreover, the Death God King's undead plane brought in so much profit. Perhaps the Destruction God King succession examination could also bring in no small amount for himself. Putting the Destruction Demon Stone away, Lu Zheng headed directly to the Spider God Island. He didn't enter the Worm's Nest dimension from here. Instead, he first utilized the Triple Split skill to create a split to go in, then opened an abyssal gate, and after the split went into the abyss, another abyssal gate was opened to lead to Arachnid God Island. Lu Zheng then entered within the Bug Nest plane through these 2 abyssal gates. This was done to create a spatial passage between the Worm's Nest plane and the abyssal plane. In the event that the fight caused a problem in this realm, it would be good for you to run over to the abyss. After all, the only skill he now had at his disposal that could open a dimensional space passage was this one to the abyss. It's kind of a final preparation. After completing this step, Lu Zheng directly released all of his divine favors before instantly summoning 30,000 out-of-body incarnations. He now held 29 divine pets in his hands, 20 of which had an average level of 650, and 9 of which had an average level of 550. The attributes of the divine favor are very high. At that time, the attributes of a 500-level divine favor, the mana value and life value were just a little bit worse than a full-level mediate god. Now that the 20 divine favorites that had truly reached the median god level, their basic attributes were even more directly on the master god level. Of course, it was still a bit short of comparing to the Lord God, but it didn't add up to much. 650 level divine favor. The average blood quantity was 350 billion. 20 of them added up to 7 trillion. The average mana value was 35 billion. 20 of them added up to 70 billion. The other 9 divine favors with an average level of 550 had an average blood quantity of 35 billion, which added up to 325 billion for the 9. The average mana value of 5 billion, which added up to 325 billion for the 9. Counting Lu Zheng's own mana and blood, it totaled 8 trillion in blood and 800 billion in mana. This wasn't even counting the 4 of them: Lu Zheng, the 6-eared macaque, the spirit Brightstone monkey as well as Jianma, who had their blood and mana values doubled tenfold after releasing the skill Tongtian Jianmu. Summoning an out-of-body avatar required a mere 10 million mana. After the mana bridge was established, 80,000 could be summoned in one breath. Therefore, Lu Zhang had only summoned 30,000 out-of-body incarnations, which was considered very restrained. With his current mana recovery speed, he could recover 20 billion mana points per second, which meant that there was no pressure at all to summon 2,000 out-of-body incarnations per second. But there's no need for it. 80,000 of them would be enough to carpet wreak havoc on the entire Worm's Nest dimension. As soon as so many out-of-body incarnations appeared, they directly launched the Circumstantial Star Dipper and Star Power skills, forming the Circumstantial Star Dipper formation first. It made the entire Worm's Nest plane almost enveloped in the power of the stars. This supreme advanced power was enough to make even the insect race feel fear from the depths of their bloodline. Strike Aura, Lucky Aura, Power of Judgment, Power of Gung Jin, Power of Ethereal Wood, Multiple Damage Gain Enhancement. And right after that, the real blessing skill was unleashed. Thunderbolt, Destruction. That's what thunder represents. 5 Thunderbolts was the strongest single attack skill that Lu Zhang had mastered in his hands. And Thunderbolt was definitely one of the most thorough skills in terms of ranged kills, especially after the addition of the Strike Aura, Star Power, and various other gains. The damage value increased to more than 6 times the base damage. A single arc of electricity was enough to turn a saint-level insect race into flying dust. Not to mention, at this moment, the sky was filled with world-destroying thunderbolts that were like pillars in the sky. The god-eating worm matriarch Sandra had appeared, and had appeared directly in her worm body. It had to come out. With such a big commotion, the dependents of the entire Worm's Nest plane, along with the genus, all gave it seconds. If it doesn't come out, it will be the next one to get seconds. It's you! Lu Zhang's aura was familiar to Sandra. Not to mention, Lu Zhang's body carried the mark. Sandra instantly recognized the human who had messed with it so long ago. Lu Zhang was disgusted when he saw this big bug. This thing was a perverted version of a caterpillar. The mouthpiece had a set of teeth curled inward, like a vent, and emitted a foul odor. It's revolting to look at it. Lu Zhang took out the super god artifact Death Heavenly Pillar. This weapon, having absorbed enough death force after 1,000 or so billion times of killing, had already been promoted to the level of a master divine artifact, and although it hadn't yet reached the level of a true super divine artifact, it was still enough. Looking like this and still coming out to meet people. I declare you, death penalty. Lu Zhang held the stick in both hands and inspired the Taotai skill, Dharma Heaven and Earth, doubling his full attributes and becoming huge in size, while at the same time, he inspired the Tong Arm 8 Monkey skill, Capture the Sun and Take the Moon, expanding both his arms and skyrocketing his strength attribute to 10 times its original size. As for any basic gains such as Strike Aura, naturally it had been enchanted long ago. And finally, the true blessing, the super skill, the Extermination Stick. Lu Zhang didn't even bother to look at Sandra's skills. It was so disgusting to look like this, and letting it live in this world for one more second made Lu Zhang feel that this world was a little bit dirtier. He directly unleashed a world-destroying strike. A stick fell, and the big bug that had just issued a question to Lu Zhang was unable to dodge, and in an instant, turned into powder. A stick of destruction that leaves nothing behind. Even the godhead is dried out. The entire Worm's Nest plane shook tremendously, as if it was going to collapse the next moment. Lu Zhang hurriedly arrived at the abyss through the gate of the abyss. Impulsive. This trip. For nothing. Chapter 157. An immortal spirit pet to make up the numbers? Witness the destruction of the realm. Requesting for readings. Lu Zhang wasn't the least bit surprised about the fact that he had knocked a Lord God to death with a single stroke of his stick. His basic attributes had already reached the level of a Lord God, and although he was a little weaker than a true Lord God, with multiple skill gains down, the output of a peak Lord God wouldn't necessarily be as high as his. After all, who has more skills at his disposal? He just regretted his impulsiveness. Not only did this stick knock out Sandra's main god-level godhead, it also induced the Worm's Nest realm to fall into collapse. Aside from the experience gained from killing those Sandra's dependents at the beginning, this was nothing. Filled with depression, Lu Zhang returned from the abyss back to the water globe planet. He appeared just in time to meet Xianyuan Wuji. Seeing this depressed look on his face, Xianyuan Wuji asked, "What's wrong? Could it be that the other evil gods intervened and weren't able to kill that Sandra?" Lu Zhang shook his head and said, "Killed? Then why do you look like this? I thought something had happened." Xianyuan Wuji asked suspiciously, "I killed it, but I pushed too hard, and I lost all my god frames, and the Worm's Nest realm collapsed. Aside from killing those dependents that allowed me to rise a few levels, I didn't get anything out of it." Lu Zhang replied. Xianyuan Wuji glared at him without any good reason. "If you really have nothing better to do, help those saint-level professionals to inherit the god's throne. I want to beat you up for letting you say that."
Lu Zheng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't. It's better for you guys to do this thing of helping to acquire the godhood. I still have a godhood to inherit myself." He didn't want to do this babysitting-like job anymore. After all, when you did this kind of thing before, you could still get some benefits along the way. But now, I'm afraid that only the process of inheriting the divine throne at the God King level might allow one to obtain something of value. Xian Yuan Wuji, however, said seriously, "It was me who didn't think it through before. The matter of the succession of the God King's throne can be done. But at the moment, the matter of the evil god's invasion doesn't have a characterization or closure. It will take some time for the copies of the divine kingdom of the elder gods to merge, but it's not certain what will happen afterward. Therefore, for this divine throne succession examination of the destruction god king, I hope that the sooner you complete it, the better." Lu Zhang also revealed a serious look as he spoke. "How about this? I'll leave all the immortal spirit pets behind. They've all reached over 400 levels as well, and there are also those that have reached 500 levels. They're considered to be not so weak combatants at the demigod level and the lower god level. So a little bit of help is a little bit of help. God's favor is not to be left behind. One more God's favor is one more power for oneself. Weakening oneself is not desirable at any time." However, immortal spirit pets were considered dispensable to Lu Zhang nowadays. After all, the battle power of one out-of-body incarnation was more than 100 immortal spirit pets, not to mention that he could summon 80,000 out-of-body incarnations in one breath. Shen Yuan Wuji nodded slightly and said, "A little more help would be good. You have a few immortal spirit pets. I'll distribute them around." In the next moment, Lu Zhang summoned out 383 immortal spirit pets. Xian Yuan Wuji was frozen throughout. "Is this what your split has become? How come there are so many of them? I haven't heard of any summoner who has so many summoned beasts, let alone you having so many divine pets." Obviously, he didn't tense up. "It's already excessive enough that you have so many divine favorites when others don't have a single one. Now it was surprising that they had even taken out several hundred immortal spirit pets in one breath. This is too much. Wouldn't the other summoners have their Dao hearts shattered if they knew? Those who could have an immortal spirit pet were already considered DCA's top summoners, and were definitely at the genius level. Now see, genius is just the gateway to seeing you, right?" Lu Zhang replied casually. "I can't summon more divine pets, so I can only take immortal spirit pets to make up the numbers." "Ah, an immortal spirit pet to make up the numbers?" If Wang Jun had heard this, he would have had to find a crack in the ground. After all, at that time, he had obtained a make-do spirit pet and had come to Lu Zhang in high spirits to show off. These words all gave Shen Yuan Wuji a whole silence. "That, senior, they're all yours. The smartest one is this heaven-stealing mouse. Whatever you need, whatever arrangements you have, just tell it and let it command these spirit pets." Lu Zhang was worried that Shen Yuan Wuji might not be able to hold down a violent beating, so he hurriedly buggered off. He had just refined the Destruction Demon Stone in the middle of the Abyssal Demon Realm. The Divine Destruction God King's Divine Position Examination had begun, and he now needed to head to the first mission location. Ding! You have opened the Divine Exam, the Divine King of Destruction. To inherit the Divine Throne, you need to fulfill the following 3 conditions. Condition 1, 100% affinity for destruction. Condition 2, completion of 9 tests. Condition 3, gathering of the Godhead. The first test, witness the destruction of the realm. Description: you need to find a realm that is being destroyed, and truly feel the process of a realm's destruction, until the realm is completely destroyed to complete the reward, destruction affinity plus 20%, divine skill, dimensional shattering. Any place that could be called a realm had to be at least a Lord God level copy of a divine kingdom. Lu Zhang didn't pay attention to the content of the mission in the Abyssal Demon Realm. The whole thing was dumbfounded when I saw the quest now. He had just destroyed the Worm's Nest dimension. If I had opened the quest earlier, I might have just finished it. Now where to find a destroying realm from? Moreover, wouldn't witnessing the complete destruction of the realm be in danger of the realm collapsing? This can be really life-threatening. Suddenly, Lu Zhang sensed that the destruction magic stone had given a guiding direction, and by the looks of it, it should be the direction to the destruction plane. The big deal is to let the doppelganger go in and witness it, and if the doppelganger sees it, he sees it himself, and it should be the same. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhang arrived at the place where the destruction magic stone was guiding him. An old place, the Valley of the Dragons. Entering it, Lu Zhang came directly in front of Dragon Emperor Phoenix. At this moment, the latter was looking at the location of the dragon's tomb with a grave expression on his face when he realized that there was an extra person beside him, giving him a shock. "Mr. Lu Zhang, what brings you here?" Phoenix asked suspiciously as he took in the appearance of the visitor. Lu Zhang pointed at the dragon's tomb and asked rhetorically, "What happened?" Phoenix was not angered by Lu Zhang's rudeness.
because he sensed that the current Lu Zhang was very powerful,
bringing him a pressure that was not even weaker than the golden dragon god.
And so it was answered.
A spatial tremor has occurred inside,
a force at the dimensional level. The dragon's tomb is essentially a part of the golden dragon god's divine realm plane, and at this time it is experiencing a tremor. And I am worried that something may have happened to the dragon god's coronation. The dragon god's coronation.
Lu Zhang sniffed and said in a deep voice,
"Has he never contacted you again after he went to the god realm last time?" "Not really, no news at all." Phoenix replied. "Wait until I go in first to find out what's going on," Lu Zhang said, releasing the skill triple split, directly dispatching all three splits together, allowing them to enter inside the dragon's tomb.
The main body can't go in.
It's too dangerous. Chapter 158, Can One Really Fight Him One Day?
Requesting for a follow-up reading. The inside of the dragon's tomb had been cleared by Lu Zhang before, so it could be said that it was empty.
Nothing. But at this point there is a little something.
Lu Zhang casually grabbed one of the pieces to check it out and realized that it was actually a piece of bone.
A Lord God level divine bone. After a slight perception, Lu Zhang was certain that this was a bone fragment of the golden dragon god Alex.
"Nice guy. I managed to save you with great difficulty,
but you turned around and went up to the god realm to give away your head."
Lu Zhang was rather speechless.
He was now basically certain that this Alex was no more.
The divine bones were made piece by piece. Its divine body should have been shattered.
After the death of a true god, the divine kingdom does not disappear along with it, unless it's been hit hard. As it stands now, the dragon god's divine realm plane is indeed collapsing and dying.
It could be seen that the battle that erupted between it and a certain existence had been so severe that it had shattered the divine kingdom plane. This represented the power of reaching the peak of the Lord God level.
The god realm really didn't seem like a good place, and it was definitely already dominated by the evil god.
When he was first remembered by the so-called fire god Laban, it was more than likely that an evil god had taken over the throne as well.
After all, how could a positive god care about a low-level professional from below?
Discovering a powerful professional should be used as an heir to his godhood,
rather than having all the monsters target him. Take for example the god-eating worm Mother Emperor Sandra. That's an evil god.
To have all the bug evil gods target Lu Zhang,
only an evil god would do such a thing.
Lu Zhang let the doppelganger continue to stay in this collapsing god's kingdom realm, exploring the mysteries of this realm's collapse.
After wandering around for a while, I suddenly found something unexpected. Godhead. A godhead of the Lord God. Obviously, this was the godhead of the golden dragon god.
I didn't realize it had left such a valuable thing behind after it died. A Lord God level godhead was a great help to Lu Zhang. Not that it was used to inherit the throne of the God King. Rather, it can be used for direct devouring.
Nowadays,
there was no level restriction for himself or his divine pet.
And this god's grimoire, which was rich in energy, represented something that could be converted into a large amount of experience value. Lu Zhang directly took it to Tao Tai. After Tao Tai swallowed it, his level skyrocketed, soaring to level 712 in a single breath, stepping into the level of an upper god. Lu Zhang's divine favorite could possess a battle power comparable to that of a medium god at the demigod level, and the lower god level was just a little bit weaker than that of a lord god. And at this point, when he stepped into the upper god level, the Lord God level, he could already hang on to it.
Tao Tai upgraded at a rapid pace, bringing huge amounts of attribute point feedback that made Lu Zhang feel great.
However,
the moment he thought that he had just accidentally smashed the godhead of the Lord God level evil god Sandra not long ago,
Lu Zhang felt another pang of heartache. What a waste! If it could be absorbed,
it would be possible to raise another divine favorite to the upper god level.
It seems like we have to find a way to plot the godhoods of the other main gods. Otherwise it is just impossible to let go of this inside. At this moment,
Lu Zhang suddenly felt a great terror from the void.
It was a feeling, not some energy shock.
The divine kingdom plane collapsed completely,
banishing the doppelganger into the absolute nothingness that followed the destruction. It seemed like a long time had passed in that moment. The doppelganger disappeared. Total destruction. A glimmer of realization arose in Lu Zhang's heart. Obviously,
that destruction god king's first mission was to make him feel what true destruction was.
Ding!
You have completed the first test of the Destruction God King Divine Throne Succession Test. Witness.
The destruction of the realm.
Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Dimensional Shattering.
Current Destruction Affinity, 90%. Lu Zhang's basic Destruction Affinity was not low. On the one hand, he had a high affinity for death and a high affinity for thunder. And in both directions, it had to do with destruction. On the other hand, he has witnessed a lot of destruction and caused a lot of it with his own hands. So there's a 70% base destruction affinity.
Lu Zhang looked towards that skill.
Skill, Dimensional Shattering. Effect, consume a minimum of 10 billion mana to activate a certain dimensional space, causing it to A very simple description that doesn't seem to have much offense. But just now, Lu Zhang could personally feel the terror of dimensional shattering. Once a dimensional collapse is created and one cannot escape in time, the consciousness is banished forever, returning completely to nothingness and destruction. This is a skill that can do no damage, and when it does, it's a sure kill. In that state, a Lord God could not escape, and Lu Zhang believed that even a God King could not escape, so if you use it right, then it can produce results in a small way. He was sort of quite satisfied with this skill. Moreover, by completing the first test, he also learned about the news of the Golden Dragon God's shipwreck, so it was kind of like killing two birds with one stone. The second test, Destruction. The Golem Tower. Description: in the Kingdom of Destruction, there are many puppet towers. Destroy any one of them to complete the test. Reward: Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Destruction Gauntlet. Destruction God's Kingdom. This was a realm that Lu Zhang had never come into contact with before. The God King's Divine Realm Plane. This was already in existence on the same level as the Undead Plane. The Destruction Demon Stone gave guidance, and Lu Zhang arrived in a copy called the High Tower of Divine Mechanisms. Not far into the copy, but he met an unexpected person. Mak Yunlan, why are you here? After seeing Lu Zhang, Mu Yunlan was even more surprised than him. I've come to complete the transfer quest. What brings you here? Lu Zhang said with a smile. Coincidentally, I'm also here to complete a mission. What is your mission and do you need help? Mu Yunlan did not make any pretense and directly synchronized the contents of his mission to Lu Zhang. Sixth Turning Quest, The Shining Flying Sword. Quest description: the high-powered cannons possessed by the tower guards are the quickest attack at the current level limit. Kill 10 guards and you will master the fastest sword. Mission requirements: kill LV 300 tower guard x10. Hint: after the 6th turn, your profession will produce an advancement. I have a feeling that after this one transfer, I'll be able to advance into the legendary profession Sword Immortal. I'll find a chance to fight you once more. Mak Yunlan opened his mouth. Although he was the one who had helped Mak Yunlan accumulate enough experience value to complete the 6th turn, it was also a manifestation of ability to continuously complete multiple transfer quests in such a short period of time. Instead, she was resilient and seemed to be holding her breath. Lu Zhang said with a smile. Good, then I'll help you. With that said, Lu Zhang directly utilized instantaneous transfer to bring Mu Yunlan to a high tower. It was a tower that was over 300 meters tall, and a single 8-clawed flying golem that was over 5 meters in height was hovering around it. Among them, the most conspicuous were the 48 armed humanoid puppets that were more than 30 meters tall. That is the so-called tower guard. Lu Zhang raised his hand, and a thunder grid that spread across almost the entire copy appeared. In an instant, all of the puppets, except for those 40 tower guards, turned into flying dust. Seeing this scene, Mu Yunlan faltered. Could one really fight him one day? Chapter 159, want to catch up with me? Woman, you can practice for a few hundred more years. Requesting for readings. Lu Zhang did not care at all about Mu Yunlan's self-doubting expression. After dealing with the cannon fodder golems, the tower guards noticed the movement on this side and immediately set fire towards this side. The supercharged energy blast almost blinds the eyes. Mak Yunlan couldn't help but call out immediately. Get out of the way. However, Lu Zhang did not flash or dodge, just letting those energies impact on him. After the seemingly very powerful beam landed on Lu Zhang's body, it was like a popsicle falling into hot boiling water and directly melting. No damage was done. Just kidding. The damage limit of an attack from a level 300 monster in the district was only a few million at best. With the Mana Annihilation passive skill in place, if one wanted to inflict damage on Lu Zhang, they had to have at least a few tens of billions of damage value to do so. Not to mention this, even Lu Zhang's body holding effect couldn't be broken. Lu Zhang's basic hegemony absolute immunity to spell attack damage still had over a billion more to go. And letting this energy hit him was just Lu Zhang wanting to perceive what kind of energy state the so-called high energy cannon was. Feel it now. Wild and passionate. Not bad for high energy. In the next moment, Lu Zhang raised his hand, and thunder chains descended from the sky as all the tower guards were bound by him. Here, pick 10 and kill them. Mak Yunlan woke up with a start at his words, his complexion somewhat complicated. Take a deep breath and once again allow yourself to be firm in your confidence. Be sure to chase after him. Immediately after that, the flying sword in his hand chopped out, directly penetrating the core of a high tower guard, completing the blow. The blood levels of the tower guards had all been reduced to a level where there was only one blood skin by Lu Zhang's use of thunder chains, so it was easy to kill them. Soon, the 10 tower guards were killed. Under Lu Zhang's watchful eye, Mu Yunlan completed his career advancement. Legendary profession, Sword Immortal. It really has been promoted to the legendary level. In fact, most professions have the opportunity to have their profession quality promoted when they make a transfer. often completing the transfer at the second or third turn. However, there were basically none that could be promoted to a legendary level occupation. In the Great Summer Alliance, there was and is only Shen Yuan Wuji's Divine Heavenly Mage a legendary rank profession, and it was awakened to become a legendary rank right from the start. After that, it seemed that Mak Yunlan was the first one to be promoted to the legendary level. All the previous talk about sword cultivators being able to advance to legendary rank professions was just a rumor. In fact, no one has ever been able to become a sword immortal. Mu Yunlan was the first, and was considered to have set a precedent and shown a path for the crowd. A legendary great profession meant that one could at least advance to the demigod level. Lu Zhang pointed at the remaining 30 high tower guards. It's all yours. Mu Yunlan, who had just completed his career advancement, also had the intention to show off his abilities in front of Lu Zhang and gain the other party's recognition. Therefore, there was no hesitation and the skill was released directly. Tai splitting light sword. In an instant, the two sword lights intertwined and fused on top of the flying sword, transforming into a stream of light. In just a blink of an eye, it went through the core of 30 high tower guards. Nice skill. The single attack effect is strong. This sword royalty is also quite good. As he spoke, Lu Zhang took out a sword from his storage compartment, and the flying sword assumed various postures under his command. Mak Yunlan asked in horror. This is the skill of a sword cultivator. How do you know it? Lu Zhang said with a smile. Just learned it from you. Am I half a sword cultivator now? Mu Yunlan fell into a stupor at his words. It could still be like this. You know everything I know, and I don't know everything you know, so how am I going to catch up with you? Previously, Lu Zhang had posted a photo that made Wang Jun and the others break their defenses. Now that Mu Yunlan had made a small comparison with Lu Zhang in person, with a higher breaking defense index, he almost directly collapsed his Dao heart. Your career potential is high. Keep up the good work. I have to go finish my mission as well. Farewell. As Lu Zhang's words came out, Mu Yunlan subconsciously asked politely, what's the mission? Do you need my help? Lu Zhang replied casually. It's just a trip to the Destruction God's kingdom to get rid of a golem tower. A copy of this, which should be something derived from the Destruction God's kingdom. Thanks for your kindness, but there's no need. I can handle it alone. After saying that, he directly followed the guidance of the Destruction Demon Stone and entered the tall tower in front of him. From the lowest level, within the Destruction God's kingdom, and outside, Mu Yunlan watched him disappear into the tower with a bitter smile on his face. It's me who's out of my depth. But immediately, she gave herself another pep talk. One day, I will help you. Lu Zhang didn't realize that the female classmate who had been comparing her highs and lows with himself was now bent on being able to help himself. Even if I knew, I would have laughed it off. His rate of advancement would only get faster and faster, and those who wanted to catch up with his footsteps would end up not even seeing his back. The only ones who could help him now were God King level existences. In the future, even less likely. Want to catch up with me? Woman, you can practice for a few hundred more years. After practicing for a few hundred years, you'll realize that you still can't see my back, and can only hear my legend. Lu Zhang entered within the copy of the Destruction God's kingdom, and the scene in front of him almost made him think that he had entered a future robot world. All sorts of sci-fi looking flying golems were flying around uncountable hundreds or thousands of meters high giant towers, one emitting a very strong energy level feedback. And the moment he appeared, a burst of alarms sounded throughout the entire Destruction God's kingdom. Thousands of flying puppets headed towards Lu Zhang's side of the distance, as well as a dozen or so towers that were closer, directly releasing water tank thick energy impact cannons. It was as if a stain had appeared to wipe him out in a hurry. Lu Zhang didn't dodge or avoid, directly opening the domain of Thunder Zephyr and beckoning to release the skill. Thunderclap. The most violent energy is thunder. Bar none. Thunder as thick as a building kept falling, and in a single breath, the area around Lu Zhang was cleared. Regardless of whether it was a tower or a golem, all of them turned into a pile of trash. His second assessment task was naturally completed successfully. The Divine King succession examination targeted demigods to at most lower true gods. Where would one expect a full Lord God level Lu Zhang to descend? The task fell into his hands and it was a total take. Both the flying golem and the tower had blood bars and levels on them, which meant that they were also classified as a type of monster. Not a wasted trip. Ding! You have completed the second course of the Destruction God King Divine Throne Succession Assessment, Destruction. Puppet Tower. Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Destruction Gauntlet. Current Destruction Affinity, 110%. The third test, Shoot Down. Destroy the Frisbee. Description: the Destruction Frisbee hovering around the vault tower is its absolute protection and defense force. Use the Destruction High Power Cannon to shoot them down, and the number of them shot down is greater than 10,000. Then you can complete the reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Shield of Destruction. Chapter 160, Tower of Destruction. Opening the era of tower defense.
Requesting for follow-up readings. The key to the third test was that you had to use the Destruction High-Energy Cannon skill to shoot down the Destruction Frisbee.
For an ordinary examiner,
using this skill was indeed the most appropriate way to use it, but if other skills were allowed,
a thunderclap from Lu Zhang would have directly resolved the fight. However, this skill is actually not bad. Skill, Destruction Blaster.
Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 million mana to unleash a high-energy particle impact energy blast on a single target, dealing a minimum of 20 million points of spell damage.
The damage effect is explosive. 1 million mana for 20 million points of damage. A 20-fold gain. Very good value.
Even though there were many ways to parry and dodge this attack in the form of pure energy blasts, Lu Zhang also had skills that guaranteed to deal real damage.
Theoretically,
the destructive power of this skill even surpassed the strongest single skill currently mastered by Lu Zhang.
5 Thunderbolts.
Looking at the various flying puppets that were gradually gathering towards him,
Lu Zhang directly summoned 10,000 out-of-body avatars and unleashed his skill, Destruction High Energy Cannon. 1 man, a legion. Concentrated Fire Strike.
He alone formed a fire suppression and full fire coverage on that roaming flying golem. Under the effect of the blast aura, the destructive power of the high power cannon becomes even greater.
10,000
Destruction Frisbee kill target numbers in 1 instant.
Incidentally, a dozen towers were blown to rubble as well. This assessment task is too easy. Next item. Ding.
You have completed the third test of the Destruction God King Divine Throne Succession Test. Shoot down
Destruction Frisbee. Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Shield of Destruction. Current Destruction Affinity, 130%. Skill, Broken Shield. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10 million mana to create a dead-end energy shield.
Immune to energy impact damage below 100 million points. And for the portion above 100 million points, immune to 20% of the damage value and rebound the damage as broken energy, unable to defend against physical damage. This is a skill that is similar to a passive divine skill of the Overlord class, and the energy shock here is supposed to contain both spell damage and mental damage.
That is, it is irresistible to physical damage.
The most important thing is to have a rebound effect.
It's kind of a nice ability to have.
The fourth course of the test, Traversing
the Prismatic Tower.
Description: the core of the Kingdom of Destruction is guarded by the Prismatic Tower. Pass through the Prismatic Defense Network and enter the true core of the Kingdom of God.
Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Tower of Destruction. With a little thought,
one could see that the Broken Shield skill rewarded by the third test was something that could help pass the fourth test. The intent of the examination should be to allow the passage of this layer of defense by virtue of the Shield of Destruction. It was sort of a test of the candidate's general qualities in terms of his or her ability to react and recover mana.
Lu Zhang obviously didn't need to go through so much trouble. He walked straight over. A little defense is not necessary. That Prismatic Tower's Prismatic Shock only had an energy shock damage value of 200 million. It couldn't even break Lu Zhang's basic hegemony. And the Mana Annihilation skill passive couldn't even be triggered. He directly took 2 steps as if he was walking idly. And after realizing that it was very boring, he instantly moved over there. It's still the easiest to instantly move. Ding.
You have completed the fourth course of the Divine Throne Inheritance Assessment for the God King of Destruction, Traversal.
Prismatic Tower. Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Tower of Destruction. Current Destruction Affinity, 150%. Skill, Tower of Destruction. Effect, summons a Tower of Destruction by consuming a minimum of 1 billion mana,
which can inflict a minimum of 5 billion points of single destructive light spell damage on any target within its attack range. With a frequency of 5 attacks per minute, the Tower of Destruction will remain in place until it is
5 times per minute means that is 1 attack released every 12 seconds. 12 seconds to complete a minimum of 5 billion points of damage in energy recharge. This was definitely a divine skill. As for the mana consumption of a mere billion points, it was absolutely nothing. It's just a hairy thing. Moreover, with this skill, there was still room for excavation. Consuming $10 billion could create an even more powerful Tower of Destruction. Placement is complete and left alone. With this skill, the Daxia Alliance can completely open the era of tower defense. Quite good. Worthy of a God King skill. The surprise brought to Lu Zhang was no less than a powerful skill like Blossom on the other side. The fifth test, Kill. Destroy the Incarnation. Description, entering within the Destruction Mirror Lake. You will face a Destruction avatar formed with the Destruction core as its body. The level of the avatar is the same as yours. Master the most basic Destruction divine skills. Kill it and complete the bonus, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Destruction Incarnation. Seeing the name of the rewarded divine skill, Lu Zhang instantly felt quite interested. Another incarnation-type skill that should have a good ability. He was still more excited about it. Soon, he arrived within the so-called Destruction Mirror Lake. Just after stepping into this place, above the lake, a destruction incarnation that looked exactly like himself and had the same rank formed. Lu Zhang didn't even need to use the Breaking Delusion Golden Pupil, and only used the passive skill Real Pupil to see its attributes. Once he saw that this guy's blood quantity was only a few billion of an ordinary mediate god, he immediately revealed a disappointed expression. In the next moment, a direct 5 thunderbolt annihilated it. It didn't even give it a chance to release its skills. Too trashy for this thing. Lu Zhang had no interest in wasting time on it at all. Ding! You have completed the 5th course of the Divine Throne Succession Assessment for the God King of Destruction. Kill. Destruction Incarnate. Bonus, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Destruction Incarnation. Current Destruction Affinity, 170%. Skill, Destruction Incarnate. Effects, consume 10 billion mana to create an avatar of destruction of the same level as yourself. The avatar masters the power of destruction and destruction skills, and can be summoned repeatedly after death. When the self encounters destruction, it can transfer the destruction to the. Lu Zhang was extremely dissatisfied with the battle power of the destruction incarnation. This was because his own battle power far exceeded his own rank, whereas the battle power of his avatar was just the ordinary level of his existing rank. But after seeing that this incarnation even had it instead of destruction aka scapegoat effect, he couldn't help but smile, even praised it. It's truly worthy of a God King level skill. How cheap is it to get a scapegoat being for $10 billion? This was the atmosphere that a God King who had mastered destruction should have. Makes death very cheap. But then again, since there was such a divine skill in hand, how did the destruction God King fall? Lu Zhang couldn't help but have huge doubts. Right now, however, he didn't have the heart to think about these issues. He had to seize the time to obtain this God King position as early as possible, and there were still more things to deal with. The 6th test, Feelings. Death is also destruction. Description: the projection of the God King of Destruction is about to descend to the Mirror Lake of Destruction. Once its blood level decreases, it will not increase and will not leave the range of the Mirror Lake. Destroy it and you will pass the examination. Bonus, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Destruction True Body, Passive. Chapter 161, Hegemony increases again. Foots only, it's just a bit awkward. Begging for a follow-up read. Lu Zhang found a problem. This 6th examination. It was obvious that it had to be at the minimum of the upper god level, and it had to be a high-level upper god in order to pass. After all, from the analysis of the content of the test, this was to allow the test taker to continuously create destructive avatars to enter within the destructive mirror lake to consume that destructive God King's projection. This process then allows the referent to feel the relationship between death and destruction through the destruction of the incarnation. The difficulty of the entire Lord of Destruction's test was gradual. For the 5th test, one would also have to have the strength of a mediate god or so to pass it relatively easily. It should be said that, from the very beginning, the content of the Destruction God King Divine Throne Succession Examination was a long-term task. Every once in a while, you can come back and move on to the next task, until the strength is enough to inherit the throne of the God King. Compared to the Death God King's 9 tests, it was much more difficult. However, it was never expected that a Divine Throne successor like Lu Zhang, who was strong enough to break all the rules, would emerge. The projection of the God King of Destruction emerged. An existence at the peak level of an elder god had also mastered several powerful skills of a God King of Destruction. Any ordinary superior god who appeared here would have a hard time dropping much blood even if they gave their own lives. However, Lu Zhang was able to kill even a Lord God level existence in seconds. The battle power of the district's upper divine perfection was not challenging, and there was no pressure at all. The Destruction God King projection had just appeared. Lu Zhang directly unleashed the 2 skills Real Blessing plus Destruction High Energy Cannon. 100 billion mana was poured into it. The damage output was 2 trillion, and the strike aura was tripled. Star power plus twice as much. 10 trillion damage. Output pull full. Seconds if you show your head. Ding! You have completed the 6th test of the Divine Throne Succession test for the God King of Destruction. Feeling. Death is also destruction. Bonus, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Destruction True Body, Passive. Current Destruction Affinity, 190%. Skill, Destruction, Passive. Effect, immunity to a single damage value of less than 1 billion points. 20% reduction of physical damage. 20% reduction of energy damage, and part of the reduction is rebounded to the source of the damage by the power of destruction. Once again, you get a hegemony increase. After this increase in mitigation, Lu Zhang had 99.45% physical damage immunity and 99.15% spell damage immunity. Both physical and spell immunity were reduced to less than 1%. Moreover, the Destruction True Body even had a counter-injury effect. As long as one's blood was added thickly enough, one didn't even need to make an attack. Relying on damage immunity and counter damage, one could consume the enemy to death. The 7th test content, recapture. Pupil of Destruction. Description: the super artifact Pupil of Destruction has been seized by the main god-level evil god vampire originator Gaara. Find Gaara and retrieve the Pupil of Destruction to complete the reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Destruction Mantra. The 6th test was at the upper god level, and for the 7th test, the difficulty was directly raised to the Lord God level. Could it be that the last test also involves killing a God King? This Destruction God King's examination was really bad. It was nowhere near as painful as the Death God King's test, and although the Death God King's test ended up taking out a Lord God as well, it was just an accident. This, however, is a tangible part of the test. Wasn't it said that Gaara had to be killed? But wouldn't taking a super artifact from an evil god be the same as having to kill the other person? Moreover, one may have to face the siege of his dependents. If another person had come, it was estimated that they might have to latch on to this test for the rest of their lives, and they might not even be able to complete the 9 tests until they died. One item is more difficult than the other. It's unbelievable. You're just going to pick an heir. It's not like you're going to raise a God King out of nothing. Although the content of the test did not cause any harm to Lu Zhang, this form of it still made Lu Zhang feel angry. The Devil Stone of Destruction gave guidance once again, and according to its guidance, one should be able to find the Pupil of Destruction. Lu Zhang did not waste any time and instantly moved outside. Leave the Destruction God's Kingdom and come into the copy of the High Tower of God's Machine. Leaving the God's Machine High Tower copy again, he came outside a copy called Cool Cold Black Domain. I just came over, but I saw a familiar face again. Senior Wu. Master, why are you here? Lu Zhang asked. Wu Tuahai and Fu Sangli also felt quite surprised after seeing Lu Zhang. Wu Tuahai replied, Elder Brother Fu came to complete the Divine Position Examination mission, and I came over to help him, but now there's been an accident, and it's still unclear what happened. Fu Sangli, on the other hand, asked in return, how did you get here? Lu Zhang replied, I'm also here to complete the God Position Test mission. Master, what is your mission? And what divine position have you inherited? Fu Sangli didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that he and his disciple would complete the Godhead examination mission together. It is not uncommon for a family of teachers and disciples to gain the divine position together, so he said happily, what I'm going to inherit is the divine throne of the War God King of the main gods, under the lineage of the Destruction God King. What divine throne are you going to inherit? Lu Zhang had some difficulty in speaking. I inherit the throne of the God King of Destruction. The smile on Fu Sangli's face instantly stiffened, while Wu Tuahai, who was on the sidelines, directly burst into laughter. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. This is also a good thing. Just like me helping the Regulus War God who inherited the Thunder God's throne, the two of you helping each other should be a good boost for both of you to inherit the divine throne. Wu Tuahai's explanation did not ease Fu Sangli's face. Fu Sangli was not angry. The better Lu Zhang was, the happier he was naturally. It's just a little awkward. Lu Zhang said hurriedly. Master, what exactly is your mission? Fu Sangli collected his expression and slowly spoke. Retrieve the main artifact, the Scepter of War, that was left behind in the middle of the cool, dark domain. Wu Tuahai followed. The cool cold black domain was originally just an ordinary saint-level copy, and an evil race called the Night Demons existed inside, which was in darkness all year round. But just now, I went in and sensed it, and found that there was actually a mediate god-level aura inside. That's still just on the periphery. So I'm worried that there are more god-level evil demons or even evil gods at the upper god level inside. I can deal with 1 or 2, but I'm afraid that old Fu's mission won't be accomplished by then. He said this conservatively, but he was actually afraid that Fu Sangli would enter it and be killed by a god-level existence. Under the gods, all are ants. Not to mention upper gods, a fierce battle at the middle god or even lower god level might directly plunge a single demigod in the district into death. Lu Zhang associated himself with his mission and spoke in a deep voice. It's probably the evil god of the vampire clan descending. This copy of the cool cold black domain is the place that connects to the originating vampire. A copy of the main god level evil god Gaara's divine kingdom. And what's in there has run out and is going to use this place as an outpost for the invasion of the planet Water Globe. Wu Tuahai was surprised when he heard that and said, then what should we do? Inform the Regulus War God to gather forces now? No need. It's my test mission to take out Gaara. The moment Lu Zhang's words came out, Wu Tuahai's face revealed the same look of embarrassment that was on Fu Sangli's face just now. Chapter 162 Destruction God Spell? No, it should be called the Falling Well Spell, requesting for follow-up readings. As a senior, he himself was still a superior god now, and the first thing he thought of when he encountered a problem was to ask for help. Instead, Lu Zhang, a junior, was directly going to go up and solve the problem all by himself. Inside, it does get a little awkward. However, Wu Tuahai had sort of experienced the scene of being shocked by Lu Zhang in person quite a few times. It quickly adjusted its mindset. Just in time, Lu Zhang, you make a move to destroy all the evil gods inside, and we'll go back in and look for that Master God artifact, Wu Tuahai said. Lu Zhang, on the other hand, shook his head and said, don't bother, give me 10 minutes. I'll take out the Scepter of War first, so that you can complete the transfer first, Master. Before the words left his mouth, Lu Zhang had already entered the cool cold black domain copy. With the ability of the heaven-stealing mouse, it was easy for him to find the location of that Scepter of War. This thing was sealed in an altar guarded by a demigod-level monster, and Lu Zhang directly broke the altar and took it out. Not more than 3 minutes before and after, he handed the Scepter of War to Fu Sanli. The latter received the contents of the last Lord God-level divine examination after grabbing the Scepter of War. After seeing the contents, Fu Sanli's face became even more odd. My last test is to assist you in retrieving the Supremacy Artifact Pupil of Destruction, and I will only be considered to have completed the test once you have obtained the Supremacy Artifact. Fu Sanli paused and then continued to ask, so, what do you need me to do? There is no need to do anything. You can just wait here, and when I kill that vampire originator, Gara, and retrieve the Pupil of Destruction, your mission will be accomplished. Lu Zhang said and glanced at the depths of the cool black domain copy. All the evil demons and evil gods in there have been killed by me, and when I go for another trip within the vampire god's kingdom, things will be over. Before the words fell, Lu Zhang's figure disappeared. All the monsters in the cool cold black domain were slaughtered by him, releasing his divine favorites and avatars. And when he went to the main god-level god realm next, the avatars could not be kept outside, letting them enchant their statuses on the main body and divine favorites, or else all that mana would be wasted. The portal to the divine realm of the vampire progenitor, Gara, lies beneath the altar that seals the Scepter of War. At this point, the passage was fully open. Even though he himself was already very powerful, Lu Zhang still habitually utilized the triple divergence skill to release 3 doppelgangers and enter inside to explore first. The blood-colored light was released from nowhere, enveloping the entire dark space. A large number of vampires had gathered here, and they were apparently preparing to enter within the water globe from here. The 3 doppelgangers directly cleared their mana values together and released the skill Thunderclap, turning the surroundings into a thunder inferno. It didn't matter if it was a 5th or 6th turn, but whether it was a demigod or a lower true god, or even a mediate god, within this piece of thunder purgatory, none of them were able to survive. Such a large firework blossomed within the divine kingdom, and of course Gara, who was the Lord God, sensed it immediately. A huge vampire with a wingspan of more than 200 meters floated above the sky as if it was covering the sky, but there was no sun here in the first place, and the demonic red light set off a terrifying and eerie atmosphere. The 3 doppelgangers surrounded it. Immediately afterward, Lu Zhang's main body appeared and raised his hand to summon 50,000 incarnations as the perimeter star dipper formation was formed. Aura of Storm, Aura of Luck, Power of Judgment, Real Blessing Skill Plus, and finally, Destruction High Power Cannon. One shot to clear the blood bar. It was merely a Lord God who had just been revived not long ago and whose thinking attributes had not yet returned to their full strength. It was simply impossible to resist an attack that Lu Zhang had unleashed after the infusion of 100 billion mana values. Now, Lu Zhang had imbued the mana based on the guy's blood volume, and the strike was only on his chest position, ensuring the existence of the godhead. Arriving at a Lord God level godhead, he turned his attention back to those dependents of Gara. There were also 2 upper god level vampires among them, which were also good resources. Most of Lu Zhang's divine favorites were still at the medium god level, and the divine frames at the upper god level were considered to be a good tonic, bringing in a considerable amount of experience value. As for that Lord God level godhead, after a little thought, it was still taken to Tao Tai. At the deity level, a divine favorite at the upper god level could bring far more help than a middle god, and if one could help Tao Tai advance to the Lord God level, it would definitely be a battle force strong enough to suppress the God King level. After devouring this God's sigil, Tao Tai's level was raised to level 778, and with 2 or 3 more Lord Gods killed and 2 or 3 more Lord God level God sigils devoured, he would be able to advance to the Lord God level, letting the God's favorite carry out an exterminating massacre on Gara's dependents. Lu Zhang himself followed the guidance of the Destruction Magic Stone and found the Pupil of Destruction. It's a gemstone. After refining it, Lu Zhang felt an additional object in his brow. With a thought, a destructive light shot out, and the entire space created a great turbulence. Lu Zhang could not help but be shocked. Just now, a randomly inspired light of destruction had mobilized a mere 100 million mana points.
but it had already shaken dimensional space. That's pretty devastating. Not bad for a superb artifact.
Compared to the destructive high-energy cannon, this destructive light was even less easy to dodge, and it looked like it was destructive to everything. Low consumption, high power. It's a good baby. Ding!
You have completed the 7th course of the Divine Throne Succession Assessment for the God King of Destruction. Recapture.
Pupil of Destruction.
Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Destruction Mantra.
Current Destruction Affinity, 210%.
Skill, Destruction Spell. Effect, consume 1 billion mana to unleash a destructive spell on a single target, and when it is attacked and injured, the spell will be unleashed, causing a minimum of 10 billion points of damage,
with no upper limit. Although the description wasn't very clear,
Lu Zhang still understood it at once. This skill shouldn't be called the Destruction God spell. It should be called the Falling Well spell. Its effect is to trigger when the target takes damage,
utilizing the power of destruction to expand that damage by 10 billion points of damage.
That billion mana had the potential to pry 100 billion points of damage or a trillion points of damage. Depends on what kind of actual damage is done to the target.
Specializing in falling off the wagon. This skill was quite good. Another ability that Lu Zhang had not been exposed to. In his opinion, any means that could make the damage dealt skyrocket on top of what he already had was a divine technique. This skill, very much in line with his mental expectations. He was now even a little bit looking forward to what the reward for the next test would be. The 8th test, Destruction. God's Kingdom Realm. Description: only if you have truly created destruction can you master true destruction. Destroy 3 main God-level God realms to complete the reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Divine Kingdom Plane. Seeing the rewarded skill, Lu Zhang could not help but freeze for a moment. How is it that there's a creative skill for the God King of Destruction's divine skill? Moreover, the name of the skill was, moreover, a bit suspicious. Didn't the Divine Kingdom Plane allow one's own domain to evolve as long as one became a god? How is it still a skill? Chapter 163, come all the way here. Let's settle it here. Requesting for a follow-up read. Lu Zhang himself had already stepped into the medium god level, his own divine power evolving into a domain and forming the Divine Kingdom Plane. It's just that he has no desire to develop the realm, so it didn't actually develop into a true state of the Kingdom of God. Once the Divine Kingdom Plane is finalized, it can be entered and destroyed by others. The current state of the domain, even if it was destroyed, it wouldn't have any effect on itself. However, if it was stereotyped as a divine realm plane, then once it suffered destruction, one's own godhead would also be implicated. The examination said that it was for Lu Zhang to destroy 3 divine realms, which was almost the same as killing 3 lord gods. After all, who would sit back and watch their god's kingdom realm being destroyed by other people? Lu Zhang was quite interested in that God's Kingdom Plane skill, and it just so happened that there was a Lord God level evil god, the God's Kingdom Plane of the vampire patriarch Gara, right in front of him. After letting Tao Tai devour everything, he first opened an abyssal gate to enter the abyss, and then utilized the triple split skill to unleash the split. Let the doppelganger mobilize its mana and release the dimensional shattering skill rewarded by the first examination content of the God King of Destruction. A direct, devastating blow. The entire realm produced a violent tremor, and in less than 2 minutes, it completely collapsed and destroyed. At the same time, that alter ego was no more. After feeling the shock of dimensional destruction once again, Lu Zhang still had palpitations in his heart. With the power he currently had at his disposal, he could not withstand such destruction. Whenever one encountered something like a shattered dimension, one had to run away at the first opportunity, without the slightest hesitation. The test was to destroy 3 realms, and this was only the first. There are still 2 Lord God level evil gods to be found. Lu Zhang sensed his surroundings and found an upper god level ice demon. Come what may, let's settle here. The 9 abyssal demon kings originally existed within the abyssal demon realm, and there must have been quite a few Lord God level warriors under their command, and even if some were lost during that war, it wouldn't be difficult to find 2 probable ones now. Alex, the golden dragon god, was killed in the god realm. Lu Zhang guessed that a considerable portion of the evil gods should have gone to the midst of the god realm, and although the abyssal demon realm was said to be one of the evil gods' home bases, there wouldn't be a few god king level warriors left behind here. Be careful. The chances of killing 2 lord gods and causing a god king level evil god to go berserk wouldn't be too great. Consuming tens of billions of mana and releasing the skill Stealing Heaven's Chance, he succeeded in determining the location of a Lord God class evil god, the cold demon at the upper god level. Lu Zhang did not directly kill it, but left an avatar behind to wait for a while and strike together. Along the way, when he sensed a large-scale gathering of evil demons or the presence of evil gods at the level of median god or above, he left behind an avatar. First, he would utilize the void walking skill to hide.
and wait for the time to be right before launching an attack together. At that time,
even if a divine king made a move, he would be able to cover his true form. Finally escaped without incident. Utilizing the ability of stealing the heavens, he found the location of the two Lord God level evil gods in one go, leaving 20,000 avatars to surround them while Lu Zhang's true body hid. Slaying the Lord God wasn't much of an effort for him. The key was that his goal wasn't to slay the evil god, but to destroy the divine kingdom plane. Lu Zhang had his avatar take on the appearance of a flame demon and fought one-on-one against two Lord God level evil gods. It was to allow them to use out divine kingdom to aid in battle. The divine kingdom was an evolved form of the domain, and within the divine kingdom, the consumption of the same spell skill could be reduced by half, or even to 1/10 of the original. Mana recovery speed is also increased exponentially. There are all sorts of other benefits. All in all, it's a huge increase in battle power. However, there was one thing: once the divine kingdom realm appeared, Lu Zhang's avatars that were within its realm would simply dissipate due to the isolation of the realm space. Therefore, next to the two main gods, Lu Zhang had also left behind an avatar created using the triple divergence skill for each of them. At the same time, he also left the six-eared macaque as well as the spirit brightstone monkey, each with a position. Divine favorites can be recalled within the summoning bit at any time, so there is no need to worry about their safety. Moreover, these two divine favorites now had the battle power of an incipient Lord God level, and with the help of another incarnation, killing those two Lord God level evil gods wasn't a problem. Of course, they are there just in case. Maybe it won't be used at all. Finally, the two evil gods unleashed their divine kingdom realm aid after realizing that they could not easily destroy Lu Zhang's incarnation. Without hesitation, Lu Zhang directly allowed the doppelganger lurking nearby to enter it, consuming all of his mana and releasing the skill, Dimensional Shattering. After the dimensions began to shatter, these two Lord God level evil gods were both extremely angry. The divine realm plane began to break up, could not be stopped, and the only way to rebuild the divine realm was to wait for its complete destruction. And Lu Zhang's bilocation directly dissipated in place. Although the two Lord God level evil gods were incomparably angry, they could only flee out of the divine kingdom plane. At this time, those ambushed out-of-body incarnations appeared together, mana infused, launching skills together to deal real damage. Whether it was the Lord God level evil gods dependent subordinate gods or the evil god himself, all of them were directly drowned in the endless thunder. Letting his incarnation put away his godhead, Lu Zhang put away his divine favors and directly opened the abyssal gate to leave the abyssal demon realm. With the deaths of the two Lord gods, coupled with the big scene made by Lu Zhang, the already revived abominable demon king directly stormed out after sensing what had happened. For the abyssal demon king, his divine kingdom had become one with the abyssal demon realm. It knows exactly what happened. In an instant, it locked onto the abyssal gate where Lu Zhang had just disappeared. A terrifying energy forcefully held up the abyssal door that was about to close. And immediately afterward, this entrance continued to increase and strengthen. The abominable demon king released a Lord God level projection through the abyssal gate, and then realized that, on the other side of the gate, was the undead plane. Yes, Lu Zhang had not returned to the water polo planet. He was well aware that at his current level, every move he made would affect the entire realm. Therefore, enough care is needed. How powerful the power of the God King level was, he who possessed a God King doppelganger was naturally well aware of it. And as for the abyssal demon king's ability, he could be said to know nothing about it now. Therefore, it went straight to the undead realm. After all, his God King level detachment was right here. Even if the abyssal demon king himself had descended, Lu Zhang was not afraid. Seeing just a projection equivalent to a Lord God level appear, Lu Zhang could not help but light up. Come and don't go. Be the first to unleash the skills 72 changes and Shimi Wanfa to gain access to the changes and skills of this abyssal demon king. God King level existed. And none of their skills were weak, especially since this abyssal 9 devil kings were something like the origin of the world. And after they were eliminated, they would be reborn. The abilities that are possessed are extremely strong. Other than that, Lu Zhang saw the delightful hegemony skill at a glance. Chapter 164, isn't that creating a breach for yourself? Requests for follow-up reading. Lu Zhang had an obsession with overbearing skills that increased damage immunity. It had been a few percent, or a few %, and he wanted to see if he could add up to 100% absolute dominance state or not. Skill, Abominable Demon Body, Passive. Effect, Immunity to single damage below 100 billion points. 10% reduction of physical damage. 10% reduction of energy damage, after death. Absorbing the power of Abomination can regroup the Abomination body and be reborn in the Abyssal Demon realm. Seeing the damage reduction part in front of him, Lu Zhang still felt that it was quite reasonable. While outright immunity to 100 billion points of damage is a bit too overbearing, the overall damage reduction, A mere 10% reduction in both physical and energy damage is pretty ordinary. However, when he saw the last one, Lu Zheng froze as a whole. No limits, unlimited rebirth. As long as there are still abominations left, you can keep dying and then coming back to life. And coming back to life, it's just a matter of time. And there's no limit to the number of times you can do it. Lu Zheng was a bit confused for a moment. Although he had already gotten some information about the infinite resurrection of the 9 demon kings of the abyss from the inherited memories given by the Death God King before, he was still a bit surprised when he got this skill in person. At the same time, he had a little worry. Everything comes with a price. And how can the benefits of unlimited resurrection and eternal immortality not come with a price? Lu Zheng saw the last sentence. Being reborn in the midst of the abyssal demonic realm. Obviously, once resurrected, it might be completely bound to the abyssal demon realm. Lu Zheng came back to his senses, thinking that he might have been overly concerned. After all, with all the resurrection skills one has, what's missing is this one? Besides, with my hegemony plus, I can still get myself killed. After this increase, he already had 99.55% physical damage immunity and 99.25% spell damage immunity. Looking at the other skills of the abominable demon lord's doppelganger, they were all okay. Evil God, Abomination of the Demon King, Projection. Rank, LV. 899, Main God. Life, 1. 500 billion / 1. 500 billion. Mana, 20 billion / 20 billion. Power, 28 million. Agile, 24. 5 million. Spirit, 27. 5 million. Body mass, 26 million. Skills, Abomination Hammer. Abomination Spirit. Soul Bite. Abyssal Eruption. Demon King's Projection. Demon Hedge. Dark Fury. Demon King's Shield. Abomination Body, Passive. Among these skills, Lu Zheng only had one magic hedge in his sights, apart from that hegemony passive skill. Skill, Magic Hedge. Effect, if your mana is not less than 100 billion points, you can spend at least half of your mana to hedge the target with an equal amount of mana. This was similar to the Death God King's Blossom on the other side skill, but while the latter was based on the target and weakened the opponent's mana by half, the former was based on itself and did not limit the total amount of target mana that could be cashed out. If one's own mana is more than twice that of the opponent, then one can empty their mana in one gulp. From a strategic point of view, it is obvious that Magic Hedge is more effective when fighting at the same level one-on-one. Pure Blossom applies to situations where the enemy is strong and we are weak, directly weakening the target by half their mana at minimal cost. Of course, Lu Zheng had both skills now. You could have gotten half of the target's mana off with Peppermint Blossom first, and then used Magic Hedge to drain it of its mana. But in general, there are actually numerous incarnations where both skills have the same effect. After Lu Zheng mastered this skill, he directly allowed the 10,000 avatars that he had long ago summoned to ambush the surrounding area to release the Blossom on the other side's skill together, directly depleting the mana of this abominable Demon King's Projection, then enchanted it with a Destruction God spell. Lu Zheng just wanted to experiment how much damage he would get after adding this Destruction God spell plus True Blessing. Just now, the incarnation had utilized the Blossom on the other side skill to empty the mana value of this Demon King's Projection, while causing a reduction of nearly 400 billion blood points. And at that moment, the Destruction God spell triggered. The Destruction God spell created by a mere 1 billion mana points. Under the real blessing effect of the skill unleashed by 10 billion mana points, the collateral damage inflicted by the power of destruction was as high as 800 billion. That's a pretty good fall from grace. The abominable Demon King's projected blood quantity of 150 billion was now 300 billion left in the blink of an eye. Having tested the effect, Lu Zheng did not delay any longer and directly released Tao Dai, allowing him to swallow the entire abominable Demon King projection alive. The abominable Demon King projection that had lost its mana value was defenseless, and was torn into several parts by Tao Tai and directly devoured, along with the Lord God level Godhead. Even if it was a projection, as long as it was at the level of a god, then it still had a godhood. Projection and incarnation are two concepts. Seeing that Tao Tai, who had devoured the abominable Demon King's projection, had been raised to level 787, Lu Zheng struck while the iron was hot and gave it the two Lord God ranked godheads that he had gotten in the abyssal demon realm just now to devour. The experience value skyrockets. In the next moment, stepping into the Lord God level hierarchy, reaching level 805, a Lord God level divine pet. At that time, only demigod level consummate divine favorites were able to match the battle power of mediate gods. By stepping into the lower god level, one could touch base with an upper god. Achieving the rank of medium god is just a little bit weaker than a Lord God. Stepping into the upper god level, the Lord God could already be disregarded, but compared to a God King, it was a bit worse. Now, The god's favorite level had officially reached the Lord God level. Divine kings, it seemed, were no longer enough to worry about. Lu Zhang was in possession of a death god king incarnation, and a comparison could be seen. 80545205949549149. Tao Tai only needed to activate the Dharma phase heaven and earth skill to crush the death god king with all his attributes. A divine king level divine favor brings a lot of attribute feedback. Lu Zhang himself followed suit and received a huge enhancement. After glancing at that abyssal gateway passage, Lu Zhang directly let Tao Tai make a move, and with a single punch, he directly shattered it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. That was an abyssal gate reinforced with the power of the divine kingdom at the god king level, and Tao Tai, who now possessed god king level battle power, would be able to take care of that kind of thing. It was at this time that Lu Zhang looked at his assessment task prompt. Ding! You have completed the 8th test of the Destruction God King Divine Throne Succession Test, Destruction. The Divine Realm. Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Divine Kingdom Plane. Current Destruction Affinity, 230%. Skill, Divine Kingdom Plane. Effect, whenever you destroy a Divine Realm plane, you can create a new Divine Realm plane. That's quite a simple description. Lu Zhang could not help but frown. What's the point of having one or a few more God's Kingdom realms? Mounting people? Or house-summoned animals? The Divine Kingdom plane and the gods themselves were absolutely connected, and once they were destroyed, they themselves would be implicated. A few more Divine Kingdom realms, wouldn't that be creating a breach for themselves? Chapter 165, Destruction God King Split. Explosive Hammer Abomination Demon King. Requesting for readings. Lu Zhang couldn't understand the purpose of this divine skill for a while as he pondered on it, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He wasn't lacking such a skill anyway. Look directly at the last assessment. The 9th test content, Creation. God King level God's Kingdom plane. Description, the new God King needs his own God Kingdom plane to destroy the old God King of Destruction's God Kingdom plane, and use it as the basis to build his own God King level God Kingdom plane to complete the reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Silence of All Things. Seeing this content, Lu Zhang instantly understood. It turned out that the rewards of the 8th course of examination were meant to prepare for the 9th course of examination. A Divine King's Divine Realm plane wasn't something that could be destroyed so easily. Luckily, Lu Zhang had mastered the skill of dimensional shattering, and also possessed a divine favorite with Divine King level battle power, making it easy to do so. However, among the description of the examination content, it allowed him to build a new Divine Realm dimension on top of this foundation. This means it can't be completely destroyed yet. The relationship between creation and destruction is felt in the process of destruction. After a little thought, Lu Zhang chose to strike out on his own instead of letting Tao Tai do the job. First of all, let the thunder fill the entire God King of Destruction's Divine Realm plane, completely destroying everything and turning it into his experience value. At this time, Lu Zhang's own level came to 779. Divine Favor upgrades would at least share 1/5 of Lu Zhang's experience value, and as Tao Tai was promoted to the Lord God level, Lu Zhang had naturally reached the upper God level a long time ago. His battle power was no longer weak to a God King. At least a low-grade God King was definitely not his opponent. There were quite a few things that existed in the Destruction God's kingdom, but those tall towers and such things were not of a high level, and the experience value they brought was limited. The next step was the final step of having the entire God's kingdom realm overthrown. It's still dangerous. Lu Zhang did not know the timing of releasing the Divine Kingdom plane skill, so he could only release 10 billion mana first to create a gap. Watch as the entire realm gradually moves towards destruction. At the same time, he made preparations to open the abyssal gate and run away at any time. As the realm began to slowly collapse, Lu Zhang then perceived the entire world with his heart. At some point, he actually felt something in his heart and knew at once that it was time. Skills are released instantly. The gushing mana value rushed into the void, using it as a base to spread around. After about 5 minutes or so had passed, Lu Zhang finally sensed the complete formation of the Divine Kingdom plane. He finally understood why he had to destroy a Divine Realm plane before he could create one. It was because creating a Divine Kingdom plane out of thin air required too much energy, and when destroying a realm, it was possible to use the energy released in the process to create God King level Divine Realms in one fell swoop. Ding! You have completed the 9th test of the Destruction God King Divine Throne Inheritance Assessment, Creation. God King's Divine Realm. Congratulations on your reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20%, Divine Skill, Silence of All Things. Current Destruction Affinity, 250%. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed all of the 9 examinations of the God King of Destruction and can begin to inherit the throne of the God King of Destruction. Lu Zhang did not hesitate, having made a decision long ago, and directly allowed an out-of-body incarnation to start condensing the Godhead to inherit the position of the Destruction God King.
since Lu Zhang's incarnation had originally reached the Master God level of energy, using a single godhead of an elder god as its core as a guide, coupled with the cohesion of the power of destruction, it was easy to obtain a Lord God level godhead. Immediately afterward, the breath of the incarnation in front of him changed dramatically. Surging destructive divine power converged from all directions, instantly raising that Lord God level divine lattice to the God King level. Lu Zhang could see the information of the incarnation change. Incarnation, God of Destruction. Rank, LV. 99, God King. Life, 599. 000, 000, 000, 000, 000/599. 000, 000, 000. Mana, 199. 000, 000, 000, 000/19. 900. 000, 000, Peak God King. Just one level short of touching the threshold of the next level. Lu Zhang felt that 999 levels was definitely not the end of the line. This world would not be the limit. But the realities are not yet solved. And when all the problems are solved, perhaps it will be time to explore something higher. Once again obtaining a Divine King level incarnation, Lu Zhang felt even more inflated. When you did the math, yourself, Tao Tai, destruction, as well as death, there were already 4 God King level combatants. One's approach can be a little more radical now. With a thought, the gate of the abyss opened, and Lu Zhang once again returned within the abyssal demon realm. He didn't conceal his aura, and the abominable demon king, who had just chased him and had a projection destroyed by him, was of course the first to sense his presence. In an instant, the abominable demon lord appeared before his eyes. It was a terrifying goat-headed giant that stood more than 10,000 meters tall, holding a huge wolf-teeth stick in his hand. How dare you come back, human? Die! The abominable demon king let out a roar of fury. Furious at this human who dared to provoke the demon king, anger and hatred transformed into infinite power as the wolf-tooth rod fell as if the entire abyss was roaring, bringing about great oppressiveness. However, in the next moment, its grasping arm of the wolfsbane was struck by the destructive light that shot out from the destructive pupil at the center of Lu Zhang's brow. Boom! The whole arm, just like a water pipe burst by high pressure, was split into pieces in an instant. 100,000 avatars were summoned, utilizing the True Blessing plus Blossom on the other side skills to instantly empty the abominable demon king's mana. And at the same time, Lu Zhang's figure became incomparably taller. Taoyue's Dharma heaven and earth doubled the full attributes. And together with the Tong arm monkeys catch the sun and take the moon, it caused both arms to explode, doubling their strength by another 10 times. He grabbed the falling wolfsbane, and with an instantaneous movement to the top of the abominable demon king's head, he slammed it down. Abominable demon king ducked. It didn't hit his head, but completely destroyed his right shoulder along with his arm. Based on the principle that all energy should not be wasted, Lu Zhang released a devouring black hole to absorb the abominable demon king's limbs. Guaranteed she couldn't find the original limb if she tried to pick it up. Of course, it didn't get a chance to pick it up. There were no unnecessary techniques. After the star power, judgment power, destruction power, blast aura and various other gains were added. It was just a hard slam. The abominable demon king, one of the 9 great demon kings of the abyssal demon realm, was just shattered into pieces with a single stick. With multiple skills added to his body, Lu Zhang's defense points full and his strength plus explosions, the divine king level, in fact, could no longer pose a threat, emptying the opponent's mana value. What remained was a contest of pure physical strength, a succession of attacks, one more brutal than the other. This was because with the effect of devouring the black hole and absorbing the energy of the demon king level, it resulted in Lu Zhang's level rising, rapidly increased from level 779 to 798. In the end, Lu Zhang took the abominable demon king sigil belonging to the God King level and summoned the Lingming stone monkey to devour it after it turned into a Tao Tai appearance. It's a bit of a waste to just devour it yourself. Absorbing only 1/5 of it would be enough to step into the 800th level, and after letting the spirit bright stone monkey, which was only at the 687th level at this time, devour it, it would be able to add another divine king level of battle power. When the abominable demon king died, the entire abyssal demon realm completely shook. Chapter 166, Fear Demon King, Don't Come Over. Begging for a follow-up? Lu Zhang was not a person who liked to hold his tongue. Previously, he was chased by the abominable demon king and fled to the undead realm. Now that he had enough power, of course he had to come straight back for revenge. He considered that it would attract the attention of other God King level evil gods, but that is no longer relevant. When the Lingming stone monkey swallowed the demon king's godhead, its level soared to level 788, while Lu Zhang's level, on the other hand,
rose to level 825. What kind of concept was it to have one's self-level reach the Lord God level? This meant that millions and millions of incarnations of Divine King level battle power. Even if these avatars would patrol to a tenth of their original size, the battle power they displayed definitely belonged to the class of God King level. The attribute feedback from the Divine Favor upgrade is a very huge number. Lu Zhang's blood and mana values nowadays could surpass the 999 level Destruction God King incarnation even without the addition of the terrifying skill of Tong Tianjin Mu. And once the skill was enchanted, he could completely abuse 10 God Kings. After all, it was possible to drain the mana of 10 God Kings just by relying on the skill of Peppermint Blossom. The rest is nothing more than a few more hammers. Should I say no? This Wolfsbane of the Abominable Demon Lord is still pretty good. It's also a superb weapon. There was a strong power of hatred and disgust on it, a power of various emotions that constantly impacted Lu Zhang's soul. However, Lu Zhang possessed the abominable demon body, and these powers would not cause him any harm. Instead, they would change into a part of his experience value, helping him to continue leveling up or converting it into mana. Tiny Devil's Ultra. Take a pinch. At this moment, the abominable demon king was completely killed by him, and the entire abyssal demon realm was shaken. The three demon kings revived in the abyssal demon realm were the demon king of abomination, the demon king of greed, and the demon king of fear. When the abominable demon king was killed, the fear demon king that remained in the abyss was the first to sense it. As a matter of fact, at the very beginning when Lu Zhang descended here before he had even started a war with the abominable demon king, the dread demon king had sensed his presence. But when it was discovered that the abominable demon king had struck, he paid no more attention. And at this moment, the abominable demon king fell. And it, the controller of fear, was feeling fear. This is too fierce. Even when the most powerful God King Destruction God King in the divine realm struck out during the divine war back then, he didn't have this kind of terrifying power. To beat a demon king to death bit by bit, how could this kind of power exist in this world? Even if he himself would not completely perish and would still be resurrected back to life, he did not want to suffer this fate of being killed alive. After all, nowadays he had only just been resurrected. According to the plan the evil gods had just made, the next step should be to attack the humans step by step. This script is not right now. How is it that the abyssal demon realm was instead completely killed through by a human? Did the rules of the world change? The dreadnought generated great fear, though at this time, various evil gods had gathered to him, hoping to receive his leadership to resist the invaders. However, he did not want to clash with Lu Zhang head-on, so he chose to hide. He went straight back to the area of the divine realm that he belonged to. However, nowadays, Lu Zhang was in dire need of more energy to be able to continue upgrading his divine favorite and himself. Lord God level monsters could no longer satisfy his appetite. Having just killed a demon king, he decided to clean up the rest together as well. After unleashing the skill of stealing heaven's chance, Lu Zhang easily found the place where the dread demon king was. The Dreadlord is a monster with a huge horse head. His hands held a huge machete, aimed at the human in front of him. Human, I advise you not to provoke me, otherwise I will make you feel what true fear is. While saying so, he released his fearful aura, trying to get Lu Zhang to back off in this way. And actually just about any target that actually generates fear, any dreadnought can defeat it. If Lu Zhang would really develop fear as a result, then the fear demon king would have a chance to kill Lu Zhang. But unfortunately, at this moment, Lu Zhang was fearless. Even after sensing the fear generated by the dread demon king, he was extraordinarily excited. Just now in the first moment of illumination, Lu Zhang had already mastered the changes and all the skills of the dread demon king through the 72 changes and shimmy 10,000 laws skills. With the amount of mana he had at his disposal now, it was very easy to do so. And as expected, he got an awesome overlord skill again. Skill, Fear Demon Body, Passive. Effects, immunity to single damage of less than 100 billion points, 10% reduction of physical damage, 10% reduction of energy damage after death. Absorbing the power of fear can regather the fear demon body and be reborn in the abyssal demon. Apparently, it's the same system as the abomination demon body. In other words, each of the 9 great demon kings of the abyss should have one of these hegemony type abilities. This made Lu Zhang's eyes light up. It would be nice to get the other 7 demon lords domination type skills together. Wouldn't you be able to just fill up the damage waiver? The thought of it made him a little excited. But then a thought came to mind. It seemed like only 3 demon lords had been resurrected so far. Among the abyssal demon realm, judging from perception there was only this one dread demon king in front of him. It seemed a bit unrealistic to want to gather all 9 demonic bodies in one breath. The matter can only be put to rest for the time being. In the future, if there is a chance, you can try to resurrect the other 6 demon kings and kill them for him. After all, you create your own garbage and clean it up yourself. Dreadnought was feeling a little confused right now.
The man in front of him also didn't seem to be intimidated by himself, and instead gave a smile that puzzled him a bit. It couldn't help but make him feel even more afraid.
Lu Zhang is a kind person.
Without letting it fear for too long,
after a few minutes,
the dread Demon King turned into a pile of pieces that were absorbed by the spirit Brightstone Monkey using that devouring black hole skill.
Lu Zhang gave this Demon King's godhead to it as well, allowing it to advance to level 838 in a single breath.
It's still the Demon King's godhead that gives the power.
It was a pity that amongst the abyssal demon realm, these two Demon Kings were the only ones right now, so they could only go after the remaining demon gods.
The two great God King level combatants had already been annihilated, and there was no longer any existence in the entire abyssal demon realm that Lu Zhang needed to be concerned about. Lu Zhang released all the summoned beasts for upgrading,
and in the meantime,
he took advantage of this hard-won moment of leisure to try his luck again.
Nice. He's going to draw cards again.
Even though it seemed like just a few dozen more divine favorites wouldn't help him much,
but Lu Zhang didn't think so.
Incarnations still have their limitations,
while divine favorites have unlimited possibilities. A divine favor at the Lord God level would be able to completely abuse a Demon King at the God King level.
Lu Zhang had reason to believe that there was an even more powerful level above the Divine King,
and at that level, the incarnation might not be able to function, and would still need enough divine favorites to be significant in its own right. What's more, card drawing is still a hobby, and after the intense battle you just had, you need to relax. Let's have a small draw of 100,000 in a row today. Chapter 167 5-star legend reappears. Traveling through time and space, prolonging one's life, begging for a catch-up read.
Drawing cards is something that gets the mood going, especially when you see back-to-back shipments.
Ding! Consuming 100 million spell points. You have successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning.
Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star legendary divine pet Kue Mu Wolf, X1.
But there is a saying.
When Lu Zhang saw the 4-star legendary divine favor,
he wasn't that excited. This was another Stargazer divine favorite that didn't bring Lu Zhang any surprise skills. Can't say he was unlucky,
because a total of 13 more divine favorites appeared next.
Lu Jean Dog, Stomach Earth Pheasant, Pleiadian Rooster, Bai Moon Crow, Blather Monkey, Samurai Ape, Do Mu Xie, Ox Jean Bull, Female Earth Bat, Void Sun Rat, Dangerous Moon Swallow, Chambered Fire Pig, and Pillsbury. All of them are starry-eyed divine favorites. In one breath,
Lu Zhang summoned all of the astral divine favorites personified by the 28 astral stars,
expanded directly by 14 divine favorites. Lu Zhang's number of divine favorites had reached 43,
and all of these could be promoted to medium deity or above at the lowest.
Every single one of these battles should not be underestimated, and each of these astral divine favorites had a 4-star level,
and their development potential could definitely reach the Divine King level.
However, Lu Zhang was not very satisfied,
because he knew that God King was not the end of the line. What he needed was a 5-star divine favor,
the kind of existence that could transcend limits and break them. The 5-star legendary divine favors that Lu Zhang now held in his hands were Tao Tai, Kue Nyo, Por Chi, Bai Zhe, Candle Dragon, White Tiger, Green Dragon, Xuanwu, Vermilion Bird, Koan Pang, Karen, Spirit Brightstone Monkey, Six-Eared Rhesus Monkey, Tongue-Armed Ape Monkey, Red Shirley Horse Monkey, Jian Ma, and Ing Zhua, totaling 17 of them, occupying less than half of the total number of God's favorites. This made Lu Zhang anxious. How could it be acceptable to have only this much battle power beyond the God King level? The summoning must continue. He's not asking too much. Doubling it is fine, right?
With the number of 5-star legendary divine favors reaching 30 or more,
he might be able to feel a little more at ease.
The summoning bit continues to refresh. After a full 6 hours, the 14 4-star divine pets that Feng had summoned had all risen to more than 400 levels, whereas Lu Zhang had summoned even just over 100 immortal spirit pets. This kind of goods,
he can't see it anymore.
While Lu Zhang was thinking about whether or not there would be any more satisfactory divine favorites appearing next, all of a sudden, a golden-colored figure appeared in front of his eyes. It was a horse-type divine beast with a head like a fox,
covered in golden fur,
and with horns on its back.
Ding! Consuming 100 million spell points. You have successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Ride the Yellow, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill, Flying Yellow Tread.
Skill, Flying Yellow. Effects, consume a minimum of 1 billion mana to make a spacetime jump to any perceived spacetime in the next second in the future. For each additional billion mana points consumed,
the jump can be increased backward by 1. Time jump and travel to the future. What a counterintuitive skill this is.
Lu Zhang was truly stunned. There were also divine favorites that had mastered this kind of skill, directly giving him a dumbfounded look. He confirmed after looking at it again and again carefully that it was a legendary temporal skill, the kind that could travel through time.
This skill doesn't seem to have much use. Isn't it just traveling to the future? 1 billion mana value to shuttle for 1 second. And if you wanted to shuttle backward for 1 hour, you would need 360 billion mana value. And traversing for 1 day would be 86,400,000,000,000 mana value. But, jumping out of this time and space, that's like an absolute defense. How can you attack me when there's no me left in this time and space? Moreover, this skill should also be able to undo all negative statuses, as almost all negative status type skills rely on time for long-term damage. When a time jump occurs, a break in time is created and this sustained damage is impossible to maintain. There should be many more application scenarios for this skill, but at the moment, Lu Zhang couldn't think of anything else. But just the immediate thought of these two applications of the effect is already practically setting yourself up to be invincible. What does it mean to jump directly into the future? Cannot be selected. Just ask you if you're scared. Lu Zhang immediately looked at the other skills of the Divine Favor Multiply Yellow. It was found to have only one other skill besides Flying Yellow Tap Away. Skill, Prolonging Life, Passive. Effects, Shorten Lifespan by 1 day. Increase Lifespan Limit by 100 million points, lose 1 billion lifespan. Increase Lifespan by 1. Scary as hell. Lu Zhang glanced at Multiplying Yellow, and sure enough, he realized that its life value cap was increasing at a rapid pace, and calculating on a 24-hour basis for a day, it would increase by a minimum of 4,116,000 life value points an hour. That's an increase of 36.5 billion life points in a year. Even if this guy was only level 1, he would have such a terrifying amount of blood, overwhelming and unparalleled skills, coupled with Flying Yellow Treading Away, this ability to travel through time and space with near absolute defense. When the two skills are combined, this is the rhythm of eternal life. No wonder there are only two skills. The Jianma from before and the riding yellow horse in front of him. Both horses had incomparably divine abilities. Both have only two skills, and the combination of the two skills is nearly invincible. Now the skills are all mine. Lu Zhang hurriedly used 72 changes and Shimi Wanfa to master these two skills. When the prolonged life passive was added, Lu Zhang first had his incarnation slash his blood level by 10 billion with the True Blessing skill boost. At once, he immediately felt a life force being grown in his body. Because he possessed an out-of-body incarnation of a death god king, Lu Zhang had a very keen sense of life force and longevity. This one establishes the authenticity of the skill. Looks like there's a conscious effort to get hurt more often in the future. Anyway, with a fast enough lifesteal recovery rate and the absolutely dominating traveling through time skill in hand, there was no worry that he would be taken out. Take more injuries to reduce your life force a bit and increase your longevity a bit. He then couldn't help but feel quite distressed. After the Dread Demon Body's bonus, he already had 65% physical damage immunity and 35% spell damage immunity. It tends to be a state of absolute dominance. It does seem a little too difficult to do him any damage, unless you add a real blessing skill to your opponent, ignoring your own passive body immunity, so that you can deal some damage. If you really can't find a suitable opponent, you'll have to do it to yourself. The appearance of a multiplying yellow divine pet made Lu Zhang's mood become very good, and looking at the abyssal demon realm, which was already about to be empty after being ravaged by his divine pet, he decided to go back to the water sphere planet to relax first. Lu Zhang did not use the abyssal gate, instead choosing to try out the flying yellow treadmill skill, locking onto a temporal location 100 meters above his home on the planet Aqua Sphere. 1 billion mana was consumed, and in the next second, he appeared directly above the roof of the building. With his ability, he could naturally stabilize his body with ease, and after sensing his body, he didn't find anything different. He dropped his head and headed for the house. He had just reached the front door of his house when he saw the door open and the little fox Tushan Kyaku rushing up joyfully. Master, cuddle. Chapter 168, what have you done to be so confident? Requesting for follow-up reading, Lu Zhang hugged the little fox and walked into the house. Now that there was a little fox accompanying his parents, Lu Zhang still had some feelings for her. Walking inside, he found his parents looking this way, but sitting on the couch, none of them meaning to get up and greet him. Mom said even more conspiratorially, "Yo, a busy man still knows to come back. Mom, look at you. I came back as soon as I could." Lu Zhang squeezed into the middle of the two old men and wrapped his arms around his parents left and right, while Tushan Kyaku sat on his lap and wrapped his arms around his neck. "Alright, you don't have to be so formal. Our son is now on the same level as the Xian Yuan war god. His every move concerns the safety of the entire water globe planet, and to come back to see us is already very good. Father Lu Yuan said so." It may seem like a fair statement, but it's clear that there's also a certain element of shibboleth. Lu Zhang suddenly thought of something.
He himself had gotten so many powerful skills, none of which could help his parents prolong their lives. The magical abilities just now were still just passive skills that one could use. It didn't make him want to keep drawing cards a little bit. Just keep pumping and you'll always find skills that can help your parents extend their lives together.
But now is not the time. Lu Zhang smiled. Alright, you two don't blame me. How about I come back this time and stay with you for at least 3 months?
Hearing Lu Zhang say this,
Lu Yuantu was really worried. Don't you delay the business. Your mom and I are just whining. And it's not really necessary for you to stay with us. Or how about this?
You spend a month getting us a grandson or granddaughter out of here.
And then you can leave. Yeah, it doesn't have to be you. A grandson or granddaughter would be fine.
Mother followed with a bright flash of light. Lu Zhang directly tucked Tushan Kyaki into her arms and laughed.
This is not that you have Kyakyu accompanying you. Or let me accompany you. It won't delay the main event. The Abyssal Demon Realm has already been put in order by me. In a short period of time, there shouldn't be any accidents.
A place like the Abyssal Demon Realm Lu Yuantu and the others had only heard of it occasionally and didn't know what it meant.
Either way, it's nice to have your son home for a little company.
The two of them stopped holding it together and started cooking.
Lu Zhang went up to give him a hand, and appeared to be having a good time.
Over here, while Lu Zhang's true body was spending joyful moments with his family, he had already released 100,000 out-of-body incarnations in passing.
It's not a peaceful time at the Water Polo Star. One after another, 8 more copies of the Divine Kingdom fused on top of the Water Globe Star, and tons of monsters ran out. Fortunately, these copies of the Divine Kingdom were only at the upper god level, and with the Lord God level battle power Thunder God Xianyuan Wuji at the helm, coupled with the dozens of other professionals who had inherited the god position as well as those immortal spirit pets left behind by Lu Zhang, they were able to keep the monsters of these copies within a certain range, and in an orderly manner to its elimination. But the pressure is still on. As soon as Lu Zhang's avatar appeared, it swept straight across. One of his avatars came to Xianyuan Wuji's side, and since Lu Zhang's own level was still only 800 or so, he was seen by Xianyuan Wuji at a glance to be just an avatar. How is it an avatar? Where is your main body?
Lu Zhang smiled at his words and replied,
this time, after doing a big job,
there shouldn't be any trouble in a short period of time.
I decided to take a 3-month vacation,
and my main body stayed at home with my parents,
which doesn't split my mind to talk to you about it.
I got out 100,000 avatars and distributed them all over the place, and the monsters were quelled by me. Hearing Lu Zhang say this, Xianyuan Wuji became interested and asked,
at such a critical moment, you are still in the mood to give yourself a vacation. What have you done to be so confident?
Lu Zhang said indifferently, the Fear Demon King and the Abomination Demon King have already been killed by me, and the entire Abyssal Demon Realm, all existences above the level of demigods,
have been massacred by me, which should be considered a heavy blow to the evil god camp. Right now,
their main force was probably only the group of evil gods that had broken into the divine realm left, not enough to worry about.
When I take a break,
I'll just kill my way up to the god realm and finish them off once and for all.
Xianyuan Wuji froze. It was only after half a second that he spoke. You said you killed 2 of the 9 demon kings of the abyss? Are you sure that the ones you killed were the god king level demon kings proper and not their projections or doppelgangers?
Of course it's certain. All of the god king level divine compositions have already been devoured and absorbed by my summoned beasts.
Let's put it this way. We've already mastered 5 of the god king level battle powers.
Lu Zhang said with a smile, carrying an ease that he had never felt before.
5 divine king level combatants? Where did they come out of?
Even if you inherited the divine throne of the destruction god king,
that's only 2. Xianyuan Wuji pursued.
Lu Zhang broke his fingers for him.
The destruction god king detachment, the death god king detachment,
and my 2 5-star divine favorites with god king level battle power, as well as myself. Those 2 demon kings were hammered and blown up by my own hands.
Elder Xianyuan, now you can go find pretty young girls to go to.
With my incarnation presiding over the situation,
no evil god will be able to make any mess.
And even if there are direct God King level copies of the Divine Kingdom fused,
I can still blow them up for you. Lu Zhang's words caused Xianyuan Wuji to listen in awe. It's all so surreal. Just now, he was still worried that if anything happened to Lu Zhang's divine throne succession of the Destruction God King, even if it was delayed for too long and dragged on for a year or two without being able to get out of the way, and waited until the Lord God level evil god descended, I'm afraid that none of the professionals in the water globe planet would be able to withstand it. As a result, now Lu Zhang suddenly came out and told him that he had even hammered 2 god kings, and had even killed through the abyssal demon realm in the process. I'm still fighting back desperately, and you've already gone straight to the opposite side of the nest here. Who could take this at one time? However, Xianyuan Wuji did not think that Lu Zhang would lie to himself. After all, Lu Zhang's incarnation rank was here. That terrifying attribute, which was just an ordinary one amongst Lu Zhang's 100,000 avatars, could crush him, a solid Lord God. The junior in front of him was truly powerful to an extremely outrageous degree. It's as if, completely beyond the progress of the world's development. In a simple phrase, the world has no room for him anymore. Ha ha, good. Then this place is all yours. I'm going to find Fei Fei. Count on you, kid, having a conscience. You didn't forget to switch me down with you even on your own vacation. Regulus Wuji, who had returned to his senses, looked very happy. He was exhausted after so many years of traveling from east to west, putting out fires everywhere. By now, it's finally safe to let it all go. It was thought that against the backdrop of the evil god's invasion, he would have to pick up the slack once again with his Lord God level battle power. However, he didn't expect that a terrifying existence that could abuse the Demon King and kill through the abyssal demon realm would appear, which was a complete relief. By the way, that master of yours is still short of the last test to inherit the divine throne of the God of War. So go help him. Xianyuan Wuji dropped a sentence and directly flew away. It was obvious that he had been waiting for this day for a long time and couldn't wait. Chapter 169, just swept the abyssal demon realm once and came back for a vacation. Request for catch-up reading. The location where Fu Zhongli wasn't hard to find. After all, Lu Zhang's current out-of-body incarnations were spread throughout the entire water globe planet, while Fu Zhongli had not gone within any realm, but was only participating in the battle in a certain place. Since he hadn't inherited the divine throne yet, he couldn't see Lu Zhang's rank and didn't realize that the one looking for him was just an avatar. Why are you looking for me all the time? Could it be that you've inherited the throne of the God King of Destruction? Fu Zhongli asked suspiciously. It was reasonable to say that it was so difficult to inherit the divine throne at the level of a Lord God like him, and it shouldn't be that easy for Lu Zhang to inherit the throne of a divine king. So it's time to slow down a bit. Inherited it a long time ago. I just swept the abyssal demon realm once and came back to take a vacation. And when I heard Elder Xianyuan say that you needed help here, Master, I looked for you. How is it? Which test is still missing? Didn't you say last time that helping me retrieve the pupil of destruction was the last test? Lu Zhang asked. Fu Zhongli digested the news he had just heard for a moment, too late to be shocked, and replied, it's the God of War who needs to raise the killing affinity to 100% and the destruction affinity to 100% as well. I don't have any other way to raise it right now. I can only keep killing to grow a little bit. Right now the killing affinity is 88% and the destruction affinity is 85%. Both are not enough. Lu Zhang instantly realized that this was the killing speed being too slow. At this time, Fu Zhongli was still only at the demigod level of battle power, and indeed the killing speed was not fast enough. Far from meeting the requirements of affinity enhancement. Most of his affinity today should be a bonus given during the assessment process. There's a way for this. Wait a moment. I'll get the two divine favorites. As Lu Zhang said that, he directly sought out the spirit Brightstone Monkey and Tao Tai, and then utilized the Bridge of Mana skill to share the mana of the three. Teacher, now you can mobilize all this mana and unleash skills that deal large range damage. After sensing that surging mana, Fu Zhongli's entire body was shocked. It can still be like this. No wonder Lu Zhang was so strong. He had so many divine pets, and with all the summoned beasts sharing their mana to one, concentrating their mana value to unleash a powerful single skill that would kill them over the level was not a problem at all. Afterwards, Lu Zhang also enchanted him with a blast aura and a lucky aura. If it wasn't for the fact that a skill like Real Blessing could only be applied to oneself, Lu Zhang would have had to let his teacher have a long look at him at high and low levels. The skills of a divine pet. That was indeed ridiculously strong. With sufficient mana and bludgeoning damage, the power of the skills released by Fu Zhongli became incomparably powerful, creating increased killing and destruction. However, his skill was not a divine skill. The damage was still limited, and in the end, it took more than 3 days before he could raise his affinity for destruction and killing to 100%, gathering the Godhead and obtaining the Lord God level divine position, God of War, while at the same time, Lu Zhang was discussing a matter with Xianyuan Wuji, Wu Tuahai and the others. According to my guess, the God King level isn't the end of the line, and it's likely that we'll still have more powerful enemies, so just inheriting a fixed God position doesn't seem like a sound battlefield to me. It won't work if I'm the only one, so I suggest choosing another group of people and letting them condense their own God frames, upgrading step by step to the Lord God level or God King level. With my assistance, at least ascending to the Lord God level is very smooth. Lu Zhang opened his mouth. Inheriting the divine throne is indeed a very convenient way to quickly gain power. But the power gained in this way cannot be changed. The original rank of the Godhead is whatever it is, and it cannot be raised any further. However, after judging from this experience of killing the Demon King, it had not grasped the power of the nature of the world's origin.
and was not as powerful as it was imagined to be. This showed that the God King and the Demon King were not the limit. Lu Zhang himself was firmly on the path of becoming stronger on his own. But he alone was not enough. Xianyuan Wuji opened his mouth. Among the saint-level professionals, the vast majority of them have already transmigrated and inherited the divine throne. Instead, you can select a group of people from within your current class and among the last few students to follow your plan to ascend. Now you don't have to consult with us on such matters. Just make your own decisions and give orders. I have abdicated, and the position of the great summer war god has been officially handed over to you, and you can decide all things yourself with a single word. Don't get me in trouble. Lu Zhang couldn't help but be speechless at his words. This one is good enough to take a vacation and then just leave everything alone. Okay, then I'll take care of it myself. Lu Zhang wasn't afraid of trouble. After all, while others were split up, he had 100,000 split-ups, and it was still easy to deal with such a small matter. First, he contacted the principals of the 10 major schools in Daxia, and re-registered and counted the information of the students from each school and sent it to himself. Then pick 20 more from it yourself. Upgrading resources were limited, and it was already very difficult to bring 20 people, which meant that Lu Zhang could afford to do so, and he had many powerful skills that could allow these students to receive an increase in their battle power. Otherwise, with other people leading the way, even if the high-level monsters were bloodied, there was no way for these students to break the defense. Yang Dong and a few of them were among the 20. On the one hand, this was someone they were familiar with, and of course they should be considered when there were good things to do. On the other hand, nowadays, among the young people, they were the only ones who had all completed the 5th turn, and they would soon be able to complete the 6th turn. Only after completing all the transfer tasks could they break through the limitations of upgrading, allowing Lu Zhang to take them completely flying in one breath. Out of the 20 people, only Mak Yunlan could currently start upgrading quickly straight away. As it happened, there were still quite a few monsters retained by Lu Zhang amongst the copies of the Divine Kingdom fused by the 8 upper god-level evil gods. Through the addition of shared mana and gained skills, it was directly possible for Mu Yunlan, who had already successfully switched to the legendary ranked profession of Sword Immortal, to pull his output up to full capacity. A single move of 10,000 swords could kill large swaths of monsters, and the experience value skyrocketed. In just a day's time, the rank was promoted to the advanced medium god level. Lu Zhang did not let her continue to strike any further. These remaining monsters were a drop in the bucket for her upgrades. She should follow along to the divine realm to kill and upgrade, and the remaining monsters would be better used by other professionals who hadn't completed their 6th turn yet. With Lu Zhang sitting on the water globe planet, and he had also killed his way through the abyssal demon realm once before, people were finally living in peace. It would take some time for the copies of the divine kingdom of the elder gods to merge, and until then, those evil gods wouldn't make any big moves. Lu Zhang had used this time to train 20 young professionals who had condensed their godheads on their own, and had also helped his parents to complete condensing their godheads on their own as well, but they had only gotten one inferior god. In the current situation, there wasn't too much of a difference between the upper gods and the lower gods. In Lu Zhang's eyes nowadays, even a divine king was an existence that could be annihilated at will. The strength of his parents was not important right now. Lu Zhang was more concerned about longevity. So he had always wanted to summon a divine favorite that possessed the skill of being able to increase longevity for others. But nay, in the past 3 months, he had replaced all 2,000 summoning bits with immortal spirit favors and froze without summoning a single divine favor. Lu Zhang wondered if he had directly drained his luck by summoning the 5-star legendary divine pet multiplying yellow. At this time, the fusion of the divine kingdom copies of the evil god at the upper god level had already been completed. 2 days had even passed. But there was no immediate fusion of Lord God-level copies of the Divine Kingdom as Lu Zhang had expected, which made him very surprised. It looks like there's only one trip deeper into the God realm. Chapter 170, the next time we meet. It's time to take you out of your fear, requesting a follow-up read. Naturally, Lu Zhang would not directly allow his true body to go deep into the divine realm. He still needed to send his bilocation to make a trip. Although the skills gained by the triple doppelganger were only partial, and the basic attributes were only half of the main bodies, it was enough to flat out push the main god level and harden the god king level. It was more than enough to explore information about the divine realm. The passageway into the divine realm wasn't hard to find. One could even say that it's everywhere. It's the transfer sanctuary that exists in every main city. This place, which is under the direct jurisdiction of the god realm, was not built by the humans below. The temple came first, then the city. The buildings of the olden times have been reduced to dust, and all that was built up dependent on the transmigration sanctuary. Legend had it that once one became a god, one could enter the divine realm through the transmutation temple, but no one had ever used it. Lu Zhang's doppelganger walked into the holy temple and immediately sensed a spell formation that was releasing some sort of attraction towards him. He arrived at the back of the sanctuary, where a spell had been activated. It appeared that the sanctuary had automatically allowed divine power to activate the spell after sensing the entry of a deity-ranked individual. Lu Zhang entered it, and in the next moment, there was a flash of golden light, and he appeared on top of a huge altar, surrounded by trees that were over 1,000 meters tall. At the moment, it was as if the trees had withered, dried up and without luster. Lu Zhang realized with a slight perception that these trees had already lost the vast majority of their vitality, and with the demonic aura enveloping the surroundings, they were merely resisting tenaciously. With a lift of his hand, golden light blossomed from Lu Zhang's body and shot towards those large trees. The demonic chi in the trees was instantly dispelled by Lu Zhang using the exorcise demons and dispel evil skill of the Pishi. But this skill only allowed the demonic chi to be taken out. It did not destroy it. And at the same time, Lu Zhang unleashed Taoya's skill Devouring Black Hole and the three-legged demonic toad skill Hooked Demonic Spirit Tongue, instantly devouring and absorbing all of these exorcised demonic chi, turning them into mana and experience value. Immediately after that, the Holy Light Pervasive Illumination skill was unleashed, raising hundreds of balls of light into the sky. The whole forest was completely purified and healed by him. Next to the altar was one of the thickest trees, and when it was healed, a huge hole in the center split open. A female elf with blonde hair and blue eyes and a pair of pointed ears flew out. She bowed respectfully to Lu Zhang and opened her mouth. Nina thanks the coronet for saving her. As she appeared, more elves flew out of one of the tree holes. They gathered in front of Lu Zhang and thanked him. Lu Zhang waved his hand and looked at the elf that came out first and asked, "Nina, what's going on in the god realm? You tell me." The other party acted respectfully and immediately began to tell what had happened over the years. This place, originally the divine realm of the god king of life, fused within the divine realm, was also the habitat of the elves. And after that great battle, the entire god realm was destroyed, and most of the gods died in battle, while a few were still alive, but they also fell asleep due to their injuries. The evil demons hidden in the god realm awakened one day, sneak attacked and killed those gods who had not yet revived, stole the divine throne, and finally polluted the entire god realm. Although the life god king had also fallen, he had left behind the heart of life buried in the deepest part of the forest of elves. It was because of the blessing of the whole thing that the party prevented existences above the level of gods from entering this space. However, the presence of the gods below and the raging demonic aura almost forced these elves to seek refuge within the bodies of the tree warriors. But even so, the place was at a precarious point. Lu Zhang's appearance gave them a new life. Coronet, as long as you obtain the heart of life, you will be able to open the divine position examination for the god king of life, and thus become the god king of life, leading us in defeating the evil demons. Nina's eyes were full of anticipation, but unfortunately, Lu Zhang directly shook his head and refused. Right now, this split was made by the triple split skill, which required mana to maintain in order to exist, and was unable to inherit the divine position, and the doppelgangers created by the out-of-body skill cannot exist in isolation from the realm. Therefore, unless Lu Zhang's main body arrived in person, he would not be able to inherit the divine throne of the life god king. Now is not the time. I need to scout the outside. The next time we meet will be the time to take you out of your fear once and for all. Disappointment appeared in Nina's eyes, but when she heard Lu Zhang's later words, she could not help but have light in her eyes once again. They have really waited too long for a savior to come along. Lu Zhang left the forest of elves without even bothering about that heart of life. To him, nothing at the level of God King had much appeal nowadays, and the goal of the detachment coming to the God realm was to figure out what exactly was the situation here now. The rest doesn't matter. The divine realm was a large area, much larger than the water balloon planet, including the abyssal demon realm as well. That would be strange. Obviously, with so much space and so many resources, why are they all targeting a tiny water balloon planet? If one were to say that there were many other worlds similar to the water globe planet underneath the divine realm, this would still make sense. Numerous worlds, all of them invaded, and Aqua Balloon was just one of them, but it wasn't. Water globe, from what is known, is the only living planet on this world. The number of dependent beings of any median god exceeded the number of humans in the water globe planet, and each median god's divine realm plane was about the same size as the original water globe planet. It was also now that a large number of copies of the divine kingdom were fused on top of the water globe planet, which caused the water globe planet to expand more than 100 times in size. The mystery cannot be solved for the time being. What Lu Zhen could do was to explore the situation of the god realm first. After flying out of the range of the life god king's divine realm plane, the surroundings were once again filled with a dense demonic aura. The doppelganger also had the passive of the heaven-swallowing demon body, so naturally, there would be no manifestation of discomfort.
However, analyzing the current situation, the entire divine realm had, indeed, all fallen, but judging from what is known, the final result should not be like this. The gods and the evil demons were a toss-up, with the vast majority of the evil demons being wiped out and a significant portion of the gods surviving, so that there was a relatively stable situation. Even if the evil demons had left behind and revived one after another, they shouldn't have directly annihilated the divine realm. Unless, of course, there is an external distraction like yourself. While Lu Zhang was probing deeper into the god realm, a metal robot was also probing above the water globe planet. Within the divine realm, within a certain fortress with a demonic aura, a humanoid type, covered in silver white, as if it was made of poured metal, looked at the light curtain in front of him and let out a clicking sound. A powerful being has indeed appeared down there. There are incarnations of him everywhere. He can actually split into many subbodies like me. This kind of ability surpasses the limits of this world. I can't imagine that there is an outsider who came here before me. The situation in the abyssal demon realm should also be his handiwork. However, he still only possesses the strength of the 10th realm, so he can act, speed up the fusion and break the world protection restriction. This origin star is mine. Chapter 171 5-star legendary divine favor is not good to obtain, and the position of divine king is within reach. Requesting for a follow-up read. Rother is from a world called Naten and is a professional cosmic bandit. He used random shuttling to get here when he was being chased. It was discovered that this place was actually a world that still had a world protection restriction, meaning that it was a primitive world that had not yet been fully developed and did not have any individual beings above the 10th realm. The origin star, the first living planet in a universe, that is, in a world. Everything has opposites, life and death, destruction and creation. In contrast to the dead primordial universe, the origin star, which possesses life, is its antithesis and contains all the rules of the universe. An origin star was worth a great deal, or at least to him, Anatan who was but only in the 11th realm. It was definitely a huge opportunity. By taking full control of this planet, he would not only be able to recover from his injuries as quickly as possible, but he would also be able to further himself. However, the world protection mechanism could not be directly broken with his current ability, so he could only wait for the evil god's strength to grow up, and then complete the dimensional fusion step by step through the world's old operating rules to open the restrictions. And during the fusion, he got feedback from the evil god that a powerful being had appeared down there, causing all the evil gods that went down there to be killed. According to the old rules of this world, this should not happen. After all, the battle power of the evil god's side had changed under his interference, and possessed the power to crush the righteous gods and humans. It stands to reason that the process of fusion and destruction would be smooth. As it turned out, it was the result. Since he was injured, he had to hibernate every once in a while to treat his injuries, so he only found out about it a few days ago. He immediately sent out the splintered substrates to probe into the lower realms. Then he discovered Lu Zhang's out-of-body incarnation. This kind of powerful individual, although its level appeared to be only 800 or so, its battle power was already at the level of a god king, an existence that transcended the old rules of this world. Rosser gave the final word straight away. It was also an outsider like himself. But fortunately, this fellow's power hadn't grown to the 11th realm yet, and was currently only at the 10th realm of the God King level. As long as he accelerated the fusion of worlds and broke the rules of the origin star completely, he could sweep everything away. The difference in strength between a 10th realm under 1,000 levels and an 11th realm under 1,100 levels was as huge as a meteorite and a star. Rother had no qualms at all. Of course, he wouldn't take it lightly, still fusing the realms as fast as he could to prevent Lu Zhang from growing up. On the other hand, Lu Zhang's doppelganger, who had transformed into the appearance of an evil demon, spied out a piece of news that made him quite worried. The greedy demon king and the undead witch god and several other god king level evil demons were all following the orders of a guy named Rother at this time. This indicated that the other party's strength likely surpassed the divine king level. He was already fearless with the power of the god king level, but he really didn't have the ability to deal with the levels above the god king level. Now, one had to find a way to continue to enhance one's power in order to do so. For now, there were only two directions to directly enhance the power. One was to continue summoning and obtaining new divine pet skills, the other was to continue inheriting the position of other god kings. As for upgrading, this was certain, but the only targets that could allow him to upgrade today were at the god king level, and the demon kings were now gathered within the divine realm, so unless they were killed with a sneak attack with a detachment, it would be too dangerous for the main body to enter. Suddenly, Lu Zhang sensed that the water globe star had suffered from the fusion of the Lord God level God Kingdom copies. And the fusion speed was fast, faster than the fusion of the upper God level God Kingdom copies,
and it was estimated that the fusion of all the 10 copies could be completed in a month or so. This meant that there was not much time left for him to get stronger. Lu Zhang did not hesitate any longer as his true body unleashed the skill flying yellow treading away, and his body flashed directly into the Divine Realm's elven forest. Utilizing the Stealing Heaven's Chance skill, he locked onto the location of the Heart of Life with a single glance, and after removing it, he instantly disappeared back into the Divine Realm and returned to the Water Globe planet. The Divine Realm now had an existence that surpassed the Divine King level, so Lu Zhang had to be careful. As of now, the other party couldn't break through the rule restrictions of the Water Globe planet and directly descend into this world, so this was his safe house, and he couldn't run around if he was fine. Getting the Heart of Life, he sensed it a little to make sure there was no danger and started refining it. The refining was completed in a single breath. Ding! You have opened the Divine Examination, the God King of Life. To inherit the Divine Throne, you need to fulfill the following 3 conditions. Condition 1, Life Affinity 100%. Condition 2, Completion of 3 assessments. Condition 3, Gathering of the Godhead. Lu Zhang could not help but feel happy in his heart after seeing the feedback. Surprisingly, there were only 3 tests, so it seemed like a lot of time could be saved. The first test, Rescue. Infected Tree People. Description: the tree people in the Forest of Elves are infested with demonic energy. Help them to expel the demonic energy, so that they can be saved, and rescue the elves inside to complete the reward, Life Affinity plus 30%, Divine Skill, Life Salutation. Lu Zhang had just seen the content of the quest when he received a quest completion prompt. Ding! You have completed the first course of the Divine Throne Inheritance Assessment for the God King of Life's Divine Throne. Rescue infected tree people. Reward, Life Affinity plus 30%, Divine Skill, Life Salutation. Current Life Affinity, 130%. Due to having the passive skill Prolonging Life of Multiplying Yellow himself, his Life Affinity reached 100%, and after passing this test, it was directly given an increase to 103%. Automatically gains the passive effect of Life God Body, which slowly absorbs life force from the surrounding area, growing the life value cap by a very small amount. Skill, Life Salutation. Effect, spend 100 million mana to restore at least 1 billion life points or half of the target's life. A divine skill, no less. By only consuming 100 million mana, one could directly restore half of the life value of a target with trillions of blood, an absolute small amount. And when half of the target's life value is less than 1 billion, another billion points of life value will be given directly as a recovery effect. When the target's blood is greater than half and over a billion points, it's not a bad idea to make 100 million mana for a billion life points. Overall, this is a very powerful healing skill. After Lu Zhang allowed his doppelganger to master it, theoretically speaking, his own blood would never be emptied. It was only a mere 100 million mana points, and a single detachment could instantly release it thousands of times. At 5,000 times, that would be 5 trillion blood, and 100,000 detachments would be 50 trillion blood. Not to mention, each diversion could preserve Lu Zhang's blood level from falling below half. After acquiring the information about this skill, Lu Zhang was certain that he had taken the right route to continue inheriting the throne of the God King. 5-star legendary divine favor is not good to obtain. The position of the King of the Gods, at your fingertips. Chapter 172 Life Drawing. Life Aura. Unexpected Joy. Requests for catch-up reading. The opening round was directly passive to complete a test, and the rewarded skills were not bad, and with his excitement lifted, Lu Zhang looked towards the next test. The second test, Healing. Feeling the process of life recovery. Reward, Life Affinity plus 40%, Divine Skill, Life Drawing. If any other person had seen that 20 million trillion figure, they would probably have been scared straight out of their wits. After all, $2 trillion was already an extremely scary number. Adding another 10,000 characters. How many healing spells would have to be released to accomplish that number? However, Lu Zhang only froze for a moment before revealing a relaxed expression. Nowadays, his blood quantity was 5 trillion, and his mana value was 20 trillion, and an avatar with its full attributes weakened to 1/10, had a blood quantity of 5 trillion and a mana value of 2 trillion. 20 million trillion meant just the entire blood volume of 4 million avatars. Lu Zhang didn't have that many avatars, but he could put 10,000 avatars to repeated use. Lu Zhang picked out 50,000 avatars and had the other 50,000 avatars use the Truthful Blessing plus Magic Hedge skills to directly obliterate 5,000 000
000 000 000 000 000 000 000 000 000 000 000 000 000 000 blood. Then have it unleash life salute to restore life to the avatar. Released once in reverse. That's 10 trillion. $20 million for just 400 exchanges. In less than an hour. The cumulative treatment reached the target. Ding! You have completed the second test of the Divine Throne Succession test of the God King of Life, Healing. Feel the process of life recovery. Reward, Life Affinity plus 40%, Divine Skill, Life Drawing. Current Life Affinity, 170%. Skill, Life Extraction. Effect, consume 100 million mana to draw life from at least one target, if half of the total life value of all targets is less than 1 billion points. Take all of them, if it is greater than 1 billion and less than 2 billion. Take 1 billion points, if half of the total life value is greater than 1 billion. Take half of it, transform up to 1 billion points of life value to yourself. The rules of this life draw are similar to the life salute that was obtained before. Consume 100 million mana points to directly take half of the target's life value, even if the opponent is a trillion blood. As long as its blood is greater than 2 billion, take another half. When it is less than 2 billion, take 1 billion, not even a billion, just take it all. A very domineering skill, worthy of the Life God King's skill, and again this kind of rule-based skill that doesn't move and ignores the level to directly deprive half of it, though a limit was added at the end to get up to 1 billion lifesteal replenishments. But this ability Lu Zhang was also very satisfied. The third test, Life Deprivation. Description, draw no less than 100 million life values from the target, and cumulatively draw no less than 50 million trillion life values, and feel the loss of life. Reward, Life Affinity plus 50%, Divine Skill, Life Aura, quite a few hundred million targets, which, if you go by 100 million targets, means that each target takes 500 million lifestealers. Luckily, it wasn't required that each of them should exceed the figure of 500 million. After all, this life value was at least one true god. And Lu Zhang didn't have anywhere to find 100 million true gods out. It's not hard to complete this test. At this time, the Lord God level 10 copies of the evil god's divine kingdom fused, and a large number of monsters popped up. Exterminating 100 million of them was easy. It was done in less than half an hour. At the same time, Lu Zhang repeated his trick and had his doppelganger swap to capture the opponent's life value again, before recovering with life salutation. An hour later, the mission was complete. Ding! You have completed the third test content of the Life God King Divine Throne Inheritance test, Life Deprivation. Reward, Life Affinity plus 50%, Divine Skill, Life Aura. Current Life Affinity, 220%. Skill, Life Aura. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 billion mana to release on a single target, causing the target to regain 100 million life points per second and increasing its lifespan by a minimum of 1 day. Appeared. The skill to increase longevity. Lu Zhang never expected that his long-awaited skill to increase his lifespan would not be obtained from a divine pet, but rather acquired by inheriting a divine position. This is definitely unexpected. 1 billion mana value increasing 1 day of life expectancy seemed to be worth a lot, but Lu Zhang now had 20 trillion mana value, and just emptying his mana once would theoretically increase his life expectancy by 20,000 days, which was 54 years. This life aura is fine. You have to add it to both yourself and your parents. And mana doesn't cost anything anyway. He hurriedly let the spirit Brightstone Monkey as well as the six-eared macaque learn all the newly acquired skills first, so that they could continue to increase their parents' longevity while he was away. After trying once, Lu Zhang discovered the problem. Longevity is not a one-time increase. Rather, the life aura needs to be maintained at all times. And there is a limit to how much it can increase. When 1 trillion mana points had been consumed, it could increase lifespan by 1,000 days, but this aura needed to be maintained for 10 days. Which meant that it increased lifespan by up to 100 days per day on average. Even if one maintained the life aura at all times, 1 year would increase 100 years of longevity at most. Because it consumes 1 year, the theoretical maximum frequency is a 99-year increase in life expectancy. That'll work too. Holding on to it for 100 years would increase it by 9,900 years. And theoretically, after having this skill, one could already live forever. But in reality, the condition for eternal life is not endless longevity, but immortality. What's the point of having a lot of longevity? You'll still be killed. Being strong was the prerequisite for longevity, and every longevity species was bound to be absolutely strong. The 3 tests are completed. The Godhead is condensed, and an incarnation is allowed to inherit the throne of the God King of Life. After inheriting the throne of the God King, this incarnation would be free to enter and leave the God realm, as the old Life God King's dimensional shelter disappeared.
Lu Zhang directly unleashed his dimensional shattering ability to crush it before using the Divine Kingdom Dimension skill to rebuild a Divine Kingdom dimension based on it. That's what settled the elves and the tree people. He said he would give them shelter and did what he said he would do. And the shattering of the Life God King's Divine Realm plane had directly attracted the attention of those demon kings of the Divine Realm. Although the Life God King's Divine Kingdom plane was independent, it could be embedded in the Divine Realm, and the turmoil created by its destruction could not be small. Lu Zhang's avatar turned into a different appearance at this time, and did not use his own appearance. Sensing the Demon King's proximity, he didn't return and instead took the initiative to provoke him. The three Demon King level existences surrounded the Life God King, and at that exact moment, in an instant, Lu Zhang, who had transformed into the appearance of the Death God King, held the Death Heavenly Pillar, unleashed the skilled Destruction Stick, and violently slammed down towards the three Demon Kings. Lu Zhang's power nowadays, that was an absolute peak Divine King level battle power. Multiple gains, doubled damage blasts, and under this stick, it displayed a true power of annihilation. One ran away, the other two, he directly clubbed to death. Picking up the two fallen God King level divine compartments, Lu Zhang's main body disappeared into the God realm along with the Life God King's detachment. Rather appeared in the next instant, looking at the near-shattered divine realm space in front of him with an expression of astonishment. Chapter 173, This Might. It's already beyond the God King level. It's quite unreasonable. Requesting for follow-up readings. This power. It's beyond the God King level. It's quite unreasonable. Rather had just sensed the aura of life and death, and the two energies together might be able to exert such an effect. But he still felt something was wrong. Among the three Demon Kings, the greedy Demon King, who survived, dragged his broken body and looked at Rather in horror. Lord, that power was too strong just now. It was as if you had struck. In this world, it's impossible to have a power that is comparable to mine, unless that outsider has intervened. I didn't expect that he would grow so fast. Send all the main gods down to speed up the fusion. I need to break the world restrictions as soon as possible. Rather ordered. At his command, the 28 Lord God level evil gods that were still alive could only do as they were told. The fusion of so many Lord God level copies of the Divine Kingdom didn't require all of them to be fused to completion, and the fusion progress reached about 1/3 of the world's upgrading could be completed. Pull up the hierarchical limit of the water globe planet to the 900th level of the perfection level of the Lord God class. The next step would be to fuse the Divine King level again, only needing to fully fuse a Divine King level copy of the Divine Kingdom to completely break through the level restriction. Lu Zhang was the first to sense the newly added copies of the Lord God level God's Kingdom and released 100,000 out-of-body incarnations to surround the monsters in it. He was in no hurry to strike. Other than that, 28 Lord God ranked divine frames. This was a considerable amount of resources for upgrading. Right now, Lu Zhang's actual level was only at the Lord God level, only 896, and that was still just after he had risen up after killing two Demon Kings. Enough to see how much experience value was needed to upgrade after the Lord God level. These Lord Gods didn't do much for his upgrades, but they could help at least one more divine favorite upgrade to Lord God level. Lu Zhang had the six-eared macaque go ahead and kill each and every one of these newly appeared Lord Gods, and then gave it back a Divine King level Demon King Godhead to devour. The one that's left, devour it yourself. The six-eared macaque had successfully promoted to the Lord God level and had come to level 824 in one breath. Lu Zhang had also managed to advance to the Divine King level, reaching level 913. At the God King level, it became more difficult to advance, and it seemed that the only way to bring one's experience value to completion was by absorbing energy, coupled with a long period of time. Unless, of course, there is a more powerful presence. Lu Zhang instantly thought of the guy in the middle of the God realm, a power that exceeded the level of a God King, an existence that transcended the limits of this world. Lu Zhang wasn't sure if he had the strength to kill the other party. No insurance. Still have to continue to figure out how to increase myself at the same level. Summon more divine pets and let them upgrade to feedback their basic attributes. Inherit more God King positions and get more powerful skills. The skills given by the Life God King were just fine, and it could be said that they allowed Lu Zhang's strength to grow quite a bit. During the past 3 months of his vacation, Lu Zhang had not let his incarnation sit idle, and had been collecting clues about the positions of other God Kings. There were a total of 5 God Kings in the Divine Realm: the God King of Life, the God King of Death, the God King of Destruction, the God King of Darkness, and the God King of Light. Although there were only 5 of them, they were extremely powerful enough to suppress the 9 Demon Kings of the Abyssal Demon Realm as well as the 4 Demon Kings of the Undead Plane, according to the information that Lu Zhang had obtained. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dark God King had failed to make a breakthrough and suffered serious injuries from the backlash, the evil camp wouldn't have been able to do even 2 losses.
The Darkness God King was seriously injured and fell by the Demon King's joint sneak attack, followed by the remaining 4 God Kings being broken one by one. Even so, in the end, all the Demon Kings in the evil camp were beaten into slumber. Had the outsiders not changed the status quo, the 2 camps would have developed into an even match. After the Dark God King fell, his residual energy formed a copy called Dark Canyon. This was a Saint-level copy, in which there existed a type of monster called the Dark Giant, each of which was above Saint level in strength. Previously, Shen Yuan Wuji and the others didn't know the bottom line of this copy and only took it as a place of trial for a Saint-level professional. Because it itself was in the westernmost part of the Great Summer Alliance, there was no human population around it, so not much attention was paid to it. It was only after a good deal of searching that Lu Zhan was able to find out about the place where the Dark God King had fallen, and this copy was the only clue to obtaining the Dark God King's throne. But instead of letting his real body go, he utilized the triple split skill to create a split body and entered within the Dark Canyon. With the fusion darkness skill, there was no conflict with the Dark Giants, and he came straight to the deepest part of the Dark Canyon. The closer to the deepest part, the stronger the dark energy and the stronger the erosive power. Even the previous demigod level Shen Yuan Wuji couldn't go deeper into the innermost part, thus no one knew what the situation inside was like. And after Lu Zhang entered the place, he suddenly realized that there was actually a pitch-black eyeball inside. It was like a black hole, absorbing all the surrounding light into it, causing a 100-meter radius to be plunged into absolute darkness. A demigod-level existence that came within range of the piece would also be directly eroded into a dark giant. The so-called dark giants are creatures that have evolved after being consumed by darkness, a kind of slave of darkness. Lu Zhan was still familiar with dark energy. He had mastered quite a few skills regarding darkness, so he didn't feel any discomfort. Through the paradox-breaking golden pupil, Lu Zhang could see the information of this eyeball. Item, left eye of darkness. Effects, the God King of Light and the God King of Darkness used their respective divine power to refine their eyeballs into super divine artifacts. Holding one of them can open the inheritance of the God King of Light or the God King of Darkness, and master the power of light or. Lu Zhang let his doppelganger touch on top of the left eye of darkness, and suddenly, he saw the huge eyeball start to shrink, instantly turning into the size of a walnut and falling into his hand. The dark space lifted and the dark giants all disappeared. At the same time, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Please choose whether to open the inheritance of the Lord of Light or the Lord of Darkness. Lu Zhang froze for a moment, so that was what it meant. Surprisingly, he could also open the inheritance of the Light God King through the left eye of darkness, which was just right, saving himself another trip. Right now, of the 5 divine kings of the divine realm, he had already grasped 3 of the Destruction God King, the Life God King as well as the Death God King, and was just short of these 2, which could be gathered directly. Immediately, without any further hesitation, he directly opened the inheritance of the Dark God King's position. Ding! You have opened the divine exam, Dark God King. To inherit the divine throne, you need to fulfill the following 3 conditions. Condition 1, Dark Affinity 100%. Condition 2, Completion of 3 assessments. Condition 3, Gathering of the Godhead. The first test content, Retrieve the lost right hand of darkness. Description, the remaining part of the right hand of the Dark God King is left in the abyssal demon world. Retrieve it and obtain the energy therein to complete the reward, Dark Affinity plus 30%, Divine Skill, Dark Space. The abyssal demon realm. Lu Zhang was also considered a regular visitor, and with a single thought, he came directly to it through the flying yellow treading away skill, and then according to the guidance of the dark left eye, he quickly found the so-called dark right hand. When I say right hand, it's actually a small part of it. There was quite a lot of energy contained within, and Lu Zhang directly let his main body come and used the black hole devouring skill to completely absorb it. Chapter 174, Huh? The Arrogant Demon King? I don't think he's appeared yet. Requesting for follow-up reading, to Lu Zhang, who already possessed battle power beyond the peak God King level. These God King level examination tasks were very simple. It could even be said that it was giving him the position of a God King for nothing. Ding! You have completed the first test content of the Dark God King Divine Throne Succession Test. Retrieve the lost right hand of darkness. Reward, Dark Affinity plus 30%, Divine Skill, Dark Space. Current Dark Affinity, 130%. Lu Zhang possessed a number of passive skills with darkness attribute individuals such as the Poor Chi, the Death God King, and other passive skills, and his affinity for darkness was also pulled straight to full strength. So when this affinity is added, it immediately goes beyond 100%. The dark energy actively merged into the body. Lu Zhang looked at the rewarded skills. Skill, Dark Space. Effects, consumes a minimum of 100 million mana. Completely absorbs light within a certain range and turns it into absolute darkness. For non-darkness attributed individuals, all attributes are reduced by 50%. skill damage and attack range are weakened by at least 50%.
And the power of darkness skills is increased by 200%. Darkness continues to inflict a minimum of 10 million points of erosive damage on the target every.
This should be considered a domain-type skill, with the triple effect of weakening the enemy and increasing itself as well as adding damage. And if Lu Zhang used this skill to unleash his dark attribute attack skills, coupled with the original increase of the strike aura or something like that, there was no doubt that he could directly increase his output damage. Sort of an increase in one's battle power. The first skill was very good, and Lu Zhang hurriedly continued with the next test. The second test, darkness. Devouring everything. Description: use the dark space to devour more than 1 billion lifeforms to complete the reward, dark affinity plus 40%, divine skill, dark transformation. Seeing the content of this assessment, Lu Zhang couldn't help but be thankful that he hadn't directly wiped out all the monsters in the 38 copies of the Divine Kingdom plane, or else a billion targets would have been hard to find. After all, the Abyssal Demon Realm had been cleansed by him, and there simply weren't many monsters still gathered together anymore. It was only among the Divine Kingdom plane that the number of these evil gods' dependents was still somewhat guaranteed. With that, he immediately let his avatar go within these copies to wreak havoc for a bit, and the dark space opened up, directly pouring in trillions of mana values and inflicting hundreds of billions of points of darkness erosion damage per second. A minute later, the assessment task was completed. Ding! You have completed the second test of the Dark God King Divine Throne Succession Test, Darkness. Devour everything. Reward, Dark Affinity plus 40%, Divine Skill, Dark Transformation. Current Dark Affinity, 170%. Skill, Dark Transformation. Effect, consuming a minimum of 1 million points of mana. It can transform a target engulfed by darkness in darkness space into a darkness slave. If darkness is not extinguished, the slave will not be effect. This skill was not much of a surprise to Lu Zhang, but at best, it was a combat support skill when facing a group fight. Lu Zhang had an out-of-body incarnation, which could be much better than this skill. Not caring, he continued to look at the last test. The third test content, Seize. Dark Divine Hammer. Description: the Dark Divine Hammer has been taken away by the arrogant Demon King. Retrieve the Dark Divine Hammer to complete the test. Reward, Dark Affinity plus 50%, Divine Skill, Shadow of Darkness. Ha! The arrogant Demon King? I don't think he's appeared yet. The 9 Demon Kings of the Abyss, only 3 were revived. The Abominable Demon King, the Fearful Demon King, and the Greedy Demon King. The Prideful Demon King hadn't been revived yet, so how could they be found? Lu Zhang was in the Abyssal Demon Realm at that moment, and after sensing the guidance of the Dark Left Eye, he immediately came to the location it pointed to. Boom! 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 Underground, in the middle of a huge pool, a huge heart was constantly beating, and the surging demonic energy was absorbed and condensed by it along with its beating. Lu Zhang could basically conclude that this was the location where the arrogant Demon King had revived, but did not find where the Dark Divine Hammer was. Obviously, the Dark Divine Hammer could only be obtained after the arrogant Demon King had truly revived. So the question is, how do you revive a Demon Lord quickly? According to the information received during the process of inheriting the Divine Throne and the analysis of the Demon King's skills acquired by himself, all Demon King revivals required the absorption of enough specific negative emotional energy. The Hate Demon King absorbed the power of hatred, while the arrogant Demon King would need to absorb enough power of arrogance. Where to gather so much emotional energy from? Even though Lu Zhang's battle power was enough to crush the God King level nowadays, he still couldn't do anything to resurrect a Demon King. After all, among his skills, the most he could do was to increase his life value and longevity, and there was no resurrection technique at all, not to mention resurrecting a Demon Lord. Undeterred, Lu Zhang used his Stealing Heaven's Chance skill to obtain information on the Dark Divine Hammer, only to find that it too guided to this heart and stopped. Things have come to this, there is no way to inherit this Dark God King's throne. Lu Zhang decisively utilized the Stealing Heaven's Chance skill once again to obtain information about the Divine Throne inheritance of the Light God King. That was easy to find. There was also an item called the Right Eye of Light that was found within the Water Sphere planet, in a copy called Top of Light. The Dark Left Eye could also open the inheritance of the Light God King, only that Lu Zhang had previously used that item to open the inheritance of the Dark God King and could not use it repeatedly. Ding! You have opened the Divine Exam, the Divine King of Light. To inherit the Divine Throne, you need to fulfill the following 3 conditions. Condition 1, Light Affinity 100%. Condition 2, completion of 3 assessments. Condition 3, Gathering of the Godhead. This was a good point. Other than the Death God King and the Destruction God King, the remaining 3 God Kings had only 3 assessments for their divine position, which was the same number of assessments as a single inferior god. Of course, there's no way to compare the difficulty. The first test, Purification. Pollution of the Kingdom of Light. Description: the god of light's divine realm was shattered during the battle, and only a part of it remains within the water globe,
which has been contaminated by demonic gas. Purify the broken realm and redeem the winged people who have been contaminated by the demonic gas and have fallen.
Reward: light affinity plus 30%, divine skill, light redemption. This test didn't seem to be difficult,
and Lu Zhen quickly found the so-called divine kingdom plane fragment. It was reasonable to say that if the divine kingdom plane shattered and produced a collapse, it would simply disappear. I didn't expect that there would still be a fragment left. It should have fused with the water globe planet in the end, and this was how it could be preserved. The winged people were the dependents of the god king of light. It was a very powerful race.
A pair of wings was a normal winged person, and at adulthood,
they could obtain saint-level battle power. 2 pairs of wings were demigod level, 3 pairs were lower true gods, 4 pairs were intermediate gods, and 5 pairs were upper gods. The strongest is with 6 pairs of wings, or 12 feathers. The winged people were also known as the angels of light, and the 12 winged angels were the strongest dependents of the god king of light. The broken divine realm plane transformed into a copy called Capital of Fallen Angels, which was also a saint-level copy that no one had ever delved into before. Lu Zheng entered inside and casually perceived it, realizing that the most powerful individual among them had the level of a medium god,
that is, an 8-winged angel. He directly released the exorcise demons and dispel evil skill,
and then released more than 1,000,000 holy light pervading large balls of light.
In a flash, all the angels were purified and the entire copy cleared.
The fallen angel who had just opened his teeth and claws directly knelt in front of him.
Thank you, Coronet, for saving me. Chapter 175. You've let your doppelganger take up all the 5 positions of the God Realm's God King, requesting for readings. After exorcising the demonic aura, these angels can leave the copy. Now that the water globe star level restriction was lifted, Lu Zheng directly called Xianyuan Wuji to handle these not-so-weak combatants. Although the number of angels left behind was not large, there were more than 10,000 of them, which could be at the lowest saint level. And among them, there were quite a few true god levels. Definitely a not-so-weak force now.
Xianyuan Wuji asked in confusion after listening to Lu Zheng's words in a confused manner.
Aren't you going to inherit that life god king position? Why did you run over to save the angels? Could it be that the test of the god king of life is to redeem the angels? Aren't they under the god king of light?
Lu Zheng said with a helpless sigh. I got the life god king position a long time ago, and I was originally going to obtain the dark god king position again,
but I didn't realize that the last test got me stuck.
I can only try this light god king position first.
Ha!
You've let all of the 5 divine king positions in the divine realm be taken up by your doppelganger.
Xianyuan Wuji was surprised. Lu Zheng asked rhetorically. Or else what? Who else is qualified to inherit? We need more powerful forces.
And we're going to face enemies that are more than just God King level.
What? What does that mean? More than God King level? Aren't God Kings the highest battle power in this world?
Xianyuan Wuji asked incredulously. Yes, the God King is the highest combatant in this world. But with the outsider in this world,
things have gotten bad.
The reason there are suddenly so many copies of the Lord God level God Kingdom fused is because that guy is eager to invade the water globe planet.
Now, I need to strengthen myself in every way I can. You don't have to worry, Senior. If I can't even it up, the water planet should be destroyed in an instant. So there's no use in you worrying.
Except for me to keep trying a little harder on my end to make a final struggle, Lu Zheng said in a frivolous tone. Xianyuan Wuji froze for a few seconds at his words, and then casually spread his 2 hands. You surely wouldn't joke with me on such a matter.
It seems that it's really come to a moment of crisis, so I'll leave it to you. I have to catch up with Fei Fei.
Lu Zheng rolled his eyes.
Let's just say, it's not a bad idea.
This one also sees through it and isn't dead set on begging him how hard he has to work.
The truth is, at this point in time, it's useless for anyone to be in a hurry.
One could only pray that Lu Zhen could be strong enough to fight against that level beyond God King within this short period of time.
A power that surpassed the God King level. And those of them who weren't even God Kings were simply powerless to fight against it. The only thing to do is to wait for the results. Instead of waiting anxiously, it's better to live spontaneously. Enjoying a moment is a moment.
Lu Zheng looked at the prompt in front of him.
Ding!
You have completed the first course of the Divine Throne Succession Assessment for the Divine King of Light, Purification.
Polluted Kingdom of Light. Reward, Light Affinity plus 30%, Divine Skill, Light Redemption. Current Light Affinity, 130%. Skill, Bright Redemption. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 billion mana.
Releases on a single non-negative target,
causing the target to recover all life and remove all negative statuses. Very powerful healing skill. Full lifesteal restores and also removes all negative statuses.
But Lu Zheng didn't particularly need it is all.
If it was a resurrection spell, he would have liked it very much. The second test, the Pact of Light. Description: the Holy Light Unicorn, the guardian beast of light, has suffered a serious injury and has sealed itself within the capital of fallen angels. Please complete its healing and gain its recognition. Reward: light affinity plus 40%, divine skill, angelic transformation. That's a relief. And that's where the second test is aimed. Lu Zhang instantly locked onto a ceiling altar. A light punch was thrown. The altar cracked, and an aura of light was revealed. Sure enough, there was a dying bright unicorn inside. It was covered in demonic aura. Its body was rotting everywhere, and its white fur had just lost its holy aura. A raggedy look. The effects of the passive skills on Lu Zhang's body began to take effect after he got close. White Zephyr brought him 2 passive skills. All evil and purification field. All those with demonic and evil auras automatically gain a purification effect when they reach him. And if they are evil spirits or demons themselves, they will be directly harmed. Moreover, Lu Zhang also had a heaven-swallowing demon body passive effect on him, which could absorb the surrounding demonic chi. So when he got close, the Holy Light Unicorn instantly felt better straight away. The blood bar, which had only had 1 blood skin, began to slowly recover its blood. Lu Zhang released another large ball of light. Holy light shines through. Add a exorcise evil skill, directly emptying the demonic chi in his body completely. Using the bright redemption skill that he had just obtained, he returned its blood level to full. Its full attributes were restored, and its negative statuses disappeared. Thanks to the coronet for saving me. I'm willing to offer my loyalty. The Holy Light Unicorn knelt on its 2 front hooves in submission. It was a peak Lord God class divine beast that had reached level 899. Although it was a notch below his own divine favor, Lu Zhang wouldn't mind it. Let it go straight to its parents as a pet to play with. Right now there were no targets in the lower realms that required the hands of the Lord God level. Even if they did, they were rare resources, upgrade materials, and couldn't be given to this thing to waste. This kind of locked rank was no different from waste in Lu Zhang's eyes. Having monsters even for one's own immortal spirit pet level summoned beasts to kill was better than letting the Holy Light Unicorn kill them. After all, the former upgraded and could also give feedback to one's own experience value and attribute points. Ding! You have completed the second test content of the Divine Throne Succession Test for the God King of Light, the Contract of Light. Reward: light affinity plus 40%, divine skill, angelic transformation. Current light affinity, 170%. Skill, angelic transformation. Effects: consume at least 1 billion mana points to transform an individual of holy level or above into an angel, holy level transformed into demigod, demigod transformed into lower true god, lower god transformed into median god transformed into upper god transformed into main god. The level of the transformed individual cannot be further raised. It's a skill that has never been seen before. You can directly increase your battle power. The consumption of mana was negligible, at the cost of no further upgrades after transmutation. In other words, battle lock. I believe many people are willing to make that choice. After all, a demigod level could directly become a god, and inheriting a god position would also be battle locked. But how many god positions are there? By reincarnating an angel, you have direct access to great power. It's a very great temptation. However, only the strongest could be transformed to the Lord God level. This battle power was an unattainable level for ordinary people. But for Lu Zhang, it was like chicken ribs, totally uninteresting. An interesting skill, that's all. There's no other use for it. He didn't even bother to take a second look, only seeing that the potential had reached the Lord God level and completely lost interest. After all, his enemies, however, were existences above the God King level. Lu Zhang hurriedly looked at the last element of the Light God King's examination. The third test, Battle of Light. Chapter 176, another dead end. A shot in the arm and another 5-star legend. Begging for a follow-up read. This last test, looking at Lu Zhang, was slightly speechless. The third test, Battle of Light. Description: transform no less than 10,000 angels and lead them to kill no less than 1 billion evil demons. Reward: light affinity plus 50%, divine skill, light resurrection. Lu Zhang's eyes glistened as he watched the divine skill rewards. That's a resurrection spell. The true method of resurrection. With this skill, one is really not afraid of death, nor are they afraid of their friends and loved ones dying. A backhand resurrection would be nice. Even, perhaps, that mission of the Dark God King could be accomplished now. However, after seeing the description of the content of the assessment, Lu Zhang was the entire person who was bad. You can have him slay 1 trillion evil demons if you want, but if he were to transform 10,000 angels, where would he find them? Right now, among all the humans, there weren't many who had reached the saint level. 10,000 angels. It's as if this is another dead end. Lu Zhang realized that the time for the examination of these divine throne successions did not seem to be now. Perhaps the world would develop reasonably slowly according to the original rules. and eventually there would be tens of thousands of saint-level professionals, as well as numerous demigods. In this way, it makes sense to inherit those divine positions. At that time, the demon lords were all revived, and the dark divine hammer could be retrieved without any problems. Now, maybe it's because of himself, maybe it's because of that outsider that caused all this change. Now it's good that the two divine successions are all stuck on the last item. No way. How can a man be suffocated by urine? If there weren't 10,000 saint-level professionals, then create 10,000 of them. Isn't it just that you need to complete the transfer quest? Letting an out-of-body incarnation assist throughout the entire process, and then giving a sufficient amount of potions and equipment. I don't believe that we can't get 10,000 saint-level professionals out in a short period of time. Lu Zhang was now the supreme will of the entire Grand Sa Alliance. At his command, the entire union immediately called out 20,000 students. Why 20,000 people? This has to take into account that some people's tasks may need to be done alone, can't be aided, and are too dangerous. Then there's no point in taking that risk. He just needs a bunch of qualified tool people. When he issued the command, the outer incarnation first brought these 20,000 people to the area around the Lord God level evil god replica, helped them get the experience values needed to upgrade to the holy level done, and then began to assist them with their transfer tasks. Facts. When the whole coalition gets going and all the resources are deployed together, it's very efficient. In just one day, more than 4,000 people had completed the fifth turn. Lu Zhang's main body wasn't idle either. He began to continue summoning divine favors. Now that the 5 divine kingships were at an impasse, the succession to the divine throne of both the Light God King and the Dark God King were at a stalemate. He needed to continue enhancing his battle power from the aspect of divine favor. Ding! Consumed 100 million spell points and successfully activated the skill divine summoning. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-star legendary divine pet Qin Yuan, X1. Triggering the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You gain the skill Death Dying. The first shot directly drew a 5-star legendary god's pet, which directly confused Lu Zhang. A shot in the arm. That's a first. A random draw is a 5-star legendary divine pet. Which who can top it? Lu Zhang could hold his own. In the end, it's a man who's seen the world. There were quite a few divine pets summoned, and there were more than a dozen 5-star divine pets. 5-star divine favor is not rare. The key is still to see how the ability. Let's take a look at the directly acquired skills first. Skill, Dying. Effects, minimum consumption of 100 million points of mana released on a single target. The poison of death. No medicine can be solved. Living things are poisoned. Sustain substantial loss of vitality. Quickly withered and, usually such skills that are not specifically described as to how many points of damage they deal are terribly effective. However, it did not increase Lu Zhang's battle power much nowadays, nor does it change the predicament. Moving on to other skills, Lu Zhang didn't care about anything else. One of the skills he was very interested in. Skill, Poisoning Everything. Effects, consuming a certain amount of mana. It can turn everything between heaven and earth into toxins, or attach toxins to everything, the yin and yang of heaven and earth, the poisons of the 5 elements. Lu Zhang did not expect this ability to transform poison to be able to poison that existence that was beyond the God King level. What he cared about was that this skill could be used in combination with one of the passive skills he had acquired. Sagittarius gave him a passive of Universal Poison Demon Body, which could absorb all toxins and convert them into mana and damage. And as long as he turned everything into poison, and then integrated all the toxins through the Poison Mist Magic Barrier skill, he himself would be able to grow his experience value by leaps and bounds by absorbing the toxin energy. It looks like it's about as good as just using the Black Hole Devouring skill to devour everything, but in reality, the process of transforming the poison has mana value attached to it. Mana is constant and in large amounts, so there is a lot of toxin energy to transform at once. In that case, after all of them are absorbed, wouldn't the levels just take off? If one's own rank could be raised above the God King level, then what outsiders were there to fear? Just give it a dry waste. But soon, Lu Zhang calmed down again. This method was feasible, but the 10,000 poison demon body was a passive skill and could not actively absorb toxins, so it's necessarily a slow process. The speed of upgrading against the original was definitely faster, but relying only on this one method, I'm afraid that by then, it would be too late to level up to a powerful enough level, and an attack from outsiders would be welcomed, and keep summoning divine favorites. The call cannot be stopped. However, at the same time, Lu Zhang utilized the triple split to create another split into the likeness of a Qin Yuan B and went to the middle of the abyssal demon realm to utilize this method to try and upgrade. Divine favor summoning continues, but it seems that the first one to come out with a 5-star legend drained the luck out of it. It has not been shipped since then. They're all just immortal products. On the other hand, the training of saint-level professionals was going quite well. After the end of the second day, more than 6,000 people had been successfully helped to complete the sixth turn and become saint-level professionals. On the morning of the third day, the goal of 10,000 was successfully reached. There are others who are on transfer quests, but it doesn't matter anymore. After Lu Zhang gathered these 10,000 saint-level professionals, he began to release the divine skill angelic transformation, and instantly, 2 pairs of wings grew behind them. The look hasn't changed, but essentially, it's no longer human. This was explained to the students when they were selected, but learned that you can just become a demigod. They have nothing to hesitate about. They were all children of ordinary families, and originally becoming a high-level professional would be the end of their lives. Now that you can become a demigod, what's not to be satisfied with? One must learn to be content. After 10,000 angels were converted, it took less than 10 minutes to kill 1 billion targets. The main thing was that there was a bit of a delay in bringing them to the battlefield. Ding! You have completed the third test of the Divine Throne Succession Test for the God King of Light, Battle of Light. Reward, Light Affinity plus 50%, Divine Skill, Light Resurrection. Current Light Affinity, 220%. Let's look at Resurrection first. Chapter 177, the Demon King has since become a controlled renewable resource. Requesting for catch-up reading. Heartfelt Resurrection spell it came. Skill, Bright Resurrection. Effect, minimum consumption of 1 billion mana. Released on a single target. Resurrects the target within 1 day of death. After resurrection, all attributes are restored. Negative statuses are lifted. And resurrection is not possible again within 1 day. This skill is apparently the one that can only give a target 1 more life. Limited effect. Lu Zhang thought that he could rely on this to bring the arrogant Demon King back to life. It seems impossible. Need to find another way. But at least it's kind of having a chance to give your parents and friends a second life. It was at this time that Lu Zhang suddenly saw an aura appear on the summoning bit. He hasn't stopped summoning for the past 2 days. Shipped out again. Ding! Consumed 100 million spell points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary Divine Pet Legend, X1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill 7 Lusts. In front of him appeared a ferocious beast with the physique of a tiger and the fur of a dog, with boar-like tusks and a human-like face. Lu Zhang could not help but be pleasantly surprised after seeing its feedback skills. Skill, 7 Sentiments and 6 Desires. Effect, consume a certain amount of mana to enhance, weaken, or divert the target's emotional energy, immune to interference from emotional power. This skill didn't seem to have much power, but it was actually the most essential greatness. Direct mastery of the emotional energy of all life, enhancing anger and directly disabling the target. Enhanced despair can cause the person to lose the will to live and simply commit suicide. Then there is the release of various emotions such as happiness, sadness, grief, etc., all of which can take a huge toll on a living being's mental energy. However, Lu Zhang saw this skill. The first thing that came to mind was that it could bring the pride demon back to life. All he had to do was to enhance the arrogance in people's hearts, then transfer it into himself and inject it into the heart of that arrogant demon king. It wasn't just the pride demon king. If the method worked, he could totally use it again to quickly train other demon kings. The demon king has since become a controlled renewable resource. Lu Zhang was very excited. But instead of rushing to test it, he first allowed an out-of-body incarnation to complete the succession to the throne of the God of Light, gathering the Godhead and inheriting the throne of the God King. The final rank was 988, not reaching the peak. It's kind of okay. Now Lu Zhang didn't expect a God King level of combat power to be of much use. At least he could be a bodyguard for his parents. Against that existence that surpassed the God King level, he still had to rely on himself. With the position of the God King of Light in hand, Lu Zhang checked the various skills at his disposal. Holy Light Guardian, Light Judgment, Light Holy Shield. With just one look, Lu Zhang was basically certain that it was all junk. Of course, the power as a divine skill was there. But naturally, Lu Zhang didn't need them at all. Other than the last passive skill, it was not a wasted trip for Lu Zhang. Skill, Bright God Body, Passive. Effect, immunity to single damage of less than 1 billion points. 20% reduction of physical damage. 30% reduction of energy damage. An energy damage reduction is converted into light energy to form the same amount of healing value for oneself. Previously, he had met a greedy demon king in the upper divine realm, and although Lu Zhang had not killed it, he had obtained its changes and skills. One of them was the same skill as the abominable demon body provided by the abominable demon king before. The greedy demon body. Skill, Greedy Demon Body, Passive. Effects, immunity to single damage of less than 100 billion points. 10% reduction of physical damage. 10% reduction of energy damage after death. Absorbing the power of greed can regather the greedy demon body and be reborn in the abyssal demon. After the addition of the greedy demon body, he already had 99.75% physical damage immunity and 99.45% spell damage immunity.
Now with the addition of a bright divine body's overbearing effect,
the magnitude of damage immunity has increased once again. It becomes 99.95% physical damage free and 99.75% spell damage free.
Lu Zhang was basically considered immune to physical attacks now.
All physical damage, directly dispensed to only 0.5%, which was similar to absolute hegemony as well. Of course, if there is a rule-based first strike skill like True Blessing that directly ignores all defenses to hit true wound, there's nothing you can do about it.
Or you have to have thick blood of your own.
However,
such skills were still rare, and Lu Zhang also had the divine skill Tong Tian Jianmu, which could multiply his own blood volume by 10 times.
At hand. No need to worry. The next thing to do is to resurrect the Demon King. This involves selecting a group of targets to be cultivated for emotional energy. Of all the creatures, the ones with the strongest emotional energy are humans, and that's probably why humans are professionals.
And to harvest emotional power,
you have to go after humans. However,
Lu Zhang did not intend to make a move against the Great Summer Alliance,
but instead came to the Little Day Alliance next to him.
During this period of time, he had struck out to overthrow so many crises. These people could be vested interests. They could not be allowed to live so nourishingly.
It just so happens that there are a lot of them. 100 million or so. And that's enough to test. Lu Zhang directly summoned 100,000
out-of-body incarnations and launched the 7 sentiments and 6 lusts skill together as his mana value was crazily depleted.
None of them are released in the millions, trillions, but many trillions. In an instant, hundreds of millions of people. Arrogance instantly erupted. Looking at anyone,
they feel that the other is nothing more than an inferior species, while they are the noble princess prince. Lu Zhang hurriedly harvested these emotional energies,
one wave followed by another.
It was only until the entire Little Day Alliance all fainted due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy that Lu Zhang brought the power of arrogance within the abyssal demon realm, transferred this energy into the Pride Demon King, only to see that flesh and blood had sprouted around that heart,
coalescing into a fleshy mass. The effect is obvious. Again,
seeing that there was an effect, Lu Zhang immediately came energized. It didn't matter that all of the people from the small day were passed out. They directly utilized healing spells to restore their status.
Then the harvesting continues. Within an hour,
it was harvested 10 times.
And the second time around,
the Pride Demon had a head start.
On the 4th, an arm grew. On the 8th time, the legs grew out. After the 10th time,
the arrogant Demon King vibrated the wings behind his back and snapped his eyes open.
Seeing Lu Zhang in front of it, it froze for a moment, then said in an arrogant tone, "Did you resurrect this god?"
Lu Zhang said with a smile,
"Right. I've gone through a lot of trouble. So hand over the dark divine hammer."
The arrogant Demon King could not help but frown when he saw that Lu Zhang actually had such an attitude.
Immediately afterward, a black sledgehammer surfaced in its hand. "Human, the dark divine hammer is the dark divine king's super divine artifact. If you want it, kneel down and beg me. Maybe I'll take pity on you and grant it." When Lu Zhang saw the hammer,
where would he listen to his nonsense? With a direct lift of his hand, he held the death heavenly pillar in both hands and directly struck out a destructive stick.
Boom! The recently resurrected arrogant demon king was directly blown away.
The force was just right.
A god king level godhead, preserved intact. Chapter 178 Facing Lu Zhang. It was truly arrogant. Requesting for readers. The odds are that the arrogant demon king didn't expect to be clubbed to death just after he was resurrected. This should be the fastest it's ever been resurrected and the fastest it's ever died. After Lu Zhang obtained the dark divine hammer, a prompt immediately appeared before his eyes. Ding! You have completed the 3rd test content of the Dark God King Divine Throne Succession Test. Seize the Dark Divine Hammer. Reward, Dark Affinity plus 50%, Divine Skill, Shadow of Darkness. Current Dark Affinity, 220%. Skill, Shadow of Darkness. Effect, minimum consumption of 100 million points of mana. Released on a single target. Creating a Shadow of Darkness with the same level, the same life value, the same mana value of the target, after the generation of the Shadow of Darkness. The level of the target with the upgrading of the level of the darkness of the Shadow of the Darkness, when their own life value, mana consumption, darkness of the shadow synchronization of the replenishment, when in the darkness of the Shadow of the Darkness of the life and mana value of their own 10 times the speed of recovery, usually by their own double, recover. The description of this skill is a bit complicated, but to put it bluntly, it's just one more stand-in that resists damage, replenishes mana drain, and recovers quickly. Although the one who was injured was still himself,
the life value would be instantly restored and the damage value transferred to the shadow of darkness.
Twice as much mana.
And you can also have twice the recovery speed.
The point is that it only needs to be released once and anyone can have it all the time. A skill similar to the Tongtian Jinmu-like skill. However,
the Tongtian Kenwood can only be used by yourself for yourself.
This skill, on the other hand, can be given to any person. It was kind of a surprise. It also gives you an extra life insurance for yourself and for your family. Below,
continue to have an incarnation condense the godhead and inherit the Dark God King's throne.
Up to this point,
all of the 5 great divine kings of the divine realm had been obtained by Lu Zhang's doppelganger.
The Dark Lord of the Gods also possesses a hegemony class skill. Skill, Dark Divine Body, passive.
Effect, immunity to single damage of less than 1 billion points.
20% reduction of physical damage. 30% reduction of energy damage and energy reduction damage is converted into dark energy to form the same amount of healing value for.
The effect was practically identical to the bright god body.
Just now,
he had also acquired the changes and skills of the arrogant demon king in passing.
And there was a similar overwhelming skill as well. Skill, Arrogant Demon Body, passive.
Effect, immunity to single damage below 100 billion points.
10% reduction of physical damage. 10% reduction of energy damage after death.
Absorbing the power of arrogance can regather the body of an arrogant demon and be reborn in the abyssal demon realm.
After these 2 increases, Lu Zhang's hegemony effect became 9,925% physical damage immunity and 9,915% spell damage immunity.
Both physical and spell skills dealt less than 1/10,000th of the damage to Lu Zhang anymore.
It is an absolute hegemony. A weakening of 4 orders of magnitude. Even if it was beyond a major rank, could not really reduce his blood without a skill that directly inflicted absolute true damage. Disguised invincibility.
Lu Zhang couldn't help but think of a few other demon kings. Of the 9 demon kings of the abyssal demon realm,
4, greed, fear, pride and abomination,
had already been acquired by him in their demonic bodies.
And the other 5 must have as well. Moreover,
revived demon kings were great experience babies,
and Lu Zhang didn't want to let any of them go.
He first utilized his heaven stealing skill to find the resurrection location of the Silver Lust Demon King,
one of the 9 great demon kings, and discovered that this fellow didn't even have his heart intact. But it doesn't matter.
Lu Zhang can help him. Determined the location of the Demon King, he returned directly to the planet Water Balloon, and then came to the Small Days League. 100,000 doppelgangers were released to inspire their silver lust. Lu Zhang found that this emotional power could be much easier to inspire than his previous arrogance,
and easily harvested it once. An hour or so later, the Silver Lust Demon King was resurrected.
Lu Zhang had gotten another demonic body with the same increase as he had hoped.
It was killed, and the godhead was devoured, leveling up to level 934. That's still a good rate of lift. After all, Demon Kings could be refreshed over and over again, and theoretically, it wouldn't take him long to level up above the Divine King level. Half a day later, the 4 Demon Kings, Jealousy, Anger, Frenzy and Fallen, were also resurrected once by Lu Zhang one after another.
All the skills of the 9 Devil Kings had all converged into Lu Zhang alone. After killing these Demon Kings and devouring their godheads,
Lu Zhang's level came to 967. After 50% physical damage reduction and 50% energy damage reduction, the dominance effect becomes 9,975% physical damage immunity and 9,965% spell damage immunity.
1,000,000 points of physical damage can only cause 25 points of blood reduction.
Who wouldn't look at that in despair? Right now,
Lu Zhang himself was not sure that he could kill himself.
After all, too many of your own skills restrain each other. The skills of the 5 Divine Kings, the 9 Demon Kings,
and the many divine pets are all superbly powerful divine skills.
It was still some conflicting attributes, and it was rare enough that it didn't directly cause a conflict. Light is me, darkness is me, death is me, and life is me, destruction is me, and the devil is me. I'm so strong. Lu Zhang inwardly sighed, and then once again, he came to the arrogant demon lord resurrection point, and once again, in quite a way, revived him.
The arrogant demon king who saw Lu Zhang again was a bit confused.
I seem to have seen you before. You resurrected me last time,
then took my dark divine hammer, then killed me,
and now you resurrect me again?
Lu Zhang nodded and said, it seems that your resurrection memories are completely retained.
Does this mean that you are completely bound to the abyssal demon realm? Unless the abyssal demon realm is completely destroyed, will you die in the true sense of the word? No, you can't do this. The abyssal demon realm,
the undead plane, these two are the same existence as the origin star.
And if the abyssal demon realm is extinguished, the origin star will be destroyed along with it. You will also die.
The arrogant Demon King seemed to be genuinely worried about Lu Zheng overthrowing the abyssal demon realm.
After all, from the last time he was killed, this human was ridiculously strong. Seriously, it's not the first time it's been killed. Having crossed paths with so many god kings through the ages, there wasn't a single one like this. A stick easily killed it, the kind that doesn't feel like it at all. And, most crucially, this guy seemed to be able to resurrect himself at will? This ability, it's beyond the limits of this world, isn't it?
The arrogant Demon King was completely devoid of its previous arrogance at this time,
and in the face of Lu Zheng, it was truly arrogant. Even so, it felt that at this moment, its own arrogant energy was actually shifting towards the other party's body. No skills were invoked, it just shifted in a watery way. This meant that the other party's arrogant demon body was far more powerful than his own. Which one of us is the Demon King?
The arrogant Demon King felt like the world had suddenly become so abstract.
Lu Zheng sniffed thoughtfully and nodded.
Got it. You can die. When the arrogant Demon King heard these words, he instead revealed a relaxed expression and went to his death openly.
Death is not scary.
As long as the abyssal demon realm remains,
it can come back to life. Besides, it seemed like the human in front of him, reviving it would be simple. As luck would have it, it wasn't long before it was brought back to life. This time, not a word was said, and another stick was struck, over and over again.
Chapter 179, the 8 Devil Kings had already been killed numb by Lu Zheng.
Three-legged golden crow, requesting for readings.
After learning that the Demon King was deeply bound to the abyssal demon realm, Lu Zheng roughly understood the logic of how the rules of this world worked.
There was no further delving into anything,
just repeatedly killing and resurrecting the arrogant Demon King and brushing up on experience points.
Slaying with devouring sigil.
A Demon King probably puts him up 5 or 6 levels.
After repeatedly killing the arrogant Demon King 10 times, Lu Zheng's level came to 99. Can't elevate it.
A glimmer of clarity arose within Lu Zheng. This was the world limit level. There was no way he could break through that limit on his own.
Because he was a transmigrant to this world, he was restricted by the rules. But God's favor is not. Lu Zheng thought he could continue upgrading the divine favor,
allowing the divine favor's level to break through the limit.
Keep getting stronger by feeding back attribute points.
So the root of his power is still in the summoned beasts, not his own upgrades.
Figured that out.
Lu Zheng began to continue to use the Alliance of Small Days as a collection point to collect emotional power and resurrect the Demon King.
Demon King is the most cost-effective monster right now.
Killing a Demon King could raise a Divine King level existence by 5 or 6 levels. Let a Lord God level existence rise 20 or 30 levels.
That's pretty good. There was still time, and as long as he was able to raise the level of one of his divine pets to above the God King level, Lu Zheng was certain that he would be able to deal with that outsider. Right now, the highest ranked divine favorite was Tao Tai, so Lu Zheng continued to raise it. 2 days later, Tao Tai was raised to level 99. If everything went well, then in the next moment, Tao Tai would be able to reach over 1,000 levels. However, after its experience value had reached full capacity, Lu Zheng realized abruptly that the experience value had overflowed. No further upgrades were made. Lu Zheng could not help but sink his heart. It seems that one's guess was wrong. As long as one enters this world, one is already limited by the rules of the world. So, now there are only 2 ways to enhance it. One is to continue to summon new divine favorites and gain other more powerful skills. The other one is to strengthen the existing divine favorites. Since level 99 is the world limit, raise all of your divine favorites to level 99. As long as there were enough of them, they could be put through the bridge of mana skill, so that even if one's level was only 99, one could have mana that exceeded one's own by 1 or even more orders of magnitude. The so-called higher levels were nothing more than more life points, more mana, stronger base attributes and higher attack and defense. Now one's defenses can be said to have been pulled full circle. The blood is also secured, just not quite stable yet. To continue to elevate, the key thing is mana. Lu Zheng was unable to speculate on how much higher the next stage's mana value would be than his own, and whether or not there were any absolute suppression skills. He needed to accumulate enough mana to have a good mindset to face the upcoming strong enemies. There were still 10 days left until the fusion of the Lord God level God Kingdom copies was completely finished. Lu Zheng has to fight for time. It was the people of the Small Day Alliance and the 9 Demon Kings of the Abyssal Demon Realm who suffered. Well, the 8 devils. There is a greedy Demon King who has been hiding in the God Realm and has not returned. The 8 Devil Kings had already been killed numb by Lu Zheng. They are the hallowed Demon Kings, the source of the world's plagues. When have they ever been treated like this? Even so, they wanted to point at Lu Zheng and curse. You don't respect life. Is the life of a Demon King not a life? Do you know how badly you're hurting a Demon Lord's psyche by repeatedly killing him in seconds like this? However, Lu Zheng simply didn't have the time to dilly-dally with them. It was trying to do everything it could to enhance its divine favor, in addition to killing the Demon King. For example,
having an incarnation use the skill Everything Turns to Poison of the Chinwon bird to turn the abyssal demon sea into toxins, and then having Sagittarius soak in it and frantically absorb the toxin energy to upgrade.
This method was good. The abyssal demon sea had plenty of energy, and it would probably only take 7 days to raise Sagittarius to level 99. This would directly save the time of leveling up a divine pet. Lu Zhang also had his 100,000 doppelgangers unleash the 5 Thunder Blast skill on the Kuei-Nyo, and the huge amount of mana value was transformed into thunder energy to be absorbed by the Kuei-Nyo, which was then transformed into experience value. This one isn't slow, even faster than the one that absorbs toxins. It was estimated that if this progress was maintained, he could be promoted to level 99 in 5 or 6 days. The 9-headed immortal bird did the same thing. Lu Zhang had his avatar release flames and let it absorb them into experience value at about the same rate. And after the Kuan Pang became a Taiku Giant Kuan, it was still faster to rely on devouring and absorbing. Like the Spirit Bright Stone Monkey, the Six-Eared Macaque, and the Taiku Giant Kuan that had mastered the devouring skill. Let them absorb the Demon King's godhead. The rest of the divine favors could only allow Lu Zhang to help, and they would kill the Demon King and gain the experience value of the kills. This is synchronized to help upgrade many divine pets at once. Killing monsters to upgrade is the slowest. After all, recovery takes time. Lu Zhang's harvesting speed was already fast, but even faster had Yobia process, turning to 5 days later. As of today, Lu Zhang's hands had already grasped Tao Tai, Koan Pang, Six-Eared Macaque, Lingming Stone Monkey, Kuei-Nyo, Shangliu, 9-headed immortal bird, Blockhead Legend, Multiplying Yellow, Ingzhua, Jian Ma, Tongue-Armed Ape Monkey, Red Shuri Horse Monkey, Poor Chi, Bai Zai, and the Candle Dragon 16 level 99 peak Divine King level divine favors. These were all 5 elements legendary divine favorites, whose attributes were already no weaker than those of a divine king when they reached the Lord God level. Now that he had reached the peak God King level, his attributes reached more than 5 times that of the Destruction God King, who was also a peak God King. Evidently, its life essence surpassed the God King level. The world limits their growth. In the past 5 days, Lu Zhang had summoned quite a few more immortal spirit pets. He had a feeling he was going to ship out today. Sure enough, at noon, a heatwave struck and a golden fire bird with 3 legs appeared. Ding! Consumed 100 million spell points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet 3-legged golden crow, X1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You gain the skill, True Fire of the Sun. Skill, Solar Flame. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 billion points of mana to condense a sun fire that burns everything, inflicting a minimum of 50 billion points of flame damage to the target. Bully. It's too bossy. 1 billion mana points for 50 billion points of damage. Among the skills that Lu Zhang had mastered, there was no skill that could reach such a terrifying damage value. That would be 5 trillion points of flame damage if it was 10 trillion mana. A peak God King of level 999 only had 60 trillion life points. With the several million mana value that Lu Zhang now had at his disposal, with this skill, he would be able to kill several hundred peak God Kings in a single breath. It's horrible. That's a really high damage artifact. And the 3-legged golden crow brings more than that. Lu Zhang took a glance at that hegemony class passive skill. Skill, Dainichi Body, passive. Effect, immunity to physical damage. 10% reduction in energy damage, and part of the reduction is rebounded to the source of the damage in the form of the sun's true fire. Chapter 180, A New Way to Open a Summoned Beast, Innate Nonpareil Peachtree. Requesting for follow-up reading. Absolute immunity to physical damage. 10% of the damage is returned to the source of the damage as sunfire. What kind of concept is that? If my opponent hits 10,000 points of damage, I take 90%, or 9,000 points of damage. Instead, the other party had to endure the true injuries caused by the sun true flame that the remaining 1,000 points of damage had been transformed into. And that was a full 50 times. 50,000 points of damage. Can't even grind down a fifth of my blood if it's equal. He got himself killed by the backlash. Strong, too strong. With this hegemony body, Lu Zhang felt like he could have a fight with that outsider right now. But he resisted the urge within him. This is something that can't be rushed. The enemy doesn't move. I don't move. As fast as you can. Continue to build up the power in your hands. Lu Zhang continued to look at the other skills of the 3-footed golden crow and realized that they were indeed all very domineering. Skill, 10 days in the sky. Effects, consume 10 billion mana to create 9 avatars. Avatars and the body attributes are exactly the same. The body can be converted between avatars. Non-10 days all fall. Otherwise the golden crow does not die. The existence of the time to continue to consume.
Incarnations with exactly the same attributes as themselves.
9. Together with themselves. 10 of them do not really die as long as they do not all die. In this case, theoretically, if the mana is not extinguished, one is immortal.
10 of his own selves who possessed the Great Sun treasure body were completely incapable of being killed.
It's just a pity that split-type skills can't be used overlappingly. Otherwise, if you let your out-of-body incarnation use this skill again,
it would be possible to directly have a million suns rise to the heavens and instantly set the entire planet ablaze.
And right after that,
Lu Zhang realized that the 10 days of lingering sky skill even had another skill to go along with it.
Skill, Solar Blast. Effect, forms a sun in a 10-day overhead state, consumes a minimum of 10 billion mana,
and releases it on a single target,
dealing a minimum of 1 trillion fire.
This was even more terrifying than using the Sun True Flame skill directly to inflict 50 times the damage value of the mana value, which was a full 100 times the damage of the mana value.
A trillion mana would do a million billion damage. Scary as hell.
The other skills aren't as scary, but there's one more skill worth mentioning. That was that this three-legged golden crow also had the same fire rebirth skill as the vermilion bird divine beast. This divine favorite was so powerful in battle. Lu Zhang hurriedly set about helping it upgrade.
In the meantime, continue to unleash the summoning while the luck is on your side. You can't stop luck when it comes your way.
A total of 3-legged golden crows had just come out, and immediately another 5-star divine favor appeared.
Moreover,
this summoned beast really made Lu Zhang feel surprised,
because it's surprisingly not in animal form. Ding!
Consuming 100 million spell points and successfully activating the skill divine summoning.
Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet innate Nunsuch Peachtree, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You gain the skill innate Nanshui. Skill, innate Nanshui.
Effect, minimum consumption of 100 million points of mana to create 1 drop of innate non-natural water, which can be taken to restore 1 billion points of life value.
This is the legendary innate spiritual root? A single drop of innate nonsense could restore 1 billion life points. It didn't seem like a billion mana points to restore a billion life points was a lot, but it wasn't the same as activating a skill. It could be stored.
1 sip of water was tens of thousands of drops, and 1 sip could restore 10 trillion life values.
Being able to store up this one is strong.
This means that it is not necessary to rely on someone in order to treat yourself efficiently on your own.
However, this first divine favorite of the innate spiritual root class wasn't as simple as only being able to produce innate nonpareil water. Skill, Centennial Peach. Effect, consume 10 billion mana points to create 100-year peach.
Increase lifespan by 1 year after taking it. Life value limit increased by 100 million.
Taken by a single target.
Effective for the first 36.
Skill, Millennium Peach. Effect, consume 1 trillion mana points to create 1,000-year peach.
Increase longevity by 10 years after taking it. Life value limit increased by 1 billion.
Taken by a single target.
Effective for the first 36.
Skill, 10,000 years of peaches. Effect, consume 1 million billion mana points to create 110,000-year peach.
Increase longevity by 100 years after taking it.
Life value limit increased by 10 billion. Single target taking it. First 36 pieces are valid. Skill, the domain of innate Nanshui.
Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 trillion points of mana to create a field of innate non-aquatic water within a certain range, and any individual located within it will recover a minimum of 100 billion points of life value per second.
Skill, innate nonpareil sacred body, passive.
Effects, instant recovery from a single reduction of life value by no more than half. All healing skills have a tenfold gain effect on.
Skill, innate nonpareil divine sword. Effect, consume a minimum of 100 million mana points to form a nonpareil divine sword,
inflicting 1 billion points of damage to a single target.
Longevity, direct bestowal of longevity.
100-year peach increases lifespan by 1 year. 1,000-year peach increases lifespan by 10 years. And a 10,000-year peach increases lifespan by 100 years.
Each could eat 36 of them,
meaning that they could directly increase their lifespan by 3,996 years, which was approximately equal to 4,000 years.
And at the same time,
it can also increase the blood volume by 400 billion points. Although to Lu Zhang today, increasing his blood volume by 400 billion points didn't seem like much.
After all, his current damage value was a few 100 trillion equivalents. But realize that the peach is for anyone to eat. An ordinary person, after eating it, could pull their blood level up to 400 billion. What kind of concept is that? After the blood is pulled full, it is approximately equal to immortality. As long as you don't die, what transfer quest can't be completed? It's basically the same as laying the foundation for becoming a god. So as long as you develop slowly, you can definitely become a god. Of course, the blood increase is sort of incidental and not really that important. The key is still the increase in longevity. What a temptation to directly increase your life by 4,000 years. There was nothing to say. First let the Lingming Stone Monkey and the Six-Eared Macaque master the changes of the innate nonpareil peach tree respectively, and then let them seize the opportunity to manufacture peaches. Though having two monkeys making peaches sounds a bit unorthodox, but the fact remains that they are well finished and efficient. This innate nonpareil peach tree itself, fortunately, also had an attacking skill, otherwise Lu Zhang would not have known how to help a plant upgrade. The appearance of the peach tree gave Lu Zhang a new direction to open up. It seemed that his previous pursuit of having animal-type favored beasts provide increased longevity was a bit harsh, and it seemed that plant-type summoned beasts were more suitable for generating similar skills. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhang continued to unleash his summoning spell, and at the same time, he had to help the divine favorites to continue upgrading, and after creating the peaches, he had to give himself and his parents all a sufficient amount to eat. The others he didn't give. Outsiders can give as much as they want after this hurdle is passed. If you can't pass this hurdle, you won't live for more than a month even if you have 10,000 years of lifespan. The time came on the 7th day, in the afternoon, to ship again. Chapter 181, Innate Gourd Vine. 7 Innate Treasure Gourds. It was still an innate spirit root type summoned beast, or a plant. Ding! Consuming 100 million spell points. You have successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Innate Gourd Vine, X1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Precious Gourd of Heaven. Lu Zhang glanced at it and realized that this Innate Gourd Vine surprisingly only had 2 skills. It's like a divine favorite like Kenma and Ride Yellow. He couldn't help but have a few moments of anticipation. Skill, Precious Gourd of Heaven. Effects, minimum consumption of 1 billion points of mana value. Randomly generate a treasure gourd. Purple gourd transforms everything into Dan. Red gourd disperses the souls of 10,000 souls. Yellow gourd cuts down the immortals with a knife. Orange gourd enslaves 10,000 races. Green gourd refines the power of water and fire. Green gourd obtains the power of gold and earth. And blue gourd takes charge of the gas of chaos. Hiss. Just by consuming 1 billion mana points, one could obtain a legendary innate spiritual treasure? Is it so cheap? Lu Zhang didn't bring any hesitation at all, coming first with 1 billion mana values and randomly generating a treasure gourd. Purple Treasure Gourd. Lu Zhang possessed the passive skill Pupil of Truth, which allowed him to see the attributes of the item and directly see through the thing. Article, the Purple Gourd of Heaven. Effects, receive any material with energy level not exceeding 500 into the gourd. Wait for a certain period of time or consume a certain amount of mana value, and refine it into elixir, which can permanently increase a number of permanently increases base attributes, against the day. This caused Lu Zhang to light up. Nowadays, he couldn't continue upgrading, and the only way to get stronger was to keep summoning new divine favorites and letting them upgrade to feed back to his base attributes. But this feedback is, after all, a small number of attributes of a divine favor, and a small amount of attributes at the same level doesn't make a leap in his strength. But it's different with this innate purple gourd. Refining attribute spirit pills in a steady stream and swallowing them in large quantities would definitely allow one's attributes to directly explode. What existence beyond the God King level could carry the power of this punch of exploding stars? Suppressing his inner excitement, Lu Zhang continued to unleash his skills to check the characteristics of the other treasure gourds. This time it appeared as a red gourd. Article, Red Gourd of Heaven. Effect, consuming at least 1 million mana points to create a soul-dispersing red mist. All creatures below level 500, blown by the red mist, the spirit value is less than 500. 000 direct soul collapse and death, the spirit value is greater than 500. 000. Then the loss of 50. 000 points of spiritual energy per second, the more mana consumed, the greater the scope of the red effect, consuming at least 1 million mana points to create a soul-dispersing red mist. Nice guy. It's atrocious. In this red mist, below the god level, it meant there was no way to live. Only a soul at the divine level could withstand this terrifying soul-dispersing red mist, and this was just a lowliest level red gourd summoned by 1 billion mana. If a red gourd was summoned out with 10 trillion mana, I wonder if a burst of red mist could directly blow a god king to death. What about 1 million billion mana? Or even 1 trillion mana? Lu Zhang was quite expectant, but did not experiment immediately. He had to continue to check the effects of the other innate treasure gourds. Article, the Yellow Gourd of Heaven. Effect, consume 1 million mana points to release a decapitating flying dagger, which cannot be dodged. Dealing 100 million points of physical damage and 1 million points of mental damage, can only be released once for a single. No, it wasn't enough for a mere 1 million mana points to be doubled 100 times to create 100 million points of physical damage, but it was even possible to inflict 1 million points of mental damage. The point is, there's no way to avoid it. This meant that below the god level,
One slash was almost certain to kill. It was worthy of being called one slash to cut the immortals, but each target could be cut as far as possible, so it could only be cut once. If you can't die in one chop, you're done for. However, this was only the lowest level of yellow gourd. If a million billion mana values were used to get a yellow gourd, perhaps a god king wouldn't be able to carry this slash. Keep brushing up on your skills. Article, Innate Orange Gourd. Effects, minimum consumption of 10,000 points of mana. Maximum consumption of 100 million points of mana. Enslave a target whose level does not exceed 500. The enslaved person is unable to avoid, unable to escape, and permanently trapped in the treasure gourd. And when the gourd is destroyed, the enslavement effect will be lifted. It's not. No preconditions. Just consume a certain amount of mana and absolutely enslave any target below a certain level. Isn't that a little too bossy? After Lu Zhang saw this, he was feeling a bit beyond imagination. After all, if one were to get a more advanced, or sufficiently advanced, innate orange gourd, wouldn't one be able to enslave a god king, or even, enslave a higher being now? It's unthinkable. Article, Innate Green Gourd. Effects, immunity to water and fire damage. Absorbing water and fire energy can be converted into mana to replenish itself. Minimum consumption of 1 million points of mana can create a minimum of 50 million points of water and fire dual attribute impact damage. Consumption of less than 100 million points of mana can be transformed into any water and fire form to attack, defend, or control the item, Innate Green Gourd. Effects, immunity to gold and earth damage. Absorbing gold and earth energy can be converted into mana to replenish itself. Consuming a minimum of 1 million points of mana can create a minimum of 50 million points of gold and earth dual attribute impact damage. Consuming less than 100 million points of mana can be transformed into any gold and earth form to attack, defend, or control the green gourds. And green gourds have exactly the same effect, just different properties. These two treasure gourds are also very powerful. Immunity to both attributes and can also deal damage with a number 50 times its mana value. It was even possible to control water, fire, gold, and earth to create a defense or a means to control a target. So it could be said that he had mastered the power of the origin. But to say what shocked Lu Zhang the most, it was the blue gourd at the end. Article, Innate Blue Gourd. Effects, minimum consumption of 1 million mana points. Refining any sufficient amount of substance, transforming it into a chaotic gas, which can increase experience value by 10,000 points after. What the hell is this? Don't even have to kill the monsters yourself. Just mana plus any sufficient amount of matter to just make the upgrade? I'm at full level and you're telling me this now. 1 million mana points for 10,000 experience points. 1 million billion mana points for 1 trillion experience points. With this gourd, you can no longer limit yourself to killing monsters and upgrading. Refine any substance, add mana value, and you'll get chaos breath. In this way, it became much easier for Lu Zhang to upgrade his divine favorite. The world was so big that there was a lot of material containing energy, and any of the main god level divine realms contained enough material energy to upgrade a level 0 professional to god king level, not to mention the abyssal demon realm, the undead realm, and such subject realms. There's nothing to hesitate about, and the rest of the day is spent frantically producing all sorts of gourds. With so many doppelgangers, this precious gourd won't be enough. Chapter 182, Immortal Tie Rope. Devil Kings were good alchemy materials. The 7 innate protections are all awesome, but this was only the first skill of the innate gourd vine. It had another skill. Skill, Binding Rope. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 million points of mana. Releases on any target up to level 500, completely confining the target's mobility and mana, rendering it incapable of launching physical attacks and releasing skills. Lu Zhang was already calm after seeing this skill. After all, after the baptism of the previous 7 types of treasure gourds, he had been shocked too many times. Even more, he saw the inadequacy of this skill at a glance. Despite being able to disable the opponent's ability to physically attack and cast spells, it can still use mental attacks, but wanting that was enough of a bully. Lu Zhang could still accept it. It had to be said that this innate gourd vine was definitely the most powerful in terms of ability at the moment amongst the divine favorites that Lu Zhang had mastered. There isn't one. Lu Zhang doubted that the so-called 5-star divine favor was just the highest rating in this world, and in reality, the existence of this innate gourd vine had already far surpassed this level, and in this world, the highest level is only a 5-star legend. Lu Zhang did a test with the innate red gourd. With 10 billion mana, the summoned red gourd could destroy targets below level 600, which was the lower god level. With 100 billion mana, the summoned red gourd could destroy targets below level 700, which was the medium god level. With a trillion mana, the summoned red gourd could destroy targets below level 800, which was the upper god level. With 10 trillion mana,
The summoned red gourd could destroy targets below level 900, which was the Lord God level. With 100 trillion mana, the summoned red gourd could destroy targets below level 100, which was the God King level. In principle, a treasure gourd that dealt with the Divine King level should not have existed in the first place. This was because a 99th level peak God King only had a mana value of 20 trillion. At most, you can summon the next level of treasure gourd, but Lu Zhang was different. His basic attributes exploded, and his own mana value now reached a terrifying 320 trillion. And he could also share the mana value of the other 999 peak level divine pets, and could even use 10 trillion mana value to create a treasure gourd. After another attempt, Lu Zhang realized that 10,000,000,000,000,000 mana points appeared to be impossible to manufacture. This is because the level of the treasure gourd itself is restricted unless the treasure gourd breaks through the level first, or breaks through the level restriction itself first. Otherwise, you can't continue to make more powerful treasure hoops. It was impossible to destroy that existence above the God King level with a single slash. Upon careful study, Lu Zhang realized that although the three types of treasure gourds, the innate purple gourd that could refine spirit pills, the innate red gourd with soul-scattering red mist, and the innate orange gourd that enslaved all the races, were very strong, they all had level requirements for the target of release, unable to act on higher level targets. However, the innate yellow gourd has no level restriction on the target of the attack. 100 trillion mana values to create a top-grade innate yellow gourd, which could consume 100 billion mana values to create a chopping flying blade that dealt 10 trillion points of physical damage and 100 billion points of mental damage. 10 trillion points of physical damage. Lu Zhang didn't care. There are many ways he can hit damage values 100 times that number. He cared about 100 billion points of mental damage from one slash. A peak God King only had less than 10 billion points in spiritual attributes. Lu Zhang believed that even if it was in existence at the God King level or above, 100 billion points of spiritual damage would be enough to cause the other party to suffer from a not-so-light injury. And all he had to do was to continue making more innate yellow gourds. Get at least 100 of them. One chop. 100 billion per chop. 100 would be 10 trillion. Lu Zhang didn't believe that the other party's spiritual value could still exceed 10 trillion, even if the opponent possessed some means of mental defense. A slash of 100 billion could definitely cause some damage. 10 trillion mental injuries, as long as 1/10 of them formed a real injury, that could also pose a threat to his life. Moreover, 100 chopping flying daggers cause 10 trillion points of physical damage, and 10 divine kings combined wouldn't be enough to chop them. How can you do some damage to that higher being? The time came 3 days later. On this day, the world upgraded to level 900, which was the extreme level of the Lord God class. God King level can be fused now. Once the fusion of a Divine King level Divine Kingdom copy was completed, it would mean that the world rule limit was completely broken. That existence that surpassed the God King level would no longer be limited to only staying in the God realm. He would descend above the water globe planet. On this day, Lu Zhang, however, was not within the water globe star plane. To this day, relying on the chaotic chi generated by the innate blue gourd, it was transformed into huge amounts of experience value. Lu Zhang had already raised the level of all the divine pets he held in his hands to level 99, which meant that all of them, had reached the peak God King level. A 4-star legendary divine favor, equal to the battle power of a true peak divine king, and the 5-star legendary divine favors that had reached level 99, one by one, could press the so-called peak divine kings to the ground and beat them violently, possessing the strength to crush peak god kings. Therefore, Lu Zhang had only left behind the 4 sacred beasts, namely the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and Xuanwu, to guard the water globe star. It is better to continue the great work of summoning yourself in the abyssal demon realm. A God King level copy of the Divine Kingdom, even if the fusion was fast, it couldn't be completed instantly. There must be a time. Lu Zhang estimated that it would not be less than 10 days. He was in no hurry to go back. The abyssal demon realm had a large amount of material resources that could be refined and stored as chaos chi, which would allow more divine favorites to be upgraded. Lu Zhang didn't give up on summoning these days. The appearance of the innate nonpareil peach tree and the innate gourd vine made him realize that the summoning bit still had a lot of potential to be tapped. On the planet Water Sphere, the fusion of the copies of the Divine Kingdom continued. The main god-level copies of the Divine Kingdom had not all completed fusion with this world. They had just completed the dimensional upgrade. But that doesn't matter anymore. It was because the Divine King-level copies of the Divine Kingdom realm had begun to merge. The Demon King of Greed descended and fused with his own God's Kingdom realm and the planet Water Globe. The greedy Demon King is actually fearful inside. It was worried that it would be targeted by that God King that appeared in the Divine Realm that day. But after it descended, it didn't find that God King's aura, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, a huge white tiger descended, and with a single strike, it directly tore it apart. The white tiger transformed into a burly man holding a purple gourd. He put the remnants of the greedy demon king's body into the treasure gourd along with his godly frame and transformed it into a spirit elixir. Then it was sent to Lu Zhang's hands. Among the summoned beasts that Lu Zhang had mastered, the only ones that possessed the ability to take shape were the white tiger and the three-tailed spirit fox, and these two were considered very special existences. The three-tailed spirit fox accompanied her parents, while Lu Zhang left the matters on the water balloon planet side to the white tiger. Devils are great alchemy materials. A demon king was refined along with the godhead, and one elixir was enough to increase hundreds of millions of attribute points. This was also the reason why Lu Zhang was still insisting on continuing to resurrect and kill the 8 demon kings of the abyssal demon realm. Well, now the 9 devils can be resurrected. Chapter 183, Innate Wind and Thunder Sword Formation. The sea of bitterness is endless. Turning back is the shore. White Tiger reported on the progress of the Divine King level dimensional fusion. Lu Zhang roughly estimated that it would take at least 13 days to complete the final fusion. There is still time for yourself to continue to enhance. He continued to insist on summoning. A day later, another 4-star legendary divine pet was summoned, by Fong. It wasn't bad, but not much of a surprise. Keep summoning. Day 4, finally shipped. 5-star legend. It was still an innate spirit root type summoned beast, or a plant. Ding! Consuming 100 million spell points. You have successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Immortal Apricot, ×1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Wind and Thunder Treasure Body, passive. Skill, Wind and Thunder Treasure Body, passive. Effects, immunity to wind and thunder-based skill damage that does not exceed the upper limit of one's own blood quantity. Where wind and thunder-based damage is dealt, 50% of the damage is returned to the source of the damage. And absorbing the power of wind and thunder restores blood, mana, and increases the value of. This skill is not a hegemony, just an immunity effect against wind and lightning damage. Since he wasn't sure what kind of ability that creature that surpassed the God King level had mastered, Lu Zhang didn't have much expectation for this skill. It would be nice if you could do full attribute damage reduction like those previous skills. Keep looking at the other capabilities. Skill, Wind and Thunder Apricot Fruit. Effects, consume a minimum of 1 million mana points to gather a Wind and Thunder Apricot Fruit. Eat the fruit to obtain the Wind and Thunder Wings. Mastering the ability to fly by harnessing the power of wind and thunder, and obtaining a minimum of 20% immunity to damage from wind and thunder. This is interesting. After eating the apricot fruit, one could possess the power of wind and thunder, and could also possess some of the effects of the Wind Thunder Treasure Body. It should be that the more mana consumed, the more powerful the wind and thunder wings given by the condensed apricot fruit. It's kind of a nice ability, permanently bestowed with a pair of wind and thunder wings. It's kind of awesome. Lu Zhang continued to look at the third skill. The Immortal Apricot only had a total of 3 skills. Just the Wind Thunder Treasure Body and the Wind Thunder Apricot Fruit, which didn't feel like it was worthy of the quality of a 5-star legendary divine pet. Skill, Wind and Thunder Sword Formation. Effect, consume a minimum of 1 million mana points to create a sword formation, using the power of the innate wind and thunder as the root. Continuously inflicting a minimum of 100 million points of wind and thunder dual attribute damage per second to the target within the sword. Millions of mana for 100 million points of damage. And it's still wind and thunder double attribute damage. What's more, instead of designating a single target, it worked on all targets within the sword formation. Lu Zhang tried. 1 million mana points could merely condense 3 wind thunder swords to form a sword formation. 10 million mana points could then condense 12 wind and thunder swords. The wind and thunder sword formation formed by 100 million mana points had 72 flying swords. 1 billion mana points would have 360 wind and thunder swords. With 100 trillion mana points, one breath could condense 129,600 wind and thunder swords, forming a huge sword formation that was sufficient to cover a main god level divine realm. This skill, both group and single, it's all simply unbeatable. As long as the opponent wasn't in possession of a passive skill like Wind and Thunder Treasure Body, the power of the Wind and Thunder attribute attacks was directly pulled full. God King level. Absolutely killable in seconds. Horrible skills. It was worthy of being another terrifying existence at the level of an innate spiritual root. Who would have thought that an apricot tree would have mastered such a terrifying sword formation? In fact, essentially speaking, what Immortal Apricot had mastered was not a sword formation either, but the power of innate wind and thunder. That sword formation was nothing more than an embodied state of the power of innate wind and thunder. Overall, very good. Another powerful attack. More of such abilities. More is better. After all,
There is no way to determine exactly which one is completely ineffective against that powerful outsider in the god realm.
One must be prepared with many hands to do so.
The summoning continued, and the business of harvesting demons didn't stop. Thanks to the chaotic chi stored earlier, it allowed Xianxing to take a breath and directly elevate to the 99th level peak God King level.
This result reinforced Lu Zhang's idea of continuously harvesting the Demon King.
The birth of the Devil King is essentially the energy of this world that is acquired.
The world itself could not use this energy against the outsiders anyway,
so it would be better to give it to itself and enhance itself to deal with the outsiders. The time came to the 5th day, 7 days before the expected arrival of the outsiders.
Shipped out today as well. It's just 2 4-star legendary divine favorites, a Tengu and a carry-off, and not much in the way of powerful skills. Turning to the 6th day, when Lu Zhang saw a flash of green, he knew that another top-tier divine favor had come out.
Ding! Consumed 100 million spell points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Bitter Bamboo, X1.
Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2.
You gain the skill 6 Roots of Purity, passive. Skill 6 Roots of Purity, passive. Effects: your 7 emotions will not be affected or infected by the outside world, and your sadness and happiness are all based on your heart, ignoring mental damage and ignoring damage from the power of.
Nice guy!
This skill is truly the nemesis of the 9 devils.
After all, the power it wielded was essentially that of the 9 extreme emotional energies, and with the passive 6 Roots of Purity, it could not be harmed. Having this skill doesn't mean there are no feelings. Rather, all feelings are the essential emotions that are born within oneself, rather than being interfered with by outside influences that synchronize and energize one's emotions. This is the realm of the so-called not to be happy with things and not to be sad with oneself. It's a mistake to become a saint. Then look at the other capabilities. Skill, Sea of Bitterness. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 million mana, causing the target to fall into a depression of misery and suffering a minimum of 1 million points of psychic damage per second. Skill, Turning Around. Effects, minimum consumption of 100 million mana, released on a single target, heals all soul injuries, exempts all soul negative statuses, restores the target's mental power by 10 million points, and raises the target's mental power limit by a small margin. 2 skills, 1 to Soul Strike and 1 to Soul Salvation. This look should actually be used in combination. This was because among the effects of turning back to the coast was another one that could make the target's mental power cap increase. First releasing a Sea of Bitterness and then a turning back to the shore, which would allow the soul to be tempered and grow, causing the spiritual power to break the limits. This Bitter Bamboo also has only 3 skills, but needless to say, the quality of these 3 skills is already worthy of its status. This was considered to be another means of giving Lu Zhang a mental type of attack, and at the same time, it directly allowed him to be immune to mental type of damage. Not bad. Very good. There are still 6 days to go, so you have to hurry up yourself. Get a few more similar divine favorites, and he or she would be outright invincible. Chapter 184, Ginseng Fruit Tree. Immortality. Time Storm. Even though he already had a full 55 divine pets as well as thousands of immortal pets in his hands, Lu Zhang still didn't feel secure enough. So need to keep summoning. After all, every additional divine favorite would give Lu Zhang a very sizable amount of basic attributes back after it reached level 99. Nothing else. Just the increase in mana cap and life cap alone was not a small number. A legendary god's favor, after reaching level 99, could give him a 10 trillion increase in blood cap and a 2 trillion increase in mana cap. One more full-grade divine pet would be worth 10 trillion more blood and 2 trillion more mana. This was Lu Zhang's backbone against that beyond God King level existence, so the summoning can't stop. The upgrades to the divine favors are even more unstoppable. Sometimes, people can't stop this luck when it comes. Just on the 9th day when the divine king level realms began to merge, Lu Zhang unexpectedly obtained a full 4 5-star legendary divine favors in one breath. Ding! Consumed 100 million spell points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Ginseng Fruit Tree, X1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Longevity, passive. Ding! Consumed 100 million spell points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Fusang Divine Tree, X1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Obsidian God Body, passive. Ding! Consumed 100 million spell points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Laurel Tree, X1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Xianin Divine Body, passive. Ding! Consuming 100 million spell points. You have successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Hollow Willow, X1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Chaos Space, passive. Nice guys. One is more bullish than the other. Opening with an everlasting life first. That's anyone's game. Skill, Longevity, passive. Effects, you are no longer subject to the erosion of the power of time. Cannot be due to the power of time to make any changes in the body. Non-strong external factors interfere with the lifespan. Lu Zheng realized that his understanding of this skill was still a bit one-sided. When he saw the words immortality, he just thought that his lifespan would not diminish. That's all. However, he did not expect that the skill was more powerful than he understood. Surprisingly, it was protected from the power of time. In that case, it was actually a defense skill against the power of time. It wasn't that his lifespan was infinite anymore, but it was that it was no longer diminished by the erosion of the power of time. If he does anything that damages his longevity, it will be reduced. He'll still die when his lifespan goes to 0. Look at the other skills of the ginseng tree. Skill, Ginseng Fruit. Effects, consume a minimum of 100 million points of mana to gather a ginseng fruit. After taking it can be protected from the erosion of the power of time for 1 year. The effect of the second to take it will be halved, and so on and so. So that's what the ginseng fruit is for. Unlike the peach's increase in longevity, this thing is stopping the power of time from eroding the person who takes the ginseng fruit. Lu Zheng conducted some experiments, and there were different grades of this ginseng fruit. 100 million mana points, 10 billion mana points, 1 trillion mana points, and so on. 100 million mana is immune for a year. A ginseng fruit coalesced by 10 billion mana values could be immune for 30 years. A ginseng fruit condensed by a trillion mana values could be protected from the power of time for 1,000 years. And by eating a ginseng fruit condensed by 100 trillion mana values, one would be immune to the erosion of the power of time for 10,000 years. The effect of the second one is halved, and whichever grade is taken will affect the effect of the next dose. In other words, given that Lu Zhang had not yet reached the 10,000 trillion mana value, the best effect would be to eat all of the 10,000-year ginseng fruit. In the end it was probably safe from the forces of time for a total of 20,000 years. That's not bad at all. That's 20,000 years. It's a heavenly opportunity for any person. Leaving aside this issue of longevity, the effect of immunity to the power of time would help Lu Zheng to eliminate the danger of that outsider from the upper realm using the power of time to threaten his life. But the surprises from this ginseng tree don't end there. It also has a third skill. Skill, Time Storm. Effect, minimum consumption of 1 trillion points of mana to create a time storm within a certain space, allowing the power of time to accelerate the erosion of all targets within the space. This should be a self-preservation type skill for the ginseng tree. The ginseng tree cannot move by itself and cannot send out any attacks. It could only form a time storm around itself while it exempted itself from the erosion of the power of time. Then other creatures entering it would almost instantly turn into white bones or dust. Few creatures survive the ravages of time. Powerful. Too powerful. It completely subverted Lu Zhang's stereotypical impression of the ginseng tree. This is not a ginseng fruit tree. It is clearly a time god tree. It was as if all the other skills didn't need to be looked at, and with just this one skill, Lu Zhang felt that it was already stable. That outsider from the upper realm, if he could really transcend the limitations of time and space, should have come down to conquer everything long ago. Obviously, the power of time could definitely have an effect on it. The advantage is mine. This skill directly increased Lu Zhang's confidence many times over. However, he patiently continued to check the skills of the other 3 5-star legendary divine favors. Let's first look at the skills provided by the Fuso divine tree. Skill, Obsidian God Body, passive. Effects, immunity to single damage below 1 trillion points. 50% reduction of physical damage. 90% reduction of yang energy damage. 50% reduction of yin energy damage. Rapid recovery of mana and life value wherever the power of the sun. Trillions of damage immunity and 50% reduction in both physical and spell damage. That's the real hegemony. After this increase, the Overlord effect becomes 9,925% physical damage immunity and 9,915% spell damage immunity. 1,000,000 points of damage hit him and he couldn't even get a single real injury. Laurel provides another similar skill. Skill, Xianin Divine Body, passive. Effects, immunity to single damage below 1 trillion points. 50% reduction of physical damage. 90% reduction of yin attribute energy damage. 50% reduction of yang attribute energy damage. Rapid recovery of mana and life value wherever the power of Tai Yin. One focuses on yin attribute energy damage reduction and the other on yang attribute energy damage reduction. After the two stacked, it actually inflicted a one-time full attribute damage reduction of 104%. Not that it had exceeded the absolute hegemony state. Of course, but it continued to stack on top of the original hegemony. This turned the Overlord effect into 9,975% physical damage immunity and 9,915% spell damage immunity.
Spell immunity reaches a terrifying less than 1 in 100 million.
100 trillion damage values hit his body. And even without defense and other skill effects, the actual damage taken by Lu Zhang was less than 100,000 points. Chapter 185, Spatial Strangulation, Green Lotus of Creation, Immortal Execution Sword Formation, Grand Finale. The Fusang Divine Tree and the Laurel Tree didn't just have that one overbearing skill, even though that was already very powerful. It was only part of the abilities of the two divine trees. Skill, Sun God Mantra. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 million mana, releases it on a single target, causing it to be blessed by the sun, and within a certain period of time, the attack carries an additional 10 million points of damage from the power of the sun. It's a dominating skill, similar to the star power, dungeon power or judgment power type of skills that Lu Zhang had previously obtained. They were judged based on the actual damage inflicted, performs an additional percentage of damage added, and with this sun god spell, the bonus to attacks depends on the effect of the spell itself. After Lu Zhang consumed 10 trillion mana to unleash this divine spell on a tier 1 profession, one of his attacks could also be attached with 100 trillion points of additional damage from the power of the sun. It has little to do with how much damage value that pro can inflict on its own. If Lu Zhang had mastered this skill before, it would have become much easier to have the summoned beasts upgraded, regardless of how much output it could have on its own. A direct enchantment of a sun god spell would give it the ability to slay gods. Lu Zhang took another look at the Laurel Tree, and sure enough, it had a similar skill. Skill, Tai-In Divine Spell. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 million mana, releases it on a single target, causing it to be blessed by Tai-In, and within a certain period of time, the attack carries an additional 10 million points of damage from the power of Tai-In. These are two skills that are able to directly add a layer of damage. It was equivalent to directly doubling Lu Zhang's battle power. No, 1 sun power, 1 Tai-In power. It should be twice as much. Of course, this requires some maneuvering. It wasn't a direct reinforcement, and it was still to be seen if Lu Zhang had time to react when the time came. Lu Zhang then looked at the other skills. Skill, Great Sunrise. Effect, minimum consumption of 100 million points of mana to create a solar storm within a certain range of space. The target within the space will suffer 2 billion points of damage from the power of the sun every second, provided by the Fusang Divine Tree. This was another skill that locked down a spatial range and attacked the target indiscriminately. By consuming only 100 million mana points, all targets within a certain spatial range were subjected to 2 billion points of sun power per second. A ranged attack skill that prevents the target from escaping is great. Meanwhile, Laurel has a similar skill. Skill, Tai-In Silence. Effects, consume a minimum of 100 million mana to create Tai-In Silence within a certain range of space, and the target within the space will suffer 2 billion points of damage from the power of Tai-In every effects. Consume a minimum of 100 million mana to create Tai-In Silence within a certain range of space. The Fuso God Tree and the Laurel Tree also have only 3 skills. It's like a ginseng tree with an undifferentiated ranged attack skill and a passive overlord. You can attack your enemies as well as protect yourself. All great abilities. Targeted. Then as long as one felt out what kind of ingredient that alien guest from the upper realm was, and what the ability that could restrain it was, one could target their attacks on it. Everything divides yin and yang, and there is always an ability that is absolutely lethal to it. So then again, it seemed that neither the various energies of yin and yang could do much harm to Lu Zhang anymore. So the question is Lu Zhang a yin or a yang? Put those ridiculous thoughts aside. Lu Zhang looked towards the last 5-star legendary divine pet that he had summoned in one breath this time. The Hollow Willow. Skill, Chaos Space, Passive. Effect, your true consciousness disappears into chaotic space. Your body in the outside world is just a projection, and non-spatial forces can't cause damage to you. Holy. Appeared. Absolute domination state. Before, no matter what % damage reduction, as long as a rule-based skill like True Blessing was present, it could damage him. But now, his main body was directly hidden in chaotic space, and non-spatial forces could not affect him. It doesn't matter what physical damage or spell damage, it's useless to do any damage when you can't hit anyone. Absolute dominance. Invincible posture. Not bad for a Hollow Willow. There are 2 other skills that are equally powerful. Skill, Space Strangulation. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 million points of mana to release the power of space on all targets within a certain spatial range, distorting space to form a strangulation effect. The strangulation effect increases depending on the mobilization of the spatial hierarchy, and causes a minimum of 100 billion points of damage from the power of space.
This undifferentiated ranged attack skill did not increase the damage value exponentially according to the amount of mana consumed. Instead, the limit of the damage value was determined based on the tier of space power mobilized. 100 million mana points can mobilize a layer of spatial power, and strangle damage is 100 billion points. 2 billion mana points could mobilize 2 layers of space power, and the strangulation damage value was 300 billion points. 30 billion mana points could mobilize 3 layers of space power, and the strangulation damage value was 1 trillion points. 400 billion mana points could mobilize 4 layers of spatial power, and the strangulation damage value was 20 trillion points. 5 trillion mana points could mobilize 5 layers of space power, and the strangulation damage value was 5 million billion points. 1 million billion mana points could mobilize 6 layers of space power, and the strangulation damage value was 800 million billion points. 1 level higher. Lu Jing didn't dare to release it. 20 trillion points could mobilize 7 layers of spatial power, but that was enough to directly shatter the dimensions of this world completely, creating a huge black hole. He can't afford to poke such a big hole. After all, he hadn't used enough of the resources here in the abyssal demon realm. It has to continue to be utilized. It can't go to waste. However, even if it was just a 6-layer spatial strangulation mobilized by a million billion mana points, it was still extremely terrifying. Undiscriminately inflicts 800 million billion points of space force damage to all targets within a certain range. A God King was only less than a million billion points of blood. 100 God Kings together wouldn't be enough to be killed by this skill. Steady. This one's steady. Look at the last skill again. Skill, flipping space. Effect, flips both sides of a space so that any matter or energy that enters the front of the space emerges from the back. This skill is a bit vague looking at the description, but it's actually quite understandable. It is the same as being able to open a space door at any location that then leads to any location in the same space. For example, if an enemy shoots an arrow at you head-on, you can open a space door in front of you and then open a space door behind the enemy. In this way, the arrow passes through the door in front of you to the door behind the enemy. This allows you to use the enemy's attacks against them. Its application scenarios can also be used for hiding, escaping and other aspects. Also, not all attacks can be returned to the enemy using this method. For example, curse classes and ranged damage. Hollow Willow's 3 skills. 1 is absolute domination, 1 is absolute killing, and 1 has multiple application scenarios. It's all very nice. Each of these plant-type summoned beast divine favorites possessed very powerful abilities. Originally, Lu Jian was still a little unsure in his mind when dealing with that God Realm super God level outsider. Now it is with full force, but he still didn't stop. It continues to summon. There was no end to being powerful. Since one could summon such a powerful existence as the Hollow Willow, one could surely summon an even more powerful one. Time quickly came to the 12th day of the Divine King Realm fusion, the day before the expected possible arrival of the super God level outsiders. On this day, Lu Zhang, who hadn't shipped anything for a long time, was pleasantly surprised to find that another powerful aura had descended. Ding! Consuming 100 million spell points. You have successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary Divine Pet Green Lotus of Creation, X1. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill 3 lives. Skill, Sanshumu. Effect, choose any 3 items, consume a minimum of 1 million mana points, and create any item imaginable in your nice guy. It's straight up becoming the creator. Any 3 items, along with some mana, could materialize any desired item in the heart. Lu Zhang tried, taking out the 3 monster materials that had been popped out. He then consumed 100 million mana points and inwardly imagined the Rui weapon. In an instant, a cloud of chaotic chi formed and a golden rod flew out from it. Lu Zhang held the weapon and weighed it, realizing that it weighed as much as 100,000 pounds, and it had the characteristic of being as big or as small as you want, and its quality was about the same as a median divine artifact. 100 million mana points would be enough to condense a median divine artifact, which was pretty good. Lu Zhang tried again. 1 billion mana points to coalesce an elder divine artifact. 100 billion mana points to coalesce a master artifact. 10 trillion mana points to coalesce an ultra divine artifact used by a divine king. It was only 10 trillion mana points, and it could be recovered quickly. That's an unbelievable way to get a super artifact. Lu Zhang pondered for a brief moment before linking up with his many divine favors, consuming 10 trillion mana points in one breath to coalesce a handful of fantastical treasures. Item, Donghuang Clock. Effect 1, Emperor's Guardian. Immune to all damage up to 100 trillion. Above that, 80% reduction of physical damage. 80% reduction of spell damage. 80% reduction of mental damage. Effect 2, Imperial Suppression. Released on a single target, locking the target,
making it unable to break away from a certain range of space within 1 second,
causing less than 10 single damage and single damage limit of less than 100 million billion points unable to break away from the suppression.
Holy, it really showed up. Legendary treasures. This could be materialized. Wouldn't it mean that one could just get all the legendary innate treasures out? Wait, items can be created. What about living things?
Lu Zhang began to imagine in his mind while consuming 10 trillion mana points to materialize once again. The gray chaotic aura appeared steeply, and as it gradually converged, a figure manifested. Handsome wind god, with heavenly eyes on his brow, holding a three-pointed, two-edged sword. It was the legendary first judicial god of heaven, Yang Jian. In his previous life, Yang Jian, greetings to your holiness. However, this Yang Jian is not Yang Jian, but just a visualization of an individual in Lu Zhang's imagination. Everything in his mind. From this moment on, the knowledge that he possessed was also what Lu Zhang had imagined that he should have. Created individual, Yang Jian. Rank, LV. 99, God King. Life, 999. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000/99. 000. 000. 000. 000. Mana, 499. 000. 000. 000. 000/499. 000. 000. 000. With a glance at Yang Jian's basic attributes, Lu Zhang was roughly certain. Even though the ability of the Green Lotus of Creation was very powerful, directly grasping the rules of creation and being able to create things out of thin air. However, it is still limited by the rules of this world and has not yet been able to give birth to an individual that exceeds the world level limit. So trying to just create a super hitter to go and slaughter that outsider up there is not going to work. Lu Zhang continued to look at the other skill of the Green Lotus of Creation. Skill, Immortal Sword Formation. Effect, consume a minimum of 100 million mana to create the 4 Immortal Execution Swords. Evolving the Immortal Execution Sword Formation. Inflicting a minimum of 1 trillion points of physical damage and 1 trillion points of spell damage to targets within the sword. This Immortal Execution Sword Formation was of the same nature as Hollow Willow's skill, Spatial Strangulation. It's all laddered in nature. Different levels of mana values created different sword formations with different power. However, it was clear that the Immortal Execution Sword Formation was even more terrifying, with a mere 100 million mana points causing 2 trillion points of damage, which was simply outrageous. Lu Zhang tried roughly. 10 billion mana points is the second slot, dealing 10 trillion points of physical damage and 10 trillion points of spell damage. 1 trillion mana points is the third slot, dealing 1 trillion points of physical damage and 1 trillion points of spell damage. 100 trillion mana points is the fourth slot, dealing 5 trillion points of physical damage and 5 trillion points of spell damage. Fifth gear. Lu Zhang didn't have that much mana yet, but it was possible to do 1 trillion points of damage for 1,000,000 billion mana. After all, it was a ranged attack against all targets within the sword formation, and also a ranged attack. A single attack would have such high damage. A few more. What blood could not be cut? Creation Green Lotus 2-1. 1 creates, 1 destroys. Lu Zhang could see at a glance that the two skills could actually work together. He successively consumed 10 trillion mana points to create 4 flying swords. Immortal Killing Sword, Immortal Trapping Sword, Absolute Immortal Sword, and Immortal Execution Sword. Item, Immortal Sword. Effect, ignore defenses up to 100 trillion points and inflict an additional 100 trillion points of Immortal Execution Sword chi damage in a single attack. The same goes for the remaining 3 swords. The 4 swords were used in conjunction with the Immortal Execution Sword Formation, with 500 million points of physical damage, 500 million points of spell damage, and an additional 400 million points of sword chi damage. Just as Lu Zhang completed his creation of the 4 Immortal Punishing Swords, a powerful aura descended upon the water globe planet, and along with it were several God King level auras. Xianyuan Wuji looked up at the sky, and the gods gathered behind him, all of them looking grave. They felt it. It was a nearly irresistible pressure that far exceeded the God King level. Finally, this place is mine. Rather swept around and did not find Lu Zhang's presence, so he immediately drank. That Lu Zhang, where is he? It was the only creature among his perceptions that could possibly pose a threat to him, and by destroying it, he would have no worries at all. Therefore, the first thing he did was to start searching for traces of Lu Zhang. But surprisingly, I didn't find it. I'm here. A voice that sounded as if it came from the void appeared, and immediately afterward, the 4 Immortal Execution Swords surrounded Rother. Lu Zhang activated his delusion-breaking golden pupils to look. Outsider, Rosser. Rank, LV. 1078, God King. Life value, 1,780 trillion //1780 trillion.
Only 2 trillion blood? That's it. The moment Lu Zhang saw its blood bar, he revealed a look of disappointment, and in the next instant, his sword flashed. Outsiders, die. End of book.